In a high martial world, his parents were both martial king-level powerhouses, and his family possessed assets worth tens of billions. Yet, he himself was a total waste. Fortunately, 2.5 years after transmigrating, Subai finally bound himself to the pay-to-win system. As long as he spent money, he could become stronger. A 1 million starter pack? Pay. You have an SSS level talent? Sorry, mine is Immortal grade. Your technique is too weak? Hand over that Emperor level technique. No special talent? Solve it with money. Immortal grade Beast Tamer talent? I want it all. Immortal grade Alchemist talent? Give it to me. Immortal grade Craftsman talent? Take it. What in this world doesn't belong to me, Subai? No? Then I'll pay for it. As long as I spend money, there's nothing I can't acquire. The masses asked, with talents like yours, you could lead all of China. Why don't you work hard at cultivating? On the battlefield of another realm, Subai had just wiped out billions of alien beasts with a single sword swing when he turned back with a puzzled look. I've already spent $1 trillion in pay-to-win. And you're asking me to work hard? Congratulations, host. You've successfully bound the pay-to-win system. Still feeling despair over your trash talents and massive family fortune? This system will solve all your troubles. As long as you spend money, SSS-level talents are within reach, and becoming a martial emperor is no longer a dream. A 1 million starter pack, this is a rare opportunity. Recharge immediately to claim it. A seductive notification rang out. Subai, sitting in his senior year high school classroom, froze for a moment before becoming ecstatic. The system had finally arrived. After 2.5 years of waiting, this moment had finally come. That's right, Subai was a transmigrator. He had been in this martial strength-centric world for 2.5 years now. Thousands of years ago, the gates to another world suddenly opened, and countless alien beasts invaded. Danger and opportunity coexisted as spiritual energy revived, causing Blue Planet to undergo a massive transformation. Alien beasts rampaged, and humanity barely survived, with nuclear weapons proving utterly ineffective against high-level alien beasts. At this critical moment, humanity discovered spiritual energy and created the first cultivation technique, the 5 Elements Manual. Though armed with the manual, humanity still struggled under the onslaught of alien beasts, but at least the counterattacks had begun. Eventually, the Sword Saint appeared. After 3 years of painstaking cultivation, he slew countless alien beasts with a single sword strike, bringing about a brief period of peace. Afterward, the Sword Saint disappeared, and large-scale alien beast invasions ceased. 1,000 years passed, and the name of the Sword Saint was etched into everyone's hearts. Although generations of top-tier geniuses emerged to fend off alien beast and foreign race invasions, the battlefields remained brutal. What's worse, in the past 100 years, martial progress seemed to have stagnated. No true geniuses had emerged, and top-level powerhouses were exceedingly scarce. But none of this had anything to do with Subai. He had originally thought that after transmigrating and binding with a system, he would sweep through all obstacles. Yet 2.5 years passed, and not only had the system failed to appear, but even his own talent was utterly mediocre. The only thing that could comfort him was the family fortune worth tens of billions. That's right, Subai was a bona fide second-generation rich kid. His family enterprises spanned the Jiang province and were valued at a staggering amount. His father was an advanced martial king, and his mother an advanced martial master. Realm divisions: pre-martial artist, martial master, martial king, grandmaster, great grandmaster, martial sovereign, martial emperor. Martial artist to great grandmaster are divided into basic, intermediate, and advanced tiers, while martial sovereign and martial emperor are divided into 9 grades. But as the son of 2 advanced martial powerhouses, Subai was a complete failure. Since childhood, he had consumed countless miraculous herbs, soaked in endless medicinal baths, and had access to abundant resources. For anyone else, reaching the martial master level would have been effortless. But Subai? His blood energy value was only 2.5, which was downright laughable. Billions of funds had been poured in, yet the result was just a pre-martial artist? He couldn't even reach the most basic college admission standard of 7 blood energy points for a pre-martial artist, barely qualifying for a vocational martial school where the minimum requirement was just 0.7 blood energy points. His parents had exhausted every possible avenue, consulting countless alchemy masters, but none could solve the issue. With the global martial exam fast approaching, Subai had nearly given up and was ready to go home to inherit the family fortune. And then, after 2.5 agonizing years, the system finally arrived. How could he not be thrilled at such a momentous occasion? The pay-to-win system? Oh, the one thing I don't lack is money. Recharge. I must recharge. Recharge like crazy. Subai shouted excitedly. Deducting 1 million. Congratulations, you have received a starter pack. Overjoyed, Subai didn't even notice his homeroom teacher glaring at him with a dark expression. Subai, what are you yelling about? This is class time. If you don't want to pay attention, fine, but don't disrupt others. The martial exam is just around the corner. Your parents have been worrying themselves sick, wanting you to focus on martial cultivation. Is this how you repay them? You can inherit the family fortune anytime, but have you thought about how you'll protect it when your parents are no longer around? In this world, strength is what matters most. Do you really want to see your family's generations of effort crumble in your hands? The martial arts exam is right around the corner. Put in some effort and at least aim to get into an undergraduate martial arts school. Show some promise. Look at yourself now, what kind of behavior is this? Teacher Lee stood on the podium, speaking patiently. Truthfully, he had long wanted to criticize Subai like this. With so many resources at his disposal, even with mediocre talent, he could have achieved something through hard work. But this kid, knowing his own talent was lacking, simply gave up and spent his days idling away. After school, he indulged in pleasure, not breaking any laws, but not doing anything productive either. At the beginning, he wasn't like this. Otherwise, the principal wouldn't have assigned this well-connected student to Teacher Lee's class. Their class had an average blood energy level of around 10 points, with most students already surpassing the undergraduate threshold. There were even a few prodigies whose blood energy exceeded 60, achieving the level of intermediate martial artists. And Subai? After 3 years and countless resources poured into him, his blood energy was only 2.5. This was undoubtedly tied to his defeatist attitude. With the martial arts exam looming, Old Lee wanted to give him one last piece of advice. After all, a prodigal who turns back is worth more than gold. As the homeroom teacher of the advanced class, Teacher Lee, himself a beginner martial king, wasn't afraid to offend the young master of the Su family by speaking bluntly. After all, they shared a teacher-student bond. He was giving Subai one last push, the rest would be up to fate. After being scolded, Subai sobered up and stood to apologize to Teacher Lee. I'm sorry, Teacher Lee. I was distracted just now, but I've thought it through. My goal is to get into one of the most prestigious universities in Huaxia. The classroom fell into silence. A few students couldn't help but want to laugh but held back due to Subai's status. Ha ha ha. Laughter rang out from the front row. Are you kidding me, young Master Su? Such big words, are you blowing hot air without even drafting it first? The speaker was Su Fei, a man with a decent appearance but a rotten character. His family's business often clashed with the Su families and always lost, so Su Fei delighted in mocking Subai whenever he could. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory, Subai retorted coldly. Su Fei froze, not understanding the meaning. A lackey beside him explained, Brother Fei, he's saying you're a dog. Put. Several people nearby couldn't help but burst out laughing. Su Fei flared up. Who are you calling a dog? Subai replied nonchalantly, whoever takes it personally, that's who. You. Su Fei wanted to say more but held back, wary of Subai's sharp tongue, which had caused him countless losses over the years. Plus, Teacher Lee was present, so he swallowed his words. After a moment of thought, Su Fei came up with a way to teach Subai a lesson. Subai, didn't you just say you want to get into a top-tier university? That must mean you're pretty strong, right? Perfect timing, there's a talent awakening ceremony the day after tomorrow. How about we have a sparring match then? Su Fei deliberately used a mocking tone to provoke him. After all, our young Master Su is aiming for the best universities. Surely you wouldn't mind giving me a lesson, right? What do you all think? Su Fei's lackeys immediately chimed in, yeah. Subai, don't tell us you're scared? Such a low-level provocation would have been ignored by the old Subai, who wouldn't bother courting trouble. But now things were different. He had bound himself to a pay-to-win system, spending money to grow stronger. And money was something he had in abundance. Beating Su Fei would be a walk in the park. In that case, I certainly won't refuse Su Fei's challenge. But just sparring is too dull. Adding a wager would make it more interesting. I recall your family recently acquired a martial king grade breaking boundary pill. It's worth quite a bit. I'll wager this cleansing marrow pill against it. Do you dare to accept, young Master Su? Suddenly, a pill appeared in Subai's hand, the cleansing marrow pill. As the name implied, it could clear impurities from the body and open the meridians, transforming an ordinary person into a genius overnight. Its market value was in the billions of martial arts coins and was extremely rare. As a fifth-tier pill, it required a fifth-tier alchemist to craft. Alchemists were exceedingly rare, which drove pill prices sky-high. Each tier increase multiplied the price several times. The Martial King's Breaking Boundary Pill, on the other hand, was a third-tier pill designed to help martial artists break through to the Martial King realm. Though only third tier, it was still incredibly expensive due to its role in advancing one's realm. Even at its lowest quality, it guaranteed an 80% success rate in breaking through, making it worth billions and exceptionally difficult to obtain. Su Fei was so shocked he could hardly believe it. What? You're willing to bet a cleansing marrow pill against me? Ha ha ha. If you're so eager to give me a pill, I suppose I must reluctantly accept it. Thank you, young Master Su. Teacher Li, please serve as our witness. We wouldn't want anyone backing out of the deal. Worried that Su Bai might renege, Su Fei quickly sought Teacher Li as a witness. If Su Bai backed out, Su Fei would have nothing to lose. Su Bai, are you sure you want to wager this? Su Fei is already a beginner martial artist with a blood energy level of 23, Teacher Li asked in a serious tone. The entire class was well aware of Su Bai's strength. Could he really defeat Su Fei in just 2 days? And still aim for the top universities in Huaxia? This is simply impossible, as absurd as a sow climbing a tree. Teacher Li said that Su Fei's strength was meant to make Su Bai back off. This was no joking matter, not to mention the stakes involved. Even if someone got injured during the sparring match, the responsibility would be enormous. It's fine, teacher. Let's set the stakes as they are. With you as a witness, I'll hand over this cleansing pill to you for safekeeping. Su Bai handed the pill to Teacher Li, fearing that the latter might go back on their word in the end. As a qualified transmigrator, Su Bai refused to believe that, even with his system backing him, he couldn't defeat a mere beginner martial artist. The moment the bell rang, Su Bai dashed home impatiently. At this moment, inside a luxurious mansion worth over 100 million, Su Bai declined the extravagant dinner prepared by the beautiful maid and went straight to his room, locking the door behind him. In front of him appeared a projection-like system interface. Pay-to-win system. Name, Su Bai. Talent, F. Your level of uselessness is so rare it's almost unbelievable. Asterisk, talent levels, ranked from lowest to highest, F, E, D. A, S, SS, SSS, asterisk. Cultivation level, quasi-martial artist, 2.5 vitality points. Cultivation technique, evergreen technique. Balance, 0. Shop, locked. Inventory, 1 newbie gift pack. Su Bai glanced over the interface, deliberately ignoring his once-in-a-millennium talent, but his body couldn't help trembling slightly. After 2.5 years of waiting, he finally had the chance to turn his life around. System, do you even know how hard it's been for me? It hasn't been easy, that's for sure. Considering all those nightly battles, if I had come any later, the host might have been done for. The sudden voice startled Su Bai, followed by an awkward silence. Asterisk, don't overthink it, it's just late-night shooter games. Asterisk. Do you believe me if I say that? Seeing the system remain silent, Su Bai didn't bother to argue further. Instead, he opened the newbie gift pack he had spent 1 million yuan on, eager to see what was inside. Earlier, he had been somewhat dazed by the system's talk, but now, looking at the 1 million yuan deduction on his phone, he began to doubt the system's reliability. After all, what kind of system charges 1 million yuan for a newbie gift pack? That's not a small sum. 1 million yuan could provide a middle-class family of 3 with decades of comfort. Of course, that's assuming they don't overspend. However, the name of the system, pay-to-win system, offered Su Bai a bit of reassurance. Pay-to-win is pay-to-win. How else could one become stronger without spending money? He just hoped that this 1 million yuan wouldn't let him down. Right now, the system was his only hope. His finger hovered over the newbie gift pack, hesitating. This moment would determine his future. Damn it, I've already been a loser once. How much worse could it get? Open. Congratulations, host, for opening the newbie gift pack and receiving the following rewards. Rewards: talent upgraded to A level, insight technique, top-tier fire element special talent, cultivation level upgraded to beginner martial artist, and the Yuan Yang / cultivation technique. Asterisk, special talents are ranked as low, beginner, intermediate, advanced, top tier, and the legendary Immortal tier. Asterisk. Aside from the insight technique and Yuan Yang / all other rewards were automatically activated. Before Su Bai could react, the system panel had already updated. Name, Su Bai. Talent, A level, plus. Asterisk, talent levels, F, E, D. A, S, SS, SSS, asterisk. Cultivation level, beginner martial artist, 10 vitality points. Cultivation techniques, evergreen technique, insight technique, Yuan Yang / balance, 0. Shop, locked. Inventory, empty. Seeing the dazzling A-level talent on the interface, Subai was overwhelmed with excitement. This time, he was truly on the rise. But to think that his past life's talent was the once-in-a-millennium F level, it was almost laughable. No wonder no matter how many resources he poured in, his strength improved at a snail's pace. With that kind of constitution, absorbing 1 point of vitality might only convert a pitiful 0.01 into actual progress. The rest of the vitality couldn't be absorbed at all and would just dissipate over time. It seemed like that million yuan was well spent. Subai was in a fantastic mood at this moment. This was the kind of cheat a transmigrator should have. The pay-to-win system was truly extraordinary. If only he had bound to it earlier. Spending a million yuan for such an enormous boost, if he'd poured in the tens of billions he'd wasted before, how strong would he be by now? Having been a loser for so many years, now that he had talent, what was the first thing to do? Obviously, it was to start cultivating immediately and experience what it felt like to be a genius. Since the newly obtained insight technique wasn't familiar yet, Subai sat cross-legged on his bed and began practicing the evergreen technique. Martial arts have undergone continuous development for thousands of years, with countless mental techniques and cultivation methods emerging over time. The Changchun technique is one among them. The 5 elements technique, created 1,000 years ago, has been refined repeatedly, giving rise to even more powerful mental techniques. But all these mental techniques and cultivation methods share one common trait. That is expensive. Extremely expensive. Take an ordinary mental technique or cultivation method, for example. Its effect might only enhance by less than 10%, yet even this mere 10% improvement would cost millions on the market. And this is just for a yellow rank low-grade technique, the most basic and inferior kind of mental technique. Cultivation method ranks are divided into yellow rank, profound rank, earth rank, and heaven rank, with the highest being the emperor rank. From yellow to heaven rank, each level is further divided into low grade, mid grade, and high grade. The emperor rank has no grade distinctions. This shows how valuable mental techniques and cultivation methods truly are. The Changchun technique in question is a mental technique left behind by a master-level expert. Subai's father spent an enormous amount of money and tapped into an extensive network of connections to acquire it. This is an earth-rank low-grade mental technique, worth at least hundreds of millions on the market, and it's always in short supply. Resources are always concentrated in the hands of the few. Therefore, ordinary people rarely have access to advanced mental techniques, although advanced cultivation methods are somewhat more accessible. For ordinary people, the only chance to obtain high-level mental techniques is by passing the martial examination. Yes, the martial examination. As long as you get into a university or higher institution, freshmen are generally allowed to choose a decent mental technique upon enrollment. Want to exchange it for something more advanced or other training resources? Sorry, you'll need to prove your worth first or risk your life on the battlefield to earn military merit points. Money alone won't suffice. Subai began to circulate the Changchun technique. Warm spiritual energy flowed through his entire body, making him so comfortable that he almost cried out. This was a sensation he had never experienced during his previous training. If not for how amazing this feeling was, he would have long given up on martial arts and resigned himself to being a carefree second-generation rich kid. Who wouldn't love this sensation? It felt better than any reward. Who needed external incentives when you had this? The power of an A-grade talent didn't stop there. Subai realized he only needed half a breath to complete one full cycle of energy circulation. Previously, his talent was so abysmal that it took him several breaths to finish one cycle, and the resulting increase in vitality was practically negligible. But now it was different. After one full cycle, he could clearly feel himself becoming stronger, though he wasn't yet sure of the exact improvement. At that moment, Subai quickly opened his system panel. Realm, Beginner Martial Artist, 10.01. Yes, he wasn't mistaken. His vitality value had indeed increased by 0.01. The system's realm upgrades seemed to seamlessly integrate into Subai's body, making it feel as if he had cultivated it himself, with no discomfort at all. This allowed Subai to immediately sense the improvement in his strength. Although it was just 0.01, it might mean an increase of several kilograms in punching power. For someone with 1 vitality, the standard punching power is approximately 100 kilograms. Each additional vitality point increases punching power by 10 kilograms until the beginner martial artist standard of 10 vitality is reached, with a base punching power of 200 kilograms. Beginner martial artist, vitality standard of 10, base punching power of 200 kilograms. Intermediate martial artist, vitality standard of 50, base punching power of 500 kilograms. Advanced martial artist, vitality standard of 100, base punching power of 1000 kilograms. Before reaching the martial master level, the increase in vitality value has a limited impact on strength, generally adding 10 kilograms of punching power per vitality point. But this is just the basic standard. Actual strength is influenced by other factors. After all, it's not uncommon in this world for geniuses to defeat stronger enemies beyond their rank. Cultivation methods and special talents can significantly enhance strength, often by a percentage increase. For example, a beginner martial artist with an ordinary cultivation method might be able to fight an intermediate martial artist to a standstill. A beginner martial artist with a powerful cultivation method and special talent could easily defeat an intermediate martial artist and even hold their own against an advanced martial artist. This highlights the importance of talent and cultivation methods. It's no wonder Su Fei dared to provoke him like this. Su Fei is also a talent wielder, albeit of the lowest grade. But even the weakest low-grade talent is far superior to being a talentless waste. The probability of awakening a special talent is extremely low, only about 1 in several thousand individuals. If a school has 10 students with special talents, it's already considered impressive. Moreover, at least half of these 10 would possess low-grade talents. Subai had just increased his vitality value by 0.01 points, and he could already feel a noticeable enhancement in his strength. This was all thanks to the system, which not only elevated his cultivation level but also granted him a top-tier special talent. Even without actively running any cultivation techniques, Subai could sense his strength steadily growing bit by bit. Then, Subai unintentionally glanced at the system panel and made a shocking discovery. Talent, grade A, plus. When he saw the symbol, Subai froze, completely stunned on the spot. What the hell? The words burst out of his mouth uncontrollably. The beginner's gift pack had already upgraded his talent to grade A, which was shocking enough. But now, he realized that this talent could continue to be upgraded? Clearly, he had underestimated this system. After the shock subsided, Subai was filled with anticipation. He had only reached a grade A talent, and the effects were already this significant. If it could be upgraded to grade S, or even SS, how powerful would that be? It was known that this world had developed for a millennium, and yet, people with talents above grade S were exceedingly rare. Generally speaking, in the global martial arts exams each year, only a few dozen individuals would awaken to an SSS grade talent. Don't think this number is large. When compared to the total number of examinees worldwide, it's practically negligible. Take Jiang Province, where Subai lived, for example. Last year, the province had several hundred people reach grade S, only one person reach grade SS, and no one reach SSS. In Subai City, there were only 2 individuals with grade S talents, and none above that. With a population in Jiang Province exceeding 100 million, only 2 people awakened to grade S talents in an entire year. The rarity was astonishing. Special talents were particularly unique. No one knew the exact conditions for their awakening. They could appear in so-called trash individuals or the most outstanding geniuses. While the odds of awakening a special talent were about the same as those for talents above grade S, only the lucky few got the chance. If a top-tier genius awakened a special talent, their strength could multiply exponentially. Even if a so-called trash individual awakened one, they could break through level restrictions and fight beyond their rank. Special talents weren't limited to combat types, they also included auxiliary types, such as alchemists, artifact refiners, and beast tamers. This world was vast and full of wonders. There were still many special talents that humanity had yet to understand. Even after thousands of years of exploration, their secrets remained elusive, highlighting just how mysterious these talents were. For the past millennium, countless people had tried various methods to enhance their talents, but all had failed. Talents seemed permanently fixed. Even the rare exceptions couldn't replicate their success. Otherwise, parents would go bankrupt if it meant improving their children's talents. Subai, holding back his excitement, reached out and clicked on the plus symbol. Dear host, your balance is insufficient to upgrade your talent. With just 1 billion yuan, your talent can be upgraded to grade S. Would you like to recharge? Subai's hand froze mid-air, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Of course. The beginner's gift pack already cost 1 million. Now upgrading my talent requires 1 billion? Luckily, my dad has assets worth tens of billions. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to afford this system, Subai thought to himself. The system, seeing his hesitation, assumed he was deliberating. Dear host, it has been 3 hours since your last top-up. To celebrate your return, we're offering a special comeback gift pack. For just 1 billion yuan, your talent will upgrade to grade S, and your cultivation level will rise to intermediate warrior. Subai was speechless. He couldn't help but think that this system seemed to have learned a few shady marketing tricks. Though he grumbled, his hands obediently clicked agree and accepted the limited-time comeback gift pack offer. Another deduction notification came through on his phone, and Subai's strength advanced to the intermediate warrior level. The system panel refreshed, showing his talent upgraded to grade S and his cultivation level as intermediate warrior, vitality value, 50. But Subai noticed that the plus symbol next to his talent was still lit and hadn't disappeared. 3 billion yuan to upgrade to SS grade. 5 billion yuan to upgrade to SSS grade. And it didn't stop there, 10 billion yuan to reach divine grade talent. Talent, divine grade, the world's only top-tier talent, surpassing SSS grade. After upgrading his talent to its maximum, Subai realized that the savings he had accumulated over the years had been drained by the system. He was left with just a few million, barely enough to maintain his daily life. This pay-to-win system really burns through cash. But well, after spending nearly 2 billion yuan, I finally upgraded my talent to its peak, Subai muttered to himself. Divine grade talent? This is the first time I've heard of a talent surpassing SSS grade, and it's the only one of its kind? Does that mean I'm the only one who has it? I wonder how powerful cultivation will be with this divine grade talent. Let's give it a try. The next morning, as the first light of dawn broke through, Subai woke up from his cultivation state, brimming with excitement. Cultivation level, Advanced Warrior. Indeed, after just one night of training, Subai had broken through from a mid-level warrior to a high-level warrior, with his blood energy surpassing 200. By all logic, even with a celestial grade talent, this shouldn't have been possible so quickly. But before activating the Changchun technique, Subai had taken a look at the cultivation manual included in the beginner's gift pack, the Enlightenment technique. And that one glance had shocked him to the core. It turned out to be an Emperor-tier cultivation manual. The beginner's gift pack was truly extraordinary. With celestial grade talent combined with the blessing of the Emperor-tier cultivation manual Enlightenment technique, Subai's blood energy skyrocketed from 50 to over 200 in just one night, instantly elevating him to a high-level warrior. Now, if Subai were to confront Su Fei, he could easily take care of him with just a flick of a finger. Yesterday, he had confidently declared that he would aim for the most prestigious universities in Huaxia, though even he thought it was wishful thinking at the time. Yet now, it seemed those top universities might very well be waiting for him to decide which one he wanted to attend. There were 3 elite universities in Huaxia. The first was Beta, officially known as Baida University, located in the capital. It boasted the most outstanding faculty and student resources. The second was Guoda, or the National Defense University, established by the military. Graduates were primarily funneled directly into military service, their careers tied to the battlefield. The third was Shanghai University. As for Shanghai University, the only word to describe it was peculiar. It ranked third, but not because it was weaker. On the contrary, Shanghai University had the strongest overall capabilities in all of Huaxia, without a doubt. Its third-place ranking was due to its unique admission and management policies. Shanghai University did not assess applicants based on their talents or strength. As long as you met their criteria, you could enroll directly. But if you didn't meet their requirements, even if you were a once-in-a-century SSS grade genius with top-tier special abilities, you wouldn't be admitted. This whimsical admission policy was precisely why Shanghai University had consistently maintained its position as the top institution in terms of comprehensive strength. Every warrior who graduated from Shanghai University was renowned across the world, and its faculty and principals were at least at the Grandmaster level. It wasn't uncommon for Shanghai University to admit no new students during an enrollment year. This air of mystery made Shanghai University a place all warriors yearned for, hoping that they might one day catch the attention of this enigmatic institution and soar to new heights. For now, however, Subai needed to focus on the Talent Awakening 2 days away. If he remembered correctly, the Talent Awakening was also tied to a major competition. Yes, the Talent Awakening ceremony 2 days later was not only of critical importance but also connected to a qualifying event for a Secret Realm competition. The Secret Realm competition was a large-scale event determining the resource allocation among several provinces. Organized jointly by multiple provinces, every city participated. Each city would select the top 10 candidates from the Talent Awakening rankings to enter a secret realm, where they would hunt exotic beasts. Final rankings would be determined by accumulated points. Originally, this had nothing to do with Subai, who had a measly 2.5 blood energy and was seen as a worthless failure. But things were different now. His talent had been upgraded to celestial class, and after a single night of cultivation, his strength had reached the level of a high-level warrior. Moreover, this system was incredibly costly. While Subai still didn't know the full extent of the system's capabilities, the Celestial Grade Talent and Emperor Tier Cultivation Manual alone made it clear that this system was no ordinary tool. Unfortunately, Subai was now broke, and the system couldn't care less about him. He also had no idea what other functions the system had. Without a manual, he could only figure it out through trial and error. The store interface on the systems panel was still locked, so Subai had no choice but to let it go for now. Currently, he was utterly penniless. Even if the system's other features existed, he could only stare at them helplessly. However, for the moment, the combination of celestial grade talent and a top-tier fire element special talent already made him superior to 99.99% of the population on Blue Star. Tomorrow was the test. While his high-level warrior strength was impressive, it wasn't enough to guarantee first place. What if a dark horse suddenly appeared? That would be a disaster. He had to continue cultivating. Since he had decided to participate in the citywide competition, his goal was naturally to aim for first place. Subai made a call and applied for a day off, intending to stay home and focus entirely on cultivation. At school, Teacher Lee was a bit worried. Was Subai under some kind of stress? He had been acting strangely since yesterday, even claiming he wanted to get into a top-tier university. But those 3 universities? At least 2 of them required entry-level high-level warriors. Subai's blood energy was only 2.5. With some effort, he might get into an ordinary undergraduate program, but claiming he could get into those 3 universities was pure fantasy. As for Shanghai University, the third-ranked institution that didn't care about talent or cultivation level, it admitted so few students each year that Subai's chances of being accepted were laughable. Impossible. If Subai really got into one of the top 3 universities, Teacher Lee swore he'd eat his desk on the spot. Only one final step remains, and I'll break through to Warrior Master. The next morning, Subai finished his cultivation. The Celestial Grade Talent and Emperor Tier Cultivation Manual made him feel as if he was growing stronger every moment. Now he finally understood how those who frequently entered seclusion managed to endure it. Today was the school test. With over 400 blood energy, that should be enough, shouldn't it? Just one step away from breaking through 500 chi in blood, becoming a martial master. Breaking through to martial master within 3 days is extremely rare in the history of Blue Star, practically unbelievable. After organizing his equipment, Subai prepared to head to school. During his cultivation yesterday, he also took the opportunity to check his one and only technique, the Primordial Yang Slash. As expected, it was a high-grade technique, classified as Heaven Rank, lower tier. Every technique is divided into 5 stages: Beginner, Minor Achievement, Major Achievement, Perfection, and Microcosm. As a Heaven Rank, lower tier sword technique, even reaching the beginner stage requires several months of cultivation. But for Subai, who had activated cheats, this was no challenge. While cultivating this technique, he discovered the system's new feature, Pay-to-Win Accelerated Cultivation. To elevate a Heaven Rank technique to the Microcosm stage would cost approximately 1 billion yuan. Subai, however, only had a few million yuan at the moment, enough to support him up to the Major Achievement stage, leaving him absolutely broke. Still, being able to cultivate the Primordial Yang Slash to the Major Achievement stage for just a few million yuan was a deal anyone would consider worthwhile. Just as Subai unlocked his phone, he noticed several missed calls and frowned slightly. They were from his father and mother. The two had made multiple calls, but he had been too focused on cultivation to answer. Should he call them back? After lingering on the dialing interface for a long time, Subai eventually put his phone away. Forget it. Today is the test, and he would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. It would be better to call them after the test to share the good news. Putting his phone away, Subai left the villa. What he didn't know was that everything had been observed by the maid in the villa. She wasn't an ordinary maid but a bodyguard specifically hired by Subai's cheap parents to ensure his safety to and from school. In the business world, they had offended many people. Unable to deal with them directly, those individuals might resort to targeting their son in their typically ruthless manner. This maid was, in fact, a junior martial king, hired at a steep price by Subai's cheap dad. A martial king. And here was Subai, a so-called waste who wasn't even a junior martial artist, yet he had a martial king protecting him. Who would believe it? As soon as Subai stepped out, the maid took out her phone and made a call. She reported everything that had happened with Subai over the past 2 days, including the situation at school and the bet with Su Fei. After finishing her report, the maid quietly followed Subai in the direction of the school. Brother Bai, why didn't you come to class yesterday? Today is the day for aptitude awakening. Su Fei was so arrogant when he found out you weren't here, I really wanted to punch him. At the school gate, a chubby boy excitedly described Su Fei's arrogance from the previous day to Su Bai. He spoke so animatedly it was as if he himself had been bullied. This chubby boy was Su Bai's childhood friend. Their fathers had been friends since they were young, and the three of them had grown up together. Over the past 3 years, Su Bai, being the most cunning, had become the leader, while the chubby boy was the youngest in their group. His name was Wang Fugue, which matched his family's affluent background. The three families often helped each other out. There was also another childhood friend, a girl. Brother Bai, are you really going to fight Su Fei? He's already a junior martial artist and has a earth-rank technique. I heard he's already reached the beginner stage with it. Even if we awaken an excellent aptitude, I'm afraid we still wouldn't be able to beat him. Why not just forget about it? It's just a cleansing pellet, not worth the trouble. No need to take it seriously. Fugue hesitated as he spoke. Su Bai remained silent for a moment. After Fugue finished speaking, Su Bai unintentionally released the aura of an advanced martial artist. Brother Bai? Fugue felt the pressure of the martial artist's aura and froze, utterly stunned. He couldn't believe this aura was coming from Su Bai. His own aptitude wasn't bad, otherwise, he wouldn't have been in the same class as Su Bai. Although he hadn't been particularly diligent in cultivation, he was already a junior martial artist with a chi and blood value of around 17. But now, with just a release of aura, Su Bai was making him feel deeply threatened. To put this into perspective, as a junior martial artist, he didn't even feel this much pressure when facing intermediate martial artists in their class. And yet, Brother Bai, just through his aura, was making him feel endangered. Brother Bai, are you an advanced martial artist? Fugue's voice trembled as he asked in shock. How could this be? Wasn't Brother Bai a quasi-martial artist with a chi and blood value of 2.5? How had he suddenly become an advanced martial artist? Had he ascended in just a few days? Or had Brother Bai always been this strong and was simply hiding his strength all along? Fugue was more inclined to believe the latter, as the former was practically impossible. If it were the latter, then Brother Bai was truly terrifying. Despite all the rumors, Brother Bai could endure for so many years, pretending to be a rich second-generation good-for-nothing who was waiting for death. Such a mindset among all the people Fugue knew only Brother Bai could have. As expected of Brother Bai, I knew there was an anomaly during his birth. How could he possibly be a waste who struggled with cultivation? But thinking about it now, Fugue felt a bit envious and helpless as he looked at Su Bai. Weren't we supposed to slack off together? How did you end up as an advanced martial artist? Advanced warriors, those who have essentially stepped into the ranks of the elites, while he, after all this cultivation, was still just a beginner. Su Bai nodded slightly. After all, today was just a test. His strength would inevitably be revealed sooner or later. He deliberately leaked his aura, simply to ease Fatty's worries. Otherwise, Fatty might really think that his 2.5 blood energy value was just there to serve as cannon fodder, not even lasting until the final moment. Damn! Lacking a better vocabulary, this damn became Fatty's go-to expression for everything. Even Su Bai himself admitted it. Hearing this, Fugue was so shocked that he kept exclaiming, damn, and marveled, so all these years, you've just been pretending to be a pushover? Brother Bai, you're now an advanced warrior. Looks like Su Fei is in for a major humiliation this time. I really can't wait to see Su Fei's reaction when he finds out your true identity. It's bound to be epic. Fugue grinned mischievously, already imagining the scene of Su Fei being utterly embarrassed. In the classroom, Teacher Li was explaining the rules of this test to everyone. This test is the highest standard one in history. The Provincial Martial Artists Association will send people to help you awaken your talents and special abilities. This will determine your future. Originally, talent assessments were conducted 1 month before the martial examination, but this year's different. The citywide competition has been moved up, and this is a golden opportunity for you all. The rewards for the top 10 this time are 10 times what they used to be. Everyone must give their all and present their best state for this challenge. No one knows the outcome, anyone could become a dark horse. Teacher Li stood at the podium, his voice impassioned, exuding a commanding presence. The classroom atmosphere was instantly ignited. Those martial artists with lower levels of cultivation were especially excited, as the talent awakening was unexpectedly brought forward. This year's talent awakening is happening earlier? Isn't it usually just a month before the martial exam? Why the change? Damn, the awakening is earlier. There's still 2 to 3 months until the martial exam. If I can awaken a good talent, that would be amazing. Exactly. Even though my current level is much lower than those intermediate warriors, who knows what kind of talent I'll awaken. That's true, but the higher your cultivation before awakening, the better your talent will be. We might be in trouble. But what if? I've heard of people who had mediocre talents before awakening but then awakened an S-level talent and soared to the top. The classroom grew increasingly animated, with everyone hoping to awaken a high-level talent. Teacher Lee looked at the scene and nodded in satisfaction. When strength is lacking, momentum must make up for it. Although Class 2 wasn't the strongest class in the school, their morale had to overpower others. Just as Teacher Lee was pleased with the passionate students, his eyes unconsciously landed on one individual, Subai. These motivational talks were something Subai had heard too many times in his previous life, to the point of exhaustion. Hearing them now, he felt nothing. This kid was spouting nonsense a few days ago, as if he's a completely different person. Who knows what kind of shock he experienced? He even took a day off yesterday. Today's the day of talent awakening. Let's see if he can make it. Hopefully, he can awaken at least a D-level talent. That way, he can barely scrape by relying on resources. But as Teacher Lee recalled how Subai had barely managed to push his blood energy to 2.5 over the past 2+ years, despite consuming a large amount of resources, the chances of him awakening a high-level talent seemed slim to none. As everyone was passionately discussing, a classmate suddenly asked, "What do you think Subai will awaken?" "I think it's unlikely. His parents got him a cleansing pill a few days ago, and he ended up using it to bet against Su Fei in today's competition. Yeah, if he had taken that pill, there might have been a chance. But he actually used it for a bet. I really don't get how his mind works." Su Fei, standing nearby, couldn't hold back his ridicule. What talent could he possibly awaken? His blood energy has only reached 2.5 after more than 2 years. It's hard enough for him to get into a university, and yet he dared to boast about applying to the top 3 schools. Do you even know? Those top 3 schools are places even I find hard to reach. How could Subai possibly manage? What does he rely on? His smooth-talking mouth? Or his rich parents? I swear, even if I'd die outside before I'd believe Subai could awaken anything above a D-level talent. The crowd buzzed with discussion, while Fugue stood to the side with a face full of disdain. After learning that Brother Bai was an advanced warrior, Fugue could barely restrain himself from boasting. If it weren't for the need to keep Brother Bai's strength hidden for now, he'd already be strutting around with an air of invincibility. Listening to Su Fei's clownish nonsense, Fugue didn't even take it seriously. If Su Fei found out Brother Bai was truly an advanced warrior, he'd probably drop to his knees and beg for forgiveness. A mere beginner warrior, daring to mock my Brother Bai, utterly delusional. Though Fugue couldn't openly refute Su Fei just yet, he quietly pulled out his phone and began recording, capturing every word Su Fei had just said. After a round of fervent encouragement, the members of Jiang Province's Martial Arts Association arrived at the school. The broadcast system was currently notifying all senior year classes to gather at the sports field promptly for the awakening ceremony. Alright, students, today is the day that will determine your future. Whether you become a powerful warrior or remain an ordinary person, I hope each of you awakens a talent that satisfies you. Now, follow me to the sports field and get ready for the talent awakening. Don't wander off. When your name is called, go up immediately. Disrupting order will result in punishment, so keep that in mind, reminded Teacher Lee. Understood, teacher, the students responded in unison. Soon, a group of people followed Teacher Lee to the sports field. The awakening platform had already been set up. On the platform stood a man holding a crystal ball, with a metal pin to his chest. The insignia of silver 3 stars indicated that this man was an advanced martial artist, evidently a representative sent by the Provincial Martial Arts Association. The principal, vice principal, members of the Martial Arts Association, representatives from the Alchemy Association, and some city officials were also present to witness the talent awakening ceremony. Every year during the talent awakening, they eagerly anticipated discovering promising new talents, hoping to recruit them in advance or take them on as disciples. For them, this was a wise investment. Shortly after, the ceremony officially began, with the students of Class 1 stepping up to the platform first. De Feiji. As the first student to step onto the awakening platform, De Feiji felt both nervous and excited. He hadn't expected the awakening ceremony to start earlier than planned. If he could awaken an exceptional talent, his strength would greatly improve. In the future, he might even have a chance to get into one of the second-tier universities just below the top 3 elite institutions. With a mix of apprehension and hope, De Feiji walked onto the awakening platform. Place your hand on this crystal ball, sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and try your best to absorb it. The martial artist, with a moderate tone, explained the awakening steps, ensuring everyone could hear clearly to avoid having to repeat himself. Defeji followed the instructions, and the crystal ball emitted a faint glow. Defeji, C-level talent, no special abilities. Next. C-level talent? It's actually C-level. Looks like Class 1 truly stands out. The very first student awakened a C-level talent. A C-level talent is no joke. Normally, a C-level is sufficient to qualify for some second-tier universities. I'm so envious. If I could awaken a C-level talent, my family would probably set off fireworks to celebrate for an entire day. Wait, am I the only one noticing his name? What were his parents thinking when they named him? Fongjia, D-level talent, no special abilities. Next. E-level talent. Next. C-level talent. Next. B-level talent. Next. Next, Chu Yoyu. Chu Yoyu. Finally, it's the school beauty's turn. The school beauty is already an advanced martial artist. Her talent must be at least A-level, right? My goddess, my goddess. There's no way her talent is just A-level. It has to start at S-level, at the very least. Don't you understand? I heard the goddess is already an advanced martial artist, and she supposedly has a marriage arrangement with that useless guy from our school. It's infuriating. Watch your words. That's our boss's girlfriend you're talking about. You think you can badmouth her? Su Fei's lackeys warned arrogantly. As Chu Yoyu walked towards the awakening platform, her anxious gaze swept in the direction of Class 2, hoping to spot that familiar figure. However, with the large crowd in Class 2 and Su Bai and Fugue standing towards the back, Chu Yoyu naturally couldn't see him. Su Bai. She murmured with some unease in her heart. She had only learned today about Su Bai's bet with Su Fei. It turned out Su Bai hadn't come to school yesterday for a reason. When her name was called, Chu Yoyu had no choice but to suppress her worries. She bit her lip lightly and stepped onto the awakening platform. You know what to do, right? Place your hand on it. The martial artist in charge of the awakening didn't even look up, fully focused on organizing the data from earlier. So far, the highest talent level was only B-level, and he had previously recorded 1 S-level and 3 A-level talents. Upon arriving at this school, he had hoped to achieve some impressive results, but out of this batch of students, only 1 B-level talent had emerged among over a dozen individuals. The results were frankly underwhelming. As the martial artist lamented his performance, a sudden phenomenon occurred. The crystal ball emitted a flash of purple light, interwoven with faint streaks of golden light. The glow rapidly intensified, transforming into a purple golden beam that shot straight into the sky, reaching a height of 100 meters. The unexpected sight snapped the martial artist out of his thoughts. He stared in astonishment at the towering beam of light. Purple mingled with gold, this was an SS-level talent. The principal immediately stood up, shielding Chu Yoyu. The phenomenon in the sky didn't dissipate. A few seconds later, a crisp and resonant phoenix cry pierced the heavens. Following this, a small, delicate creature emerged from within Chu Yoyu, circling higher and higher around the beam of light, its form gradually growing larger. When it soared to the peak of the sky, the creature had transformed into a giant phoenix hundreds of meters long. After another resounding phoenix cry that echoed through the heavens, the phenomenon slowly dissipated. The martial master responsible for overseeing the awakening was already trembling with excitement at the sight of the beam of light. But when he heard the phoenix's cry, his legs gave out. He had to clutch onto the awakening platform to keep himself from collapsing. The principal and a group of Martial King-level experts immediately surrounded Chu Yoyu, forming a tight protective circle around her. That enormous beast from earlier, everyone confirmed it was the legendary phoenix. This girl's awakening had triggered such a celestial phenomenon, even drawing the auspicious phoenix to celebrate. How terrifying must her talent be? The martial master, having finally regained his composure, announced with a trembling voice, Chu Yoyu, talent. Chu Yoyu, talent SS grade, special talent unknown. That's right, her special talent was unknown. The appearance of the phoenix had rendered her talent unfathomable, beyond the detection capabilities of the awakening orb. All that could be confirmed was that it was SS grade. This kind of special talent likely could only be thoroughly researched after entering one of the 3 top-tier universities. Otherwise, apart from Chu Yoyu herself, no one would know the true nature of her special talent. And this also limited her talent's full potential. Although the exact nature of her talent remained unknown, everyone present was certain that it must be a top-tier talent, perhaps even the legendary celestial grade talent. Even without this mysterious special talent, an SS grade talent alone was enough to make the prominent figures on the platform scramble to win her over. If they couldn't recruit her, they at least had to establish a good relationship and leave a favorable impression. An SS grade talent was almost equivalent to holding a guaranteed admission ticket to one of the 3 elite universities. Her future strength could very well reach the pinnacle of martial emperor or even martial sovereign levels. Such a genius had to be befriended and never offended. Not to mention, she was also the cherished daughter of the Chu family. How envious I am. If old man Chu hears this news, he'll definitely come out of seclusion just to flaunt it in front of us old geezers. No wonder. With a granddaughter this amazing, awakening in SS grade talent. If my grandson had even half of her talent, I could brag for 10 straight years. Old man Chu must have accumulated immense fortune in his past life. His son is already talented and powerful, and now his granddaughter is even more exceptional. Why don't I ever have such luck? I heard that this little girl from the Chu family has a childhood engagement with that boy from the Su family. Is that true? That boy from the Su family? Don't make me laugh. Everyone knows he's an unprecedented waste of talent. Despite pouring endless resources into him, his blood energy value barely reached 2.5. It's impossible. Even if it's true, so what? Now that the Chu family's granddaughter has awakened in SS grade talent, she's leagues above that Su boy. That engagement was merely a verbal agreement between the 2 families. Coincidentally, I have a grandson. As the phenomenon faded, Chu Youyu's eyes widened slightly, surprised by the changes she felt in her body. She had thought that awakening a talent above grade A would already be quite remarkable. She never expected to awaken an SS grade talent and with an additional mysterious special talent. After awakening her talent, Chu Youyu discovered that she could clearly sense the spiritual energy around her, and it seemed to share a unique connection with her. With just a single thought, all the surrounding spiritual energy would converge toward her, ready for her to absorb. Before Chu Youyu could fully explore the changes brought by her talent, a crowd of people instantly surrounded her. Chu Youyu, hello. I'm from the Martial Artists Association. As long as you're willing to join us, you can make any request. All resources will be at your disposal, and a Grandmaster mentor will personally guide you. Chu Youyu, don't listen to them. I'm from. A large group of people surrounded Chu Youyu, all talking over one another, trying to recruit her into their factions or offering her gifts in an attempt to curry favor. But as Chu Youyu looked at these martial kings, who were now quarreling and even cursing each other over her, something she had never seen before, she couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. After all, even the weakest among them was on the same level as her father. Thankfully, the principal couldn't bear to watch any longer. He quickly stepped in to disperse the crowd, saying, "All right, that's enough. You're all elders here. Let the young lady have her own thoughts. If you really want to recruit her, wait until the awakening ceremony is over. Besides, as far as I know, the 3 top-tier universities are already aware of this news and will be here soon. Your chances of recruiting her are slim to none." The principal's words brought the group back to reality. With so many students still watching from below, how unbecoming it would be for these old masters to quarrel in public and make a spectacle of themselves. Moreover, with Chu Youyu now on the radar of the 3 elite universities, their chances of competing for her were practically non-existent. All they could do was leave a good impression. But, the 3 universities? Even that university had been alerted? It seems the unique talent of the Chu family's young lady is no joke. This time, the Chu family is truly destined to soar. Snapping out of the excitement from awakening her S-rank talent, Chu Youyu glanced worriedly in the direction of Class 2. At this moment, everyone on the playground was dumbfounded by the unusual phenomenon in the heavens and earth. Who had ever witnessed such a magnificent scene? A mythical beast had appeared, and everyone was celebrating. Am I seeing things? The school beauty actually awakened an S-rank talent and even brought forth the legendary Phoenix Beast. I never imagined I'd witness this with my own eyes. I'm done for. My goddess has awakened an S-rank talent, and the gap between us just got even bigger. I could cry. The school beauty isn't just stunning, has a great personality, and comes from a good family. Now even her talent is ridiculously strong. My God, this is just unfair. Such a perfect girlfriend, why can't she be mine? Just imagining which family this perfect goddess will belong to in the future makes my heart ache. It's unbearable. Su Fei, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but nod discreetly. As expected of the woman he had his eyes on, her talent far exceeded his expectations. The more outstanding she was, the more he wanted to conquer her. Subai and Fugue also witnessed the phenomenon firsthand. Subai was prepared and unsurprised. After all, his talent was a top-tier SSS rank celestial grade talent. There was little left in the world that could astonish him. Fugue, on the other hand, was utterly dumbfounded. He had always thought that for Baigu to endure for so many years and become a high-level warrior was impressive enough. But now, Chu Youyu had awakened an S-rank talent. Two childhood friends, one the big brother, the other the big sister, were both rising stars, leaving only him, a low-level warrior, trembling in a corner. Fugue couldn't help but sigh. We grew up together, why did you two secretly become so strong while I'm the only one left like a useless nobody? This is so disheartening. After Chu Youyu's awakening, the martial instructor responsible for the process excitedly called for the next person to step forward. Haha, who would have thought there'd be an S-rank genius in this class? My performance targets are more than fulfilled now. Maybe I'll get promoted and a raise when I go back. Good thing I was in charge of this city's awakenings, or someone else would have taken all the credit. Next, Shizhen Xiang. C-rank talent. Next, A-rank talent. Next. Before long, everyone in Class 1 had completed their awakenings. Aside from Chu Youyu's S-rank talent, there was also one A-rank and 3 B-rank talents. Next was Class 2. Fugue clenched his fists tightly, praying to the heavens for a good talent. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't have the face to stay any longer. Chu Youyu returned to her seat in Class 1. After a psychological struggle, she mustered her courage, tinged with worry and shyness, and began walking toward Class 2. Wow, the school beauty is walking toward us. Could she be coming to find me? Stop dreaming. Have you looked in the mirror? Are you even half as handsome as me? Get real. What a bunch of self-deluded guys. The school beauty is now a high-level warrior and has awakened an S-rank talent. How could she possibly be coming for any of you ordinary nobodies? Exactly. If the school beauty wants someone, it'd be young Master Su. Who else could be worthy of her? Certainly not that loser Subai. Ha ha ha. Even if Subai once had some connection with the school beauty, now that she's awakened an S-rank talent, he's a complete nobody. There's no way she'd look for him. Looking for Subai? Let me tell you, if the school beauty comes to find Subai, I'll perform a handstand while eating. Su Fei looked expectantly at Chu Youyu, hoping she was coming for him, but a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Fugue, enjoying the drama, patted Subai on the shoulder. Baigu, it's obvious Youyu is coming for you. If everyone in our class finds out, they'll probably want to skin you alive. Especially Su Fei. Look at how expectant he is. If he finds out Youyu came for you, he might just lose his mind with jealousy. Subai raised an eyebrow at that, gazing at the childhood friend walking toward him. He was curious. In such a situation, with Chu Youyu having awakened an S-rank talent and knowing the original body's reputation as a complete loser, why would she still come to him? According to his memories, this engagement was made when they were children. Chu Youyu had always clung to him while playing, and later, their families, seeing how close they were, arranged the engagement. As they grew up, both of them became aware of the engagement but neither sought to annul it, silently acknowledging the agreement. As one of their childhood friends, Fugue naturally knew about this, but he wasn't jealous, only full of admiration. Bai Ji's judgment was truly remarkable. Back then, Chu Youyu was just a little tagalong who followed them everywhere. Fugue had even found her annoying, but Subai had always included her. Over time, the three of them became as close as brothers who had grown up together inseparably. Unexpectedly, Chu Youyu grew up to become a stunningly beautiful woman, her beauty capable of toppling nations, and her cultivation advanced at a rapid pace. After being reassigned into different classes in high school, the three were separated. Chu Youyu went to Class 1, while the two brothers ended up in Class 2. With her extraordinary beauty, Chu Youyu became the school belle, drawing immense attention. After entering high school, the two of them rarely interacted with her. Now that Chu Youyu had come looking for him, could it be to break off the engagement? Based on the typical tropes Subai had read in feel-good novels, the sequence usually went like this: awakening his golden finger, a villain coming to taunt him, and then the fiancé breaking off the engagement only for him to gain a buff and soar to greatness. Looking at Chu Youyu's delicate and captivating face, Subai truly hoped she was his wife. Where else could he find such a perfect woman? Chu Youyu walked into Class 2 and began searching for the person she had been thinking about. Chu Youyu, who are you looking for? Just say the name, and I'll take you there right away. Yeah, Chu Youyu, are you looking for someone? What's their name? You even came personally, what a privilege. Chu Youyu. Seeing Chu Youyu arrive, everyone crowded around her, eager to guide her and leave a good impression. They all understood in their hearts that Chu Youyu wasn't there to find them, they just wanted to take the opportunity to curry favor. Surrounded by a crowd, Chu Youyu appeared a bit flustered. She lightly bit her red lips, her expression exuding the allure of a goddess descended to earth. In a soft voice, she asked, "Excuse me, is Subai here?" The moment her words fell, the once noisy crowd fell silent. The silence was such that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Did the school bell just say who she's looking for? Did I hear wrong? Was it Subai? With these two sentences, the crowd broke into a heated discussion. What? The school bell is looking for Subai? How is that possible? Why would she be looking for Subai? He's just barely become a prospective martial artist. What's going on? Ha ha ha. The guy who just said it's impossible, come out and do a handstand while eating a melon. I've got it recorded, don't deny it. No way. Isn't the school bell supposed to be looking for Brother Fei? Why would she be looking for Subai? This absolutely doesn't make sense. Who would go looking for a waste like Subai? Su Fei's lackey couldn't believe his ears. Su Fei, observing the situation before him, was so furious his blood pressure spiked. Hearing that Chu Yoyu was looking for Subai, jealousy burned in his eyes. Next up, Su Fei. It was Su Fei's turn to awaken. Though his heart was filled with jealousy and rage, he could only channel that anger into motivation, hoping to awaken a talent as strong as Chu Yoyu's. Place your hand on it. Su Fei suppressed his fury and began his awakening. The crystal ball emitted a faint purple glow under his touch, flickering briefly. Just as disappointment crossed his face, a flame suddenly ignited in his hand, transforming freely. Su Fei, S-grade talent, advanced fire element talent, the awakening officer announced immediately. After witnessing such extraordinary talents and phenomena today, even this S-grade fire talent made his eyes light up. Who would have thought that this tiny school would harbor so many geniuses? Looks like my promotion and raise are secure this time. If a few more pop up, I can retire with peace of mind. The awakening officer felt this school was a treasure trove, occasionally producing a genius or two. If a couple more emerged, his future was set. Su Fei, realizing that he not only awakened an S-grade talent but also possessed an advanced special fire element talent, sneered coldly in his heart. Now, what could Subai possibly do? You, a waste with a blood energy value of only 2.5, how dare you challenge me, an intermediate martial artist? I've already awakened S-grade and advanced special talents. What good are your words now? In this world, power is what truly matters. With this S-grade talent of mine, if I were to accidentally cripple you in a duel, it wouldn't be a problem, right? I'll spare your life so you can watch how I claim Chu Yoyu step by step. Now aware of his talent, Su Fei began to form a sinister plot in his mind. As a fellow rich second generation, Su Fei naturally knew about the marriage agreement between Chu Yoyu and Subai. That was why he had always targeted Subai. Why did this waste Subai deserve Chu Yoyu's affection? Meanwhile, despite chasing her for so long, she had never even glanced at him. Why? What did Subai have, apart from being slightly more handsome than him, that made him better? Could good looks fill your stomach? Could good looks make people treat you differently? Could good looks make up for deficiencies in talent and power? Snot-nosed brat, what do you want with me? Subai, knowing that Chu Yoyu had come looking for him, stepped forward on his own to greet her. Snot-nosed brat was a nickname Subai had given Chu Yoyu when they were kids. Although he had called her that less frequently after entering high school, he couldn't help but call her that again this time. Hearing that familiar yet long-forgotten nickname, Chu Yoyu froze for a moment and looked toward the source of the voice. The familiar figure in her heart gradually overlapped with the person before her. Subaigage, it's now my turn to protect you. Chu Yoyu's thoughts drifted back to her elementary school years. At that time, she was kidnapped by her parents' enemies and locked in a dark, damp little room. Fear loomed over her like a shadow. The parents of several families mobilized all their resources but failed to locate the kidnappers immediately. In the end, it was Subai who, relying on his wit, some self-defense tools his parents had prepared, and Fugue creating a diversion, managed to rescue Chu Yoyu from the hands of several martial artists. No one knew how scared Chu Yoyu was as Subai held her small hand and they fled. She was young, in a dangerous situation, and any slip-up could have left a lifelong shadow on her. Subai's appearance was like a beam of light piercing through the darkness, illuminating her life and helping her overcome her fear. Just as Subai and Fugue saved Chu Yoyu, the parents also arrived. Along with Subai and Fugue's parents, those martial artists were secretly dealt with afterward. The events that followed were no longer the concern of the three young children. But from that moment on, Chu Yoyu harbored a person in her heart, someone she would never forget. The parents of the families didn't want the children to carry trauma, so they gradually downplayed the memory of that incident. Over time, the experience became blurry. As a result, the Subai who had transmigrated had no idea that he had such a connection with Chu Yoyu. There wasn't even a trace of this story in his memory. If he had known about this earlier, why would he have worried about breaking off the engagement? This was clearly a pure, devoted school beauty. Subai and Fugue had long forgotten about it, but Chu Yoyu, as the one who experienced it, could never forget her helpless self in that darkness. This was also the reason she never opposed the engagement later on. It was widely known afterward that Subai was a good-for-nothing. From then on, Chu Yoyu began to train diligently. When I was young, you protected me for a moment. When I grow up, I will accompany you for a lifetime. It was precisely this cliché hero saves damsel story that made Chu Yoyu decide to entrust her life to Subai. Even now, after awakening her SS-level talent, she only knew that the stronger her talent became, the better she could protect Subai. For a moment, her thoughts were in turmoil. Hearing that familiar nickname again, Chu Yoyu's heart was stirred, her eyes blurred with tears, seemingly about to fall any second. Just one glance at her expression, and countless people around her felt an overwhelming urge to protect her. But this left Subai utterly baffled. All he did was call her by her childhood nickname. Why such a big reaction? This was deadly. Come on, stop it. After seeing Chu Yoyu's expression, Subai clearly felt the gazes around him turn sharp, as if everyone was ready to act. If he didn't provide a reasonable explanation today, Subai felt he might truly become the public enemy of every male student on campus. A beautiful woman causing trouble, how true the old saying was. Brother Bai, something's off here. Seriously off. What did you do to Sister Yu? Why is she acting like this all of a sudden? Fugue whispered, sensing the odd atmosphere. Subai was equally puzzled. He had just called her snotty worm. How did it come to this? How could he possibly know the reason? Right now, the most important thing was to quickly comfort her. Hey, Chu Yoyu, don't cry, okay? I won't call you snotty worm anymore, alright? Subai hurriedly consoled her. His clumsy attempt to comfort her was seen by Chu Yoyu. Chu Yoyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing that Subai was fine, Chu Yoyu finally felt at ease. Ever since she learned that Subai challenged Su Fei, coupled with the fact that he took leave yesterday, Chu Yoyu had been worried something might have happened to him. Now, seeing that he was perfectly fine, she felt she might have worried too much. Chu Yoyu didn't directly respond to Subai. Instead, she smiled sweetly and said, Subaigage, you can do it. I believe you'll awaken a great talent. This sudden shift left Subai momentarily stunned, but he still smiled and nodded. All right. Subai's mind was in disarray. She wasn't angry just now, so why did it look like she was about to cry? Chu Yoyu had come specifically to cheer him on. Wasn't she supposed to be here to break off the engagement? Even stranger, Chu Yoyu's attitude toward him seemed a bit different. Was she concerned about him? She called him Subaigage? He hadn't heard that address in a long time. Based on his 2 lifetimes of experience, Subai had long known Chu Yoyu harbored feelings for him. But back then, he was a complete failure at cultivation, while Chu Yoyu was a gifted prodigy. To avoid holding her back, Subai had deliberately distanced himself, allowing her to focus on her training. It turns out all the effort was not in vain. She actually awakened an SS-level talent. If I were still that useless person from before, perhaps we'd have already missed our chance. But starting now, it seems there's still time. After finishing her words, Chu Yoyu turned and went back to her class. Only then did the people around finally react, their minds in turmoil. Brothers, what the hell is going on? Can someone explain why the school bell just came over to cheer for Subai? And that way of addressing him. Am I still dreaming? How could the goddess possibly be involved with Subai? This has to be fake, right? Could the rumors be true? Is the school bell actually that close to Subai? No, I refuse to believe it. Why does it have to be Subai? This hurts worse than getting mauled by a shark. Where's that guy who loves to freeload? Come out and perform, don't hide now, I've already recorded it. Just one smile, just one big brother, and it felt like 99% of the boys present heard the sound of their hearts shattering. But none of them dared to mock Subai outright like Su Fei had. After all, Subai was backed by a family fortune worth billions, definitely not someone they could afford to offend. They were just too envious. And it wasn't just the students below the stage. Even a few of the martial kings on stage had puzzled expressions. They exchanged glances, but no one could make sense of the situation. Is it true? Does the little girl from the Chu family really have a marriage agreement with Subai? One of the martial kings, who had mentioned the engagement earlier, was the first to speak up. It seems to be true. And neither of them seems to dislike the arrangement. How could such a splendid flower end up in the hands of that brat from the Su family? It's really something to be jealous of. Why didn't I have such a fiancé back in the day? Hey, you old geezer, you're still thinking about these things at your age? We all heard you earlier, and if you don't watch it, your wife might catch wind of this. Ha! You really know how to exploit a situation. However, not everyone shared the same sentiment. Subai from the Su family? Chu Yoyu awakened an SS level talent, making her a genius among geniuses. And him? He's not even a basic martial artist, just a useless burden. The others couldn't refute this, as it was the truth. After all, Subai was the one falling behind. With Chu Yoyu's awakening of an SS level talent, the gap between them had already become insurmountable. Next, Wang Fuguei. Soon, it was Fuguei's turn to awaken his talent, and Su Fei had already stepped down. But this time, Su Fei didn't act like a fool and continue mocking Subai. In Su Fei's eyes, Subai was already a destined loser. Now that Su Fei had awakened an S-level talent, his view of the world had expanded. A failure like Subai, who couldn't even hope for a D-level talent, wasn't worth his attention. During the upcoming competition, Subai would simply serve as the first stepping stone on Su Fei's path to greatness. Brother Bai, please bless me with a good talent this time. You and sister, you are already so strong. If I end up holding you back, won't you laugh at me for the next 2.5 years? Fuguei said nervously. With sister Yu awakening an SS-level talent and brother Bai seemingly destined for at least an A-level talent, Fuguei knew he couldn't afford to fall behind. Don't worry. Go for it. Believe in yourself. Subai encouraged him. In truth, Subai had already predicted what kind of talent Fuguei would awaken. After all, when Su Fei had awakened his special talent, the system had chimed in again. Ding detected a special talent nearby, advanced fire element. Spend 10 million to copy it? That's right, the system could copy other people's special talents. And similar notifications had appeared with Fuguei as well. However, Fuguei's talent wasn't an advanced special talent. Fuguei nervously stepped onto the awakening platform and stared at the awakening orb with a determined gaze, as if he were ready to face death. Life or death, it was all up to fate. Fuguei was giving it his all. Today, I, Wang Fuguei, am willing to trade a century of Su Fei's lifespan in exchange for awakening a top-tier talent. A faint purple glow flashed within the awakening orb. When Fuguei saw it, his heart surged with joy. It seems Su Fei's life is worth quite a lot. It's enough for me to awaken an S-level talent. But it wasn't over yet. That purple glow appeared once more, accompanied by a fleeting trace of golden light. At that moment, within a kilometer radius of the school, all ordinary animals came to a halt, turning their gaze toward the school. The animals within the school reacted even more prominently. A few animals, even those that hadn't yet developed sentience, let out unified, peculiar cries as if they were welcoming someone's arrival. This is animal resonance. A beast tamer has appeared. A beast taming talent? Judging by this reaction, it must be at least an advanced level beast taming talent. Beast taming talent? It's a 1 in a million top-tier beast taming talent. Who on earth is this person? The martial kings on the awakening platform, witnessing this miraculous scene, all stood up in astonishment. Compared to awakening an SS-level talent, this scene was even more overwhelming. Holy crap, it really happened. We're going to strike it rich. Ha, thank goodness I was assigned here this year. A top-tier beast tamer talent, this is on par with an SS-level talent, and even rarer to awaken. Top-tier beast tamer talent. I remember the last person who possessed this talent. They've already become a cornerstone of humanity. I heard they're even holding an honorary title at the Northern University. Looks like I can finally retire and enjoy life now. I'm so jealous of those still slaving away at their jobs. Bye-bye, and good luck to you all. The awakening officer felt a sense of euphoria. After this awakening session, he could retire with a hefty bonus and no longer endure the torment of that annoying boss. Wang Fuguei, S-level talent, top-tier beast tamer specialty talent. Boom! This announcement exploded like a bomb in everyone's hearts, leaving them utterly stunned. Su Fei even stood up, his face full of disbelief. His clenched fists were so tight that his nails dug into his palms, drawing blood that dripped onto the floor, but he didn't feel a thing. He muttered to himself, impossible, how is this possible? Wang Fatty is just a junior martial artist, how could he awaken an S-level talent? Why does he get to awaken a top-tier specialty talent? Why him? Su Fei's mind was filled with countless questions. Unfortunately, no one could give him an answer. The only possible explanation was that his name was Wang Fuguei. Ha, I can't believe it. I, Wang Fuguei, managed to awaken a top-tier specialty talent, a beast tamer? I get it. Nobody understands beast tamers better than I do. Don't be fooled by the fact that I usually hide in the back as a sneaky opportunist. This is what I excel at. Wang Fuguei laughed, talking to himself with glee. Hearing his self-praise, the people around him wanted to grab him and give him a good beating. Who told you that a beast tamer's job is to hide in the back like a coward? A top-tier specialty talent isn't meant to be wasted like this. No one understands beast tamers better than you? Fine, with that talent, you can brag all you want. Go ahead, have your moment. Even the previously excited martial kings could only shake their heads helplessly at Wang Fugui's self-indulgent performance. If that true master of the beast tamer path heard what he just said, who knows how they'd react? Nobody understands beast tamers better than you? And you're saying it's about hiding in the back? If that master found out you were squandering a top-tier beast tamer talent for this nonsense, they'd probably want to crack open your skull to see what's inside. Still, while everyone was busy criticizing him internally, their hearts were filled with envy. An S-level talent combined with a top-tier specialty talent, this was a strong contender for the future title of Martial Emperor. Of course, the prerequisite was survival. A genius is a genius, but a dead genius is just a waste. Principal Chen, who is this student? Could you introduce him to us? A martial artist from the Martial Artists Association spoke up. However, none of them tried to recruit anyone just yet. After all, the experts from the 3 major universities were about to arrive. A genius with an S-level talent and a top-tier specialty talent clearly wouldn't stay at this small school for long. Instead, they might have better luck recruiting Su Fei, who had also awakened an S-level talent, or those who had awakened A-level or B-level talents. Every martial artist with a talent above C-level was a future mainstay in the fight against the beasts. Each additional person was a critical asset. Principal Chen was just as stunned. He hadn't expected his school to produce so many talented individuals. In previous years, the 3 high schools in this city combined could only manage 1 or 2 S-level talents. Last year, only Second High produced 1, and Oldly bragged about it for half a year. Who doesn't have their moment to shine someday? Oldly, this year it's your turn to step aside. Principal Chen scrutinized Wang Fugui, puzzled. What's with this kid? Thanks to Su Bai, Principal Chen was quite familiar with Wang Fugui. After all, Su Bai's reputation as a good-for-nothing was infamous in Tianhai City's martial arts circle. A second-generation heir to a billion-dollar fortune, yet a wasted cultivation. Who wouldn't find that intriguing? Even Su Bai's parents' friends often advised them to focus on training a backup heir, lest Su Bai end up as easy prey once their protection was gone. This student is the son of the Wang family, Wang Fugui. He's currently a junior martial artist, Principal Chen explained. Wang Fugui? The son of that guy, huh? He's certainly inherited his father's talent. Impressive, very impressive. The Wang family has really raised a prodigy. At this rate, the Wang family's rise is unstoppable, someone remarked with admiration. Having completed his awakening, Wang Fugui excitedly skipped back to Su Bai's side, his head held high. He thought to himself, today, I'm the brightest star in the room. Brother Bai, I didn't let you and sister you down, did I? S-level talent, top-tier specialty talent. Who would have thought I, Wang Fugui, would see a day like this? Su Bai helplessly covered his face and shook his head. How did he end up knowing such an attention-grabbing guy? All the eyes around them were focused on the two of them. It was utterly embarrassing. Su Bai raised his hand and lightly knocked on Fugui's head. All right, we know you're impressive. Now calm down for a bit. He. Fugui chuckled foolishly after being knocked, but he did tone it down a bit. He was absolutely elated. Awakening an S-rank talent meant he no longer had to worry about being left behind. He could always remain White Bro's #1 sidekick. Speaking of why Fugui, even with such a powerful talent awakening, was still so willing to follow Su Bai, it all started from their childhood. It was actually during their childhood that Fugui was drawn to Su Bai's uniquely charismatic personality. Plus, Su Bai always had clever ideas and liked to take the lead in everything they did. Over time, Fugui naturally took on the role of a loyal follower. Later, they met Shu Youyu, and the 3 of them formed a small team, which led to nicknames like Fish Sister and Snot Bug. Even now, with Fugui awakening a superior talent, he firmly believed that White Bro was undoubtedly stronger than him. Even if White Bro's talent was weaker, in his hands, it could still be utilized to its fullest potential. Of course, Fugui knew that Su Bai was already an advanced martial artist, and he didn't think for a second that Su Bai's talent could possibly be inferior to his. That was simply impossible. But in reality, if Su Bai hadn't awakened the system, he truly would have been a complete loser. Calling him little trash wouldn't have been an exaggeration. E-rank talent, next. C-rank talent, next. E-rank. Next, Su Bai. After such a long wait, it's finally Su Bai's turn. I'm curious to see what talent he'll awaken. Even the school bell took the initiative to approach him. It's finally Su Bai's turn. I heard he was a total loser for all 3 years of high school. Last time, his vitality test was only 2.5 points, not even reaching the level of a junior martial artist. I wonder what it is now. Even if he's a junior martial artist now, that's still pretty mediocre, right? The resources he's used over the years are enough for us to train into full-fledged martial masters. But being born lucky really is a skill in itself. As it came to Subai's turn to awaken, the atmosphere at the scene grew even more intense. Everyone was curious about what kind of talent he would unveil. Old Chen, is this the infamous loser Subai everyone's been talking about? The vice president of the Martial Artists Association asked with curiosity. The vice president glanced at Subai's calm demeanor and felt it didn't quite match the image of a slacker he'd heard about. Yes, that's him, Principal Chen nodded in confirmation. Really? The rumors seem a bit exaggerated. Judging by how composed he looks, he seems like someone with latent potential, someone joked. Principal Chen gave a wry smile and shook his head. As the person who knew Subai best, he was well aware of Subai's actual situation. The last time Subai had his vitality tested, it was only 2.5 points, not even reaching the level of a junior martial artist. That vitality score was barely scraped together. What kind of talent could someone like Subai possibly awaken? Even if he used up all the rare resources available, his talent would be, at best, D rank. Place your hand on it. The awakening officer spoke absent-mindedly, just wanting to wrap things up quickly and retire with his bonus. Subai curiously eyed the awakening orb. In the history of humanity, only the Sword Saint had ever awakened a celestial-grade talent. That was the first and only time. And now, Subai had become the second person in human history to possess such a talent. I wonder if this awakening orb can even detect my celestial-grade talent? With that thought, he placed his hand on it. Meanwhile, on the way from Kyoto to Tianhai City in Jiang Province, 3 figures were speeding through the sky. The aura of grandmasters was unrestrained, and one of them stood out as being incomparably powerful. The air around them continuously erupted with sonic booms. They had long surpassed the speed of sound. Hey, who would have thought you old stubborn folks at Shanghai University would actually take an interest in an SS rank talent? Dean Zhu, you've personally come all this way, looks like you're determined to snatch him, a hearty, burly man said with a laugh. Oomph. What does it matter to you at Beidao whether I came or not? Dean Zhu responded coldly. I suggest you turn back now. This person is mine, she said, her tone icy and resolute. Ahem, Dean Zhu, even though you're also of the Phoenix lineage talent, there's no need to insist he join Shanghai University. Guada isn't a bad choice either, a handsome young man, who had been silent until now, finally chimed in. These 3 individuals were representatives from 3 prestigious universities, rushing to recruit the same person. These top-tier universities were no longer just schools in the traditional sense, they were colossal academies with various divisions and departments. This person, I must have him, Dean Zhu declared coldly once again. She glanced sideways at the other 2, sneering disdainfully. Even if your vice deans were here, I'd still take him down. Let alone you 2 grandmasters. The 2 of them reluctantly nodded. Indeed, in terms of strength, the woman before them was at the martial emperor level, and her status was that of a vice principal. There was no way they could oppose her. Although they felt indignant, they did not slow down. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, they had to try. There was always the possibility of unexpected rewards. As the atmosphere grew a bit awkward, the burly man representing Peking University suddenly exclaimed, What? Another top-tier talent has awakened in Tianhai City? Swish! Swish! The 2 immediately turned their heads. Feeling their gazes, the burly man regretted letting it slip. If he hadn't said anything, he might have been able to secretly secure this top-tier talent. But at this point, there was no hiding it. Even if he didn't admit it, they would eventually find out. Left with no choice, the burly man braced himself and said, I was just notified that another S-class top-tier talent has appeared in the same location in Tianhai City. What's going on? How can the same place suddenly produce 2 top-tier geniuses? This is way too unbelievable, the handsome young man asked in confusion. It's indeed absurd. 2 top-tier geniuses appearing in the same place at the same time? I'll need to confirm the authenticity of this information. Vice Principal Zhu remained calm. This reaction was understandable. Typically, the entire nation only produces a few dozen top-tier talents in a year. Now, 2 have appeared in the same location at the same time? These are top-tier special talents that appear only a handful of times globally in a year. How could they just pop up like this? The information came from our internal channels. It shouldn't be wrong, the burly man said in a low voice. After all, even he found it hard to believe, let alone others. If not for the fact that this information came directly from internal sources, coupled with an order to secure one of the talents, he would have suspected it was fake news. "What's the special talent this time?" the handsome young man inquired. The previous one was an unknown Phoenix-related talent. "What is it this time?" The burly man hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "This time, it's a beast tamer. A top-tier beast tamer." Both of them stared at the burly man with puzzled expressions, trying to confirm the truth of this shocking information. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. A beast tamer. Someone awakened as a beast tamer this year. If this news was true, it would be incredible news for the entire Xia kingdom. Realizing this, Vice Principal Zhu and the handsome young man immediately contacted their academy's information departments to urgently verify the authenticity of this information. After confirming its accuracy, the three exchanged glances and quickened their pace once more. A beast tamer, this was a blessing for all of humanity. No matter which academy this person ultimately chose, they would bring great benefits to mankind. At this moment, Subai was nervously preparing to awaken his talent. He had no idea that representatives from the three major academies were rushing over to recruit Chu Youyu and Fu Guo. Of course, these three individuals also had no idea what kind of breathtaking scene awaited them when they arrived. Subai placed his hand on the awakening orb, following the guidance of the awakening officer, and began to sense the spiritual energy flowing through the heavens and earth. At that moment, the entire world seemed to come to a standstill. Birds in the sky froze mid-flight, animals suddenly fell silent, and even the air ceased to flow. Within a radius of dozens of miles, all animals lowered their heads and let out low, reverent cries, as if welcoming the arrival of a new god. Boom! A dazzling pillar of seven-colored light burst forth from the awakening orb, shooting straight into the heavens. The immense commotion caused people across half of Jiang province to look up at the rainbow-like pillar of light coming from Tianhai City. In an instant, countless people stood with their mouths agape, struck speechless by the sight, unable to take their eyes off the radiant column. But it wasn't over yet. Immediately following the light pillar, countless animal phantoms began to gather from all directions. The legendary azure dragon, phoenix, qilin, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise. These mythical beasts, known only through legends, appeared one after another, forming a procession around the seven-colored light pillar as it pierced the heavens. "This isn't possible, is it?" someone muttered under their breath on the field, staring blankly at the mythical scene above. Even the more common animals, such as tigers, kings of the beasts, could only hover midair, bowing their heads in reverence. Before long, the sky was filled with countless creatures, including many mysterious beings that had never been seen or heard of, all paying homage. Crack! A crisp shattering sound suddenly rang out. Everyone turned toward the direction of the sound, only to see that the awakening orb, unable to withstand the pressure, had shattered. After the awakening orb broke, the celestial phenomena not only did not fade but grew even more magnificent, until the divine beasts shattered through the clouds and disappeared from sight. The roars of dragons and cries of phoenixes resonated in the sky, echoing across the heavens. At the same time, the pillar of light erupted once again, radiating dazzling multicolored brilliance, causing everyone present to involuntarily close their eyes. A gentle breeze brushed against their cheeks, and the air began to flow once more. The phenomenon vanished, and the sky returned to its calm state. If not for the shattered awakening orb, everyone might have thought it was just an illusion. A celestial phenomenon, the homage of all beasts, a seven-colored light pillar? Could it be, another beacon of hope for our human race has been born? In a secluded retreat somewhere in Jiang province, an elderly man in seclusion muttered to himself. Without hesitation, he ceased his meditation and dialed a number. There seems to be a suspected celestial-grade talent appearing in Tianhai City. Investigate which martial artist it is. After hanging up, he smashed the massive boulder in front of him with a single punch, marking the end of his secluded cultivation. The reappearance of a celestial-grade talent. It seems this world will no longer remain peaceful. Preparations must be made in advance. The homage of all beasts, the emergence of divine beasts, and now even the legendary celestial-grade talent, this signifies that monumental events are approaching. Tianhai City, this small city, has experienced consecutive phenomena. It truly seems like a treasure trove. With this thought, the elder made another call. Who am I? I'm your father. Father, you've ended your seclusion? Did you succeed in breaking through that realm? The voice on the other end asked excitedly. Stop talking nonsense. Do I need to report to you whether I end my seclusion or not, family head? Of course not, father. What do you need from me? Quickly send your precious son to Tianhai City, transfer him to a school there, and establish good relations with the people over there, the elder commanded. What? Father, there are only a few months left until the martial arts exam. Asking Xiao Chen to transfer now, isn't it too rushed? The person on the other end hesitated. Are you the father, or am I? Call Xiao Chen back immediately. I'll handle this personally. Enough talking. That's all. Beep, beep, beep. The call disconnected, and Gu Jianghai sighed helplessly. His father had just ended his seclusion and was already creating such a scene. What on earth was he up to? Wait. Tianhai City? Gu Jianghai's eyes narrowed as he suddenly looked in the direction where the phenomenon had appeared earlier. Tianhai City. At this moment, the entire school was eerily quiet. The phenomenon had disappeared, but the massive rift in the clouds in the sky still bore the traces of awakening. After a long while, whispers started to spread among the crowd. A multicolored light pillar? What kind of talent is this? It feels even more extraordinary than the SSS grade talents we've seen online. Multicolored light? I've only ever heard of golden light signifying an SSS grade talent, and even then, some of those can form light pillars. I remember there was a video last year showing one of the top 10 candidates in the National Martial Arts Exam awakening an SSS grade talent. That light pillar was only a few meters tall. So, what exactly did Subai awaken? How could it be so overwhelming? The homage of all beasts, the manifestation of divine beasts, all of this happening to a single person is simply defying the heavens. How is this possible? Wasn't it said that Subai's blood energy value was only 2.5, labeling him as a waste? How could he trigger such a commotion? Waste? He was already out of your league, and now he's even further beyond your reach. Subai is truly an extraordinary individual. In an inconspicuous corner, Su Fei clenched his fists tighter. His eyes were bloodshot, and a murderous, frantic glint flickered within them. The lackeys around him, seeing his state, were terrified and scurried away like frightened mice. Now that Subai had awakened such a powerful talent, it was clear he completely outclassed Su Fei. What else could they do but run? In the past, they had mocked Subai, thinking that with Su Fei backing them up, Subai, the supposed waste, was not worth their attention. Who could have predicted this? Is it still possible to apologize now? One of them whispered. They exchanged glances, none of them willing to believe how things had turned out. While everyone was still in shock, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly descended from the sky. 3 figures landed steadily on the ground, scanning the stunned students and teachers. Finally, their gaze fixed on Subai, who stood on the awakening platform. Their expressions were complex. So, the earth-shattering phenomenon earlier was caused by an awakening? At this moment, the 3 also noticed the shattered awakening orb beside Subai, deepening the questions in their minds. No one spoke as Dean Zhu took a step forward and asked coldly, "What exactly happened just now?" His icy tone carried the oppressive pressure of a martial emperor, causing some students nearby to struggle to breathe. The martial kings on the awakening platform quickly rose to greet them. These 3 figures, capable of flying through the air, were at least of the Grandmaster level. Judging from this, they were most likely envoys sent by the 3 major academies. The leading woman, with just a hint of released aura, exuded a massive sense of threat, clearly indicating she was of great Grandmaster rank. Quickly realizing the situation, the crowd scrambled to explain everything to the 3 individuals. When Subai awakened, celestial phenomena emerged, mythical beasts appeared, myriad creatures bowed in reverence, and a colorful beam of light shot straight into the heavens. The 3 people listening were initially stunned, then displayed expressions of astonishment. This description, why does it sound more and more like the legendary figure's awakening? Similarly, mythical beasts appeared, and a colorful beam of light rose 1,000 meters into the sky. But the beam before their eyes seemed even more powerful, breaking straight through the clouds. The 3 of them had seen the celestial phenomena from afar during Subai's awakening, but they were still several hundred kilometers away at the time and could only glimpse the towering colorful beam piercing the sky. This reminded the trio of a legend: when the beam rises, mythical beasts will appear. Classmate, I'm from the National University. We've decided to recruit you as a special admission. Are you interested? A handsome young man approached Subai and asked directly. Subai didn't respond. The young man continued, "Don't worry. If you come to our national university, you'll receive the best treatment. We even have a martial emperor who will personally guide your cultivation. What do you think?" At this moment, the burly man also reacted and quickly stepped forward. "Don't think you can snatch him away to your national university so easily. Everyone knows your university has strict rules, limited resources, and a high mortality rate. Who would want to go there? Classmate, how about considering our northern university instead? As long as you nod, you'll immediately receive a scholarship of 100 million yuan. All future resources will be allocated to you. And a beautiful martial emperor mentor will personally oversee your training. If you agree, I'll send you the admission letter right now. The handsome young man, exposed on the spot, was naturally displeased and hurriedly retorted, Xiongdayu, what do you mean by this? Slandering us right in front of me? Classmate, as long as you're willing to join the National University, I guarantee you'll enter as a second lieutenant. Hearing this, the burly man, Xiongdayu, was astonished. They were even offering a military rank to recruit him? Li Wei Zhao, what do you mean by this? Directly offering a second lieutenant rank? Where'd you get that kind of authority? Li Wei Zhao sneered. I just consulted the vice dean. The directive has been given, no matter the conditions, we must recruit him into the National University. Don't even think about it, Northern University. Xiongdayu froze at those words. These people, why were they so adept at playing dirty tricks? Classmate, don't agree with him just yet. I'll go consult our dean. I believe with your talent, the dean will meet any demand you have. While the two were fiercely competing for the peerless genius Subai, Dean Zhu walked straight to Chuyoyu. The aura of this girl was strikingly similar to her own, making Zhu Tsai certain this was her target. As for that SSS level talent, it had nothing to do with her. The old man didn't even come himself and still wanted her to help with recruitment? No way. All she needed was to take this girl as her disciple, and that would be enough. Classmate, I am the vice dean of Shanghai University, and my cultivation is at the martial emperor level. I've noticed that your unique talent is very similar to mine, perhaps this is fate. Would you like to take me as your master? Facing her future disciple, Zhu Tsai's expression softened considerably, shedding her previous aloof demeanor. The surrounding students, upon hearing that this woman was the vice dean of Shanghai University and at the martial emperor level, gasped in shock, covering their mouths. They were witnessing a martial emperor in person? Chuyoyu, the one being addressed, was even more shocked and speechless. The vice dean of Shanghai University, a martial emperor, wanted to take her as a disciple? It was known that the highest cultivation level in the entire Tianhai city was that of the mayor, who was only at the grandmaster level. To even catch a glimpse of a great grandmaster in one's lifetime was a rare occurrence. Martial emperors and those at even higher realms were usually as elusive as dragons, most of their time spent on the interdimensional battlefield resisting foreign invasions. These individuals were humanity's top-tier combat power. The loss of even one could be catastrophic. There were only a handful of rogue great grandmasters outside the battlefield, and they were only dispatched to the front lines when the situation became critical. Yet the woman standing before them was not only the vice dean of an academy but also a martial emperor level expert, and she was now actively seeking a disciple. Becoming the disciple of a martial emperor, this was an opportunity countless people dreamed of, now placed directly before Chuyoyu. All she needed to do was nod, and she could become a martial emperor's apprentice. However, as she looked at the eager faces around her, all hoping to be chosen by the martial emperor, Chuyoyu felt conflicted. She, too, wanted to accept a martial emperor as her master, especially a beautiful one with talents similar to hers. She could feel a particular warmth and affinity from the aura of the person before her. But if she agreed, wouldn't that mean she would be separated from her brother Subai? Chuyoyu anxiously glanced at Subai, who was caught between the recruiters from Northern University and National University. She didn't want to be separated from her brother Subai, even if it meant refusing this martial emperor, even if she wanted to be her disciple. After a long moment of hesitation, Chuyoyu finally spoke, I'm sore. Before she could finish speaking, Zhu Tsai had already guessed what she was about to say and interrupted directly. Are you worried that you won't be able to attend the same university as him? Chuyoyu did not deny it and nodded silently. Zhu Tsai helplessly patted her forehead, thinking to herself how she ended up with such an emotionally driven disciple. However, this person's talent had indeed met the admission standards of the university, and it wouldn't hurt to recruit another apprentice for the old man while she was at it. Wait here, I'll be right back. With that, Zhu Tsai left and headed toward Subai. As soon as she approached, Zhu Tsai heard the two people still arguing, competing to have Subai join their academy. She didn't waste any words and said coldly, Student, you've already met the admission criteria for Shanghai University. Would you like to join? Her words were blunt, without a trace of politeness, and she didn't even bother with an introduction. It didn't sound like an invitation, it was more like an order. That's right, an order. Chuyoyu stood in place, watching Subai from afar. Something felt off in the atmosphere, as if something big was about to happen. She stared in the direction Zhu Tsai had left and couldn't help but think to herself, is Dean Zhu going to give brother Subai a hard time? Although Zhu Tsai treated her decently, there was an innate coldness about her. It was hard to put into words a powerful aura, perhaps. Subai, on the other hand, had not agreed to the various benefits offered by the two recruiters earlier. In truth, he was still inclined toward the mysterious Shanghai University. After all, he didn't want to end up in a restrictive university environment. Freedom was the most important thing. That's why he had remained silent, waiting for Shanghai University's admissions officer to approach him. But instead of a warm welcome, what he got was this arrogant woman. This made Subai frown. Were all the people from Shanghai University this rude? In that moment, Subai's favorable impression of Shanghai University plummeted. He began to seriously consider the offers from Peking University and National University. If they weren't interested in him, why should he bother with them? Seeing Subai's lack of response, Jutsai's expression darkened slightly. She thought to herself, what's wrong with this kid? I've already made an effort to recruit him, and he hasn't said a word, Student, do you want to enroll or not? I have other matters to attend to, Jutsai said coldly again, her tone laced with impatience. If it weren't for my disciple taking a fancy to you, do you think I'd bother to personally come and find you? Dream on. Subai's face turned cold when he heard her insincere words. He replied in a deep voice. Do you think too highly of yourself? Jutsai's expression shifted. Already in a foul mood, this remark was like pouring oil on the fire. She suppressed her anger and asked, what do you mean by that? Subai's face was grim. Regardless of her status, he retorted directly, what do I mean? You should think about what you mean yourself. Remember, you're the one asking me to enroll, not the other way around. Do I owe you anything? Have you never learned the most basic respect? Do you think the world wouldn't turn without Shanghai University? Sure, your position is high, and your cultivation level is stronger than mine. But everyone has their moment to rise. One day, you'll be the opponent I step over. Shanghai University? I couldn't care less about it today. In reality, Subai knew that not everyone at Shanghai University was this difficult to deal with. This woman was clearly an exception, otherwise, he wouldn't have been interested in the university in the first place. But this woman was truly exasperating, acting as if the entire world revolved around her. At that moment, Subai's favorable impression of Shanghai University vanished completely. He began to consider the generous offers from Peking University and National University instead. When Subai's frank and unreserved criticism came to an end, Jutsai stared at him in disbelief. He was merely an aspiring martial artist, yet he dared to speak to me, a martial emperor, like this? Did he not fear that I'd get angry and teach him a lesson? While Jutsai was still digesting Subai's words, Subai had already decided to negotiate with the other two universities to determine which one to choose. Brother Xiong, is the offer from Peking University still valid? After quickly weighing his options, Subai ultimately chose Peking University. Compared to the other schools, he valued freedom more. If he went to National University, he'd be restricted in everything he did. It wouldn't be as free. Peking University, on the other hand, offered abundant resources and allowed him to maintain his freedom. Of course, he wasn't being swayed by Peking University's scholarship. To put it bluntly, Subai knew that if he wanted to level up in the future, he'd need a lot of money. Most of his father's billion-dollar assets were tied up in fixed investments, which would take a long time to liquidate. What he urgently needed now was a large sum of cash. But where would that money come from? The quickest way was to venture into the secret realms, where treasures were abundant, and he could make money by hunting exotic beasts along the way. Other than that, any other fast way to make money would involve risking his life, which wasn't realistic at all. Xiong Diyu originally thought that once Jutsai showed up, he would lose his chance. Unexpectedly, Subai turned out to be so principled, and this woman was just as assertive. Truly impressive. With such a temperament, there was no way he could let this person slip away. The offer still stands. As long as you agree, it's valid any time. Xiong Diyu said with delight, feeling like he had struck gold. This demoness, who was constantly on edge, had finally met someone who could suppress her arrogance, and someone so talented, no less. No one took Subai's last remark about his celestial-grade talent as a joke. A talent of legend indeed had the right to speak with such confidence. And, it seemed he wasn't just limited to celestial-grade talent. Li Weizhao, seeing the situation unfold, had no choice but to give up. In truth, he hadn't held out much hope to begin with, given the strict rules of National University. And geniuses like these absolutely despised restrictions. Seeing that Subai was about to join Peking University, Jutsai panicked. If Subai went to Peking University, wouldn't her chosen disciple follow him there? That wouldn't do. She had finally found someone whose talent aligned with hers, perhaps even an opportunity for her own breakthrough. No, no way. You can't go to Peking University. Zhu Cai blurted out, her tone commanding and unpleasant. Dean Zhu, what do you mean by that? Xiong Diyu frowned as he asked. This student belongs to Shanda University. We are offering the same conditions as Peking University. Why should we let him go? Zhu Cai was brimming with confidence. Since she had already let bygones be bygones and promised benefits, she thought Subai would undoubtedly accept her proposal. But just as she was feeling smug, Subai spoke again. I say, are you out of your mind? I've already said I'm not interested in your offer. Now, even if you beg me on your knees, I wouldn't go. Get lost already. I won't agree. Brother Xiong. Before Subai could finish his sentence and accept Peking University's invitation, the unexpected happened yet again. A sound of something cutting through the air echoed from above. Everyone looked up, only to see an amiable elder hovering in mid-air. He casually scanned the crowd, and suddenly his eyes lit up when he spotted a familiar face. Dean Zhu? You're here too? Do you know who caused the phenomenon earlier? The elder asked as he descended to Subai and the others, his face full of curiosity. Seeing this person, the three were taken aback before respectfully bowing slightly and greeting him. Old Dean. Indeed, standing before them was none other than the former dean of Shanghai University, the figure with the greatest authority aside from the current dean. However, after retiring to the background, he had rarely involved himself in the university's affairs, preferring to travel alone across the land. His cultivation had reached the 7th rank of martial emperor, while Zhu Cai, a mere vice dean, was only at the 2nd rank. Old Dean, based on what we've gathered, the earlier incident was likely caused by Xiong Diyu, who held immense respect for this elder who had selflessly dedicated his life, spoke up to explain. He recounted the earlier events and the conflict between Zhu Cai and Subai. Upon hearing that the vice dean had treated the hope of humanity in such a manner, the old dean was immediately displeased, his brows furrowing deeply. This was a legendary top-tier talent. The last time such a talent appeared was thousands of years ago with that legendary figure who had given humanity a chance to survive. Now, such an unparalleled genius had wanted to join Shanghai University, only to be offended by their own vice dean. What was going on? This child was already arrogant enough, yet she dared to be so overbearing outside? How on earth had that little brat been promoted to vice dean? It seemed he would have to go back and reorganize things thoroughly. Student Subai, I truly apologize. I never expected such a thing to happen at Shanghai University. I extend my sincerest apologies and hope you can forgive us, the old dean said humbly, without the slightest air of superiority. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to student Subai, the old dean barked at Zhu Cai, who was still frozen in place. His tone was sharp, leaving no room for defiance. Even after he had given her some face, she still wouldn't act. As vice dean, her every word and action represented the university's image. If I hadn't happened to come across this, what would have happened later? Zhu Cai felt utterly wronged. He was just a pre-martialist. So what if he had celestial-grade talent? He was still just a pre-martialist. Even if his cultivation surpassed hers in the future, that would be years down the line. Right now, she was a martial emperor, yet she had to apologize to a pre-martialist? After struggling internally for a moment, she finally bowed her head under the old dean's oppressive gaze and muttered softly, Sorry. The old dean only relaxed once she apologized. Now was not the time for her stubbornness. Well then. Student Subai, I heard you were considering joining Shanghai University, is that correct? Regarding what just happened, I am deeply sorry. I assure you, nothing like this will ever occur again. Shanghai University's offer remains unchanged, would you reconsider? Rest assured, whether you agree or not, the resources I promised will be provided to you as compensation. What do you think? The old dean felt a bit nervous. The earlier incident had made inviting Subai to enroll more difficult, so he had to show the utmost sincerity. Xiong Diyu, however, felt bitter inside. The genius I was just about to recruit has been snatched away by the old dean? This is so unfair. But he didn't say it out loud. I feel upset, but I won't say anything. After all, the old dean came in person. He was just the admissions director, completely not on the same level. However, Xiong Diyu and Li Weijiao secretly sent a message to their own dean through the communicator. At this moment, Subai was completely stunned. How did things take such a sudden turn? Two martial emperors were apologizing to him? From their short exchange, Subai learned the identity of the elder. He was the old dean of Shanghai University. Judging by his attitude, it was clear Shanghai University was completely different from that woman. That woman was merely an exception. Old Dean, you don't need to apologize to me. I have great respect for you. You bravely fight on the front lines so that we can live in peace. I should be thanking you. Haha, young man, you sure know how to talk. So, have you thought it through? I truly look forward to you joining Shanghai University. The old dean smiled warmly. Su Bai hesitated a bit. Although the old dean was inviting him so enthusiastically, he had said quite a few inappropriate things earlier. Agreeing now felt a bit awkward. Moreover, there was still that little fairy in Shanghai University who gave him headaches. After thinking for a while, Su Bai decided to refuse. Before, you ignored me, now, I'm beyond your reach. Sorry, old dean. I really wanted to join Shanghai University before, but someone didn't agree. Now I'm already set to attend Beida. Thank you for your kindness. Su Bai's words made Xiongdayu, who was about to give up, suddenly light up. He never expected that even after the old dean's personal invitation, Su Bai still refused. Between the lines, it was clear he was mocking Vice Dean Zhu's earlier actions. Not bad, this kid gets more likable the more I look at him. The old dean froze for a moment after hearing this, but he quickly understood. Since Su Bai had already made up his mind, he, as an elder, wouldn't press further. What a pity for such a promising talent. He should have been part of Shanghai University, but was personally turned away by a vice dean. Alright then, I won't disturb you any further, Su Bai. If you ever need help in the future, don't hesitate to contact me. I'll do my best to assist. Though the old dean was rejected, his face still carried a kind smile, showing no signs of feeling humiliated. At his age, he had seen and let go of many things, except matters concerning the survival of humanity, which made him anxious. After speaking, he turned with a calm expression and addressed Jutsai. Vice Dean Zhu, once you return to the academy, head to the dean's office. He will be waiting for you there. As soon as he finished speaking, the old dean smiled again, waved to Su Bai, and turned to leave. Standing to the side, Jutsai was filled with unease. She never expected things to turn out like this. In the old dean's eyes, she was almost as good as condemned. Once back at the academy, her days were bound to be difficult. Now, her position as vice dean was likely in jeopardy, and her plans to take on disciples were probably ruined. And all of this was because of a mere prospective martial artist she thought would be easily dealt with. On the other side, Chu Youyu had long sensed something unusual happening over there. But seeing her classmates and teachers all nervously watching from afar, she obediently stood still. It wasn't until the old dean left that everyone finally relaxed. The events that had just unfolded around Su Bai were seen clearly by everyone. A martial emperor had actually bowed his head and apologized to Su Bai. What on earth was going on? Am I losing my mind, or has the world gone mad? Did I just imagine that? Did I really see a big figure apologizing to Su Bai? Am I still dreaming? No, you're not mistaken. I saw it too. I recognize that elder. I've seen him on TV. He's the former dean of Shanghai University, a 7th-tier martial emperor. A 7th-tier martial emperor? I actually got to see someone of that level apologize in person. My life's made. Listening to her classmates' lively discussions, Chu Youyu roughly pieced together what had happened earlier. But still, what exactly had happened to make even a martial emperor apologize to Su Bai? Principal Chen, having heard all the details, understood the situation perfectly. He had initially thought that Su Bai, after confronting a martial emperor, would surely face punishment. After all, in everyone's eyes, it was unthinkable to offend someone above the grandmaster level. Let alone a martial emperor, each one was a pillar of China. But soon, the principal laughed. He never expected the martial emperor to personally apologize in the end, and for Su Bai to have already been pre-admitted to Beida. Not only did their own student make the 3 top academies compete to recruit him, but he also made a martial emperor personally apologize. It's unimaginable just how astonishing Su Bai's talent truly is. However, such a genius is actually in our school, and not just Su Bai, there are even several others who have awakened talents surpassing S-class. Who could possibly compare? I ask, who? If those old folks knew, they definitely wouldn't be able to argue, right? Let us all congratulate Su Bai for being pre-admitted to the Northern Academy. Everyone, give him a round of applause. The principal announced publicly, his voice booming. Northern Academy. In the corner, Su Fei's mind was practically exploding. Clearly, he had also awakened an S-class talent and should have been the center of attention. But, why? Why? Why did Su Bai awaken that legendary talent? Why did that fat guy beside him also awaken an S-class talent, and it's even a top-tier special ability? Why? Just why? The one who should be in the spotlight right now is me. Those recruitment officers didn't even glance at him. No one cared about his S-class talent. All of this, it's all because of you. Because of your appearance, how could you have awakened a talent stronger than mine? Su Fei stared at Chu Yoyu in the crowd, her worried expression for Su Bai igniting the fury in his heart even further. If I don't make a move now, Su Bai will surpass me in no time, and then I'll truly have no chance. A flash of murderous intent crossed Su Fei's eyes, but he quickly calmed himself, hiding his killing intent so well that no one could see his earlier crazed demeanor. Right now, Su Bai is the center of attention. I must deliver a fatal strike in one go. There's only one chance, I can't miss it. With a heart full of hatred but a harmless appearance, Su Fei walked toward Su Bai. Su Bai, now that you've awakened, shouldn't we begin our wager? Su Fei approached Su Bai directly and spoke. Su Bai glanced at him, so it was this foolish kid who had made a bet with him. Now that he had awakened a celestial-grade talent, shouldn't this guy hesitate? How could he still be so confident that Su Bai was just a quasi-martial artist? But, a mere broken boundary pill was worth making a move for, it'd at least shut this guy up. Without much thought, Su Bai agreed. With his advanced martial artist strength, defeating this novice martial artist Su Fei would be a breeze. Alright, since you're so eager to hand over the pill, let's have a match right now. Su Fei didn't object, knowing deep down that it was all meaningless. Su Bai was already a dead man walking in his eyes. The crowd was stunned upon hearing this. What was going on? Su Fei and Su Bai had a wager? When did this happen? The two said no more and headed straight for the battle stage. Even the principal and several teachers were puzzled. When was this wager made? Why hadn't they heard anything about it? But since it had come to this, they decided to let the young people have their fun. Still, wasn't Su Bai, a quasi-martial artist, a bit too confident to go up against Su Fei, a novice martial artist? On the battle stage, Su Fei didn't attack immediately but instead sighed. Su Bai, oh Su Bai, I thought you were just a waste. Who would have thought you'd awaken that legendary talent? Fate truly loves to play jokes. But even so, your current strength is nothing more than that of a quasi-martial artist. Humph. Su Fei spoke his mind while his eyes scanned Su Bai for openings. From the moment he stepped onto the stage, the match had already begun. Su Fei's words were merely a tactic to distract Su Bai. He still didn't know how strong Su Bai truly was. His only chance was to catch him off guard and deliver a fatal blow, crippling him. But Su Fei's words sounded like nonsense, making people drowsy just listening to them. Are you going to fight or not? I'm here to fight, not to listen to your nonsense. Hurry up and start. Su Bai interrupted impatiently, unwilling to waste any more time. However, Su Bai's indifferent attitude only made Su Fei's blood boil with rage. Fine. Excellent. Since you're so eager, then, let me send you to hell. Seizing the moment, Su Fei roared and thrust his sharp knife directly at Su Bai. Su Fei! Su Fei, what are you doing? Stop immediately. Su Bai, be careful. The crowd was shocked as they saw Su Fei suddenly draw a knife. Only a few individuals with higher cultivation levels reacted instantly, preparing to intervene while urgently shouting. Chu Yoyu and several grandmasters were also stunned. What they had thought would be a simple wager had unexpectedly escalated to this. The grandmasters had been about to step in and save Su Bai, but they suddenly seemed to sense something and stopped in their tracks, a subtle smile appearing on their lips. Indeed, Su Bai had always been dismissed as a useless quasi-martial artist, but who said martial artists couldn't hide their true strength? This setting has some issues, I owe everyone an apology. Damn it, this kid has been hiding so deeply. Upon realizing Su Bai's true cultivation, Jutsai stopped in her tracks and quietly watched the unfolding drama. That Su Fei is truly unlucky to have caught Su Bai's attention. Even she, a martial sovereign, had suffered at his hands. The fate of this low-level martial artist was easy to predict. The other two grandmasters also sensed that something was amiss. They ceased their actions and began to watch the show. Facing Su Fei, who was charging towards him at high speed, Su Bai calmly said, "Have you ever heard this saying? Villains often meet their downfall because they talk too much. In that case, let me send you off for the last time." With a swift motion of his hand, Su Bai began channeling Yuan Yang Slash. An overwhelming aura erupted instantly, causing Su Fei to freeze in his tracks. No, impossible. How can you be an advanced martial artist? This must be fake. This has to be an illusion, all of this is fake. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Bai had already unsheathed his sword. Boundless sword energy engulfed Su Fei in an instant, crippling his cultivation and turning him into a complete invalid. The unrestrained sword energy surged into his body, wreaking havoc within moments. Ah! A horrific scream echoed across the arena. After being struck, Su Fei was sent flying off the stage, crashing heavily onto the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. The moment he hit the ground, the two grandmasters rushed forward to heal him. After all, this happened under their watch. They couldn't let a life be lost. No matter how talented or well-connected he was, his life had to be saved. However, regardless of Su Fei's fate, it had nothing to do with Su Bai. Su Fei had attacked first, making this a case of self-defense. Thanks to the efforts of the two grandmasters, Su Fei's bleeding was temporarily stopped, but his injuries were extremely severe. On the surface, it seemed like he only had a few cuts, but the internal damage was far worse. Sending him to a hospital immediately was the only solution. Looking at Su Fei's miserable state, Su Bai was somewhat surprised. Was the entry-level Yuan Yang slash already this powerful? As expected of a top-tier technique using one's hand as a sword, the power was astounding. Su Bai, are you alright? A sweet, gentle voice rang out beside him. Turning his head, he saw Chu Yoyu staring at him with a worried expression. Seeing her adorable and concerned demeanor, Su Bai couldn't resist teasing her. What's this? Are you worried about me? Su Bai smiled as he spoke. Who's worried about you? Not talking to you anymore. Chu Yoyu, feeling as if her thoughts had been seen through, blushed furiously and quickly turned around to leave. An advanced martial artist. Brother Su Bai is an advanced martial artist. I have to work twice as hard to protect him. Su Bai, are you alright? Principal Chen hurried over, his face full of concern. Su Bai was now the pride of the school, and the near incident had left the principal on edge. For a moment earlier, Principal Chen had even considered stepping in himself. A person with an S-rank talent, targeting someone with an immortal grade talent, truly courting death. Su Bai recognized the principal and replied politely. I'm fine, principal. No need to worry. But about today's incident. Having risen to the position of principal, he was naturally skilled in handling such matters. Hearing Su Bai's words, he immediately understood and smiled as he said, Don't worry, Su Bai. It was Su Fei who provoked and tried to harm you first. This was entirely justified self-defense. Don't let it weigh on your mind. I'll explain the situation for you. Thank you, principal. You truly are a fair and righteous man. Oh, not at all, not at all. Su Bai, the citywide competition is just a few days away. In all of Tianhai City, aside from you, it seems no one else qualifies to participate. Would you consider taking part? The principal asked with anticipation. After all, Su Bai had already been guaranteed admission to Peking University. Whether or not he participated in the competition didn't really matter, as he didn't even need to take the martial arts exam anymore. Su Bai also pondered whether participating in the competition was still necessary. After all, he had already secured his admission, proven his talent, and could now focus on cultivating to directly aim for Martial Emperor. Seeing Su Bai's lack of response, the principal grew worried that he might find it troublesome and decide not to go. But he couldn't think of a good way to persuade him, so he racked his brains. Suddenly, a thought struck the principal. With a mysterious smile, he said, Su Bai, this year's citywide competition will be held in Jiang Province. I've heard that the reward for first place is 10 times greater than in previous years. Perhaps you're not interested in money, but there's something for the first place winner that I believe you'll absolutely love. Even I want it. Oh, what is it? Su Bai couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Something that could intrigue even a martial king was bound to be extraordinary. But who says I don't need money? Right now, I only have a few million on me, not even enough to replicate a talent. Seeing that he had successfully piqued Su Bai's interest, Principal Chen struck while the iron was hot. This year, in addition to the usual rewards, the first place winner will receive 10 spiritual stones. Student Su Bai, you should know what spirit stones are. Even after living so many years, I've only managed to acquire a few. Besides spirit stones, there are other rewards as well. However, the total value this year is 10 times that of previous years. You'll have to figure out the specifics when you participate in the competition. Spirit stones? Su Bai carefully recalled and quickly remembered the description of spirit stones. They were treasures produced in secret realms, with extremely harsh conditions and very specific environmental requirements. There needed to be a dense gathering of spiritual energy, as well as a spiritual vein. Only under such stringent conditions could a single spirit stone be born. The purpose of a spirit stone was to help individuals absorb spiritual energy. One spirit stone could allow a martial artist below the rank of Grandmaster to advance a minor stage, or even break through to a major stage. However, for those above the rank of Grandmaster, the number of spirit stones required increased exponentially. Of course, spirit stones had other uses as well, but those weren't important to Su Bai for the time being. Because spirit stones were so difficult to obtain, they were essentially only used by martial kings and those of higher ranks to enhance their strength. Others would either save them for future use or sell them for money. If one wanted a spirit stone, they had to take the risk of venturing into a secret realm and try their luck. As such, the market price of spirit stones easily exceeded 10 billion, and demand always outstripped supply. So that's how it is. It seemed this competition was worth participating in. Subai wasn't interested in the realm advancement brought by spirit stones. What intrigued him more was the fact that one spirit stone was worth 10 billion. This wasn't just a spirit stone, it was practically a top-tier special ability. Principal, for the glory of the school, it is my duty. You can count on me. Subai patted his chest as he assured him. Good, good. It's great that you have such dedication, Subai. Principal Chen nodded approvingly. However, Subai, you've hidden yourself quite deeply. In these 3 years, you've already become an advanced martial artist, yet you've kept it under wraps. Truly impressive. This time, Baidi University is offering you early admission as a reward. Additionally, the resources you missed out on due to the school's oversight over the years will now be compensated to you. As Principal Chen spoke, he touched the ring on his hand and tossed out something that looked like a stone. This is a spirit stone. I went through considerable effort to acquire it. Even if I give you a discount, it's a favor to you. Take it. Subai quickly caught the spirit stone, meticulously examining this priceless little treasure. He hadn't expected the principal to be so generous, directly gifting him a spirit stone. But he also understood that this was an investment. Accepting it meant owing the principal a favor, one that would need to be repaid in the future. Still, a man shouldn't overthink things. Since the principal had shown such kindness, refusing would truly be ungrateful. But, if the principal knew that it had only taken him 2 days to advance from a quasi-martial artist to an advanced-level martial artist, just one step away from becoming a martial master, wouldn't he be shocked? 2 days of cultivation equaling others 2 to 3 years, it was indeed a bit unfair. But then again, fairness never really existed in this world. Subai chuckled. Thank you, principal. Rest assured, I'll secure first place for the school. Good. Hearing that puts my mind at ease. Do your best. Seeing Subai accept the spirit stone, Principal Chen was overjoyed. Building a good relationship with such a genius was worth even a single spirit stone. With a thought, Subai stored the spirit stone in his spatial ring. As the heir to a multi-billion-dollar fortune, how could he be without a spatial ring? It seems young Su here truly has extraordinary talent. I always suspected it was impossible for you to be just a quasi-martial artist. Even I was fooled. Xiong Diyu teased as he approached unnoticed. He truly hadn't expected the so-called useless quasi-martial artist to suddenly transform into an advanced-level martial artist, even fooling himself. This revelation caused an uproar in the martial artist community. But, upon reflection, it made sense. How could someone with exceptional talent ever be dismissed as someone who couldn't even get into a basic university? The only possibility was that he had been hiding his strength all along, enduring for 2.5 years. Such patience and restraint were beyond ordinary people. Li Weijiao also approached, smiling bitterly. Subai, your ability to keep things hidden is truly impressive. The two of us grandmasters were completely fooled by you. We were almost worried sick. Thank you, Brother Xiong and Brother Li, for your concern. If I said I didn't deceive you, would you believe me? Subai asked with a smile. Not a chance. We don't buy it. The two responded in unison. They were well aware of Su Fei's injuries and knew that Subai was far from as simple as he appeared on the surface. Believing him would only result in losses. As Subai conversed with the grandmasters and martial kings, those who learned the truth were utterly stunned. What? Subai isn't a quasi-martial artist? His blood energy level was only 2.5? He's actually a top-tier advanced martial artist genius? What the hell? How is this possible? I've seen his life over the past 2.5 years with my own eyes. How could he possibly be an advanced martial artist? This has to be fake. Could this be fake? Didn't you see Su Fei bleeding from all 7 orifices? That move was so powerful, Su Fei's life is probably hanging by a thread. I once saw a martial master strike from a distance, but Subai's move just now was even more powerful than that of a martial master. Terrifying. Who would have thought Subai was hiding so much? We've all underestimated him. By the way, aside from Su Fei and a few others in our class, I don't think anyone would dare mess with Subai now, right? At this moment, Subai's classmates were whispering among themselves in low voices. Each of them was filled with amazement, even starting to wonder if they had ever offended Subai in the past. But upon careful reflection, whether it was the current Subai or the former Subai, he was never someone they had the qualifications to provoke. Could the gap between people really be this vast? Maybe they should go and ask Subai about the secret of his reincarnation and see if he could teach them? Not far away, Shutsai lightly pressed her lips together. The guy she had looked down on before turned out to be an advanced martial artist, and on top of that, he possessed the legendary celestial grade talent. As for that unique talent, now that the awakening orb was broken, it might have to wait until next time to be revealed. This guy, with the strength of an advanced martial artist, unleashed an attack with the power of a martial master. What kind of swordsmanship was that? Using his hand as a sword, how could he achieve such a devastating level of power? Shutsai felt a pang of regret in her heart, regretting her earlier poor attitude toward Subai. If she had treated him well at the time, would the outcome have been completely different? If she had properly invited Subai to join Shanha Academy, would it have led to a perfect ending instead? But now, with things turning out like this, she feared she might not even be able to take in her desired disciple anymore. However, after waiting so many years, could she really give up the opportunity just like that? Jutsai's heart was filled with reluctance. She had waited for years, finally seeing a glimmer of hope, only to block it with her own hands and even cause the old dean to feel displeased with her. Maybe I really was wrong. A wry smile appeared on Dean Zhu's lips. Over all these years, Subai was the first person who made her feel regret and genuinely admit her mistake. But now, no matter what she said, it was too late. Congratulations, Subai. Who would have thought you'd been hiding this from your teacher for so long? I was always hoping you'd awaken a good talent, said Teacher Lee with a bright smile as he entered the classroom, his excitement evident. As a teacher, nothing brought more joy than seeing a student succeed. This was the pride of being a teacher. Not to mention, this time, the class had 2 students awakening S-grade talents, with Subai even awakening the legendary celestial grade talent. With results like these, Teacher Lee's teaching career would undoubtedly be smooth sailing. Subai listened to him, amused and exasperated. He hadn't been hiding his strength at all. 3 years of endurance, waiting for the Dragon King to return? What a joke. In this day and age, what young person would tolerate that? He wasn't being hunted by enemies, and his family wasn't impoverished. Did they really think his life was some kind of novel plot? No, it's nothing impressive. It's all thanks to your teaching, teacher. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. When it came to flattery, Subai was an expert. His sweet-talking skills were unmatched, honed by years of relentless 996 work culture. Sure enough, Teacher Lee was overjoyed upon hearing this. Why hadn't he noticed before how glib this kid could be? By the way, here are the pills you won from the wager. Now that the outcome is settled, I'll hand them over to you. As he spoke, Teacher Lee handed over 2 pills. One was Subai's marrow cleansing pill, and the other was naturally Sufei's barrier-breaking pill. After receiving the pills, Subai immediately used the system to scan their quality. It turned out to be a high-grade Martial King barrier-breaking pill. Where on earth had Sufei gotten this? Pill quality is divided into low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade. A high-grade barrier-breaking pill had a 90% success rate for breaking through to the Martial King level. Wow, Sufei must have gone through a lot of trouble for this pill. And now I've gotten it so easily. What a generous benefactor. This pill could be perfect for my mom. She's an advanced martial master too, and this barrier-breaking pill couldn't have come at a better time. The system's scanning function was a recent discovery for Subai. With it, identifying all kinds of rare treasures became a breeze. Now, Subai felt like a seasoned appraiser, capable of finding hidden gems at any random stall in another world. No treasure could escape Subai's discerning eye. After securing the pills, Subai stored them directly into his spatial ring. As for the marrow cleansing pill, since it was purchased by his parents, its quality was undoubtedly top-notch. I'll handle the matter with Sufei and inform both the school and his family, so don't worry about it, Subai, Teacher Lee said sternly. He hadn't expected Sufei to dare make a move in front of so many people. If Subai hadn't already been an advanced martial artist, the consequences could have been dire. As for Sufei's current predicament, though he was a student, Teacher Lee couldn't help but feel he deserved it. Thank you, Teacher Lee, Subai responded gratefully. He knew Teacher Lee was genuinely trying to help him, otherwise, he wouldn't risk such pressure to say these things. This matter didn't affect him much. Sufei was just a minor character, and his death wasn't something to be feared. The principal had already assured him that the matter would be dealt with. If the Su family wanted revenge, they would have to think it through first. Classmate, have you considered joining Guada University? After graduating from Guadai University, you'll go straight to the front lines to slay enemies and become a hero admired by thousands.
Isn't that tempting? Upon admission, you'll even receive a Divine Beast Bloodline Cup for bonding.
Excited yet? Come to Guadai University.
Guadai University?
Why not come to Beta University? Beta is the top in the nation, with renowned professors, campus beauties, and free meals and accommodations.
Scholarships flow abundantly every year, and the admission conditions are yours to decide. What are you waiting for? Join Beta now.
At that moment, Xiong Diyu and Li Weizhao began competing fiercely for the last top-tier special talent Beastmaster. Subai had already been secured by Beta, and Chu Youyu was being eyed by Dean Zhu, leaving Li Weizhao to vie for the final genius.
Xiong Diyu, having recruited Subai directly, wasn't too concerned about losing the Beastmaster. With just Subai, the academy would benefit immensely. Fugue was overwhelmed by the enthusiastic competition between the two. Why was all the heat suddenly on him? I can't handle this pressure.
As Subai's loyal follower, wherever Brother Bai went, he would follow. If Brother Bai pointed east, he would never go west.
Actually, I want to go with Brother Bai.
Fugue murmured softly between the two.
Damn it, this sneaky sixth. Why is every genius somehow connected to Subai? Now it's settled. Subai is going to Beta, and these two are probably heading there too. Great, I got nothing. When I return, I'll definitely get scolded.
So frustrating. Li Weizhao cursed as he walked away upon hearing Fugue's words.
I hate this place. Is Guadai University really this disgraceful?
Xiong Diyu, on the other hand, smiled brightly as he looked at Fugue, feeling ecstatic inside.
Ha, who would have thought Subai's school would have such a vast network? I'm the biggest winner here. The heavens have blessed me with this windfall. With the competition gone, Fugue finally breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't just happy about being admitted to Beta. Brother Bai was truly incredible, an immortal level talent at his first move, a feat beyond impressive.
And he had even given a martial emperor a slap in the face.
Wow, this plot was just too satisfying.
Students, today marks the day your talents have awakened, so you'll have a day off. Use this day to familiarize yourselves with the changes brought by your talents, and then start working hard on your training.
Because of the early awakening, the blood threshold requirements for all schools will increase. In the coming months, give it your all in training. Don't let insufficient blood energy stop you from even entering university.
Principal Chen returned to the awakening platform, microphone in hand, and announced through the loudspeakers. The atmosphere on the field was lively yet filled with mixed emotions. There was laughter, but also disappointment. Those who had awakened high-tier talents had bright futures ahead of them. Meanwhile, those who had only awakened D-level or lower talents were destined to remain at the martial artist level.
With wealth and luck, they might reach Martial King, but that was their limit.
Figures like the principal and the vice president of the Martial Artists Association were at the Martial King level, with talents mostly
at C or B rank. As for A-level talents, those belonged to Grandmaster-level experts who wouldn't typically serve as principals here.
Sigh, brothers, I only awakened an E-level talent.
Looks like we'll have to go our separate ways from now on. I hope those who awakened D-level talents can look out for me. Damn, I actually awakened a C-level talent.
What luck! I can brag about this for 10 years.
Why can even Wang Fatty awaken an S-level talent, and I can't even get a D-level? Fate is so unfair. I'm just an intermediate martial artist, and I only awakened a C-level talent. My luck is terrible.
Ha, I'm just a quasi-martial artist, but I awakened a B-level talent. Other than the top schools, I can basically choose wherever I want to go. This talent awakening determined everyone's future and offered a chance to change their destiny. It didn't matter if you were born into the wrong family, talent awakening could make up for that. But if even your talent awakening turned out poorly, you could only resign yourself to fate, live out your life, and hope for a better chance in the next one. At this crossroads of destiny, many parted ways, couples, brothers, friends, each heading toward entirely different lives.
Shutsai looked at the scene before her with mixed feelings. She felt like a laughingstock. Knowing the situation was irrevocable, Shutsai left the school in dismay.
As a martial emperor, she had never imagined she would suffer a loss in front of a mere martial artist.
Just as Shutsai left, Xiong Diyu approached Chu Youyu with a grin and said, "Classmate, would you like to join Beta?" The principal's high-profile announcement let Chu Youyu know that Subai had already joined Peking University.
In her heart, she too wished to go to Peking University, and with the other party extending an invitation, she gladly accepted.
Chu Youyu nodded blankly, agreeing even before Xiong Diyu could propose any terms.
Old Xiong was not surprised.
After learning about the relationships among these people, he was utterly shocked. Such a beautiful and extraordinarily talented Chu Yoyu turned out to be Subai's fiancé? What a coincidence!
No wonder everyone had such a huge reaction to Subai awakening his celestial grade talent. If the former waste Subai had been with the talented Chu Yoyu, it would have been like a toad wanting to eat swan meat, a flower planted in mud, or good cabbage being trampled by a pig. But now, Subai had awakened his celestial grade talent, his level was high and mighty, and he stood above all others. When the two of them stood together now, they truly looked like a match made in heaven. At this moment, old Xiong was grinning from ear to ear, secretly feeling proud. Recruiting 3 top-tier talents at once, how could this achievement not go through the roof? That long-vacant vice dean position at Peking University now seemed within reach. He had lingered in the Grandmaster stage for so long, just one step away from becoming a martial emperor. Perhaps the reward from the dean after returning this time could help him break through to martial emperor and vie for the vice dean position. With the recruitment mission perfectly accomplished, Xiong Diyu also prepared to return and report as soon as possible. He handed each of the 3 a specially crafted badge, which could be used for direct entry into the university during enrollment. Before leaving, Xiong Diyu wanted to express his gratitude to Subai. Without Subai's decision, it would have been nearly impossible for him to recruit 3 geniuses at once. However, considering Subai's family assets worth billions, ordinary items would mean nothing to him. With that in mind, Xiong Diyu painfully parted with the last 3 spirit stones in his spatial ring, giving them all to Subai. It was also his way of trying to build a friendship. Subai, I have high hopes for you. This year's martial exam is going to be special. In the next month or 2, I believe you'll reach a realm even I couldn't imagine. When the martial exam arrives, the nation will rely on talents like you to bring glory. With a celestial grade talent, as long as nothing went wrong, Subai was destined to become a top martial emperor in the future. The investment of 3 spirit stones was entirely worth it. Subai happily accepted the spirit stones. A grandmaster voluntarily seeking his friendship without expecting anything in return, why hesitate to accept? This was perfect. Adding the spirit stone given by the principal, he now had 4. That should be enough to research what secrets these spirit stones held. Don't worry, brother Xiong, I'll definitely participate in the martial exam. After all, years of hard work deserve a result. Good. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Alright, I'll take my leave now. The next time we meet will be at the martial exam. I'm looking forward to your progress. With those words, Xiong Diyu departed. After the principal announced the holiday, those who had already awakened their talents went straight home. However, those who had yet to awaken their talents had to stay on the sports field waiting for the Martial Artists Association to urgently send replacement awakening crystals, as Subai had damaged the previous one. Subai, eager to go home and study his new spirit stones, bid a simple farewell and left the school. On the way home, Subai walked alongside Fuguei. Brother Bai, I just got accepted into Peking University too. Brother Xiong even told me to look for a certain teacher there with the surname Wang. I heard that teacher is a martial emperor level beast tamer. Now that I've awakened an S-class talent, my dad's going to be over the moon when I get home. After that, I'll finally be able to do whatever I want. Brother Bai, what about you? Fuguei shared his plan. After awakening a good talent, he would fully relax. After all, the Northern University Academy had already offered him early admission, so he had no worries. Me? Of course, I'll immediately work hard on my cultivation, aiming to break through to Martial Master in the big competition 2 days later. By the way, are you planning to participate in the big competition in 2 days? You awakened such an amazing talent, and yet you're thinking of slacking off? Fuguei's face darkened as he complained, Brother Bai, you're not the Brother Bai I used to know. Give me back the old Brother Bai. How did you become so driven? I was planning to relax and have some fun, but now I've lost the mood. Subai knocked on Fuguei's head lightly and said calmly, you're only a beginner warrior right now. With your current strength, participating in the big competition would just be embarrassing. The contestants in the competition will be geniuses from all the major cities. Who knows, there might even be a few stunning beauties. When everyone there is either an intermediate or advanced warrior, and you show up as a beginner warrior, TSK. As Subai spoke, he watched Fuguei's changing expressions. Sure enough, when Fuguei heard beauties, his eyes lit up, but by the second half of the sentence, his excitement deflated immediately. Right, he was just a beginner warrior right now. If he joined the competition in 2 days, wouldn't he just be asking for humiliation? No way. For honor, for bow, for the glory of the academy, he couldn't afford to lose. He had to train with all his might. Fuguei raised his right fist, cheering himself on. In 2 days' time, at the big competition, he was determined to shine brilliantly. Seeing Fugue brimming with determination, Subai nodded in satisfaction. Good. That's how it should be. What a pity his system wasn't some anti-overwork system. If it were, armed with those motivational poison chicken soups from his past life, he could easily gather a few geniuses, upgrade effortlessly, and take it easy. Subai patted Fugue's shoulder and said, "That's the spirit. Keep it up. Those genius campus beauties are sure to look at you differently when the time comes." Hearing this, Fugue visibly perked up, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as if he couldn't wait to go home and train tirelessly day and night. "Brother Bai, I've figured it out. In the big competition 2 days later, I'll definitely raise my strength to intermediate warrior level and shock all those who look down on me. This is working too well, isn't it? This kid's starting to lose his grip on reality. You've awakened an S-level talent, plus a top-tier special talent. That's a late-blooming kind of potential. Who would dare look down on you?" Subai felt a bit awkward hearing this. It seemed he had overfed Fugue with motivational talk, almost to the point of making him delusional. "Brother Bai, fatty, why are you two hanging around here? Weren't you supposed to awaken your talents today? By the way, did you see those beams of light earlier? I heard they only appear when someone awakens an A-level or higher talent. Do you know who it was?" On their way back, they ran into a friend they used to hang out with. The friend greeted Subai and Fugue warmly upon seeing them. "What? How do you know I awakened that 1 in a million S-level talent?" Fugue hurriedly approached, his face full of smugness. "What do you mean?" The friend looked baffled. Why was Fatty suddenly saying all these strange things about an S-level talent? Just as the friend was puzzled, Fugue suddenly acted shocked, stepping back repeatedly and pointing at the friend, saying, "You. How do you know I awakened an even rarer, top-tier Beastmaster special talent?" Watching Fugue's antics, Subai helplessly covered his face, as if saying, "I don't even know this fool." Seeing that Fugue was about to keep messing around, Subai quickly interjected, "We've already finished awakening." "That phenomenon you mentioned? It was this guy right here. He awakened an S-level talent and a top-tier special talent." After a brief silence, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Holy crap! What's going on? Fatty here actually awakened an S-level talent? And a special talent, too? That's insane. Ha! Fatty?" Fugue latched onto the keyword, slyly eyeing the friend. Realizing his slip of the tongue, the friend felt a chill. Now that Fatty had risen to prominence, it wasn't the time to be making casual jokes. No, brother Fugue, when I said Fatty, I was talking about myself." "About myself? I'm the Fatty, not you." The friend quickly grasped the situation. A wise person knows when to adapt. "Well said, my friend. From now on, with brother Fugue backing you, just mention my name if you run into any trouble. It'll definitely work." Yes, brother Fugue. I'll be taking my leave now." The friend hurried off. Fatty awakening an S-level talent? This guy might actually pull it off? At this point, Subai really didn't feel like engaging with this group of fools any longer and quickly headed home. In a secluded corner of the street, a maid who had been secretly protecting Subai observed everything. What had happened today was like a dream, utterly unbelievable. The young master, whom she once looked down upon as a useless waste, suddenly awakened and became a high-level martial artist. Not only that, but he also awakened the legendary celestial-grade talent. This immediately caught the attention of 3 major academies, led to a clash with the martial emperor, crippled someone with his own hands, and even brought him closer to Miss Chu. After everything that happened in one day, it felt so surreal that Luo Yanhan began to wonder if she had walked into a dream. When she saw Subai suddenly transform into a high-level martial artist that morning, she was already shocked. So much so that when Su Fei provoked her later, she didn't even think about stepping in. But everything that happened today completely left her stunned. After calming down for a while, on her way home, Luo Yanhan finally called Subai's parents to report what had happened. On the other end of the line. "Shaluo, what did you just say? Could you repeat that?" On the other end of the phone, Su Xingzhou's hand trembled slightly as he held the device, barely daring to believe what he had just heard. Luo Yanhan also understood how outrageous this all sounded. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have thought it was a joke if someone else told her. Thus, Luo Yanhan patiently and concisely recounted the events of the day once more. "All right. I understand now. Please make sure to protect him. His mother and I will return immediately." Suppressing his excitement, Su Xingzhou hung up the phone. Next, he quickly opened his phone's contact list and dialed Subai's mother. "Hello? Shiriying. What's wrong, dear? I have a meeting in a bit." "What's the matter? Su's mother answered the phone, her face full of confusion.
Shurrying, come home quickly.
Our son awakened his talent today, and it's the legendary celestial grade talent.
After reporting everything, Luo Yanhan immediately followed along. This young master's talent was truly a hot potato. Things were no longer as they used to be.
Previously, Su Bai had been entirely unaware. But now, with his celestial grade talent awakened and his strength elevated to that of a high-level martial artist, Su Bai could clearly feel that someone's gaze had been following him. He looked around but couldn't locate the source of that gaze. Although he couldn't find it, Su Bai trusted his instincts. Both he and Fugue were geniuses of the human race. And he, in particular, was the one with the legendary celestial grade talent. It was known that over the past thousands of years, the alien races had secretly sent countless infiltrators into the major cities of the human race, carrying out sabotage and even assassinations. This was why a genius who hadn't truly grown yet couldn't truly be called a genius. Many prodigies fell victim to the assassinations of alien races. Over the millennia, countless geniuses of the human race had been assassinated by alien infiltrators. Despite various protective measures, it was impossible to completely prevent them. There was no other way. Being weaker was always the reason for being targeted. The alien races were overall stronger than the human race, but they were only advanced troops, their main forces were far behind.
The same went for the mutant beasts.
If the alien races launched their full forces, the human race's defenses would be as fragile as thin paper, easily torn apart.
In recent years, there have even been cases of SSS-class geniuses being assassinated.
Su Bai, now merely a high-level martial artist, dared not let his guard down. The commotion he caused this time was too great.
He would undoubtedly attract the attention of those damned alien races.
Thinking of this, Su Bai's resolve to improve his strength grew even firmer. Fortunately, the principal and brother Xiong had given him 4 spiritual stones this time.
These should help him significantly enhance his abilities.
As for those marrow-cleansing pills, he didn't need them for now. Selling them and exchanging them for top-tier resources seemed like a better idea. With that thought, Su Bai quickened his pace. Hurrying back to train was the most important task.
Meanwhile, in the best hospital in Tianhai City,
Su Fei, who had just been rushed in for emergency care, was in the ICU undergoing critical treatment. On the surface, he didn't appear to have major injuries, but internally, his body was riddled with damage. In the emergency room, the doctors were at a loss in the face of such gruesome injuries. Even though Su Fei had taken various life-saving pills on the way to the hospital and was barely holding on, relying on a single breath to make it there, his condition was dire. When Su Fei's parents heard the news, they immediately dropped everything and rushed to the hospital. At the same time, they called in the city's top doctors, declaring that money was no object. But when these top-notch doctors examined Su Fei's internal condition, they all stopped what they were doing. With injuries like these, it was as if a death sentence had already been issued. The doctors exchanged helpless glances, ultimately sighing in resignation. After simply stitching up and stopping the bleeding, and treating Su Fei's wounds as best they could, they left the operating room. At this moment, Su Fei's parents arrived just in time.
Seeing the doctors, Su Fei's mother immediately ran up nervously, anxiously asking, Doctor, is my child okay? How is he?"
The doctor at the front looked at her with regret and softly replied,
"I'm sorry, we've done everything we can. On the way to the hospital, your son had already..."
Before he could finish, the doctors didn't linger and quickly left the scene. If they stayed any longer, leaving might not be so easy for them.
Upon hearing the news, Mother Su seemed as if struck by lightning.
She collapsed onto the ground, dazed for a moment before her fury erupted.
"My son! He finally awakened an S-rank talent, even stronger than your son's. How could you just walk away like this? Su Wenwei, your son died right in front of you, and you just stand by, doing nothing? How could you be so heartless? Isn't he your son too? He awakened an S-rank talent. An S-rank talent. Do you know how long it has been since our family produced someone with an S-rank talent? And now it's all ruined, completely ruined. Su Wenwei, who killed my son? Which bastard did this? I'll kill his entire family and drag them to hell with my son."
Outside the ICU, Su Fei's mother wailed and rolled on the ground like a madwoman, demanding revenge. Su Wenwei, the one she kept shouting at, coldly stared at his wife. On the way over, Su Wenwei had already received a call from his superiors. They told him this was entirely his son's doing and advised him to mourn quietly and not cause trouble. Although he agreed verbally, how could he not avenge the death of his son? His son had awakened an S-rank talent and was destined to soar high, which would have allowed him to escape his father-in-law's control as well. But watching his wife make such a scene, Su Wenwei felt a wave of irritation.
If she hadn't spoiled their son, indulging him in everything, this wouldn't have happened.
And now, she dared to blame him. What bad luck to have married such a wife. Still, he convinced himself to stay composed. He couldn't afford to offend her, or there'd be no explaining things to his father-in-law.
That's enough. Get up. Stop making a scene. I'll handle this, but crying and causing chaos won't solve anything. Pull yourself together and let's go home. After all, it was his own son. No matter what, it wasn't anyone else's place to lecture him. Su-bai, Su family? It's you again. Celestial grade talent, huh?
Su Wenwei stepped into a corner and dialed a number.
Hello?
So, Mr. Su, have you made up your mind? A low voice came through the other end of the call.
Cut the nonsense. I agree to join you, but I need you to do something for me first. I know, it's about your useless son who got himself killed, right?
We were already planning to take action anyway, mocked the voice on the other end.
I hope you can deliver. Once it's done, I'll fully cooperate. Pleasure doing business, Mr. Su. At the same time, in some underground basement in Jiang province, boss, Su Wenwei just called.
He agreed to join us, but only if we help him avenge his idiot son. The man who had just been on the phone with Su Wenwei reported. If anyone were present, they would find that not a single ordinary human existed in this basement.
Their appearances were bizarre: minotaurs, centaurs, werewolves, skeletons.
All kinds of creatures that only appeared in legends were shockingly real here. They had gathered in this place to plunder a world revitalized by spiritual energy. Human bodies were of immense value to them.
As for their deeper motives, no one knew.
These beings were referred to by humans as the other races.
Unlike wild beasts, they were intelligent lifeforms capable of thinking like humans, adept at scheming and plotting. This set them apart from ordinary feral beasts.
Even those beasts who awaken intelligence could, at most, discern whom they could and could not provoke, or issue simple commands to weaker beasts.
For example, the beast hordes and city assaults humans often faced.
Behind every beast horde, there was always a powerful beast orchestrating the smaller ones.
These lower-level beasts lacked independent thought.
Once they received an order to attack, they carried it out relentlessly, even at the cost of their lives.
This was why every time a beast horde struck, humanity paid a heavy price.
Unless the commanding beast was taken down, the horde couldn't be stopped.
Yet for thousands of years, humanity had failed to discern the pattern behind beast horde outbreaks. Sometimes, an area couldn't withstand the horde and was entirely wiped out. Not bad. If Su Wenwei joins us, our operations will run smoother, and our funding will be more secure.
The one referred to as boss nodded in approval.
Fine, avenging his useless son is something we were planning to do anyway. I've already reported the situation in Tianhai City. Who would have thought that such a small city would have 3 warriors with S-rank talents or higher? One of them even has the fabled celestial grade talent. Whether that's true or not, we'll wait for orders from above. This mission's minimum level is S-rank. It might even warrant the personal involvement of a grandmaster. Su-bai, the Su family. Keep a close eye on the movements of the Su group. They might prove useful in the future.
Understood, boss. As the words fell, the dimly lit basement returned to silence, as if the conversation had never taken place. As the protagonist at the center of this storm, Su-bai had just arrived at his doorstep. Pushing the door open, the maid was still the same, and the villa hadn't changed.
It was as if everything that happened today was nothing more than a dream.
But the power he now possessed told him that it was all real.
Taking a deep breath, he decided to start working hard again. Ding dong.
Just as Su-bai was about to head to his room to cultivate, the doorbell rang. The sound left him a bit puzzled. Aside from the maid who looked after him, who else would come to this villa? Even the friends he hung out with rarely knew his address, as Su-bai never brought anyone home. Fugue wouldn't show up either. Su-bai had just motivated him with a bowl of chicken soup, and he had gone home to train immediately. After thinking for a moment, Su-bai guessed who might be outside.
Opening the door would confirm his guess. Gripping the doorknob tightly, he opened the door. Son!
His mother rushed up and hugged him tightly, her face full of joy, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. All these years, she had only thought about earning money so her son could live an ordinary life. She never expected this awakening to bring them such a huge surprise. In just one day, her son had become an advanced martial artist, awakened the legendary celestial grade talent, and was even pre-admitted to Peking University.
What parent wouldn't want their child to succeed? Who wouldn't want their child to get into a good university? Who wouldn't hope for?
Startled by the sudden hug, Su-bai felt a bit flustered. Since crossing over to this world, he had rarely seen his parents. They were busy with work, and as long as they sent him money on time each month and occasionally called to check in, that was it. But that arrangement suited him just fine. Suddenly facing two unfamiliar parents, anyone would feel out of place. This kind of life was actually quite comfortable.
Mom, I'm right here.
Subai responded awkwardly. While his mother hugged him, he felt a sharp gaze directed at him. Upon closer inspection, it was his cheap old man.
This was absurd, jealous of his own son? What a wife-protecting maniac!
Suppressing his inner annoyance, Subai wriggled free from his mother's embrace and looked directly at the two of them.
You brat! How did you suddenly become an advanced martial artist? You've been hiding this from your mom and me, haven't you?
If it weren't for the commotion from your awakening today, we'd still be in the dark. Subai's father started with a barrage of criticism, completely dominating the atmosphere.
Subai was speechless. Everyone thought he had been hiding his strength, but did he even want to? He had merely been a quasi-martial artist, what was there to hide?
It wasn't like becoming an advanced martial artist in just 2 days of casual training was such a big deal to him.
Was there really a need to make such a fuss? Still, Subai didn't dare to tell the truth.
If others knew he had gone from being a despised wastrel to an advanced martial artist in just 2 days, while also awakening the world's sole celestial grade talent, he could already imagine his fate. He'd either be taken away for experiments, or countless martial kings and martial emperors would be eyeing the secrets of his body. Celestial grade talent was too tempting, beyond what ordinary people could comprehend.
Yes.
Lying low, Subai decided to agree with everything, much like someone under a tattered blanket, nodding to everyone they met.
You brat!
Su Xingzhou, his father, had been feeling quite pleased deep down. He just wanted to assert some fatherly authority in front of his son.
But this son, what kind of response was that?
He was even considering pulling out his 7 wolves belt to let his son experience the fatherly love he'd missed out on all these years.
Su Xingzhou, what are you doing?
Our Xiaobai has endured so much over the years.
Now we've finally learned that our son is a genius. This is such a happy occasion. Why are you making it so tense? Can't we just have a nice family moment?
I'm warning you, don't try to use those business tactics of yours on our son, or you'll deal with me later. Subai's mother immediately stepped in to counteract the tension her husband had created, threatening him on the spot. Sure enough, Su Xingzhou instantly withdrew, though he still looked angrily at his son. Wife scolding him for the son, he wasn't going to forget this grudge anytime soon. He shot Subai a fierce glare. His wife was biased, and he was furious about it.
Smack! A resounding slap landed on Su Xingzhou's back.
If you keep staring at our son like that, think about how many times you'll need to kneel before we get home.
Subai's mother declared domineeringly. Su Xingzhou immediately adjusted his expression, transforming into a proper fatherly figure.
Now that Subai's father was no longer interfering, his mother began chatting with him more. Over the years, they had rarely paid attention to their son, so this was a good opportunity to get to know him better.
Son, how have the past 2 years been?
Mom's been so busy with work that I haven't had much time to check on you.
Mom, I'm fine. Fugue's been keeping me company.
Good.
By the way, son, how are things with Xiaoyu, Uncle Chu's daughter? Don't forget you two have an engagement. Don't tell me you're not getting along. I'm telling you, don't you dare find someone else to be your wife. I won't accept it.
Xiaoyu is so great, she's beautiful, talented, gentle, and caring.
Such a wonderful daughter-in-law.
If you make her unhappy, I won't let you off the hook.
I'll have your father remind you what responsibility means. When it comes to marriage, it's something almost everyone has to face.
Faced with his mother's nagging, the son could only quickly find a girlfriend to appease her. The truth is, Su's mother had already heard from the maids that her son had such a great opportunity but didn't treasure it. Instead, he pushed her away. This ideal daughter-in-law had been lovable as a child and had grown up to be perfect in every way. She and her son were mutually fond of each other and even had a marriage agreement. Xiaoyu was so wonderful, yet her son didn't appreciate her. If it had been her previously useless son, Su's mother might have let it slide, not wanting to harm someone else. But now, her son had secretly become an advanced martial artist.
How could she let such a great daughter-in-law slip away? Absolutely not.
So, upon hearing from the maids that the two had started to mend their relationship, Su's mother was overjoyed, thinking her son had finally matured and was taking the initiative.
Mom. What are you talking about? Even though Xiaoyu and I have a marriage agreement, we're still too young to get married right now. Don't worry about it. Subai felt a headache coming on. How did the topic shift back to Chu Yoyu again?
Although they did indeed have a marriage agreement, and they had liked each other before. His previous lack of talent had left her waiting for 2.5 years.
Even if she still had some feelings for him, now wasn't the time to be discussing marriage. Besides, wasn't it way too early to talk about marriage right now? Well, on your wedding day, if the bride isn't Xiaoyu, I, as your mother, won't agree to it.
Shering waved her hand, having firmly decided on this future daughter-in-law, and urged her son to take the initiative quickly.
Right now, Xiaoyu had awakened as an SS-grade genius. Who knew how many noble sons from prominent families were eyeing her? If he didn't act fast, it would be a big problem if someone else snatched her away. Alright, I'll do as you say. Let's not talk about this now. Mom, this is a martial king breakthrough pill. As far as I know, you're currently an advanced martial master, right?
This pill can help you break through to the martial king level. Sensing the atmosphere taking a turn, Subai quickly changed the subject. After speaking, he took out the breakthrough pill he had just obtained from his spatial ring and handed it to his mother. Shering, who had been going on and on, stopped immediately upon hearing this and stared at the pill in her hand. There was no doubt about it, the quality was high, and it gave off a faint medicinal fragrance. It was exactly the kind of breakthrough pill she was familiar with.
Son, where did this pill come from?
Shering asked, somewhat puzzled.
Wasn't her son only revealed to have talent today?
A breakthrough pill of this caliber cost billions on the market and was crafted by a fourth-tier alchemist. She and her husband didn't even know any fourth-tier alchemists, let alone have the means to commission one.
So how did her son get this pill?
Subai replied nonchalantly, I won this pill in a bet with Su Fei from the Su family.
He lost to me, so the pill became mine. By the way, Mom, Su Fei tried to kill me, so I crippled him.
I heard he's been sent to the hospital, but whether or not he recovers or remains a cripple doesn't really affect our family, right?
Before he could finish speaking, Su Xingzhou couldn't help but walk up to Subai. You're saying you crippled Su Fei? Isn't Su Fei the one who awakened S-grade talent? You really crippled him?
When Su Xingzhou had heard the maid's report earlier, he had only known about a conflict between his son and the Su family's son. He hadn't realized his son had actually crippled the man.
An S-grade talent, and his son crippled him?
Their relationship with the Su family and the Su corporation had always been tense, and now his son had taken out their rare S-grade talent?
This was simply fantastic. Yeah, he tried to kill me first. What's the problem with that? No problem. Son, you did a great job.
Old Master Su has always been dissatisfied with Su Fei and has constantly been competing against your father. Now that you've crippled his grandson, he'll have to stew in anger behind the scenes.
You did brilliantly. Su Xingzhou looked at his son, finally showing a smile of approval. Now this is my son. Su Xingzhou. Stop leading my son astray. I'm warning you, if anything happens to my boy, I won't let you off.
Shering was furious, her face turning red as she watched her husband fan the flames. Her son had crippled Su Fei, and surely those Su family dogs would be losing their minds. Especially Su Fei's mother, she was always acting like a shrew. If she found out her son was crippled, she would definitely explode. If her son really ended up being crippled, the Su family would stop at nothing, even draining their resources, to seek revenge.
Su Fei's mother, in particular, would never let it go. Don't worry, son. Your dad will handle this for you.
The Su Fei family will definitely want revenge, so you must be extra careful these next few days. According to the Genius Protection Law of Huaxia, the Su family is unlikely to act openly, but they will surely try some underhanded tricks in secret.
So in a couple of days, your mom and I will move in with you.
No matter how important the company is, it can't compare to you. Su Xingzhou analyzed the current situation. Revenge was inevitable, but the methods and individuals involved required vigilance.
Okay, Subai agreed.
The current situation was indeed as his cheap dad had analyzed. He had to guard against someone sneaking around in the middle of the night to cause trouble.
Having his parents move in seemed like a good choice,
but it also made Subai feel a bit awkward. Originally, he had been living freely on his own. Now, his parents were suddenly moving in, and they were such unfamiliar parents at that. In his memories, his parents had been very good to him when he was a child, almost granting his every wish. However, unlike Su Fei's kind of pampering, his parents had strong morals and always expected him to be an upright person. Whenever Subai made a mistake that crossed a line, even his usually gentle mother would become strict. After a round of special education, Subai would obediently admit his mistakes. Whenever similar issues arose later, he would always remember the lesson from that night. As he grew older and more independent, his parents became busier with work. Especially after he started high school, his parents learned that their son was just coasting through life and didn't bother to intervene anymore. After all, no matter how hard he trained his blood energy, there was no significant progress. If martial arts wasn't an option, they wouldn't force it. Someday, he could just honestly inherit the family business. It wasn't a bad life either. They had even considered starting a new account for him, but due to the demands of the company, the matter was shelved indefinitely.
Alright then, I won't disturb you. The day after tomorrow, you'll be participating in the competition in Jiang province.
Train well for the next couple of days and make your dad proud. After speaking, Su Xingzhou glanced at the maid in the villa, his eyes conveying an unspoken message.
The maid, who was also a martial king, understood immediately.
In upper circles like these, having sharp instincts was crucial. She nodded slightly, and only then did Su Xingzhou leave with peace of mind.
Son, I'll keep this pill for myself. When will you bring a daughter-in-law home for me to meet? That would make me even happier.
Xiao Luo, take good care of our Xiao Bai. I'll raise your salary. Before leaving, Shering added a few words of advice.
Marriage couldn't be delayed, after all.
It seemed she was already planning to visit the Chu family soon.
The two kids were about the right age to get married.
Shering accepted the pill with enthusiasm. It was the first gift her son had ever given her, and she was reluctant to use it. After his parents left, Su Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Coming to this world, it seemed there was no escaping the pressure of marriage.
The relentless matchmaking truly seemed universal. It was terrifying.
Finally, he could focus on improving his strength. Su Bai returned to his room and took out the 4 spirit stones he had obtained today. As soon as the spirit stones appeared, the system popped up again.
New currency detected. System updating. Update complete. Update details as follows. 1. New currency added, spirit stones. 2. Malfunction unlocked. Spirit stones accepted as currency. 3. Pay to win feature unlocked. Please explore further for details. Update complete.
Wishing our dear host a pleasant experience.
Pay to win makes you stronger. System, you're alive again?
Su Bai asked, curious as he stared at the update notification on the screen. Dear host, the system has always been here.
Then why didn't you respond to me before? You never called for me. Su Bai thought for a moment. That was true. He hadn't reached out to the system.
He had assumed it was dead silent for over 20 chapters before reappearing.
Couldn't you have been a little more proactive? Without the host's permission, the system didn't want to disturb you. Can you change your voice and call me master instead?
Su Bai felt a bit exasperated hearing the mechanical voice repeatedly calling him dear host.
Of course, master.
The system obediently switched to a little girl's voice, addressing him as master. Hiss, the sudden lowly voice almost made Su Bai lose his composure.
What was going on? Was the system testing him with this? Honestly, what host could withstand this kind of test? The answer was simple. This host couldn't.
Listening to the system's lowly voice sweetly calling him master, Su Bai felt like he was floating on air. Master, the system suggests you recharge these 4 spirit stones into the system. This will help you improve your strength faster.
Oh, so that's it.
The system had finally revealed its true intentions. It was trying to trick him into recharging.
No wonder it had suddenly reappeared.
This little ploy immediately sobered Su Bai. It was all just a scheme to get him to spend. He no longer paid attention to the shouting of the small system and began to explore the newly launched system shop on his own.
Pay-to-win system. Name, Su Bai.
Talent, Immortal grade talent, top-tier fire attribute special talent, the only top-tier talent. You are the hope humanity has awaited for a millennium. Unleash the full potential of your talent. Asterisk, talent levels, F-tier, E-tier, D-tier, A-tier, S-tier, SS tier, SSS tier, asterisk. Realm, Advanced Martial Artist. Heart Techniques, Changchun Technique, Enlightenment Technique. Combat Techniques, Primordial Sun Slash.
Balance, 114,514 credits. Shop, unlocked. Inventory, 1 space ring. After spending billions on the system interface finally received an epic level update. At last, it was no longer the useless panel it used to be. Su Bai glanced at it.
Aside from a few changes in the data, he hadn't discovered any other updates for now.
Particularly the third point, asterisk, is there a new way to spend money? Explore it yourself? How boring. Asterisk.
Finally, Su Bai fixed his gaze on the newly unlocked shop. With a single thought, the shop opened. The system panel was replaced by a brand new projection. As it refreshed rapidly, an array of dazzling items lit up his eyes. Soon, the shop finished loading. What appeared before him were treasures that made his mouth water.
Xianyuan sword.
Item description: this sword is the national treasure of Huaxia, lost a millennium ago.
Possessing it allows you to eliminate all evils in the
World, protect humanity's peace, and embody the fortune of a dragon.
The wielder will be blessed by Huaxia's destiny and become invincible. Price, unknown spirit stones, heaven mending stone. Item description: this is a treasure left behind by the ancient goddess Nuwa during her mission to mend the heavens. It contains infinite vitality. With it, the user's body will experience a massive enhancement, and their physique and talent will surpass all in the multiverse, becoming unrivaled. Price, 99,999 spirit stones. Feng Tian halberd. Item description: after seeing the heaven-mending stone, Subai didn't bother looking further. There was no need.
At least the heaven-mending stone came with a price tag, something he could work towards saving.
But the Xianyuan sword? Its price was listed as unknown?
Clearly, it was just for show.
How infuriating.
Every item on this page was the kind that, if he managed to acquire even one, would practically send him soaring to the top.
Why bother cultivating at that point?
He'd become invincible, capable of wiping out billions of alien races with a single gesture.
The image of that was simply too cool.
But this was just wishful thinking. Based on his experience reading novels in his past life, this damned system would never let him become invincible overnight.
Otherwise, what would be the point of his transmigration?
Resigned, he opened the price filter and entered 4. Soon, a large selection of items priced at 4 spirit stones or less appeared before Subai. Seeing this fresh new page, Subai nodded in satisfaction.
Now this is more reasonable. Pure Yang sword. Item description: a lower-grade profound iron sword forged entirely from pure yang iron by an unnamed 4th-tier top-grade craftsman.
The craftsman spent 3 days
and nights forging this sword.
It is razor-sharp, capable of slicing through iron like butter, and offers additional bonuses when paired with sword techniques, ***.
Price, 1 spirit stone. 3rd-tier pill Martial King breakthrough pill.
Item description: a 3rd-tier premium pill that guarantees a 100% success rate in breaking through to the Martial King realm.
No risk of failure. Buy with confidence. Price, 1 spirit stone. 5th-tier pill marrow cleansing pill.
Item description: a 5th-tier premium pill that removes impurities from the body upon consumption, significantly boosting cultivation speed. If taken before talent awakening, it may trigger unknown transformations, ***.
Price, 2 spirit stones. With a quick glance, Subai noticed that most of these items were ones he had seen or owned before. However, unlike the ones he had on hand, these pills were all rare premium-grade items.
Premium pills were highly sought after.
Even the lowest-grade 1st-tier premium pill was incredibly rare.
This was because only 6th-tier alchemists and above could refine premium-grade pills. The reason premium pills were so valuable was that they left no impurities in the body after consumption. In contrast, the high-grade pills available on the market would leave impurities in the body, which were difficult to remove.
Lower-grade pills contained even more impurities.
This was why pill appraisers existed, and why there was such a significant price gap between lower-grade and higher-grade pills. It was common knowledge, if the impurities left by pills weren't removed, they would only harm one's foundation, causing cultivation to stagnate.
Premium pills, on the other hand, eliminated such concerns. They truly delivered immediate results without any drawbacks.
These types of pills were practically never sold on the market.
Everyone hoarded them for critical moments.
Even alchemists yearned to obtain such pills, hoping to gain insights into the mysteries of alchemy. Unfortunately, the number of people capable of refining premium pills was dwindling, and no one was willing to pass on the secrets. Even those who successfully refined them kept their methods tightly sealed. So, when Subai saw that every pill in the mall was of the highest quality, he was utterly shocked. The system was truly incredible. The items in the mall were far beyond what ordinary goods could compare to. But the price, why could they only be paid for with spirit stones? After browsing for a while, Subai couldn't find anything he really wanted, leaving him thoroughly disappointed.
There wasn't even an experience pill. This deserved a bad review. However, he did spot a pill that could accelerate cultivation. Tier 3 Spirit Gathering Pill.
Item description: a top-quality Tier 3 spirit gathering pill that significantly enhances cultivation speed.
The degree of enhancement depends on one's realm and innate talent.
Ineffective for those at or above the Martial King realm.
Price, 1 spirit stone. Not bad. A good item. I'll buy it.
After another look around, Subai found that most items in the mall were either useless to him at the moment or not immediately necessary, and he only had 4 spirit stones in his possession.
Tisk. Looks like I'll need to save up more spirit stones in the future.
Otherwise, I'll just be left staring at all these treasures. Subai bought the spirit gathering pill and also purchased the pure yang sword he had been eyeing earlier.
A lower-grade profound tier weapon, this was a treasure that even many master-level martial artists would struggle to obtain. He hadn't expected the system mall to sell it for just one spirit stone. Weapon grades are categorized as Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, with Heaven being the highest and Yellow the lowest. Each grade is further divided into lower, middle, upper, and supreme tiers. Weapons are more valuable than pills. A good weapon provides a more immediate and obvious boost compared to pills. Pills enhance one's strength, but their effects require processing and cultivation to manifest. Weapons, on the other hand, are different. The moment they're in hand, one's combat power is instantly elevated. With the right martial technique, a weapon's power can be amplified significantly. Generally, an ordinary lower-grade yellow-tier weapon can boost strength by about 30%. A middle-grade weapon increases it by 50%, an upper grade by 70%, and a supreme-grade weapon can double one's power. What's more, this boost isn't merely additive. For instance, a beginner martial artist equipped with a lower-grade yellow-tier weapon, combined with the appropriate martial technique, could easily take on 3 opponents at once or even hold their own against an intermediate martial artist. This highlights the critical role of weapons. Of course, weapons must also suit their wielder. An ill-suited weapon could actually hinder performance, potentially weakening one's overall strength. Fortunately, Subai's celestial grade talent was exceptionally high, allowing him to instantly master virtually any weapon. He would never encounter incompatibility issues. This sword, in particular, perfectly complemented his Yuan-Yang/martial technique. With it, even advanced martial artists would likely struggle to defeat him easily. Combined with the trump cards he held, Subai felt he could even challenge intermediate or advanced martial masters. However, this was merely his own speculation. Since he had never truly fought a martial master, he wasn't sure about the actual disparities between the major realms. Backpack, Spatial Ring ×1, Tier 3 Spirit Gathering Pill ×1, Lower Grade Profound Tier Pure Yang Sword ×1. In the end, Subai couldn't resist the allure of the system mall and spent 2 of his 4 spirit stones. A sword materialized in his hand as a result. The blade shimmered with a golden-orange glow, forged from pure young iron. It was exceptionally sharp, with a hardness far exceeding that of ordinary yellow-tier swords. Surprisingly, the sword felt light and agile in his hand. Subai infused it with spiritual energy and gave it a gentle swing. In an instant, sword energy erupted, radiating a sharpness that seemed capable of destroying everything around it. Thankfully, he noticed the anomaly in time and stopped, preventing the room from turning into rubble. This power, it's more than twice as strong as before, and I haven't even used any techniques, Subai muttered to himself. The sword's overwhelming power exceeded his expectations, filling him with confidence for the upcoming competition championship. With 2 spirit stones left in hand, he figured it was better not to let them go to waste. He decided to use them all at once to test their effect on cultivation. Without delay, Subai took out the remaining 2 spirit stones and the spirit gathering pill he had just purchased. The moment he brought out the pill, a faint fragrance filled the room, intoxicating to the senses. Suppressing his reluctance, Subai swallowed the pill in one go and sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning to activate his enlightenment technique. He held the spirit stones in his hands, drawing out the spiritual energy within them. As the technique circulated, Subai could clearly feel the surrounding spiritual energy stirring. The spirit-gathering pill began to take effect. In an instant, the once stagnant spiritual energy seemed to discover a treasure and surged madly towards Subai's body. His celestial-grade talent wasted none of it, absorbing everything. No matter how much spiritual energy flooded in, Subai's body was like a bottomless pit, taking it all in without a trace of waste. With each breath, under the influence of the spiritual energy, the pill, and the technique, Subai's celestial-grade talent activated at full speed. Suddenly, sensing a change in his body, Subai intensified his efforts to absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit stones. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound came from within his body. It was as if he had broken free from some kind of restraint, and his entire being felt significantly lighter. This was the signal of breaking through to the martial master realm. After breaking through to the martial master realm, Subai clearly felt the blood and energy within his body surge, becoming increasingly dense and pure. This tingling sensation made him feel extremely comfortable. The core of advancing from a martial practitioner to a martial master lies in the gradual transformation of blood energy within the body into spiritual energy. Upon breaking through to the martial king realm, the blood energy will completely convert into spiritual energy. At that point, a martial king can release spiritual energy, enabling short bursts of sword flight or effortless movement through the air. Upon reaching the grandmaster level, the spiritual energy becomes even purer, allowing true freedom of flight in the air for as long as one desires.
However, starting from the martial master level, advancing even a small stage becomes extraordinarily difficult. This is also why most people stop at the martial master level, unable to break through to the martial king level in their lifetime. The gap between an advanced martial master and a martial king is like a massive wall, blocking the path of the vast majority. Only a rare few, through talent and relentless effort, can barely cross this barrier. Historical records note that an SSS level genius with the fastest cultivation speed took 1 week to advance from a martial practitioner to a martial master but required a full month to progress from a martial master to a martial king. One can imagine how much longer it would take for others. Thus, those who achieve the martial king realm after graduating from university are considered geniuses. Grandmasters are even rarer, and as for the great grandmaster level, there have only been a handful of individuals throughout history. This illustrates just how difficult it is to advance in cultivation. Fortunately, over thousands of years of development, a variety of elixirs and cultivation techniques have emerged, significantly increasing the high-end combat power of the human race, barely maintaining a balance against other races. Time passed quickly, and an hour went by. Subai absorbed spiritual energy at an increasingly rapid pace, and the spirit stone in his hand visibly dimmed. Luckily, he had the support of the spirit stone. Otherwise, the thin spiritual energy in the air would have been far from sufficient, and even the effect of the spirit-gathering pill would have been hard to manifest. In this hour, Subai felt his foundation as a beginner martial master become more and more solid, without the instability he had felt right after his breakthrough. This level of stability would typically take an ordinary person several weeks to achieve before they could slowly progress toward the intermediate martial master stage. But Subai was clearly different. He stabilized his realm in just 1 hour, feeling as if he had been cultivating at this level for months. And so, only 1 hour had passed since Subai had broken through to the martial master realm. 3 hours later, intermediate martial master, success. The blood energy within his body was compressed once again, becoming even purer, approaching the spiritual energy that only martial kings possess. Subai didn't stop there and continued cultivating. By the next morning, as the first rays of sunlight fell upon him, that tingling sensation returned once more. Advanced martial master, success. His eyes snapped open, and his powerful aura erupted, as if capable of obliterating everything around him. The sudden surge startled Luo Yanhan downstairs. Subai looked at the spirit stone in his hand, now completely dim and lifeless, and casually placed it into his spatial ring. The spirit stone had been entirely depleted, leaving him with only one remaining. Who would have thought that a single spirit stone combined with a spirit-gathering pill could allow him to advance from an advanced martial practitioner to an advanced martial master overnight? This was a massive leap across realms, achieved in just one night. If word got out, even the strongest emperor martial artist of today would find it hard to believe. Luo Yanhan, sensing the aura of a martial master, made no effort to conceal her own martial king aura and immediately appeared at Subai's door. She kicked open the obstructing door with one swift motion, silently gathering her energy, prepared to eliminate any intruder. Bang! As Luo Yanhan kicked open the door and quickly scanned the room for enemies, Subai immediately became alert, his gaze locking onto the doorway, ready to respond. "Young master, are you all right?" Luo Yanhan asked cautiously, her tone laced with concern for Subai. Subai, still immersed in the joy of successfully advancing to an advanced martial master, was caught off guard when the door was suddenly kicked open, followed by Luo Yanhan's concerned voice. Then, he felt an aura so powerful it could threaten him. Upon closer inspection, that aura was coming from none other than Luo Yanhan, the woman who had always taken care of him? What the hell, an early-stage martial king? Subai couldn't help but exclaim aloud. He never would have imagined that his family's maid was actually a martial king expert. How was that even possible? It was common knowledge that even the principal of his school was merely a martial king. And now, a mere maid in his household turned out to be a martial king? And not just any martial king, this one had been taking care of his daily life for over 2 years, like a professional maid. Luo Yanhan scanned the surroundings but found no signs of any intruders. At that moment, she suddenly heard Subai's exclamation. "It's over, I've been exposed." Luo Yanhan immediately understood. That sudden burst of martial master aura had startled her, leaving her no time to think. In her panic, she had rushed in. Now it seemed that there was no danger, but instead, her identity as a martial king had been revealed. But where did that martial master aura come from? She couldn't have been mistaken. Luo Yanhan looked at Subai with suspicion, casting just one glance. "Young master, you're an advanced martial master?" Both of them were stunned, one shocked to be a martial king, the other astonished to have become a martial master. How is that possible?
The young master was just an advanced martial artist yesterday. How could he become an advanced martial master overnight? Could it be that the young master has been cultivating some secret technique to hide his strength, fooling even a martial king? Could he have been suppressing his abilities, pretending to be merely an advanced martial artist? In an instant, countless possibilities flashed through Luo Yanhan's mind. To her, it was impossible for someone to break through from an advanced martial artist to an advanced martial master overnight, a leap of an entire major realm. It had taken her nearly a year to break through from advanced martial artist to advanced martial master, yet the young master had achieved it in just one night? This was utterly impossible. Even the legendary geniuses couldn't accomplish such a feat. Thus, the only conclusion was that the young master had been hiding his strength all along. An advanced martial master who hadn't even taken the martial examination yet. If this information got out, Luo Yanhan was certain that the alien clans would stop at nothing to eliminate the young master. This level of talent was terrifying. There had already been one sword saint in the past. The alien clans would never allow a second sword saint to rise. The fear of being ruled by a sword saint thousands of years ago was etched into the minds of all the alien clans. They would never let it happen again. No, I have to report this to the boss immediately, or I'll be in big trouble. After confirming that Su Bai was unharmed, Luo Yanhan hastily left this statement and exited the room. Young master, breakfast is ready. Remember to come down and eat. After leaving the room, Luo Yanhan went to the living room and made a phone call. Su Xingzhou's voice came through immediately. What's the matter, Xiao Luo? What? At this moment, Su Xingzhou, who was in his office reviewing a billion-dollar business proposal, jumped to his feet upon hearing the news, completely disregarding the proposal on his desk. My son, Su Bai, is destined to become an emperor-level talent in the future. Su Xingzhou exclaimed with excitement. He had already been thrilled to learn that his son was an advanced martial artist, but now, this news was even more astonishing. After calming down, Su Xingzhou quickly thought it through. With his son's incredible talent, alien spies would undoubtedly target him. They needed to move in immediately to protect him. Hello, Shiriying? Our son. Alright, it's settled. We'll move in tomorrow. Meanwhile, Su Bai was still utterly confused. What on earth was going on? The sudden explosion of his door was shocking enough. Who would have thought that his beautiful maid was actually a hidden martial king? So, she wasn't an ordinary maid at all but a bodyguard secretly sent by his parents to protect him? Oh God, had all his actions over the past few years been under her watchful eye? At this thought, Su Bai felt a chill run down his spine. After Luo Yanhan left, it took Su Bai quite a while to accept this reality. Forget it, let things take their course. Although last night, he had directly leaped from an advanced martial artist to an advanced martial master, breaking through a major realm. But this was all thanks to the spiritual stones and spirit-gathering pills, combined with his celestial-grade talent and imperial-level cultivation technique, Tao Enlightenment formula. If he couldn't make progress with all these resources, he'd just as well find a rock to smash his head on. Still, who would believe that someone could break through a major realm overnight? Moreover, each cultivation session consumed 2 spiritual stones, equivalent to 2 billion. It was outrageously expensive. The path of a martial artist was truly a bottomless pit, burning through money like water. Even though the progress was lightning fast, no amount of wealth could sustain it at this rate. It seemed he needed to find a way to make money. After all, his parents' money wasn't truly his, and the company's funds couldn't solely support him. It wasn't even enough for a few cultivation sessions. What profession made the most money nowadays? Alchemy? Artifact forging? Both seemed highly lucrative. Especially since the system had so many top-grade pills and weapons available. If only spiritual stones weren't so scarce, he'd have started flipping them for profit long ago. Both alchemy and artifact forging required corresponding talents. Fortunately, the system could copy others' talents, otherwise, he'd have no way to begin. After tidying up, Su Bai descended the stairs. Breakfast was already laid out on the table, waiting for him. Luo Yanhan was nowhere to be seen in the living room, possibly avoiding him to keep her secret from being discovered. As Su Bai ate breakfast, he mentally planned his day. The 5th-tier body cleansing pill in his possession could easily fetch a price of tens of billions if sold. With these billions, he could replicate talents, refine pills and equipment, and then earn even more money. It was a perfect money-making cycle. Unfortunately, the system's marketplace only accepted spirit stones as currency, which was really a headache. Right now, aside from the 10 spirit stones awarded to the first place in tomorrow's competition, there were almost no other avenues. The 4 spirit stones he had on hand were gifts from someone else. To acquire more, he would have to venture into secret realms, or hunt enough alien races and beasts in hopes of picking up a few.
It seemed that if he wanted to quickly improve his strength, entering a secret realm was a must. But for now, the most important thing was to sell this marrow-cleansing pill. After finishing his meal, Subai left the villa. Standing at the entrance, he opened the navigation on his phone and located the nearest merchant guild.
Treasure Pavilion, 300 meters away.
This will do. Spotting the treasure pavilion just 300 meters away, Subai decided on the spot to head there.
The Treasure Pavilion.
If his memory served him correctly, this was a global merchant guild. Its president was a martial emperor-level powerhouse, and even the vice presidents were also martial emperors. No one knew exactly how many martial emperors the guild had in total, but there were at least 2 on the surface. The Treasure Pavilion had branches all over the world.
Its reputation and credibility were top tier.
In smaller cities like Tianhai City, the branch presidents were at least of martial king level. In provincial capitals, the presidents were at a minimum of grandmaster level. With tens of provincial capitals in Huaxia, this meant the Treasure Pavilion had at least dozens of grandmaster level experts. What kind of force was this? In Huaxia, the power of the Treasure Pavilion was already comparable to that of the military. There were 3 major powers in Huaxia: the military, the Treasure Pavilion, and the third, which was extremely mysterious. Fortunately, the Treasure Pavilion had always focused solely on doing business and had no intention of vying for supremacy. If it weren't for this, Huaxia would never have allowed such a sharp blade to grow unchecked within its borders. Moreover, whenever beast tides struck or alien assassins attacked, the Treasure Pavilion would step up to assist the military in repelling beast and alien invasions. Such a free yet well-rewarded merchant guild was the perfect fit for unaffiliated cultivators. Those unwilling to join the military and be restrained naturally chose the Treasure Pavilion as their first option. It's unbelievable, a merchant guild achieving such a high status. Subai marveled in his heart. In his past life, such a thing would have been impossible. Business was business, and power was power.
The two could never coexist. If a merchant dared to vie for power, wouldn't that provoke the higher authorities? Sanctions, fines, enforced restructuring. But things were different now.
In this world, strength was all that mattered. As long as you were strong enough, no one could stop you from declaring yourself king. Since the Treasure Pavilion operated so properly, Subai felt reassured, knowing he wouldn't end up being taken advantage of. 100 meters ahead, proceed straight to your destination. The mischievous navigation app chimed in again. With only 100 meters left to go, Subai could already see the signboard of the Treasure Pavilion from afar. The signboard was particularly eye-catching because the Treasure Pavilion stood out amidst the modern architecture surrounding it. The towering pavilion resembled an ancient tea house, but it was taller, larger, and made of materials that were impossible to identify. The Treasure Pavilion's plaque hung high in the center of the pavilion, clearly visible even from a distance.
You have arrived near your destination. Navigation has ended. As Subai reached the entrance of the Treasure Pavilion, the mischievous navigation app ceased its guidance. At the entrance, a few young and attractive attendants were chatting idly.
The moment Subai appeared, he immediately drew their attention. Such a handsome young man, with an air about him that screamed wealth.
His attire was anything but ordinary. Hey, Lily, look at that young man.
He's probably here to buy pills to boost his strength for the upcoming martial arts exam.
We've had quite a few like him today. Want to go greet him? Exactly. Just look at his clothes, he's clearly from a rich family. The commission on this one won't be small. TSK, Lily, hurry up and grab this chance. We'll sit this one out. Just don't forget to treat us to a meal when your commission rolls in.
The attendants teased her, urging the recently graduated Lily to take the opportunity to serve this customer.
Everyone knew about Lily's family situation.
Her mother was gravely ill at home, and with no savings after just graduating from college, Lily could only rely on her job at the Treasure Pavilion to sustain her mother's life.
But if her mother didn't get treatment soon, all hope might be lost.
Here, there was no scheming or intrigue. When faced with major issues, people genuinely cared for and helped one another.
After all, who knew when they might find themselves in a similar situation?
This was the unique warmth of the Huaxia people.
Lily hesitated a little.
Normally, she wouldn't get a chance to serve such customers. These were usually scooped up by senior staff, who had more experience and were better at coaxing clients into buying more, thus earning higher commissions.
Thank you, everyone,
Lily whispered her thanks, quickly adjusting her emotions and preparing to present herself in the best possible state for the customer.
Soon, she walked up to Subai with a smile and said, "Student, do you need to buy some pills? I can take you to have a look."
All right.
Subai nodded. This was a good opportunity to check the quality and pricing of the pills in the treasure pavilion and get a sense of the market. This pill is a mid-tier grade 1 recovery pill. After taking it, it can quickly restore chi and blood as well as heal injuries. It is only effective for apprentice warriors and warriors. It sells for 100,000 yuan. What you're looking at is a high-tier grade 1 spirit gathering pill. It helps absorb spiritual energy faster and increases chi and blood. It's suitable for people below the level of martial master, but its effects vary based on talent and environment. This pill sells for 1 million yuan. This is a mid-tier grade 1 breakthrough pill. It can help an apprentice warrior at their peak breakthrough to the warrior level. The price is 1 million yuan. This is a grade 0 pill, used by alchemists for practice. It's only suitable for apprentice warriors, and each pill is priced at 100,000 yuan. After listening to the introduction, Subai realized that most of the pills on the counter were grade 1, with only a few mid-tier grade 2 pills, and their prices easily exceeded tens of millions. Wow, these pills were clearly prepared for the wealthy. Aside from the grade 0 practice pills, the starting price for grade 1 pills was tens of thousands, and their effects weren't particularly remarkable. Grade 1 pills corresponded to apprentice warriors and warriors, grade 2 pills to martial masters, grade 3 pills to martial kings, and so forth. Grade 7 pills corresponded to martial emperors. As for grade 8 and grade 9 pills, no one on Blue Star could currently produce them. The grade 8 and grade 9 pills available on the market were all discovered in secret realms or Blue Star's ancient ruins. That's right, since the spiritual energy resurgence, with anomalies frequently occurring, many fortuitous opportunities in ancient mansions had appeared one after another over the past few thousand years. This included the inheritance of a martial emperor's mansion from thousands of years ago, leaving behind numerous opportunities to change one's destiny. Records of the ancient era revealed that humanity had once experienced a spiritual energy resurgence, during which martial emperors also existed. The data showed that cultivation in the ancient era was far more glorious than it is today. At that time, experts were everywhere, and martial sovereigns were too numerous to count. There were even a few ancient powerhouses who surpassed the martial emperor realm, but they mysteriously disappeared. That era saw humanity at its peak strength, yet it also faced the risk of extinction. Blue Star suffered catastrophic devastation, exhausting all its spiritual energy just to barely recover. This led to humanity entering a period of extreme spiritual decline, known as the Age of Law's End. Martial practitioners fell into decline, and it took thousands of years of development to reach today's technological society. Later, as spiritual energy resurged again and alien beasts invaded, martial arts entered a new age of glory. The ancient martial era, tens of thousands of years ago, was so magnificent, yet it ultimately couldn't escape destruction. As for why humanity fell into the Age of Law's End, no one knew. There was no explanation in the records. Student, what kind of pill do you need? I can recommend a few that suit you. Lily thought that the pill she had introduced didn't meet Subai's needs, so she asked him directly. I'm not here to buy pills this time. I'm here to sell one. Can you take a look at this pill for me? After a moment of silence, Subai spoke slowly, while pulling out a high-tier grade 5 marrow cleansing pill from his spatial ring. A high-tier grade 5 pill, by previous standards, could even be effective for grandmasters. However, this pill's best usage period was before one's innate talent awakened. Before awakening, even the rarest geniuses would usually only reach the martial master level. Thus, this pill had significant limitations, otherwise, its value wouldn't merely be in the tens of billions. According to the system, a supreme marrow cleansing pill was priced at only 2 spirit stones, which translated to around 20 billion yuan. In an instant, the rich fragrance of the pill filled the entire treasure pavilion, intoxicating everyone. Lily was also entranced by the fragrance. The moment Subai took out the pill, she was completely captivated. It wasn't until Subai called out to her that she snapped back to reality. Student, I can't decide on this matter. Please wait a moment, I'll go call the president. Lily stammered, utterly shocked. This pill's fragrance wasn't ordinary, it was the hallmark of a high-grade pill. She had once seen a grade 3 pill during her internship, but its fragrance couldn't even compare to this one. Who exactly was this young and handsome guy? How could he casually bring out such a high-grade pill to sell? It was simply unbelievable. Just this one pill, if successfully sold, could earn her a commission of millions in no time. With that money, she would finally have enough to save her mother. With excitement in her heart, Lily hurriedly ran to the top floor where the president's office was located. As soon as she arrived at the door, she saw the president coming out personally, and at the same time, the door to another room opened. Master Zhang. Lily was startled. Even Master Zhang had been summoned? It was widely known that Master Zhang was a grade 2 alchemist of the Treasure Pavilion, personally cultivated by the president at great expense. He was usually so busy that even catching a glimpse of him was rare. It was precisely because of him that the branch of the Treasure Pavilion could sell a few Tier 2 pills, and every time, they would make a fortune. President. Lily was just about to report when she was interrupted by the president. Say no more, I think I understand. Take me to meet this guest. After speaking, the president glanced at old Zhang, who had been studying pills in the room. Old Zhang, can you smell it? It seems we have a new friend in Tianhai City. Come, let's go meet them. The pill fragrance is so strong, could it be a high-level alchemist? Could it have anything to do with yesterday's phenomenon? Old Zhang muttered to himself. Although the authorities suppressed news of yesterday's anomaly, the people of Tianhai City weren't fools who wouldn't know about such a big commotion. Forget it. If I can get my hands on this pill, my long-stagnant alchemy level might just improve. After Lily left, Subai stood in the hall holding the pill, standing out conspicuously. The girls who had been gossiping earlier all stared at him in astonishment. Sisters, am I seeing things? That little guy actually brought a high-grade pill, and the fragrance is so strong? It's real. So, is he planning to sell this pill? This pill fragrance. The only time I smelled something similar was during our internship training, and even then, that pill's aroma couldn't compare to this. If this deal goes through, Lily might finally get the money to save her mother, right? May I ask how to address you, young friend? The president arrived belatedly, smiling as he spoke. Old Zhang also curiously looked at Subai. He hadn't expected someone so young to be the owner of such a high-level pill. How could he have such a treasure? Lily brought the two men over and then quietly stood to the side. She knew better than to interject now. When Subai saw them, combined with the reactions of the staff earlier, he guessed that this must be the president. My surname is Subai. The president quickly searched his mind for anyone in Jiang province with the surname Su. Soon, he thought of a name, Subai from the Su family. Subai, why did this name sound so familiar? In Jiang province, among those with the surname Su, only one person fit the profile. That person's son was also named Subai. But he'd heard that Subai was a waste with a blood energy value of only 2.5. The person standing before him was clearly a martial master. Wait, a martial master? The president stared at Subai in astonishment, carefully sensing his aura. It was indeed the realm of a martial master. How was that possible? The young man before him was only 17 or 18 years old. At such a young age, he had already become a martial master? Since when did Tianhai City have someone like this? And how had he not heard a single piece of news about it? The president's mind raced with bold speculations, but he knew all of it would need thorough investigation. May I ask, what is your relationship with Su Xingzhou? Subai was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected the president of Treasure Pavilion to actually recognize his estranged father. But then he thought about it, his father was a billionaire with assets worth hundreds of billions and a martial king expert. Such a status was certainly well known in the martial artist circles. Thinking this through, Subai admitted openly. That's my father. Is there a problem? The president was even more shocked upon hearing this. What was going on? Wasn't Su Xingzhou's son supposed to be a waste? He was about to take part in the martial exams and wasn't even a martial artist yet. Then who was this martial master standing before him? Wait, yesterday, he'd heard that during the awakening ceremony at First High School, 3 geniuses had emerged, 2 with S-grade talents and 1 with SS grade, and there was even someone with a celestial grade talent. One of the S-class talents had been crippled, it was Su Fei from the Su family. To be able to cripple someone like Su Fei while also not fearing the Su family's retaliation, it could only be the young man in front of him. After all, the Su family and the Su family had long been rivals in the market, engaging in both overt and covert conflicts countless times. If the person before him was indeed the rumored Subai, then the incident with Su Fei made sense, especially considering the fact that Subai was already a martial master. It's nothing. Your father and I are business partners. My name is Feng Yuqing, you can call me Uncle Feng. If I'd known it was you coming, as your elder, I would have welcomed you personally. Next time, let me know in advance, and Uncle Feng will host you personally. The president smiled, taking the opportunity to establish a closer relationship. All right, Uncle Feng, Subai responded politely. After all, Uncle Feng was a martial king expert and the president of Treasure Pavilion, befriending him could only benefit Subai. I heard you're here to sell a pill. Is it the one in your hand? Feng Yuqing asked curiously. Earlier, that rich pill fragrance had come from the pill in Subai's hand. Beside him, Master Zhang, the Tier 2 alchemist, was staring at the pill with eyes full of longing. Subai nodded and displayed the pill as he said, "That's right. This is a Tier 5 superior grade bone cleansing pill. It's originally meant to enhance aptitude, but at my current level, it doesn't benefit me much. I plan to sell it, Uncle Feng. Are you interested? Take it. No matter the price, I'll take it. Whatever the cost, as long as you're willing to sell it to me. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. Zhang Dihai guarantees to assist you." The moment Master Zhang heard that the pill was for sale, he immediately jumped in to speak. This was a 5th-tier pill. After years of alchemy, the highest grade pills he had ever seen were only 4th-tier ones. Relying on those pills, he had barely managed to advance from a 1st-tier alchemist to a 2nd tier. Now, here he was, encountering a 5th-tier pill. If he could get his hands on it for research, perhaps his stagnant path as a 2nd-tier alchemist might finally see a breakthrough. Subai looked at Zhang Dihai with a puzzled expression. Zhang Dihai had always followed by Feng Yuqing's side. Subai had assumed he was just a bodyguard. Apparently not. Noticing Subai's confusion, Feng Yuqing chuckled and explained, "Look at me, I forgot to introduce him. This is Master Zhang Dihai, a 2nd-tier alchemist. He's particularly sensitive to high-tier pills." As they spoke, a system prompt suddenly appeared again. "Intermediate alchemist talent detected. Would you like to spend money to replicate it?" Subai was stunned by the prompt. An alchemist talent could be replicated too? Since the opportunity had presented itself, there was no way he would let it slip by. After selling the pill, he would replicate it immediately. "Master Zhang, hello. I came to Treasure Pavilion with this pill specifically to sell it to you. No need for further discussion." "True, I was being presumptuous. Let's talk about the price, then." Master Zhang clearly had no intention of letting this pill slip by. His words and demeanor exuded immense interest. However, Feng Yuqing felt a headache coming on. "Old Zhang, can't you be just a little more subtle? Didn't he know that the biggest taboo in business was showing too much eagerness? The more desperate you appear, the more likely the seller is to jack up the price. And in this situation, it was even worse. If the seller knew how badly you wanted it, the asking price would undoubtedly far exceed expectations. The first golden rule of negotiation was this: never let the other party see how much you want it. But now, Feng Yuqing had no choice but to grit his teeth and try to secure the pill. "Alright, you name your price first. If it's reasonable, we'll close the deal immediately." Subai nodded, as this was what he had intended as well. Feng Yuqing fell silent for a few seconds. Although he didn't know what price Subai had in mind, generally, the starting price for a 5th-tier pill was over 1 billion. For high-quality ones like this, it could go up to 3 or 4 billion. However, he also knew about the flaw of this marrow cleansing pill: it was only effective for those who hadn't awakened. For those who had, it was useless. This meant the pill's value wouldn't be as high as that of typical 5th-tier pills. But the question was, what price would satisfy Subai? If Subai really was the rumored individual, befriending him would undoubtedly be beneficial. At his age, becoming a martial master was already impressive enough. Not to mention, he was likely tied to yesterday's phenomenon. "I'll offer 3 billion. Final price. Xiao Su, what do you think?" After much hesitation, Feng Yuqing finally quoted his highest bid. This price was already his limit. On the market, this pill would at most be worth 2 billion. Offering 3 billion was purely an attempt to establish a connection. Anyone capable of producing a 5th-tier pill likely had more than one. Having such a friend would undoubtedly bring benefits. 3 billion? Subai was momentarily stunned upon hearing the price. He had initially expected it to be around 2 billion. Now, with an extra billion on the table, it was naturally a pleasant surprise. But upon further thought, he understood. It wasn't that the pill was worth 3 billion, but rather that the pill combined with himself was worth 3 billion. Realizing this, Subai decisively agreed. After all, his pay-to-win system was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much he invested, it seemed to yield no returns. Right now, he was in urgent need of money. With someone willing to pay handsomely to befriend him, this was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. "Alright, let's finalize the deal now." Subai agreed without hesitation. "Great. Xiao Su, give me your bank account number and I'll transfer the money right away." Feng Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Subai wasn't the kind of person blinded by greed. Otherwise, he would have rather walked away from the deal. "My account number is 1314520. "Alright, I've transferred it. Please check your account." As soon as he finished speaking, Subai's phone vibrated. Without even checking, he knew the money had arrived. "Uncle Feng, here's the pill. Please check if there are any issues."
Subai handed over the pill, but it wasn't Feng Yuqing who took it. Instead, Zhang Dihai suddenly snatched it and hurriedly prepared to leave. Seeing this, Subai quickly muttered replicate talent in his mind, and his phone gave a notification sound as the system panel popped up. Congratulations to the host for replicating the intermediate alchemist talent.
1 million pay-to-win points have been deducted. Only 1 million points for an intermediate talent? That's pretty cheap. After the replication was complete, Master Zhang left in a rush. He planned to retreat and study this pill. As long as he could glean some insights from it, becoming a Tier 3 alchemist would be just around the corner.
Don't mind him. Old Zhang's always like that. He's probably too excited and rushing back to research the pill. No worries, no worries. Since the pill is sold now, I won't bother Uncle Feng any longer. Subai waved his hand with a smile, showing he didn't mind, then bid farewell and left. Alright, then I won't see you off. Remember to send my regards to your dad. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Subai wandered aimlessly down the street. The sights before him were both familiar and unfamiliar. A few days ago, he was nothing but a weakling with a blood energy value of only 2.5. Who would have thought that, just before the martial arts exam, his system would awaken, and in mere days, he'd become a martial master? He had initially intended to live an ordinary life, but fate had played such a massive joke on him. Whatever. Since it's come to this, I might as well accept it with peace of mind. Let the storm rage on, it doesn't matter. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen, it was a call from his father. Sai, the familial bond he never experienced in his previous life had unexpectedly become a reality after transmigrating. He answered the call, and Su Xingzhou's voice came through. Son, where are you? Your mom and I are at the door of your villa. Come back and open the door. Didn't I tell you to stay in lately? What if something happens while you're out? Shi Ying's worried voice chimed in as well. The Su family was undoubtedly preparing for revenge, making every second their son spent outside fraught with danger. Otherwise, they wouldn't have moved in. Alright, Mom, I'll head back right away. Subai quickly agreed. Since his parents were here, it was a good time to return home anyway. At the villa's entrance, Su Xingzhou and Shering were chatting. Honey, do you think Xiaobai is really a martial master? Yesterday, he was still an advanced martial artist, and today he's supposedly an advanced martial master? Shering was full of doubt, but this was their son, Xiao Luo wouldn't make such a joke. We'll know when he gets here. To think he even hid this from his parents, he's got some nerve. When he gets back, we need to give him a good talking to. Su Xingzhou scolded, but his face was brimming with joy. Their son had become an advanced martial master. In the last martial arts exam, the national top scorer was only a primary martial master. And now, his son was already an advanced martial master. Do you know what this means? It means Su Xingzhou's son could very well be this year's national top scorer. This was something he didn't even dare to dream of, and now it had become a reality. How could he not be thrilled? All right, honey, you need to stay in touch with your friends and remind them to stay vigilant. The Su family is plotting revenge, and we can't let anything happen to Xiaobai. Although Shering hadn't yet seen any moves from the Su family, as a mother, her heart was always filled with worry. To see her son grow up healthy and safe was her greatest wish. Don't overthink it. She just hoped her son would remain unharmed. Yeah, safety is crucial. Once the martial arts exam is over, these worries will fade away. The Su family wouldn't dare mess with Peking University. After returning home, Su Xingzhou suggested they move in for the next few days. Subai gave it some thought. Since tomorrow was the grand competition, he agreed. Before nightfall, Principal Chen called. The call was mainly about some precautions for tomorrow's grand competition. This year's grand competition was jointly hosted by Jiang Province, Dongyang Province, and Tao Province, with the venue in Jiang Province. The capital and other provinces were too far away to conveniently host a centralized competition. The purpose of the grand competition was not to crown a champion but for cities within each province to compete for next year's educational resources. Due to resource disparities, there had always been disputes among cities. A few hundred years ago, the Martial Artist Association of Kyoto and the Huaxia military jointly issued a statement, clarifying the competition's rules and objectives. If you wanted resources, you had to fight for them yourself. Thus, the grand competition was born. Each grand competition was hosted by one or several provinces, and the rankings determined which provinces or cities would receive more educational resources the following year. This strength-based approach had garnered widespread approval. However, it had also created a problem. Strong cities got stronger, while weaker ones grew weaker, forming a vicious cycle. But there was no alternative. The world had changed.
Equality was no longer the norm, everything depended on strength.
Although Huaxia officials still preached equality, since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the fate of humanity had been irrevocably altered. Even so, lagging cities were allocated a minimal amount of resources to avoid the awkward situation of discovering a genius but lacking the funds to nurture them. This was the last trace of greenery in a barren wasteland.
Tianhai City was merely a minor player in each year's grand competition.
Among the hundreds of cities from the three provinces combined, Tianhai City ranked somewhere in the middle, roughly around 100th place.
Occasionally, with good luck, an SS-level talent might emerge and make it into the top 50.
As for higher rankings, almost no one attempts to compete.
The top 10 rankings remain almost unchanged every year, as talent is largely inherited from the cultivation levels of one's parents.
The cities that dominate the top 10 are the most valued across the three provinces. Educational resources and talent are concentrated there, and the quality of students far surpasses that of ordinary cities. Nearly every year, one of the top 10 cities produces an SS-level martial artist to take the lead. With the advantage of resources, others of the same talent level simply cannot compete.
You might be an SS-level martial artist at the intermediate stage, but they're SS level and already at the advanced stage.
In past competitions, it was a traditional arena format, where rankings were decided through one-on-one duels. But this year, the rules have changed drastically.
Perhaps believing the old format was too rigid, the competition has been unified nationwide into a points-based system. Participating students will be sent into a secret realm. Within the secret realm, there will be a designated safe zone. The beasts in the safe zone are mostly at the level of quasi-martial artists to junior martial masters. Beast levels are divided into 9 tiers, with each tier further divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced stages. Tier 1 corresponds to quasi-martial artists, while tiers 8 and 9 are emperor-level beasts.
This will be explained in detail later.
This secret realm was discovered not long ago.
Killing beasts earns points, and there's even the chance of unexpected rewards. Tier 1 beasts give 1, 3, and 5 points for beginner, intermediate, and advanced stages, respectively. Tier 2 beasts give 10, 30, and 50 points. As for Tier 3 beasts, a single beginner Tier 3 beast is worth 200 points. The points gap between Tier 2 and Tier 3 beasts is enormous, encouraging everyone to challenge higher-level enemies.
This is China's first attempt at such a format.
Only those who have truly experienced combat can understand the real plight of humanity and become true warriors.
Of course, this isn't about sending people to their deaths. Before entering the secret realm, everyone will be given a distress button. If pressed, the nearest instructor will extract you from the realm. Once the button is pressed, your points are immediately locked in.
This year's rules have significantly changed, introducing an element of luck alongside strength. You might be an advanced martial artist, but with bad luck, you could encounter a Tier 3 beast and be eliminated instantly.
On the other hand, you might turn the tables and earn a huge amount of points. Similarly, a junior martial artist might only encounter Tier 2 beasts they can defeat, relying on points to break into the top 100. Luck, too, is a part of strength.
Learning that this year's competition would take place within a secret realm, Subai felt a surge of excitement.
He had never entered a secret realm before. Although it was fraught with danger, it also presented incredible opportunities.
Other than a few high-level secret realms open to the public for joint efforts against enemies, most of the less dangerous secret realms were tightly controlled by major powers. Universities were no exception, with almost all owning their exclusive secret realms. Even if some smaller secret realms were open to the public, their resources had long been plundered.
But this time, the competition was set in a secret realm that hadn't been fully explored?
This meant that most of the resources within the realm were still untouched.
Perhaps he might even find the spiritual stones he needed.
Thinking of this, Subai was so excited that he could hardly contain himself, itching to dive in and make a fortune. After the principal finished his instructions, Subai's phone rang again.
"Brother Bai."
A loud voice boomed from the other end. It was Wang Fugue.
"Go on, what is it? Tomorrow's the big competition, and you still have time to call? Listen to me.
I, Wang Fugue, have officially become an intermediate martial artist." Wang Fugue sounded particularly proud on the other end of the line.
Who would have thought?
Wang Fugue, advancing from a junior martial artist to an intermediate martial artist in just one day.
Who could possibly be more impressive than him? I ask you, who could?
Listening to Wang Fugue's excitement, Subai felt speechless. Even breaking through to an advanced martial master himself hadn't made him this happy. But seeing how thrilled Wang Fugue was, Subai didn't want to dampen his spirits and risk confusing the guy.
Amazing. Subai responded perfunctorily.
Wang Fugui, oblivious to Su Bai's lack of enthusiasm, only felt that this was Brother Bai's recognition of him.
I'll stop talking now. I'm feeling so motivated, training is awesome. Brother Bai, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After hanging up, Su Bai didn't return to cultivation.
The path from advanced martial master to martial king was no easy one. He knew that his mother, after decades of cultivation, though with average talent, had only just reached the level of an advanced martial master. With the broken mirror pill he gifted her, combined with her years of accumulation, breaking through to martial king wouldn't be much of an issue.
But she lacked experience.
To put it bluntly, she had only been cultivating for 2 or 3 days now. She had no experience, no accumulation, and her only real combat encounter was being instantly defeated by Su Fei yesterday. The leap from martial master to martial king was a massive hurdle.
Many people stagnated at this step. It required not only talent but also a great deal of practical combat experience.
Transitioning from vital energy to spiritual energy necessitated the tempering of real battles.
Relying solely on secluded cultivation wouldn't work.
This grand tournament might just be her best opportunity to break through to martial king. Although a breakthrough wasn't likely for now, there was still a technique she could delve into. The Heaven Tier technique, Primordial Sun Slash, was the only martial skill he had mastered. Currently, he had achieved only the Great Accomplishment stage. With money in hand, he decided to spend a little. He spent 1 billion directly, advancing it to the Subtlety stage. A familiar sensation surged into his mind, a flood of memories pouring in. This time, he directly entered the memory and saw someone demonstrating the sword technique. Then, he began to mimic the movements, swinging the sword.
Once, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. After countless swings, Su Bai's eyes flashed with determination in his consciousness.
This sword could cut through the heavens and annihilate all things. As the sword was wielded, a breakthrough occurred, and the memory fully merged with him. Su Bai's consciousness returned to his body. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes, beginning to comprehend this earth-shattering sword strike.
Great accomplishment. Perfection. Subtlety. But it didn't end there.
After reaching the subtlety stage, Su Bai's comprehension continued to deepen, advancing towards an unknown realm.
Suddenly,
threads of sword energy began to manifest around him. The sharp, violent sword energy seemed capable of slicing through anything. The sword energy grew denser and denser, almost filling the entire room, when Su Bai's eyes snapped open.
Boom!
The violent sword energy instantly dissipated, bringing with it a deafening roar.
Sword intent. It had formed. Su Bai looked at the sword intent that reappeared beside him.
This time, it no longer carried the previous ferocity and sharpness.
Under his control, the sword energy had become much gentler, seemingly devoid of any threat. Sword intent.
So, the ultimate realm of martial techniques is intent. Su Bai had heard of sword intent before, it was almost common knowledge. The most famous feat involving sword intent was the legendary Sword Saint's strike, a blow that shook the heavens and left all in awe. With one slash, countless beasts and alien tribes perished, a lone figure standing against an army of billions.
That strike carried boundless sword intent.
Wherever the sword intent reached, not a blade of grass survived.
Since then, the realm of intent became deeply ingrained in people's minds. Sword intent, blade intent, spear intent.
As long as a martial technique was cultivated to its peak, the ultimate realm was intent.
Anyone who comprehended intent was undoubtedly a top-tier genius.
Even the most basic yellow-tier sword intent could allow one to effortlessly defeat enemies of a higher rank. For thousands of years, few had truly comprehended intent. Yet, those who did inevitably became the pillars of humanity unless they perished prematurely. To put it simply, a martial emperor who had grasped intent could easily defeat 3 martial emperors who hadn't. Now you should understand just how important intent is. It was a realm that countless genius martial emperors pursued their entire lives, and yet a mere martial master had comprehended it in advance.
If those martial emperors knew, they'd undoubtedly feel that their decades or even centuries of cultivation were utterly wasted.
Su Bai didn't know much about sword intent, but he knew it was anything but ordinary. A surge of excitement rose in his heart, making him want to grab his sword and replicate the movements from his memory. But he knew that if he did, his villa might end up in ruins. Suppressing the urge, Su Bai decided to learn a new martial technique first.
He browsed through the store and finally found the most suitable technique. Heaven Concealing Technique. Product description: a lower-grade heaven-tier technique capable of concealing one's realm and aura. It cannot be detected by anyone below the martial sovereign level. Once perfected, it can shield one from heavenly calculations, rendering all divination and tracking techniques ineffective, and may even result in backlash. Price, 1 spirit stone. Subai didn't hesitate. He was down to his last spirit stone, but spending it to shield himself from heavenly calculations was worth it. He purchased the heaven concealing technique without a second thought. Over the past few days, he had felt that his rapid progress in cultivation was drawing too much attention. Although he didn't intend to keep a low profile, the revelation of his current realm, still classified as an advanced martial master, would be too shocking if spread. The news of Su Fei's death had also come to light. The Su family surely wouldn't take it lying down, and who knew what dirty tricks they might resort to. Although Subai had his cheat, if a Grandmaster-level expert showed up, he'd have no choice but to surrender. After acquiring the heaven concealing technique, Subai spent another billion spirit stones, directly advancing it to the subtlety stage. This time, there were no abnormalities. He smoothly received the memories. Soon after mastering the heaven concealing technique, Subai concealed his cultivation aura, making it appear as if he were just a beginner-level martial artist. Although he couldn't fake being too powerful, at least he could tone it down. Otherwise, what's the point of having an overpowered ability if you can't use it to your advantage? He released a faint trace of his aura and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, it indeed felt like the aura of a beginner-level martial artist. Now, with all preparations nearly complete, he waited quietly for tomorrow's grand competition. In this tournament, Tianhai City had 4 slots allocated for participation. Among them, 3 spots were undoubtedly for Chu Youyu, Wang Fugue, and Subai. The remaining slot went to a participant with an awakened A-grade talent, whose cultivation had also reached the intermediate martial artist level. Over the past couple of days, both Second High and Third High had completed their awakenings as well. Second High and Third High each had 1 S-grade and 2 A-grade contestants, meaning that aside from First High, the other 2 schools each had 3 participants. In total, 10 people were representing the city, competing against thousands of others from hundreds of cities. Although there were many participants, if everyone were thrown into the secret realm, they would probably not even make a ripple. The size of a secret realm was comparable to a province on Blue Star, and its designated safe zones could accommodate thousands of people. This was nothing more than a minor detail for the place. But truth be told, Tianhai City had never produced more than 1 S-grade talent in the past. This time, it was a complete turnaround, with an explosion of geniuses. This year, Tianhai City's ranking wouldn't stop at the top 50. With Subai's top-tier talent, who would worry about not making it into the top 10? Even breaking into the top 5 was entirely within reach. Subai decided not to continue cultivating. To prepare for tomorrow's competition, he opted to get a good night's sleep and replenish his energy. Meanwhile, in a certain underground room in Jiang Province, we've received intel. Tomorrow, during the provincial tournament, the fracture plan will be initiated. The operation is classified as SSS level top secret. They're finally making a move? An SSS level covert operation. Looks like Jiang Province will be in chaos this year. Exactly, boss. This time, they've dispatched a martial emperor to oversee the operation with full authority. The objective is to leave no one alive. We've already gathered intelligence about the competition. A formation has been set up in the secret realm that no one below the martial emperor level can break. It can hold for an hour. By then, the only martial emperor bodyguard from Jiang Province outside will be tied up, leaving us an hour to hunt inside. In fact, the secret realm has another entrance. We've already stationed people there. When the time comes, we'll enter through that route and activate the formation. Understood. Go ahead and make the arrangements. Son, why has your cultivation level dropped to beginner-level martial artist again? In the living room, Su Xingzhou looked at his son in confusion. Just yesterday, he was still at the advanced martial artist level. How had he suddenly regressed to beginner level? Oh, that. I practiced a technique last night that allows me to conceal my aura. I only hid a bit of it to keep a trump card for myself. Subai didn't intend to hide it from his parents. After all, this concealed cultivation level was meant for others to see. Sometimes, confusing the enemy for just a second could determine the outcome of a battle. More importantly, the technique could block all detection and tracking abilities, which was the real key. Not bad. Smart thinking. As expected of my son, Su Xingzhou's child. Learn from me. Su Xingzhou nodded in satisfaction. Mom, Dad, I'm heading to school now. I'll catch up with you later. Alright, stay safe. And don't forget to bring your future wife home for dinner soon. Before Subai left, his mother didn't miss the chance to remind him about marriage. Hearing this, Subai unconsciously quickened his pace. The thought of being pushed into marriage was truly terrifying. 10 minutes later. At Tianhai City First High. Wang Fugue circled around Subai, his eyes full of disbelief. No way. How is this possible? Brother Bai, I feel like you've changed too much in these past few days. A few days ago, you were just an advanced martial artist. Now you've awakened a celestial grade talent, even triggering a heavenly phenomenon. Not to mention that, how did your cultivation level improve again after just one day? Beginner level martial artist? Even last year's global martial exam champion wasn't this outrageous. Damn it, I was still feeling proud of myself for breaking through to intermediate martial artist. And now, Brother Bai, you've already reached beginner martial artist? The two of us together are practically invincible now. Subai smiled faintly but didn't say much. Instead, he changed the subject. Alright, let's head back to the classroom. The homeroom teacher is probably waiting for us. Wang Fugue thought for a moment and nodded. Yeah, let's go. The principal called me last night, but I was too focused on cultivating and didn't pick up. It's probably about the competition rules. They'll likely go over them again later. The two stopped at the classroom door, glanced at the sign that read Class 2, and then peered inside. Brother Bai, did we go to the wrong classroom? I think so too. The atmosphere in the class was particularly strange now. Class 2, though not the worst, usually had its fair share of students idling away as the college entrance exams approached. But now, early in the morning, some were already studying earnestly. The entire classroom was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Even those who usually slacked off in the back row were now focused and serious. Did I walk into the wrong class? Is this really Class 2? Normally, such a diligent scene would only occur in Class 1, the group of the most hardworking students. You wouldn't see this in any other class. What on earth was going on? Just as the two hesitated at the class sign, Mr. Li approached with a stranger in tow. Subai, Wang Fugue, what are you two doing standing here? Hurry up and get into the classroom. I have an announcement to make. Mr. Li was a bit puzzled. What were these two students doing at the doorway, refusing to enter? As he approached the classroom door, he found himself joining the ranks of those doubting their own eyes. Is this really our Class 2? Mr. Li glanced at the class sign. No mistake, it was still his Class 2. But what was going on with the students inside the classroom? At this moment, Mr. Li noticed the words on the blackboard and the notes at the back of the classroom. It seemed he understood something. 88 days until the martial arts exam. Years of relentless studying, reading countless books, and working tirelessly day and night, all for the chance to achieve a great score today. Fight hard for 100 days, and I'll get into Baita University. The martial arts exam isn't everything, but it's the first step toward the future. 3 years of effort, all for a better future. The classroom was plastered with all sorts of motivational slogans, and the atmosphere for studying had reached an unprecedented peak. Even those who had initially planned to give up were inspired by the vibe, reigniting their determination. At the very least, they didn't want to leave regrets in their youth. At the back of the classroom, the blackboard was covered with small notes. On them were written the students' dreams for the future and the schools they aimed to apply for. Everyone was striving desperately for their future. Don't just stand there, go into the classroom, Mr. Li said as he snapped back to reality, feeling deeply gratified. Subai and Wang Fugue exchanged glances and quickly headed to their seats. Mr. Li followed them to the podium and gently tapped the desk, speaking warmly. Everyone, pause for a moment. I have something to say. As soon as Mr. Li spoke, everyone stopped studying and looked at him curiously. Seeing you all in such a state today makes me very happy. I hope you can keep it up. I've called you here today to make an announcement. Starting today, the school will be reorganizing the classes. We've set up 2 new classes, the Rocket class and the Sprint class. The Rocket class is exclusively for students with A-grade talents or above. For students from our class meet the criteria. You might be wondering, don't we only have 3 such students? That's where I need to introduce this young man beside me, Gu Chen, who has just transferred from another region. He's a transfer student and was originally supposed to join our class. His talent is S-grade. Unfortunately, your time to meet him is limited, as he'll be heading to the Rocket class immediately. As for the Sprint class, it's voluntary. For those who want to give it their all in this final phase, you can come to my office after class. That's all for now. Subai, Wang Fugue, you two, come to my office. Subai, I just walked into the classroom. Wang Fugue, I just sat down, and my seat isn't even warm yet. Despite their complaints, the two quickly followed Mr. Li. After they left, the students in the classroom didn't return to studying but began discussing Mr. Li's announcement. Reorganizing classes? Why split us up in the last 2 months? This idea seems odd. Isn't our current class just fine? I awakened a C-grade talent, but I'm still a quasi-warrior. I want to join the sprint class. I think I can push myself harder. I'm so envious of Subai and Fatty. One's the bottom of the barrel among rich kids, and the other's Subai's loyal tag-along, yet they both awakened incredibly powerful talents. Did you know? Just now, Fatty was sitting next to me, and I could feel his aura had already broken through to the intermediate warrior level. And to think, just 2 days ago, he was still a regular junior warrior. That's nothing. Have you felt the aura from Subai when you walked past me earlier? That wisp of energy made me feel like my life was in danger, and I'm an intermediate warrior. 2 days ago, when he was still a senior warrior, I didn't feel anything like that. The discussion ultimately circled back to Subai and Fatty. It couldn't be helped. Ever since Subai's awakening, he had been the talk of the entire school. Not only because he awakened an extremely powerful talent, but also because the school beauty, Chu Yoyu, seemed to have a connection with him. Since Chu Yoyu personally sought out Subai, news of their engagement once again spread throughout the entire school, and neither of them came forward to clarify. This immediately drew more attention from onlookers, and Subai instantly became the campus headline. In the office, Teacher Lee briefly introduced the class reassignment situation and then informed them that they would soon gather at the city gate to participate in the grand competition. At that time, a grandmaster would lead the team to Jiang province. The previously determined participant list had changed. The school decided to have an ordinary student with an A-grade talent, Gu Chen, transfer over and take part in the competition. The intermediate group would still consist of 4 individuals. Then came the matter of 3 students being placed into the rocket class. The rocket class was actually managed more loosely, with the main purpose being to gather geniuses together. From the moment Gu Chen met these 3, he began observing them quietly. Is this the so-called child of destiny my dad and the old ancestor mentioned? Someone who awakened an immortal grade talent? Gu Chen felt puzzled in his heart. He had just awakened his S-grade talent, which was enough to let him casually choose between Peking University and National University. Why would the old ancestor insist on having him transfer schools to curry favor with a stranger? Though he had heard that during Tianhai City's awakening day, there was a celestial phenomenon, and even divine beasts appeared, creating a miraculous scene of all beasts bowing in worship. But was that really a reason to make him transfer schools just before the martial arts exam? And with the grand competition about to start, why make such an abrupt move? What was the meaning of this? However, Gu Chen could only grumble in his heart. Everyone in Kwantong City knew how the Gu family had risen to power. It was through latching onto the strong that the Gu family had soared to success. According to the old ancestor, this was the Gu family's secret ancestral technique, able to observe a person's destiny and predict the future. To prevent leakage, it was only passed down to the next head of the family right before the current head's death, and it had been passed down for over 1,000 years. The Gu family's legacy had also been preserved for a millennium thanks to this secret technique. Although outsiders often mocked them as bootlickers, every head of the Gu family never minded. These ordinary people simply didn't understand the importance of a child of destiny. Even a single strand of hair from a child of destiny was more valuable than a lifetime of cultivation, let alone being able to follow such a person. In the future, those children of destiny would become the world's supreme emperors, while others could only look up to them forever. Gu Chen recalled the first rule of the law of destiny that the old ancestor had taught him. A child of destiny always has a chubby friend by their side, and their talent is definitely extraordinary. Glancing at the wealthy-looking individual next to Subai, Gu Chen secretly nodded. The first rule was met. The second rule, the talent of a child of destiny must surpass everyone's and come with a unique attribute. Immortal grade talent, beasts bowing in worship, this fulfilled the second rule as well. As for the remaining rules, he would need to investigate further. But it seemed that the Subai before him was the person he was looking for. How exactly should he get connected as the old ancestor instructed? Alright, that's everything. You all should head to the city gate to gather now. Chu Yoyu is probably already waiting for you there. Understood. The 3 of them responded in unison and then left the school, heading toward the city gate. Sure enough, Chu Yoyu had arrived early and was already waiting alone at the gate. Now, all 4 students from first high school were present, while no one from second or third high school had shown up yet. The 4 could only wait at the city gate. Before long, the grandmaster responsible for escorting them also arrived. Standing together, the 4 of them felt a bit awkward. Even though they were from the same school, standing together felt more like strangers. They glanced at each other, and finally, all 4 lowered their heads and started playing on their phones.
To be honest, the technological development of this world was quite impressive, with plenty of entertainment options like games to help people relax their tense minds. Subai casually picked a couple of small games to try out. One was called Getting Over It. What the heck? What kind of lousy game is this? Next. The other one was called Sheep a Sheep. Oh my god, are all the games in this world this hard? You call this relaxing? I'm about to lose my mind. How is this supposed to be relaxing? Now I finally understand why I didn't develop a habit of gaming in my past life. What kind of bizarre games are these? Forget it. The more I play, the angrier I get. I must be a fool for even trying to play games. Just as Subai was about to quit the game, he received a phishing message on his phone. Chuyoyu, Subaigage, congratulations on advancing to Martial Master. Subai glanced over at Chuyoyu, but she kept her head down, her jet black hair cascading down and obscuring her beautiful face. This made it impossible to see her expression or guess what she was thinking. Subai stared at her, unsure how to respond. It felt like no matter what he said, it would be wrong. Having lived 2 lifetimes, if Subai still couldn't tell that Chuyoyu had feelings for him, he would have wasted these decades of life. But knowing her feelings only made him more uncertain about how to respond. Even though they had an engagement. Sigh, forget it. Let nature take its course. Beep beep. Chuyoyu was so nervous that she didn't dare to look at her phone. She squinted her eyes into a thin line and slowly read the message. Beloved brother Subai, thank you, Yoyu, and congratulations on breaking through to Martial Master. In an instant, Chuyoyu felt her face burning, and her heart inexplicably filled with joy. Gu Chen, who had been observing them, naturally noticed this detail, further solidifying his judgment. The third rule of the law of destiny. The child of destiny is destined to have a school beauty with exceptional talent as his girlfriend. After inquiring thoroughly, Gu Chen confirmed that the girl in front of him, Chuyoyu, was indeed the future sister-in-law. With an SS-level talent and a unique talent resembling that of a phoenix, there was no mistake. The awkward atmosphere lingered until the latecomers from number 2 high school and number 3 high school finally arrived. This time, Tianhai City had managed to put together a stunning team. Among the 10 individuals, there were 4 with A-level talents, 4 with S-level talents, 1 with SS-level talent, and 1 with a divine grade talent. It was worth noting that in previous years, even having just 2 S-level talents would be cause for celebration. This time, there were 4 S-level talents, not to mention 2 that were even more outstanding. The Grandmaster in charge of Tianhai City was stunned when he saw these 10 individuals. What kind of monstrous city was this? How could there even be 2 novice martial masters? Was he seeing things? The Grandmaster quickly pulled out the roster reported by Tianhai City and exclaimed in shock. Divine grade talent? SS level talent? 4 S-level talents? What the hell kind of monsters were these? Could a team like this be entrusted to just one Grandmaster? Absolutely not. Ji Anping was secretly astounded. Were the people on this list here to mess around? How could such a strong team be accompanied by only one Grandmaster? However, since things had already come to this, there was nothing more that could be done. He could only hope for a safe journey without any incidents. After Ji Anping confirmed that everyone was present, he retrieved a spirit ship from his spatial ring. This was a specialized transportation tool used for traveling and dealing with dangers along the way. It was a lower-tier mystic-grade spirit ship, capable of carrying hundreds of people at once and easily reaching supersonic speeds. The only issue was that the spirit ship ran on spirit stones as fuel. Yes, you heard that right, spirit stones were needed to power it. If you wanted to fly fast, you had to insert spirit stones. Otherwise, the ship could only slowly absorb the spiritual energy in the air to convert it into power. At most, its speed would reach only 500 to 600 kilometers per hour. For a post-spiritual revival blue star, which had become much larger, this speed was not particularly fast. Take, for example, the distance between Jiang province and the capital city. They were over 10,000 kilometers apart. Even at supersonic speeds, it would take several hours. So, a speed of 500 to 600 kilometers per hour was indeed not fast. Fortunately, one spirit stone could power the ship at full capacity for about a month, making it fairly economical. The distance from Tianhai City to Jiang province was over 1,000 kilometers. To prevent any accidents along the way, the Martial Artists Association covered all the expenses. Board the ship. It'll take us 1 or 2 hours to arrive. It might be boring on the way, so chat with each other. I'll go ahead and wish you all the championship in advance. Ji Anping joked as he reminded them. Looking at these 2 martial master teams, he couldn't imagine anyone defeating them to take first place. Unless. Forget it, there was simply no other possibility. The spirit ship slowly ascended, hovered briefly in midair, then shot forward with a whoosh. Inside the ship, the group was divided into two teams, one consisting of Subai and his three companions, and the other consisting of members from number 2 high school and number 3 high school. The two groups weren't very familiar with each other, and no one broke the awkward atmosphere. They each stayed within their own circles for conversation. Subai's side was relatively quiet, while the students from number 2 high school and number 3 high school were chatting enthusiastically. As a martial master, Subai naturally heard their conversation clearly. Damn, Subai is just a novice martial master? Who started those rumors about him being trash? Luckily, I'm not in the same school as him, otherwise, I might have offended him. Seriously? I heard just a few days ago that he was an advanced martial artist. Did he break through after awakening his talent? That's the power of a divine grade talent for you. I've got an S-level talent, and even after 2 days of sleepless cultivation, I'm still just a mid-level martial artist. You think breaking through is easy? For Subai, it's as effortless as drinking water. We'd better just work hard and stay grounded. I heard Subai and Shu Yoyu are engaged. Is that true? Neither of them has clarified it publicly. Hey, now that you mention it, I'm suddenly wide awake. Let me share some insider gossip with you guys. Although they weren't speaking loudly, Subai and Shu Yoyu, with their heightened senses as martial masters, could hear every word as if it were spoken right next to them. Listening to their increasingly animated discussion, Shu Yoyu's face turned bright red. She quickly lowered her head, pretending she hadn't heard anything. Subai, on the other hand, was completely unfazed. After all, everything they said was true. But he didn't have the time to eavesdrop. Bored by the journey, he decided to close his eyes and rest. Meanwhile, Guchen was diligently gathering all kinds of information, laying the groundwork for building connections in the future. They started talking about the upcoming competition again. This time, the competition was based on a point system, with points earned by killing exotic beasts. This meant that participants could team up and cooperate in the secret realm. Several people working together would be far more efficient than fighting solo. However, there were also third-tier beginner-level exotic beasts in the secret realm. If someone got eliminated carelessly, it would be a complete waste of effort. Subai, would you like to team up with us? One of the S-rank talents asked hesitantly. The top talents from 2nd high and 3rd high knew each other well and had no disputes. Thus, the 6 of them decided to form a team immediately upon entering the secret realm, hunting exotic beasts together to earn points. As for the point allocation, it would naturally be based on each member's contributions, and the team leader would handle the distribution. But for now, it seemed like no one was suitable for the role of team leader. The 2 strongest individuals were sitting right there. If they could get one of them to join, their ranking in this competition would undoubtedly soar. Hearing this, Subai opened his eyes in slight surprise and looked at the group. But it was understandable. After all, they were all warriors from the same city, so teaming up and cooperating came naturally. Forget it, I won't team up with you. I plan to head straight to the depths of the secret realm. Teaming up doesn't make much sense, Subai said softly. This time, he wasn't here just to take the first place. Compared to the reward of 10 spirit stones, he was more interested in finding rare spirit stones in the secret realm. He might even stumble upon some treasures he had always dreamed of. Alright then, Subai. If you ever want to join, just let us know. The team leader position is always reserved for you. The group wasn't surprised by his response. With Subai's current strength as a beginner martial master, he could walk through the secret realm alone without any trouble. Let alone the fact that his fiancée was also a beginner martial master. At this moment, Fugue had finally grasped the competition rules. Listening to everyone's discussion, it did seem like forming a team was a good idea. He himself was only a mid-level martial artist. If he fought solo, he'd be lucky to rank within the top 100. But if he stuck with Subai, wouldn't getting into the top 10 be a breeze? Thinking about this, Fugue was thrilled. Being Subai's sidekick was like winning without effort. Just as Fugue was about to suggest teaming up with Subai, Jianping seemed to notice their conversation and walked over to explain. You're planning to team up in the secret realm? That's a good idea, but unfortunately, to increase the challenge, this competition has a random teleportation rule upon entering the secret realm. In other words, once you enter, you'll be transported to a random location within the safe zone, making it impossible to form teams. But if you're lucky, you might still encounter a few people and group up. What? Hearing this, the group was instantly deflated. The small team they had just formed was disbanded on the spot. Looks like that plan's a no-go. I'm just a mid-level martial artist. If I run into a 2nd-tier advanced exotic beast, I'm done for. Yeah, and a lot of exotic beasts live in groups. If we encounter a pack, two fists can't fend off 4 attacks, we'd have no choice but to call for help. Sigh, it seems like the changes to this competition are meant to train our solo combat skills, but I've never even fought an exotic beast before.
Can I really handle this? Talk as if anyone here has been outside the city.
We're all facing exotic beasts for the first time, no one knows how strong we really are.
At least my theoretical knowledge is decent. I can recognize most exotic beasts below the 4th tier. If I can't beat them, I'll just run.
Hearing this, the hope Fuguwe had just kindled was immediately extinguished. He was doomed. This was going to be a real challenge. He had been planning to stick with Subai, but now he didn't even get the chance to cling to his coattails.
How infuriating. However, speaking of exotic beasts, Fuguwe couldn't help but feel a flicker of excitement.
After all, he had a special talent, Beast Tamer, the ability to form contracts with exotic beasts. In addition to exotic beasts, some animals on Blue Star that had mutated due to spiritual energy could also be contracted.
These mutated animals weren't much different from exotic beasts. The only distinction was that these mutated animals didn't actively attack humans. In fact, humans could even establish friendly relationships with them.
Some low-level beast tamers often contracted these animals to help them earn cultivation resources.
For instance, certain bird species.
In the past, people would keep pet birds that, no matter how far they flew, would always return to their owners.
After spiritual energy mutation, these birds grew larger, and some could even carry humans in flight.
There were also mutated horses that ran with astonishing speed.
Even pigs reared by humans mutated, with their meat becoming more delicious. Regular consumption could even enhance one's vitality.
Of course, some animals, for unknown reasons, ended up joining the ranks of exotic beasts. As a beast tamer, Fuguwe excelled at contracting these high-level exotic beasts. Sometimes, he could even use his contracted beasts to control other exotic beasts, forcing them to fight each other. This explained why top-tier beast tamers were such a significant asset to humanity's combat strength. Imagine what would happen if, during a battle between humanity's strongest warriors and exotic beasts, a beast tamer managed to contract a top-tier exotic beast. The battlefield situation immediately reversed. The beast camp instantly lost a strong fighter because a contracted beast would obey the beast tamer's command and attack its own kind. Although the conditions for a contract were harsh, at least it provided a trump card.
When the time came for me to enter the secret realm, wouldn't it be easy to bring along a group of underlings and win by doing nothing?
A spark lit up in Fuguwe's heart, and his mood instantly brightened. He took out his phone and began studying his beast tamer talent.
Shu Youyu and Gu Chen were also stunned for a moment.
They had originally planned to team up with Subai but hadn't expected such a rule to exist. Along the way, the earlier interaction gradually eased the atmosphere among everyone, and they could even chat a bit from time to time. Fortunately, the spirit ship was powered by spirit stones, giving it speed comparable to that of a grandmaster.
The journey of several hours passed without any danger, and they arrived in Zheng province smoothly.
Wow, are these all the people participating in the competition?
There are so many, a girl from second high school exclaimed in amazement.
On the surface, it seemed like each city only had 10 participants, but don't forget this was the gathering of people from hundreds of cities. Subai scanned the surroundings and noticed that most of the participants were intermediate martial artists, with only a few advanced martial artists. Among every 100 people, there was only about one advanced martial artist. As soon as Subai and his group appeared, they immediately became the center of attention. The Tianhai City emblem on their chests was particularly eye-catching.
Damn, which famous city is Tianhai? 2 beginner martial masters, what kind of monsters are these?
I thought being an advanced martial artist was already impressive, but to think there are people this strong who are beginner martial masters when there's still so much time left before the martial arts exam?
Even the national champion from the last session was just at the martial master stage, right? And now this little Tianhai City already has 2 champions? What kind of place is Tianhai City? How are there so many geniuses, and why haven't I heard even the slightest bit of news about it? Hold on, let me check.
When the protagonist appears, they inevitably steal the show, and the trial grounds instantly erupted into chaos. This was the venue where previous competitions had been held.
Cities participating in the competition had to register here first for unified arrangements.
Although the competition format had changed to a secret realm trial this time, the registration process remained the same. To avoid complications, the registration site was still set up at the trial grounds. Wherever Subai and his group went, people from other cities stepped aside.
With 2 martial master contestants, the championship was almost guaranteed. How could anyone else even compete?
Facing the crowd's gazes, Subai and his group were completely indifferent. They continued exuding their aura confidently, leaving others to marvel. However, this left the people behind them feeling a bit awkward. Now, everyone knew they were from Tianhai City, instantly turning them into public enemies of the entire venue. As they moved along, people continued to make way, and Subai's group quickly arrived at the registration area. Ji Yanping, standing to the side, sighed at the charisma of true geniuses. He had never seen such a spectacle in his life. Don't forget, everyone here was the top talent from their respective cities. But when encountering these monsters, everyone obediently stepped aside. After all, no one wanted to be targeted by these monsters over something trivial, especially with the secret realm trial about to begin. Who would want to provoke the strongest martial masters on the scene? However, to already be martial masters before even taking the martial arts exam, this kind of monstrous talent, and yet no trace of them on the internet? How was that even possible? Soon, the group completed their registration, and Ji Yanping gave them a few suggestions. After registration, you'll have a few hours to prepare. If you haven't bought enough basic supplies yet, now's a good time to stock up. The competition is expected to last 2 days. During that time, you'll need to handle your own food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. You can check out the black market next to the trial grounds. There might be things there that interest you. After speaking, Ji Yanping left. His task was simply to escort them here. Brother Bai, did you prepare food? I thought the competition would only last a day, but it's actually 2 days long. Fugue immediately started complaining. How could such an important detail have been left out? 2 days, huh? Subai hadn't expected the competition to last 2 days either. While it made sense for an arena battle, a secret realm trial lasting 2 days? Weren't they worried about someone being ambushed and killed while resting in the secret realm? I didn't prepare either. But Brother G just mentioned there's a black market nearby. Let's go there to buy some supplies and check out the interesting things he mentioned. Subai shook his head, indicating that he hadn't prepared either. It was the perfect opportunity to see the difference between the provincial capital and their home city. I want to go too. Hearing this, Shu Yoyu quickly chimed in. This was a great chance to understand Subai's interests. Subai nodded, as he had planned to invite her anyway. After all, it was more reassuring to have familiar people around in an unfamiliar place. Letting Yoyu wander alone wasn't ideal either. After some thought, Subai turned to the others and asked, "Do you all want to come along? It'll be easier to look out for each other if we stick together." The group exchanged glances but ultimately declined. "Forget it, boss. We've got other things we want to buy. Let's add each other on Feishin and contact via phone later. Let's regroup here." "Alright, we'll be in touch later." "Okay, boss, we'll head out first." After saying that, a few of them headed off in the direction of the black market. Subai didn't think too much about it since there was still one person left behind. He turned to look at Gu Chen, but before he could speak, Gu Chen beat him to it. "I'll go with you all." "All right." Subai didn't refuse. After all, they were classmates from the same school, though Gu Chen had just transferred a day ago. Once they had figured out the direction, the four of them set off grandly toward the black market. Why grandly, you ask? Because they were all genuine second-generation rich kids. When it came to the things they wanted to buy, there was almost nothing money couldn't solve. No one selling? Just raise the price. They arrived at the entrance of the black market. This black market was quite different from what they had imagined. Unlike the dark and gloomy underground markets they had in mind, this place was bustling with activity, packed with people, and didn't feel like a black market at all. Just as they were curiously about to step inside, 2 guards at the entrance stopped them. "Hold it. Each person has to pay 100 yuan to enter the black market." Subai and his group weren't too surprised by this. They whipped out their phones and scanned a QR code to pay the 400 yuan collectively, and only then were they allowed to go in. Outside, they had no idea how lively it was inside. Once they entered, the deafening shouts and calls left them stunned. As soon as they stepped in, both sides of the street were lined with stalls. The vendors displayed their goods on cloth mats, an assortment of strange and unusual items. Some vendors were even selling weapons, but with one glance, Subai could tell they were all ordinary weapons, not even ranked. However, the vendors' sales pitches were so ridiculous they almost made one laugh out loud. "Come take a look. Renowned craftsman personally forged this yellow-grade weapon. Not selling it for 9 million, not even 900,000, just 90,000. 90,000. It's a steal. No regrets, no losses. Take home this yellow-grade weapon today." Alright, it seemed that no matter where one went, there were always swindlers. Truly, they were everywhere. Aside from the weapon stalls, there were others selling pills, cultivation techniques, exotic beast meat.
This place had everything one could imagine. Whatever you wanted, you could likely find it here. Fu Guei and Chu Yoyu marveled at the sights of the black market.
It was their first time here, and most of what was being sold catered to martial artists. Gu Chen, on the other hand, was preoccupied, thinking about how to get closer to Su Bai. This kind of black market was a place he had frequented countless times before, having been scammed numerous times as well. He knew just how deep the waters ran here.
Without several years of experience, you wouldn't last. Should he start by getting to know Su Bai's sister-in-law or approach the chubby one first? Money? Gu Chen had already figured it out, none of them lacked money. Talking about money would be too low level. Aside from money, it seemed he didn't have many other tricks up his sleeve. Wow, Brother Bai, this black market is something else. You can buy anything here. They even have yellow-grade weapons for sale. Only 90,000. Brother Bai, let's buy a couple just for fun. Fu Guei couldn't stop exclaiming in amazement.
This black market was nothing like the image he had in his mind. The variety of items for sale was overwhelming, everything imaginable was here.
I think I understand now why there are so many swindlers in this world. Su Bai looked at the naive Fu Guei and couldn't help but smile wryly.
Fu Guei was like a sheltered, clueless son of a landlord, believing whatever people told him, completely untouched by the harsh realities of society.
Holy crap, Brother Bai, look at this. In the treasure pavilion, pills that usually cost over 10 million are selling for just a few million here? Look over there. They're even selling profound-grade cultivation techniques.
This black market really has so many amazing things. Fu Guei now looked exactly like a rural bumpkin who'd wandered into a high-end mall, overwhelmed by everything he saw.
All sorts of rare and precious items were suddenly dirt cheap here, and you could easily walk away with a pile of them. Alright, stop looking. Everything here is fake.
Su Bai couldn't bear to see Fu Gui's innocent excitement anymore and directly shattered his illusions.
Fu Guei turned back and saw the other three looking at him like he was an idiot. He immediately realized what was going on. He let out an awkward laugh, scratched his head in embarrassment, and said, "Brother Bai, this is my first time at a black market, so I'm a little surprised. I didn't expect there to be so many swindlers here. The black market's management must not be great."
Hearing this, Gu Chen, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but interject to explain.
It's not a management issue. It's the unspoken rule of black markets. When Gu Chen spoke, the other three turned to him with curiosity.
They had heard that Gu Chen had transferred from another city and was an advanced martial artist with an S-level talent.
Why would someone like him need to transfer schools? He spoke with such clarity, he must be very familiar with black markets, right?
Seeing everyone looking at him, Gu Chen continued. In this black market, whether you're setting up a stall or running a shop, you have to pay a market management fee before you're allowed to sell anything. There's another rule: once a transaction is completed, no one is allowed to go back on it, or they'll face punishment from the boss behind the scenes. At best, they'll lose a hand or a foot, at worst, something much more terrible could happen. For these stalls, whether they're selling real or fake goods, as long as both parties agree, once the deal is done, there's no backing out. So, people familiar with the black market usually avoid wandering around the stalls. Only deeper inside, in the shops, can you find something more trustworthy?
After hearing this, Fu Guei suddenly understood, so the black market is this complicated? Su Bai, too, looked curiously at Gu Chen. This kid seemed about the same age as him, yet he knew so much? Don't look at me like that.
I just got scammed a few times and learned this the hard way, Gu Chen explained, noticing everyone's doubts.
Hearing this, Su Bai understood as well. So this guy only knew so much because he'd been scammed before. Su Bai felt a lot more at ease.
However, this immediately made the group lose interest in the stalls, and they headed straight for the shops in the black market. As they passed the stalls, Su Bai still glanced at a few of them. After all, he had the system. If he happened to stumble upon some treasure, it wouldn't be a wasted trip. Soon, he stopped in front of a particular stall. It wasn't because he had found some treasure.
It was just an ordinary jewelry stall.
The stall was covered with necklaces, bracelets, and some cute hairpins. As they walked by, Su Bai keenly noticed that Chu Yoyu's gaze lingered on the stall for a long time. However, she neither spoke nor stopped. Seeing this, Su Bai paused and looked at the stall.
Brother Bai, what are you doing? Aren't these stalls full of worthless fake goods? Why are you looking at this stuff?
Fu Guei was puzzled as he saw Su Bai stop at the stall.
It was just ordinary jewelry, what was there to see? Gu Chen was also speechless.
These things were obviously the kind of trinkets girls liked.
Among the four of them, only Chu Yoyu was a girl. Wasn't it obvious?
Ignoring Fugue, Subai started browsing the jewelry on his own. The stall owner, seeing a customer, quickly stood up and began introducing his goods.
Ah, you young masters and misses have such good taste.
Everyone in this black market knows that my wares, sold by Wang Matsi, are top-notch.
Whatever you want, just say the word.
I've even got jewelry of the Huang rank here. Discerning buyers like yourselves wouldn't want to miss out.
Whether Wang Matsi's claims were true or not was anyone's guess. Looking at these young people, he was overjoyed.
From their attire, it was clear they came from wealthy families, with plenty of money to spend. If he could close a deal, he'd be set for a while.
Moreover, there was a pretty young lady among them.
Odds were, the jewelry was meant for her.
That meant he could hike up the price even more. Wang Matsi didn't deliberately probe their strength.
The black market had rules. Once inside, everyone had to conceal their warrior aura, and no one was allowed to actively investigate others. The guards had already informed them about this rule.
Concealing one's aura was simple.
It only required a bit of control to prevent it from leaking out.
However, this concealment was easy to see through for those stronger than oneself, provided they actively probed.
Subai, though, hadn't thought to conceal his strength earlier, so his aura was fully exposed and noticeable to everyone.
But with the heaven sealing technique, a top-tier Tian rank skill, what he had was far beyond mere aura concealment tricks.
Unless a martial emperor or martial sovereign personally intervened, no one could see through his true strength. And once he reached the martial king realm, even martial sovereigns would find it difficult to discern his power.
If Wang Matsi knew these young people were scions of noble families here for the grand tournament, and that two of them were already martial masters, his reaction would surely be amusing.
Seeing Subai still browsing the jewelry, Wang Matsi couldn't help but recommend, "Young master, it seems you're planning to buy a gift for someone.
Let me recommend a few pieces that are particularly suitable." He subtly hinted that it might be for the girl standing behind him.
Subai paused and smiled, saying, "That's right, boss.
What do you recommend?"
"Of course. My eye for quality is famous throughout the black market. Every customer who's bought from me has sung my praises.
Look at this necklace.
And this hairpin, how perfectly it matches the young lady.
I'm not lying to you. This necklace, bracelet, and hairpin set can all be yours for just 8 million.
These pieces are made from top-tier rare materials, meticulously crafted by skilled artifact refiners.
This price is an absolute bargain." Hearing the price, Subai chuckled inwardly.
If it weren't for the fact that he knew every stall in the black market was run by swindlers, and that he had the system for verification, he might have actually been fooled into buying something. Although 8 million was nothing to Subai, the thought of being scammed still left a bad taste in his mouth.
Subai let out a faint smile, holding a necklace in his hand, and looked at Wang Matsi as he said, "Boss, we're all on the same side here.
Get me a set without that nonsense, or I'll just take my business elsewhere."
Wang Matsi's face immediately darkened.
He had thought he stumbled upon a big catch, only to discover it was one of his own. It seemed this was not going to be a lucrative deal after all.
What a pity. All right, 8,000 it is. If I'd known you were one of us, I wouldn't have gotten my hopes up. Wang Matsi's face was full of discontent.
It appeared his plan to make enough for 3 months in one go had completely fallen through.
"Boss, did you mishear me?
I said remove a zero, it's 800, Subai gestured with an 8, emphasizing his point.
What? 800? Impossible. My cost price alone is 500. 800 wouldn't even cover the stall fees. How can you haggle like this? 800 is absolutely out of the question." Wang Matsi was stunned.
In all his years setting up a stall, he'd never encountered such ruthless bargaining. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he hurriedly covered it with his hand, glancing around to make sure no one overheard before letting out a breath of relief. Who could have guessed this student would bargain so hard that he accidentally revealed his cost price in a moment of shock? Luckily, no one else besides this group heard him. Otherwise, he'd definitely have to lay low for a while. 500 as a cost price, selling for 8 million, this was a profiteer among profiteers. Even capitalists would bow in shame. Hearing Wang Matsi inadvertently reveal his cost, Subai smiled. He thought to himself how deep the waters of this black market really were. Wang Matsi had lost all interest in profit and just wanted to get rid of this guy as quickly as possible.
Fine. 800 it is. Take it and leave, and don't come back."
Subai smirked, quickly picked out 3 pieces of jewelry from the stall to make a set, and transferred 800 yuan.
"Thanks, boss." After securing the jewelry, Subai hurriedly motioned for the group to leave. He selected a necklace, a bracelet, and a hairpin, spending just 800 yuan. If it were just ordinary jewelry, Subai wouldn't have been in such a rush. But among these 3 items, 2 turned out to be yellow rank equipment. It seemed that although this vendor was cunning, he indeed had some good items, better than those stalls filled entirely with trash. However, without Subai's system to instantly identify the item's grade, even professional appraisers wouldn't have been able to discern the difference. After walking some distance, the group slowed their pace. Ahead lay the permanent shops in the black market, including the famous treasure pavilion. By GE, why were you in such a hurry? It's just haggling, the vendor isn't going to chase us down, right? Fu Gue asked, perplexed. Subai smiled mysteriously and didn't answer. Instead, he took out the necklace and bracelet, channeling his blood energy into the 2 items. Under the stimulation of his blood energy, the jewelry emitted a faint glow. The 3 of them immediately realized that these 2 pieces of jewelry were actually graded equipment. Shu Youyu's heart began to stir as she observed this. Earlier, the vendor had mentioned that this jewelry was meant for girls. Could it be that Subai GE was buying it for her? The thought made her both excited and nervous. After all, this was the first time Subai had ever bought her a gift. And not just any gift, graded equipment. Was Subai GE really going to give it to her? Her heart was filled with anticipation, but also anxiety. She feared that the gift might not actually be for her. Gu Chen, observing the scene, was also somewhat surprised. It was clear that this was Subai and his friend's first time at the black market. If not for his warnings, they likely would have been ripped off by those unscrupulous vendors. But this situation was a bit beyond what he had expected. A product priced at 8 million haggled down to 800? This was the first time he had ever seen such a thing happen. It gave him a whole new understanding of the black market vendors' shamelessness. A cost price of 500 sold for 8 million? This level of greed was simply absurd. But for Subai, on his very first visit to the black market, to be able to discern so much and randomly pick out a few pieces of jewelry that turned out to be yellow rank equipment? Even the lowest grade yellow rank equipment would start at a price of at least 1 million yuan. In other words, Subai had just spent 800 yuan to acquire items worth over 10 million yuan. It was shocking. This was the power of a child of fortune. Even a casual stroll through the black market could yield treasures. Fu Gue, on the other hand, wasn't thinking that deeply. Without much education, his mind was filled with just one thought: holy crap! Holy crap! These are actually 2 yellow rank equipment? Fu Gue's round head was full of question marks. Weren't these just random trinkets picked up from a roadside stall? How did they suddenly turn into yellow rank equipment in Bai Ji's hands? What kind of sorcery was this? Now Fu Gue finally understood why Bai Ji had been in such a hurry to leave. If that vendor realized he had sold 2 genuine yellow rank items for just 800 yuan, he'd probably regret it so much his intestines would turn green. Exactly. You get it now, don't you? Subai said with a grin. I get it now. Subai activated the 2 yellow rank pieces and began to sense their functions. Let's start with the necklace. It had the ability to block a fatal blow once. According to the standards of yellow tier equipment, it can withstand a single lethal attack below the level of a martial king at most. Now, about the bracelet. The bracelet isn't meant for defense but to help the user stay sober and unaffected by mental attacks, such as hypnotic drugs. It provides absolute mental protection. These 2 pieces of equipment max out the defensive capabilities entirely. As long as the opponent's strength isn't overwhelmingly superior, there's still a chance to turn the tables. However, they aren't of much use to himself. Now that he is already an advanced martial master, combined with the bonuses from his swordsmanship and sword intent, he is nearly invincible in the realm of masters. Subai took out the remaining hairpins, gathered them together, and directly handed them to Chu Youyu. Youyu, I don't need these things, so I'll give them to you. Without paying attention to Chu Youyu's surprise, Subai stuffed the 3 accessories into her hands, giving her his first gift. Chu Youyu stared dumbfoundedly at the gifts in her hands, feeling a bit unreal. Is this a dream? Why does everything feel so illusory? Isn't Subai always avoiding her? Chu Youyu gently pinched her waist, and the pain told her this wasn't a dream, it was truly happening. She hadn't expected that Subai would actually take the initiative to give her a gift. This reserved guy, has he finally come around? For a moment, Chu Youyu even wished time could stop at this very moment. Although Subai said he didn't need these things, everyone else thought the reasoning was far-fetched. A grown man buying things meant for women, of course, he can't use them. He just doesn't want to admit it. Chu Youyu snapped out of her daze and looked up, only to see Subai already walking ahead. She smiled foolishly, carefully stashed away the 3 items, and took small, quick steps to catch up with the group. They walked and stopped intermittently before finally arriving at the entrance of a store. Treasure Pavilion. Yes, it was Treasure Pavilion again. This was another branch of the Treasure Pavilion. However, compared to the ordinary shops on the street, the black market branch of Treasure Pavilion had a much more comprehensive inventory. From weapons and elixirs to daily necessities, everything was available here. The group purchased some basic supplies in the materials section before heading to the weapons section. Among the four of them, only Subai had a pure yang sword in his spatial ring. The other three were unarmed. In general, schools didn't allow students to bring weapons inside. Even for those practicing swordsmanship, they typically used wooden or iron swords. Moreover, given their current vitality levels, practicing sword or blade techniques was already exhausting. Each session would leave them completely drained. Not to mention using a yellow-tier long sword to channel their vitality for training. Any of these yellow-tier long swords or sabers would cost at least several million or even tens of millions. Unless they went hunting exotic beasts after entering university, it was rare for high school students to specifically train with weapons. After all, not everyone had the backing that Subai did. However, since they were about to enter a secret realm, carrying a good weapon for self-defense was necessary. Even without the corresponding techniques, the sharp edges of swords and blades could still harm exotic beasts. Welcome! How can I assist you? The young woman at the counter greeted them enthusiastically as soon as she saw the group approach. These individuals had extraordinary temperaments, and each of them wore spatial rings on their hands, obviously big clients. Subai glanced at the counter. Indeed, a legitimate store was different. The weapons here were all yellow-tier low-grade or mid-grade, far superior to the ordinary weapons outside. We'll just take a look around first, Subai replied. Of course, sir. Let me know if you need anything. Pick whichever weapon you like, I'll cover the cost. Gu Chen, who had always kept a low profile, seized the opportunity to speak up. Although everyone here didn't lack money, this gesture of proactively footing the bill would surely leave a good impression. Oh? Subai gave Gu Chen a surprised look. This transfer student had only arrived today, yet he was being so generous, offering to let them choose any weapon they liked? Could he have some ulterior motive? No matter. Having someone pick up the tab was certainly a good thing. As for any other intentions, Subai was more than ready to deal with them. That doesn't seem quite appropriate. Chu Yoyu hesitated, feeling uneasy about letting someone she had just met pay. She thought it was a bit too much to accept such generosity on the first day of acquaintance. It's fine. We're all classmates, and we might even end up working together in the future. Consider it a token of friendship. Exactly. Don't worry, Sister Yu. I already see Gu as a friend. Let me tell you, nothing and no one can hold me back. Don't worry, Sister Yu. Gu clearly has good intentions and genuinely wants to befriend us. There's no malice in his offer, Fugue said cheerfully. His father was usually stingy with allowances, and he'd have to call for permission even to buy a weapon. Now that someone else was footing the bill, things couldn't be easier. Alright, thank you for your kind gesture, Gu. Since it's a gift between friends, we'll accept it, Subai nodded. Gu Chen was clearly no ordinary individual. Transferring on such short notice, his purpose was obvious. He was likely sent by his family to gather information or build connections. The commotion on the day of the awakening was too loud. Anyone with some power across the entire Jiang province must have heard it. When someone openly extends goodwill, it's only polite to accept it generously. Having one more friend means having one more path. In critical moments, they might even lend a hand. Hearing Subai say this, Chu Yoyu nodded in agreement. As long as Brother Bai accepts it, that's all that matters. I just hope you can help me out a bit more in the secret realm. There's nothing else, Gu Chen said cautiously, trying to strengthen their relationship. These words sounded like he was trading money for protection. But Subai wasn't short of money. On the contrary, he disliked unnecessary trouble and might have outright refused. However, Subai felt relieved after hearing this. Having a request was good. The most troublesome type is those who show favor for no reason and leave you guessing their intentions. When there's a clear demand, things are simpler to handle, and you won't owe a favor in vain. Helping out a little was no big deal. Even if Gu Chen hadn't made this move, Subai would have lent a hand anyway. After all, representing the same city and helping each other was a good thing. Sure, Subai responded briefly. Gu Chen felt a heavy weight lifted off his chest. His offer was accepted, and this meant he had successfully entered their circle. Afterward, the group began selecting weapons they liked, browsing here and there. Subai, however, stood still without moving. He already had a low-tier profound-grade longsword in his spatial ring, and these yellow-grade weapons didn't pique his interest much. Still, he carefully observed these weapons, trying to discern the differences between the yellow-grade weapons and his profound-grade longsword.
Yellow grade low tier willow leaf sword. Yellow grade high tier purple smoke sword. Yellow grade low tier flaming spear. Heaven grade low tier jade spirit sword. Yellow grade mid tier. Wait! Subai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly looked back. Heaven grade low tier jade spirit sword. It was a long sword that appeared completely dull and black. The blade was uneven, with the surface covered in rust. This sword was placed in a narrow corner, and if Subai hadn't been observant, he would have completely missed it. Who would have thought there'd be a weapon of this grade in the treasure pavilion? Judging by its placement, it had clearly been abandoned, otherwise, it wouldn't have been shoved into such an inconspicuous spot. This trip to the black market was truly worthwhile. He'd stumbled upon a hidden gem. Subai walked to the counter and picked up the sword, playing with it in his hand. "Miss, how much is this sword?" he asked casually, though his grip on the hilt was firm. The young lady behind the counter glanced at the sword in Subai's hand and didn't recognize it immediately. After thinking for a while, she finally recalled that the sword had been brought in by a monster hunting team. They had found it while fighting beasts outside the city. When they came to restock supplies, they sold some items, including this sword. Since that team was a regular customer at the treasure pavilion, the pavilion had bought the sword for 100,000 yuan. Afterward, the sword had been sitting on the counter, unnoticed, and over time was thrown into a corner, completely ignored. If Subai hadn't picked it up today, it might have been discarded during the next major cleanup. After all, the sword looked so worn out, who would buy it? Recalling this, the young lady smiled sweetly and said, "Sir, this sword is priced at 100,000 yuan. But it's quite old and was due for clearance, so I wouldn't recommend purchasing it. We have plenty of other weapons here. Would you like to take a look at something else?" Her response was honest, with no intention of swindling Subai. This level of service explained why the treasure pavilion was one of the top 3 powers in Huaxia. Despite her suggestion, this was a heaven-grade low-tier weapon. Buying such a sword for 100,000 yuan was an opportunity not to be missed. "No worries. I think this sword is quite unique. I'll buy it as a collectible." "Thanks," Subai replied firmly, expressing his intention to purchase the sword. Seeing this, the young lady didn't try to dissuade him further. After all, the sword was already on the clearance list. Selling it was better than throwing it away. "Since you'd like it as a collectible, I won't say more." Shortly after, the other 3 also finished selecting their weapons, and the group headed to the checkout counter together. "Brother Bai, check out this broadsword I picked. Isn't it cool? It's a yellow-grade mid-tier weapon. The design and the feel are amazing, and I think it suits me perfectly." At the counter, Fugue excitedly waved a long blade in his hand, showing it off to Subai. Admittedly, the blade did look quite flashy, and Fugue wielding it did make him appear rather impressive. "Hey, Brother Bai, what weapon did you pick? Let me see." Fugue sheathed his blade and curiously glanced at Subai, eager to see what he had chosen. Subai didn't say much and directly pulled out the old, rusty longsword to show everyone. "This is my weapon. I tried it out, it feels just right for me." What Subai said wasn't wrong. After all, if even the lowest grade weapon didn't suit him, what else could he use? "Brother Bai, stop joking. We're going to the secret realm to slay exotic beasts, not to butcher chickens or dogs. Can this sword really be used?" Fugue stared at the rusty longsword in a daze, completely dumbfounded. "Brother Bai, we're up against beasts, and you're using this sword that looks like it's about to fall apart?" The blade was riddled with dents and hollows, completely resembling something scavenged from a trash heap. Gu Chen was also curious. There were so many weapons in the shop, yet Subai chose this broken sword that no one would ever buy. What was going on? He stared at the sword, trying hard to spot anything special about it. Subai must have had his reasons. Subai, maybe you should pick another weapon." Shu Yoyu looked at the broken sword in Subai's hand, visibly worried. This sword would struggle to kill a chicken, let alone a beast. And he was planning to use it in battle? "It's fine, this sword is good enough. It feels just right in my hand. Who knows, it might just look broken but actually work like a charm." Subai smiled as he spoke. How could he possibly abandon a low-tier heaven-grade weapon and instead choose a yellow-grade one? The group wanted to persuade him further, but after thinking it over carefully, Subai wasn't the impulsive type. If he was so insistent on buying this sword, there had to be a reason. Besides, earlier he had spent 800 coins on 2 yellow-grade accessories. Perhaps this sword was also a treasure. With that in mind, no one tried to dissuade him any longer. "Alright then, shopkeeper, how much for all these weapons?" "Thank you for your purchase. Come again." After settling the bill, the group left the black market. They were well supplied, the weapons were ready, and judging by the time, the competition was about to begin. Everyone organized their gear, excitement bubbling as they headed toward the trial grounds. Before long, they arrived near the trial grounds. Just as Subai and the others were about to enter, Fuguei, with his sharp eyes, noticed a few classmates from Tianhai City arguing with some others a short distance away. He patted Subai on the shoulder, pointed in that direction, and asked, "Brother Bai, should we step in? Those guys look pretty arrogant." Subai glanced over and saw that, sure enough, a few classmates who had split off earlier were arguing with a group of burly men. Together, Tianhai City's second and third high schools only had 6 people, one of whom was a girl. Facing 7 or 8 sturdy men, their momentum was clearly weaker.
"Since we've seen it, we can't just ignore it. No matter what, they're from the same city.
Let's go over first and see if we can help," Subai said quietly.
Everyone nodded and walked toward the argument. Look who it is, people from Tianhai City. This time, your city only sent a few losers, huh? With just one advanced martial artist, you'll be lucky to even make the top 100.
The burly man leading the group sneered at Feng Xinghai and the others. Feng Xinghai was the only advanced martial artist among the 6 and served as their team leader. "Wei Feng, last time during the friendship match, Jiangdu City barely lost to us by a hair.
Do you really need to act so arrogant now?" Feng Xinghai retorted angrily.
Being mocked right at the start was infuriating. Last time, Tianhai City had barely won thanks to Chu Youyu and Feng Xinghai, the 2 advanced martial artists. The leader of the group was none other than Wei Feng, who had lost during that match.
"You dare bring up the last friendship match? If one of our advanced martial artists hadn't been absent at the last minute, do you think you guys would have won? Oh, and where's that pretty girl from last time? Why isn't she here? Did she run off to some secret realm to hunt beasts? Or maybe she's just scared?"
Wei Feng shot back, realizing that Tianhai City seemed to be missing a few people.
However, he didn't dwell on it too much.
After all, not every city could gather a full team of 10 participants. Teams of 4 or 5, or even 6, were pretty common. Like Tianhai City, they might have had another advanced martial artist girl, but the rest posed no real threat. These remarks immediately made everything clear to Subai and his companions as they walked over. So this was just a bunch of sore losers trying to reclaim some dignity. Subai initially found the situation amusing and was planning to stand by and watch the drama unfold. But then Wei Feng said something he shouldn't have, dragging Chu Youyu into it with such venomous words.
That was it. Any thought of sitting back and watching the show was instantly dismissed.
This was something Subai had to step in for. Fuguei, standing nearby, was also fuming. He was itching to rush over and teach them a lesson, to make them understand the consequences of running their mouths.
Gu Chen, seeing this, silently prepared himself.
If a fight broke out, he was ready to charge in first.
Chu Youyu, hearing someone insult her from behind, was momentarily flustered, thinking to herself, "What's happening?"
Noticing her unease, Subai hesitated for a moment before placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. He spoke softly, "Don't worry, I'm here." The moment Subai's hand rested on her shoulder, Chu Youyu felt a wave of calm wash over her. After all, having someone to protect her, just like when she was a child, brought her comfort. Before Chu Youyu could respond, Subai, Fuguei, and Gu Chen had already started walking forward. Feng Xinghai, who was in the midst of the argument, caught sight of Subai and the others approaching out of the corner of his eye.
What perfect timing!
Feng Xinghai glanced at Wei Feng, who was still running his mouth, and silently broke into a cold sweat for him. What Wei Feng had just said must have been overheard by the big shot. Seeing how close those two seemed, "Wei Feng, you'd better be careful." At this moment, Feng Xinghai had no desire to speak to this guy who was about to get himself beaten up.
Talking without thinking and offending that person, he was just asking for trouble. Why so quiet all of a sudden?
You people from Tianhai City are such cowards. I really don't understand how you managed to win the friendship match against us.
What rotten luck! Why don't you introduce that beautiful girl to me? If we run into each other in the secret realm, I might even help you guys out.
Wei Feng continued blabbering incessantly, but suddenly, a large hand pressed down on him, and a shadow flashed toward him. Slap! A crisp sound rang out, and the scene instantly fell silent.
Everyone was stunned.
They saw Fuguei already standing next to Wei Feng, gripping his wrist tightly, while Subai delivered a fierce slap to his face. The sudden action left everyone on the scene dumbfounded, staring blankly at what had just happened.
Wei Feng was so shocked by the slap that his first reaction was to retaliate.
"You bastard!" Before he could finish his words, Gu Chen immediately rushed forward to block him.
Slap! Another sharp slap echoed.
This time, Wei Feng slapped himself across the face. After 2 consecutive slaps, the crowd finally snapped out of their shock.
The first ones to react were the burly men from Jiangdu City. Seeing their captain slapped, they began rolling up their sleeves, ready to fight. But just as they were about to act, everyone's gaze shifted toward Subai. The faint yet intimidating aura of a martial artist emanating from Subai made them hesitate. They didn't dare to act rashly. To fight or not to fight, neither option seemed favorable. No matter what they chose, the outcome would not be good. Faced with this dilemma, they could only stand still, though inwardly, they grew more wary of these newcomers. After all, anyone would be stunned when their captain was slapped multiple times right off the bat. Having endured several slaps, Wei Feng finally sensed something was wrong. Regaining some clarity, he tried to distance himself from Subai, but Fugue was holding him down firmly, leaving him unable to move. Who are you? Wei Feng asked, his voice trembling. How dare you hit me? Do you even know who I am? Do you know who my father is? How dare you hit me? Wei Feng exclaimed, clutching his burning cheek, utterly shocked. Your father? Your father is standing right in front of you. Fugue sneered coldly. Do you know why I hit you? Subai asked calmly, as if he hadn't just slapped someone moments ago. I don't know, Wei Feng stammered, trembling. You suddenly slapped me for no reason. How would I know what I did to offend you? Slap, another slap landed, this time on the left side of his face, striking symmetrically with the earlier one. And now? Subai's voice remained calm, devoid of any emotion. I truly don't know. Wei Feng cried out in a panic. That answer doesn't satisfy me. Subai raised his hand again, and Wei Feng, terrified, hastily begged for mercy. Stop. Please don't hit me anymore. My father is Wei Yuanwu. My father is Wei Yuanwu. Hearing this, Subai paused, thinking for a moment that this guy might have understood the reason. Slap, another slap landed on Wei Feng's right cheek. Today, even if your father were the king of heaven, it wouldn't matter. Now tell me, why am I hitting you? Wei Feng, now completely stripped of his earlier arrogance, only wanted to beg for mercy and be spared from further humiliation. Why are you hitting me? I don't even know you. Slap, another slap landed, symmetrical once again, leaving Wei Feng dizzy and disoriented. Whoa, Wei Feng couldn't hold back anymore and began sobbing quietly. His mind was a mess. Who the hell is this guy? I'm sure I've never offended him. By now, Wei Feng finally realized that Subai was a martial master. Although he himself was an advanced martial artist, he was utterly powerless to resist. When did I ever offend a martial master? If I had encountered a genius like this, I would have tried to curry favor with them, not provoke them. This doesn't make any sense. Despair was written all over Wei Feng's face as he completely gave up struggling. This man didn't follow any logic, didn't explain anything, and only let him guess. The bizarre scene drew the attention of many onlookers, who stopped to watch. Feng Xinghai and his 5 teammates stared at the unfolding drama, hardly able to believe their eyes. Was this really the same arrogant and conceited Wei Feng from earlier? Indeed, when a master makes a move, it's on a whole different level. Looking at the pathetic state Wei Feng was in now, Feng Xinghai couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for him. What a miserable man. Just as Subai was about to teach Wei Feng another lesson, Wei Feng suddenly caught sight of Chu Yoyu standing behind Subai. In that instant, he recalled what he had said just before he was slapped. Realizing this, Wei Feng clung to his last shred of hope, finally comprehending the reason. Wait. Big brother, I was wrong. Subai's raised hand stopped in midair. What did you do wrong? Subai asked. I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken recklessly. I didn't know she was your sister-in-law. I deserve to die. Bro, give me a break, will you? Look at my face, it's already swollen. Don't hurt your hand anymore. Wei Feng pleaded bitterly. His swollen face, paired with that pitiful expression, even looked a bit comical. Subai, who initially intended to land a few more hits, decided to be merciful and let him off after hearing this. This lesson was deep enough, Subai thought. If this kid dared to speak recklessly again in the future, he would surely remember this painful experience. Subai finally stopped, and Wei Feng let out a long sigh of relief. What bad luck, to get caught just for spouting off a couple of sentences. Damn it, I'll never shoot my mouth off again in this lifetime. Seeing Subai stop, Fugue also let go of Wei Feng. Without Fugue's support, Wei Feng immediately collapsed to the ground, his face bearing bright red palm marks. At this moment, a few of Wei Feng's burly teammates cautiously stepped forward to help him up. Go, let's get out of here. Recognizing his own people, Wei Feng quickly spoke up, not wanting to linger for even a second longer. Subai and his group didn't block them, allowing them to hastily help Wei Feng leave. With the show over, the onlookers gradually dispersed. As soon as Wei Feng and his group left, Feng Xinghai immediately approached. Boss, it's really lucky you were here this time. Otherwise, that brat Wei Feng would have truly gotten cocky. But really, he's just a loser. He only dares to act arrogant when we're outnumbered. Otherwise, what right does he have? Feng Xinghai's words were not wrong. Even without Su Bai, as long as Chu Youyu was with them, Wei Feng wouldn't dare to be so brazen. Among Feng Xinghai's group, he was the only advanced martial artist, which was why Wei Feng felt emboldened. It's fine. I only stepped in because of his foul mouth. This lesson should be enough for him to remember. Su Bai's face remained calm as he watched Wei Feng's figure disappear into the distance. Even so, thank you, boss. Feng Xinghai bent slightly in gratitude, genuinely thankful. If Su Bai hadn't stepped in, they would have been humiliated by Wei Feng in front of everyone and might have even been attacked. But the moment Su Bai took action, his strength as a junior martial master crushed everyone present, leaving no one daring to act rashly. The scene that followed was incredibly satisfying to watch. That'll teach you to have a sharp tongue. Now face the harshness of reality. Feng Xinghai's expression suddenly grew serious. He frowned, seeming to recall something, and warned Su Bai. By the way, boss, Wei Feng's father, Wei Yuanwu, is a renowned commander of the Purple Flame Corps in Jiangdu City. His strength is at the Grandmaster level, and his influence is significant there. By humiliating his son like this today, you need to be careful. His father might send someone to retaliate. After all, a Grandmaster isn't someone who can be insulted casually. Feng Xinghai, being from Tianhai City, was aware that Su Bai's family had assets worth billions. Su Bai was a second-generation wealthy heir. But businessmen in Corps were entirely different. Businessmen prioritized profit, and their combat strength was generally not high due to limited time for cultivation. Corps, on the other hand, specialized in hunting exotic beasts to sell materials, constantly teetering on the edge of danger in their daily lives, which led to rapid growth and strength. Moreover, those in the Corps were mostly fearless individuals who lived on the brink of despair, finding hope only in survival. Thus, people from Corps were hot-tempered and quick to resort to violence over a mere disagreement. If Wei Feng's father learned his son had been bullied, he would definitely find a way to strike back. Although Su Bai was a rich heir, in this world, strength was what truly mattered. Got it. Thanks for the reminder, Su Bai replied, his expression unchanged. Grandmaster level? I wonder if I can take on a Grandmaster right now. Su Bai estimated his own strength in his mind. With all the buffs he had, he was fully confident in defeating a martial king. But when it came to a Grandmaster, Su Bai wasn't so sure. After all, he had never fought at full strength before and didn't truly know his limits. He hadn't even witnessed a Grandmaster in action firsthand, nor did he know if his single strike could match up. Su Bai wasn't afraid in the slightest. In fact, he was somewhat looking forward to a Grandmaster coming for him. It would be a chance to test his strength. However, others were unaware of Su Bai's hidden capabilities. Hearing the mention of a Grandmaster, each of them grew visibly tense. Brother Bai, that guy has such a strong backer? I was wondering why he was so arrogant. Turns out it's because of his Grandmaster father. Look at my dad, he's only at the martial king level. Fu Guo sighed helplessly. These brats get into fights and then drag their elders into it. But even if he could go back and do it all over again, he would still charge in without hesitation. Chu Youyu's face was full of concern. This trouble Su Bai had gotten into was all because of her. Brother Su Bai, how about I talk to my grandpa? If they really come to cause trouble, it would be a huge problem. No, don't bother your grandfather. I have my own way to handle this. You all don't need to worry. Su Bai shook his head and refused. He knew the grandfather Chu Youyu referred to was a senior grandmaster. If he stepped in, the matter would undoubtedly be resolved easily. Brother Bai, how about I give my dad a call? One call, and I can have that Purple Flame Legion dealt with, Gu Chen said with a serious expression, sounding like he wasn't joking at all. No, I've got my own way of handling this. You all don't need to get involved. Su Bai responded, glancing at Gu Chen's earnest demeanor, which only confirmed his suspicions that Gu Chen's background was far from ordinary. The ability to take down an entire legion with just a word, clearly, his strength far exceeded Su Bai's own. On the side, Feng Xinghai pulled out his phone to check the time and said, Boss, the tournament's about to start. Shouldn't we head in? Switching topics, Su Bai quickly chimed in, alright, let's go in first. We're unfamiliar with this place, so we should take some time to get acclimated. Gu Chen seemed indifferent. To him, Su Bai was merely a master. Sooner or later, he could crush him with just 2 fingers. Although Fu Guo and Chu Youyu were a bit worried, they didn't say much. With Su Bai's current talent, he was destined to become a martial emperor-level powerhouse in the future. Moreover, geniuses like him were protected by certain treaties.
Anyone who made a move against him would have to face serious consequences. Neither the Martial Association nor the government would let it slide easily. Having resolved this minor issue, the group returned to the trial grounds. By now, nearly everyone had arrived. From a higher vantage point, one could see the trial grounds packed with a sea of people. It was a spectacular sight. Subai and his companions stood quietly in a corner, gathering information. However, as an intermediate martial artist, Subai surprisingly found that the crowd around him had formed a natural vacuum zone no one dared to approach. This was understandable. If others knew that he was actually an advanced martial artist, they'd probably give up on competing altogether. Hiding his rank as an intermediate martial artist was already the limit. Concealing it further would serve no purpose. This wasn't about playing dumb and waiting for an opportunity, it would just be plain foolish. Ahem, ahem. The trial grounds broadcast system crackled to life. Hearing the announcement, all the students participating in the tournament immediately quieted down. This signaled that the competition was about to begin. Welcome, everyone, to this year's tournament. The rules for this competition have been significantly adjusted from previous years. In the past. And that's the latest set of rules. Make sure to remember them. Now, let's move on to the rewards. The rewards for this year's tournament have been greatly enhanced compared to last year. The first place winner will receive 10 spirit stones directly. In addition, the first place winner will also be awarded a spirit gathering pill, a choice of any earth-grade weapon, and an opportunity to pick an item of their choice from the treasury. The second place winner will receive. So, are you tempted? Don't hesitate, the first ever Secret Realm tournament officially begins now. As soon as the announcement ended, a vortex suddenly appeared at the registration area of the trial grounds. The vortex was a bottomless abyss of darkness, resembling a portal to an unknown world. Subai was astonished as he watched this unfold. This vortex, he had seen it online before. It was a spatial tunnel created by a martial emperor-level powerhouse using void energy, capable of connecting two coordinates. In other words, the entrance to the secret realm was through this black hole? After the entrance appeared, several martial kings stepped forward to maintain order and distribute distress signals. Participants entered the vortex in batches of dozens at a time. Once they stepped into the vortex, they would be instantly transported to the secret realm, marking the official start of the competition. When it was Subai and his group's turn, both Fugue and Feng Xinghai grew visibly nervous. After entering the secret realm, the true challenges would begin. Facing exotic beasts alone, anyone would feel apprehensive. Even Chu Yoyu couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. The only one who remained entirely calm was Subai. Subai stepped into the vortex, and his vision was suddenly engulfed by a blinding white light. As the light gradually receded, he found himself standing in the middle of a dense forest. Meanwhile, in a room filled with monitoring screens, a heated discussion was underway among several individuals. For this tournament, I'm betting 100 spirit stones on the champion from Dongyang province. Then I'll wager an earth-tier weapon from my collection, freshly acquired from a secret realm. I'm putting up 100 spirit stones for Jiang province. The three middle-aged men spoke casually, their betting stakes consisting of hundreds of spirit stones and even earth-tier weapons, truly eye-catching wagers. If anyone saw them, they'd be shocked. These were the guardians of Jiang province, Tao province, and Dongyang province, representing their respective regions. The faint energy fluctuations they occasionally emitted made it evident that all three of them were Grandmaster-level powerhouses. After placing their bets, one of them, a muscular, scar-faced middle-aged martial artist, grinned and teased. I heard, old Zhang, that Donyang province awakened an SS grade talent this year? Too bad my boys are underachievers, they're only S grade. Still, at least one of them awakened an advanced special talent. It's not too bad, I suppose. The man called Old Zhang, Zheng Hongyuan, rolled his eyes at the speaker, a hint of envy in his tone as he replied. Stop bragging, old Luo. Your S-grade student is already on the verge of breaking through to martial artist, isn't he? Maybe this secret realm will give him the push he needs to advance further. Truly fortunate. Luo Hongfei laughed heartily, then turned his gaze to the third person in the room. Brother Ren, does Jiang province have any extraordinary talents this year? Haven't heard a single word about it. You guys are keeping secrets well. Luo Hongfei's tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. According to the information he had, apart from Gu Chun from the Gu family, Jiang province had no promising candidates at all. This competition was of utmost importance. Not only did it determine how much resources the provincial capital could obtain, but it also affected the cultivation resources they personally could receive. Thus, although their relationships were decent in normal times, when it came to interests, the three of them couldn't help but compete against each other. As the representative of Jiang province, the hosting region for this competition. Ren Mingxian merely smiled upon hearing this. He had already learned yesterday that Jiang Province had produced several exceptional talents this year. One of them was truly unmatched, someone with a celestial grade talent. To be clear, even Ren himself only possessed an S-grade talent. A celestial grade talent was in existence among the top tier. The last time he had even heard of such a talent was ages ago. Not only that, but there was also an SS grade talent holder this year, who simultaneously awakened a mysterious and unique ability. The emergence of two outstanding talents from one city was almost inconceivable. And if that weren't enough, there was also a top-tier beast master talent. Ren Mingxian thought to himself, when was the last time I had such a stellar hand to play? Feigning surprise, he replied, oh my, I didn't expect you to notice. Since that's the case, there's no point in hiding it anymore. Luo Hongfei's smile froze. What did Ren Mingxuan's words mean? Did Jiang Province really have some hidden gems this year? A wave of doubt swept through Luo Hongfei's mind. The information he had suggested that apart from a few S-grade talents, Jiang Province had nothing more impressive. Yet, Old Ren didn't seem like he was joking. Oh, Old Ren, what's so impressive about this year? You're so confident and we're even keeping it under wraps? Luo Hongfei asked curiously. Yeah, Old Ren, this isn't like you. If you've got good candidates, why keep them hidden? Zheng Hongyuan chimed in, joining the conversation. Everyone was eager to know what Ren Mingxian intended to reveal. Ren Mingxian chuckled and teased, well, everyone has already entered the secret realm. Perhaps you'll find out soon enough. Alright, you guys keep a close eye on what's happening inside the secret realm. This is our first attempt at holding a competition within a secret realm, so we must ensure there are no mishaps. Tell the monitoring team to stay sharp and aim for 0 casualties as much as possible. At this moment, someone who had been silent all along suddenly spoke up, interrupting the group's discussion. Enough! Focus! The three immediately ceased their chatter and concentrated on the monitoring screens. The only person who could make them stop arguing instantly was the sole martial emperor overseeing this competition. Meanwhile, the grand competitions were kicking off simultaneously across the globe, and official live broadcasts from various regions had also begun. Jiang Province had employed some clever methods, deploying drones throughout the secret realm to provide real-time monitoring and relay footage to the outside world. These drones could automatically lock onto targets and track them for live broadcasting, making it easy for viewers to follow the action. Upon entering the live broadcast room, viewers were greeted by a grid of 100 small screens. They could click on any drone's perspective to watch the action unfold. Wow, it's finally live. I've been waiting for hours for this broadcast. I heard this competition is all about entering the secret realm and hunting exotic beasts, with rankings based on points. Hunting beasts in a secret realm? Won't there be casualties? This seems like a risky idea. The previous arena battles felt safer. Arena battles are boring. I think fighting beasts directly is what a true competition should be. I heard Dongyang Province has a competitor with SS grade talent this year. They're definitely taking first place. Not necessarily. I heard Tao Province doesn't have an SS grade talent, but they do have an S grade martial artist who activated a high-level unique ability. They're almost at martial master level and might even surpass an SS grade. Hilarious. You guys don't know? During Jiang Province's awakening ceremony, there were celestial phenomena. This year's first place is definitely going to Jiang Province. Stop hyping it up. All I know is that Jiang Province has Gu Chun from the Gu family, an S-grade talent who's trained in 2 or 3 cultivation techniques. No way he's taking first place. The betting pools are open. Who will claim victory this time? Tao Province? Dongyang Province? Or Jiang Province? Time to make money. My money's on Dongyang Province and their SS grade competitor. No contest. As the live streams began, betting stations and major families outside also started placing wagers. The odds were listed in the order of Tao Province, Dongyang Province, and Jiang Province. For Tao Province, the average odds were 1 minute and 1.1 second, 1 minute and 1.5 seconds, and 1 minute and 1.7 seconds. For Dongyang Province, the average odds were 1 minute and 1.3 seconds, 1 minute and 1.2 seconds, and 1 minute and 1.7 seconds. However, Jiang Province's odds were absolutely absurd, averaging only 1:2, 1 minute and 1.9 seconds, and 1 minute and 1.01 seconds. That's right, at Jiang Province's self-assigned odds were as low as 1.01, an almost laughable figure. The reason was simple. Most people near Tianhai City were well aware that the day Jiang Province held its awakening ceremony, celestial phenomena occurred repeatedly. It wasn't just the rumored S-grade talent, the truth was far beyond that. As citizens of Tianhai City, upon seeing these betting odds, they did not hesitate to invest their entire life savings on the out-of-province team, with odds of 1.7. While the outside world was in heated discussion, nearly 1,000 participants of the grand competition had already entered the secret realm. Subai stood still, starting to observe his surroundings. Sure enough, just as that master had said, after entering the secret realm, everyone would be randomly teleported to different locations. The secret realm was a dense forest, with towering trees standing all around. Looking up at the sky, the glaring sunlight was blocked by the leaves, leaving only fragmented beams shining through the gaps onto the ground. So this is the secret realm? Other than the presence of exotic beasts, it doesn't seem much different from the real world. The spiritual energy in the air is even more abundant. Feeling the spiritual energy in the air, Subai thought that if he could train in this secret realm for a few days, he might directly break through to the Martial King stage. However, he still lacked real combat experience, so this was the perfect opportunity to practice. His gaze shifted, and he noticed a wind wolf staring at him. Its eyes were filled with greed, as if it wanted to tear him apart. Less than half an hour into the secret realm, hundreds of people had already been eliminated, leaving the audience watching the livestream utterly stunned. Most of those eliminated had been directly teleported into the territories of exotic beasts. Upon entering the secret realm, before they even had time to react, they were suddenly attacked. Among these people, 99% were encountering exotic beasts for the first time. They had never seen such ferocious scenes before, and were so terrified that they froze in place, allowing the beasts to attack. Fortunately, after being attacked, some managed to react and started fighting back. However, by then they had already lost their combat capability and could only regretfully press the distress button to withdraw. Of course, there were even unluckier ones. Some were immediately targeted by second-rank advanced exotic beasts the moment they were teleported. They didn't even have a chance to react before being swallowed whole by the beasts. Faced with such situations, the mentors were helpless. Before the competition began, they had warned everyone that the secret realm competition carried a risk of death. But since this was the first time such a competition was held, these so-called geniuses were not easily deterred. They all believed the warnings were just meant to scare them. Of course, there were also those who, upon seeing an exotic beast, were so terrified that they immediately pressed the distress button and gave up on the competition. In the live stream chat room, "Oh my god, is this real? Did you see that? A mid-level martial artist actually got swallowed whole by that exotic beast. This has to be a joke, right? Someone actually died? This competition is way too brutal. I used to think the official warnings about the risk of death were exaggerated. I can't believe someone actually died. What's the big deal? Don't you know how many people die on the front lines every day? And you're freaking out over just one death?" The bullet comments were filled with astonishment, as viewers struggled to believe that the competition had resulted in actual fatalities. After all, in previous competitions, such incidents had never occurred. At most, participants might accidentally get injured in the ring, take some medicine, and recover after a few days' rest. But now, seeing someone swallowed alive by an exotic beast, many who had never left the city were gripped with fear. They hadn't realized just how ferocious these exotic beasts were. If not for the frontline warriors fighting them every day, the ones being swallowed might very well have been themselves. The authorities changed the competition format to ensure that people wouldn't take things lightly. War is cruel, and life on the battlefield is constantly at stake. Moreover, such competitions could train these extraordinarily gifted young individuals in advance. They were the hope for the future of Huaxia. If they went to the battlefield without ever having encountered exotic beasts, relying only on their talent and cultivation level but lacking any real combat experience, what use would they be? As time went on, more and more participants encountered exotic beasts and were eliminated. The first casualty already, damn it. These cowards, pressing the distress button as soon as they see an exotic beast. What's the point of their cultivation and talent? Look at that mid-level martial artist. Facing a second-rank low-level exotic beast, he abandoned resistance, ran, and begged for help. How can he even call himself a martial artist? In the monitoring room, 3 grandmasters were closely watching the events unfolding in the secret realm, cursing in frustration. It had only been an hour since the participants entered the secret realm, yet half of the martial artists had already been eliminated. Among them were not only many mid-level martial artists but even some with S-grade talent. The advanced martial artists fared much better. They could generally react immediately and start fighting the exotic beasts. When facing beasts of the same level, they gained the upper hand with their superior weapons and could wear the beasts down over time. Meanwhile, Fu Gui seemed rather lucky. The moment he entered the secret realm, he was targeted by a second-rank wind wolf.
Initially, it seemed he would have to fight a tough battle, but unexpectedly, he directly used his Beast Master talent to tame the wind wolf, making it his own exotic beast. This spectacular scene was also captured by a drone and live-streamed to the audience outside.
Ha!
This kid has the Beast Master talent? To actually form a contract with an exotic beast of the same level, he must be at least a mid-level Beast Master, right? Which province is he from? Why haven't I heard of him before?
Luo Hongfei stared at the surveillance footage, surprised, and asked. Upon closer inspection of the badge on the chest, it read Jiang Province, Tianhai City. The moment Luo Hongfei saw this, he immediately turned to look at Rin Mingxian, only to see a faint smile on his face.
Not bad, old Rin. I knew you were so confident for a reason. This kid does indeed have a beast-taming talent. Judging by the looks of it, he's at least an intermediate-level beast master. But this kid is just an intermediate-level martial artist. Are you really so sure about this?
Luo Hongfei glanced at Fugue's profile. The clear indication of his intermediate-level martial artist status left him puzzled.
How could old Rin be so confident? The profile only noted that he had an S-level talent, but didn't specify the special talent.
So, they still had no idea what rank of Beastmaster he truly was. Ran Mingxian heard this but smiled without responding. He shook his head slightly, clearly denying that the person in question was the promising talent he had in mind.
Luo Hongfei looked at Rin Mingxian suspiciously. Could it be that the Beastmaster talent wasn't the good seedling he mentioned? Was there someone even more extraordinary?
With such doubts in mind, Luo Hongfei stared at the surveillance, trying to uncover the reason behind Rin Mingxian's confidence. Meanwhile, the livestream audience exploded upon seeing this scene.
Holy crap, what's going on? Someone wake me up. Am I dreaming? That guy actually tamed a beast and is riding it. This doesn't make sense. How can he tame a beast?
If we could all do this, beasts would just be pets. Whoa, I can't believe I'm witnessing someone tame a beast with my own eyes.
I must not be fully awake. Stop talking nonsense. Clearly, this guy has awakened a special talent.
Only a beast master could form a contract with a beast.
Agreed.
Being able to contract a beast of a similar rank means he's at least an intermediate-level beast master.
I'm so jealous of that talent.
Fugue recalled the feeling when he formed a contract with the Wind Wolf, gaining a sense of clarity. He could contract at most 2 more beasts.
Any more than that, and he might not be able to handle it, potentially facing backlash instead.
However, it seemed that the number of beasts he could contract would increase as his strength grew.
Fugue felt relieved.
Luckily, he wasn't limited to just 3 contracts, otherwise, this talent would be too mediocre. At the same time, after contracting the Wind Wolf, he felt a certain connection between him and the wolf. As he carefully sensed it, he was surprised to discover that he could actually understand the Wind Wolf's thoughts.
Was this the power of talent?
Even more astonishing, Fugue realized that with just a thought, he could retract the Wind Wolf. Curious, he tried it out and remembered that beast masters had a special space where they could store their contracted beasts. No one knew the principles behind this space. It might be related to spatial rings. But unlike spatial rings, which couldn't store living beings, this special space felt more like another world. Without overthinking it, Fugue began actively searching for more beasts, setting a small goal for himself, to contract 3 beasts first. When Chu Yoyu was transported into the secret realm, she looked around curiously, full of interest in everything around her. With her strength as a beginner martial artist, she was able to move freely in the secret realm. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of Subai, Chu Yoyu would undoubtedly have been the champion of this competition. Subai relied on cheating, but her achievements came from her own strength. In previous years, someone with Chu Yoyu's talent could even compete for the national top spot. As she traveled, she couldn't decide whether she was lucky or unlucky. She hadn't encountered a single beast. However, Chu Yoyu wasn't in a hurry. What was the point of fighting and killing? This secret realm was far more fascinating than Blue Star, filled with countless things she had never seen before. By this point, only 200 to 300 participants remained in the secret realm. The remaining participants were true martial artists, all of whom had dealt with beasts before. Most of them had A-level talents and were at the intermediate martial artist level, capable of handling the majority of beasts they encountered. Those who pressed the rescue button kept the dozens of Martial King mentors in the secret realm busy beyond belief. What were these people thinking? They gave up right after entering the secret realm. What was the point of even coming? Some mentors arrived at the rescue locations only to find the participants still locked in intense combat with the beasts, sometimes even having the upper hand. But as soon as they saw a mentor coming to the rescue, the participants would immediately give up the fight and run toward the mentor.
This left the mentors speechless. You're an intermediate martial artist, armed with weapons, going toe-to-toe with a second-tier beginner beast, clearly toying with it. And yet, you're calling for help? It was truly absurd. That said, the mentors still pulled those who requested help out of the secret realm and escorted them to safety. There were also some students who were so terrified of the beasts that they couldn't even unleash half of their intermediate martial artist's strength. After pressing the rescue button, the beasts pounced on them, leaving them to fend off the attacks passively. When the mentors arrived, they discovered that a second-tier beginner beast had actually killed an intermediate martial artist. Only a pile of dismembered limbs and blood remained at the scene, a gruesome sight that made them feel sick. Not bad, these exotic beasts are indeed tougher than humans, able to withstand 2 of my punches. Subai sighed as he looked at the wind wolf that had been knocked down by his 2 punches. After discovering this wind wolf, Subai didn't immediately strike it down with a sword. Instead, he put away his weapon and refrained from using any techniques. Relying purely on brute force, he managed to knock the wind wolf to the ground with a single punch. However, the wind wolf didn't die from the first punch. It struggled on the ground, trying to get up and escape. Seeing this, Subai delivered another punch, which finally ended the wind wolf's life. After killing the wind wolf, Subai became curious about how the points were calculated, and the rescue device on him suddenly lit up. Taking out the rescue device, he saw the screen display 30. For first-tier exotic beasts, the points were divided into 1, 3, and 5. For second-tier exotic beasts, the points were 10, 30, and 50. For third-tier exotic beasts, a single initial stage third-tier beast was worth 200 points. Subai stared at the rescue device in surprise, wondering about the logic behind the points calculation. However, 30 points matched the value of a mid-level second-tier exotic beast. After the points were displayed, Subai noticed a ranking section on the corner of the screen. The rescue device resembled a phone, except it had an additional rescue button. Subai fiddled with the device and opened the points leaderboard. The interface refreshed, and the leaderboard appeared before him. First place, Ji Tianyu 130 points. Second place, Ci Chen 100 points. Third place, Gu Chen 80 points. Subai scrolled all the way down to the 50th place before finally spotting his name. 59th place, Subai 30 points. Subai sighed, amazed at how many experts there were. It hadn't even been long, yet the first place already had over 100 points. When he saw the third place, he paused for a moment, but remembering that the person had a significant background, he didn't dwell on it. Subai continued scrolling for a while. After seeing that everyone ranked beyond the 100th place had 0 points, he stopped looking. That rookie martial artist Yo-Yu hasn't even killed a single exotic beast? Subai was puzzled when he didn't see Chu Yo-Yu or Fugue's names on the leaderboard. Fugue's situation was understandable. As an intermediate martial artist, he likely avoided high-level exotic beasts and hadn't made a move yet. But Chu Yo-Yu was a martial artist who could easily take down 90% of the exotic beasts in the Secret Realm safe zone. Nearly an hour had passed, and he still hadn't encountered a single exotic beast? After pondering for a moment, Subai put away the rescue device, stored the wind wolf's corpse into his spatial ring, and gazed fixedly in one direction. Far in the distance, at the edge of his vision, an invisible barrier enveloped this secret realm. The environment outside the barrier looked similar to the safe zone, but the key difference was that the strength of the exotic beasts beyond the barrier was no longer under control. This was the unexplored region beyond the secret realm safe zone. Fugue dared to take risks, and Subai understood the reasoning behind it. Though the unexplored regions of the secret realm were perilous, the rewards were proportional to the risks. Moreover, Subai was very confident that with his current strength, combined with the enhancement of his techniques and weapons, he could completely handle a battle against a Tier 4 beast and might even exchange a few moves with a Tier 5 beast. This was the perfect opportunity to hone his combat skills. After all, the strongest beasts within the safe zone were only at the early stage of Tier 3, which he could easily kill with a single strike. Such opponents couldn't truly help him improve. There were still 2 days left before the competition resumed, so there was no rush to grind points. When the time came, he could casually hunt a few Tier 3 beasts to surpass the others in points. There was no need to exhaust himself like the others, fighting for points in a frenzy. Ji Tianyu, Ci Chen. Subai silently committed these 2 names to memory. The top 2 names on the leaderboard were surely not to be underestimated. After planning his next course of action, Subai headed straight toward the barrier. He cautiously stretched out his hand, testing the barrier, and easily stepped out of the safe zone. It seemed that the person who set up the barrier formation never expected a student would voluntarily walk out of the safe zone.
At the level of those top-tier martial artists, entering an unknown secret realm was practically a death wish. Sir, based on fluctuations in the secret realm's barrier, it seems that a student may have unintentionally left the safe zone. What should we do? In the monitoring room, a formation expert hurriedly entered to report. He was a specialist responsible for monitoring the operation of formations within the secret realm. The moment Subai stepped out of the safe zone, he had detected the anomaly in the barrier and immediately came to report it. Ran Mingxian and the other two exchanged looks of disbelief. How could a student have willingly left the safe zone? The martial emperor, sitting in the corner, didn't even lift his head as he coldly ordered. It's nothing. Just send 3 drones to check it out. It's probably just a student accidentally brushing against the barrier, no big deal. Understood, sir. The formation expert promptly left to make arrangements and headed to the drone control room to issue commands. Sir, are you sure we shouldn't send people to investigate? If a student really wandered outside the barrier by mistake, the consequences could be disastrous. Ran Mingxian advised with concern. He knew that this time, the Jiang province delegation included 2 genius beginner martial masters. What if they found the safe zone too boring and decided to explore elsewhere? Moreover, if someone truly accidentally left the barrier, it could cost them their life. Don't worry too much. We've already warned them not to leave the barrier. If someone still chooses to court death, we can't stop them. The martial emperor responded coldly, clearly not seeing this as a significant issue. And he was right. If anyone decided to risk their life for some minor benefits outside the safe zone, it was their own fault. However, in this competition, apart from Subai, no one else would dare to do such a thing. The Tier 3 beasts within the safe zone were no match for the other participants, let alone the Tier 4 or Tier 5 beasts outside the barrier. That would be nothing short of suicide. Subai dared to leave the safe zone because he had the confidence to survive. If anyone else attempted it, as the martial emperor said, they'd be reckless fools deserving their fate. Ren Mingxian didn't argue further and continued monitoring the situation. Soon, 3 drones arrived at the area where the barrier anomaly had been detected. After a thorough search, they found nothing unusual and returned to their routine patrol. In a remote part of the forest, a Tier 2 beast collapsed to the ground. Not bad, my points have exceeded 200. I'm in first place for now. Ji Tianyu glanced at the leaderboard in his hand and muttered to himself. But when he noticed the second place was approaching 200 points, his gaze sharpened. As someone with an SS grade talent, there was no way he would let someone with merely an S grade talent surpass him. Looks like I can't slack off. CHN, huh? Ji Tianyu stashed the corpse of the advanced Tier 2 beast into his spatial ring and swiftly set off to find his next target. Ha, Ji Tianyu, is it? One day, I'll take the top spot and surpass you. Chen stood atop the corpse of an advanced Tier 2 beast, staring at the leaderboard as he muttered softly. After several battles, he felt his advanced martial artist realm loosening, as if he was just one step away from a breakthrough. Tier 2 beasts aren't enough anymore. Looks like I'll need to find a Tier 3 beast to fight if I want to break through to the next level. After tidying up the beast's corpse, Chen set off in search of a Tier 3 beast. Ha ha ha. I ask, who else? Who else dares challenge me? In another part of the secret realm, Fuguei stood beside the bodies of 2 mid-level Tier 2 beasts and 1 advanced Tier 2 beast, laughing heartily. He had just contracted a wind wolf and, by chance, encountered another mid-level Tier 2 wind wolf. After an easy fight, Fuguei managed to contract the second wind wolf as well. As he searched for a third beast, an advanced Tier 2 wind wolf locked its sights on him. This advanced wind wolf realized that the human before it wasn't as strong as it, and boldly emerged from the shadows. It also noticed that the human had 2 of its kind as allies. With such help, capturing this human would be a piece of cake. Whoa! The advanced second-tier wind wolf let out a howl, as if communicating with the other 2 wind wolves. Fuguei, who possessed a beast-taming talent, barely managed to understand the wind wolf's intention. It was instructing the 2 intermediate second-tier wind wolves to cooperate with it, so they could take down this human together and split the benefits afterward. Fuguei couldn't help but laugh out loud upon understanding. Wow, these beasts now understand how to negotiate benefits? How clever! He ordered the 2 wind wolves, all 3 of you, attack together. I don't believe we can't take down one advanced second-tier beast. For these beasts without independent consciousness, Fuguei had long discovered that same-level beasts could be directly contracted. But for this advanced second-tier wind wolf, he would have to subdue it before establishing a contract, otherwise, it would reject him. While the advanced wind wolf was persuading its 2 underlings, Fuguei and the other 2 wind wolves suddenly launched an attack. The wind wolf reacted swiftly, dodging in an instant just as Fuguei lunged at it. After all, with wind in its name, its speed was astonishingly fast. Seeing its kin disobey and even help the human attack it, the advanced wind wolf was so furious that its fur bristled. Dodging the attack, it charged at Fuguei in a rage. Shit! The wind wolf's speed shocked Fuguei. Without time to think, he quickly drew his mid-grade yellow-tier saber to counter. The wind wolf swiped its claw down, landing directly on the saber Fuguei had raised. Awoo! A miserable cry escaped the wind wolf's mouth. It bared its teeth in pain. A mid-grade yellow-tier weapon was no joke, easily piercing through the defenses of a second-tier beast. The wind wolf's claw was slashed open, leaving a bloody wound bubbling with blood. After being injured, the wind wolf retreated quickly, its eyes filled with fear. What kind of human was this? His aura didn't seem as strong as its own, yet he could hurt it. With its front paw injured, the wind wolf could barely move. To make matters worse, its retreat was blocked by the two kin behind it, preventing its escape. Heh, so you dared to use your claw to clash with a blade? Are you trying to scam me? Fuguei looked at the injured wind wolf, grinning smugly. Now, in his eyes, it was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, ready for him to contract. Little wind wolf, don't be scared, don't struggle. Be good and let me sign a contract with you. As Fuguei spoke, he slowly approached the injured wind wolf. But as the human drew closer, the wind wolf's fear grew stronger. What kind of perverted expression is that? What the hell is this guy planning to do? Terrified, the wind wolf took a few steps back, but the pain in its wounded paw reminded it not to stray too far from this human. Nervously, the wind wolf shut its eyes, unwilling to face what might come next. All right, the contract is done. How's your wound? Let me take a look. Fuguei successfully established a contract with the wind wolf, no surprises there. Now that it was one of his own, there was no way he'd let it remain injured while assisting him in this secret realm. The wind wolf felt that this human seemed to mean no harm and slowly opened its eyes. Suddenly, it was astonished to realize that it could actually understand his words. Moreover, it felt as though some kind of connection had formed in its heart, making it incapable of harming him. Suspicious, it raised its injured paw, finding it hard to believe that this human intended to treat its wound. Fuguei grabbed its paw and carefully examined the injury. This weapon with a ranking was no joke, it had left such a severe wound on this beast just with its passive defense. Fuguei took out a healing pill and fed it directly to the wind wolf, then began bandaging its wound. These medicines had been prepared in advance from the treasure pavilion, just in case of injuries in the secret realm that couldn't be treated, which might affect the competition. They had stocked up plenty. Soon, the pill began to take effect. The wind wolf felt a warm sensation in its paw, and the pain subsided significantly. At this point, Fuguei let go of the wind wolf, which cautiously attempted to place its paw back on the ground. Ha! It didn't hurt anymore? The wind wolf hesitated for a few seconds before stomping its paw heavily. Not even a trace of pain. Awoo! The wind wolf let out a soft howl, as if thanking the human who had helped it. Though it seemed to have forgotten that the wound was caused by this very human. Fuguei understood the wind wolf's intent and happily patted its little head. The wind wolf even leaned its head forward voluntarily. Haha! Fuguei laughed heartily, unable to contain his joy. Now that he had a powerful new ally, it was time to dominate the leaderboard. He glanced at the points on his distress device, still 0. No one had seized his territory on the leaderboard yet, either. With 4 people on his team, how could he possibly lose to anyone? Fuguei adjusted his state of mind, confirmed that the wind wolf's injury wouldn't hinder its movements, and mounted the advanced second-tier wind wolf, starting his mad dash to rack up points. The audience in the livestream watched the entire scene unfold. Seeing the wind wolf acting like a pet, fawning over Fuguei, everyone was utterly shocked. What is going on here? The exotic beasts I remember were never this obedient. How could they possibly coexist peacefully with humans? This is so bizarre. Say what? One guy with 3 little followers, plus a high-tier second-rank exotic beast? That's just over the top. It's like cheating. A mid-level warrior forming a contract with a high-tier second-rank exotic beast? Just how strong is his beast-controlling talent? At least high-level, right? Whoa, a high-level beast tamer? Who is this guy? Why haven't I heard of him before? Jiang Province, Tianhai City. Wait, where even is Tianhai City? The shock spread throughout the livestream chat room, and even the big shots in the monitoring room couldn't stay composed. Zheng Hongyuan exclaimed, "What? Wang Fuguei is actually a high-level beast tamer? Lao Ren, you've been hiding this kid too well." Luo Hongfei chimed in, teasing, "Damn it, Lao Ren. You're really not playing fair. This kid's definitely a high-level beast tamer. He's got to be one of the top 10 on the leaderboard." Ren Mingxian listened to them joke around, smiling slyly like a cunning old fox but keeping silent.
This is just the beginning. The real show is still to come, he muttered.
In the corner of the room, a normally reserved martial emperor also spoke up in approval. Not bad.
A high-level beast tamer with solid mastery of beast-controlling experience. A promising talent.
You see, top-tier beast-taming geniuses like this are highly sought after by the 3 major academies. Meanwhile, during the ongoing Secret Realm competition, a few candidates moved around suspiciously. Why do you think we were sent to bring this stuff here and even disguise ourselves as candidates to sneak into the competition? One of them grumbled, rummaging through the ground for something, which he then placed into a hidden spot.
He dusted off his hands, still complaining. Why so many questions? Just complete the mission, and the rewards will be worth it.
We might even get a chance to break through to the Martial King realm, another retorted.
Yeah, hurry up. Don't let others suspect anything.
The other 2 urged him on, their eyes fixed on a distant drone.
Alright, you guys make it sound so easy.
Stop nagging and let's move to the next spot, he finally said. After finishing their task at that location, the group crouched down, carefully avoiding the drone overhead, and quietly moved to another area. At the same time, near the gate of the other world, several figures were whispering among themselves.
The humans have been inside the secret realm for an hour now. When are we going in? I'm starving, one of them complained. Idiot. All you think about is food. Our goal this time is to kill those human geniuses. Stop thinking about meals, can you take responsibility if the plan gets delayed? Another snapped.
They've only been in the secret realm for an hour.
The formations set up by our operatives aren't ready yet.
If we can't even break the barrier, we'll be in serious trouble, a third added. If anyone saw these figures, they would realize they were from another race, and their strength was no joke. While they argued, the martial emperors sent by their superiors intervened, saying, "Don't rush.
The time isn't right yet. Enter the secret realm in 12 hours.
This mission cannot have even the slightest error. Those warriors are just kids. According to intelligence, there's 1 martial emperor and 3 grandmaster-level experts among the humans.
I'll handle them. The ones inside the secret realm are your responsibility."
The martial emperor emphasized again, his tone grave. "Let me be clear, failure is not an option, especially when it comes to the celestial talent, Subai.
He must die here."
After finishing, he fixed his stern gaze on the group.
"If this mission fails, the Lord will not forgive you.
Allowing the talented warrior to grow will have a massive impact on our race and the future war. Do you want to witness the rise of another sword saint?" he added sharply. At the mention of the sword saint, the group froze momentarily, then showed visible fear.
"Is that celestial talent really that terrifying?" one of them asked in a low voice.
"What do you think?" another replied with a cold sneer. At that moment, Subai was freely moving through the dense forest, sensing the flow of spiritual energy in the air. Suddenly, he noticed a massive shadow leaning against a tree up ahead. Stopping in his tracks, he looked closely. A flaming grizzly, a third-rank exotic beast. This was an extremely ferocious exotic beast that no one wanted to encounter in the wild.
Known for its thick skin and tough flesh, ordinary weapons couldn't even scratch it.
Once it locked onto a target, escape was nearly impossible. It would relentlessly pursue its prey until it was caught, refusing to give up. Its massive build and dense flesh made even warriors of the same rank avoid it, fearing unnecessary trouble.
Only small hunting parties of 4 or 5 people would dare to attempt taking down a flaming grizzly.
Lone adventurers would keep their distance. At this moment, the flaming grizzly was resting against a large tree. Nearby, there seemed to be a spiritual herb exuding a rich aura, almost ripe for the picking. However, the flaming grizzly's enormous body obscured the herb, making it hard for Subai to see what kind of plant it was. Instead of fear, a spark of excitement lit up in Subai's heart at the sight of the flaming grizzly. Along the way, most of the beasts encountered were second-tier, with a few third-tier ones, though they seemed weak and unsure if they could withstand even one of his sword strikes. The blazing bear in front of him perfectly fit his needs. It was a good opportunity to test his current strength. Subai drew out the pure young sword he had purchased from the system shop. It was of lower-grade profound rank, more than sufficient to deal with this blazing bear. As for the lower-grade heaven rank by Ling sword, Subai hadn't figured out how to use it yet.
Using it against this advanced third-tier beast would be overkill.
Looking at the sleeping blazing bear, Subai casually picked up a stone and hurled it at the bear's head with force. The blazing bear was immediately startled awake, rubbing its aching head.
Feeling the pain, it stood up with a roar.
After venting its anger, the blazing bear's small eyes scanned its surroundings and quickly spotted Subai, who stood in the distance grinning at it.
Roar!
The blazing bear roared furiously at Subai, disregarding the nearly ripened spiritual herb nearby, and charged straight toward him. Seeing the big oaf storming at him in a fit of rage, Subai couldn't help but laugh. This blazing bear has such a simple mind, completely ignoring the spiritual herb and coming straight for me. However, Subai wasn't in a hurry. Gripping his sword, he assumed a stance, ready to face the charging blazing bear. Roar! The blazing bear raised its massive paw and swung it fiercely towards Subai's head. Subai met the attack head-on, slashing his sword heavily at the bear's paw. This strike was pure physical strength, with no added sword intent or techniques. Even so, when the two collided, both were forced several steps back. Noticing the wound slashed open on the blazing bear's body, Subai smiled slightly. Not bad. The blazing bear had actually managed to endure this strike, sustaining only a minor external injury. Blood flowed freely from the clear wound on its paw. That single strike had directly pierced through the blazing bear's defense, leaving a mark. If others had seen this, they would surely have been shocked. After all, blazing bears had thick hides and tough flesh, with defenses so strong that most wouldn't dare provoke them lightly. Who would have thought that Subai, a martial artist, could break through its defense with just one sword strike, leaving a wound? The injury only made the already enraged blazing bear even angrier. This human had not only disturbed its rest but also dared to harm it. Today, it was either the human's death or its own demise. Roar! Roar! The blazing bear pounded its chest twice and charged at Subai once more. This time, Subai wasn't in a rush. Since his raw physical strength could break through its defenses, it was the perfect chance to practice some more. He sheathed the sword, prepared to use only his body to fight the blazing bear and see if he could gain the upper hand. Thud! The blazing bear collapsed to the ground. Subai looked at the pure young sword in his hand and sighed. It seems relying solely on my physical body isn't enough to break through the blazing bear's defenses. What a tough opponent. After sheathing his sword, Subai engaged the blazing bear in close combat. Despite the evenly matched battle where Subai occasionally gained the upper hand, his fists alone were unable to penetrate the bear's thick hide. Having gauged his approximate strength, Subai didn't want to waste any more time. With a decisive sword strike, the blazing bear's head fell to the ground. After taking care of the blazing bear's corpse, Subai walked toward the spiritual herb it had been guarding. As he approached, a small shadow suddenly darted past the herb, leaving its spot completely empty in an instant. Where's my large spiritual herb? Subai's face was full of confusion. Not even a blade of grass remained, it had vanished into thin air. He quickly glanced toward the direction where the shadow had flashed. The ground bore clear signs of having been dug up. This was bad, someone had stolen it. Subai began searching for that small figure, certain it was the thief who had taken the herb. Damn it, you little rascal. Don't think you can hide. When I catch you, you'll pay for this. Subai cursed under his breath, realizing he'd been robbed. After searching the area, Subai found no other traces. That spiritual herb wasn't an ordinary item, even third-tier beasts guarded it, proving its high value. However, Subai could only accept his loss. He resolved to learn from this experience. Next time, he'd secure the goods first before getting distracted. Otherwise, just like now, someone could rob him blind. By this time, 3 hours had passed since the competition began. It was now midday, and the blazing sun hung high in the sky. Fortunately, the tall trees provided shade, making the forest warm and comfortable. Feeling hungry, Subai found a water source and took out the blazing bear's corpse to prepare for a meal on the spot. A grill, various seasonings, and a fire-starting tool resembling a lighter. After setting aside the usable parts, Subai dug a large hole to bury the useless ones. He stored the discarded pieces in his spatial ring, then brought out the bear meat, lit a fire, and began roasting. As he roasted the meat, Subai secretly plotted in his mind. He brushed oil over the bear meat. The moment the flames touched it, the meat sizzled, releasing an irresistible aroma. Crackle, crackle, crackle. As the meat neared perfection, Subai picked up the seasonings and sprinkled cumin, chili powder, and sesame over it. After a round of meticulous preparation, a plate of perfectly roasted bear meat, rich in color, aroma, and flavor, was ready. However, Subai didn't rush to eat. He carefully placed the meat on a plate and began roasting his second piece. After becoming a martial artist, his food intake had increased by several folds. One piece of roasted meat would undoubtedly not suffice. Although martial artists could absorb spiritual energy to temporarily stave off hunger, Subai felt that such a method lacked satisfaction. With meat this crispy and fragrant, how could he possibly rely on spiritual energy alone? Enjoying good food was the true essence of pleasure. After finishing the second piece, Subai moved on to roast a third. Each piece of meat weighed about a pound. While 3 pieces might not be enough to fully satisfy him, it was sufficient to satiate his cravings for now. Just as Subai finished roasting the third piece and turned his head, he noticed an unfamiliar little beast perched on his plate of roasted meat. The creature's body was slender, coiled around the meat like a snake, with two tiny horns on its head. When it noticed Subai looking its way, it seemed startled. It swiftly coiled around the roasted meat and, right before Subai's eyes, vanished completely. Yes, it vanished, just like that. Subai was dumbfounded, utterly stunned. The plate, now missing a piece of roasted meat, was evidence that this wasn't an illusion, it had indeed disappeared. Snapping out of his shock, Subai examined the plate from all angles, his mind racing. How had this creature managed to disappear? Subai was certain it wasn't due to extraordinary speed but rather an actual vanishing act. Recalling the creature's appearance, he scoured his memory but found no records of such a species. It seemed to be something entirely new. At that moment, Subai suddenly realized the creature's method of disappearance. This felt oddly familiar. He linked the creature's vanishing ability to the incident where his spiritual herbs had been stolen. It all added up. So, it was you, little thief, who stole my spiritual herbs. No matter if you're a new species or not, I'm catching you today. Subai began devising a plan to capture the creature, though its disappearing ability left him momentarily at a loss. Suddenly, he noticed the last piece of roasted meat still sitting on the plate. A spark of inspiration ignited in Subai's mind. He now had a plan. Judging by the creature's small size, it was likely still young. Well then, it was time to teach it the harsh realities of the world. He. Subai began crafting a meticulous capture strategy. You can vanish? Impressive. That trick just now, while quick, still takes a bit of time. As long as I seize the opportunity in those few seconds and act preemptively to restrain it, it won't be able to use that mysterious ability again. Invisibility, teleportation, or instantaneous movement. These were the only possibilities Subai could think of. Any creature possessing even one of these abilities was an extraordinarily rare existence. Stronger beasts of such kind could easily toy with humans of similar levels, and might even kill those above their rank. The thought of taming this creature began to stir in Subai's mind. After all, his system allowed him to replicate talents, and Fu Gue happened to have a top-tier beast-taming talent ready for him to copy. If he could capture this creature and form a contract with it, having such a powerful beast as his trump card would undoubtedly elevate his strength to new heights. He regretted not replicating Fu Gue's talent earlier. In hindsight, it was a missed opportunity. If I had copied the talent right away and upgraded it to celestial grade, wouldn't capturing this little beast now be a breeze? Though it was called a beast, Subai wasn't entirely certain what it truly was. The fact that it could feel fear and flee indicated a certain level of intelligence. Yet its strength didn't seem particularly high, so why was it so cunning? Was it truly a beast? A regular animal? Or perhaps, could it be a divine beast? The thought struck Subai because of the small horns he had glimpsed on the creature's head when it vanished. Its tiny body resembled the shape of a flood dragon. These details combined made Subai believe that this creature was far from ordinary. Could it really be a dragon? He couldn't be sure. He had only caught a fleeting glimpse, but the most distinct feature was the pair of small horns on its head. According to his knowledge, only the mythical guardian beast of Huaxia, the dragon, was described as a horned serpent-like entity. On the day of his awakening, Subai had briefly locked eyes with several divine beasts in an extraordinary vision, a sensation like colliding with beings across time and space. Though it was merely an illusion, Subai had felt as though those divine beasts were truly alive. But all of this was just speculation. To confirm his suspicions, all he had to do was capture this mystical creature. The truth would naturally reveal itself. Subai glanced at the remaining piece of meat on the plate, then placed a freshly grilled piece onto it. He turned around and took out another slab of fresh bear meat, placing it on the grill. On the surface, he seemed to be simply grilling meat, but in reality, he was cautiously monitoring any movements behind him. Give me a chance to counterattack, and I'll strike back immediately. However, even after the next piece of meat was grilled, there was still no sound from behind. Subai frowned slightly. Had that creature been scared off earlier and didn't dare return? Even so, Subai decided to grill 2 more pieces, just to test it out. If it still didn't show up, he would let it go. He really didn't want to encounter it again. He slowed his movements, quietly waiting for any sounds from behind. 1 piece of meat was grilled, and his patience was almost running out. Just as he placed the second piece of meat on the grill, a faint noise came from behind. If it weren't for the earlier events, Subai wouldn't have paid any attention to such a small sound. Hearing the faint noise behind him, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. Finally took the bait.
I thought you weren't coming back. He focused his energy and blood into his legs, ready to strike quickly and seize the little thief. Although he already knew it was there, he pretended to stay focused on grilling the meat. Having startled it earlier, it would surely be more cautious this time. Considering its mysterious disappearing act, Subai had to act decisively and subdue it in one move. Feigning ignorance of the sounds from behind, Subai waited. After a while, the noise grew louder, suggesting the little creature had relaxed its guard. After all, it looked so small, like a newborn child. How intelligent could it possibly be? When the noise from behind stabilized, Subai knew the time had come. He swiftly turned around and grabbed the little creature. The little one hadn't even reacted yet. Its body was firmly held, and it let out a soft, whimpering sound. Ah-oh-wah. It tried to escape but found itself unable to move. For the first time, fear filled its eyes, and it struggled desperately to break free. Subai felt its strength and tightened his grip, holding it firmly. At that moment, Subai finally got a clear look at the little thief who had been stealing from him. Upon closer inspection, it had small horns on its head, eyes like a rabbit, a body resembling a snake, scales like a fish, ears like a cow, and several pairs of tiny claws. Good heavens, this thing looked exactly like the legendary dragon. But could such a tiny dragon really exist? Suddenly, Subai felt the little creature stop struggling, as if it had resigned itself to fate. It looked up at him pitifully, its small eyes blinking repeatedly. Subai lowered his head to meet its gaze and admitted he was momentarily softened by its pitiful expression. But then he remembered how it had been stealing his food, even eating the meat he had painstakingly grilled. This is unforgivable. Subai lightly flicked its forehead with his finger. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Subai's mind. I was wrong, oh-whoa. Startled by the voice, Subai quickly looked around, searching for its source. Yet the surroundings were completely empty, and his gaze eventually fell on the little creature in his hand. Was the voice just now coming from it? Subai stared in disbelief at the small creature that resembled a mythical beast. If the voice had indeed come from it, then it was undoubtedly a divine beast. Are you talking to me? Subai held the little creature up to his face, asking curiously. As if sensing his doubt, the voice echoed in his mind again. Ooh, don't eat me. Subai was stunned as he looked at the little creature in his hand. This gluttonous little thing was actually a divine beast? His suspicion grew stronger, but the little creature was still too small for him to be certain it was the dragon of legend. You've got a mix of green and white on you. You look just like the dragon from a game I played before. Let's call you Little Azure Dragon. Subai muttered under his breath. Since he had caught it, there was no way he was letting it go. After all, this could very well be the legendary dragon. How could he release it so easily? Moreover, this tiny creature, with its incomplete intelligence, had come to steal his food. It seemed to be all alone. Perhaps he could trick it into staying with him. Where are your parents? Why are you stealing food all by yourself? Subai decided to probe. If it had gotten lost and its parents were powerful divine beasts, they would surely come looking for trouble if they discovered he had taken their child. Parents? What's that? Is it something to eat? Hearing the unfamiliar term, the little creature's fear turned into excitement, as if hoping it was some kind of delicacy. Subai helplessly rubbed his forehead. It seemed this really was a wild divine beast. But that made it all the easier to deceive. You stole my food and got caught. So, how do you plan to compensate me? Subai's tone was stern, as if he were interrogating a criminal. Don't eat me. I'll talk. The little green dragon, seeing this human suddenly lose his temper, hurriedly blurted out something completely nonsensical. What are you trying to say? Subai was puzzled. What was wrong with this little guy? Did it really think it was a criminal? I know of a valley, and there are lots of delicious things there. As it spoke, the little green dragon became visibly excited, already fantasizing about devouring all the delicacies in its mind. But after the excitement passed, it seemed a little dejected and continued. But there are so many powerful monsters there. I can't sneak in at all. I've been caught several times, and now I don't dare to go anymore. The little green dragon spoke with a tone full of grievance. It used to be able to enjoy all sorts of delicious things in that valley, but ever since those big monsters came, it no longer dared to enter. If it got caught, it would definitely get beaten half to death. Hearing this, Subai felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had been worrying about where to find exotic beasts to test his strength, and now this little green dragon had just handed him an important clue. And after the fight, it seemed like there might even be some unexpected rewards. What exactly were these delicacies the little green dragon mentioned? Considering that this little creature had tried to snatch his spiritual herb the first time they met,
anything that could tempt even the little green dragon must be extraordinary. Suppressing his excitement, Subai continued questioning it, though he remained cautious of the little green dragon. After all, with its bizarre vanishing ability, who knew if it would disappear the moment he let go? Delicious things? Where is that valley? Maybe I'd be interested in checking it out. Ha! You want to go to the valley? You want to eat the delicious things too? You're so strong, you should be able to defeat those big monsters, right? None of them have ever caught me like you did. The little green dragon was calculating in its mind. But with the intelligence of a 2.5-year-old, it couldn't come up with any concrete plan. Still, it knew one thing: if this powerful human went to the valley for the delicacies and managed to defeat those big monsters, wouldn't it get to enjoy all the delicious food again? Thinking of this, the little green dragon's eyes sparkled with excitement. It could hardly wait to lead this man to the valley and gorge itself on all the good things there. Are you really going? Take me with you. I can guide you there. I know where all the big monsters are. The little green dragon eagerly transmitted its thoughts to Subai. Seeing how desperate the little green dragon was, Subai became even more convinced that there must be a treasure trove in that valley. Big monsters? Then he'd teach those so-called big monsters a lesson himself. But Subai wasn't in a hurry. He feigned indifference and said to the little green dragon, "Why would I take you with me? You can just tell me the direction, and I can go myself. That way, I don't even have to share anything with you." This move was called playing hard to get. Hearing this, the little green dragon panicked immediately. No, no. Take me with you. I don't eat much, I can guide you, and I can even teleport you straight there. In its panic, the little green dragon revealed all its cards. Only then did Subai understand that its ability to vanish right under his nose was due to a teleportation skill. Spatial abilities? This was an incredibly rare talent. And this little green dragon actually possessed spatial capabilities? Subai was a bit surprised, but he didn't fully believe the little green dragon's words either. He called up the system to check its details, but the system replied, "System functionality not yet supported. Please wait for future updates." Fine. With the only verification method unavailable, Subai had no choice but to test it himself. Realizing this, Subai decided to use a little persuasion strategy. "You really want to go?" "Yes, yes." The little green dragon nodded eagerly. "You can follow me, but how can I trust that you're not lying to me? What if you just run off the moment I let my guard down?" "I won't. I would never lie to you." The little green dragon shook its head frantically, trying to convince Subai of its sincerity. But Subai still couldn't bring himself to trust it completely. He didn't have a Beastmaster's talent and couldn't form a contract with the little green dragon. If it ran off, he'd suffer a huge loss. Then again, thinking it through, the little creature was caught because of its greed for food. It really didn't have any other options. He'd have to gamble on this. Otherwise, there'd be no progress if they just kept stalling. Subai placed the little green dragon in front of him and said seriously, "From now on, you must listen to me and not act recklessly. Looking at you, I'll just call you Little Green Dragon from now on." Little Green Dragon. The little green dragon didn't immediately grasp the meaning of the name. But after a moment, it realized that this was the new name the human had given it. Little Green Dragon, huh? Alright. From now on, I'll be called Little Green Dragon. Although it was a bit confused at first, it quickly brushed it off and began cheerfully calling itself by its new name. Seeing the little creature so delighted, Subai let go of his grip, nervously watching its next reaction. The newly freed little green dragon didn't immediately fly away as expected. Instead, it circled around Subai several times in the air. "Little Green Dragon, didn't you say you could directly teleport to that valley? How do you do it?" Subai curiously asked, looking at the little green dragon hovering in the air. Hearing this, the little green dragon moved its small body and flew to Subai's side. Without saying much, it closed its tiny eyes. Shortly after, a portal resembling a gate to another world suddenly appeared before them. Holy crap! Subai was so shocked he couldn't find the words to describe it. This little guy looked like it didn't have much ability, yet it could pull off a trick like this? However, after creating the portal, the little green dragon seemed very weak. Its voice echoed in Subai's mind. "Hurry, hurry inside. Inside is the valley. I can only hold this for a little while." Though it looked frail, its eyes were full of excitement. Snapping back to his senses, Subai quickly packed up the barbecue equipment and prepared to enter the portal. Before leaving, he tossed a chunk of bear meat to the little green dragon in midair. The little green dragon caught the meat excitedly, chewing noisily and devouring the whole piece in one go. "Not bad, not bad. Following this human, I can really eat some good stuff. Once everything was packed, Subai stepped through the portal, with the little green dragon close behind. A flash of white light later, and when they reappeared, both the man and the beast were clearly in a different place. Subai looked around in astonishment, confirming that this was indeed an unfamiliar environment. The little green dragon hadn't lied to him. This guy, I really lucked out. Subai thought to himself, amazed that everything the little green dragon said was true, and that it could even bring someone along through teleportation. After all, the little green dragon's strength didn't even qualify it as a second-tier exotic beast. At most, it was a first-tier exotic beast, which in human terms would be equivalent to a martial arts novice. But even at this level, it could manage to teleport someone. Just how incredible was this innate ability? Subai felt a touch of envy, but his system couldn't even detect this ability yet, let alone replicate it. Still, it didn't matter. After all, he had this silly little green dragon by his side. After ensuring the surroundings were safe, Subai asked the little green dragon, "Which direction is the valley you mentioned?" "Follow me, it's just ahead. There are two big guys guarding the entrance to the valley, so be careful." The little green dragon replied in its childlike voice before slowly flying toward the direction of the valley. Subai curiously watched it fly through the air. This little creature obviously didn't have wings. How was it flying? If it had a higher cultivation level, it might rely on spiritual energy to fly, but this little guy seemed to be naturally born with the ability to fly. Subai didn't have time to dwell on it. Seeing the little green dragon already flying some distance away, he quickly followed. In just a few minutes, after passing through a forest, Subai saw the valley that the little green dragon had described. Calling it a valley, though, it looked more like a massive mountain peak. At the base of the mountain was a prominent entrance, flanked by two exotic beasts just as the little green dragon had said. Focusing his gaze, Subai identified the two exotic beasts as saber-toothed tigers, advanced third-tier exotic beasts. This was truly remarkable. Just the gatekeepers alone were third-tier exotic beasts he had been searching for all this time. The name saber-toothed tiger wasn't for nothing. Their teeth were as sharp as swords. If a saber-toothed tiger saw an opportunity, it wouldn't hesitate to strike. A single bite would leave several bloody wounds on its target. But this also made their teeth extremely valuable, as rare materials for crafting weapons of all kinds. However, these two saber-toothed tigers were certainly formidable opponents. Although Subai's attack power was sufficient, if he got bitten by one of them, he might not be able to withstand it. There's the valley ahead. Those two guys are really fierce, so be extra careful. The little green dragon puffed up its cheeks, glaring angrily at the two saber-toothed tigers. It remembered how many times it had been blocked by these two creatures, almost becoming their dinner. How infuriating. But now, fortunately, there was a strong human here to help teach them a lesson. They were bound to suffer. Subai nodded lightly without saying a word and lowered his head, slowly approaching the valley. The little green dragon seemed to understand, imitating Subai's movements by lowering its flight altitude and staying close to him as they advanced. Before long, the two of them stealthily reached the entrance. The area around the entrance was surrounded by dense forest. Subai hid behind a cluster of trees, observing the movements of the two saber-toothed tigers. However, the two saber-toothed tigers seemed oblivious to Subai's approach, standing still and guarding the gate. Cautiously, Subai drew his pure young sword and began circulating his cultivation technique in secret, preparing to eliminate one of them in a single strike. Once his technique was fully activated, Subai seized the perfect opportunity and slashed toward the nearest saber-toothed tiger. Primordial Yang Slash. Subai, to ensure success, poured 30% of his strength into his sword. The sword's energy was sharp and fierce, and the saber-toothed tiger fell to the ground instantly, its head severed cleanly from its body. The sudden turn of events left the other saber-toothed tiger dumbfounded. It had merely been guarding the door, yet its companion's head was suddenly gone. However, as a Tier 3 beast, its reaction was swift. It immediately charged at Subai, launching an attack. Meanwhile, the little green dragon hid in the back, observing quietly, knowing it wouldn't be of any help if it joined the fight. If Subai couldn't handle it, considering he'd fed it before, it figured it ought to help him escape one more time. After killing the first tiger, Subai parried the attack of the second saber-toothed tiger with one strike, leaving a deep sword wound on its body. The saber-toothed tiger staggered back, baring its bloody fangs as it glared furiously at Subai. This human had not only killed its companion but also dared to injure it. Today, it vowed to tear this human to pieces to vent its rage. The saber-toothed tiger stared at Subai warily, fearful of another sudden attack. Subai didn't overthink it. After countless battle royales in the Imperial City, he'd never shrunk from a fight. Tier 3 or Tier 4 beasts? It didn't matter, one sword would do. Once again, he activated his Yuanyang slash. The sword's aura was chilling, and the air became thick with killing intent. The saber-toothed tiger began to tremble. This human seemed about as strong as it was. Why could he unleash such a terrifying attack? All the saber-toothed tiger could think of was escaping, abandoning all thoughts of avenging its companion. Yet its limbs felt glued to the ground, unable to move. It could only watch helplessly as the human's sword descended upon it, leaving it with no chance to retaliate. With a single slash, another corpse lay at Subai's feet. Subai swiftly gathered the bodies of the two saber-toothed tigers and gestured for the green dragon to follow him as he ventured deeper into the valley. The little green dragon stared in shock at this human, who had felled two saber-toothed tigers with such ease, as if slicing vegetables. This human was actually stronger than these giant beasts. It seemed this time, they'd definitely find plenty of good food in the valley. Seeing Subai wave at it, the little green dragon happily followed. Upon entering the valley, the sight before them was even more astonishing. What they had thought to be an ordinary cave, perhaps a bit larger than usual, turned out to be incredibly vast, as if the entire mountain peak had been hollowed out. Looking around, the valley's expanse was immense, so large that Subai was momentarily at a loss for words. It felt like a natural paradise, a hidden sanctuary. In the distance, there was even a large natural lake. The moment Subai stepped in, he immediately felt countless murderous gazes fixed upon him. For the first time, Subai truly sensed danger. Looking closely, he spotted several beasts by the lakeside. The beasts, which had been resting moments earlier, sensed the unfamiliar presence and began to rise one by one, their eyes locked on the intruder. Subai casually glanced at one of them, an enraged wild boar? A Tier 4, low-level beast. Then his eyes shifted to another, a sky-blue serpent, a Tier 4, mid-level beast. Finally, he noticed a third, a cyan cloud sparrow, a Tier 4, high-level beast. Good heavens! The moment he stepped in, he encountered 3 Tier 4 beasts, creatures equivalent to martial kings in power. To face such formidable opponents so soon? Seeing the hostility in the eyes of the 3 beasts, Subai knew there was no avoiding this battle. But that was fine, it gave him the perfect opportunity to see if these 3 beasts could push him to fight at full strength and give him a real thrill. Subai prepared to strike first, but his target wasn't the lowest-ranked enraged wild boar. Though the boar was the lowest in rank, its durability was likely the highest. Tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, even a blazing bear couldn't compare. The sky-blue serpent, with its body stretching dozens of meters, had immense vitality and would also be hard to deal with. The cyan cloud sparrow, on the other hand, was an airborne beast. If it managed to take flight and harass him from the air while the other 2 surrounded him, he might very well die here today. These were martial king-level adversaries. Subai had no idea how much of a gap there was between his strength and theirs, so he had to remain fully focused and absolutely cautious. Especially since the cyan cloud sparrow was the strongest of the 3. He would have to give it every ounce of his attention and effort. Gripping his sword, Subai began to channel his technique, sword intent flowing silently. As the beasts continued to watch Subai warily, his figure suddenly moved like a bolt of lightning, appearing in front of the cyan cloud sparrow in an instant. The cyan cloud sparrow, as a Tier 4 beast, reacted swiftly. Just as Subai approached, it flapped its wings, attempting to take flight. After all, the skies were its domain. However, as soon as it lifted off, Subai's sword had already struck. Harnessing the power of his sword intent, the pure young sword sliced through the cyan cloud sparrow as effortlessly as cutting through iron. With one strike, he severed one of the cyan cloud sparrow's wings. Boom! The cyan cloud sparrow crashed heavily to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. The wings were cleanly severed, and the azure skylark groaned in pain, clearly having lost its ability to fight. Seeing this human dare to strike first, the azure serpent and the rampaging wild boar could no longer hold back and both lunged at Subai. The azure serpent spat out a glob of saliva from a distance, and Subai hurriedly dodged. The saliva splattered onto the wall, emitting a sizzling sound as it corroded a large patch of ground. Subai's heart tightened. He hadn't expected the azure serpent to possess a ranged attack but was thankful for his quick reflexes. His eyes turned cold as he thought to himself, "Do you really think 2 against 1 will easily defeat me? Dream on." Dodging the wild boar's ferocious charge, Subai swung his sword and struck the tail that the azure serpent had lashed out. Slash! The serpent's tail was severed cleanly into 2, blood gushing from the wound as it hissed angrily. This only enraged the azure serpent further. Its massive body lashed out again, attempting to coil around Subai. The rampaging wild boar couldn't stop its momentum and rammed into the valley wall, causing the entire valley to tremble. Subai sidestepped the serpent's body but still couldn't match its speed, and he was struck by its tail. Crossing his arms to block the impact, Subai was sent flying back over 10 meters before coming to a halt. Cough, cough. He coughed lightly, realizing that even a single blow had cost him dearly. It seemed clear that after this battle, he needed to train to enhance his physical resilience. Damn it, this serpent is a real menace. They say to strike a snake at its weak spot, but today I'll chop you into pieces. Subai unleashed his full sword intent. One strike to sever the heavens, another to cleave the earth. Sword energy surged forth like a tidal wave. The azure serpent, initially smug, was caught off guard and sliced into several pieces by the sudden burst of sword energy, dying in utter disbelief. After the strike, Subai felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Damn it, he had forgotten he was only a martial master and couldn't fully utilize the power of his techniques. His vitality was draining quickly. Subai found himself temporarily weakened. The rampaging wild boar, having shaken off its daze from crashing into the wall, seemed a bit dizzy but soon fixed its determined gaze on Subai and charged again. Among the three beasts, the rampaging wild boar was the lowest in rank. While it seemed easier to deal with, it had survived to the end. Yet, though it appeared troublesome, it had managed to knock itself into a wall. Now, in his weakened state, Subai could no longer confront it head-on. He could only rely on his agility to evade its relentless charges. The boar, with its simple mind, knew only to charge repeatedly, lacking any other tactics. While dodging, Subai scanned the valley for treasures. According to the little azure dragon, the valley was said to be brimming with spiritual herbs and medicines. Each stalk of spiritual grass contained immense spiritual energy, capable of instantly restoring vitality and strength. Regrettably, he had forgotten to prepare pills to replenish his energy and spiritual power and had brought none alone. The previous beasts he encountered were all slain with a single strike, consuming little spiritual energy. Just breathing deeply was enough to recover. But he hadn't expected that aside from the two gatekeeping Tier 3 beasts, the rest of the valley's creatures were all Tier 4, at the Martial King level. The little azure dragon, hidden nearby, noticed Subai's predicament and quickly sought a solution to help him recover. I've got it. The little azure dragon recalled a specific location where a spring was said to provide rapid recovery. It urgently transmitted its voice. Head straight ahead. At the fork, turn right, there's a spring there. I used to drink from it often, it should help you recover. The little azure dragon's voice echoed in Subai's mind. With no time to hesitate, he immediately followed its guidance to search for the spring. Rushing forward, Subai reached the fork and turned right without hesitation. Soon, he spotted the spring the little azure dragon had mentioned. At the same time, the system chimed in with a notification. Millennium Spiritual Liquid originates from the Spring of Spirit's Eye. A single drop can instantly restore all spiritual energy and is a treasure for reversing battle outcomes. Seeing the notification, Subai's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected such a powerful spiritual liquid to be hidden in the valley, and not just a single drop, but an entire spring. A single drop could replenish his spiritual energy, and here lay an entire spring. This truly was a gift from the heavens. It seemed that the treasures the little azure dragon spoke of were indeed invaluable, and this was likely just the beginning. There were surely more treasures scattered around. Without further thought, Subai quickly scooped up a few drops of the spiritual liquid and swallowed them. In an instant, spiritual energy surged through his body, restoring him to peak condition. He calmly turned to face the charging, rampaging wild boar. After such a long chase, now, it's time to send you on your way. After such a long hunt, it's time to bring this to an end. The rampaging wild boar quickly caught up, seeing Subai ahead and charging straight at him without hesitation, preparing to crash into him head-on. But now, with his spiritual energy fully restored, Subai no longer feared the rampaging wild boar. However, he remained cautious. Once the rampaging wild boar was attacked, it would become even more frenzied, and the spikes on its body would stand upright. Its defense and attack power would skyrocket, making it a formidable opponent for any ordinary martial master. Subai frowned slightly. He hadn't expected that the final and most challenging opponent would be this rampaging wild boar. The wild boar continued to charge recklessly, fearless and relentless. Subai glanced at the 10,000-year spirit liquid behind him and thought to himself, this treasure must not be ruined by that boar. He channeled his Yuan Yang slash with all his strength, instantly unleashing an intense sword intent. But the frenzied wild boar paid no heed and charged at Subai with full force. One strike, take it down. Subai swung his sword, and the overwhelming sword intent transformed into a phantom blade, slashing fiercely at the wild boar. Whoosh! The sword intent, imbued with Subai's full power, slashed straight towards the boar. The boar's steps remained unwavering, anything in its path was destined to be sent flying. Boom! When the boar collided with the sword intent, a powerful shockwave stirred up a cloud of dust, completely enveloping the wild boar. Subai stared tensely at the dust cloud. The situation where there's smoke but no injury was the most dreaded in battle. After all, this strike of his could even slay a mid-level 4th-tier Azure Serpent in one blow. This low-level 4th-tier frenzied wild boar shouldn't be a problem. The dust gradually settled. Subai breathed a sigh of relief as he saw the wild boar cleanly split in two, its blood staining the ground red. However, strangely, the boar's severed body occasionally twitched, making it seem as if it wasn't entirely dead. Subai felt a sense of gratitude. If the boar had entered its berserk state, things would have gotten troublesome. Fortunately, he had managed to kill it in a single strike. He ignored the boar's corpse and turned to look at the 10,000-year spirit liquid behind him. Compared to the carcasses of these beasts, this pool of spirit liquid was undoubtedly far more valuable. Walking to the edge of the spirit liquid, Subai's eyes lit up. This was a treasure capable of instantly restoring all spiritual energy. Just imagine, during a battle, when spiritual energy was nearly depleted, a single drop of this liquid could instantly restore one's full strength. How could any opponent stand a chance? For some reason, though, this priceless treasure lay here in this valley like a stagnant pool of water, quietly resting in a corner. But Subai didn't concern himself with the reasons. It now belonged to him. Taking out several bottles, he began filling them with the spirit liquid, storing each one in his spatial ring once full. After filling 10 or so 1-liter bottles, the pool finally began to reveal its bottom. At that moment, the spring of Spirit's Eye, introduced as part of the 10,000-year spirit liquid, came into view. At the bottom of the pool, a pristine white lotus stood out prominently, with a single drop of white spirit liquid slowly condensing at its center. Subai's face lit up with joy. He hadn't expected the 10,000-year spirit liquid to be a renewable resource. If he could take this lotus with him, he would have an endless supply of spirit liquid. Spring of Spirit's Eye, a treasure capable of producing 10,000-year spirit liquid, generating 1 drop per day. Other functions are unknown. Reading the description, Subai was amazed. He hadn't imagined that this otherworldly treasure would have a daily production rate of 1 drop. Given its value, he was certain that even a single drop could sell for 100 million, and it produced 1 drop every day. This was practically a gold mine. Carefully, Subai began digging around the lotus until he exposed its roots. He then lifted the entire lotus, along with the surrounding soil, out of the ground. However, after extracting the lotus, Subai hesitated, unsure of where to safely store the spring of Spirit's Eye. The spatial ring couldn't hold living things, it was only meant for inanimate objects. But this lotus was clearly alive. Master, this lotus can be placed in the system space, where the flow of time can be freely adjusted, the system proactively reminded Subai. Hearing the system's suggestion, Subai set his worries aside and placed the lotus, along with the moist soil, into the system space. The system space resembled an independent miniature world. When Subai's consciousness entered, he saw an expanse of emptiness stretching endlessly. Compared to the outside world, this place appeared particularly desolate. The vastness of the space astonished Subai. He had always assumed the system space was like an inventory grid in a game, but it turned out to be an actual small world. After adjusting the time flow for the lotus, Subai withdrew his consciousness from the system space. He was still in the valley. Although the beasts he had just encountered were dealt with, the valley's dangers were far from fully resolved. Not to mention the azure cloud sparrow by the lake, it had only lost its wing, it wasn't dead. After collecting the spirit liquid, Subai returned to the lakeside. Seeing the azure cloud sparrow struggling in pain on the ground, he didn't hesitate to strike it down, severing its head to ensure it was silenced for good. Now came the time to reap his rewards. Afterward, Subai encountered no other beasts, suggesting those 3 were the strongest in the valley. With the guidance of the little azure dragon, Subai discovered numerous other heavenly treasures, each capable of driving Grandmaster-level experts into a frenzy. Subai couldn't stop marveling. Who would have thought this small valley held so many treasures, all monopolized by a few low-level 4th-tier beasts? It was almost unbelievable. This expedition proved to be incredibly fruitful. He even stumbled upon nearly 100 spirit stones in one spot. Spirit stones. This was Subai's initial goal, and he never expected there to be so many in the valley. The little green dragon, upon seeing the spirit stones, excitedly rushed forward and devoured several of them. Yet, its small belly seemed like a bottomless pit. After eating a few spirit stones, there was no reaction at all. Subai quickly grabbed the little green dragon, who was eager to eat more, and after much effort, managed to dissuade it. The more Subai harvested, the more astonished he became. This place didn't seem like something that could have been created by a few exotic beasts. What shocked him even more was that he found a few extremely rare longevity fruits here. There was no way those 4th-tier exotic beasts could have collected such treasures. Looking at the adorably clueless little green dragon in the air, a thought crossed Subai's mind.
Could this cave have been left here by the little green dragon's parents?
While Subai was reaping a bountiful harvest, the alien races at another secret realm's entrance checked the time and prepared to act.
Outside the secret realm's entrance, a few individuals glanced at their phones and calmly spoke. Let's go.
It's been 12 hours, and those guys should have completed their tasks by now.
The real hunt begins. Die.
Si Chen wielded his longsword and slashed at a third-tier primary-level exotic beast in front of him.
The beast collapsed instantly. Si Chen didn't rush to find his next target. Instead, he quickly pulled out his emergency device to check the points leaderboard. With the 200 points earned from the third-tier beast, Si Chen successfully overtook Ji Tianyu and claimed the top spot.
Here's an explanation: because the protagonist kills exotic beasts whose levels exceed the scoring device's range, the data is stored in the points, but higher-tier beasts are not counted on the leaderboard.
Leaderboard. First place, Si Chen, 1,220 points. Second place, Ji Tianyu, 1,110 points. Third place, Xiaoxing Yuan, 1,080 points. Fourth place, Xu Youyu, 950 points.
Si Chen felt exhilarated as he experienced the immense power brought by his martial master realm. Who would have thought that this competition would help him successfully break through to the martial master level? And now, there were still a few months left before the National Martial Arts exam. This time was more than enough for him to solidify his primary level martial master strength and then cultivate techniques suited to his unique talent.
After completing these preparations, with his S-rank talent, he might even secure a decent ranking in the martial arts exam.
However, when it came to competing for the national champion title, Si Chen was still grounded in reality. After all, he had awakened his S-rank talent early, and reaching the primary level martial master realm was already impressive.
Those prodigies with SSS rank talents were extraordinarily powerful.
So, he planned not to compete with those top-tier experts for the top 3 spots. As long as he could squeeze into the top 10, he would consider it a success. Seeing himself temporarily ranked first, Si Chen felt quite satisfied. He believed that even with an S-rank talent, he could catch up to those at the pinnacle.
But who on earth was this Xiaoxing Yuan who suddenly appeared? Si Chen remembered that this person wasn't on the leaderboard before. How did they suddenly emerge? He became vigilant.
After all, he understood Ji Tianyu thoroughly, which gave him the confidence to surpass him and claim first place.
But who was Xiaoxing Yuan? And Gu Chen had been knocked out of the top 3?
That was the young master of the Gu family, equipped with top-tier gear from head to toe. Then there was the 4th place Xu Youyu.
Judging by the name, it sounded like a girl. Since when did such a strong female warrior appear, and how had he not heard of her?
Seeing these two unfamiliar names suddenly appear on the leaderboard, Si Chen felt a bit uneasy and quickly began strategizing how to earn more points. As time passed, fewer than 100 people remained in the secret realm.
Most of them were being monitored via live broadcast, and Xu Youyu's stunning performance left the audience in awe. In the live stream, who is this gorgeous girl? Why haven't we heard anything about her before? Goddess.
She's my goddess from now on. I must confess my love to her.
She's already a primary level martial master? That's impossible. How could someone be at that level before entering the secret realm? This has to be fake. Wow, she's ruthless. She even took out that adorable rabbit.
But, man, the way she fights is breathtaking.
Jiang Province, Tianhai City? Again with this place? Isn't that where Wang Fugue, the guy who swept through everything with his 3 underlings, is from?
The live stream audience was both shocked and delighted by this beautiful fighter with both looks and strength. They were thrilled because they finally had a stunning goddess to watch, instead of just seeing a bunch of men fighting to the death. However, some observant viewers noticed Xu Youyu wearing a badge that represented Jiang Province, and they began speculating whether she had any connection to the Beastmaster from the same area.
Old Rin, you better explain yourself.
At that moment, in the monitoring room, Zhang Hongyuan and Luo Hongfei were interrogating Rin Mingxian, astonished at how well he had kept this secret.
The two had already reviewed Xu Youyu's file, SS rank talent, primary level martial master. Who could explain to them what the intelligence department was doing? How could they have absolutely no information about such an important genius? This was an expert with an SS level talent, who had even achieved the rank of martial master, yet the intelligence department knew nothing about him. It was outright negligence. Faced with the questions, Ren Mingxian responded with a smile. Haven't I told you already? That guy isn't Wang Fugue. It's not Wang Fugue. You just wouldn't believe me, so what can I do? And old Luo, you should be secretly celebrating. 2 out of the top 3 on the leaderboard are from your Tao province,
while my Jiang province doesn't even have one. Sigh. Ren Ningxian deliberately played the underdog. Although he didn't know why the trump card hadn't taken action yet, he guessed they were waiting for the right opportunity. Using a drone's perspective, he searched carefully, but still couldn't find any trace of Wang Fuguei. It was truly bizarre. But experts always have their own plans, these old-timers just couldn't understand. Let it be. After all, the grand competition was still far from over. There was no rush. Meanwhile, those sneaky candidates had already set everything up and hidden themselves in a secluded corner, waiting for the adults to arrive. These individuals carefully avoided the drone's automatic tracking several times, terrified of being discovered. They even disposed of the distress beacons early on. Once the adults arrived, they would leave with them. Staying here any longer would eventually get them recognized. Have you completed the task? A voice suddenly echoed in their minds. It's done, sir. What's next? Do we stay here and wait for you? One of them replied in their thoughts. This was a unique telepathic communication of the alien race. So long as they weren't too far apart, they could converse through their consciousness. Stay where you are. Wait until we reach the edge of the barrier, then cooperate with my actions. Follow my instructions. Understood, sir. We'll await your orders. Although there was no audible response, the three were inwardly overjoyed. After waiting so long, their superior had finally arrived. They were hiding now, but every second they stayed risked discovery. Their ability to infiltrate the secret realm relied entirely on a miraculous tool provided from above, allowing them to disguise themselves as humans. However, the effect would gradually fade. If their superior didn't arrive and they were discovered by human experts first, it would spell trouble. Within the range of the formation, the aura of the alien race was easily detectable by humans. In the blink of an eye, an alien martial emperor and 3 grandmaster-level beings appeared at the edge of the secret realm's safe zone barrier. The martial emperor closed his eyes to sense his surroundings and confirmed, that's right. The subordinates within the formation have set everything up according to plan. We can act now. Meanwhile, on the other side of the barrier, Subai had returned to the safe zone with Xiao Qinglong, loaded with spoils. Back in the safe zone, Subai didn't rush to hunt more beasts. Instead, he took out the distress beacon and glanced at the leaderboard. The top names were all familiar, but who was this Xiao Xingyuan? They had climbed into the top 3, pushing others down the ranks. Subai was only momentarily curious. There were so many participants in this competition. Aside from the well-known geniuses, there were bound to be hidden experts ready to make their move at any moment. Xiao Xingyuan might just be one of them. But, why hadn't the points from the beasts he'd killed been counted? Subai stared at his stagnant 30 points, utterly confused. Logically, killing a low-tier 3rd-rank beast should have earned him 200 points. He had slain high-tier 3rd-rank beasts outside the safe zone, as well as the 5 in that valley, but none of those points had been added. By that calculation, he should have been in first place long ago. But it didn't matter. He'd just kill a few more low-tier 3rd-rank beasts. First place was still within his grasp. With that in mind, Subai began searching the safe zone for 3rd-rank beasts. Whenever he encountered a low-tier 3rd-rank beast, Subai would unhesitatingly slay it with a single strike, swiftly collect the corpse, and immediately move on to the next target. His actions were decisive, his speed astonishing. Several times, drones captured footage of Subai instantly killing 3rd-rank beasts. But in the next second, the bodies were gone, and all traces of the hunt had vanished. Even the footage didn't show Subai's face. Did I see that right? What was that just now? It disappeared in a flash. That huge 3rd-rank beast was killed in an instant? Who is this god? What kind of monster is this? Even the drones can't keep up with their speed. How could we not even get a clear look at their face? Just a fleeting shadow. Who is this person? Never seen them before. The livestream audience was abuzz with speculation about the identity of this mysterious expert, while the surveillance room was in an uproar. Even Luo Hongfei, who had been receiving endless praise, stood up in shock. Old Rin, you sly fox. Jiang Province actually produced such geniuses this year, and you're still pretending to be clueless? Playing these little tricks? Aren't you a bit too old for this? Zhang Hongyuan's face was full of mischief as he stared at Rin Mingxian. He originally thought that this time, he might lose to old Luo. After all, old Luo had a prodigy on his side who could break through to the martial master realm at any moment, while his own SS-level competitor hadn't even touched the threshold of that realm. But what he didn't expect was that Jiang Province, clearly the one ranked last, was hiding 3 such formidable monsters. Yes, monsters. These 3 weren't ordinary prodigies at all, they were on a monstrous level. With the observational abilities of 3 grandmasters,
they immediately recognized the figure in the surveillance footage. Moreover, the leaderboard updates in real time. How could they not know who that person was? Jiang Province, Tianhai City, Subai, Talent, Celestial Grade. When they saw the term Celestial Grade Talent, the group froze for a moment, their eyes immediately turning fervent. It had been nearly 1,000 years since they'd seen such a talent. But soon, they displayed puzzled expressions. Why would such a top-tier prodigy participate in a small competition like this? Logically, someone with this level of talent would have already been snatched up by one of the top academies. And moreover, for such a peerless prodigy to travel thousands of kilometers to this location, wasn't he afraid of being assassinated by undercover agents of the alien races? Over the years, the alien races had committed many vile acts, yet humanity could only seethe in anger, powerless to retaliate. After all, in the war between humanity and the alien races, humanity was currently at a disadvantage and had no voice. At this thought, the group felt a vague sense of unease. It seemed something major was about to happen. In the corner, the martial emperor outwardly said nothing, but inwardly, he was utterly shocked. Among everyone present, no one understood better than he what this talent meant. This sense of astonishment surpassed all the previous surprises, whether it was Fugue's Beastmaster talent or someone breaking through to the Martial Master realm. Jiang Province. Tianhai City. What kind of mysterious place is this exactly? Meanwhile, 4 members of the alien races gathered at the edge of the barrier, contacting several undercover agents within the safety zone and instructing them to prepare to meet at the barrier's edge. As the leader, the Martial Emperor was entirely focused on sensing the layout of the formation. Indeed, besides his strength as a martial emperor, he had another unique identity, Formation Master. At this moment, the formation materials, which had been previously arranged according to specified locations, began to tremble slightly under his guidance. The scattered materials seemed to be drawn together, gradually connecting and forming a complete formation. Now, break the formation! The martial emperor shouted, and the remaining 3 grandmasters simultaneously unleashed their full power, shattering the so-called safety zone formation before them. As the formation broke, the formation master outside the secret realm sensed it as well, spat out a mouthful of blood, and collapsed unconscious. In the monitoring room, those watching the signals suddenly saw them all cut out. They immediately became alert, stood up, and rushed toward the entrance of the secret realm. Meanwhile, in the live stream, over 10 million viewers were struck with confusion as the screen abruptly went black. What's going on? Why did the screen suddenly go dark? Where's my goddess? What's the streamer doing? Hurry up and restore the feed. I was watching so intently. That Fugue kid was taking on 4 opponents by himself, so thrilling. Too bad he kept hiding in the back and didn't fully show what he was capable of. What's wrong with the organizers? Fix it already. My friend is still in the competition, and I'm waiting to brag about his high rank. Damn it, hurry up. The livestream was filled with curses. Everyone had been watching with great enthusiasm, only for the screen to suddenly go black. But soon, the livestream resumed, not with footage from inside the secret realm, but with a notification. The notification read, "Due to technical issues, drone signals have been lost, and the livestream is temporarily interrupted. Please wait for repairs. Thank you for your understanding, and we apologize for the inconvenience." As soon as this notification appeared, the audience's complaints grew louder. How could such an important competition suffer technical malfunctions? And right at the most exciting moment? However, the notification was merely a temporary explanation. Several officials had already rushed into the secret realm, and no one knew what was happening inside. Within the secret realm, the alien martial emperor looked at the formation he had just completed. He had no time to celebrate and quickly issued an order. "Xu Debiao, you're the only one among the 3 of us suited to enter the formation. The other 2 will come with me to hold off the human experts. Remember, if the mission fails or mistakes are made, I'll make sure you pay for it when we return. Get in there now." Before he could finish speaking, Hemingway, the blood martial emperor, didn't waste words and simply kicked Xu Debiao into the formation. With his own grandmaster-level strength, he had long treated humans as food. Sending him on this hunt was the most fitting choice. He was all too familiar with the scent of humans. The only concern was whether this pig-brained fool would cause trouble. Let's hope nothing goes wrong. Xu Debiao, having been kicked into the formation, didn't get angry at all. After all, there was a feast waiting for him. How could he be upset? Boss, sending the dead-brained pig in there won't cause trouble, right? His mind is so simple. Yeah, boss, why not let me go instead? I promise to wipe out everyone inside in no time. That pig only knows how to eat. If something goes wrong, it'll be a headache. The other 2 spoke anxiously.
Knowing Pig de Biao's personality well, they were fully aware that he cared only about eating and never took proper action.
Don't worry. If he's managed to cultivate to this level, he must have some brains.
Besides, his tracking skills against humans are exceptional.
Let him handle it. Prepare for battle. I can already sense the aura of human experts approaching.
Hemingway looked in a certain direction, where several human martial emperors and Old Run were hastily heading their way. In the distance, the previously safe zone was now shrouded in thick black mist, signaling that this incident was far from ordinary.
The martial emperors, seasoned and perceptive, immediately recognized it as a defensive array.
Without the approval of an array master, no one could enter. The options were either to forcibly break the array or wait for its energy to deplete and dissipate naturally. Seeing the array, the martial emperors felt a pang of concern.
What's going on? Why has the defense array of the safe zone turned into this? Could it be that the alien races have infiltrated?
The situation was grim, truly dire. This change naturally caught the attention of the examinees within the array. The thick black mist obscured the natural brightness of the secret realm, plunging the areas covered by the array into darkness.
A few examinees, assuming this was part of the test, didn't hesitate to pull out items resembling flashlights from their spatial rings to illuminate their surroundings.
In the darkness, those beams of light stood out starkly. The moment Pig de Biao entered, he charged straight toward the source of the light. As an alien, his vision in the dark was entirely unaffected, and his movements were swift as if it were broad daylight. Reaching the lit area, he saw a human holding a lighting device, cautiously scanning his surroundings. Pig de Biao ignored the human's vigilance, his drooling gaze fixed on the human's aura.
Ah, another delicious meal. It's been so long since I've tasted something this delectable.
He lunged forward in one swift motion, and before the S-class, intermediate-level martial artist could react, Pig de Biao swallowed him whole. Patting his belly, Pig de Biao smacked his lips and muttered, "Such a small bite, not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." Meanwhile, Subai seemed to sense that something was amiss, frowning as he gazed up at the pitch-black sky.
What's going on now?
At the same time, several instructors within the array also looked up at the suddenly darkened sky in astonishment, puzzled.
What's happening? This wasn't part of the test. They quickly pulled out their specially made communicators, intending to contact those outside the realm for clarity. However, as soon as the communicators were out, they realized that the devices were completely out of signal, rendering them unable to connect with the outside world. At that moment, the instructors realized that the situation was entirely out of control. What on earth was happening?
Burdened with questions, they decided to regroup with the other instructors to discuss countermeasures together. Most of the examinees assumed this was another round of testing and quietly sought places to hide, observing the unfolding events. Others neither hid nor moved, choosing to stay put and wait to see what would happen next. They weren't foolish like the few who turned on their lights, exposing themselves.
After all, this was the wilderness, a secret realm. Turning on a light recklessly in the dark? Who had a death wish? Did they think they were at home, where they could just flip a switch whenever they pleased?
If their lights attracted a few alien beasts, bare-handed resistance would be futile, and they wouldn't even know how they'd been eliminated in the end. Sure enough, those few examinees who had turned on their lights were soon caught one by Pig de Biao and promptly devoured. Several examinees hiding in the shadows witnessed this gruesome scene, their faces turning pale as they stared at the terrifying aura emanating from Pig de Biao.
How is this possible? This is supposed to be a competition. How could a grandmaster of the alien race have infiltrated? Where are the martial emperor experts? Where are the guardians? How could they allow such a powerful alien to enter so easily?
After Pig de Biao left, the examinees who had witnessed the scene quickly retreated, darting through the forest in search of other human martial artists. The priority now was to spread the word, gather everyone, and come up with a plan. Otherwise, if they were picked off one by that terrifying alien, they'd face total annihilation. The news spread rapidly, and soon dozens of examinees gathered in a massive tree hollow. Fu Gui, Shu Youyu, Gu Chen, they were all there, including several instructors they had encountered earlier. Most of the leaderboard's top contenders had arrived, except for Xiao Xingyuan and the suddenly prominent Su Bai, neither of whom was present. Most of the surviving examinees huddled together, brainstorming strategies.
What's going on? How did a grandmaster infiltrate the competition? Isn't there a barrier? How did they get in? It seems to me we might as well rush out together. There's still a chance. Staying here is just waiting for death. I am now an advanced warrior with a boundless future. Don't be hasty. There are definitely people outside trying to save us. The sky suddenly darkened. It's probably the work of the alien races. All our communications are down. Everyone, stay calm.
With such a major incident, the authorities outside must have noticed. We just need to wait for rescue, there's no need to take risks by going out. The crowd erupted in arguments, with all sorts of opinions flying around. The group quickly split into two factions, and the tense atmosphere hinted at a potential division. Amidst the chaos, Shuyoyu and his companions anxiously scanned the surroundings, searching for Subai's figure. After looking around and not finding him, Shuyoyu felt a sudden pang of unease. Could something have happened to Subai? They quietly slipped away from the crowd, moving to a corner. Watching the still bickering group, they couldn't help but lament the poor survival instincts of the others. Even the top-ranked individuals on the leaderboard silently withdrew to the corners, avoiding conflicts with the quarreling bunch. These fools! In the end, if that alien race expert found them, the ones who'd die first would undoubtedly be those arguing right now. As for those clamoring to rush out in court death, the few of them couldn't even be bothered to dissuade them. Respect others' choices, don't meddle in others' fates. What does it have to do with me? Go ahead and seek death. Shuyoyu, Fugue, and Guchen sat quietly in the corner, discussing whether they should leave this place. With so many people and prying eyes, this location would inevitably be exposed over time. When that happened, escape wouldn't even be an option. Ci-chen and Ji Tianyu kept their eyes on the three individuals in the corner. Although the light inside the tree hollow was dim, the two could sense that these three were extraordinary. Some people exuded an aura that gave away their impressive backgrounds. As scions of prominent families, Ci-chen and Ji Tianyu had a keen eye for people. The two were hesitating whether they should go over and say hello. The current situation was clear: having a few allies would greatly increase their chances of survival. Acting alone, if discovered, would lead to certain death. A Grandmaster-level expert wasn't someone the ordinary people present could deal with. It should be noted that even the strongest instructors here were merely at the King Warrior level. Compared to a Grandmaster, a King Warrior was insignificant. Even if everyone charged at once, they'd only serve as fodder for the enemy. While everyone was still deliberating, Zhu Debiao, who had been searching for a while, finally sensed something was off. Why are there fewer and fewer humans? I've only found a few after all this time? Zhu Debiao didn't think too much about it. With the communications inside the formation completely down, it was impossible for these humans to contact one another or hide together. Beside Zhu Debiao were several undercover agents. At this moment, their disguises wore off, and they reverted to their true forms, cooperating with Zhu Debiao to track down the humans. Subai arrived at a certain spot where the air was thick with the stench of blood, indicating that a beast had recently died here. But it seemed he had kicked something with his foot. Though the formation was so dark one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, Subai crouched down and carefully examined the object. Subai was stunned. Wasn't this a human arm? Why would there be a human limb here? What had happened? He quickly surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no beasts were nearby, and then carefully observed the area. Soon, Subai detected a strange scent lingering in the air. Besides the smell of blood, there was also a residual aura of ferocity. This didn't seem like something left behind by humans. What was even stranger was the absence of any signs of a battle nearby. It was highly likely that the owner of the severed limb had been killed instantly, without even having time to react. Everyone who had survived until now was an exceptionally skilled individual. A third-tier beast couldn't possibly have caused what had just happened. There was only one explanation: the safe zone had undergone a major change. Subai's first thought was of the Su family, but he immediately dismissed it. If the Su family had this level of ability, he would have been dead long ago. Apart from the Su family, the only ones capable of such actions were the alien races. The thought sent a chill down Subai's spine. There were martial emperors guarding the secret realm's exterior. Would the alien races dare to hunt human geniuses so brazenly? Subai quickly concealed himself. He had just heard voices coming from not far away. Big brother, do you think those lords will still have us stay here? With Lord Zhu here, there's no need for us to make a move in this secret realm. Yeah. These humans are so cunning. After all this time, we've only found 2 or 3. Where could they all be hiding? Enough talking. Let's hurry and find the rest. The human experts are already on their way. The formation outside won't hold for much longer. Especially that one called Subai. We must make sure he dies here. As they spoke, the group headed in Subai's direction. Subai hid in the shadows, listening. The earlier conversation had already unsettled him, but discovering that he was their target? Subai was puzzled. Who had he provoked in the secret realm? From their words, it seemed they weren't human. If they weren't human, then there was only one possibility left. These people were from the alien races. And they were here for him?
Had the safe zone really been infiltrated by alien races?
No wonder the sky suddenly turned dark. It turned out the alien races had set up another formation outside the barrier. Hiding in the shadows, Subai waited silently as the group approached. Their strength was only at the martial master level, entirely within his control. In the dim light, Subai could only vaguely discern a few figures moving toward him. When they came near the spot where Subai was hiding, he didn't give them any chance to react. With one strike, he killed 2 aliens, leaving one alive. The surviving alien froze in fear, not daring to move a muscle. Could it be a human instructor? I'll ask, you'll answer. Understand? Subai pressed his sword against the remaining alien's head and asked coldly. Understood, understood. The alien nodded frantically, like a mouse before a cat, terrified that the next moment he would be killed. Subai carefully observed the alien before him. It had a lizard's head in a human's body, with a long tail trailing behind it. Its face was filled with terror, clearly frightened by Subai's ferocity. But this lizard-like creature wasn't stupid. While cooperating with Subai, it was secretly trying to contact Pig Lord. Tell me, how many of you are there? What's the highest level among you? What's the situation outside? Subai's sharp gaze bore into the alien as he interrogated him coldly. The surviving alien, the leader of the 3, had only survived by staying on the outskirts of the group. There are 4 of us in total. The lizard man tried to stall for time. As long as he could contact his master, this human would surely meet a terrible end. Subai ignored the nonsense, slowly pressing his sword against the alien's scalp. The moment it cut into the skin, he stopped and continued questioning. I ask, you answer. Stick to the point. If you waste any more time, I can't guarantee your head will stay on your shoulders. 4 of us. The strongest is at the Grandmaster level. Outside, your human martial emperor is currently battling the Blood Clan's martial emperor. We're here to stall them. While the Grandmaster and the 3 of us sneaked in to hunt humans. Under the threat to his life, the lizard man spoke in a rush, spilling everything in just a few seconds. Subai fell into deep thought. At that moment, the signal in the lizard man's mind finally received a response. A look of joy appeared on his face. Human, your death is imminent. But before he could celebrate for long, Subai's sword mercilessly cut him down. In his final moments, the lizard man glared at Subai, unwilling to accept his fate, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The last command he had received was, "Where are you?" But he hadn't even had the chance to reply before death claimed him. Given hope only to have it crushed into despair, no one could imagine the turmoil in his heart. The most ironic part was that he had died without realizing the human before him was the very Subai they had been targeting. Subai contemplated the impending crisis, a Grandmaster-level enemy. When fighting 4th-tier beasts, he could unleash his full power and kill them instantly. The force of such an attack was roughly equivalent to that of a Grandmaster. But that didn't mean he could easily defeat a Grandmaster. Let alone the fact that this last alien turned out to be a Grandmaster. How could a Grandmaster-level powerhouse appear? If reinforcements didn't arrive in time, all the candidates in this secret realm might die here. Against a Grandmaster, no one had the power to resist, not even himself. With that thought, Subai quickly left the area. This place was no longer safe to stay. He wasn't foolish. That alien had deliberately revealed so much information, clearly to stall for time. They must have some secret means of communication, and the fleeting joy on that alien's face said it all. So Subai didn't hesitate to end his life with a swift strike. A Grandmaster. To deal with such a formidable foe, it seemed he'd have to rely on the system for help. As for the young fish in Fugue, he had no idea how they were doing. He could only hope they were safe and sound. Hearing the news, Subai couldn't help but feel anxious, though there was nothing he could do. The most important thing right now was to find a place to activate the system and see if there was a way to resolve this crisis. Unfortunately, the 100 spirit stones he had just obtained would likely be mostly consumed by the system. Once this was over, he would definitely demand compensation from some experts. For an ordinary candidate like him to face such a life-threatening situation was simply unreasonable. They had promised 3rd-tier beasts, but instead, it turned out to be a Grandmaster. This situation was truly a headache. Damn it! Several kilometers away, Zhu Debiao was staring in confusion at the flickering signal in his mind. This thing had been ringing non-stop earlier, but after replying, there was no response. What does that even mean? What on earth are those 3 little lizards up to? Zhu Debiao stopped in his tracks, waiting for those lizards to reply, afraid he might miss some crucial information. But unfortunately, this waiting was destined to be in vain. Those 3 lizards were already dead. How could their souls possibly reply to him? Inside the tree hollow. Finally, a consensus had been reached.
Dozens of people had split into 3 factions. The first faction was the aggressive faction, composed mainly of examinees.
They advocated for a united charge out of the hollow, catching the foreign race off guard and escaping outside. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about being hunted down. No matter how powerful the foreign race was, they wouldn't dare to openly storm into the grand competition venue to kill people. At that point, everyone could join forces to fight back. Even a grandmaster wouldn't be able to withstand it.
The second faction was the conservative faction.
They wanted to remain hidden in the tree hollow.
As long as the foreign race couldn't find them, reinforcements would eventually come to rescue them, though the timing was uncertain.
But the aggressive faction believed waiting around for death was worse than taking a chance. At least there was still hope. The last faction, with the fewest members, was the neutral faction led by the top contenders on the leaderboard. The members of this group included Chu Youyu, Wang Fugue, Gu Chen, and Si Chen, among others. They did not participate in the debate between the other 2 factions, believing that even if a grandmaster showed up, they had their own means of survival.
However, these survival methods had to be reserved for critical moments and could not be used recklessly under normal circumstances.
Thus, they merely observed the argument between the 2 factions. Once everyone else had chosen their sides, they would act accordingly. The aggressive faction was led by an instructor and consisted mostly of intermediate warriors, with a few advanced warriors scattered among them. They were all geniuses ranked A grade or higher. Even if these people were essentially courting death, no one stopped them. After all, if they went out and drew attention, they'd buy time for the others. There was still value in that. Such was the nature of this world. If you softened your heart and tried to dissuade others, only to die first yourself, it would hardly be worth it. If someone wanted to play the saint, everyone would support it, but reality was brutal. This was a battlefield soaked in blood, where hundreds or even thousands died every day. It wasn't the era of equality and legal constraints anymore. Here, in this high combat world, strength was the ultimate law. You cowards don't even have a shred of courage, hiding here like turtles, waiting for reinforcements that'll never come? By the time reinforcements arrive, they'll just be here to collect your corpses. Go ahead, keep hiding. One of the members of the aggressive faction cursed as they prepared to set off. In their view, if everyone scattered and charged out, at least some of them would survive. But if they continued hiding in the tree hollow, it was only a matter of time before they were discovered by the foreign race's grandmaster and wiped out in one fell swoop. Taking a gamble was better than doing nothing. To be fair, their logic wasn't wrong. When faced with adversity, you couldn't always rely on rescue. You had to find a way to break through on your own. But they overlooked one crucial fact. Their strength was at least 4 major levels below that of the grandmaster. 4 entire levels. Had anyone truly considered what that meant? A group of people rushing out was nothing more than a futile struggle in the eyes of outsiders. Before they even made it out of the hollow, they'd likely be annihilated. The aggressive faction, along with their instructor, comprised only a dozen or so individuals. But they gritted their teeth, determined to take the risk. If they could escape and relay the message about the situation here, there might still be a chance for salvation. Don't bother trying to persuade us anymore. Our perspectives are too different to cooperate. Our strength is far inferior to the foreign race. There's no point in resisting, we can only leave it to fate now. Before the conservative faction could continue their attempts at persuasion, a sound suddenly made everyone tense up. All eyes turned fearfully toward the entrance of the tree hollow. Well, so this is where you little mice have been hiding. I was wondering why it was taking so long to find a few of you. This makes things much easier. Xu Debiao, having waited a few minutes without any movement, resumed his search for human traces. Unexpectedly, as he passed a massive tree trunk, he caught a strong whiff of human scent. A delicious aroma. So many scents. So everyone's hiding here. Everyone inside froze in shock. The foreign race's grandmaster had arrived. Disaster struck. Those who had been at odds moments ago no longer had the mind to argue. In such a situation, being blocked at the cave entrance by a grandmaster was a recipe for total annihilation if one wasn't careful. Students, seize the opportunity and run. We'll hold off the enemy and scatter to escape. Don't just stand there, run. The instructors snapped back to their senses and shouted anxiously. Every single child here had the potential to become a beacon of hope on future battlefields. As for themselves, the highest achievement they could ever reach in this lifetime was being a master. But these children were different. Their talents far surpassed their own. If given the chance to grow, their contributions to Huaxia and humanity as a whole would be immeasurable. At the brink of life and death, facing the alien race, the people of Huaxia always stood united. This was why they had been able to resist the alien race for millennia without falling. At this very moment, knowing they were already at a dead end, the instructors did not hesitate to step forward, trading their lives for the chance for these young saplings of Huaxia to grow.
Was it worth it? Of course, it was worth it. With resolute gazes, the instructors stood in front of the students, though their slightly trembling legs betrayed the fear in their hearts.
Were they afraid?
Yes. Did they regret it? No. Even those observing in secret couldn't help but admire their bravery.
Huaxia had stood tall for thousands of years precisely because of people like this, who fought desperately and held the front lines.
Many students began to understand this, too. Their inner fear urged them to flee as far away as possible.
But some were moved by the sight before them and stood firmly by their instructors, ready to fight the powerful enemy together. Even so, the majority, driven by fear, chose to run. Before long, apart from those standing at the front lines resisting the alien race, most others had fled in various directions.
Zhu Debiao did not stop them. He watched the spectacle quietly and couldn't help but marvel out loud.
You humans truly are a strange species, so sentimental, yet so quick to flee in disgrace. I really want to savor this magnificent performance. In Zhu Debiao's eyes, those who fled would end up with the same fate as those standing their ground dead. The only difference was that they wasted a bit more time. But what they missed out on was an absolutely shocking show.
Do you alien races slaughter our human prodigies so wantonly without fear of human retaliation? One of the instructors couldn't help but question the Grandmaster before them.
There were nearly 100 of them here.
Did the alien race really not fear humanity's wrath?
It was worth noting that while Huaxia had faced hardships on the alien battlefield in recent years, the situation was far from one-sided.
Why, then, were these alien races so audacious as to attack all the prodigies on the field directly?
Such incidents had occurred in history, but they were almost always targeted at a single individual.
To slaughter all contestants in a competition like this was unprecedented. Faced with the question, Zhu Debiao couldn't be bothered to respond. He glanced around, seemingly satisfied that the ones who should have fled had mostly done so, and began to approach the remaining group leisurely. Had it not been for the importance of this mission, he would have loved to play around a bit longer. Now, let me see, Subai. Where are you?
Zhu Debiao's mind conjured up the image from the portrait as he compared it to the faces of everyone present. The primary target of this mission was that human named Subai, who possessed divine-grade talent.
He must not be allowed to grow.
Zhu Debiao had already screened the fleeing crowd and found no one matching his memory. If his instincts were right, the target must still be among those who remained. After scanning the group, Zhu Debiao frowned with evident displeasure.
How troublesome. That person wasn't here.
It seemed he'd have to search elsewhere.
Little mouse, where have you gone this time?
Failing to locate Subai, Zhu Debiao lost interest in playing with the rest of the group. He decided to devour them directly and then continue his hunt for the target. However, there were still some secondary targets.
Let me take a look. Xu Youyu, Wang Fugue, Chen.
Zhu Debiao's mind flashed through several portraits, matching them to a few little mice huddled in the corners. At least that was a small consolation. Without wasting further words, Zhu Debiao lunged at the group, biting into one of the figures standing in front and shoving them into his mouth. The other instructors, seeing this, knew their attacks would be futile but still picked up their weapons and charged forward, determined to fight the enemy to the death. Zhu Debiao noticed these meals daring to resist and had initially thought of letting them live a few seconds longer. Since they didn't cherish the opportunity, they could all die together. With his other hand, he reached for the instructors, intending to swallow them in one bite.
Clang!
The weapons struck Zhu Debiao's body, but the strength of these martial kings was utterly ineffective against him.
A dead pig isn't afraid of boiling water. Especially not this alien being, whose strength outclassed theirs by 2 major levels. The blows landed on Zhu Debiao's body with less effect than a tickle. Disdainfully, he grabbed the charging instructors and prepared to toss them into his mouth.
Whoosh! Suddenly, an arrow shot swiftly toward Zhu Debiao's back of the head, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. Zhu Debiao sensed some movement behind him but paid no attention.
A group of weak humans? Did they really think such a feeble attack could harm him? What a joke!
He dismissed the arrow entirely. Just as he was about to swallow a few people, the arrow pierced through his defenses and embedded itself directly into the back of his head. Buzz! The arrow quivered at the tail after it struck, a clear testament to its extraordinary power.
Ah!
The sharp pain made Zhu Debiao loosen his grip, and the people he was about to devour fell to the ground.
Realizing their opportunity, they quickly distanced themselves from Zhu Debiao.
Everyone else curiously turned to look in the direction the arrow had come from. They could vaguely see a silhouette in the trees, but no one recognized the figure. During their earlier exchange in the tree hollow, they hadn't seen this person either. Shu Youyu and the others anxiously gazed in the same direction. To pull off such a feat, there was only one person they could think of, Subai. Just as they looked toward the source of the arrow, on a distant tree stood a young man dressed in ordinary attire. A few strands of his hair fluttered gently in the wind, and his features were composed yet carried an extraordinary seriousness. In his hand, he gripped a bow that was clearly no ordinary weapon. It was the same bow that had launched the arrow just moments ago. The group froze for a moment, then reacted in unison. This person, who was he? The figure before them was clearly not Subai. But if it wasn't Subai, who else could injure a grandmaster? What kind of weapon was this person holding, and how could it possess such terrifying power? From his perch in the distant tree, Xiaoxing Yuan gripped his bow tightly, his gaze sharp and vigilant as he stared ahead. It was he who had released that arrow moments ago. In the heat of the moment, he had fired without hesitation at the alien creature. He had initially thought the arrow would merely buy some time, but to his surprise, the alien hadn't even bothered to dodge or take it seriously. What the alien didn't know was that the longbow in Xiaoxing Yuan's hands was an upper-rank Earth-grade weapon, discovered by chance in a hidden cave during an adventure in a secret realm. The bow was just a step shy of ascending to a heaven-grade weapon. Even many grandmasters would struggle to possess such a treasure, yet here it was, now in his hands. This bow had been painstakingly refined and forged with his own blood and energy. To his amazement, the bow had just demonstrated enough power to wound a grandmaster with a single arrow. Who is it? Who dares to ambush me? Shu Debiao roared, enduring the pain as he yanked the arrow from his head. With a fierce squeeze, the arrow shattered into mist and dissipated. Shu Debiao hadn't expected to be so careless, allowing himself to be injured by some insignificant nobody. Fury burned in his chest. He was determined to find the culprit and tear them to pieces to quell his anger. Turning his gaze toward the direction of the attack, Zhu Debiao momentarily ignored the large contingent of his forces. At this moment, all he wanted was to kill that person. As his eyes focused, he spotted the attacker, a mere ant he could crush effortlessly. This realization only incensed him further. The might of a grandmaster erupted instantly. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Debiao had appeared in front of Xiaoxing Yuan. Seeing this, Xiaoxing Yuan quickly readied another arrow and drew his bow. But this time, Zhu Debiao was prepared. With a single hand, he effortlessly swatted the arrow away and lunged at Xiaoxing Yuan with the other. The disparity in strength between the two was immense. Xiaoxing Yuan was easily grabbed by Zhu Debiao, unable to move. "You filthy insect! How dare you wound me? Do you have a death wish?" Zhu Debiao bellowed, spittle flying as he cursed. Xiaoxing Yuan felt an overwhelming wave of disgust. Is this really where I die today? Father, mother. I've failed your expectations, but I have no regrets. If only I could have one more chance to grow stronger. You vile aliens. I swear I'll make you all pay one day. Xiaoxing Yuan's heart was filled with unwillingness, yet he was powerless to fight back. Having lost his parents early, he had climbed his way to his current strength step by step, even awakening an SSS-level talent. He had thought this competition would be his springboard to fame, to a new chapter in life. But he hadn't expected it to end in such a tragic way. Perhaps this was fate. 18 years later, I'll start over. My destiny will be mine to control. Xiaoxing Yuan's eyes burned with resolve, unflinching in the face of imminent death. It's fine. Everything can begin anew. Zhu Debiao, still seething with rage, ripped the weapon from Xiaoxing Yuan's hands. For such a tiny ant to have injured him, this weapon must be extraordinary. If he could claim it for himself, his power would surely grow immensely. Zhu Debiao's body was several times larger than that of an ordinary human. Standing over 3 to 4 meters tall, he towered over humans, who had to crane their necks just to look up at him. His massive hands could wrap entirely around a human arm. At this moment, Xiaoxing Yuan was firmly grasped in Zhu Debiao's clutches, completely immobilized. Using his other hand, Zhu Debiao seized Xiaoxing Yuan's weapon and began examining the mysterious bow that had managed to wound him. He injected a small amount of spiritual energy into the bow, and instantly, an arrow materialized on the string. The moment the arrow appeared, Zhu Debiao felt an overwhelming sense of danger, as though being struck by this arrow would undoubtedly leave him gravely injured. This longbow, its level is unbelievably high. I didn't expect to gain such an unexpected reward this time. It seems abandoning so many people to kill you was worth it after all. Ha ha ha. A minor character holding such a high-level weapon, it's such a waste. This kind of weapon should only belong to someone as powerful as me. A tiny ant can never compete with a giant. Kid, since you've given me such a great gift, I'll spare you the torture. Remember, in your next life, don't overestimate yourself.
Being a hero isn't something you're cut out for. After speaking, Zhu Debiao pressed harder, ready to end Xiao Xingyuan's life in one decisive move. In the distance, those who had been hiding in the tree hollows were startled by Zhu Debiao's actions and scattered in all directions. After all, such a valuable opportunity couldn't be wasted. Chu Youyu, Fugui, and Siyi Chen also took the chance to leave the area. No matter how powerful your trump card is, its effectiveness is limited when facing a grandmaster whose realm far exceeds your own. Unless your trump card is strong enough to instantly kill a grandmaster, then you wouldn't need to flee. You could even sit back and enjoy the show. But if you lack that strength, you'd better run for your life. Xiao Xingyuan, under Zhu Debiao's increasing grip, found it harder and harder to breathe. At this critical moment when his life was hanging by a thread, the true protagonist finally made his appearance. A single sword strike, spanning 1,000 meters, slashed through the air. Sensing the deadly threat within the swordlight, Zhu Debiao, having suffered losses before, didn't dare to be careless. He quickly flung Xiao Xingyuan away. Bang! 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 Xiao Xingyuan crashed through several trees in succession, only stopping when he hit the sixth one. He was already barely breathing. But he clung to his last shred of consciousness, staring intently to see who had saved him. At this moment, 1,000 meters away in the air, Subai's aura had already reached the Grandmaster realm. He hovered coldly, his gaze locked onto Zhu Debiao. He stood tall, holding what appeared to be an ordinary long sword in his hand. His sharply defined features exuded an overwhelming charm. For a moment, Zhu Debiao seemed to glimpse the legendary figure spoken of among the alien races. The sword that, once drawn, split the heavens and the earth, slaughtered alien races and fierce beasts. With just one man and one sword, he forced countless races to avoid approaching lightly. That man was the Sword Saint, the only human supreme saint in 1,000 years. If not for the Sword Saint of 1,000 years ago, today's blue star and humanity would have long been divided and devoured by the myriad races, turned into fragments of new territories. Someone once asked, are celestial-grade talents really that terrifying? At the time, Sword Saint Zhu Debiao had scoffed at the idea. But now, he finally understood the terror of such talent. This boy standing before him looked exactly like the Subai in the portraits. But his realm was shockingly different from the intelligence reports. Clearly just a beginner martial artist, yet the aura he was now releasing could rival that of a grandmaster like himself, even showing signs of surpassing him. How is this possible? That deadly sword strike, was it really unleashed by that boy from such a distance? This is simply impossible. Isn't he just a beginner martial artist? Zhu Debiao racked his brain but couldn't fathom how the target before him had gone from a beginner martial artist to a grandmaster on par with him. Meanwhile, Subai, who was striking a cool pose midair, was inwardly writhing in pain. Don't be fooled by his composed demeanor, this was all thanks to the Grandmaster experience card he had purchased for 50 spirit stones. 50 spirit stones for just an hour of experience? If not for the sudden appearance of a Grandmaster, who would waste money like this? Those 50 spirit stones could have been enough to raise him to the level of a high martial king, maybe even help him directly break through to the Grandmaster level. An 18-year-old Grandmaster, such a feat had never been heard of in history, let alone someone achieving it themselves. Even now, Subai's status as a high martial master was already a record-breaking achievement in history. An 18-year-old high martial master, this level of strength could easily crush his peers in any era. And yet, the grand prize for this competition, aside from other rewards, included only a measly 10 spirit stones, not even enough to break even. No, this won't do. There must be compensation. There must be compensation. Subai's heart felt like it was being pierced by needles. 50 spirit stones might not sound like much at first, but looking at it another way, it was staggering. One spirit stone was roughly equivalent to 10 billion yuan. 50 spirit stones, that's 500 billion. 500 billion. To put it in perspective, his parents had worked hard their entire lives, and their combined assets didn't exceed 1 trillion. And here he was, only 18 years old, already controlling assets worth 1 trillion. Yet now, because of this crisis, half of his wealth had evaporated. How many rare and precious resources had he lost? Fortunately, Subai still had half of his spirit stones left in his spatial ring. Otherwise, his fragile heart wouldn't have been able to bear such a heavy blow. Damn it! At this moment, Subai channeled all his anger into the beast standing before him. The monster resembled neither a pig nor a human. Were all beings of this other race so disgusting? His 50 spirit stones wasted on this dead pig truly deserved a death sentence, again and again. The little azure dragon tilted its head, curiously observing Subai's transformation. What was going on with this human? How had he suddenly become so enigmatic and unfathomable? The aura emanating from Subai didn't affect the little azure dragon in the slightest. In fact, it felt as if the Subai beside him wasn't a grandmaster at all. Or perhaps, the little azure dragon's cultivation level was roughly the same as Subai's. But clearly, both assumptions were wrong. The true secret perhaps no one knew. A powerful surge of sword energy slashed straight toward Zhu Debiao. With no time to evade, he hurriedly raised his hands in defense. Bang! A loud clash echoed as the massive Zhu Debiao was sent flying backward. In midair, a gigantic severed arm was flung away, soaring dozens of meters before landing. One of Zhu Debiao's hands, raised to block the sword energy, was neatly severed. The other hand didn't escape unscathed either. The violent sword energy invaded his arm, causing pain far worse than being directly severed. Fury, boundless, seething fury. Zhu Debiao never expected such a formidable grandmaster to be hiding within this secret realm. And just days ago, when this grandmaster had awakened, he was merely an advanced warrior. At the beginning of the competition, he was a mere novice martial artist. But who could have imagined that this seemingly novice martial artist was, in truth, a grandmaster? In just a few short days, he had grown into a grandmaster. Zhu Debiao was utterly despairing. With such a heaven-defying talent, what took him days to accomplish would take others decades of cultivation. On the battlefield of the otherworld, within half a year, humanity would launch a full-scale counterattack. Zhu Debiao knew he was cornered. He tried to contact the outside world, only to find that the formation had blocked all communication. This formation, originally designed to prevent humans from contacting the outside world, had now trapped him as well. At that moment, Zhu Debiao's gaze fell upon the longbow he had seized from another young man earlier. A glimmer of hope, long abandoned, reignited in his heart. With the enhancement of this weapon, perhaps, if Subai let his guard down, he might strike back with a single arrow. Subai frowned slightly. He had only managed to sever one arm of this otherworldly being with that strike? He and the being were nearly at the same level of cultivation. Wielding a celestial-grade weapon and using celestial-level sword techniques, even though he hadn't gone all out, he'd merely severed one arm? It seemed this being, like a pig, had thick skin and immense defensive capabilities. Zhu Debiao struggled to his feet, and Subai, without hesitation, attempted to combine his sword techniques with his unique innate ability. Primordial Yang Flame Slash. The fusion of sword energy and flames dramatically amplified the power of his sword technique. This was a spontaneous idea of Subai's, and to his surprise, it worked on the first attempt. This time, Subai didn't strike immediately. He was feeling out the changes brought by the fusion of sword energy and innate power. Only by mastering it could he unleash even greater strength in combat. The sword energy, wreathed in flames, condensed in the air, while fear surged in Zhu Debiao's heart. One strike unleashed. Subai imbued this strike with sword intent once more. This strike would shake heaven and earth. This was Subai's declaration to the entire world of his existence. At this moment, Zhu Debiao's heart filled with unwillingness. He gathered the last trace of spirit energy and strength in his body, desperately firing one final arrow at the airborne Subai. Enhanced by the weapon's grade, the arrow was powerful enough to threaten Subai's life. However, the arrow collided with Subai's sword energy. The arrow Zhu Debiao had pinned all his hopes on was instantly engulfed by the blazing flames as it neared the sword energy, leaving not even a ripple behind. Overwhelmed by despair and terror, Zhu Debiao was reduced to ashes in the sword energy and flames, vanishing completely from this world. Ah! It's so hot, so hot! I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Just as Subai was reflecting on how he had slain a grandmaster with a single strike, that soft, adorable voice in his head rang out again. He turned his head and saw that the flames from his earlier attack had caught the little azure dragon's tail on fire. The flames of this top-tier innate ability were no ordinary fire. The little azure dragon, flustered, flew back and forth in the air, unable to put out the fire on its tail. Subai couldn't help but laugh at the sight. The little azure dragon, lacking hands and feet to extinguish the flames, could only helplessly watch its tail burn. The searing heat couldn't be shaken off no matter how hard it tried. Finally, unable to bear it, it called out to the human in front of it for help. Seeing the little azure dragon's pitiful expression, Subai quickly extinguished the flames, finally calming it down. Where Zhu Debiao had fallen, only a longbow lay on the ground, its body unscathed by the sword energy. This surprised Subai. What kind of weapon could emerge unscathed under his sword intent? The grade of this weapon must at least rival that of his Bai Ling sword. Not far away, under a large tree, Xiao Xingyuan clenched his teeth, struggling to stay conscious. Only after everything had settled did he finally close his eyes. Subai's figure, descending like a deity, was deeply etched into his heart. From this moment on, this would become an unforgettable memory for the rest of his life.
Subai picked up the longbow, casually playing with it, feeling how well it fit in his hands. According to the system's information, this was a top-grade Earth-tier longbow. Who would have thought such a fine weapon was hidden in the secret realm? He glanced curiously at the unconscious Xiao Xingyuan. The plain clothes he wore indicated that this longbow was definitely not his original equipment. It was likely something he had picked up after entering the secret realm. Who would have thought this seemingly ordinary kid would have such good fortune? At that moment, the system popped up with another notification. SSS level talent detected. Special talent detected, Heart of the Strong. Would you like to spend currency to replicate it? The sudden prompt left Subai stunned. This kid in front of him had an SSS level talent? And not just that, he also had this special talent called Heart of the Strong? What exactly was this? Sensing Subai's confusion, the system displayed a detailed description of the Heart of the Strong. Heart of the Strong, an exceedingly rare special talent, encountered once in a century. Those with this talent will never be defeated by setbacks on the path of martial arts. All troubles and pressures will transform into a driving force for growth. Immune to mental attacks and possessing unparalleled willpower. Reading this description, Subai was once again astounded. What kind of heaven-defying talent was this Heart of the Strong? He searched his memories of martial arts history but had never heard of such a talent. From the description, it was clearly a hidden, extraordinary gift. Turning pressure into motivation, immunity to mental attacks. Heavens, what an incredibly powerful ability. Without hesitation, Subai silently chanted the command to replicate the talent. Replicating the Heart of the Strong talent will cost 10 spirit stones. Insufficient balance. Would you like to recharge? Subai's lips twitched. This talent actually required 10 spirit stones, what a bold price. However, considering the tremendous effects of this hidden talent, mental immunity, indomitable will, Subai gritted his teeth and reluctantly chose to recharge. 10 spirit stones deducted. Talent replication successful. After hearing the system's notification, Subai moved slightly but didn't feel any noticeable changes. Though a bit puzzled, the urgency of the situation left him no time to dwell on it. Xiao Xingyuan, still unconscious, had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His condition was critical. After a moment of hesitation, Subai, recalling that he had just replicated Xiao Xingyuan's talent, took out a second-tier recovery pill from his spatial ring. He also retrieved a drop of 10,000-year spirit liquid, carefully feeding it to Xiao Xingyuan. The moment the spirit liquid entered his mouth, Xiao Xingyuan, though unconscious, felt as if his parched body were engulfed by an ocean. His spiritual energies surged back rapidly. The recovery pill's effects also began to manifest, mending his broken ribs. The stagnant blood and residual impurities in his body were expelled in one heavy breath. The combined effects of the pill and spirit liquid were evident, as the unconscious Xiao Xingyuan began to stir, struggling to open his eyes. Vital energy coursed through him, allowing him to barely move. The little azure dragon curiously approached, nudging Xiao Xingyuan with its head. Seeing Xiao Xingyuan's brows twitch slightly, the little dragon was startled and quickly hid behind Subai. Xiao Xingyuan forced his eyes open, looking at the blurry figure in front of him. The figure gradually became clear, eventually revealing Subai's handsome face. Thank you, Xiao Xingyuan said weakly. After opening his eyes, he tried to move his body. To his surprise, the anticipated sharp pain didn't come. Only a profound weakness left him drained of strength. Alright, I fed you a recovery pill, along with something else. You'll be fine now. Just rest for a while. Subai spoke, watching Xiao Xingyuan struggle to sit up. Though gravely injured, he still insisted on thanking his savior and even tried to test his body's condition. This determination of a true warrior was admirable. For a novice martial artist to face off against a grandmaster head-on, this was no small feat. Were it him in Xiao Xingyuan's place, Subai doubted he'd have dared to do the same. But Xiao Xingyuan had done it. He had done what no one else dared to do. And his efforts had succeeded in drawing the attention of the alien grandmaster, buying all the other candidates time to escape. Had Subai not intervened in time, this SSS-level talent bearer would likely have lost his life. Thankfully, he made it in time to prevent the loss of this human prodigy. Hearing this, Xiao Xingyuan froze. The person who saved his life even used other things to help him? A recovery pill, and something else. As he processed this, he was shocked to find his body brimming with vitality and a comforting warmth coursing through him. Feeling the changes within him, Xiao Xingyuan realized that it couldn't have been the recovery pill alone producing such swift effects. Even the most potent recovery pill he knew of would not work instantly, let alone the fact that his injuries were almost completely healed. A surge of emotion suddenly welled up in his heart. This stranger, whom he had never met before, must have used some precious pill or rare spiritual material to save him. He said it was a recovery pill, likely to keep him from worrying so he could rest and recover in peace. To think there was someone so kind in this world, not only saving him twice but also using something so valuable to help him. This. How could a mere novice martial warrior possibly repay such a kindness? Xiao Xingyuan felt nothing but gratitude toward Su Bai. Such a great figure actually cared about someone as insignificant as him. How fortunate must he be to have encountered someone like Su Bai? In his heart, he silently resolved, once his injuries were healed, no matter what this big shot asked of him, he would do it. If Su Bai told him to head east, he would never head west. For the rest of his life, he was determined to follow him. Su Bai, on the other hand, looked at Xiao Xingyuan's ever-changing expression with confusion, wondering what on earth was going through this kid's mind. Why was he so emotionally unstable? When Xiao Xingyuan finally snapped out of it and looked at him, Su Bai couldn't help but notice that there was something odd about the way he was being stared at. He couldn't quite place what was strange about it. "Alright, just rest for a while. Reinforcements should arrive soon," Su Bai said. "By the way, what's your name?" he asked. "I didn't call you," Xiao Xingyuan replied, completely baffling Su Bai. This kid looked quite honest. How could he be as peculiar as that other guy, Fugue? "I'm asking for your name," Su Bai patiently repeated, though he was already mildly exasperated. Oh, big brother, my name is Xiao Xingyuan." Xiao Xingyuan looked embarrassed. It turned out Su Bai had been asking for his name. He thought he had misspoken earlier. "Don't call me big brother. Just call me Su Bai," Su Bai said flatly. "Got it, brother Bai." "Fine. Do you remember what just happened?" Su Bai asked, his tone now much more serious. Xiao Xingyuan, having grown strong on his own up to this point, naturally understood the weight behind Su Bai's words. My head feels a bit dizzy. Did something happen earlier?" Xiao Xingyuan shook his head blankly, as if he truly couldn't recall. "Here's the deal, earlier, I used some valuable treasures to save you, stalling for time until a mysterious figure arrived. That person took down the alien Grandmaster in just 2 strikes. Afterward, you passed out for a while. Got it?" Su Bai's expression was full of guidance, and he looked at Xiao Xingyuan as though teaching him a lesson. This kid was quite clever. Su Bai had carefully thought this explanation through. Even if he wanted to boast, he couldn't exaggerate the facts too much. An 18-year-old Grandmaster taking down a seasoned alien Grandmaster in just 2 moves? Anyone hearing that would think it was pure fantasy. Even an Emperor-level martial artist would have to be impressed. But Su Bai knew the truth. His current Grandmaster-level strength was only temporary, a fleeting experience phase. The power didn't truly belong to him. If he broadcast this information just to show off, the alien races would stop at nothing to eliminate him before he could grow. This time, it was a Grandmaster. Next time, it would be an Emperor-level martial artist. After that, it might even be a martial sovereign. He was just a mere advanced martial warrior. Having so many powerful enemies targeting him would only bring endless trouble. It was better to keep a low profile, develop quietly, and wait until he truly became a martial sovereign or martial emperor to seek revenge. So, by saying he used treasures to buy time and was helped by a mysterious figure, everything seemed more reasonable. It also gave him a convenient excuse to play the victim and claim compensation for his losses later. I understand. Xiao Xingyuan nodded like a little chick, signaling his comprehension. As Xiao Xingyuan gazed at Su Bai with admiration, a small head suddenly peeked out from Su Bai's shoulder, startling him. "Brother Bai, watch out." Xiao Xingyuan, despite his not yet fully recovered body, tried to rush forward to ward off the unexpected creature. Su Bai was also briefly startled but quickly looked in the direction Xiao Xingyuan was pointing. The little creature on his shoulder, frightened by the commotion, quickly ducked its head back. Seeing this, Su Bai explained, "Don't worry. This is just my pet, little azure dragon. It's a bit timid." He reached behind him, grabbed the little azure dragon, and held it in his palm to introduce it. The little azure dragon looked at the new human in front of it with trepidation. All the humans it had encountered before were wicked, treating it like some precious treasure and rushing at it. Only Su Bai had given it food and even brought it back to the valley for a feast. Initially, the little azure dragon had planned to slip away after completing this task. But then Su Bai had said that if it stayed with him, it could keep eating that delicious, aromatic roasted meat. That was the first time the little azure dragon had tasted roasted meat, and the savory aroma had immediately captured its full attention. Then, it snuck food twice, both times caught red-handed by Su Bai. Later, it shared a hearty meal with him. The little green dragon understood in its heart that following this human would surely bring it plenty of delicious food.
Thus, it was successfully coaxed by Subai to follow him. Hi. Xiao Xingyuan, meeting this kind of pet for the first time, shyly greeted it, not caring whether this strange beast could understand him or not. He guessed that this was an extremely rare beast, tiny in size, weak in aura, yet capable of flying in the air. Brother Bai truly was incredible, even possessing such a rare beast. Why you, hello. A soft and adorable voice resonated in Xiao Xingyuan's mind. Xiao Xingyuan stared in shock at the little green dragon in Subai's hand. Where had that voice come from? Looking around, he saw no one but himself and Subai. Finally, he stared at the little green dragon in disbelief. It can talk? Xiao Xingyuan's voice was filled with uncertainty. Talking beasts, in his memory, only those at the Grandmaster level or higher had the ability for basic communication. Could it be that this little green dragon was a 6th-tier Grandmaster level beast? Thinking of this, Xiao Xingyuan was utterly amazed. Brother Bai himself was already at the Grandmaster level, and yet he had a Grandmaster level beast as a pet. How truly powerful. It's not speaking, just communicating with you mentally. Don't be surprised. The rescue has arrived. Rest well and prepare to set off. As Subai spoke, he looked toward the sky. The originally dark, spell-sealed sky suddenly split open, and sunlight poured through. At that moment, the once dark safe zone became bright again. The fleeing examinees, who had been running for their lives, also stopped in their tracks, looking up at the light in the sky that symbolized hope. Their legs gave way, and with their taut nerves finally relaxing, they collapsed to their knees, utterly drained. Rescue has arrived. Outside the formation, the long battle had finally reached its conclusion. Hemingway, a martial emperor of the Blood Clan, had never been suited for battling in daylight. Although he had reached the martial emperor level, the influence of his bloodline persisted. Only by breaking through to the supreme martial emperor level could he fully suppress the limitations of his bloodline. This battle had few participants, and the fights between Grandmaster level experts were swift and deadly. In less than an hour, the foreign clans were utterly defeated and fled in disarray. Inside the formation, Zhu Debiao, even if he didn't die at Subai's hands, would have no place to hide after his companions scattered. He was doomed. From start to finish, he had been nothing more than a discarded pawn. Not to mention Zhu Debiao's gluttonous nature, it's likely that if given an hour, he would have slaughtered everyone in the formation, leaving no survivors. This was exactly why Hemingway had sent Zhu Debiao into the formation. The few martial experts, watching the foreign clans flee, were powerless to stop them. Inside the formation, however, was a group of students. No one knew how many foreign clans remained within the formation. This ambush had clearly been well prepared. If they delayed entering the formation any longer, perhaps barely any students would survive. Hurry and go in, save them. Before the words were finished, 3 grandmasters dashed into the formation like rabbits. Their relatives were inside, and the most gifted talents were among them. At this moment, the 3 were anxious beyond measure, especially Ren Mingxian. This year, Jiang province had finally produced a few peerless talents, and now they were on the verge of perishing here? Ren Mingxian entered the formation, sensing the foreign clan's aura, and immediately rushed toward the direction where Zhu Debiao had fallen. Arriving at the destination, Ren Mingxian quickly scanned the surroundings, determined to eliminate the foreign clans threatening the human prodigies. Yet after a careful search, he found no trace of the foreign clans, though the air was thick with their aura. Even without finding any foreign clans, Ren Mingxian spotted someone he had been worrying about, Subai, the little monster. This guy was still alive? With a celestial-grade talent, this operation by the foreign clans was very likely an attempt to nip such a prodigy in the bud. Moreover, they had even sent foreign experts at the martial emperor level to assist in this operation. Accompanied by 2 other grandmasters, the lineup was extremely formidable, nearly allowing the foreign clans to succeed. Student, are you alright? Do you need help? Seeing no foreign clans around, Ren Mingxian rushed forward with concern. As he approached, he noticed someone lying next to Subai. This young man, he had an impression of him. In the minutes before the signal was lost, this guy named Xiao Xingyuan had suddenly surged into the top 10 of the leaderboard like a dark horse. Upon investigating his background, it was discovered that he was a hidden SSS grade talent from Tao province. This news had made Luo Hongfei overjoyed. Seems there were quite a few talents in Tao province. Meanwhile, this revelation left Zhang Hongyuan of Donyang province in complete silence. Unexpectedly, despite expecting that individuals with at least SS-level talent this time wouldn't be at the bottom, Jiang province suddenly produced a dark horse, and Tao province quietly rose as well. This left Zhang Hongyuan feeling uneasy, as if the 100 spirit stones he had bet on this time had gone to waste. The intelligence everyone had obtained earlier was merely the information from the awakening registration.
For someone like Su Bai, with heaven-defying talent, it was directly classified and kept confidential. However, such secrets couldn't be kept hidden for long, nor was there much need to. This explained why the talents of a few individuals hadn't appeared in the latest records. The latest records were from the trial ground registration, which had just been obtained and hadn't even been analyzed before the grand competition began. Every year during the grand competition, one or two hidden super geniuses would emerge. They had remained anonymous for over a decade, waiting for this one day to make a name for themselves. After all, who wouldn't feel excited when a dark horse suddenly appeared? Noticing that Xiaoxing Yuan seemed somewhat weak, Ren Mingxian couldn't help but feel curious about what he had experienced. Seeing Su Bai standing perfectly unscathed nearby, Ren Mingxian shifted his concern to Xiaoxing Yuan. "Classmate, are you alright? What happened just now? Your clothes are all torn," Ren Mingxian asked with concern as he noticed the tattered state of Xiaoxing Yuan's attire. Given Xiaoxing Yuan's strength as a junior martial master, it was nearly impossible for him to be injured by a third-tier exotic beast within a safe zone. Thus, his injuries were most likely caused by intruding foreign clans. "I'm fine. I just need to rest a bit." Earlier, Xiaoxing Yuan briefly recounted what had happened. He described the event as him being severely injured, after which Su Bai used a special life-saving item to rescue him and take him to a mysterious individual. That mysterious individual killed the foreign clan grandmaster and then left without saying a word. Ren Mingxian grew increasingly tense as he listened. It was hard to imagine that the frail child Xiaoxing Yuan described had done something so astonishing. How much courage would it take to achieve that in such a situation? If it had been him, he might not have been able to withstand it. And Su Bai, despite meeting Xiaoxing Yuan only once, had still stepped in to help under those circumstances. Who was the mysterious expert Xiaoxing Yuan mentioned? Someone capable of killing a foreign clan grandmaster with just 2 strikes and seemingly with ease. If he had such power, he wouldn't have been stuck outside the formation for so long, struggling to win. 2 strikes to decide the outcome, that was the true way. However, despite Ren Mingxuan's continued questioning, he couldn't extract anything more useful. Xiaoxing Yuan's memory seemed to consist only of Su Bai saving him and the mysterious figure appearing, while the rest was a blur of unconsciousness. Having just woken up not long ago, daylight had already broken. Seeing people coming to clean up the aftermath, Su Bai quietly slipped away. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Given the current state of the grand competition, it was likely to end prematurely. This seemed inevitable. Ending early wasn't an issue, but the little azure dragon was still in the secret realm. If he directly brought it out of the secret realm, would those grandmasters and martial emperors notice something unusual? Anyway, his current priority was to find Fugui, replicate his talent, and then form a contract with the little azure dragon. After all, using just a bit of exotic beast meat to exchange for a walking teleporter was undeniably a profitable deal. Besides, this little azure dragon was practically a treasure hunting expert. Everything it ate was rare material that others dreamed of obtaining. Even spirit stones were casually devoured like snacks. If one were to claim it lacked treasure hunting abilities, Su Bai's spirit herbs wouldn't have been snatched, nor would third-tier exotic beast meat have been stolen. In any case, keeping this creature by his side would undoubtedly bring more benefits than drawbacks. After leaving, Su Bai concealed his presence and, using the remaining few minutes of the Grandmaster experience card, began searching for Fugui and the others. Soon, he spotted a hidden bush, smiled faintly, and headed in that direction. The moment the formation shattered earlier, Su Bai had activated the heaven concealing technique, masking his true strength. To outsiders, he now appeared to be merely an intermediate martial master. Thus, when Ren Mingxian saw Su Bai, he didn't suspect much. For an intermediate martial master to survive amidst the movements of foreign clans, it had to be because of the mysterious expert's aid. Otherwise, as a target of the foreign clans, Su Bai would have long since lost his life. Ren Mingxian, trapped outside the formation, had already drawn his conclusions. The key to this incident was that mysterious expert. With such formidable strength, why hadn't they acted from the start to directly break the formation? Snapping out of his shock, Ren Mingxian wanted to find Su Bai to clarify things, but Su Bai was already gone. Still, that was fine. He could ask again after leaving. Now that the foreign clan grandmaster was dead, Su Bai, with his intermediate martial master strength, could move freely within the safe zone. The next step was to tally the casualties and uncover the identity of the infiltrator. To set up another formation so quickly, there must be a traitor or an infiltrator among the alien races. Ren Mingxian hoped it was an infiltrator. The human race would never tolerate betrayal. This operation by the alien races was the most reckless in a century, actually targeting all the tournament participants.
The last time something like this happened was a long time ago. Had these alien races forgotten the lesson from the last time? Did they really think the human race was easy to bully? Top-tier special talent beast tamer detected. Copy? Copy, Subai silently commanded in his heart. At this moment, while still dozens of meters away from Fugue, the system notification chimed. The long-dreamed of beast tamer talent was finally within reach. Of the 3 billion he made from selling alchemy pills, he had reserved 100 million in the system as a backup. Now, this money was coming in handy. As he initiated the copying, Subai once again concealed his strength to that of a mid-level martial master. Copy successful. 10 million system balance deducted. After the copy was complete, Subai decisively spent another 100 million to upgrade the top-tier Beast Tamer talent to the Celestial-grade Beast Tamer talent. The moment it upgraded, he felt a unique bond form between himself and the little Azure Dragon. This time, without the little Azure Dragon actively transmitting messages, he could take the initiative to communicate with it telepathically. It wasn't through spoken words, but a direct mental exchange, bypassing any possibility of being overheard. Feeling the transformation brought by the Celestial-grade Beast Tamer talent, it truly lived up to being the highest-level talent. Simply possessing it brought about significant changes. Subai glanced at the alchemist talent he had previously copied on the system panel. This was a talent he had spent 1 million to acquire, but since he hadn't had any immediate use for it, he hadn't upgraded it. Now, seeing the massive improvements from the Celestial-grade talent, spending 100 million to upgrade didn't seem excessive. With 900 million still in his system balance, upgrading another talent was no problem at all. Thus, Subai spent another 100 million to upgrade the alchemist talent to Celestial grade as well, though this time, the change didn't feel as pronounced. After the upgrade, Subai noticed that the surrounding flowers, grasses, and trees seemed much more intimate. Some rare and obscure plants, he could now identify their names and uses at a glance. Although the system could also help with identification, it felt different now. Even without relying on the system, he could recognize these precious materials, greatly improving his efficiency. Under the current circumstances, Subai couldn't yet test the true power of the Celestial-grade alchemist talent, but the Beast Tamer talent would soon come into play. In the bushes, besides Fugue, Chuyoyu, and Guchen, 2 others had joined, forming a temporary 5-person team. These 5 individuals were among the most talented in the Secret Realm tournament, each carrying life-saving trump cards. Acting together as 5 increased their chances of survival. But one careless move could lead to complete annihilation, so they proceeded with extreme caution. Even when the sky brightened again, they immediately sought a hiding spot to observe their surroundings. Instead of encountering alien races, they came across Subai, which brought a sense of relief. Brother Bai, where did you go? Didn't anyone tell you the alien races have invaded the secret realm? Hurry up and hide. Fugue, upon seeing Subai, even forgot about the alien threat. He directly pulled Subai into the bushes, gesturing for silence, and whispered, "What are you doing? So reckless, you almost got us killed." Ichen exclaimed in a low voice, his tone filled with reproach. Given the uncertainty of the situation, suddenly pulling in a stranger was far too risky. Had he known these people were so unreliable, Ichen wouldn't have joined them in the first place. It's fine. The more people, the more strength we have. If this young brother is willing to join us, that wouldn't be bad, Ji Tianyu interjected to mediate. Upon seeing Subai, he immediately noticed the martial master aura emanating from him. In this tournament, among the 5 of them, the people Ji Tianyu knew, Zichen and the girl beside him, were both low-level martial masters. Gu Chun from Jiang province, whom Ji Tianyu had previously faced, had an S-rank talent. Yet, just like Zichen, he wasn't inferior to Ji Tianyu's own SS-rank talent. The strangest among the 5 was the chubby Fugue. Clearly, he was only a mid-level martial artist, yet he had managed to squeeze into the top 10 of the leaderboard. Ji Tianyu had witnessed the tricks Fugue used along the way, including summoning several beasts. At one point, Fugue summoned a wind wolf from his beast tamer space, nearly provoking Ji Tianyu to attack out of impulse. Fortunately, Fugue explained that it was his contracted beast from his beast tamer talent, otherwise, they would have faced a siege. With 3 wind wolves clearing a path, their journey had been remarkably safe, and no alien races had come to trouble them. Now, with the appearance of another martial master, who could this be on the leaderboard? Any martial master level expert would undoubtedly hold a position on the leaderboard. Ji Tianyu should have remembered. In the past, there had been very few people who reached the martial master stage before the martial exam. But what was going on this year? This tournament had 1, 2, 3 martial masters. This was unheard of in previous years. As they hid in the bushes, Subai hadn't yet noticed the presence of two additional people. Seeing the two strangers, Subai felt a little wary. Who are they? Subai asked suspiciously. These two are Chen and Ji Tianyu from the points leaderboard. We encountered them earlier. Someone answered. I see. Subai murmured thoughtfully. Everyone, the powerful enemy from the alien race has been killed by the human experts who arrived. There's no longer any danger now. As soon as the words fell, a steady and powerful voice echoed throughout the entire secret realm, clearly audible to everyone. Attention, contestants, due to unforeseen circumstances, this competition is ending early. The invading alien experts have been eliminated. Survivors, please press the rescue button in your hands, and the staff will promptly escort you out of the secret realm. As the formation broke, all communication signals were instantly restored. Disconnected drones reconnected, and the control room became busy at once. Once the drone footage was restored, the search for survivors kicked into action immediately. However, the live broadcast did not resume simultaneously. It had been cut off for almost an hour, leaving viewers full of speculation. This technology is terrible. An hour and they still can't fix the broadcast? Makes you wonder if they're even capable. It's been over an hour. Could something else have happened in the secret realm? Are they deliberately keeping us in the dark? What exactly is going on? Why hasn't the footage been restored? Someone needs to explain this. The sudden interruption of the competition's live broadcast had already upset many people. Now, with so much time passed and no resolution, frustration only grew. Don't forget, a lot of people had placed bets on this competition. Without the live feed, who could guarantee there hadn't been manipulation during the process? Hearing the news that the alien race had been defeated, Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Rescue had arrived. With the competition ending early, there was no need for him to stay with the others any longer. Given his current points ranking, he was almost certain to be the champion this time. These people before him were merely his defeated opponents. Having figured this out, he ignored their words, leaving behind just one sentence before turning and walking away without looking back. Since the crisis is over, I'll be leaving now. Without wasting further words, he pressed the rescue button and followed his mentor out of the secret realm. Ji Tianyu, on the other hand, had wanted to socialize with the group a bit more, but now the opportunity was gone. After all, they were all high on the leaderboard, so they were bound to meet again sooner or later. Well, I won't disturb you anymore. Carry on chatting. From beginning to end, Ji Tianyu maintained a friendly demeanor, as though nothing could dampen his good mood. After he left, the awkwardness among the remaining group dissipated as they resumed their conversation. However, the three were all curious about where Subai had been and why they hadn't seen him before. His name wasn't on the leaderboard either. With Subai's strength, how could he not even make the list? Subai didn't explain much and casually came up with an excuse, shifting the topic away. Ha! Fugue suddenly noticed something, staring curiously behind Subai. The little green dragon, just like before, was curiously observing these strangers. If it weren't for Subai's presence, the little green dragon would have already activated its teleportation to escape. Brother Bai, what is that thing? Fugue pointed at the little green dragon behind Subai, asking curiously. The little creature hovered in midair, hiding behind Subai, looking incredibly adorable and immediately drawing everyone's attention. You're the thing. Your whole family are things. The little green dragon puffed up indignantly and retorted. The sudden voice startled Fugue, making him jump back 2 steps in shock, as though he had encountered a monster. This thing can talk? Chu Yoyu and Guchan glanced at Fugue, their eyes filled with disbelief, as if he had gone crazy. This guy was always noisy, but now he was talking nonsense? What talking? It was clearly just him muttering to himself. No wonder the two looked at Fugue that way. After all, the little green dragon's voice could only be heard by Subai. The others couldn't sense it at all. Hey, can't you guys hear this little thing talking? It just said my whole family are useless. Fugue stared at everyone in disbelief, trying to find an explanation. He clearly heard the little guy speak earlier. Alright, this little guy is a companion I met in the secret realm. It might become my partner in the future. It can talk, but it communicates through mental connection, so you can't hear it. Subai didn't want to mess with Fugue. Seeing everyone's confusion, he decided to explain. After a round of explanations, everyone roughly understood the origins of the little green dragon. As for his 2 old friends, Subai didn't intend to hide anything from them. As for Gu Chen, it didn't matter if he overheard. So, this little guy might be a legendary divine beast, a dragon? Chu Yoyu stared curiously at the adorable little green dragon, unable to resist reaching out to touch it.
Although facing these humans made the little azure dragon somewhat fearful, it trusted Subai and didn't resist, nervously allowing the humans to pet it a few times. After confirming that no one intended to harm it, the little azure dragon's wariness gradually subsided. After all, it was still a young dragon with the intelligence of a few years old. A bit of coaxing was enough to make it naively follow Subai. Guchen continued standing to the side, his left hand supporting his right as he stroked his chin in thought. He felt that the little azure dragon looked quite similar to the legendary Chinese guardian beast, the dragon, but this little creature was far too small to resemble a true dragon. What was even stranger was that it didn't exhibit any level of power or cultivation, yet it could communicate directly with human consciousness. Guchen had lived a long life, but he had never heard of an exotic beast capable of such a feat. This was beyond the realm of ordinary exotic beasts. As for the little azure dragon's ability to teleport, Subai intentionally kept it a secret. Even Subai himself had been shocked when he realized this, let alone letting others find out. If word got out, this unique ability would undoubtedly attract the covetous attention of others. The ability to teleport, a spatial talent, was something even martial emperors and martial sovereigns dreamed of possessing. Since it wasn't something he needed to use often, keeping it as a trump card seemed like a wise choice. Is this really a dragon? Fu Gui snapped out of his daze and curiously studied the little azure dragon. When comparing the little azure dragon in front of him to the mythical beast that had appeared during the earlier phenomenon, it did indeed resemble a miniature version of a dragon. Subai didn't respond further, he needed to make a decision. Little azure dragon, are you really planning to go with me? To leave this secret realm, or rather, to leave this place entirely? Subai looked at the little azure dragon seriously as he asked. Up until now, he had relied on persuasion to get the little azure dragon to follow him. But now that he had acquired the beast master talent, he could form a contract with the little azure dragon at any time. However, he didn't want to use force. If the little azure dragon grew up and looked back on this experience, it might harbor resentment in its heart. Subai didn't want to sow the seeds of any future troubles. It was better to be honest with each other. If it was willing to follow him, they would form a contract. If not, then it simply wasn't meant to be. There was no need to force it. After all, Subai possessed a celestial grade talent, various unique celestial abilities, and a powerful hidden system. Even if it was a legendary divine beast, he was bound to encounter one eventually. A companion beast was also a friend. Letting things take their natural course was the best approach. The little azure dragon remained silent for a long time after hearing this, seemingly deep in thought about Subai's question. Leave? It had been here for so long that it couldn't even remember the exact amount of time. During its time here, it had gone through many experiences and had even been attacked by humans. But no one had ever treated it like this human, Subai, who gave it delicious food. Not only that, but this human had also helped it deal with those annoying creatures in the valley. It seemed there wasn't much fun to be had by staying here. Following this human meant it could eat meat every time, never go hungry, and be treated with kindness. Even when it had stolen from him, he hadn't gotten angry at all. Although the little azure dragon was intelligent, it was still like a child. Subai's small acts of kindness felt like an oasis in the desert to it. With such a master, it didn't seem like a bad idea to follow him, right? After thinking it through, the little azure dragon nodded resolutely. I'll go with you. But you have to give me tasty food every day from now on. The little azure dragon's childish voice rang out, and Subai couldn't help but beam with joy upon hearing it. Don't worry. There'll be plenty of delicious food from now on. No matter what happens next, don't resist, I'll take you out of here. With that, Subai began to use his beast master talent to attempt forming a contract with the little azure dragon. The little azure dragon suddenly felt a strange power appear above its head. It wasn't quite sure what this power intended to do. However, Subai's earlier words made it refrain from resisting. Instead, it simply watched curiously. With the little azure dragon's cooperation, Subai's celestial-grade beast master talent immediately came into play, and within seconds, the contract was complete. The moment the contract was formed, Subai felt a peculiar connection between himself and the little azure dragon. It was as if they didn't need to speak. Whatever he thought, the little azure dragon could understand. At the same time, Subai also sensed a unique beast space that belonged to him alone. With just a thought, the little azure dragon could enter that space. But when Subai's consciousness entered the space, he was met with darkness, a suffocating environment that felt like being locked in a prison. Seeing this, Subai couldn't help but frown. But soon, his frown relaxed. A celestial-grade talent couldn't possibly be this underwhelming. He quickly discovered that with just a thought, he could conjure anything he wanted inside the beast space. Whether it was decorations or blue skies and white clouds, everything could be created according to his imagination. Even more astonishing, when Subai entered the beast space, a piece of information suddenly appeared in his mind. The beast space could accelerate the growth of contracted creatures, although the exact rate of acceleration remained unclear. Subai spent some time arranging the beast space to make it as comfortable as the outside world. Only after he was satisfied did he exit the space. The consciousness returned to reality, and little Azure Dragon curiously sensed the contract within its body, feeling a sense of closeness toward the human in front of it. Subai rubbed the little dragon's small head and said happily, "Little Azure Dragon, from now on, we're family. You can just call me Subai. We're about to head out soon. You can go play inside for now." Wait a minute. Before little Azure Dragon could even ask where it was supposed to play, in the next second, it found itself in a brand new space. As soon as it entered the beast taming space, little Azure Dragon felt the exhilarating pleasure of accelerated growth. It quickly became immersed in it and no longer worried about being separated from Subai. After little Azure Dragon disappeared, aside from Fugue, the other two were left bewildered. Subai Ge, where did little Azure Dragon go? Shuyoyu, who had just been stroking the soft body of the dragon and was reluctant to let go, suddenly found it gone, leaving her somewhat at a loss. However, Fugue, standing nearby, had already seen through the situation. As a beast tamer who had contracted 3 wind wolves, Fugue was very familiar with this kind of method. So, Subai Ge actually has the talent of a beast tamer as well? The more he thought about it, the more shocked Fugue became. He never imagined that Subai Ge, who already possessed celestial grade talent, also had beast tamer abilities just like him. Truly, Subai Ge is extraordinary, not only blessed with high talent but also so incredibly capable. He's just too powerful. Subai Ge, do you really have beast tamer abilities? Fugue couldn't help but ask. Though he had speculated, hearing it from Subai himself would make it more believable. That's right. Subai didn't hold back. After all, the secret of little Azure Dragon would eventually be discovered, and there was no need to hide his identity as a beast tamer. Holy crap! Subai Ge, you're basically the chosen one. Hearing this, Fugue was so shocked he nearly jumped up. Who's ever heard of someone possessing both celestial grade talent and a rare special talent? Who wouldn't envy that? And not just any special talent, it was the extremely rare beast taming ability. Shuyoyu and Guchen, upon hearing this, couldn't help but stare at Subai with curiosity. This is just too outrageous. Not only did he awaken the legendary celestial grade talent, but he also had an exceptionally rare special ability? If anyone else had just one of these, they'd laugh in their sleep. But Subai had both? That kind of luck, it's no wonder people would believe he's the boyfriend of the goddess of fortune herself. Subai smiled faintly and said no more. There wasn't much point in staying in the secret realm any longer, it was time to head out and take action. Inside the trial grounds, one group of candidates after another was being sent out by the mentors. Fear, unease, and panic were written all over their faces. The students who had been hiding in tree hollows mostly hadn't suffered much harm at most, they had been frightened. A few unlucky ones encountered a group of exotic beasts while escaping and didn't make it out, but they were in the minority. Most of the students were now sitting in the trial grounds, still in shock, their eyes hollow, their bodies weak, as though their souls had been drained. The pharmacists and doctors observed them and only advised them to rest, preliminarily diagnosing them as overly traumatized. These young martial artists had faced the oppressive aura of a grandmaster from an alien race. The fact that they managed to escape was purely instinct, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to move at all. When the support personnel arrived, the tension in everyone's hearts finally snapped, leaving them in a daze. "Sir, the casualty count has been completed." Half an hour later, the final list of casualties was compiled. The deceased candidates were recovered based on the distress signal locations. For those whose bodies couldn't be found, only the distress device was retrieved. Report. After all the surviving candidates exited the secret realm, Martial Emperor and Ren Mingxian returned to the monitoring room with another mentor. A mentor holding the casualty list prepared to report. "Sir, aside from the normal deaths, there were 13 additional deaths after signal disconnections, 6 from Dongyang Province, 4 from Tao Province, and 3 from Jiang Province. Before the signal disconnections, there were 7 normal deaths. Additionally, there are more than 20 students with varying degrees of injuries, from minor to severe." After speaking, the mentor fell silent, awaiting orders. Bang! A heavy slam on the table rang out. Everyone looked toward Zhang Hongyuan, whose face was dark and fists clenched tightly. This competition had cost Dongyang Province the most, with the highest number of deaths.
How could Zhang Hongyuan not be furious?
Spending 100 spirit stones wasn't a big deal, they could aim to win them back next year. But now, not only had they lost those spirit stones, Dongyang province also had the highest casualty rate.
Once this news became public, how many would ridicule Dongyang province? Moreover, the students who perished were the future backbones of Dongyang province. They had lost 7 at once.
Among them were several S-grade talent martial artists he had high hopes for.
Alien race, you truly deserve to die. Alright, old Zhang, now is not the time to lose your temper.
The martial emperor gently consoled him. He knew that Zhang Hongyuan was filled with rage with no outlet, but the most important task at the moment was to figure out how to face the challenges ahead.
That was the key.
The root of this issue lay with the alien race. Although their ultimate goal had been thwarted, the fact of death remained undeniable.
This matter required the alien race to give an explanation. Otherwise, how could our great Huaxia tolerate an alien race running rampant on our land? A life for a life, this is the most basic principle. This matter absolutely cannot be left unsettled. What should we do next?
The death list must be made public, otherwise, no one will believe the truth of this incident. Moreover, every family of the deceased must be compensated with a 10 million yuan condolence fund.
Both the deceased and their future children will enjoy priority benefits. Ren Ningxian and Luo Hongfei nodded in agreement.
The plan was indeed reasonable. Although everyone signed life and death agreements before entering the secret realm, that had always been standard practice in previous years, and nothing this severe had ever occurred. This time, the secret realm competition had turned into such a major incident.
If not handled properly, the public backlash would be immense.
If the alien race took advantage of the situation and found loopholes to invade, killing participants in the process, those responsible would absolutely not escape accountability and would face severe consequences. Once everyone agreed, the martial emperor nodded and addressed the instructor. In that case, restore the live broadcast now and provide a detailed report on this sudden incident and the casualties.
Understood.
The instructor prepared to leave and notify the team to restore the broadcast.
Wait.
Count those who died naturally among the victims of the alien race as well.
That way, we'll have more leverage.
The instructor froze for a moment before quickly catching on and nodding in agreement.
Understood, sir. I'll revise the report immediately and restore the broadcast.
This time, the instructor left for real. He needed to adjust the content of the documents.
Since the higher-ups demanded changes, so be it.
After all, the focus was on targeting the alien race. Soon, the instructor returned to the broadcast room with the updated casualty report. He conveyed the orders from above, walked up to the microphone, and the live broadcast feed switched back to the studio.
The broadcast is back? Why is it just you?
I came to watch the competition, not your face.
Host, get out of the way.
I know you're handsome, but hurry up and switch back to the secret realm.
I've bet my entire year's savings on the Dongyang province team. Why does the atmosphere feel so serious? Did something happen? The host is holding a script. Something big must have happened. Let me record this first.
The live stream had been relatively inactive, but as soon as the feed was restored, the chat exploded with comments. Everyone was curious about what had happened. Logic dictated that once technical issues were resolved, the broadcast should have switched back to the competition.
Why was the host still lingering? Ahem.
The instructor glanced at the flood of comments on the screen, cleared his throat, and began to explain the reason for the broadcast interruption. The broadcast was interrupted earlier due to a loss of signal within the secret realm.
Jiang Province, Tao Province, Dongyang Province, and the Martial
Emperor himself immediately rushed to investigate the secret realm.
It has been confirmed that this incident was orchestrated by the alien race.
Before he could finish speaking, the live chat exploded.
Holy crap, I can only say holy crap. The competition was actually infiltrated by the alien race? Were there any injuries? What's the situation now? What? The alien race infiltrated the secret realm? How could such an important competition be disrupted like this? What on earth happened? Alien race? There are alien spies in Jiang province? They really are everywhere.
Though the live chat erupted in chaos, the instructor remained composed and continued recounting the events. This was going to be the beginning of an even larger storm. According to our investigation, 4 members of the alien race were involved in this incident, 1 martial emperor and 3 grandmasters. In the end, thanks to the joint efforts of several guardians, the alien race was repelled, and 1 grandmaster was killed. At this point, the instructor paused.
The next part of his announcement would undoubtedly ignite the entire internet. Outrage among the public would lead to a massive anti-alien campaign across Huaxia.
With the help of the ever-diligent citizens, the operation eventually concluded. A total of 35 alien hideouts were uncovered, with over 1,000 casualties, including 4 or 5 Martial Emperor-level experts. Moreover, leveraging the impact of this incident, Huaxia issued a stern protest to the alien race. Ultimately, the alien race handed over the responsible parties, a bloodline Martial Emperor and 2 other Grandmasters. Their executions were broadcast live across Huaxia, finally bringing this storm to an end. Indeed, as soon as this news broke, the live chat once again erupted. What? There was a Martial Emperor among the alien intruders? How is that even possible? Martial Emperor and Grandmasters? The alien race has gone insane. Even Martial Emperor-level figures got involved? What exactly happened? Martial Emperor-level aliens? The broadcast signal was down for over an hour, which means it wasn't resolved immediately. The casualties must be catastrophic. Serves them right. How dare you invaders trespass into Huaxia? Why didn't you kill that Martial Emperor too? They all deserved it. Good news spread quickly, but bad news followed closely behind. The instructor paused for a moment and continued. Due to special circumstances, this competition has been cut short, and the rankings will be calculated based on the standings at the moment of disconnection. According to statistics, the number of alien casualties has reached 20, with nearly 20 others injured, ranging from minor to severe injuries. This provocative behavior by the aliens is extremely serious, and we strongly condemn their actions. As soon as the words left his mouth, the instructor decisively turned off the camera, leaving the audience with bewildered expressions. This sudden announcement left everyone stunned, and the barrage of comments instantly dwindled to almost nothing. However, it didn't take long for everyone to recover from their shock. Seeing the live stream had ended, the viewers immediately transformed into keyboard warriors, frantically flooding the chat. What's going on? Say that again. How many casualties? 20 deaths? What the hell are you doing? 20 deaths? And over 20 injured? Are you joking? In past years, the total accidental deaths didn't even come close to that. These aliens are out of their minds. They've slaughtered dozens of our geniuses this time. They must pay for this. I recorded the whole thing earlier. I've already uploaded it to the Bobo forum. Anyone who wants to watch the replay can check it there. Ending the competition early, rankings calculated based on disconnection standings. Why? What gives you the right to decide this secretly? Lost a bet, did you? Who did you put your money on? Don't be hasty. Amidst the heated debates, the recorded video quickly went viral across the internet, with related topics soaring into the top 5 trending searches. In no time, the video from the Bobo forum was being shared like wildfire, and almost everyone had heard about the incident. The camera shifted back to the trial grounds. After some time to adjust, everyone finally regained their composure, and the atmosphere gradually returned to normal. Several monitoring room staff stood up and started heading toward the trial grounds. Since the competition had been cut short, it was time to announce the rankings. Simultaneously, the live stream resumed, this time showing live footage of the trial grounds. When the stream resumed, the viewers fell silent for a moment, though some continued to flood the chat with frantic questions. On the screen, the participants in the trial grounds had already gathered, bracing themselves for the results. Those who had exited the secret realm earlier also fixed their eyes on the big screen. At the top of the screen, large bold words read, "Points Leaderboard." These 5 words instantly drew everyone's attention. The leaderboard had always been the focus of everyone's concerns, and announcing the rankings now was undoubtedly a clever way to divert attention. Clearly, it worked. All eyes were glued to the leaderboard, eagerly awaiting the revelation of the top spot. Chen, Ji Tianyu, and the recently recovered Xiao Yuan stood in the front row of the screen, their names undoubtedly among the top 10. Su Bai and his group stood before the screen, intently watching for the leaderboard updates. Other participants who had a shot at the top 100 were also nervously staring at the rankings, hoping to secure their place. The originally established ranking rules had just been abruptly changed, rekindling suspense for all. The calculation of points was altered from disconnect status to post-reconnection status. Even during the signal disruption, records of slaying beasts were saved locally. Once the signal resumed, the data would be uploaded to the cloud, and the leaderboard would update accordingly. The previously cemented rankings were suddenly thrown into disarray, creating palpable tension on the trial grounds. Those who had been at the lower end of the leaderboard feared they might drop out of the top 100, while those just shy of making it hoped for a chance to climb in. Among the deceased contestants, most had originally been in the top 100. With their deaths, their scores were nullified, and the rankings naturally shifted upward.
This could very well be the chance for some to break into the top 100. Just before the final rankings were unveiled, the Martial Emperor and the 3 Grandmasters of the Guardians arrived at the trial grounds. Hovering in mid-air, the 4 waited for the leaderboard to be revealed. After all, someone would need to descend to present the awards. The situation had unfolded so suddenly that the 4 hadn't even had time to check the latest rankings themselves. They were just as curious to see who would claim the top spot. Previously, the first place was widely recognized as belonging to CHN. But now, with the change in scoring rules and the addition of previously uncounted points from beast kills, the order of the top contenders might need rearranging. As the 4 arrived, the much-anticipated leaderboard finally began to update. Rankings from 90th to 50th place began to scroll. One by one, names appeared starting from the bottom. Those who spotted their names felt an immediate rush of exhilaration, clenching their fists in excitement. They hadn't expected to make it into the top 100. This was a ranking that could genuinely impact the fate of their cities. Entering the top 100 means that the city will receive resource tilts next year. Educational resources will greatly improve, allowing for the cultivation of more exceptionally talented martial artists. When they grow up, some of them will stay to protect the city, naturally enhancing the city's security. As for oneself, they will be awarded a large sum of cultivation resources, ensuring that they won't worry about resources for at least the next 5 years. On the other hand, contestants whose names didn't make it to the rankings are filled with regret, wondering why they didn't kill a few more exotic beasts. Originally, they thought about conserving their strength and making a final sprint on the last day. Who would have expected such an unforeseen turn of events? If they had desperately hunted beasts earlier, wouldn't their chances of making it to the top 100 have been higher? Now they've preserved their strength, but the competition has ended prematurely. It's truly a loss. As the leaderboard began refreshing, the livestream chat erupted in excitement once again. I'm so excited. The leaderboard is finally coming out. Who will be this year's number 1? Even though I didn't place any bets, I'm genuinely curious. 91st place is my bro Junengfei. My bro is amazing, ha. I bet everything I had on Tao Province winning 10 million. I spent over a month analyzing strategies. Tao Province is definitely taking first place. 10 million? You really dare to bet? With this sudden incident, who knows if there will be any surprises? See you on the rooftop. Quick, reveal first place already. Which province does it belong to? There are so many dark horses this year. Jiang Province has a Beast Tamer and the Goddess of Martial Arts. Tao Province has the hidden genius Shaoxing Yuan. But what does Donyang Province have? A Donyang Province netizen replied, though I may not be human, you truly have a big mouth. Get lost. Time passed as the names from 50th to 100th were revealed one by one. Some rejoiced, while others were disappointed, splitting the atmosphere into 2 distinct factions. But this was merely the appetizer. What everyone was truly anticipating were the top 10 rankings, especially the ultimate first place. Shaoxing Yuan stared intently at the giant screen, eager to see where Su Bai's name would land. With his abilities, he should at least be first place, right? You are first because you truly have the strength of a first-place contender. Su Bai, however, takes first because his strength is simply leagues above everyone else. To Shaoxing Yuan, none of the people present could compare to Su Bai. They simply weren't on the same level. When you were 18, desperately striving to break through to the martial master stage as an advanced martial artist, Su Bai had already far surpassed you. Once the names for the top 50 were announced, there was a brief pause before the rankings from 50th to 11th began to roll out. Among these names, a few individuals who had been filled with regret moments ago were now so thrilled they nearly jumped up in elation. They hadn't expected that not only did they remain on the list, but they had also directly advanced into the top 50. The emotional roller coaster they experienced was indescribable. Soon, name after name flashed across the screen, and many finally felt the weight lifted from their hearts, letting out long sighs of relief. But immediately after, all eyes locked firmly on the screen once again. Next would be the announcement of the top 10 names. Thud. A name appeared on the screen, stunning both the candidates on site and the 4 individuals in the air. Xu Youyu, Fugui, and Shaoxing Yuan were all utterly incredulous. This can't be, right? How could he be in 10th place? If he's in 10th, then no one here deserves to have a ranking at all. This was the unspoken thought shared by everyone. Following their gaze to the screen, they clearly saw the name, Su Bai. Su Bai, however, wasn't surprised at all. He had already foreseen this outcome. After all, when he returned to the safe zone, he barely had time to kill a few exotic beasts before the alien race arrived. Once the crisis was dealt with, the competition ended. Even if he wanted to hunt a few more beasts,
there simply wasn't any chance. Moreover, the points for his Tier 4 exotic beasts hadn't even been tallied. A Tier 3 beginner exotic beast was worth 200 points, his Tier 4 beasts should at least be worth several thousand points each, right? Even so, Subai wasn't in a hurry to correct the error. He wanted to see who would claim the top spot on the leaderboard if it weren't for him. Subai, 590 points. This time, the points for each of the top 10 names were displayed alongside their names. After Subai's name lingered for a moment, the 9th place name appeared. But at this moment, Chu Yoyu and the others had no interest in continuing to watch. Instead, they turned to look at Subai beside them with shock and confusion. Their eyes were filled with question marks, as if silently asking Subai what was going on. With his strength, this was simply impossible. Xiaoxing Yuan also stared in disbelief at Subai's name on the screen. It wasn't until the next name appeared that he snapped back to his senses. Subai. How could Brother Bai only be in 10th place with just 590 points? This can't be right. Brother Bai was at the Grandmaster level, effortlessly capable of slaying a group of Tier 3 exotic beasts. How could he have only 590 points and rank 10th? Xiaoxing Yuan himself had worked hard to kill numerous exotic beasts, and his points were close to 1,000. By logic, this result made no sense. There must be a misunderstanding. The system must have made an error. There's no way Brother Bai's strength could only place him 10th. Xiaoxing Yuan wasn't even aware that he had already become Subai's #1 follower. Even seeing Brother Bai rank 10th, he would rather believe it was a system malfunction or that Brother Bai was intentionally keeping a low profile than accept that Brother Bai was actually ranked 10th. There's bound to be a surprise. Xiaoxing Yuan stared intently at the screen, not even blinking, as if the ranking might change in the next second. Subai, feeling the complicated gazes from those around him, smiled faintly and said nonchalantly, "It's fine. Keep watching. Maybe there'll be a surprise soon." Hearing Subai's words, everyone hesitated but then turned their eyes back to the screen. The name of the 9th place appeared. Kai Kuan, score, 650. It was an unfamiliar name, so they didn't pay much attention and moved on to the next. Xiaoji, score, 780. Another unknown name. On to the next. 6th place, Wang Fugue, score, 880. Very good. Fugue exclaimed, waving his hand in excitement. He hadn't expected that, as just an intermediate martial artist, he could squeeze into the top 10, even reaching 6th place. 5th place, Gu Chen, score, 960. Gu Chen nodded in satisfaction. As an advanced martial artist with S-class talent, making it into the top 10 was within expectations, but he hadn't thought he'd break into the top 5. 4th place, Ji Tianyu, score, 1080. Ji Tianyu was slightly surprised to see himself in 4th place. He had thought he was a shoo-in for the top 3, only to be pushed down. The gap in rewards between 3rd and 4th place was enormous. While he personally didn't care much about the rewards, his family placed a great deal of importance on this ranking. 3rd place, Xiaoxing Yuan, score, 1200. Xiaoxing Yuan's expression remained stoic as he saw his name. His primary concern now was Subai's result. Brother Bai was a grandmaster, how could he only be ranked 10th? When the top 3 were announced, each of their faces appeared in close-up shots, allowing the audience to get familiar with them. As soon as the top 3 were revealed, the atmosphere on-site exploded with excitement. Everyone was anxiously waiting for the final results, who would take 1st place. Guys, I'm so nervous. Even Ji Tianyu was only 4th, there's got to be a major upset coming. This competition is so thrilling, not just because of the early end caused by the alien race, but also because so many dark horses have made it onto the leaderboard. Only a few of the favorites managed to hold their ground. There are only 2 left, Siakan and the goddess, right? Who's going to take 1st place? I don't know which province, but I'm betting it's definitely not Dongyang province. Don't even dream of it. Dongyang province, how dare you mock me? I'll remember this. Angry face. Everyone held their breath. Would it be Siakan or the goddess who took 1st place? Siakan stared nervously at the big screen. From the beginning, he'd heard that the pretty girl named Xu Yoyu was just a novice martial artist. She was no match for him, a martial artist who had broken through in the secret realm. While he had been first on the leaderboard earlier, the rules had now changed, and the girl next to him might very well surpass him. 2nd place. 2nd place, Siakan, score, 1900. As soon as 2nd place was announced, the comments section exploded. Even Siakan himself was stunned, staring at the screen in disbelief. Though he had mentally prepared himself, when the moment came, he still couldn't accept it. He had actually been surpassed. Holy crap, Sister Fish, look! Siakan is 2nd. Fugue stared at the screen in shock, where Sieken's name was displayed prominently in second place.
Hearing this, Chu Yoyu looked up at the screen. Sure enough, Sieken was in second place,
which meant she was the champion of this competition.
But why didn't she feel any joy inside?
Chu Yoyu glanced at Subai beside her, her gaze complicated.
Brother Subai was so powerful, how could he only rank 10th? Could there really be an error in the scoring system?
When the results were announced, the livestream suddenly fell silent. In this massive livestream chat, there were shockingly few comments.
Everyone stared wide-eyed at the results in disbelief.
After all, out of the 3 provinces, Jiang Province had been the least favored.
Before the analysis, Jiang Province's only glimmer of hope was Guchun.
But then everyone discovered that Jiang Province had produced several dark horses who made it into the top 10.
And the champion was also from Jiang Province. Even Xiao Xingyuan, considered the greatest hidden genius, was outshone.
In the end, Jiang Province, the most underestimated region, claimed first place.
This outcome even left the 4 commentators in the air astonished. The winner was this girl?
Although her martial master level was outstanding, when she first entered the secret realm, she spent more time admiring the scenery around her, only starting to hunt exotic beasts after a long while. It was initially thought that Chen, after breaking through to the martial master level, would easily secure the top spot.
Who would have expected someone else to snatch it away? Among the 4, Ren Mingxian was the most shocked.
The name in 10th place was completely beyond his expectations. Although before the signal was interrupted, Subai had just started to make his move, with his points rapidly soaring. Ren Mingxian had always held high hopes for Subai.
After all, Subai possessed a rare celestial grade talent, something far from ordinary.
But now, seeing the 10th place ranking in front of him, Ren Mingxian couldn't make sense of it.
He was utterly baffled. What on earth had happened? After a brief silence, there were only a few sparse comments in the livestream chat. Most people remained silent. Jiang Province taking the first place was something almost no one had anticipated.
Those who had bet on Dongyang Province or Tao Province were on the verge of collapse. Especially that one person who had gambled their entire fortune worth tens of millions. By now, they were likely drowning in despair.
First place, Jiang Province, Tianhai City, Chu Yoyu, points, 1920. As the first place was announced, the last shred of hope in the audience's hearts was utterly shattered. Damn it, how did Jiang Province end up first?
I bet on Dongyang and Tao provinces but not Jiang Province, missing out by a mere 20 points.
I put $1 million on Dongyang Province, and they didn't even make the top 3. What a waste. Brothers, this might be my last message.
I'm already on the rooftop. I bet tens of millions on Tao Province.
Hey, you upstairs, wait for me. I'll join you. I also bet on Tao Province, my entire life savings. Now I've lost even my underwear. Gamblers totally deserve it. Ha ha, I went all in on Jiang Province. I'm from Tianhai City, after all.
I told you all to bet on Jiang Province, but no one believed me.
Ha ha ha. This night was destined to be anything but ordinary. Chen stared at the points on the screen with unwillingness. The gap between them was a mere 20 points. Only the score of a single second-tier exotic beast.
Such a small gap was hard for Chen to accept. If the gap had been a few hundred points, he could have comforted himself, thinking he was at a disadvantage to begin with. But now, to lose by just 20 points, to fall just that short of first place. How could he bear it? Wait. At the very last moment, as the first place winner was being announced, Chen refused to give up and spoke up. This voice drew everyone's attention. The only camera in the trial field turned towards Chen. Facing the crowd's gaze, Chen's eyes were sharp as he firmly declared, I suggest that the mentors and guardians recheck the points system and recalculate the scores. After speaking, he glanced at the surrounding people, some of whom looked dejected, and then his eyes sharpened, his tone even more resolute. After all, the points system experienced a signal interruption this time. If there are any miscalculations, it would be unfair to everyone present. I hope the guardians seriously consider my suggestion. After finishing, Chen clasped his hands and bowed deeply to the 4 guardians in midair. In the livestream chat, those who were already on the rooftop felt a flicker of hope reignite in their hearts after hearing his words. Yeah, the competition had issues this time. What if the points board is wrong? The signal was interrupted. It's hard to say if data was missed. Such thoughts began to surface in the audience's minds, and the chat flooded with comments. Recheck the scores. Recheck the scores. In the trial field, even those who had already fallen behind in the rankings began to feel a glimmer of hope. Although it was a slim chance, it was better than nothing. Soon, some of the participants who knew each other started whispering, expressing their skepticism about Chen's suggestion. The four figures in midair, hearing these doubts, also frowned. They hadn't expected anyone to question the accuracy of the scoring system. But seeing the rising doubts among the participants in the trial field, the four began reconsidering the matter. Meanwhile, Subai furrowed his brows slightly. Sii-chen's words clearly conveyed his dissatisfaction, as if he believed he should have been the rightful first place. What, you're not happy that my Yoyu took first place? Just as the four guardians were still hesitating, Subai's voice slowly emerged from the crowd. Honorable guardians, I believe my score data might have been overlooked. I kindly ask you all to verify it again. Sorry for the trouble. Subai's tone was genuinely sincere. There was no need to hide such a small matter. After all, it was just a few fourth-tier exotic beasts, wasn't that basic stuff? Basic stuff, no big deal. And since this guy wanted to get so close to my wife, I might as well give him a hard time. From the first moment Subai met Sii-chen, his impression of the latter had been mediocre if not outright unpleasant. Since there was indeed an error in his score calculation, he had every reason to bring it up. As for Sii-chen, well, that was another story entirely. As soon as Subai finished speaking, all eyes turned to him. The name on his chest indicated that he was ranked 10th on the leaderboard. For someone in the top 10 to claim their score was incorrect, the credibility was naturally high. Hearing this, the audience standing on the rooftop stopped in their tracks, staring at their phone screens with anticipation. Sii-chen also glanced at Subai at this moment and, upon recognizing him, smiled. So it's him, huh? I was wondering who it could be. In the face of an alien invasion, he still dares to strut around the secret realm so boldly. I thought he might be another hidden genius. Once he recognized Subai, Sii-chen breathed a sigh of relief, while others began to feel a bit nervous. The contestants in the trial arena also turned their gazes towards Subai, sensing the aura of a junior martial master emanating from him. It was only then that everyone suddenly realized, so the first-place goddess actually had a martial master by her side? Seeing these individuals, an examinee immediately exclaimed, "Isn't this the ace team from the registration phase? They had two martial masters even before entering the secret realm, and this guy is one of them. I was wondering who the 10th ranked person was. It turns out to be this legend. With his martial master's strength, how could he only be ranked 10th? The system must have made a mistake." This explanation was broadcast live in the stream. The comments section was instantly flooded with the words "recalculate the scores," and those who had lost bets were especially thrilled. As this statement was made, the four figures suspended in midair began to consider whether they should recalculate the scores. Could it really be a system error? Ran Mingxian recognized Subai immediately. Already skeptical about the system's accuracy, he became certain of his suspicions upon hearing this. The data must be recalculated. I think we should recheck the data, it won't take much time anyway. Otherwise, people's doubts will never be put to rest. Now that people are questioning the accuracy of the scores, we might as well recalculate, there's no harm in doing so. Ran Mingxian spoke so convincingly that the other three, who were still hesitating, also made up their minds. Tao Province's elder Luo didn't mind either. After all, it was just a recalculation. If there really was an error, maybe he could reclaim the top spot. Exactly, I think so too, Luo Hongfei nodded in agreement. But the final decision still rested with the martial emperor. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, his voice loud and clear for everyone present to hear. Since there are doubts about the leaderboard, let's recalculate the scores and rankings, broadcasting the entire process live. We've always upheld fairness, justice, and transparency. As soon as he finished speaking, the trial arena's large screen immediately switched its display. On the screen appeared a device resembling a computer. The livestream camera focused on the large screen, and everyone held their breath, awaiting the next developments. The screen began to move. A person who appeared to be a technician approached the computer, performing a few simple operations to access the competition's data backend. After syncing with the cloud data, the leaderboard refreshed, but the rankings remained unchanged. The entire process was broadcast live on the large screen and in the stream. The doubts in the comments section slowly subsided, though some still refused to give up and wanted to examine the specific data themselves. Following instructions, the technician began checking detailed scores, starting from the top 100. Xu Ningfei, ranked 91st, score 132. Detailed score data as follows. 1. Defeated a Tier 1 low-level beast, earning 1 point. 2. Defeated a Tier 1 high-level beast, earning 5 points. 3. Every score detail was displayed clearly, even including the exact time and level of the beasts defeated. This directly ruled out the possibility of data errors. The review continued up to the top 50, and no one raised any objections to the screen's data. The records were precise down to the minute and second, what beasts had been killed and how many points were earned, so detailed that it was hard to doubt. Everyone fell silent, quietly waiting for the score data of the top 10. Soon, the data for ranks 50 to 11 were revealed one by one, and no one in this group voiced any doubts either. The data was so detailed it was even clearer than their own recollections. The review reached the 11th rank, and still, there were no issues. The trial arena fell silent, as if frozen in place, with everyone focused intently on the large screen. Even the comments section in the livestream had fewer messages. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the data for the 10th rank, especially for Subai, hoping for an error in his scores. If there was indeed an error, they might still stand a chance. After a long moment, the technician finally clicked on the data for the 10th rank. As the interface refreshed, everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. Chen stared fixedly at the large screen, afraid to miss a single detail. If Subai's data was correct, then his own second-place ranking would be cemented, leaving no room for doubt. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Subai's data was finally refreshed. In an instant, the entire venue plunged into a deathly silence. Time seemed to freeze, no one moved. Those who had been whispering moments ago were also stunned by the data, unable to snap out of their shock. The livestream chat room was as if frozen as well, no comments appeared for what felt like an eternity. On the large screen, the first line of data displayed. Subai, ranked 10th, points, 590. 1. Killed a Tier 2 intermediate beast, earning 30 points. 2. Killed a Tier 3 advanced beast, earning 0 points. 3. Killed a Tier 4 intermediate beast, earning 0 points. 4. Killed a Tier 4 advanced beast, earning 0 points. 5. Killed a Tier 4. After the first line, a total of 4 utterly shocking entries appeared before everyone's eyes. A Tier 3 advanced beast had yielded 0 points. Tier 4 beasts also yielded 0 points. How is this possible? He killed so many high-level beasts, but the most powerful ones in the safe zone are only Tier 3 beginner beasts. This was the most straightforward question in everyone's mind. Those familiar with the secret realm and the trial field looked as if they had seen a ghost, staring in disbelief at the points displayed on the screen. Not to mention Tier 4 beasts. Even the Tier 3 advanced beast mentioned in the second line was an entity that no one present could handle. And now you're telling me that someone who struggles to kill a Tier 2 beast managed to effortlessly take down multiple Tier 4 beasts? Among them, there was even a Tier 4 advanced beast. A Tier 4 advanced beast, what kind of level is that? In terms of human realms, it would be equivalent to a high-level martial king. And yet, several instructors present were barely martial kings themselves. How could this be possible? The technician in charge of checking the data was equally dumbfounded. He stared at the screen in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. For a moment, he even suspected that the system had malfunctioned. Frozen at his workstation, the technician finally snapped out of it after a while and began verifying the authenticity of the data. After typing in a series of commands, he did everything he could to reach a conclusion. The data was completely normal, with no abnormalities. Even the Martial Emperor and Ren Ningxian, along with the other two, were staring at Subai's results on the screen in astonishment. A Tier 3 advanced beast. The highest level in the safe zone was a Tier 3 beginner beast. This situation was absolutely impossible, yet there were 4 of them. If such powerful beasts truly existed, drones would have captured footage long ago. There was no way Subai could have discovered them first, let alone killed them himself. Recalling how Subai's presence had not been detected since the start of the competition, combined with the earlier anomaly in the barrier, the group immediately realized that the disturbance in the barrier was real. Subai most likely stepped outside the safe zone on his own. They turned to look at Ren Ningxian in shock. So, the hidden genius he had mentioned was this guy? At just 18 years old, a beginner martial master's strength was enough to defeat a high-level martial king? No. They quickly noticed something else. Subai's strength had advanced again, from a beginner martial master to an intermediate martial master. Subai, too, was astonished as he felt the changes in his body. Unexpectedly, after the Grandmaster experience card expired, he had successfully broken through to the Martial King realm. Seeing the data about the outrageous Tier 4 advanced beasts, Subai naturally took the opportunity to elevate his level, ascending to an intermediate martial master. This left the group even more stunned. An 18-year-old intermediate martial master? And there was still time before the martial arts exam? He was nothing short of a prodigy. Amidst the silence and shock, the technician reconfirmed the points system, ensuring that this was absolutely not a system error but actual data. The data is completely normal. The points record is accurate. As soon as those words fell, Subai's points data was officially confirmed.
In that instant, what should have been an explosion of astonishment failed to manifest.
Instead, there was only deathly silence. Inside the trial field, everyone silently stared at the data on the screen. The glaring words Tier 4 Beast stood out like a sharp blade. As it turned out, the points calculation system had indeed malfunctioned. However, the error lay in the fact that he had slain beasts of a level so high that the point system was incapable of calculating them. What kind of godlike operation was this? For a moment, even the technicians didn't know how to compute the points. After all, apart from the 200 points allocated for Tier 3 beginner beasts, the system had no rules for anything beyond that level. But soon, a voice came through the technician's earpiece. Steadying himself, he began adding several new tiers to the points system. For Tier 3 beasts, beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels were assigned 200, 300, and 500 points respectively. For Tier 4 beasts, beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels were assigned 800, 1000, and 1500 points respectively. The moment these data adjustments were input, the leaderboard refreshed.
Subai was no longer ranked 10th.
Looking upward, the first place now belonged to Subai, with an astonishing total of 4,390 points.
3,800 plus 590 is equal to 4,390.
Looking at the second place again, it was still Chu Yoyu with 1,920 points.
After the data was updated, Subai's score soared far ahead, surpassing Chu Yoyu by the equivalent of one entire Chen.
At that moment, the live chat exploded in a frenzy, while people on the rooftop shattered their phones in despair, ready to give up completely. In just a few short minutes, they had experienced a roller coaster of highs and lows, leaving them utterly hopeless. A mere martial artist able to single-handedly take down a 4th-tier exotic beast, how could Chen possibly compete with that?
What, with a few 3rd-tier beginner exotic beasts? Even 10 more wouldn't be enough to catch up.
Seeing the 4th-tier exotic beast on the screen, Chen's heart plummeted to rock bottom.
How is this even possible? We're both 18 years old, how are you this strong?
Chen originally thought that Subai's comments about calculation errors were due to a system glitch. He never expected that the system simply couldn't calculate such a result. In other words, the system's score tally was entirely correct, and his own score was perfectly normal. But this Subai had become first place while he had fallen to third? Everything happened so suddenly that Chen found it hard to accept.
Second place would have been tolerable, but third? How could he endure dropping to third? Xiaoxing Yuan looked at the updated leaderboard and nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like it.
I knew Brother Bai, as a grandmaster, couldn't possibly be ranked 10th. Only first place is fitting for Brother Bai's stature.
With the leaderboard refreshed, the formerly first place Chu Yoyu dropped to second.
Yet, there wasn't a trace of disappointment on her face. Instead, she was genuinely happy for Subai's rise to first place.
Our Xiaobai truly is strong.
If I want to protect Xiaobai, I have to work harder on my cultivation.
At the very least, I can't be a burden to him.
Chu Yoyu silently vowed to herself that she would become stronger in the future to protect Subai. Meanwhile, Fugue and Guchen wore expressions of as expected, completely unsurprised by the result. If first place hadn't gone to Brother Bai, that would have been truly shocking. Everything was within expectations. After a brief silence, the previously sparse comments in the live chat exploded, the screen flooded with messages.
666,666. The only way to express my feelings right now is with 666. Insane. A martial artist leaping across tiers to defeat enemies, this hasn't been achieved by any top-tier genius in recent years, has it? Holy crap.
The martial exam is still far off, and he's already capable of defeating martial kings.
What will he achieve during the martial exam?
Damn it, I thought there might be a plot twist, but nope.
My million is gone. What kind of place is Jiang Province's Tianhai City, anyway? How are there suddenly so many experts popping up there? Whoa, guys, check the trending searches. News about people jumping off buildings is all over the headlines. That dude who bet 10 million, are you still okay? Interesting.
The earlier barrier fluctuations were definitely caused by this kid.
Quite bold of him, daring to step out of the safe zone proactively and even taking down several 4th-tier exotic beasts. This kid is impressive.
From the skies, a martial emperor commented nonchalantly, his tone carrying a hint of intrigue. Luo Hongfei and Zheng Hongyuan remained silent. This competition was now utterly one-sided, with Jiang Province claiming victory by an overwhelming margin. Seeing the several 4th-tier exotic beasts, the four quickly linked them to the earlier barrier anomaly, finally making sense of it.
A single third-tier advanced exotic beast slipping through the safe zone might be plausible, but several fourth-tier exotic beasts? That was pure nonsense. No matter how careless one might be, it was impossible to overlook so many fourth-tier exotic beasts. Clearly, someone had been meddling. Among the three, only Ren Mingxian grinned at the end. After all, Jiang Province had claimed 2 spots in the top 3. By the way, who's the student that voluntarily saved so many people? The martial emperor asked, turning his head. My lord, that would be our Tao province's Shaoxing Yuan, currently ranked 4th on the leaderboard, Zheng Hongyuan quickly replied. After the leaderboard update, Shaoxing Yuan, who had originally been 3rd, had dropped to 4th. Not bad. A human genius with a sense of responsibility deserves recognition. Let me think. Alright, due to his courageous acts, he is to receive a special reward of 710 points and an additional opportunity to select an item from the treasure vault. The martial emperor casually announced Shaoxing Yuan's reward, 710 points and a chance to choose from the treasure vault. Anyone with keen eyes could see that this score adjustment was clearly aimed at someone's 1,900 points to impose a subtle limitation. There was no helping it. After all, how could some individuals question the system without the strength to back it up? The scoring data was accurate, so let them face a small punishment. When Shaoxing Yuan's reward was announced, exclamations filled the trial grounds and live chat alike. Everyone understood that this was aimed at a certain someone. But Shaoxing Yuan's performance indeed deserved the reward. After all, he had saved dozens of lives. The leaderboard updated once more. The former second-place Ziyichen was pushed out of the top 3, dropping to 4th place. All eyes turned to Ziyichen, whose expression shifted through countless emotions in mere seconds before finally settling into calmness. The imagined anger and unwillingness did not appear. In the end, Ziyichen became unusually calm. After receiving his reward, he quietly left the trial grounds. Shaoxing Yuan, in a state of complete bewilderment, managed to squeeze into the top 3. Many candidates he had saved applauded and saluted him in the tree hollow. If it were them, they would never sacrifice themselves for others. A person who is both exceptionally talented and morally upright often earns the respect and admiration of others. Soon, the competition concluded successfully with an award ceremony led by a martial emperor and 3 grandmasters. The candidates in the trial grounds began to disperse. Su Bai and his group were asked to stay behind, with the explanation that there was something to discuss with them privately. As people gradually left the trial grounds, the live stream ended after the awards ceremony, but news of the competition spread like wildfire on the Bobo forum, with trending topics updating constantly. Honored Guardian, is there something you wish to discuss with us? Su Bai asked proactively. Xu Youyu and the others also looked on curiously, clearly eager to know why they had been asked to stay. After the awards ceremony, Ziyichen and Ji Tianyu left directly. For them, not making it into the top 3 meant there was no reason to linger. Among those who stayed, aside from Su Bai's group, Zhu Ningfei and Kai Kuan exchanged a few casual words before leaving as well. In truth, even if no one had stayed, Su Bai would have taken the initiative to get some clarity. After all, he had suffered losses in the secret realm. These debts needed to be compensated by the big shots, along with some additional mental damage fees. A martial artists competition that involved grandmasters, wasn't it reasonable for him to ask for some compensation? Ren Mingxian saw Su Bai speak up and got straight to the point. After all, this group was composed of Jiang Province's geniuses, the future aces of the province. We asked you to stay mainly to understand your talents and capabilities better. With the martial arts examination approaching, we naturally hope the province can achieve excellent results. And you, as the top 10 contestants of this competition, are the most promising candidates to perform outstandingly in the national martial arts exams. We've decided to provide you with some additional resources to ensure your continued cultivation. Ren Mingxian explained. Indeed, your talents are the most astonishing I've seen in decades. Any one of you, on your own, could be a force to be reckoned with. With you joining this year, there's no doubt the martial arts exam results will be outstanding. Luo Hongfei chimed in from the side. After all, among them was a hidden SSS level genius, Shaoxing Yuan. But for such an incredible SSS level genius, who would undoubtedly secure first place in previous years, to only rank 3rd this year, it was evident that the top 2 were even more extraordinary. Zheng Hongyuan could only listen silently as the two chatted. The only talent from Dongyang province, Ji Tianyu, belonged to the Ji family. The contestant Zheng Hongyuan, this grandmaster, had invested in might not even receive much attention. After some discussion, the 4 quickly gained a full understanding of everyone's talents and capabilities. When they learned that Fugui was a top-tier beastmaster, even Zheng Hongyuan was shocked.
He had assumed Fugue was just an advanced-level beastmaster, but it turned out he was top-tier. You have to understand, a certain pillar-level human powerhouse rose to prominence entirely because of their top-tier beastmaster talent. If cultivated properly, Fugue could very well become the next martial emperor. There weren't too many surprises with the others until it was Subai's turn. Although they had braced themselves, after hearing about Subai's abilities, Ran Mingxian fell silent. "You're this incredible, why don't you just ascend to the heavens? Immortal grade talent. Top-tier beastmaster. Top-tier fire attribute talent. Any one of these on its own would make someone a top-tier genius. And yet, all three of these talents resided in one person?" This left the group, even the martial emperor who had lived for decades, unable to resist questioning the heavens. How can the gap between people be so vast? The few who had already witnessed Subai's talents weren't even surprised anymore. In just a few short days, he had exhausted the supply of astonishing feats that could have lasted years. By this point, even if Subai claimed to possess all top-tier talents, no one would find it strange, they were already used to it. Subai claiming he had top-tier special talents was really just him being too lazy to explain about immortal-grade special talents. Having one immortal-grade cultivation talent was already incredible, but adding multiple immortal-grade special talents was truly excessive. His alchemy talent hadn't even been revealed, nor did he see any need to mention it. 3 special talents were already enough to shock everyone. After their third round of surprise, each of the 3 handed Subai and his group a spatial ring containing additional rewards. These rewards were investments the 3 had made out of their own pockets for Subai and the others. Inside the rings were mostly pills to enhance and stabilize strength, along with 10 spirit stones per person. By calculation, Subai had recovered 20 spirit stones from his losses this time, but it still wasn't nearly enough. After bidding farewell to the others, Ren Mingxian pulled Subai aside into a corner. Enveloping the 2 of them with spiritual energy to prevent eavesdropping, Ren Mingxian got straight to the point. "Subai, when the alien grandmaster was fighting that mysterious person earlier, did you get a good look at what that mysterious person looked like?" Ren Mingxian and the others were still puzzled about the identity of the mysterious figure. Why did he step in to help? If he had stayed to assist them or joined forces to drive away the aliens, wouldn't it have been better? Could it be he didn't want to reveal himself, or was there another reason? Ren Mingxian was deeply curious about how the mysterious man had entered this secret realm. Clearly, he wasn't in league with the aliens, so was he one of their own? But apart from their small group, who else in the competition could be a grandmaster? Could it be that the grandmaster was hiding among the crowd? Or was he sent to protect someone? Hearing this, Subai knew Ren Mingxian had pulled him aside to talk about this matter. It seemed the mysterious figure's identity had indeed piqued their interest. "Guardian, at that time, the situation was critical. I was only focused on staying alive and didn't have the chance to pay attention to anyone else. I just remember that the mysterious person was wearing a black robe and killed that alien grandmaster in seconds. His weapon seemed to be a sword." Subai appeared thoughtful, as if recalling the scene. In truth, he was lying through his teeth. That mysterious person was none other than himself, and fabricating a story was bound to be tricky. Subai's acting made Ren Mingxian sigh. He had hoped to glean some clues from him. After all, if not for the mysterious person killing the alien grandmaster, at least half of the students on the leaderboard would have perished. Since Subai said he didn't know, Ren Mingxian didn't press further. Just as he was about to issue instructions, Subai spoke up. "Guardian, to fend off the alien grandmaster and ensure the future of humanity's young talents, I had to use some precious life-saving items. This was supposed to be a normal competition, but then a grandmaster suddenly appeared." Subai paused. Sitting in his position, Ren Mingxian naturally understood the implication. At first, he thought Subai was about to make some grand statement, but by the latter half, he realized, this kid really dared to think big. Ren Mingxian secretly admired him. This kid had guts to actually make a move on him. Despite this, a hint of appreciation appeared in his eyes. Ren Mingxian chuckled lightly. "Don't call me Guardian. I can't bear it. Just call me Ren Mingxian, or Ren Bro, or Xian Bro." "Xian Bro." Subai immediately called out without hesitation. The Ren Mingxian before him looked like he was in his 30s or 40s. As a provincial guardian, he was at least a grandmaster. Calling him Xian Bro wasn't a big deal. Hearing Subai address him, Ren Mingxian's smile became even brighter. With his celestial grade talent, Subai was a strong contender for future martial emperor. As long as there were no mishaps along the way, he was destined to become a leader who could guide humanity forward. Investing a little now would yield unimaginable returns in the future. "Since you've said this, just tell me what you want. If it's within my power, whatever you want,
I'll get it for you. But remember, this is a one-time opportunity.
Ren Mingxian left the compensation decision to Su Bai. It seemed this incident would cost him a significant amount.
No way, I can't bear this alone. This accident isn't solely my fault.
Later, I'll have to discuss this with those two old guys. I want spirit stones, lots and lots of spirit stones. After hesitating for a moment, Su Bai finally voiced his request firmly. Right now, he needed spirit stones to make purchases in the system's marketplace, where every item would cause countless experts to vie for it.
For example, a Grandmaster 1-hour experience card.
With enough spirit stones, he might even exchange for a Martial Emperor experience card.
However, external power was always just that, external. Only strength that one truly controlled could be considered genuine. Luckily, the marketplace offered many rare items, such as supreme-grade Qi condensation pills, which could accelerate his cultivation. With a cheat system, why bother with slow and arduous training? With enough spirit stones, what problem couldn't be solved with money?
Hearing this, Ren Mingxian was momentarily stunned.
What did this kid need so many spirit stones for?
While spirit stones could rapidly boost one's strength, relying on them excessively would damage one's foundation. In the end, even with the best talent, he wouldn't be able to surpass someone like Ren Mingxian's level. Forget it, this kid was sharp. He wouldn't make a foolish move. He must have some other purpose for the spirit stones. Spirit stones, he only had a few hundred on him right now. He had just won 100 stones earlier.
If he gave Su Bai another 100, 200 should suffice, right? Su Bai looked at Ren Mingxian expectantly.
Spirit stones were something one could never have too many of, even if it was just 40 or 50. As long as he wasn't shortchanged, otherwise, he might actually cry.
200, will that do? Ren Mingxian asked.
As he spoke, he carefully observed Su Bai's reaction. Unfortunately for him, while Su Bai was overjoyed inside, his face remained calm.
Deal. Thanks, Shin bro.
Su Bai initially thought that receiving 100 spirit stones as compensation would already be satisfactory. After all, cultivating as a grandmaster and other expenses were inseparable from spirit stones. Unexpectedly, they gave him 200 spirit stones. What a delightful surprise. Ren Mingxian breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. 200 spirit stones were a substantial reward no matter where you placed them.
If this kid still wanted more, then I'd really look down on him.
Knowing when to stop, neither arrogant nor impatient.
Not bad. As expected of a talent from Jiang province.
Alright, take these 200 spirit stones, Ren Mingxian said with a wave of his hand. Instantly, the 200 spirit stones appeared before him. Without hesitation, Su Bai stored all the spirit stones into his spatial ring. 200 spirit stones were a fortune, even for a grandmaster. Since they were so willing to invest in him, Su Bai resolved that should they encounter any difficulties in the future, he would give his all to assist them. After receiving the spirit stones, Ren Mingxian withdrew the spiritual energy barrier, and Su Bai prepared to leave. By the way, regarding the opportunity to select something from the treasure vault later on, if you need anything, let me know. I'll draft a list, and you can pick one item from it, Ren Mingxian reminded Su Bai as he departed. With the grand competition officially concluded, Su Bai, leaving the trial grounds, met a few people waiting for him outside. When they inquired about what happened, Su Bai casually answered a few questions without delving into much detail.
So, where are we headed now?
Having just finished the competition, the group discussed for a moment and, finding nothing particularly interesting to do, decided to head back to Jiang province. Xiao Xingyuan, who had no parents and no attachments in Tao province, thought about it and decided to join Su Bai and the others on their journey back to Jiang province. Aboard the spiritual vessel, Fugui glanced at Xiao Xingyuan, who had tagged along, then turned to Su Bai beside him and asked,
"Brother Bai, what's going on here? Who's this guy, and why is he following us?"
As he asked, Fugui kept staring at Xiao Xingyuan. He had clearly heard earlier when Xiao Xingyuan's talent erupted, it was revealed that Xiao Xingyuan possessed SSS grade talent. This talent was second only to Brother Bai's celestial grade talent, and even a tier above Sister Yu's SS grade talent. But what was puzzling, why was this guy coming back with them to Jiang province? Wasn't he from Tao province? Could he be defecting? Fugui's face was full of confusion as he stared at Xiao Xingyuan, wondering what this kid was up to. Su Bai shook his head after hearing the question. Who knew why he had followed him out of the trial grounds? Wasn't he supposed to be someone from Tao province? Gu Chen, on the other hand, watched Xiao Xingyuan warily. This kid seems to have the same purpose as me. Be Brother Bai, can I come with you guys? Xiao Xingyuan asked nervously. After all, I have no parents. It doesn't really matter where I go. If I stick with you, maybe we can help each other. His voice trembled as he spoke. After all, Subai was the only person in his 18 years of life who had been willing to help him after just one meeting. Having been bullied and mistreated since childhood, this was the first time Xiaoxing Yuan had felt warmth. He was acutely aware of the severity of his injuries. Ordinary restorative pills would never have achieved the results he was experiencing now. When he woke up, he discovered that his vitality had been fully restored, and his martial artist realm, which was at the beginner level, had stabilized. He was now only a few days of cultivation away from advancing to the intermediate level. If not for some precious spiritual medicine or treasure having been used, he wouldn't believe it was possible. Xiaoxing Yuan nervously awaited an answer, fearing rejection. Otherwise, in such a vast world, he would have nowhere to go. If you want to come with me, that's fine, but I'm not responsible for your food and lodging. You'll have to handle that yourself, Subai replied indifferently. He didn't mind. Tianhai City was big enough for one more Xiaoxing Yuan to make no difference. Moreover, an SSS grade talent outside of his own celestial grade was a rarity even for Subai to encounter. If this kid didn't perish prematurely, he could at least become a martial emperor in the future. And the fact that he was an orphan only added to the impression that his potential was limitless. Now, back to business. He now had 200 spirit stones, plus the first place reward and additional bonuses from the competition, a total of 220 spirit stones. Adding the spirit stones he had found in the valley, he now possessed over 300 in total. It was time to consider advancing his cultivation. The encounter with the Grandmaster today made Subai realize how urgent it was to improve his strength. Today, it was a Grandmaster. Tomorrow, it could be a martial emperor. The day after that, it could be a martial sovereign, and then an entire group of martial sovereigns. Although he had broken through to martial king, compared to grandmasters and martial emperors, he was still just barely qualified. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Subai sat down cross-legged, activating the enlightenment technique to begin absorbing the spiritual energy in the air and stabilizing his cultivation level. The transition from martial artist to martial king was a qualitative leap, where the vitality within the body transformed into spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was far more potent than vitality, allowing for better control over weapons and formations. This breakthrough relied on the Grandmaster experience card, which had allowed him to prematurely convert his vitality into spiritual energy. The battle with the 4th-tier exotic beast had also provided him with substantial experience. Breaking through to martial king had been a natural progression. Now, the primary focus was on mastering the use of spiritual energy, as the difference between spiritual energy and vitality was immense. Seeing Subai begin cultivating, the others, with nothing else to do, also sat cross-legged and started their cultivation. Traveling was monotonous and dull, and cultivation was no different. Boom! 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 A series of loud explosions suddenly startled the group, pulling them out of their cultivation. They immediately stood up and scanned the surroundings. From a bird's eye view, the scene was utterly shocking to everyone. The Grandmaster in charge of controlling the spirit vessel quickly walked over, his expression anxious as he said, "A beast tide has erupted in Tianhai City. I've heard a spatial rift suddenly appeared outside the city. In just a short time, the beast tide formed rapidly, and there are even Emperor-tier beasts among them. Tianhai City probably won't hold out for long. Before they launch a full-scale attack, what should we do? Should I take you all away?" His words were filled with helplessness. A beast tide, this was a disaster that sent shivers down the spines of everyone in Huaxia. Over thousands of years, fewer than 1/10 of cities had survived such an event. Even if reinforcements arrived, the city would likely already be destroyed, and rebuilding it would take an eternity. No way. My parents are still at home. Chu Youyu immediately objected, refusing to abandon her family. My parents are also in the city. We can't run, and we can't give up on them. Richie's usual smile disappeared, replaced by a rare seriousness. Who could have imagined that, right after finishing the grand competition, they would run into such a massive problem? A beast tide, this rare disaster that only occurred once in a decade, just had to break out during their return. Having just survived an alien race's attack, and now facing a beast tide, the timing was too uncanny. Subai quickly analyzed the situation and concluded that leaving was not an option. As Youyu and Richie said, everyone's families were still in Tianhai City. Leaving them behind was absolutely out of the question, there was no doubt about it. But now that the beast tide had already formed, how could they possibly stop it? If the spatial rift had been discovered before the beast tide took shape, there might have been a chance. Every city was equipped with a special tool containing Emperor-tier spatial energy. This was a one-time use item capable of forcibly destroying an unstable spatial rift, thereby preventing a beast tide from forming. However, once a Tier 7 beast emerged, it essentially signaled a death sentence. That meant the spatial rift had stabilized. Unless an Emperor Tier expert intervened to seal it, the rift would continue to spawn beasts endlessly until it was completely sealed or destroyed. Now that a Tier 7 beast had already appeared in Tianhai City's spatial rift, closing it was nearly impossible. Subai frowned deeply. The situation seemed nearly unsolvable. Without an Emperor Tier expert stepping in, Tianhai City wouldn't survive the day. The Grandmasters in the city were utterly powerless against a Tier 7 beast, let alone the numerous Tier 6 and Tier 5 beasts. Even Tier 6 beasts were beyond Tianhai City's ability to fend off, let alone Tier 7. Guchen stared at the endless beast tide, his mind racing with possibilities. Should I ask Grandpa to come? He had been able to come to Tianhai City because his grandfather recently broke through to the Emperor Tier after a closed-door retreat, allowing him to visit Subai. Now, in such an urgent situation, his grandfather would likely come. Guchen took out his phone and sent a message to his grandfather. Instant reply. Stay put. Your father and I are on our way. You won't die, and neither will your father. Grandpa Gu, who had just emerged from his retreat and was catching up on recent events, jumped out of his chair in shock when he saw the message from his grandson. Without hesitation, he transmitted a message to Guchen's father and immediately set out. Receiving a definitive reply, Guchen put away his phone. What do you mean by if I die, Subai can't? Who's really your grandson here? Is there no justice? Am I the biological one, or is Subai? Still, knowing his grandfather was on his way, Guchen reassured the group. Subai, I've informed my grandfather about the situation here. He'll arrive within half an hour. My grandfather is an Emperor Tier expert. As Guchen spoke, everyone on the spirit vessel turned to him, their eyes filled with disbelief. Richie and Shu Youyu were no exceptions. After all, their relationship with Guchen wasn't close, barely even classmates. He had just transferred after the grand competition, and no one knew much about his personality or family background. But from what he said, his family seemed quite powerful. An Emperor Tier expert. The useless vice dean from before was also Emperor Tier, but now Guchen claimed his grandfather was one too? It was like finding out your friend had a family of ultra-rich tycoons. It was shocking. Subai gave Guchen a surprised glance. He had always felt this kid wasn't simple, but he hadn't expected such a big figure backing him. An Emperor Tier expert. To think that the entire Tianhai City didn't even have a single Grandmaster-level individual, let alone an Emperor Tier. But with an Emperor Tier supporting them, the beast tide might at least be held off until reinforcements arrived. The situation here had likely already been reported to the Martial Artists Association. By then, they would undoubtedly dispatch a Martial Emperor-level expert to provide support and completely seal this spatial rift. Humanity had already mastered the method to completely eliminate newly formed spatial rifts. However, for those rifts that had existed for a long time and stabilized, even the strongest Martial Emperor was powerless. The only option was to send armies and members of the Martial Artists Association to suppress them. If the Sword Saint were still alive, perhaps there would be a way to eradicate these rifts. But ever since repelling the alien races and beasts, the Sword Saint had never appeared again, and the alien races had not launched any large-scale invasions either. No one knew exactly what had happened, but the disappearance of the Sword Saint left humanity in fear. Several top-tier experts were training desperately, striving to reach the Sword Saint's level. Unfortunately, after so many years, no new Sword Saint had emerged, and conflicts with other worlds had only grown more frequent. Although reinforcements are on their way, the alien beasts are already fully assembled. Even 7th-tier beasts are here. Tianhai City is doomed. Subai looked at the densely packed alien beasts beneath him, stretching endlessly as far as the eye could see. Could Tianhai City really hold out? The 200 spirit stones he had just acquired hadn't even been warmed up yet. Subai calmed himself, opened the system store, and searched for experience cards. Apart from the Grandmaster experience card, which cost 50 spirit stones, the Martial King experience card cost 100 spirit stones but lasted only 10 minutes. The Martial Emperor experience card was even more outrageous, 500 spirit stones for just 1 minute. 500 spirit stones for 1 minute? Although absurdly expensive, Subai felt the price was justified. After all, the Martial Emperor was currently the strongest realm in the world, the lifelong dream of countless people. But for just 500 spirit stones, Subai could experience it. This wasn't merely an experience, it was transformative. Once reaching the Martial Emperor realm, even after the experience card expired, the understanding of the Martial Emperor level would remain. In future training, bottlenecks would no longer matter. It was like last time, when Subai's experience card expired, and he directly broke through from Martial Master to Martial King. With no bottlenecks, cultivation breakthroughs became as simple as eating and drinking for him. He couldn't afford the Martial Emperor experience card, but surely the Martial King experience card would do? With that, Subai immediately leapt off the spirit vessel. Stay put, everyone. I'm going down to check the situation. The aura of a Martial King erupted instantly. Subai wrapped himself in spiritual energy and dove into the beast horde. Everyone was stunned by the sudden burst of Martial King aura. By the time they reacted, Subai had already leapt off the spirit vessel. Looking down, the roars of the alien beast shook the heavens. Each one of them stared intently ahead, ready to breach the gates of Tianhai City. Moo! A deep, thunderous roar came from the rear of the beast horde, carrying a powerful pressure. The previously restless beasts, upon hearing this sound, could no longer hold back and began charging madly toward the gates of Tianhai City. On the spirit vessel, Chu Yoyu and Fugui watched Subai dive down and wanted to follow, determined to die together if it came to that. Gu Chen, however, understood all too well. His grandfather had said that Subai must not die under any circumstances. Now Subai had voluntarily plunged into the beast tide. This was practically a death sentence. Xiao Xingyuan and the Grandmaster, who knew the truth, quickly stopped the others from following. Xiao Xingyuan was well aware of Subai's true strength. Subai was a Grandmaster, he could even kill other Grandmasters of the same level with a single sword strike. If Brother Bai was charging in like this, he definitely had a plan. He wouldn't recklessly throw his life away. Brother Gu, Brother Fugui, and sister-in-law, don't worry. Brother Bai must have his reasons for doing this. You've been with him for so long, don't you understand him by now? The ones who had been stopped began to think it over. Fugui was the first to come around, followed closely by Gu Chen. That's right, Brother Bai has always been cautious. How could he do something so reckless? Once Fugui figured it out, his anger also dissipated. Brother Bai always acted with confidence, he would never act rashly without assurance. Gu Chen thought the same. The son of destiny, how could he possibly die to a mere beast tide? They just needed to sit back and wait for him to take the lead. Although Chu Yoyu was no longer impulsive, the worry in her eyes remained. After all, 7th-tier beasts had already appeared below. These were formidable enemies equivalent to the Martial King level. The realm Subai had just displayed was still at the Martial King level. The difference between a Martial King and a Martial Emperor spanned 3 major realms. Subai was no match for a 7th-tier beast. Don't worry, Sister Fish. You still don't fully understand Brother Bai. He must have absolute confidence to act like this. Let's just wait for him here on the spirit vessel. Fugui walked over to reassure her. The scene shifted, and the focus returned to Subai. At this moment, Subai hovered in mid-air, supported by spiritual energy. He frowned as he watched the alien beasts charging toward Tianhai City. Without hesitation, he drew his Bailing sword and began to channel his power. Have you ever heard of that sword technique that descends from the heavens? Primordial Sun. Blazing Flame Slash. With a fierce motion, Subai's long sword slashed down upon the beast tide. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from within the beast horde. With a single slash, dust billowed into the air, enveloping Subai and the surrounding 100 meters of ferocious beasts. As the dust gradually settled, the figure emerging from the haze was no longer the Subai from moments ago but a mysterious figure cloaked in black robes and wearing a mask. This mysterious individual was, in fact, none other than Subai himself. To conceal his identity, Subai had purchased a heaven-tier item from the system store. Upon use, it completely masked his appearance and aura, making it impossible for even an Emperor-tier martial artist to recognize him. The black robe he wore was a casual purchase, a mere Earth-tier item with some defensive attributes. Such precautions were absolutely necessary. An 18-year-old martial king was already remarkable enough to astonish all of Huaxia. But to claim he was an 18-year-old martial emperor? No one would believe it, not even a ghost. What's more, if the alien races caught wind of this, Subai had no doubt they would send an Emperor-tier warrior to kill him immediately. A human Emperor-tier warrior, you ask? Every Emperor-tier fighter was already risking their lives on the front lines. How could they afford to dispatch one solely to protect him around the clock? Even the absence of one Emperor-tier warrior for a single day would result in countless deaths at the front. After ensuring his identity was well hidden, Subai also prepared a solid excuse. Enter the omnipotent, mysterious master, a tried and true explanation for any peculiarity. After all, it was still him. Any strange occurrences could simply be attributed to the master. With no more worries holding him back, Subai began his slaughter in earnest. He activated his Martial Emperor experience cards, all of them. Upon using the cards, Subai closed his eyes, feeling the sudden surge of immense power.
This is the feeling. If only this power could belong to me permanently. Subai reveled in the energy surging within him. Gazing at the beasts before him, he felt as though he could effortlessly crush them with a mere thought. Earlier, as a martial king, Subai had slain all the beasts within 10 meters of him with a single sword slash. These low-level creatures were far too weak. Roar! Roar! The moment Subai appeared, the surrounding beasts immediately grew wary, snarling angrily at this sudden human intruder. This human had just shown up and slaughtered so many of their kind. Clearly, he was far too dangerous. However, these lower-tier beasts weren't particularly intelligent. Overwhelmed by their fury, they soon lost all reason, charging at Subai from all directions. Roar! The charging beasts let out enraged howls. If anger alone could kill, Subai would have been torn to shreds already. Seeing the majority of the beasts rushing toward him, Subai furrowed his brow. But soon, the Bai Ling sword reappeared in his hand. At this moment, as a martial emperor, Subai could unleash the full power of the Bai Ling sword. The might of the Habantir technique Primordial Yang Slash also erupted completely. Still, it wasn't enough. When sword intent emerges, none can stand in its way. A terrifying sword aura coalesced in Subai's hands. This strike was a declaration of humanity's resurgence. As the sword intent materialized, many of the charging beasts hesitated, a rare flicker of fear appearing on their faces. They wanted to flee, but Subai's sword had already been swung. Boom! An unstoppable slash tore through the air in a single direction, so fast it created a series of sonic booms. As the sword intent dissipated, everything within a few kilometers of its trajectory fell silent. There wasn't a single living being left. After carving a safe path, Subai swiftly headed toward the 7th-tier beast he had sensed. Time was of the essence. He only had 10 minutes. If he failed to kill that 7th-tier beast within 10 minutes, all hope would be lost. Several kilometers away, the 7th-tier beast seemed to sense the looming threat, letting out an enraged roar that echoed across the land. Moo! Pinpointing the source of the sound, Subai leaped into the air, speeding toward it. The lower-tier beasts failed to stop Subai, instead surging in a massive wave toward Tianhai City. The sheer commotion on Subai's side had undoubtedly caught the attention of several martial kings and grandmasters atop Tianhai City's walls. This battle concerned the very survival of Tianhai City. Even Subai's parents had been called to the walls to assist. If the beast horde attacked, those grandmasters and martial kings would have to fight desperately to buy time for the remaining civilians to escape. The authority martial artists usually enjoyed now came with a price: their lives. As long as humanity survived, there was still hope. From a distance, one could see that the once intimidating beast horde had been forcibly split by a powerful sword aura, leaving a wide-open path. The few individuals on the city wall gasped at the sight. Who was that mysterious figure in the black robe? Why had they taken the initiative to combat the beast tide? Could it be that reinforcements had arrived? This thought briefly crossed their minds, but it was quickly dismissed. If reinforcements had come, they would have contacted those within the city first and planned how to deal with the spatial rift. Besides, who had ever seen reinforcements dressed entirely in black robes, wearing a mask as if afraid of being recognized? The spirit boat hovering mid-air was quickly spotted by a few sharp-eyed individuals. At this moment, it wasn't reinforcements from Jiang province, it was the children. Subai's parents, along with Chu Youyu and Fugui's parents, simultaneously noticed the spirit boat. They exchanged glances and hurriedly pulled out their phones to make calls. On Subai's side, after locking onto the source of the sound, he quickly spotted the 7th-tier beast. Its massive body occupied nearly 100 meters of space, and the serpent-like creature, stretching several hundred meters long, was terrifying to behold. Its dark, ominous eyes fixated on the humans who had suddenly appeared in mid-air. It was precisely this human who had sent a sword strike from afar just moments ago, a strike that even made it feel a profound sense of threat. With just one glance, Subai identified the beast before him. An abyssal demon Jiao. Nearly 100 meters in length, a single touch from it would leave him gravely injured at the very least. Subai stared at the massive creature, and their gazes locked. Both were filled with mutual vigilance. This abyssal demon Jiao was clearly a high-level 7th-tier beast, with incredibly stable strength, making it quite a troublesome opponent for Subai. Although the abyssal demon Jiao was somewhat wary of the human before it, Subai's earlier sword strike had already killed many of its subordinates. Clearly, this human had come with ill intent. "Human, leave at once, and I may spare your life," the abyssal demon Jiao threatened in clumsy Mandarin. It found itself unable to discern the strength of the human before it.
Moreover, it had more pressing matters to attend to and no time to entangle with Subai. If a stronger human expert were to arrive, things could get troublesome. The massive head of the Jiao loomed menacingly before Subai, its intent clear. It was prepared to attack at any moment should Subai refuse its demand. Subai said nothing more, knowing he had to resolve this battle as quickly as possible. Gripping his sword in his right hand, the blade's tip pointed directly at the abyssal demon Jiao's head. "Human, you court death," the abyssal demon Jiao roared, enraged. With a deafening roar, it lunged at Subai without hesitation. Facing the attack of a high-level 7th-tier beast, Subai could not afford to let his guard down. As the massive body lunged toward him, Subai swiftly retreated to create distance. Boom! The abyssal demon Jiao's tail swept across, toppling the surrounding giant trees and sending dust flying into the air. Witnessing such power, Subai was startled, realizing he had underestimated the abyssal demon Jiao's strength. He had no choice but to get serious, fully activating his technique and channeling his sword intent. Seeing Subai retreat, the Jiao attempted to seize the opportunity to pursue him. It opened its mouth and spat out a strange glob of mucus. Subai dodged to the side, and the mucus hit the ground, sizzling as it corroded a massive hole into the earth, a chilling sight. Without delay, Subai launched his counterattack, unleashing a full-force sword strike. The abyssal demon Jiao looked on in terror as its body was cleaved in half by the strike. Roar! The abyssal demon Jiao howled in agony, its cries echoing for miles. It never imagined that this human could grievously wound it with just a single sword strike. It had intended to probe the human's strength, only to find its opponent going all out from the start, leaving it no chance to respond. The abyssal demon Jiao was filled with frustration, but the pain coursing through its body reminded it that it had to retreat. Lingering any longer would mean certain death. Before leaving, it glared at Subai with malice, declaring, "Kid, I'll remember you. I'll definitely come back for revenge." However, just as the abyssal demon Jiao stared on in horror, Subai unleashed another sword strike. Thud! Thud thud! The abyssal demon Jiao's head rolled to the ground, while the remainder of its body collapsed heavily, lifeless. The abyssal demon Jiao could not comprehend how such a powerful blow could be followed by another. 2 consecutive strikes of this magnitude? It was impossible. Its original plan was to withstand one attack, sap Subai's spiritual energy, deliver a parting threat, and retreat into the spatial rift to heal before seeking revenge. "How is your spiritual energy instantly replenished when I've just said a few words?" the abyssal demon Jiao wondered, perplexed. Subai calmly watched the scene unfold. As the old saying goes, villains die because they talk too much. Why does no one ever believe this? After the death of the abyssal demon Jiao, the lower-tier beasts nearby immediately lost their leader. Like headless flies, they scattered in all directions. Without the abyssal demon Jiao, the lower-tier beasts fled in disarray, running off in every direction. On the walls of Tianhai City, people watched nervously as the overwhelming beast horde loomed before them. They were densely packed, like an army poised to invade. But just as the onlookers were gripped with anxiety, the once orderly beast tide suddenly came to a halt. In an instant, chaos ensued, as the beasts frantically scattered in all directions. Of course, a portion of the beasts, driven by panic, continued charging toward Tianhai City. As the crisis seemed to subside, everyone on the city walls stood dumbfounded. What's going on? The beast tide ended? A nearby man spoke, his tone uncertain. As his words sank in, more and more people came to their senses, staring at the scene before them in astonishment. The beast tide that had pushed everyone to the brink of despair had just ended? Everyone, stay vigilant. What if this is a trap set by that beast? Double your focus. The highest-ranking guardian on site gave a loud order. Understood. Subai put away the corpse of the abyssal demon flood dragon, thinking about letting the little azure dragon have a taste later. He wondered what it would taste like. After collecting the corpse, he curiously stared at the spatial rift. How exactly was this thing formed? It could continuously spawn exotic beasts. What kind of world lay on the other side of this space? Should he go in and take a look? Subai had never heard of what lay on the other side of this newly appeared spatial rift, and his curiosity was unavoidable. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. The reason was simple: the Martial Emperor experience card only had 2.5 minutes left. Subai's spatial ring was already packed with piles of exotic beast corpses. If sold, these corpses could probably earn him tens of billions, maybe even over 100 billion. Not to mention, among them were some high-level exotic beast corpses that could be used for refining, fetching even higher prices. Just as he was preparing to find a secluded place to change and leave, the system suddenly chimed in. Detected mysterious energy. Host, please approach to absorb it.
Once absorption is complete, the system will upgrade again.
For more details, please check after upgrading.
Mysterious energy? Subai looked around in confusion.
After observing for a while, there was no source of mysterious energy other than the spatial rift. Seeing that the Martial Emperor experience card only had 1 minute left, he decided to take a risk. Go for broke, the bicycle could turn into a motorcycle. Subai cautiously approached the spatial rift, staying alert to any system reactions. However, even when he was just 1 meter away, the system still gave no indication. Frowning, Subai wondered if he would have to physically touch the spatial rift.
The risk was immense. But after coming this far without encountering any major trouble, could he really be afraid of a little rift? Steeling himself, Subai resolutely placed his hand on the spatial rift.
Moments later, thankfully, nothing bad happened.
Instead, the system notification sounded as expected. Absorbing mysterious energy, please wait. 1%, 3%, 20%, 50%, 99%. Absorption complete. System upgrading.
As the notification ended, Subai was shocked to find that the spatial rift he had just touched had vanished.
The system can actually absorb and completely eliminate spatial rifts?
Subai stared in astonishment at the transformation before him.
A problem that had plagued humanity for years was resolved so effortlessly? And in just a few seconds?
Indeed, from the moment he touched the rift to its disappearance, only a few seconds had passed.
In just a few seconds, the terrifying spatial rift was gone. Who would believe it if he told them?
Subai stared at his own hand, the one he had just placed on the rift, in utter disbelief that he had eliminated such a significant threat to humanity. But soon, the effects of the experience card expired, and Subai's strength dropped back to Martial King level. Sensing the sudden decline in his power, he quickly found a secluded spot to remove his gear and revert to his original appearance. He then headed toward the spirit vessel. Surrounded by spiritual energy, Subai soon returned to the spirit vessel. Everything that had just occurred below had been clearly seen by a few people. The moment Subai returned, everyone was staring at him with strange expressions.
Feeling a bit uneasy, Subai hesitantly asked them, What are you all doing?
Whoa, Brother Bai, why did the beast tide suddenly disperse?
Was that your doing?
Fugue asked in surprise. Subai, I'm so glad you're okay.
Chu Yoyu finally let go of her worries upon seeing Subai unharmed. As long as he wasn't hurt. Chu Yoyu now felt that her cultivation level was still too low.
When Subai was in danger, all she could do was worry helplessly from the sidelines. She silently resolved to work even harder in her training.
Brother Bai, are you alright? Gu Chan and Xiao Xingyuan stepped forward to express their concern.
Don't worry, what could possibly happen to me?
Subai replied with a smile. Then, walking over, he lightly knocked on Fugue's head. Something that big, do you think I could have done it? I'm a martial king, not a martial emperor.
Subai felt the need to explain.
Otherwise, with Fugue's personality, knowing the truth might make him unbearably smug.
Fugue clutched his head with an innocent look, complaining.
Brother Bai, even if it wasn't you, could you not knock on my head every day?
If you keep this up, I'll be brain dead, and then you'll have to take care of me.
Wait, no. You already have sister you. You won't need me anymore.
I better hurry up and find a wife, or I'll have no one to look after me when I'm knocked silly.
Hearing this, Chu Yoyu puffed up her cheeks angrily, glaring at Fugue. But inwardly, she was overjoyed.
Fugue, you idiot. I'll just have to take better care of you in the future.
Hearing this, Subai glanced at Chu Yoyu.
Seeing that she didn't object, he turned to Fugue with a smile and said,
You idiot, it'll be hard for anyone to take a liking to you. Go find a wife already.
After a bout of playful banter, Subai explained that the resolution of this beast tide was all thanks to his master's intervention. Without his master's help, he admitted, he wouldn't have had the capability to handle it on his own. Hearing this, everyone aboard the spirit vessel finally believed him.
So that's how it is. I get it now. I understand everything.
Fugue suddenly shouted with excitement. Everyone turned to look at Fugue.
What had this guy figured out now? Even Subai was confused. What do you mean you understand?
Fugue leaned in mysteriously and whispered, I know the truth now. Brother Bai, your rapid progress recently, even reaching the realm of Martial King, it must be thanks to your mysterious master, right? I was wondering how Brother Bai could rise so suddenly.
Now I understand everything. Gu Chan and Xiao Xingyuan listened, their expressions thoughtful. That explanation did make sense.
With a mysterious master assisting behind the scenes, combined with Subai's innate celestial talent, a rapid rise in cultivation wouldn't be surprising. The mysterious figure who resolved the beast tide, his level had to be at least Martial Emperor, or perhaps even Martial Sovereign. Their hearts trembled, and they were startled by the weight of this speculation. Even the Grandmaster piloting the spirit vessel grew nervous as he listened.
This is bad. I know too much now. Am I going to be silenced?
The Grandmaster grew increasingly paranoid, especially with mentions of martial kings and martial sovereigns.
He glanced warily around, thinking, could this unparalleled genius's master be nearby right now?
Su Bai, observing the situation, chose not to explain further. For once, Fu Gue had proven reliable, providing him with a perfect excuse. This time, Fu Gue really did understand.
Not bad, not bad. Su Bai offered no objection, and everyone silently accepted the explanation.
Gu Chen thought to himself, thankfully, I latched onto this big shot early.
Otherwise, even if I tried to suck up now, I'd be ignored.
Xiao Xingyuan gazed at Su Bai with admiration.
Brother Bai is so low-key.
Even though his strength is already at the Grandmaster level, he remains so humble. I need to learn from Brother Bai, act ordinary on the surface, but be super strong in reality. As the beast tide gradually dispersed, the Grandmaster piloted the spirit vessel toward Tianhai City. As the vessel stirred into motion, the parents on the city wall were filled with anxiety. They had just been in contact with Chu Youyu and the others aboard the spirit vessel. Su Bai's parents, upon hearing that their son had charged into the beast tide voluntarily, had been on edge ever since.
If something happens to our son, what will all our years of effort have been for?
Su's mother, Shering, fretted.
Don't worry, in-laws, Chu Youyu's mother, Yan Lanmeng, consoled from the side. You know Xiao Bai.
He's been clever and resourceful since he was a child.
He'll be fine.
To Yan Lanmeng, Su Bai and Chu Youyu were already considered family. Su Bai's awakening of celestial-level talent only solidified this bond. The two of them, having grown up as childhood sweethearts, shared a deep affection. Though they hadn't officially started dating, in the eyes of both families, they were already a quasi-daughter-in-law and son-in-law. Fu Gui's parents also came over to offer comfort, and the two families tried their best to reassure each other. Before long, the spirit vessel appeared above Tianhai City in an instant, descending slowly under the watchful eyes of all. The scattered beasts outside the city walls didn't even have a chance to approach, they were picked off one by the long-range martial artists. Not a single beast made it to the wall. After clearing out the beasts that had entered Tianhai City, the remaining creatures scattered in all directions, fleeing beyond the city.
And just like that, what could have been a catastrophic beast tide that might have destroyed Tianhai City ended quietly. Did we win? Someone asked in disbelief.
The crowd had been prepared to fight to the death, only to see the beast tide end so abruptly.
At the landing site of the spirit vessel, several parents were already waiting.
Youyu, is our Xiao Bai okay? Su's mother, Shering, was the first to disembark from the spirit vessel. She asked Chu Youyu while her eyes scanned the depths of the vessel, searching for her son.
Auntie, brother Su Bai is fine.
He's standing right there, look, Chu Youyu said as she held Shiying's hand, pointing toward Su Bai behind her. Shering followed the direction of her hand and saw Su Bai standing there, looking a little embarrassed and uneasy. Su Bai couldn't help but rub his nose.
Who could blame him?
This time, he'd taken a big risk and forgotten to report back to his family. Fu Gue, meanwhile, rushed toward his parents and threw his arms around them in a tight hug.
Only afterward did he glance back at Su Bai. Thank goodness Xiao Bai was okay. Gu Chen and Xiao Xingyuan exchanged a glance.
One of them had a grandfather and father rushing over, while the other was an orphan. In this awkward moment, both of them wanted to find a place to hide but didn't know where to go. In the end, they stayed put and awkwardly stood behind Su Bai. After some small talk, the beast tide incident finally came to a close, and the group each returned to their homes. Su's mother, noticing that Gu Chen and Xiao Xingyuan seemed close to her son and were unfamiliar faces, enthusiastically invited them to join them at their house.
The two glanced at Su Bai. Receiving his approval, they nodded and followed along to the villa.
Xiao Xingyuan felt a bit uneasy as he entered the villa. Living a frugal life usually, suddenly staying in such a lavish place made him uncomfortable.
He even walked cautiously. Gu Chen was also nervous.
This was an opportunity to strengthen their relationship, and he was determined to seize it, leaving a good impression on auntie and uncle. When they returned home, his parents eagerly asked about Su Bai's performance. They had been watching the live broadcast earlier, but since their son hadn't shown up for a while, they decided to wait. However, everyone soon learned that a beast tide had erupted, and all warriors above the martial master level were urgently summoned to the city walls to defend against it. The situation was tense. His parents hadn't had time to check the news, so as soon as their son came back, they asked him directly.
Son, you didn't embarrass your father, did you?
Su Xingzhou had a stern face, looking serious. Su Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes.
Are you even my real dad? What do you mean by embarrass?
Of course, it means you should have taken first place. Two figures moved forward at lightning speed, with the leading person occasionally bursting forth with spatial power to teleport instantly.
In less than half an hour, the Gu family's old patriarch, having traveled thousands of kilometers, finally arrived in Tianhai City.
He didn't dare waste a moment. The hope of the Gu family's resurgence rested here, and no mistakes were allowed. In the air, the old patriarch of the Gu family quickly scanned his surroundings. But after glancing left and right, and even carefully confirming the three large characters Tianhai City on the city gate, his confusion deepened.
Wasn't there supposed to be a beast tide? Where were the exotic beasts? A beast tide usually involved tens of thousands of exotic beasts. Why was the scene before him so unnervingly peaceful?
After confirming there was no danger around, the old patriarch retrieved his newly purchased foldable smartphone, operated it for a moment, and made a call.
Hello?
Gu Chen saw the grandpa note on his phone and felt a bit panicked. In his excitement earlier, he had completely forgotten to report the situation here to his grandfather.
Was he already in Tianhai City?
Sure enough, the old patriarch's voice came through the phone, full of amusement.
My dear grandson, where exactly is this beast tide you mentioned?
Well, the thing is, the beast tide has already been resolved.
Do you believe me?
Gu Chen cautiously tested the waters.
Don't mess with me. What's going on? Where's the beast tide?
The old patriarch's patience was wearing thin, and he demanded answers directly.
It's a long story. Then make it short. To put it simply,
Gu Chen briefly recounted the events, emphasizing that it was Su Bai's mysterious master who had resolved the beast tide.
Grandpa, I'm at Brother Bai's house now. Do you want to come over? Gu Chen asked. Traveling from their family's residence to here was at least a few hundred kilometers. Would his grandfather just leave after taking a glance? Send me your location.
Got it.
Meanwhile, in Kyoto, an emperor-level martial artist who received the news was also rushing to Tianhai City.
A spatial rift is a top priority matter. Once it appears and stabilizes, it must be destroyed by an emperor-level martial artist in person. Otherwise, the rift would grow larger and eventually turn the region into a forbidden zone for humans.
Thousands of kilometers away, an emperor-level martial artist wouldn't foolishly sprint the entire way on foot. As the pinnacle of human combat power, those above the martial monarch level could shatter space with ease.
Upon hearing the news, this martial emperor forcibly tore through space to perform long-distance teleportation. Although the distance was immense and tearing space required some buffering time, his extensive experience with spatial teleportation allowed him to quickly arrive above Tianhai City. Seeing the scene before him, he frowned deeply, utterly confused. Wasn't it said that the spatial rift had stabilized? Logically, during his travel time, the beast tide should have already erupted. But now Tianhai City was calm and tranquil, showing no signs of a recent beast tide. After observing for a moment, he suddenly shifted his gaze sharply in one direction. It was the location where Su Bai had slain the abyssal demon Jiao. Without waiting to greet anyone, he teleported instantly, arriving at the former site of the spatial rift in the next moment. He frowned, scanning the surroundings. As a martial emperor, his keen senses immediately detected the heavy scent of blood lingering in the air. That aura, there was no doubt it belonged to a 7th-tier exotic beast. Wait! He looked again at the spot where the spatial rift had once been. It was now completely empty. But as someone accustomed to dealing with spatial rifts, he was certain there had indeed been one here before. So why had the rift vanished? Could it have been sealed or destroyed by someone? No, apart from a martial emperor, who else could destroy a spatial rift? Moreover, there were no traces of any sealing techniques here. Could it be that another martial emperor had already been here? At this thought, the martial emperor was instantly shocked. Another martial emperor has been here? Why haven't we received any news about it? Who exactly is this person? He was certain that all known human martial emperors were currently either on the battlefield in another realm or engaged in negotiations with alien races. Within China, only 3 martial emperors were left to maintain order. He was none other than the martial emperor specializing in handling sudden crises. With an innate fire attribute and mastery in fire-based techniques, he was rightfully called the Flame Emperor. The other 2 were the Blade Emperor and the Vast Sky Emperor. Blade Emperor, as the name implied, achieved emperorhood through mastering the way of the blade, while the title of Vast Sky Emperor was more of a self-appointed one. The 2 of them were stationed on the front lines, while minor incidents like this in the rear were usually left to him to handle. But now, what exactly had happened? After the crisis was resolved, the Flame Emperor let out a sigh of relief. As long as the spatial rift was under control, everything else could be managed.
However, who had silently stepped in to help?
That person was worth meeting.
After completing his investigation, the Flame Emperor instantly teleported to the office of the Guardian of Tianhai City.
Who goes there?
The Guardian shouted the moment the Flame Emperor appeared.
But as soon as he recognized him, he quickly bowed and said respectfully, "Lord Flame Emperor, I did not expect you to grace us with your presence.
Please forgive our lack of hospitality." The Flame Emperor impatiently waved his hand and went straight to the point. "This beast tide, was it reported by you? Do you know who resolved it?"
The Guardian quickly responded, still puzzled over how the beast tide had vanished so suddenly.
Aside from the spiritual arc outside the city, he could think of no one else capable of resolving Tianhai City's crisis.
"Reporting to Your Excellency, it is said that the resolution of this beast tide was the work of a mysterious master associated with the young master of the Su family within the city. The strength of this mysterious individual is unknown, but according to eyewitness accounts, a Tier 7 beast was slain by this master. I personally saw a mysterious figure in a black robe, wielding a long sword, create a wide path through the beast tide with a single strike. Afterward, the beast tide retreated instantly, and all the beasts that emerged from the spatial rift fled outside the city." The Guardian explained the situation in detail. After all, it was he who had reported the beast tide crisis. Now that the Martial Emperor had personally intervened only to find the crisis already resolved, he couldn't afford any suspicion of having fabricated the report.
The Flame Emperor listened, nodding thoughtfully, pondering who this mysterious figure in black might be. "Do you know where the young master of the Su family lives? I'd like to have a chat with him."
"Yes, I do. He resides." Inside the villa, Subai was taking stock of the gains from the beast tide and his results in the competition. The only regret he had was the cost of the Martial Emperor experience card he used this time, 100 spirit stones, equivalent to 10 billion. His father's lifetime savings of 10 billion yuan had been spent just like that.
But in a high martial world, paper currency was ultimately just paper.
Once the economy collapsed, it would instantly become worthless. Spirit stones, on the other hand, were essential resources for martial artists' cultivation and were hard currency no matter where you went. Even if humanity were wiped out, other species and beasts could still absorb the spiritual energy within spirit stones. They had intelligence too. After summing up, Subai found that his assets now included over 200 spirit stones, several beast carcasses, dozens of liters of 10,000-year spirit liquid, the spring of spiritual eyes, and most importantly, the corpse of a Tier 7 beast. The Tier 7 beast was 100 meters long, with an incredible amount of meat, enough for several meals. When preparing food for the day, Subai took out a few pounds of Tier 7 beast meat.
The meat of a Martial Emperor-level creature was undoubtedly a supreme tonic. Gu Chen's grandfather and father soon arrived as well.
Learning that they had come to help his son, Su Xingzhou warmly welcomed them.
"Guests are guests.
Today, we'll celebrate my son taking first place in the competition.
Mr. Su, your young Subai is truly outstanding. I never imagined that Zhang province could produce someone of such extraordinary talent."
My heartfelt congratulations on his first-place win. Gu Zhanghai and the two middle-aged men chatted at the table like old friends, creating a lively atmosphere.
"Mr. Gu, you're too kind.
Your young Gu Chen is also remarkable. Making it to the top 10 in the competition is an achievement I never even dared to dream of."
"I can't believe it's become a reality. Haha, another toast. Let's have another round."
The two were in high spirits, filling their glasses again and downing them in one go. Suddenly, an unexpected visitor appeared at the door of the villa.
Led by the Guardian, the Flame Emperor quickly arrived at Subai's villa.
Instead of barging in, he lightly pressed the doorbell.
Ding dong.
The sound of the doorbell rang out, and Shireng got up to answer the door. Shireng recognized the Guardian beside him but was puzzled by the man standing next to him.
"Who are you?"
The Flame Emperor spoke. "Hello, I'd like to see Subai."
"Is he home?" As he approached the villa, the Flame Emperor sensed a familiar aura. There was no doubt about it, it was Subai's aura.
Stranger still, there was also the aura of a Martial Emperor inside the house.
Wait, and a Grandmaster-level aura? What on earth was going on?
Shireng froze for a moment before quickly reacting and shouting.
"Son, someone's here to see you."
Subai put down his chopsticks, walked out of the living room, and, upon seeing the visitors, asked,
"Who are you? Why are you looking for me?"
At the dining table, others sensed the unusual atmosphere and gradually moved out to the courtyard, looking toward the gate.
Holy crap! Old Master Gu, upon seeing the Flame Emperor, couldn't help but blurt out a crude exclamation.
Everyone turned to him in surprise.
At his age, was he really still keeping up with modern slang?
Before old Master Gu could explain himself, he slightly bowed and said,
Respected Flame Emperor, greetings.
I am Gu Hongyi, from the Gu family of Jiang Province.
Flame Emperor, Flame Emperor. The crowd was shocked. The legendary martial emperor had personally come to find Su Bai? But everyone quickly pieced it together.
The martial emperor must have come to handle the beast tide situation, only to find out that it had already been resolved by Su Bai's master.
This visit must be to gather information about the beast tide's latest developments.
Respected Flame Emperor. Several people imitated old Master Gu's gesture, bowing slightly in respect. Su Bai, however, did not bow, but politely said, "Flame Emperor."
This neither servile nor overbearing attitude immediately caught the Flame Emperor's attention.
For a moment, the Flame Emperor seemed to see right through Su Bai, as if there was nothing hidden from him.
Was this young man really the disciple of that mysterious individual?
Why did his aura feel so familiar?
The Flame Emperor's scrutiny made Su Bai feel a little uneasy.
After all, this was his first time facing a martial emperor, and he worried whether anything about him might be exposed.
The atmosphere grew quiet until the Flame Emperor broke the silence. "You must be Su Bai, right?" he asked gently, looking at him.
Su Bai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like the techniques provided by the system were reliable. Even a martial emperor couldn't see through his heaven-covering technique.
Definitely worth the investment. Yes, may I ask why the Flame Emperor is looking for me? Su Bai replied.
The more the Flame Emperor observed, the more he felt this young man was extraordinary. Logically speaking, a student who hadn't even taken the college entrance martial exam should be stunned for a long time upon seeing him. But Su Bai regarded him as if he were any ordinary person, without the slightest ripple of emotion.
Wait a minute.
The Flame Emperor suddenly seemed to discover something astonishing, exclaiming in surprise.
This kid is already a mid-level martial master?
The Flame Emperor, despite his vast experience, was still taken aback upon sensing Su Bai's cultivation level.
This kid, who still had some time before the martial entrance exam, was already a mid-level martial master.
The top scorer in the previous year's national martial exams had only been a beginner-level martial master.
This boy wasn't even 18 yet, and he was already at mid-level. At this rate, wouldn't he reach high-level martial master during the exams?
However, as a martial emperor, the Flame Emperor recovered from his surprise quickly and returned to the matter at hand.
Su Bai, I heard that your master was the one who resolved this beast tide. I wanted to ask if your master would be willing to meet with me. I would like to pay my respects. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone was once again shocked.
Even the guardians who had accompanied the Flame Emperor were stunned.
Who could this possibly be?
This was a top-tier figure whose name resounded throughout the world, a pillar of humanity, and someone countless people admired.
Yet here he was, personally expressing a desire to visit someone? What was going on? Could Su Bai's master also be a martial emperor? Hearing this, Su Bai instantly understood the Flame Emperor's true purpose. So, he had come looking for him? It must have been the spatial rift incident that caught his attention.
Initially, Su Bai hadn't wanted to meddle. But then the system suddenly alerted him about some mysterious power and caused the spatial rift to vanish instantly. While that was a good thing, it also made him far too conspicuous. An issue that would normally require a martial emperor's intervention had been resolved by him in just a few seconds.
Wasn't this equivalent to announcing to the world that there was another martial emperor here? And now, here they were, knocking on his door.
If only he really had a martial emperor for a master, he could use that as an excuse. But the problem was, it was all his own doing.
What should he do now?
My master doesn't usually like interacting with outsiders, and I only contact him on very important matters.
What do you need from my master?
Maybe I can convey the message next time, Su Bai asked cautiously, careful not to offend this martial emperor in front of him. From his memory, Su Bai recalled hearing this martial emperor's name on the news several times. Most of the reports were about him slaying alien races and beasts, with methods that were utterly ruthless. The gentle and approachable demeanor he was displaying now seemed like a completely different person. But Su Bai could only stall like this. After all, he couldn't just conjure up a master out of thin air, could he? The Flame Emperor was clearly taken aback upon hearing this. He hadn't expected his offer of a visit to be declined. But on second thought, it made sense. Su Bai's master probably wouldn't have shown himself if it weren't for the beast tide. He must be a reclusive rogue cultivator or an old expert who had retired into seclusion. Since the man didn't wish to appear, the Flame Emperor, as a martial emperor, couldn't force the issue. He had only wanted to make his acquaintance. If the other party was unwilling, then so be it. It's fine. Since your master doesn't like to show himself, let's just leave it at that. Next time he appears, please pass along my regards, said Emperor Yan, shaking his head lightly, showing no concern.
His gaze then shifted back to Subai. Wait a minute. Subai, are you the same Subai who placed first in the Jiang province martial competition? Emperor Yan seemed to recall something.
News of the grand competitions held in Jiang province, Tao province, and Dongyang province had naturally reached the ears of the martial emperors. This Subai, who ranked first, had gained attention for slaying a fourth-tier exotic beast and resisting a grandmaster of an alien race, holding his ground until a mysterious figure appeared. Thinking about it now, that mysterious figure was most likely his master. With this realization, everything began to make sense. An interesting young fellow, possessing a celestial-grade talent along with several top-tier unique talents. Emperor Yan's interest in Subai grew instantly. Celestial-grade talent. Aside from one particular martial emperor in Huaxia, this young man before him was probably the second individual with such a gift. However, given the current tense situation in Huaxia, there was no way to assign someone to specifically protect such geniuses. Fortunately, with a mysterious martial emperor as his master, he wouldn't have to worry about safety for the time being. Since that was the case, someone with celestial-grade talent was destined to become a martial emperor in the future. He could be considered one of their own. In terms of cultivation resources, Subai likely didn't need any. Weapons would also be provided by his master, leaving little else to offer. After some thought, Emperor Yan retrieved a pearl from his spatial ring and tossed it to Subai. Subai, this is a parent and child pearl. Thank you for helping to resolve this beast tide. I don't have much to offer, so just take this. If you ever need help, just crush this pearl. I'll sense it immediately and come to your aid as soon as possible. I look forward to meeting you again. The last sentence was delivered via sound transmission, meant only for Subai to hear. After speaking, Emperor Yan tore open a spatial rift and left without looking back. Spatial rifts don't disappear without reason. The fact that this one had been resolved so quickly made it clear that this young man's master was extraordinary. Or perhaps, he had a method to completely seal spatial rifts? But these were just guesses. Only Subai knew the truth, and his master remained hidden. They could only wait for the next meeting. By then, Subai's strength should qualify him to know the truth, right? Hopefully so, otherwise, humanity wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Subai stood there, puzzled, mulling over Emperor Yan's final words. Looking forward to the next meeting? And that was said via sound transmission? Could there be another meaning behind it? But the man had already left, so there was no point in overthinking it. Throughout the entire exchange, aside from the conversation between the two, everyone else was utterly stunned, as if they didn't exist. Even Su Xingzhou was too shocked to speak. As the CEO of a trillion-dollar corporation, he had seen all kinds of scenes in his life. Well, this was one he truly hadn't seen before. A martial emperor personally visiting, it was the kind of story others could brag about for a decade. The highest level he had ever interacted with was a grandmaster. Yet his own son had somehow managed to attract the personal visit of a martial emperor, the legendary Emperor Yan. What kind of cards did this boy have up his sleeve? Su Xingzhou scrutinized Subai carefully. Yes, he was indeed his son. Lord Jiang, why don't you stay for a meal? We just started eating, Shiring suggested, taking advantage of the moment after the major figure left to invite the protector of Tianhai City. In this day and age, having connections was always better than not, especially when the person in question was a local protector. Building good relations couldn't hurt. Zhang Qi snapped out of his daze upon hearing the invitation but shook his head in refusal. Thank you, Mrs. Su, but I must decline. The evacuees from Tianhai City due to the beast tide haven't been fully settled yet. I was only able to step away because of Emperor Yan's personal visit. I still need to return and oversee the follow-up actions, so I can't stay. Please enjoy your meal. Very well, Lord Jiang, safe travels. After receiving her response, Zhang Qi turned and left to manage the next steps in his duties. No one had expected the beast tide to end so quickly. The evacuees now needed to be brought back, and their emotions had to be calmed. This was undoubtedly a time-consuming and labor-intensive task, but it was the protector's duty. Once Zhang Qi departed, the people in the villa exchanged glances before returning to the dining table. Gu Chen, Gu Hongyi, and Gu Jianghai were all dumbfounded. Although they knew Subai would eventually rise to prominence and that the Gu family could ride his coattails to regain their former glory, who could have imagined things would progress this quickly? How long had it been? Even a martial emperor had come to visit him personally. Ask anyone in the Gu family who would have dared to believe such a thing could happen. It was simply unimaginable. This child was terrifying. Gu Chen revealed that Gu Hongyi already knew Subai was secretly a martial king. But as a martial sovereign himself, Gu Hongyi couldn't see through Subai at all. To him, Subai appeared to be just an ordinary intermediate martial artist. If not for his grandson's words, Gu Hongyi would never have believed Subai was actually a martial king. Even now, with the martial emperor personally visiting, he hadn't uncovered the boy's true identity. That explained why Subai remained so calm. Intermediate martial artists could still be understood, but if it were a martial king, who could remain so calm? At this moment, Gu Jianhai also understood his father's intentions. As the head of the Gu family, he naturally knew some of the family's secrets. It seemed that what the ancestors had left behind was indeed extraordinary, otherwise, how could the Gu family have once produced a martial emperor? Unfortunately, after hundreds and thousands of years, with the changing times, the Gu family had already fallen into decline. Subai toyed with the bead in his hand, pondering, what does this flame emperor mean? Does he want to build a good relationship with me? This item, capable of transmitting messages over long distances, was undoubtedly expensive. Subai was certain of that. But more crucial than its price was the fact that this bead could directly summon a martial emperor. It was practically an emergency call device for a martial emperor. A martial emperor, the strongest martial artist in the current world. As long as he crushed this mother-son bead, the martial emperor would immediately come to his aid? This was truly a trump card among trump cards, with overwhelming power. After putting away the mother-son bead, the group returned to the living room. After dinner, Gu Chen's father and grandfather left after giving a few instructions. After all, the Gu family still stood, and the two pillars of the family couldn't leave for too long. Since there was no urgent matter, leaving Gu Chen here alone posed no problem. After finishing his meal, Gu Chen also left the villa and headed toward another one. He had already arranged everything when he came to Tianhai City. His residence was very close to Subai's villa, just a 1 or 2 minute walk away. After learning about Xiaoxing Yuan's background, Gu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit more sympathy for him. Awakening an SSS grade talent was already rare enough, but to think his parents passed away early, leaving him bullied since childhood. Still, such a genius was worth befriending, especially since he might become a brother in the future. They were all Subai's loyal fans, after all. They had to stick together and fend off outsiders. My villa is pretty big. Come take a look. And so, Xiaoxing Yuan followed Gu Chen into his villa. Pick any room you like to stay in. Here's the key. Stay as long as you want. Gu Chen led Xiaoxing Yuan into the living room, casually sprawled on the sofa, pointed to the rooms upstairs, and tossed him the key. Seeing Xiaoxing Yuan hesitate to move, Gu Chen curiously glanced at him. What he saw surprised him. Xiaoxing Yuan, normally so fearless, had tears welling up in his eyes, as though he was about to cry. Brother, don't cry. Is there something you're not happy with? Just tell me. I'll help you if I can. Seeing this scene, Gu Chen quickly got up, walked over to Xiaoxing Yuan, and tried to console him. It's nothing. Just got sand in my eyes. Xiaoxing Yuan choked out, wiping his face before turning and heading upstairs to pick a room. This guy is so weird, Gu Chen muttered, puzzled by Xiaoxing Yuan's reaction. But what Gu Chen didn't know was that, besides his parents, he was the second person to treat Xiaoxing Yuan so well. The days that followed were peaceful. At this point, the group no longer needed to attend school regularly, they could focus entirely on preparing for the martial arts exam. Subai's status as an intermediate martial artist rendered school rather pointless for him, and it was the same for Gu Chen and the others. The school provided little help. To stay here, Xiaoxing Yuan even directly applied for leave from his school. However, his school, still struggling to adapt to his meteoric rise, tried to threaten him to return immediately or face expulsion. Gu Chen couldn't hold back when he heard about this. Snatching the phone, he fiercely scolded the teacher before handling Xiaoxing Yuan's transfer paperwork. Finally, the 5 of them were truly gathered together. Meanwhile, in a certain province, deep within an underground bunker. Useless. At the same time, in another underground bunker within the same province. You're all a bunch of useless trash. Worthless. Why am I even feeding you incompetent fools? This mission unable to kill a few ordinary students, and instead you lose a grandmaster. What use are you all? Speak. Have you all gone mute? Immortal grade talent, immortal grade talent. Do you even understand how powerful an immortal grade talent is? I risked exposure to send a martial emperor along, just to ensure the mission's success. And what did you do? Look at what you've accomplished. Not only did you fail, but you also lost a grandmaster in the process. Do you realize how dangerous this mission is? If it succeeds, fine. But if it fails, not just you, even I will be finished. At this moment, 3 alien beings who had escaped into a secret realm were enduring the furious tirade of their superior within the underground bunker. This man was the leader of alien forces across several nearby provinces and their direct overseer. The mission had been personally assigned by the 7th-tier Martial Emperor before them. The order had come directly from above. With his 3 subordinates failing miserably, he was bound to face consequences himself. Waste, useless waste. He knew clearly that no matter what he said now, it was useless. The mission had already failed, and taking action again was simply impossible. All they could do was wait to face the consequences. As the group sat in heavy silence, there was a sudden knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who's there? Water meter inspector. Open the door. Oh, okay. Instinctively, Martial Emperor opened the door. But the moment he realized he was in the basement, it was already too late. Don't move. Hands on your head. The group attempted to flee, but it was futile. Under pressure, the alien race had long since betrayed them. This time, Emperor Yen personally led the team. After capturing the alien killers, the internet exploded with chatter again. Wow, have you guys heard? The champion of Jiang Province's grand competition is actually from Tianhai City, and that city produced 3 contestants in the top 10. Did you see that video? That guy named Subai actually killed a 4th-order beast that's equivalent to a martial king level. You're all focusing on the wrong thing. The competition was attacked by aliens this time. I heard there was even an enemy at the Martial Emperor level. I was on site. The attackers included 1 Martial Emperor and 3 Grandmasters. 1 Grandmaster is already dead, and over 20 of us were injured. I also heard there was a mole involved. Ha, am I the only one feeling sorry for Seichen? He was supposed to be 2nd place, but after being questioned, he got dropped to 4th. I've had professional training to keep a straight face, but this time I couldn't hold back. Ha ha. Amid all the online discussions, Subai didn't pay much attention. He knew that he was currently like a fat lamb, surrounded by wolves eager to devour him. If he didn't work hard to cultivate, it wouldn't be long before this little lamb turned into a piece of fatty meat on someone else's dinner plate. Next, Subai took some time to visit Treasure Pavilion and sold all the beast carcasses he had collected. The only exception was the meat of the abyssal demon flood dragon. He kept that for himself. After all, it was a top-tier supplement. Among the carcasses, there were quite a few 4th and 5th order beasts. Treasure Pavilion had to mobilize nearly everyone to calculate and appraise everything, which took quite a while before they came up with a total value. The space ring, filled with a full 1,000 cubic meters of carcasses, combined with the materials from the abyssal demon flood dragon that could be used for forging, was valued at over 500 spirit stones. Clearly, this couldn't be settled with regular currency. The president of Treasure Pavilion, Feng Yuqing, made a special request to headquarters, and in the end, they paid in spirit stones. Out of the 520 spirit stones, nearly half of the value came from the forging materials of the abyssal demon flood dragon. Don't forget, these were materials at the Martial Emperor level, sourced from a 7th order beast. Even at the headquarters of Treasure Pavilion, materials from a Martial Emperor level, 7th order beast were rare treasures. Online, such materials were considered martial sovereign level, but those who possessed them would almost never sell. After all, why would martial sovereigns lack spirit stones? A casual trip to a secret realm could yield hundreds or even thousands of spirit stones. They had no shortage at all. Moreover, most of the spirit stones in circulation either came from these powerful figures or were specifically collected by military forces. With 520 spirit stones to be delivered, the small branch of Treasure Pavilion naturally couldn't gather such a large amount right away. Feng Yuqing asked Subai to return home and wait for a day, promising to personally deliver the stones the next day. Subai didn't mind. After all, he wasn't in a hurry. With an organization as powerful as Treasure Pavilion, there was no chance of them defaulting on payment. So, he returned home and continued his cultivation. The news that the young master of the Su family had a martial sovereign as a mentor quickly spread across Tianhai City. Already the champion of the grand competition, Subai attracted even more people eager to form connections. Recently, many people had been sending gifts to his villa. Subai, adhering to the principle of if it's free, why not take it, accepted all of them. As for those organizations trying to recruit him, Subai rejected them without hesitation. Did they really think they could buy his freedom with a few petty benefits? No way. Meanwhile, the Su family's business also boomed because of Subai's newfound fame. Many companies that previously ignored them were now lining up to collaborate. At first, Su Xingzhou was overjoyed. But one day, when he personally witnessed the president of Treasure Pavilion delivering 520 spirit stones to his son, he was almost too stunned to continue his business. He had worked so hard to build his company, all to ensure his son wouldn't lose at the starting line. And now, His son casually brought out over 500 spirit stones, equivalent to more than 50 billion Huaxia currency.
50 billion.
He had spent half a lifetime building up a fortune of just 1 billion. With a single move, his son had more than 5 times his wealth.
What was the point of running a company anymore? Might as well retire and enjoy life.
Not long after, Su Xingzhou hired a few people to manage the company, stepping back to become a hands-off owner. Shiring fully supported her husband's decision. This way, the two of them could have more time to enjoy life together and spend more time with their son. As for Su Bai, his remaining time was spent entirely on cultivation. Occasionally, he would meet up with Fu Gui and a few others to encourage and push one another to work harder.
Watching Su Bai grow so strong, each of them secretly resolved to train desperately. However, they were overthinking it.
Su Bai's cultivation method was simply to sit with a pile of spirit stones and consume the spirit-gathering pills purchased from the system's store every day. After the system update, Su Bai was finally able to view the attribute panel of the little azure dragon. The moment he saw its spatial talent, he didn't hesitate to spend spirit stones to replicate it. This time, it cost a full 100 spirit stones, a hefty price. But you get what you pay for. After trying it out, he was pleasantly surprised. The spatial talent was even more powerful than he imagined. Although Su Bai was still just a martial king, this spatial talent allowed him to tear through space and teleport instantly, much like a martial sovereign or even a martial emperor. He could even perform spatial movement akin to a martial emperor. It was practically a divine tool for both pursuit and escape.
With this talent, who would he ever need to fear hunting him down? He could now let loose completely and live recklessly as he pleased.
From then on, rumors about Su Bai's mysterious martial emperor-level master spread far and wide.
No one dared to stir up trouble anymore.
Even the alien races, after a thorough purge, became much more subdued.
As for the Yu family, whose plans involving the alien races had failed, and with Su Bai being protected by his mysterious master, they could only vent their frustrations elsewhere. Before they even had a chance for revenge, they were captured by the alien races, tortured, and then thrown to be devoured by wild dogs. Time flew by like a galloping steed, passing swiftly and mercilessly without notice. In the blink of an eye, the day of the martial exam finally arrived. At dawn, as Su Bai immersed himself in cultivation, his eyes suddenly snapped open, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him. A grandmaster, he had achieved it. Feeling the surging power within him, Su Bai couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye, the martial exam is here, and my cultivation level has risen to Grandmaster within these past 2 months. Becoming a Grandmaster at the age of 18, if word of this got out, it would sound like a dream, too surreal to be true. Everyone knew that last year's top scorer in the martial exam was only at the rank of Junior Martial Master. The difference between a Martial Master and a Grandmaster? A gap of 2 entire major levels. How many years of effort would it take to bridge that gap? During this time, Su Bai hadn't forgotten about Fu Gui and the others. While they were focused on their own cultivation, Su Bai took out a portion of his spirit stones and spirit-gathering pills to help them improve. Compared to Su Bai, however, the most gifted among them, Xiao Xingyuan, had only reached Junior Martial King, while Chu Youyu, receiving special care, had advanced to Intermediate Martial King. Fu Gui and Gu Chen were slightly behind. The former was at Intermediate Martial Master, while the latter had reached Senior Martial Master. But Fu Gui was a beast master, and his potential would be better realized by focusing his energy on nurturing exotic beasts. Of the 3 wind wolves Fu Gui had bonded with, only the advanced second-order wind wolf remained. The other 2 had been released into the wild. Later, Fu Gui pulled some strings and acquired a treasure-hunting mouse and an ice flame sacred lion cub, beginning an intense regimen of resource feeding. By now, the second-order wind wolf, under Fu Gui's relentless cultivation, had undergone a bloodline evolution and upgraded into a Gale wolf. Such a nearly impossible feat had been achieved by Fu Gui, truly a stroke of fortune. The Gale wolf was now a Junior Martial King, far surpassing its master in strength. The treasure-hunting mouse and ice flame sacred lion had also undergone continuous breakthroughs and were now both third-order junior-level exotic beasts.
Su Bai rose from his seat and stepped out of his room. Today was the day of the martial exam. It was time to head to the school. He noticed several missed calls on his phone, all from the principal. Uncertain of the reason, Su Bai left his room, greeted Gu Chen and the others, and set off together for the school. The 5 of them gathered and began their journey to the school. On the way, Fu Gui, the chatterbox of the group, couldn't stop talking. Having had little human interaction over the past 2 months, he finally had someone to talk to and seemed ready to spill everything he'd been holding in.
Hey, Brother Bai, did you know?
Not only has the grand competition been reformed this time, but even the martial exam has been completely overhauled. I heard that a martial emperor discovered a treasure in one of the 3 great secret realms, a 9-treasure glazed tower. Upon hearing this news, everyone looked at Fugue curiously. The martial exam had changed? This year was truly unusual. Seeing that no one else had heard about it, Fugue proudly raised his chin and continued. After rigorous testing by the higher-ups of the human race, it was confirmed that the 9-treasure glazed tower is a spatial artifact. Once inside, participants can face challenges where beasts of matching strength to the challenger will appear. However, aside from their strength, everything else about these beasts is fake. After numerous tests, it was discovered that the 9-treasure glazed tower has 99 levels. Rewards are given for every 10 levels cleared. No one has ever surpassed the highest level, even the martial emperor himself was defeated in the 80s. The rewards include weapons, rare materials, and all sorts of treasures, entirely randomized. Most importantly, the tower records the challenger's time and level in real time, complete with a leaderboard. There's even a projected entrance, allowing people from all regions to test themselves. After a heated discussion, the higher-ups decided to replace the martial exam with the tower challenge. The top 100 participants this time will head to the capital for the finals. After speaking, Fugue's pride was hard to conceal, as he waited for everyone to praise him. However, Subai fell into deep thought. He hadn't expected the martial exam to turn into a tower climbing competition. Climbing the tower? Rewards? What was going on? Still, it wasn't a bad thing. Rankings in the tower climbing competition would be fairer. But he wondered how his current Grandmaster level strength would fare in this challenge. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Fugue seemed to remember something and added, "Oh, right, I heard that this time. Aside from us from Huaxia participating in the martial exam, it seems that some alien races will also join. Isn't that strange? Why would alien races participate in our martial exam? This is obviously not a good thing. What are the higher-ups even thinking?" Wuxin spoke, his tone tinged with worry. Everyone understood that the participation of alien races in the martial exam was like a fox visiting a henhouse. They undoubtedly had ulterior motives. But what was puzzling was why those in power would agree to such an arrangement. Knowing full well that there might be a trap, why step into it willingly? Subai couldn't figure it out either, but he had a hunch that the participation of the alien races this time was very likely targeted at him. Oh well, he'd take it one step at a time. Not long after, the group returned to the school 2 months later. At the school gate, their classmates whispered among themselves, their faces full of surprise upon seeing them. Subai had gained first place in the martial exam, and his name had spread throughout Tianhai City. Those who participated in the martial exam alongside him had all earned substantial rewards. Look, isn't that Subai and his group? I heard they swept the top 3 spots all by themselves. It's like something out of a sci-fi movie. Of course, I know them. But I heard one of them is from Tao province. How did he end up at our school hanging out with Brother Bai? Come on, he was obviously drawn to Brother Bai. Even Xiao Xingyuan switched over to Jiang province. Now, the top 3 this time are all from Jiang province. Unbelievable. Brother Bai is truly incredible. I heard he even killed several 4th-tier exotic beasts during the martial exam. It's been 2 months, and I can't even imagine how strong he is now. Hearing these discussions, the group paid them little attention and walked straight into the school. Due to the previous class reorganization, all 5 of them were now in the same class, and their seats had long been assigned. Entering the classroom, Principal Chen was already waiting for them. Today was the annual martial exam, a day that determined everyone's future. In the past, the martial exam was a tournament-style competition, where many people struggled to achieve good results due to their lack of talent. This time, the martial exam had been changed to a tower climbing format. This way, even those who put in effort had a chance to achieve a high ranking. It was said that the rankings of the 9-treasure glazed tower were determined by a comprehensive assessment of factors such as cultivation level, talent, the number of floors climbed, and time spent. This was the first time such a format was being implemented, and many people had no idea how the 9-treasure glazed tower operated. They could only rely on themselves to figure it out. As a result, the atmosphere at school today was extraordinarily tense. This martial exam will be broadcast globally in real time, with the rankings updated live. Candidates, please proceed into the 9-treasure glazed tower in an orderly manner to begin the challenge. Please enter in batches of 100 people each. Line up according to the arrangement. Violators will have their results voided and will be permanently disqualified from future exams. Once again, please enter the 9-treasure glazed tower in an orderly fashion. Here are the precautions for being inside the tower. At 9:50 a.m., after Subai and the others, along with Principal Chen, had familiarized themselves with the latest updates, they set off with all the students towards the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower. The entrance to the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower was managed by the Martial Artists Association, with each city having its own entry point.
All candidates were required to enter from their designated locations.
Students from First High, Second High, and Third High were all gathered at one place, the entrance to the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower, located in the central plaza. The area around the plaza had been cleared. From a distance, the towering and majestic projection of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower stood, exuding an extraordinary aura. However, this was just a casual projection of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower. Its true form remained in the capital. It seemed that the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower truly lived up to its name, a rare and priceless treasure. On Blue Star, with its countless cities, the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower could create so many projections and simultaneously accommodate tens of thousands of people climbing the tower without feeling overcrowded. With each batch consisting of 100 people, this meant that hundreds, or even thousands, of cities were participating simultaneously. Even if we considered just 100 cities, a single batch would involve at least 10,000 participants. To simultaneously house 10,000 people climbing the tower, just how incredible was this 9 Treasure Glazed Tower? Soon, the repeated countdowns ended, and the time reached 10 a.m. The 9 Treasure Glazed Tower suddenly transformed. At the entrance of the tower, a vortex appeared, resembling a portal. At the same time, the global broadcast officially began.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome to the first new martial exam.
I'm your commentator, Chi-Chi. Hello, everyone. The annual martial exam is here again.
I'm your commentator, Yuanxiu.
Did you all miss me? In the live broadcast room, the two official commentators cheerfully greeted the audience. As the broadcast began, tens of millions of viewers flooded in.
This year's new martial examination had almost the entire nation taking a day off, with only a few official personnel busy maintaining operations.
Although most people weren't participating in the exam, they woke up even earlier than the candidates.
Everyone wanted to see how impressive the reformed martial examination would be.
Let's not forget, this time the exam also involved other races.
Rumor had it that they had sent their geniuses to participate.
The question lingered, who would prevail, the geniuses of other races or the human geniuses? Everyone eagerly anticipated this showdown.
Typically, other races were rarely seen outside the front lines. People could only learn about them through the internet.
The title of the live stream was equally captivating. Battle of the Geniuses, who is the strongest?
I've been waiting so long for this martial exam to start. I've heard about these reforms forever. I can't wait to see the surprises.
What? Geniuses from other races are participating too? What's going on? They must have ulterior motives. Why let them join? Kill them. How dare they come and take our opportunity? Do they think we're invisible? No one should meddle.
My son died at the hands of those bastards. They must not be forgiven.
Go, Huaxia.
Charge. The live broadcast room was instantly in chaos, turning into a massive protest scene. The two commentators, seeing this, decided not to interrupt forcefully. However, as the leaderboard began to change, they shifted their focus to new commentary highlights.
Everyone, look at the screen.
The first batch of candidates has already entered the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower, and the rankings are starting to shift.
First place is currently held by an advanced martial artist from Sichuan province. It's been less than 3 minutes, and he's already reached the second level. It seems morale is high this year. The start is looking very promising.
Meanwhile, Subai, part of the first group of candidates, had also entered the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower. From the moment they entered, the leaderboard outside the tower refreshed constantly.
1 second, someone from Sichuan province was first, and the next, someone from Cheng province took the spot.
In this first group, no one could hold the first place position for more than 3 seconds.
The top rank shifted almost every second. 10 minutes passed. Some candidates were eliminated on the lower levels and had to leave the glazed tower in defeat.
Most of these were individuals who hadn't put in the effort during preparation. As the martial exam approached, they had already mentally given up on themselves, so the outcome was predictable. 20 minutes later, more participants were forced out of the glazed tower.
Many fell on the 10th floor, defeated by the beasts inside. Every 10 floors marked a threshold. Each threshold offered rewards, but the difficulty naturally increased.
A few managed to push past the 10th floor and continued their journey, but each level saw a large number of candidates eliminated.
As one batch finished, the next batch immediately entered, ensuring a continuous flow of tower climbers.
Soon, after several batches of candidates, the leaderboard began to stabilize. The top ranks were mostly occupied by those who had already surpassed the 20th floor. They were no longer considered part of
The current batch, although they were still climbing, their progress didn't interfere with the next batches entering the tower. First place, Tao Province, Yaoan City, Siichin, 21st floor, 37 minutes and 40 seconds. Second place. Subai immediately recognized the first place contender as an old acquaintance.
He hadn't expected this guy to enter the glazed tower so early and even claim the top spot. Soon, after several more groups, it was Gu Chen and Fu Gui's turn. As soon as the two entered the tower, their rankings began to climb rapidly. Fu Gui, in particular, used tactics of outnumbered combat to swiftly break into the top 10.
With his talent and cultivation level alone, Fu Gui could likely make it into the top 100.
Combined with his overall abilities, securing a spot in the top 100 seemed assured.
Then it was Chu Youyu's group.
The moment Chu Youyu entered the tower, her unparalleled talent and the strength of an intermediate martial king sent her ranking skyrocketing to second place before she even began the challenges.
Wow, who is this Chu Youyu from Tianhai City? She's already second upon entry. Is she cheating? You don't even know my goddess?
2 months ago, during the grand competition, my goddess was already a junior martial master.
Her cultivation must be even stronger now, understood? I think I've heard of this name before. Wasn't she one of the contestants in the grand competition during the last invasion by other races?
I can't believe how much she's improved in just 2 months.
Climbing to second place right at the start, how terrifying must Chu Youyu's talent and strength be?
I bet she'll take first place this time.
Don't jump to conclusions.
The real heavyweights tend to appear later.
Don't forget, there are also prodigies from other races participating this time. We haven't even seen them yet. Chu Youyu's leap to second place immediately sparked nationwide discussion. Everyone was curious about her background. How could she shoot so high the moment she entered the tower?
At this moment, another name flashed on the leaderboard, and the livestream chat exploded.
Top 10. Top 5.
Finally, as soon as this name appeared, it directly shot to third place.
Third place, Kyoto, Sima Nan, first floor, time, 1 second.
Whoa, the young master of the Sima family from Kyoto is here. I didn't expect him to participate in this martial exam.
Normally, these young masters are directly granted admissions. This is the first time I've seen the Sima family's name. If even the Sima family only ranks third, just how strong is Chu Youyu? Her talent and cultivation level must be astonishing. I didn't expect the major families to show up. This invasion by the alien tribes must be really serious. Everyone better stay alert. Sima Nan's appearance sent shockwaves across Huaxia, but soon, another name appeared and completely overturned everyone's expectations. First place, Werewolf Tribe, Luo Tianming, first floor, time, 1 second. What's the Werewolf Tribe? Is that one of the alien tribes? First place right off the bat, no contest? What's going on? A werewolf taking first place, even ahead of Sima Nan? Is this what they call a prodigy of the alien tribes? It's over. Sima Nan's been surpassed. And Sima Nan is the most talented person the Sima family has seen in 100 years. The last time. During the Kyoto tournament, he was already an intermediate martial master.
2 months later, he must have advanced to advanced martial master.
If an advanced martial master is being overshadowed, could Luo Tianming from the werewolf tribe actually be an entry-level martial king? That's impossible. Luo Tianming's appearance left everyone astounded, even those in Kyoto's squad, who were on good terms with Sima Nan, were shocked. The Sima family was equally stunned.
Sima Nan was an SSS grade talent, advancing from intermediate martial master to entry-level martial king within 2 months. Now, a genius from the werewolf tribe had easily outclassed their young master.
Just how strong was this Luo Tianming? Could it be that the top prodigies of Huaxia were destined to be overshadowed by the alien tribes, forced to stand beneath their feet? Third place, Lion Tribe, Mo Wuxiong, first floor, time, 1 second. Just as the first place was taken, another alien tribe prodigy quickly climbed the leaderboard, directly entering the top 3. Of the top 3 on the leaderboard, only Chu Youyu remained as a representative of Huaxia. The first and third places were now dominated by prodigies of the alien tribes. It's over, it's over.
The alien tribes are really coming in full force this time.
They almost completely took over the top 3.
And this is supposed to be our Huaxia martial exam.
No way. Where are our human geniuses? What about the other family prodigies? How is it that only Sima Nan is holding the line? Are we really about to be crushed by the alien tribes?
The chat was filled with sighs of despair, but some particularly mocking comments stood out.
Ha ha ha, so this is the extent of your human race's abilities? The moment our tribe's prodigies step in, you all just obediently surrender? Is this all?
I thought you were supposed to be strong, but you're so weak. It's only a matter of time before you become our slaves.
The werewolf tribe's Luo Tianming is too powerful. This year, he even surpassed the lion tribe. Go, Luo Tianming. Crush all these humans.
These comments made everyone in the livestream realize what was happening.
Damn it, the alien tribes were outright provoking them. How could this be tolerated? Keyboard warriors, charge. You worthless bunch, when have you ever dared to be this arrogant? Now you think you can throw your weight around, huh? And what are you alien tribes supposed to be? Our human prodigies haven't even fully shown up yet. What are you bragging about?
Bunch of trash, just a bunch of clowns.
Get ready to be kicked out. The livestream instantly devolved into a chaotic war of insults.
The two commentators exchanged a glance and, due to their official roles, continued reporting the progress of the martial exam. The argument raged on for 10 minutes, but the top 3 rankings remained unchanged. Among the earlier waves of participants, Sima Yichen's rank had stagnated and fallen out of the top 10, stopping at the 39th floor.
Not long after, another name surged ahead, pushing Sima Yichen out of the top 10 entirely. An old name still lingered in the top 10, Ji Tianyu.
While the argument continued, a name suddenly rocketed toward the top of the leaderboard like a missile. In just 3 seconds, without any hesitation, it directly claimed first place, firmly securing the top spot. First place, Kyoto, Long Yuanhang, first floor, time, 1 second.
Ha ha ha, did you trashy aliens see that?
I told you, your so-called prodigies are nothing but garbage. When there's no tiger in the mountain, even a monkey dares to call itself king. Keep shouting, keep boasting.
Your posturing is absolutely laughable. Long Yuanhang's sudden surge shocked everyone. After the Sima family made their move, even the Long family had joined the martial exam? Interesting.
At this moment, the square was left with only Su Bai, Xiaoxing Yuan, and a few other groups. Most of the earlier entrants had stopped at around the 10th to 20th floor, results typical of specialized academies.
After surpassing the 20th floor, undergraduate institutions began their selection process. Those who exceeded the 30th floor were almost guaranteed admission into the nation's top universities.
This martial arts examination result would nearly determine which university one could enter in the future. Since it was a comprehensive ranking, those without sufficient strength would face the awkward situation of failing to get into their dream schools. However, competitors with lower levels but great potential could also stand out in this martial arts exam, enter better colleges, and gain access to more resources. Only the top 100 contestants would qualify to go to Kyoto for the final arena competition. Currently, within the top 100 rankings, the positions of Fugue, Gu Chen, and others were gradually pushed back as more geniuses emerged. Once Xiaoxing Yuan entered, his ranking rose rapidly, securing a solid spot in the top 10. Now, the top 10 positions seemed relatively stable. Even if stronger geniuses joined, they would initially lag behind due to just beginning their tower challenge.
The first place still belonged to Long Yuanhang from Kyoto.
In just a matter of minutes, he had reached over 40 floors and was still climbing at the rate of 1 floor per minute. For every checkpoint at 10 floors, he might spend an additional minute at most, then continue charging toward higher levels. The once arrogant alien races had now fallen silent, merely hoping in their hearts that a new genius would rise to sweep everything aside.
First place, Long Yuanhang, 47th floor, time, 17 minutes 20 seconds. Second place, Luo Tianming, 43rd floor, time, 18 minutes 30 seconds. Third place, Sima Nan, 42nd floor, time, 18 minutes 40 seconds.
The top 3 contestants had all surpassed the 40th floor, but their progress had visibly slowed, a fact evident to everyone watching. Just as the people of Huaxia were still reveling in joy, a dark horse suddenly surged onto the rankings. 10th place. 5th place. 3rd place. 1st place. First place, Demon Clan, Kuang Jiaoyue, 30th floor, time, 7 minutes 1 second. Second place, Kyoto, Long Yuanhang, 49th floor, time, 20 minutes 10 seconds. Within just a few minutes, another alien genius had broken through to the 30th floor in only 7 minutes, directly surpassing Long Yuanhang's 49th floor to claim the top spot. The alien races immediately shifted from silence to unrestrained arrogance. Well, I thought your human geniuses were so amazing, but here we are, overtaken by us.
Who was shouting so loudly earlier? Not looking so great now, are you?
Ha, I've been saying all along that humans are only fit to be slaves, forever trailing behind the geniuses of our race.
Just accept your fate already and stop daydreaming. Don't get too ahead of yourselves. It's just a slight lead. Our human geniuses will surpass you soon enough, just wait and see. Still pretending? Isn't Long Yuanhang supposed to be your strongest human? Don't tell me you're hoping for someone even stronger than Kwang Jiaoyue to emerge? Let's be real here. Kwang Jiaoyue is one of the top geniuses among all our clans.
She's already an advanced martial king.
What can your humans possibly compete with?
The revelation of Kwang Jiaoyue's advanced martial king rank left the Huaxia livestream audience speechless.
Wow! An 18-year-old advanced martial king? The alien race's geniuses were truly terrifying. For Huaxia's geniuses, reaching the rank of junior martial king seemed to be the limit. For a moment, no one could find anything to refute. Could it be that our vast Huaxia, with its billions of people and countless emerging talents, will ultimately fall short of these invading alien races?
The older generation couldn't measure up, and neither could the top combat forces.
Will the younger generation also live in the shadow of alien geniuses? Is there really no hope for humanity?
The atmosphere in the livestream completely shifted, leaving Huaxia's viewers in silence. Still, a few indignant defenders of justice continued to fight back fiercely, 1 person against 10, under enormous pressure. Both television and phone viewers found their hearts in their throats. This martial arts exam, with its alien participation, had for the first time brought the alien issue into open discussion, making everyone realize the severity of the crisis. Many had thought life could still go on peacefully, but who would have expected the alien invaders to be so diligent? Reaching the rank of advanced martial king at just 18 years old was truly astonishing. The last martial arts exam's first-place finisher was merely a junior martial master. Although the elite family descendants hadn't participated back then, the gap in talent after early awakening this time was still too great. This year, the top-ranked human contestants were likely around the junior martial king level, except for Subai. Everyone could only pray in their hearts, hoping Huaxia would see the rise of another genius who could crush these so-called alien prodigies one by one.
Gu Chen held on for a while but ultimately fell on the 49th floor. The limitations of his S-rank talent became apparent here.
The difficulty of the 50th floor had increased by over threefold, completely exceeding his limits. As he exited the glazed tower, Gu Chen immediately checked the rankings only to find that first place had once again been snatched by the alien races.
Rank 1, Demon Clan, Kwang Jiaoyu, 47th floor, time, 17 minutes 20 seconds. Rank 2, Kyoto, Long Yuan Hang, 55th floor. Scrolling down, Gu Chen quickly spotted his name among the top 30 on the leaderboard, finally letting out a sigh of relief.
His performance wasn't too bad, after all. But the first place. Gu Chen's gaze shifted to where Subai was standing. Seeing Subai standing there steadily, Gu Chen felt the weight lifted off his chest. When Brother Bai makes a move, whether it's the Werewolf Clan or the Demon Clan, they'll all have to admit defeat in the end. Still, this 9-treasure glazed tower truly lives up to its reputation as a legendary artifact. Gu Chen had only broken through to the 49th floor and already secured 4 treasures. Among the other 3 items that didn't seem very useful, one reward on the 40th floor caught Gu Chen's eye. It was an Earth-grade lower-tier weapon that was perfect for him. Such weapons couldn't simply be bought with money. Who would have thought the rewards from the glazed tower would be so generous? Not long after Gu Chen left, after waiting through several groups, it was finally Subai's turn. The 12th batch, please enter the 9-treasure glazed tower immediately to begin your challenge. Hearing his batch called, Subai let out a lazy yawn. For a grandmaster like him, tower climbing was akin to playing a game. The others on the leaderboard were mere child's play and couldn't hope to catch up with him. With just a little effort, he could easily reach the limits of the martial examination. Inside the tower, the 100 participants were each assigned to their own independent spaces. Before he had time to observe his surroundings, the manifested beasts lunged at him. With a single thought, Subai obliterated the first-tier beasts into dust. 2nd floor, instant kill. 3rd floor, instant kill. 10th floor, instant kill. In less than a minute, Subai had already reached the 10th floor after entering the glazed tower. The beasts didn't even have time to react, and some of them didn't even have their forms clearly seen before they were annihilated. As Subai began his climb, the glazed tower itself seemed momentarily baffled, as though questioning what sort of divine being this 18-year-old grandmaster could be. When Subai broke through the 10th floor, the 9-treasure glazed tower finally updated the leaderboard. All eyes in Huaxia turned toward the rankings as the name of the top-ranked from the alien races was pushed down to 2nd place. The one who replaced the strongest prodigy of the alien races was an unexpected name. Rank 1, Jiang Province, Tianhai City, Subai, 10th floor, time, 30 seconds. What the hell? This is insane. We've finally turned the tide. This Subai, does anyone know him? 10 floors in just 30 seconds, unbelievable. 30 seconds for 10 floors? How's that even possible? Who is this Subai, anyway?
Jiang Province, Tianhai City, it's that place again. There are several people in the top 10 from Tianhai City, including that Chu Yoyu earlier. What kind of place is Tianhai City? I counted, they've got 5 people on the leaderboard. It feels like they're rivaling Kyoto now. Ha ha, I told you not to get too excited. He's just an advanced martial king and will still be beaten down by us. Clearing 10 floors in 30 seconds? Big deal. Breaking news, he's already reached the 20th floor. Time spent, 2 minutes. We, the mighty Huaxia, with our billions of people, have geniuses emerging endlessly. We will never be overwhelmed by alien races. Sooner or later, we'll march onto their lands and sound the horn of counterattack. I looked up some records. 2 months ago, during the alien invasion at the grand competition, Subai was the champion. Even then, he could single-handedly kill 4th-tier advanced beasts. I'd say the same to you. Don't celebrate too early. Maybe we haven't shown our full strength yet. The live stream erupted with excitement over Subai's appearance. The long quiet keyboard warriors couldn't suppress their inner exhilaration any longer, furiously typing away as if on an adrenaline rush. Meanwhile, outside the square, the principal staring at the leaderboard and Subai's parents watching from their television were utterly stunned. Is this real or fake? The leaderboard shining first place, was it really Subai? Even the students who had already been eliminated from the glazed tower were shocked as they watched the spectacle unfold. Who could have imagined that Subai, once rumored to be a useless failure, would become the global #1 today? He had surpassed the prodigies of major families and defeated the strongest of the alien races. Was this really the same Subai everyone remembered? Back before his talent awakened, Subai had always kept a low profile, even pretending to have no hope. No one ever thought he'd rise to become the global #1. This global #1 is actually a student from our school, ha. Well done. Those alien races dared to act so arrogant on our turf. Now they'll understand why we let them take part in this martial exam. Principal Chen laughed heartily outside. Compared to being the champion of a regional competition, being ranked first globally held far more weight. Not to mention, this martial arts exam even involved participation from other races, drawing more attention than any previous year. 2 minutes to reach the 20th floor, ranked first. A new genius from Huaxia has emerged. No, this isn't just a genius. This is a monster, an unparalleled monster. 2 minutes to reach the 20th floor, crushing the competition with unmatched speed. Who is this Subai, and how can he dominate so many other geniuses? First place. The first among humanity. We are the strongest. No matter how difficult the path, there are always those who will step forward. This is the golden age we aspire to. The commentators were speaking with boundless enthusiasm. Everyone initially thought that Huaxia would be overshadowed by the other races this time, since Long Yuanhang was already considered Huaxia's final trump card. No one expected even him to be firmly suppressed by a competitor from another race. One moment, people were wondering how to turn the tide, the next moment, the answer appeared. And that answer was to seize first place without any suspense. Reaching the 20th floor in just 2 minutes, no one in the world could do it with such ease. By the 30th floor, the illusionary beasts adapted to the challenger's strength, growing increasingly powerful. Yet, despite this, these beasts could only withstand a single strike from Subai before being instantly defeated. On the 40th floor, Subai leisurely observed his surroundings. From the 40th floor onward, the scenery changed dramatically. There were lava fields, snow-covered terrains. Even more impressively, the beasts began to use the terrain to stall for time, attempting to surround and ambush Subai. However, Subai quickly realized that they couldn't harm him at all. With a single sweep of his sword, just one strike, and all obstacles were effortlessly shattered. During his climb, Subai was surprised to discover that some of the beasts on certain floors were actually ancient monsters from secret realms. This was truly unexpected. His speed was as fast as a rocket, leaving many viewers in the livestream utterly stunned. Among them was Gu Chen. As an advanced martial artist, Gu Chen had struggled and given his all to barely pass each level in the 40s. Meanwhile, Subai was clearing floor after floor without even pausing. Was I climbing a fake tower? First place, Subai, Tianhai City, Jiang Province, 50th floor, 10 minutes. Second place, Guangjiaoyue, Demon Clan, 56th floor, 27 minutes. The gap was evident. Subai's first place was unshakable. As the competition progressed, Xiao Xingyuan's talent began to shine. He possessed an SSS grade talent, combined with immense willpower and an Earth grade longbow. With these advantages, Xiao Xingyuan was advancing smoothly through the glazed tower. Various factors propelled him swiftly into the top 10. The current top 5 were Su Bai, Kwang Jiayue, Long Yuanhang, Luo Tianming, and Sima Nan. 3 humans, 2 from other races. So far, only 3 prodigies from the non-human races had entered the competition. Kwang Jiayue was the strongest genius among the non-humans, and even if more participants joined, the rankings likely wouldn't change much.
At the 50th floor, Su Bai encountered a beast whose strength had reached the martial king level. While powerful, it still couldn't withstand a single strike from him. 2 beasts, 4 beasts. By the 59th floor, there were 16 martial king level beasts attacking from all directions. Su Bai took 1 minute to clear this floor. With a flash of white light, Su Bai opened his eyes to see that he had reached the 60th floor. The beasts before him had grown even stronger, reaching the intermediate martial king level.
However, as long as their numbers were manageable, these beasts still couldn't disrupt Su Bai's rhythm of defeating them one by one with a single strike.
Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyuan had climbed to the 40s. Facing beasts at the martial master level, he felt no pressure and even took the opportunity to practice his archery.
He raised his longbow and infused it with spiritual energy. An arrow, condensed entirely from spiritual energy, rested on the bowstring.
Whoosh! The arrow shot forth, the sound of it piercing through the air ringing in his ears. The arrow sliced through the air and directly penetrated the head of the martial master level beast ahead. With a flash of white light, Xiao Xingyuan successfully advanced to the next floor.
Elsewhere, a Gale Wolf with initial martial king level strength led a group of third-tier beasts.
But within the 40s, they were no match for him, and breaking through to the 50th floor was merely a matter of time.
My god, just how strong is Su Bai?
I'm a contestant too, and my talent is decent S grade, but I only made it to the 30s.
Can you imagine what it's like to face several, even dozens, of beasts at your level?
I couldn't hold on past the 30s.
Incredible.
Su Bai has surged ahead, now leading the second-place competitor by over 10 minutes and clearing more floors.
Just how strong is he?
There's no need to overthink it.
Just call him a legend. Su Bai is incredible. Su Bai is incredible.
Seeing Su Bai firmly seated at the top of the leaderboard, unchallenged, everyone was elated. In this showdown between humanity and the other races, humanity had won. On the battlefield of the otherworldly races, within a massive command center.
10 minutes ago.
It seems you humans still have a long way to go with your so-called prodigies.
These few people really should be more low-key. Taking first place right off the bat, how boring.
In the meeting room, a large screen was broadcasting the live action of the martial arts exam. Dozens of figures sat in the room, and just by sensing the aura they exuded, one could tell they were all martial emperor-level powerhouses. Aside from a few human martial emperors, there were also several martial emperors from the otherworldly races present. The competition involving the prodigies of the otherworldly races this time was initiated by them. The human martial emperors knew this was unlikely to be a good thing, but they had no choice but to acquiesce. Most people believed that humans and the otherworldly races were still evenly matched. But the warriors on the front lines knew the truth. Ever since the Sword Saint departed, the actions of the otherworldly races had become increasingly audacious. The previously peaceful coexistence had grown tense over the past century. The battlefield of the other realms was reopened, and various otherworldly races began to stir restlessly.
In recent years, several large-scale battles had erupted, and only the intervention of martial emperors from both sides managed to temporarily ease the conflicts.
But overall, the otherworldly races had gained a clear upper hand, and they even entertained ambitions of further invading Huaxia. As Huaxia's annual martial arts exam approached, the martial emperors of the otherworldly races convened and made a decision. When news of the 9-treasure glazed pagoda reached the human race, the otherworldly races caught wind of it almost immediately. The rewards for clearing the pagoda had already spread far and wide. The martial emperors of the otherworldly races spent half a year negotiating a ceasefire agreement, securing the right for 3 of their prodigies to explore the 9-treasure glazed pagoda. Participating in the martial arts exam became an ancillary part of this mission. Although the leaders of the human race were well aware of the potential traps in this arrangement, they had no choice but to agree, as Huaxia desperately needed the half-year ceasefire.
Since the earlier probing skirmishes, small-scale conflicts had erupted daily on the battlefield of the other realms.
In 8 out of 10 instances, the otherworldly races held the upper hand. The casualties suffered by Huaxia every month were devastating, yet there was no effective countermeasure against the otherworldly races. The gap in top-tier combat strength was immense, and their average combat power fell short against several otherworldly species as well. A half-year ceasefire could at least save tens of thousands of lives. Even with great reluctance, they had no choice but to agree.
Moreover, the other worldly races were simply seeking entry into the 9 treasure-glazed pagoda, which did not seem like a problematic request on the surface. Several martial emperors had already ventured into the 9 treasure-glazed pagoda to investigate. However, even the most powerful martial emperors had at best reached the 80th floor, with most being halted at the 90th floor. The area beyond the 90th floor remained unexplored by anyone to this day. The rewards within the pagoda were indeed bountiful, enough to tempt even the martial emperors. But was the prospect of these rewards truly worth the other worldly races paying such a high price for a half-year ceasefire? Before they could deliberate further, the agreement was quickly finalized. But the true goal of the other worldly races was never the 9 treasure-glazed pagoda. Inside the meeting room, as the screen displayed the other worldly prodigies taking the top ranks without suspense, one of their martial emperors sneered mockingly. The expressions of the human martial emperors instantly darkened. Everyone in the room knew that Long Yuanhang was a top-tier prodigy. They had initially hoped he would deliver a blow to the otherworldly races, but the 3 prodigies sent by the otherworldly races were each more formidable than the last. When Long Yuanhang managed to overpower 2 of the otherworldly prodigies, they finally felt a slight sense of relief. However, when the final prodigy of the otherworldly races emerged and effortlessly seized first place, their disappointment was impossible to conceal. Faced with the jeers of the otherworldly races, the human martial emperors chose to ignore them. Unbelievably, even the prodigies from several prestigious families in the capital were overshadowed by the otherworldly races. This time, Huaxia truly lost face on a grand scale. Seeing no reaction from the humans, the otherworldly figures waved dismissively, appearing bored. The humans turned their attention back to the rankings. The top 3 remained unchanged, but a number of new names had appeared among the top 100, even the top 10. Each year, a list of individuals with exceptional talent was provided to the martial emperors to help them recognize potential threats. Gradually, they noticed several unfamiliar names within the top 10 individuals they had never encountered before. Who were these newcomers? As they continued to observe, Huang Jiaoyue's rapid progress in the pagoda caught the satisfaction of the otherworldly races. She was already close to catching up with Long Yuanhang, who had started much earlier. Although she's just a girl, her determination and strength far surpass the other 2. Impressive performance. Don't forget, she's the most gifted young talent our demon clan has seen in nearly a century. She might very well become our future successor. Don't get too cocky. Luo Tianming of our werewolf clan is no slouch either. Real strength is proven in combat, not through some treasure hunt. We'll settle this in the arena. Since the rankings within the 9 treasure-glazed pagoda were more or less finalized, the human martial emperors stopped dwelling on them. As the werewolf clan's martial emperor pointed out, everything would ultimately be decided in combat, which was why the top 100 would face off in the arena tournament. The strongest contender from Huaxia this time should be that young man from the Long family. Who would have thought, after the elder of the Long family went into seclusion, another disciple with extraordinary talent would emerge? He's bound to become a martial emperor in the future. Indeed, it's surprising. The Long family has kept a low profile for so long, and now a genius appears again. Hopefully, this child can carry forward the Long family's legacy. What a pity. If it weren't for certain people suddenly participating this time, the young man from the Long family might have taken first place. Sigh. Don't just focus on the Long family's boy. Look at the others. Even the Sima family is participating in the martial exam this year. That's truly rare. When has a noble family ever been willing to take part in the martial exam? Yet this year, most of them have come. Sima Nan, that boy has a good reputation. He's probably the only one who can rival Long Yuanhang. The strongest this year will likely be one of these 2. Several martial emperors of the human race began discussing the current situation. To them, the annual martial exam was far more than a simple test. Every examinee had the potential to become a future powerhouse on the battlefield. Each young talent was a rising star, the cornerstone of humanity's future. Witnessing generation after generation of new stars emerge, seeing Huaxia advance steadily, this was what gave meaning to their perseverance. As they were talking, the commentary from the live broadcast suddenly rang out, immediately grabbing everyone's attention. The next moment, they witnessed a name climbing the leaderboard like a rocket, advancing without pause. 50th place. 10th place. 3rd place. In the blink of an eye, this dark horse had already entered the top 3 and showed no signs of stopping, aiming straight for first. 2nd place. 1st place. In the conference room, dozens of martial emperors watched in astonishment as Su Bai's incredible performance unfolded. In a matter of moments, he crushed the competition, taking first place with absolute dominance.
10 levels cleared in just 1 minute. Even the martial emperors were stunned, feeling as though this boy's speed in ascending the tower surpassed their own. It must be noted they were martial emperors. For an 18-year-old examinee, even with early awakening this year, their cultivation level would at best see a small improvement, maybe reaching the stage of a junior martial king. Yet this martial king's speed was faster than a martial emperor's? Moreover, while the second-place contender had already cleared 40 levels, Subai maintained a steady lead. Just who was this person? The martial emperors of other races were equally grim, their eyes fixated on the screen. Their 3 prodigies had already made it onto the rankings, so this dark horse could only be a human genius. Even after dozens of minutes, someone could still climb to the summit this quickly? Soon, Subai's name appeared clearly on the leaderboard, visible to all. Subai. The alien martial emperors were stunned, evidently aware of the weight this name carried. But the human martial emperors were puzzled, staring at the name at the top of the list. Subai? Who is that? Is there a Su family among the noble clans in the capital? They quickly sifted through their memories, but none of the familiar noble families included a Su clan, let alone one with such an unparalleled genius. Who was this? Since when did Huaxia produce such a prodigy, and why hadn't they heard a whisper about it? They exchanged glances, each filled with confusion. At this moment, a vampire martial emperor broke the silence, his voice trembling. This must be the legendary celestial grade talent. Truly terrifying. If I had known earlier, I would have. What? It's him? The other alien martial emperors were equally shocked, nearly forgetting about this name. With a celestial grade talent, who could possibly compete? Even Kuang Jiaoyue, the most gifted individual of the past century, paled in comparison to this celestial grade talent. How could the stars compete with the brilliance of the moon? Hearing their exclamations, Xinghe Heavenly Emperor and the others turned to look at them. The celestial grade talent they're talking about, could it be the one I recall? Information about Subai's celestial grade talent had not been widely disseminated. Only a few cities near Tianhai City were aware. In Huaxia, only 3 martial emperors knew all the details about Subai. For others to access his records, they would need the highest level SSS classified authorization. In truth, secrecy wasn't the main issue. The knowledge of a celestial grade talent had already spread quietly among the higher circles of the alien races, but most of them refused to believe that a second person with such a talent could exist in this world. Wait. Xinghe Heavenly Emperor suddenly recalled a clue about Subai in his memory. It was from a report 2 months ago about an alien attack during a major competition. The leader of the attackers had been a vampire martial sovereign. The report mentioned the first-place individual possessing a celestial grade talent, who had effortlessly killed 3 4th-tier spirit beasts of varying levels, from beginner to advanced. This individual could even withstand attacks from an alien grandmaster for a period of time before ultimately being killed by a mysterious martial emperor. The phrase mysterious martial emperor suddenly connected the dots in Xinghe Heavenly Emperor's mind, linking a previous piece of news to the current situation. A suspected hidden martial emperor had appeared in Jiang province, resolving the threat of a beast tide. Now it all made sense. This information had existed all along, but it had simply been overlooked. Someone with celestial level talent, capable of defeating stronger enemies across realms, how could such a powerhouse not be ranked first? The Star River Heavenly Emperor instantly understood. Subai, ranked first on the leaderboard, turned out to be a celestial level talent of the human race, reappearing after 1,000 years. Celestial level talent. Another celestial level talent. The human race has produced another celestial level talent. And those 4 we sent earlier? 1 martial emperor and 3 grandmasters, yet they couldn't even kill a mere martial artist. The faces of several alien martial emperors turned grim. It wasn't just because the top spot had been taken by a human, but because the human race had once again produced a celestial level talent. The last celestial level talent from the human race, the Sword Saint, had single-handedly repelled all alien races. That world-shattering sword strike had terrified countless alien beings, even when only spoken of. Interesting, truly fascinating. Your human race is such a peculiar species. Every time you fall into desperation, hope always seems to emerge. I really want to study you closely. The Wolfman Martial Emperor suddenly spoke, his face filled with intense curiosity. There's no need to trouble everyone this time, though it seems our human geniuses are indeed superior. The Star River Heavenly Emperor responded excitedly. After the shift in the situation, the alien martial emperors' faces darkened further. No one said another word. The excitement from earlier was now replaced by utter discomfort. They had intended to send their race's geniuses to teach the humans a lesson and demonstrate the gap in power. The result? What had seemed predictable was thrown into disarray by the appearance of a celestial-level talent. The unexpected reversal played out for the entire world to see. Now, they had become the laughingstock. Time passed slowly, and more people were eliminated. Martial artists with decent talent managed to persist for 20 to 30 minutes. After passing the 30th floor, their stamina began to falter, and they dropped out, one after another, before reaching the 40th floor. Martial artists with slightly higher cultivation levels still had a chance of reaching beyond the 40th floor. Reaching the 40th floor or higher would grant them an opportunity to compete for a spot in the top 100 rankings. That was the ticket to the finals in Kyoto. Even the last place in the finals, simply making an appearance, was far better than having no qualification at all. By now, the martial arts exam had been running for close to an hour, and all participants had entered the 9-treasure glazed tower. After such a long time, those remaining inside the tower were all top 100 contenders on the leaderboard. The moment they exited the tower, their first action was to check the leaderboard, first to confirm their own rankings, and then to focus on the top 100 names. When their gazes collectively landed on the name at the very top, they froze in shock. Tsubai? Who is that? Upon seeing this name, most people's first reaction was curiosity. Who exactly was Tsubai? Looking further down, there were familiar names: Long Yuanhang, Sima Nan. Those were the names they knew. How could this Tsubai possibly surpass the geniuses from the prestigious families of Kyoto? A demon race name appeared. Kwang Jiaoyue? What the hell? The second place was actually an alien. Even Long Yuanhang and Sima Nan, these peerless geniuses, had been overtaken by an alien? If not for Tsubai, would the top spot on the leaderboard have been taken by an alien this time? Many people immediately pulled out their phones, diving into various forums to frantically search for information about this Tsubai. Damn it! Who would have thought this damn glazed tower would be so hard to conquer, and the rewards are so lousy? I really don't understand why they sent me to the human realm. It's just a waste of time. Much later, the Lionman Mok Wuxian was kicked out of the glazed tower, having ultimately stopped at the 69th floor. The moment he left the tower, Mok Wuxian immediately fixated on the leaderboard. He started with the top 3 names. When he saw the name at the very top, his brow furrowed. Tsubai. Wasn't this the target of their mission? Who would have thought he'd be this powerful? By now, Tsubai had already reached the 70th floor, surpassing everyone else on the leaderboard. As he looked further down, Mok Wuxian's frown deepened. Even that crazy woman could only rank second, yet Tsubai's talent was this overwhelming? The 70th floor. He had managed to pass the insane challenge of the 69th floor. To suppress that crazy woman, he must indeed have some skill. Not bad, not bad. Encountering such a strong opponent makes this mission worthwhile after all. Mok Wuxian muttered to himself as he stood. He was currently in the borderlands of Huaxia. This branch of the 9-treasure glazed tower had been specially transferred from Kyoto. From the very beginning, 3 alien geniuses had been gathered and prepared for the martial arts exam, entering the glazed tower to undertake the trial. The 9-treasure glazed tower held immense allure for the alien races. Simply conquering the tower offered rewards, and who knew what secret treasures were hidden inside? Moreover, according to internal rumors, even the martial emperors of the human race had only managed to reach the 80th floor. The 90th floor seemed like an insurmountable wall, blocking everyone. Not to mention the 99th floor, that's the highest level. The primary objective of this operation was a plan. The 9-treasure glazed tower was merely a secondary concern. If the plan succeeds, this planet will eventually belong to our lion clan. Why care about this one treasure? By then, everything will be ours. Sima Nan and Luo Tianming barely made it through the 70th floor and reached the 71st. However, the difficulty of the 71st floor doubled, and the two were quickly eliminated, kicked out of the glazed tower. Once outside, their first instinct was to check the leaderboard. Only 5th place? Sima Nan was dissatisfied with his ranking. He felt he should at least have been in the top 3. Looking upward, he noticed that among the top 4 rankings, 2 were held by other species, and in 3rd place was someone he knew. What's going on? Even that guy only made it to 3rd. Then who are the 1st and 2nd? With a face full of confusion, Sima Nan continued to look up. 2nd place, Demon Clan, Kwang Jiaoyue. Another species? A non-human entity stronger than that freak? Then who on earth is the 1st? He shifted his gaze further upward. Jiang Province, Tianhai City, Tsubai. When Sima Nan saw the name at the top, his mind was filled with question marks. Where is Jiang Province's Tianhai City? And who is Tsubai? A barrage of questions surged into his heart.
He just wanted to know who this sudden dark horse was, someone who even surpassed a monster like Long Yuanhang. Could this Subai be too terrifying to fathom? Luo Tianming merely glanced at the leaderboard and then looked away. It's just a ranking made by a lifeless object. Who knows how much of it is credible?
The true ranking is determined by one's own strength, not by some lifeless system's numbers.
Clearing the tower was just a test. There's no need to reveal all one's cards easily. The key is to secure a spot in the final arena battle. That's what matters most. Inside the 9 treasure glazed tower, with the aid of his special innate gifts, Long Yuanhang easily passed the 70th floor. But the difficulty of each subsequent floor kept escalating, and even the always composed Long Yuanhang began to feel the pressure. Reaching the 79th floor, a roar rang out accompanied by a flash of white light. Long Yuanhang, using the last ounce of his strength, finally slew the final 5th-tier advanced beast. Facing the 6th-tier elementary beast on the 80th floor, he knew he no longer had the energy to continue fighting and decisively chose to exit. Back in the outside world, he immediately sat cross-legged to recover his strength. After regaining some energy, Long Yuanhang stood up, his eyes fixated on the leaderboard. After a brief recovery, Long Yuanhang stood, his gaze fixed firmly on the leaderboard. Looking upward, he quickly found his name, only 3rd place?
After confirming his name and the floor number were correct, he continued looking up.
2nd place was from the Demon Clan, causing him to frown. He had nearly exhausted all his strength, yet he still couldn't surpass someone from another species? Quang Jiayue, 80th floor. The same floor as himself, but the time taken was clearly shorter. This ranking seemed reasonable. 1st place. Continuing to look upward, the words Jiang Province at the top shocked Long Yuanhang. 1st place, Jiang Province, Tianhai City, Subai, 85th floor, time taken. What? 85th floor?
Long Yuanhang was stunned.
Who on earth is this 1st place person, able to surpass the 80th floor and still climb higher? 85th floor, with a completion time 10 minutes shorter than his own. Who is this person? He quickly searched his memory for this name. Not long after, he recalled hearing the name Subai 2 months ago. Subai, champion of Jiang Province's grand competition, capable of defeating enemies across levels. This was merely a piece of information he had casually come across back then, yet now it proved relevant. Capable of defeating enemies across levels. Although he could also achieve this now, 2 months ago, the idea of crossing an entire major level to slay a beast would have been nearly impossible for him. Since becoming a martial king, the leap between each minor level felt like an earth-shaking transformation, let alone spanning a major level. With his current mid-level martial king strength, he could easily handle ordinary high-level martial kings, and even hold his own against a beginner grandmaster. During the tower challenge earlier, if he had pushed to the next floor, even if he had managed to kill the 6th-tier elementary beast, the next floor would have introduced 2 of them, then 4. With his current strength, there was no need to press on 1 or 2 more floors wouldn't make much difference. But fortunately, if not for this person's appearance, the 1st place would have gone to a non-human species. On the home turf of Huaxia, how could 1st place be taken by another species? Right now, Long Yuanhang did nothing else but stare at the changing numbers on the leaderboard. Another half-hour passed. Finally, the 2nd place, Quang Jiayue, stopped climbing, her final result fixed at the 83rd floor. Far below Subai's 85th floor from half an hour earlier. Long Yuanhang's brow twitched as he looked at the 1st place ranking and realized Subai's level had skyrocketed to the 89th floor. My heavens, this guy is sprinting as if his life depends on it. On the side of the other races, Luo Tianming and Mo Wuxiang had already stepped out, standing in place as they waited for the last participant to emerge. Once the rankings were finalized, the 3 would proceed to Kyoto to partake in the final arena battle, the ultimate goal of their journey. Yo, isn't this the facially paralyzed guy? Eliminated so early? Quang Jiayue couldn't help but mock when she saw Luo Tianming standing in the square waiting for her so early. This brat, with his perpetually cold expression, looked as though someone owed him money. When you called him, he'd still put on that aloof demeanor. Quang Jiayue, who was always straightforward and direct, couldn't stand people who pretended to be cold and indifferent. His constant sour face made her feel like it was a crime not to give him a good beating. Luo Tianming opened his eyes upon hearing her words, gave Quang Jiayue a glance, then closed them again, continuing to stand unmoving. A woman who only relies on her looks to get by wasting words on her would only slow down the speed at which he could draw his sword. Quang Jiayue, seeing that Luo Tianming ignored her, snorted coldly and decided not to waste her time being snubbed. Instead, she became curious about her own ranking. Since these 2 had already come out and lasted for quite some time, they must be pretty strong. How powerful could the humans be? She turned back to check the leaderboard,
first finding Luo Tianming and Mo Wuxiang's rankings.
4th and 8th? What the heck? She hadn't seen them in a few days, and their rankings had dropped so much? Mo Wuxiang only reached the 69th floor and was ranked 8th?
Quang Jiaoyue stared at Mo Wuxiang with a peculiar expression, thinking to herself, "You're the worst of the bunch, what an embarrassment."
Luo Tianming's floor level was 79, but she didn't believe it for a second.
This guy was definitely hiding his strength.
Looking further up, the 3rd place was a human. The 2nd place, a demon? Quang Jiaoyue was startled to see the demon race listed. Among the 3 present, she was the only demon.
Looking further down, just as she suspected, the name was hers.
What was going on? She had reached the 83rd floor, yet she was only ranked 2nd?
Clearly, those 2 guys were at the 69th and 79th floors, while she was far ahead at 83.
Who on earth was ranked 1st? Quang Jiaoyue noticed that the 3rd place was Long Yuanhang.
She had heard of this name before, a peer of hers who was the most competitive and the only one she acknowledged as a worthy opponent for a few moves. But even he was ranked behind her in 3rd.
So who could possibly be 1st? Wait a minute, could it be the target of this operation? A celestial grade talent. It was possible.
She looked curiously at the 1st place name. Sure enough, the name atop the leaderboard was their mission target, Subai.
Interesting. Very interesting. Seeing the 1st place name, Quang Jiaoyue didn't feel disheartened.
Instead, she grew excited, her desire to conquer surging strongly.
A celestial grade talent. The last time one appeared was 1,000 years ago. She was eager to find out just how powerful this talent was.
She wore a playful smile. Under the eyes of the entire world, Subai was the only one left in the tower still pressing forward, his floor count continuously rising.
89 floors.
The number changed.
Subai entered the next floor, 90. Whoa! The 90th floor? Damn, out of the tens of thousands of participants on this leaderboard, he's the only one who's made it past the 90th floor?
Subai is incredible, an eternal legend.
If anyone dares badmouth my bro Bai in the future, I'll show them the wrath of my keyboard.
I thought this time the other races would have their turn to shine and humiliate us on home ground, but then someone like Subai emerges.
He's truly a blessing to Huaxia and the pride of humanity.
Every era has its leaders who carry Huaxia and humanity forward.
Who will it be this time? Inside the tower,
Subai reached the 90th floor and was shocked to find that the other race masters here were all at the Grandmaster level. After engaging them, Subai was even more astonished.
The transformed beasts here truly possessed Grandmaster level strength and could even withstand his attacks?
In all the previous floors, any beast he encountered could be felled with a single strike. But the beasts on this floor were numerous, and each one was more difficult to deal with than the last. The time he spent on the 80th floor was probably longer than all the previous floors combined. Now, at the 90th floor, Subai had to take this seriously. He activated his sword technique * primordial sun / *.
A sword strike, instant kill.
Swish! A flash of white light, and Subai instantly charged into the next level. The audience outside the livestream was dumbstruck.
What the hell? The 90th level looks even easier than the 89th? Just now it was the 90th level, and in the blink of an eye, he's on the 91st? This is insane. Can someone tell me what just happened? How did he suddenly jump to the 91st level? Did I miss something? Cleared a level in a few seconds? If no one told me, I'd think he was still on the 1st level. This is the 90th level. That's impossible. Wait, did I take a fake martial exam? Did I enter a fake tower?
Damn it, this guy's playing the real martial exam, the real 9 treasure glazed tower. Just look at the second-ranked contestant from the other race stuck at the 83rd level, unable to move an inch.
And this guy clears the 90th level in just a few seconds. The gap is just too absurd.
The live stream and major forums exploded in an instant, everyone completely shaken by this sudden burst of speed. Even the martial emperors in a distant conference room were stunned. These martial emperors had long since passed through the tower themselves, but most of them got stuck in the 80-something levels, with only a rare few reaching beyond 90. Because of this, every martial emperor knew how difficult it was beyond the 90th level, otherwise, they wouldn't have been stuck there.
Yet now, a martial exam candidate had taken just a few seconds to charge from the 90th level to the 91st? Yes, just a few seconds. These were supposed to be evenly matched opponents. No matter how powerful he was, there should have been some sort of standoff, right? And yet, instant kill? What does that even mean?
The higher the level in the 9 treasure glazed tower, the stronger the enemies become. The system automatically scales the difficulty based on the challenger's strength.
In the 80-something levels, the enemies are already 8th-rank beasts. Beyond the 90th level, they're 9th rank. 9th rank beasts are no different from humans, intelligent, cunning, and extremely devious. Other than not being human, they're practically indistinguishable. What level of martial artist is this guy? No one knew. Even the martial emperors from other races, seeing Subai clear a level in mere seconds, widened their eyes in disbelief. Although they hadn't personally challenged the tower, judging by the performances of Quang Jiaoyue and 2 other prodigies, the difficulty beyond the 90th level was no joke. And yet, this guy breezed through it? The few of them couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This immortal grade talent was no exaggeration. It seemed they had underestimated him before. All eyes around the globe were now focused on him. Level 92. Level 93. Level 98. Subai unleashed 90% of his strength, slaying gods and annihilating demons. If gods stood in his way, he struck them down. If demons crossed him, he vanquished them. Even the 7th-tier primary beasts that appeared after the 95th level were felled with a single sword strike, requiring no effort at all. The entire world was left in shock. Subai had already reached the top, the 99th level. A flash of white light. Subai was fully prepared to unleash his all. No one knew what the reward for the 99th level would be, but if even martial emperors couldn't attain it, it had to be priceless, right? As the white light dissipated, instead of being surrounded by beasts, nothing happened. Subai cautiously scanned his surroundings, filled with confusion. In the dim, damp air, a shabby little wooden hut stood out starkly. This was the final level? Subai looked around, puzzled. This didn't feel like a place to confront a boss, it felt more like the secluded abode of a hermit. Seeing the silence all around, Subai couldn't help but call out softly. "Is anyone here?" His voice echoed through the empty space, the eerie atmosphere reminiscent of a horror movie. Neither the wooden hut nor the surrounding area responded, as though no one was there. Did I get it wrong? Just as he was thinking that, a violent coughing sound suddenly came from inside the hut. Cough, cough, cough. Who's there? Subai gripped his long sword tightly, staring at the wooden hut with vigilance. Sure enough, someone was inside. The coughing stopped abruptly. As Subai continued to observe, a figure slowly emerged from the wooden hut. The person was an old man, slightly hunched over, clearly advanced in age, with white hair cascading down his shoulders. He wore a pristine white robe and stroked his sparse beard with one hand. He doesn't look like some reclusive master, more like a wandering charlatan. That was Subai's first impression. The old man looked a bit awkward. He had intended to project the image of a high-level expert to leave a deep impression on this young man. He'd thought he'd have time to prepare before this kid reached the top. Who would have guessed he'd arrive so quickly, catching the old man off guard? Since the act of being a high-level expert wasn't going to work, the old man decided to drop the pretense entirely and said, "Young friend, I see that you what the hell?" The old man was about to recite the lines he'd memorized long ago, ready to trick Subai into becoming his apprentice. But the moment he saw Subai, he was so shocked that he couldn't finish his sentence. He had initially thought that anyone who could make it to the top floor would at most be a mere mortal with decent talent and a stroke of good luck. As for those so-called quasi-emperors, their potential had long been exhausted, they weren't worth the effort to nurture. Ever since the separation of the upper and lower realms, the strongest people in the lower realm were merely a group of quasi-emperors? Those quasi-emperor brats, back in the day, they wouldn't even be qualified to serve as his dogs. But what the elder did not expect was that the first young man to reach the top floor before him actually possessed a spirit-level talent. A spirit-level talent was an extremely rare treasure even in the upper realm. Every genius with spirit-level talent would be cultivated by top-tier sects as the future sect leader. To think that such a barren lower realm could give birth to someone with a spirit-level talent, this was almost the second occurrence since that one person from the lower realm ages ago. At this thought, the elder's mood instantly brightened. He had thought he would only encounter a top-tier mortal talent at best, barely sufficient for his purposes. Who would have thought that the heavens would drop a spirit-level genius right into his lap? His chance at revival was practically within reach. To come across such a rare spirit-level talent in this desolate lower realm, it was no wonder that even someone of the elder's age couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap!" Ahem! The elder coughed twice, masking his earlier lapse in composure, and worked to maintain his image. "Old man, who exactly are you? Isn't this the top floor of the 9-treasure glazed tower? Does this final floor require me to fight you?" Subai stared at the elder and asked. This elder was different from the other beasts that attacked on sight. He looked like a living, breathing person. How strange, there was actually someone living inside the 9-treasure glazed tower. "First of all, I am not old man. My name is Pill Saint." With a wave of his hand, the surroundings transformed instantly into a bamboo forest.
Now that I've introduced myself, I won't waste words. Subai, correct? The elder glanced at Subai, waiting for his response. Subai nodded, observing the changes around him, unconsciously drawn in by the elder.
Seeing that Subai didn't speak, the elder didn't press him and instead began recounting his own story.
1,000 years ago, I was the pill saint of the upper realm, admired by all and possessing countless resources. Unfortunately, I had poor judgment and accepted an ungrateful disciple. In the end, I didn't perish under the dower at the hands of foreign tribes but was betrayed and killed by the very disciple I personally nurtured.
Truly pathetic.
At this, the elder's face darkened, as if reliving the pain. But he quickly continued speaking, and Subai listened quietly. Fortunately, having lived so long, I had connections far and wide and left behind many trump cards.
The 9-treasure glazed tower you mentioned is one of them.
I just don't understand how it ended up in the lower realm. What you see of me now is merely a remnant soul, a shadow. My true body still resides in your so-called capital city.
You're the first person to reach the top floor. With your spirit-level talent, I believe you can break through to Martial Emperor within 3 years. By then, perhaps you'll be able to help me.
Ah, well. I've waited all these years.
Waiting a bit longer won't kill me. Subai, my young friend, my name is Li Xingqi. Here's a little reward for now. When you're strong enough, could you help me restore my physical body?
As he spoke, the elder straightened his posture, his gaze fixed intently on Subai.
That look seemed to transcend time and space, as if two people from entirely different worlds could somehow connect and understand each other. Subai didn't respond immediately, processing everything the elder had just said. The upper realm? Pill saint? Lower realm? Spirit-level talent.
He recognized every word, but put together, they made no sense at all. Listening to all this information left Subai a bit bewildered, but after piecing things together, he gained a rough understanding.
Wasn't this just one of those classic tropes where an old master, betrayed by a disciple, leaves behind a remnant soul to help the protagonist overcome obstacles and eventually resurrect to seek revenge? However, he already had a system. Was this guy even necessary?
But the elders talk of the upper realm, the pill saint, and his own spirit-level talent. Nothing in his memory mentions such people.
And as for the upper realm the elder spoke of, was this old man not from this world? Well, it wasn't impossible.
After all, this tower was found in a secret realm, not something originally from Blue Star.
So, could there really be a multiverse like the grand, boundless world theory?
The pill saint, seeing Subai's prolonged silence, grew visibly anxious, worried that the young man might decline.
Judging by his cultivation, this 18-year-old was already a grandmaster. Even the chief disciples of the major sects couldn't compare.
At the same age, and with the support of countless resources, most would at best reach master level. They wouldn't even touch the edge of grandmaster level, except for a few geniuses from the top 3 major sects.
Yet this kid, in this barren lower realm, had managed to rise so rapidly?
The pill saint, anxiously awaiting Subai's response, finally saw him lift his head and slowly speak.
Old man, all that talk, do you have any proof? Who knows if you're just making up a story to fool me? You gotta show something real, right? This kid was truly shrewd. Li Xingqi's heart skipped a beat.
He hadn't expected this young man to be even sharper than he imagined.
Logically speaking, as the legendary pill saint, revered by countless people, the first reaction upon hearing his name should be to seek apprenticeship, right? But this kid, he seemed to carry the innate talent of a high-level alchemist. If nurtured, he might not be any worse than that ungrateful apprentice of his. Still, offering something valuable was necessary. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the bait.
Li Xingqi glanced at Subai and gritted his teeth, deciding to play his trump card. With a wave of his hand, a spirit stone appeared in his palm. This spirit stone was unlike anything Subai had seen before, larger and more solid. Seeing Subai's puzzled expression, Li Xingqi slowly explained.
You recognize this, it's a spirit stone.
But this isn't an ordinary spirit stone, it's a supreme-grade spirit stone I saved from years ago. Typically, only low-level spirit veins contain a few of these.
After so many years, this is the last one I have left.
The spiritual energy contained in a supreme-grade spirit stone is 10,000 times that of a regular spirit stone, yet it's just as easy to absorb. One of these is enough to help you break through to the Martial Emperor realm. With a few years left, you should be able to advance from Martial Emperor to Martial Sovereign.
By then, don't forget about me.
Before Subai could speak, Li Xingqi tossed the supreme-grade spirit stone over. Within the interconnected space of the glazed tower, a mere thought from Li Xingqi was enough to transfer the supreme-grade spirit stone directly into Subai's hand. Holding the spirit stone, Subai had no intention of refusing. After all, why not take it? He was in dire need of spirit stones. With enough of them, he could ascend to godhood in no time. Detected new currency, supreme grade spirit stone. Calculating exchange rate, conversion complete. Spirit stone, supreme grade spirit stone, exchange rate 1:10,000. The moment Subai made contact with the supreme grade spirit stone, the miserly system's notification sounded immediately. Hearing the exchange rate of the spirit stone, Subai froze in place. What? This supreme grade spirit stone is worth 10,000 spirit stones? Holy crap! Isn't this a jackpot? 10,000 spirit stones. By accepting this spirit stone, you're tacitly agreeing. This is a pill recipe. If you need assistance or need to gather the materials listed on the recipe within the next few years, feel free to contact my true body. I'll always be available. Li Xingqi threw over a pill recipe, and Subai caught it steadily. A pill recipe? Pills? Subai thought for a moment. Weren't pills the kind of thing he could casually buy from the system shop? With enough money or spirit stones, he could get whatever he wanted. He glanced at the name of the pill. The 9 Reincarnations Revival Pill. Wasn't this a pill for saving lives? Could it even work on remnants of souls? Subai was a bit skeptical, but considering the name contained revival, it was probably genuine. He didn't rush to respond to the old man but turned to search in the system shop. 9 Reincarnations Revival Pill. With a single search, the pill's information popped up instantly. 9 Reincarnations Revival Pill. Product description: an 8th grade supreme pill. After consumption, it can reverse life and death, restoring even skeletal remains. As long as the person is still alive, no matter how severe the injuries, they can be instantly healed. If they died within a year and their corpse or remnant soul remains, they can be successfully resurrected as well. Price: 6,666 spirit stones. After reading the description, Subai felt it was almost unbelievable. Who said money couldn't buy life or time? This pill could even bring someone back from the dead. But the cost of 6,666 spirit stones made Subai's heart ache. The supreme grade spirit stone he just received hadn't even warmed up in his hands, and now he'd have to spend half of it. Still, since it was a gift from the old man, netting over 3,000 spirit stones for free was worth it. Buy! With a thought, the supreme grade spirit stone in his hand vanished instantly, automatically converting into 10,000 spirit stones. After deducting the cost of the 9 Reincarnations Revival Pill, the system backpack now contained the newly acquired pill. Hey, old man! Subai called out to Li Xingqi, who was about to leave. Li Xingqi turned around in confusion, only to be greeted by a sight he would never forget for the rest of his life. The supreme grade spirit stone in Subai's hand had already transformed into a fragrant, radiant pill. Those unique pill patterns, layer after layer, 8 layers. An 8th grade pill. Looking closely, wasn't this the 9 Reincarnations Revival Pill he had dreamed of creating for a millennium? Holy crap! Holy crap! Li Xingqi was so overwhelmed that he lost all composure, shouting out in disbelief. How was this possible? A mere grandmaster possessing an 8th grade pill? In the upper realms, 8th grade pills were precious treasures. His title of Pill Saint was only because he was an 8th grade alchemist, sought after by countless people for his pills. Yet this ordinary grandmaster before him had casually produced the very 8th grade pill he had been yearning for, a feat that defied all reason. Li Xingqi immediately stepped closer to Subai, carefully examining the pill he had longed to craft even in his dreams. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. This is the 9 Reincarnations Revival Pill. The heavens truly have eyes, the heavens truly have eyes. Li Xingqi shouted excitedly, unable to contain the overwhelming joy surging through him. Little friend Subai, is this pill for me? Despite his excitement, Li Xingqi maintained his composure, suppressing the urge to snatch the pill for a closer look, and instead asked politely. Seeing the old man, with his age, look at him with such anticipation, Subai quickly nodded and placed the pill in his hand. I found the pill for you. Consider us even now. I'll take my leave, alright? Li Xingqi, immersed in his joy, was startled by Subai's words. He immediately looked up, momentarily forgetting even the pill he desired most, and shouted urgently. Wait, little friend. Right now, just having the pill won't help me. My physical body was destroyed long ago. You see, could you help me find a body as well? Li Xingqi asked cautiously, fully aware that finding a body was not something just anyone could do. At this moment, he was merely a lingering remnant of a soul, entirely incapable of searching for a body on his own. He had no choice but to turn to Subai, the only one who could possibly help him. Given that Subai could easily procure a 9-turn rebirth pill,
surely finding a physical body wouldn't be too difficult, right?
Hearing this, Subai frowned slightly.
This old man not only wanted a pill but now a body too?
He searched through the system's marketplace. The system didn't even offer such a thing as a body. After all, it was a bit outrageous. Old man, supreme-grade spirit stones can only exchange for pills.
A body?
That'll cost extra. Subai's tone was calm and indifferent.
That's fair enough,
Li Xingqi replied with a bitter smile. Using one supreme-grade spirit stone to acquire an 8th-grade pill was nearly impossible in the upper realm. As a pill saint himself, selling an 8th-grade pill would require at least 10 supreme-grade spirit stones, not to mention any additional conditions. This time, he truly considered himself lucky.
Who would have thought he could purchase an 8th-grade pill in the lower realm? Li Xingqi didn't dwell too much on the origin of the pill.
He assumed it was just a stroke of good fortune.
There was no way this pill was refined by Subai, right?
Though Subai had spirit-level talent and had become a grandmaster at the age of 18, an astonishing feat, refining an 8th-grade pill was simply unrealistic. Li Xingqi was correct in his assumption.
The pill wasn't refined by Subai, it was purchased.
However, it still ended up in Subai's hands. But as for me, besides this supreme-grade spirit stone, I probably don't have anything else that could satisfy you, little friend. The moment Subai presented the 8th-grade pill, Li Xingqi knew that taking him as a disciple was out of the question. Thus, his attitude toward Subai shifted to that of treating him as an equal, an acknowledgement of a peer at the same level of strength.
Subai likely understood as well. The supreme-grade spirit stone was the old man's most valuable possession.
But aside from the spirit stone, Li Xingqi still had something else that could be of use to Subai.
And that was information.
Yes, after conversing with Li Xingqi for so long, Subai had roughly pieced together that Blue Star wasn't the only place inhabited by humans. There was another place called the Upper Realm, which humans had once lived in as well. However, based on what he heard, the connection between the two realms had been severed for a long time.
That made sense.
A pill saint, someone who could effortlessly take out an 8th-grade pill, couldn't possibly have never heard of the Upper Realm. Moreover, from what Li Xingqi said, the Upper Realm was undoubtedly more prosperous and advanced than Blue Star, with a far more developed system.
Earlier, he mentioned something about spirit-level talent. Could he have been referring to Subai's celestial-grade talent?
Li Xingqi had seen through him at a glance.
But that didn't make sense. Subai had the heaven-concealing technique.
Not even a martial emperor could discern his realm or strength. Yet Li Xingqi had exposed him in an instant, further confirming Subai's suspicion that this old man wasn't from Blue Star.
Spirit stones are always available. You can trade other things instead. For instance, all the information you currently know. Everything you know right now.
Hearing this, Li Xingqi realized he might have said too much. The connection between the upper and lower realms had been severed for tens of thousands of years, during which countless changes must have occurred in the lower realm, changes he was entirely unaware of.
What had the lower realm developed into now?
He thought back to the few quasi-emperor level experts who had first entered the glazed tower. At that time, they were the strongest individuals he had encountered. Moreover, Li Xingqi had clearly noticed that the spiritual energy in the air of the lower realm was incredibly scarce, even less abundant than the most desolate areas of the upper realm.
Was this still the lower realm he remembered? Had some great upheaval occurred over the millennia?
The supreme treasure he now possessed was also something he had obtained by chance and had never truly mastered during his lifetime. As for the tower's rewards, they were entirely beyond his control.
Otherwise, in his current state, how could he have given away so many valuable items?
The richness of the rewards even surprised him. But why were the individuals who came to challenge the tower mostly just a handful of quasi-emperor level figures at best? And now, tens of thousands or even millions of people were flooding in, yet their realms were no higher than martial artists' small fry who wouldn't even qualify as beggars in the upper realm. Even so, it wasn't something he could interfere with. Meeting Subai had already consumed the remnants of his newly restored soul. Any further involvement would only harm himself.
Moreover, demons, lionfolk, and werewolves have appeared in the lower realm? Since when did the lower realm have these races?
10,000 years of separation. Very well, let me see what the lower realm has become after all these years. Li Xingqi conjured 2 chairs, and the two sat down to converse. They talked for a full 2 hours. Meanwhile, outside, the world was already in an uproar. Everyone was exclaiming that Subai had finally entered the final level. Everyone assumed Subai would easily pass the final level, maybe just taking a bit of time. But 2 entire hours had passed, and Subai's progress in the final level hadn't advanced at all. With the timer still climbing, people began to speculate that he might have already exited the glazed tower or run into some trouble.
What's going on? It's almost 2 hours, and Subai still hasn't come out? Is the 99th level really this difficult? 2 hours? I thought Subai would take at most 10 minutes to get through. What on earth is going on in the final level that's taking this long? Ah, I thought your so-called human genius was all that. 2 hours and he hasn't cleared a single level. Didn't he look unstoppable earlier? What, was it all just cheating? You clear 90 levels first before you talk. Honestly, you don't know anything and just run your mouth. What's happening? Can anyone explain? Could Subai really be in danger?
In the conference room, the human martial emperors watched the screen with solemn faces. No one expected the final level to be this difficult. After all, even a few martial emperors attempting the tower could only reach the 80s, with the highest being 95. No one had ever touched the uppermost levels, let alone the mysterious 99th level. No one knew what was happening inside, and no one could enter to find out. Even if they entered, it would be futile. They couldn't reach the top levels, and entering would only waste their energy. Meanwhile, the martial emperors of the other races were staring at the screen with eager anticipation, hoping to see Subai meet his end in the glazed tower, sparing them the risk of dealing with him themselves. But in the end, they were obviously disappointed. The long quiet leaderboard suddenly flickered, and Subai's name was locked in place. First place, Subai cleared. Amid the anticipation of countless onlookers, the long wait finally ended, and the board displayed, cleared. Awesome! I knew it, White God is the strongest. He's my idol, and no one can change that. Whoa, he cleared it. That's strong? As far as I know, even martial emperors who've gained treasures haven't cleared it, right? Is White God the first ever? This will definitely go down in history. White God has outshone all the geniuses of other races and successfully cleared the 9-treasure glazed tower. The screen exploded with comments, filled with praises of amazing. In the plaza, a few people who had been worried finally breathed a sigh of relief. 2 hours of tense waiting, if not for their faith in Subai's strength, they would have been overwhelmed by anxiety. The longer the wait, the faster their hearts raced, as if something could go wrong at any moment. Fortunately, the ending was satisfying. On the other side, 3 geniuses from the other races were utterly dumbfounded. Kwang Jiaoyue stared at Subai's name on the board, alongside the words cleared, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. She herself had only made it to the 80s in the glazed tower. How could someone possibly clear it entirely? What kind of monster was this guy? The 99th level. She had assumed that Subai, after 2 hours of no progress, must have run into trouble. Who would have thought he'd actually clear it? Even Luo Tianming, who had kept a cold expression, opened his eyes and curiously gazed at the leaderboard. This Subai, to have cleared the 99th level, his strength must be extraordinary. Although Luo Tianming had only used 50% of his power and had stopped at the 80th level, he knew well that the difficulty increased exponentially from there. After the 90th level, even giving his all would barely move him forward. Yet Subai not only reached the top level quickly but even succeeded in clearing it. Interesting. Luo Tianming muttered softly. Subai's achievement had ignited his fighting spirit. He had initially thought this mission would be dull, but now he had encountered such a formidable opponent. What made it even more intriguing was that Subai was the target of this mission, making everything all the more exhilarating. In the conference room, the screen automatically turned off as Subai successfully cleared the tower. The faces of the martial emperors from the other races darkened, as grim as the blackened screen. None of them had expected Subai to clear the 99th level. Meanwhile, the human martial emperors were filled with joy, barely able to hide their delight. But seeing the sour expressions of the other races, they restrained themselves, careful not to come across as too arrogant. After all, they were still in a position of being suppressed by the other side. Oomph, let's go. The most active alien martial emperor just now slammed the table, turned, and left the conference room without looking back. After the tower challenge concluded, the top 100 contestants on the leaderboard would all head to Kyoto in 2 days to participate in the final arena matches. The rankings on the glazed tower were just for reference. The ultimate rankings for the martial arts exam would still depend on the results of the arena battles. No matter how precise the rankings seemed, they were calculated based on the current circumstances. Inside the glazed tower, you could never know what hidden strengths others might still possess. Why are they called trump cards? Because they are secret weapons revealed only at critical moments. If they are shown prematurely, can they still be considered trump cards? Thus, whether it was the arrogant Jiaoyu or the emotionless Luo Tianming, they were both eager to face and challenge Subai, who had cleared the tower, to see just how formidable this genius truly was. Inside the tower, Subai conversed with Li Xingqi for over 2 hours, finally gaining a general understanding of what the so-called upper realm was like. 10,000 years ago, the human race was at its peak, flourishing with vitality. At that time, the upper realm and the lower realm were interconnected, martial monarchs roamed the lands, and martial emperors were too numerous to count. The myriad races, now known as the alien races, were severely oppressed by the humans of that era and could not lift their heads. The human race continued to thrive and prosper. This world, known as the Great Thousand World, consisted of countless smaller worlds that interacted frequently. But then, a great catastrophe occurred 10,000 years ago. An extraordinary powerhouse emerged from the alien races, leading an army of billions to assault the human race. The first to bear the brunt was the lower realm. This sudden invasion turned Blue Star into a living hell, with catastrophic casualties. Emergency teleportation arrays were activated, sending nearly all the talented individuals to the upper realm before the alien armies arrived, leaving countless others behind to hold the line. When there was no hope of turning the tide, the remaining human experts all self-destructed, obliterating the connection between the upper realm and Blue Star, as well as cutting off links to other worlds. The alien armies were halted before they could fully invade, forced to watch as their kind who had already entered Blue Star were annihilated in an instant by the overwhelming power of the self-destruction. Blue Star was left battered and on the verge of collapse, and the worlds will had to expend all its strength to resist the aftermath. The surviving humans barely clung to life, but Blue Star entered an era of no magic, entirely devoid of spiritual energy, and could only recover slowly over time. After the last human martial artist passed away, there were no warriors left on the planet. With no teleportation channels, the aliens could not enter Blue Star. The aliens, seeing so many humans self-destruct, chose to retreat. This was already considered a perfect victory. Afterward, Blue Star spent tens of thousands of years self-repairing. About 1,000 years ago, spiritual energy began to recover, and the age of martial arts was reborn. However, the aliens still kept their eyes on Blue Star. They had no way to deal with the upper realm, but for Blue Star, which had just begun recovering its spiritual energy, wouldn't it still be an easy target? They thought they could take Blue Star quickly, but after its long restoration, the planet had become suitable for habitation and had grown significantly stronger. Blue Star and Mercury were twin stars. In the Great Thousand World, Mercury still ruled over countless planets. Blue Star had become a coveted prize in the eyes of the alien races. Unfortunately, over the past 1,000 years, the passageways the aliens opened could only allow quasi-emperor-level powerhouses to pass through. If higher-level powerhouses attempted to force their way in, the passageways would collapse instantly. No one could enter Blue Star and could only watch as it grew stronger and stronger. Later, Subai learned more. After the Sword Saint emerged, he stood against the alien races for thousands of years, even enduring harassment from alien beasts during that time. So that's how it is. For the first time, Subai understood just how powerful the human race had once been, with martial monarchs walking everywhere and martial emperors beyond counting. But no matter how glorious an era, it could still be overthrown. No dynasty could escape destruction and succession. It seemed the upper realm was doing well now, so why hadn't they tried to reconnect with Blue Star? If the aliens could find it, how could Mercury, ruling countless planets as part of the upper realm, fail to locate it? To this, Li Xingqi responded. Actually, the people of Mercury had thought about finding you. Long ago, they sent someone down once, only to discover that the lower realm had entered an era of no magic, regressing even to a feudal state. They gave up afterward. 1,000 years ago, a man claiming to be the Sword Saint arrived in the upper realm from somewhere. With his spirit-level talent, he defeated various geniuses and was eventually taken in as a disciple by the Imperial Dynasty, one of the three major human factions. In this world, talent levels are spirit, earth, and heaven. However, even with the emergence of the Sword Saint, people's perception of the lower realm didn't change. They still believed that it was full of primitive people who would only drag Mercury down, so no one cared. The Sword Saint tried to gather people to support the lower realm, but many avoided him because he was from there, let alone going to the lower realm to provoke other races. Indeed, humans of the upper realm had great relationships with other races, mingling and interacting harmoniously, with no fighting or killing. A lower realm native? Subai sneered internally. If Mercury had been the first to attack back then, the situation might have been completely different. Blue Star risked everything to self-destruct, destroying the teleportation array to ensure safety, only to be despised for it. How ironic. The Sword Saint disappeared after ascending to the upper realm 1,000 years ago, and there hasn't been a single piece of news about him? Subai believed that the Sword Saint wouldn't be the type to achieve enlightenment and then abandon everything he once cared for. Most likely, he was being restricted by certain forces in the upper realm, leaving him no choice but to ignore Blue Star. If the Sword Saint was able to travel from Blue Star to Mercury, then there must still be a hidden teleportation array on Blue Star. Otherwise, given the Sword Saint's quasi-emperor strength, even if he had become a martial emperor, it would have been impossible for him to sneak to Mercury alone. There were so many powerful foreign races watching from the outside. In that case, there must be a teleportation array hidden in a secret place on Blue Star, which the Sword Saint used to directly ascend to the upper realm. But, after that self-destruction event on Blue Star, all the teleportation arrays were destroyed. Where could the Sword Saint's teleportation array be? Subai thought for a moment and came up with the only possibility. A secret realm. The revival of spiritual energy was largely due to the secret realms. Apart from Blue Star, the only places capable of supporting the existence of a teleportation array were the secret realms. Even Li Xingqi didn't understand how the secret realms were formed. He himself had been discovered by a human quasi-emperor within one of these secret realms. Wait, a secret realm? When Li Xingqi heard this, it was as if he had grasped a critical clue. A secret realm? As someone from the upper realm, how did he end up in the lower realm? After all these years, he had only been discovered by several quasi-emperors in a specific place they referred to as a secret realm? If one could travel from the upper realm to the lower realm, it must mean that a teleportation gate was located in the secret realm where he had been. Li Xingqi organized his thoughts and quickly pieced everything together. As long as he could find that secret realm and restore his physical body, he would be able to return to the upper realm. Subai, my young friend, I think I know where the teleportation array is. Li Xingqi shared his thoughts with Subai, and the latter quickly recognized the logic. Before Subai left, Li Xingqi explained all the conditions that needed to be met, then retreated. He now needed rest to stabilize his soul. Even the slightest mistake could lead to complete annihilation. Once you've prepared a physical body and reached the martial emperor realm, come find me in the capital. I've already marked you. As soon as you enter the tower, I'll sense it. That's it. Don't forget to come find me. After speaking, Subai directly passed through the 99th floor of the 9 treasure glazed tower and was transported out of the structure. Walking out of the tower, Subai looked at the rewards in his hand with astonishment. He hadn't expected the rewards from the tower to be so bountiful, though Li Xingqi seemed more like a pauper by comparison. If Li Xingqi could hear this, he would definitely complain. No one manages this 9 treasure glazed tower anymore. No matter how many treasures it holds, they have nothing to do with me. Subai's haul included 100 spirit stones and a pile of precious materials. Subai didn't even bother looking at the materials, he simply tossed them into his spatial ring, planning to sell them later for money. With spirit stones in hand, what couldn't he buy from the system shop? Those 100 spirit stones were the most practical reward, ready to be used at any time. After storing all the rewards in his spatial ring, Subai headed toward the plaza. In the plaza, Chu Youyu and the others, along with the principal, were already waiting at the forefront. As soon as they saw Subai emerge, everyone immediately surrounded him. The first to speak was Fugue, who shouted excitedly, "Whoa, Brother Bai, you actually cleared it. I only made it to around the 60th floor. Brother Subai, are you okay? Why did the last floor take you over 2 hours? Brother Bai, congrats on passing the challenge and taking the top spot on the leaderboard." Faced with a barrage of questions, Subai explained that he had suddenly experienced a breakthrough during the final floor and spent time cultivating on the spot, which was why it had taken so long. Only then did the group realize that Subai's hidden cultivation level had already risen to the rank of a junior grandmaster, even surpassing the strongest young talent from the foreign races. Impressive, very impressive. Subai, you've really brought glory to our school. It's hard to believe your cultivation level is already higher than mine as the principal. Young people truly have potential. Principal Chen walked over at this point, smiling broadly as he congratulated him. Subai was now a junior grandmaster. Let's not forget that the guardian of Tianhai City was also only a grandmaster. And Subai was only 18 years old, reaching this level even before completing the martial exams. What was the highest cultivation level achieved by an 18-year-old in history? It seemed to be the Sword Saint at senior grandmaster level. Would humanity see another Sword Saint after all these years? After chatting with the group for a while, Subai and his companions prepared to head home. They were set to depart for the capital tomorrow. With the rewards from the 9 treasure glazed tower and the battle experience gained today, everyone needed to seize the opportunity to enhance their strength. This test had pushed nearly everyone to their limits, and apart from a few who still had hidden trump cards, most had gained tremendously. After all, fighting inside the glazed tower didn't come with the risk of true death. Once judged as defeated, you'd simply be eliminated and lose the chance to continue. Just as Subai stepped out of the plaza, reporters who had already caught wind of the news quickly swarmed around him.
Subai, how does it feel to take first place? Do you think the reform of the martial arts exam this time was a success?
Subai, how were you able to outshine so many talented individuals from other races?
You were the only one to clear the entire challenge, can you share your secret?
Subai, could you tell everyone how you managed to pass through the 9 treasures glazed tower?
Were there any special techniques involved? The entire nation wants to know.
Subai. A group of reporters shoved their microphones towards Subai's mouth, eager to get the first scoop from him. Everyone believed Subai truly deserved the first place title. The disparities during the arena matches were evident, there was simply no comparison. This time, even prodigies from other races participated, and it was the first time many had witnessed the strength of these outsiders. Yet, they were crushed by this dark horse who suddenly emerged and dominated the scene. Seeing the reporters encircling him, Subai felt a bit annoyed.
He thought to himself, what should I even say? Should I tell them the truth that I'm a grandmaster, my strength completely overwhelms everyone here, and all of them are basically my underlings?
He quickly glanced around at his companions for help, only to find that they had already distanced themselves far away. Even Rich, who was usually inseparable from him, was now hanging his head and hiding at a distance, not daring to meet his gaze.
What a disappointment. They've all run off now, clearly unwilling to help.
Subai silently made a mental note of this. Adjusting his mindset, he raised his face into a polite, international standard fake smile and began to enthusiastically engage with the reporters.
Regarding the first question, to be honest, I only have one feeling about it.
And what is that feeling exactly?
Well, there's actually nothing particularly special to say about it.
After a round of vague and circular responses, the reporters, caught off guard by Subai's evasive answers, were left stunned, unsure of how to follow up.
Having answered a few questions, Subai could no longer tolerate it.
Seizing the moment when the reporters were still dazed, he swiftly slipped away. The reporters searched high and low but couldn't find Subai anywhere. Left with no choice, they published the meaningless responses they had managed to gather.
Subai exhaled deeply as he lay on the sofa in his living room.
These reporters were truly irritating. But when he recalled how Rich and the others had behaved earlier, Subai couldn't help but curse them in his heart. Those guys, how could they just run off like that?
Fine, I'll remember this.
The next day, while Subai relaxed, everyone else was busy working hard to improve their strength. The arena matches were about to begin, and even the smallest increase in power could make a big difference.
At 9 o'clock in the morning, everyone was to gather at the city gate.
This time, the journey would be escorted by martial emperors. It was said that only a few martial emperors would be responsible, each escorting a small group. Subai had wanted to test the spatial abilities he had recently copied from the little azure dragon, but unfortunately, he had never been to the capital and thus couldn't directly pinpoint a location. Thinking about this, Subai felt an even stronger urge to break through to the martial emperor realm. Once he reached that level, he'd be able to perform short-distance teleportation, covering at least 1,000 kilometers in a single leap.
If combined with his spatial talent, there might even be additional enhancements.
As the sun rose, people began arriving at the city gate one after another.
Subai was the first to arrive, followed closely by Yoyu. When Yoyu reached the city gate, she felt a bit awkward and didn't dare to greet Subai.
After all, yesterday, she and the others had teamed up to sell him out, and now that they were meeting again, the atmosphere was a bit delicate. From a distance, Rich spotted Subai at the gate and immediately looked guilty. He cautiously approached him.
Brother Bai, about yesterday, don't hold it against me. Those reporters were just too terrifying. You know me, I've got thick skin, but embarrassing myself in front of the whole nation? I couldn't take it.
I still want to keep my reputation on Blue Star. Rich babbled nervously, sneaking glances at Subai's expression. Seeing no signs of anger, he finally breathed a sigh of relief.
It's fine. Why would I blame you? Right, Yoyu?
Subai smiled as he walked toward Rich, casually calling out to Yoyu in the process.
No, Brother Bai, don't.
Rich immediately waved his hands in protest, reminding himself to stay calm as Subai approached.
Thud. Subai lightly knocked on Rich's head, signaling that he had let the matter slide. Brother Bai.
Gu Chan and Xiao Yuan arrived late, missing the moment when Rich got knocked on the head.
Thud.
Subai delivered 2 more light taps, ending the playful exchange.
Not long after, the martial emperor assigned to escort their group arrived at the city gate. Subai, we meet again.
The old principal greeted them with a smile, waving from mid-air.
Subai looked up in surprise. Principal? You're here to escort us?
It turned out the visitor was none other than the old principal from Shanghai University, who was now serving as the martial emperor responsible for transporting the candidates.
This old man was always traveling around, wasn't he? Why is he suddenly doing this kind of work? Su Bai wondered inwardly.
It seemed the old dean noticed his doubts, and he smiled faintly. This mission was something I applied for myself.
I even watched your entire performance live.
You dominated the competition, taking first place, and defeated those geniuses from other races one by one.
Impressive, truly worthy of being the pride of Huaxia, the dean praised.
So that's what happened.
I'm truly grateful.
Su Bai felt a wave of gratitude in his heart. It was clear that the dean had specifically come for him, otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to leave his leisurely travels.
Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Come on in.
The dean waved his hand, and a portal appeared before them. Stepping through it, they were instantly transported to a remote area miles away.
A few minutes later, they stepped into another portal.
Under the dean's protection throughout the journey, no unexpected incidents occurred.
Su Bai's extraordinary performance had caught the attention of Huaxia's top brass.
His security clearance was immediately elevated to the highest level, accessible only to a select few top officials. Not only that, but Huaxia's leadership also dispatched a grandmaster to wait for Su Bai in Kyoto, tasked with handling all matters related to him. Should anyone dare to attack Su Bai, they would immediately be charged as spies or traitors, with a minimum sentence of life imprisonment.
Kyoto. I'll leave you here.
I still have a few other places to visit, so I won't keep you any longer, the old dean said.
Good luck.
Make sure to take first place and crush those geniuses from other races so hard they can't even stand.
With his well wishes, the dean departed, heading to pick up and drop off the other top 100 candidates.
At the gates of Kyoto, the group exchanged glances, unsure what to do next. The arena battles wouldn't start until tomorrow, and they had arrived a day early to prepare.
Brother Bai, where should we go next? Check out the black market? Or somewhere else?
Fu Gue asked. Now, Su Bai had become the group's pillar of support. Wherever he decided to go, the others would follow.
Su Bai thought for a moment.
This time wasn't like the last, there was no urgent need to visit the black market. After all, not every place had treasures. Last time, stumbling upon the Bai Ling sword had been sheer luck.
Finally, Su Bai made a decision. Let's go to a tea house.
From his years of reading novels, he knew that tea houses were the most reliable places to gather intelligence. Although called a tea house, they didn't just sell tea, they also offered various exotic beast meats, fine wines, and even certain additional services. Such places were typically frequented by warriors fresh from hunting exotic beasts outside the city or newcomers unfamiliar with the area. However, it was worth noting that some drunkards and well-informed individuals often hung around these tea houses, and their information was far more reliable than in many other places. After selecting their destination, the group pulled out their phones and opened the app Lack of Morals map, which directed them to the nearest tea house.
Following the navigation, they finally arrived at their destination. Destination reached. Lack of Morals map navigation completed. Thank you for using our service. As the navigation voice stopped, the group looked up at the 5 to 6 story tea house. The signboard displayed the words ULI Tea House written in elegant calligraphy. ULI Tea House.
The 5 confirmed they were at the right place and walked straight in. Not far away, a grandmaster who had been quietly monitoring them for some time saw them enter and immediately followed. Protection missions like this had to be carried out discreetly.
Who knows? They might even catch a few big fish in the process. Besides, in Kyoto, Huaxia's capital and right under the noses of the authorities, would other races really dare to make bold moves?
Seeing Su Bai and his group enter the tea house, the grandmaster pretended to be a passerby and followed them inside.
Welcome, honored guests. Please, this way.
2 waitstaff, both attractive in appearance and figure, greeted the guests at the entrance.
One of them led the newcomers to a table and seated them.
May I ask what you'd like to order? The server asked, holding a menu. 5 teas and some random fruit, Su Bai casually ordered, then began paying attention to the conversations around the tea house.
Did you hear? Yesterday, 3 members of another race arrived in Kyoto.
They're said to be the same geniuses from that tower climbing livestream, and they look almost identical to us.
Let me tell you, the whole of Kyoto is talking about it. Who doesn't know those 3 geniuses from other races have arrived? Apparently,
they got into a conflict with someone right after arriving, and the female leader punched someone so hard they vomited blood.
What the hell? You all know about this? Am I the only one who's out of the loop? I heard too.
They say the woman is quite pretty except for the 2 horns on her head, she looks pretty much like us. The rankings said she's from the demon race. The two guys are also very strong. One of them is especially handsome, with a commanding aura, like one of those domineering CEOs.
Wait, aren't you a guy?
Your point of focus is kind of weird.
Stay away from me, thanks.
What the hell, you're from Nantung. As the group attempted to gather intelligence, these conversations nearly left them speechless. Fortunately, there was still some useful information amidst the chatter, otherwise, Subai would have been tempted to leave immediately. At this moment, the fruit was also brought to the table. Subai picked up a slice of watermelon, pretending to quietly enjoy it while continuing to listen to the chatter around him. Aside from the somewhat unruly group of strangers earlier, the atmosphere in Yulai Pavilion was quite lively. The seats on the 5th and 6th floors were nearly full. The hum of conversations rose and fell. Subai even spotted a few muscular and robust individuals who appeared to be quite strong. These people were likely members of a legion or small squad that frequently ventured out of the city to hunt exotic beasts or explore secret realms. I heard some gossip. Long Yuanchang, the genius from the Long family, went into seclusion to prepare for the advanced martial king level before the martial arts exam. But then, a genius from another race suddenly emerged, forcing him to end his seclusion early and participate in the exam.
Is that true?
What a shame that Long Yuanchang only came in third. If it weren't for that Baishan stepping up, we'd have been completely overshadowed by the other race.
Who cares if it's true?
The arena matches start tomorrow, and the truth will naturally come to light. I didn't expect so many geniuses this year. Compared to before, martial arts exams used to be a total joke.
You know how it is. Those heirs of noble families are born into privilege.
They get to casually choose from the 3 top academies and are directly guaranteed admission.
Who would even bother participating in the martial arts exams? Have you all heard? Exotic beasts are starting to riot in many places.
Just a few days ago, a city was completely destroyed by a beast tide before reinforcements could even arrive. Yes, we've noticed it too when venturing out of the city recently.
The exotic beasts are far more aggressive than they used to be. Who knows what's really going on? It's not just the exotic beasts outside the city.
I heard even the secret realms under guard are having issues. Just the other day, a C-rank secret realm in one province erupted, and many people were killed. Listening to the idle chatter, Subai finally caught a crucial piece of information from the conversation among the muscular men. The martial arts exam was merely a formality for him.
With his level as a grandmaster, was there anyone who could reach martial emperor status by the age of 18?
However, the abnormal occurrences of exotic beast riots piqued his interest. On his way home after the last competition, he had already encountered a beast tide. If not for the system and the experience card, he could only have watched as Tianhai City suffered the same fate as that recently destroyed city. Now that exotic beasts were rioting in multiple regions simultaneously, something was clearly wrong.
Moreover, these people, who faced danger daily, could also sense that something was amiss.
In the past, beast tides occurred once every few months or even years. Now, several had erupted within just 2 or 3 months. This was undoubtedly unusual. There was undoubtedly an invisible hand manipulating events behind the scenes.
The situation was far more complex than it appeared.
The spatial rift triggered by the last beast tide had upgraded his system.
While he still didn't understand the exact purpose of that mysterious energy, it must have some use. Subai shook his head. Matters like these should be left to the professionals.
What mattered more to him now was the martial arts exam.
He found it odd why couldn't even candidates at the beginner martial king level make it into the top 3.
In previous years, noble family scions with a bit of talent were practically guaranteed spots, and the level of beginner martial masters was almost the limit. But this year, with the appearance of the other race, everything was thrown into chaos.
In the past, a beginner grandmaster could easily secure the national top spot.
This year, they could barely make the top 10. If this trend continued, fresh blood in Huaxia would keep emerging, and eliminating the other race would just be a matter of time.
Let's go. There's nothing left worth staying for here.
Let's check out the hotel prepared for the martial arts exam, Subai said suddenly, feeling that coming to the tea house had been a mistake.
He stood up, ready to leave. Why not just look up the information online? It wasn't like he didn't have a smartphone. He almost got sidetracked by all this idle chatter.
The well-fed Fugui, who was munching on sunflower seeds, saw Subai get up. He stuffed a handful of seeds into his pocket and hurriedly followed.
Gu Chan and Xiaoxing Yuan also quickly followed suit.
Though they didn't quite understand what Bai Gu was up to, they trusted there was a reason behind his actions. Before long, the group arrived at the hotel using the address provided by the school. The hotel was very close to the arena, just a few hundred meters away. It only took a few steps to get there.
After presenting their identification, the front desk staff checked them in, assigning each of them a luxurious single room. Once in his room, Subai began contemplating his next course of action. The most important task now was to complete the arena matches, followed by helping that old man who claimed to be the Pill Saint find a suitable body. Those other race individuals likely already saw him as a thorn in their side. Since living a peaceful life was out of the question, he might as well turn the world upside down. Why fear being threatened everywhere when he was reborn with a cheat? Having died once, he no longer cared about life and death. If anyone dared to defy him, he'd fight back without hesitation. That old man came from a higher realm and called himself the Pill Saint. His strength was undoubtedly formidable. With his help, dealing with the other race would be much easier. But for now, the priority was to improve himself. At the very least, he needed to reach Martial Emperor level to freely roam and explore. Currently, his Grandmaster level strength was still lacking. With this in mind, Subai glanced at his system balance. Thanks to the supreme spiritual stones provided by Li Xingqi, he still had over 3,000 spirit stones left, just enough to make good use of them. Little Azure Dragon, come out. Over the past few days, the little Azure Dragon had been confined to the beast taming space, constantly clamoring to be let out and play. After all, it was barren and lonely in there, not much fun for a solitary creature. After 2 months of nurturing, this little guy's strength had grown significantly, having already broken through to the Martial King realm. Its body now spanned several hundred meters, beginning to exude the imposing aura of a Dragon King. Fortunately, it could freely control its size, otherwise, Subai wouldn't have dared to let it out. As its strength increased, so did its appetite. Thankfully, the corpse of the Martial Emperor beast they had stored earlier was still enough to feed it, likely lasting another 10 days to half a month. The little Azure Dragon roamed freely around the room, playing to its heart's content, while Subai sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning his meditation and cultivation. After breaking through his cultivation bottleneck, Subai now found that as long as he diligently cultivated every day, the accumulation of spiritual energy would naturally lead to breakthroughs. It felt incredibly satisfying. With an ample supply of spiritual stones, he took out dozens and set them aside for later use. Holding one in his hand, he began absorbing its energy. He activated the enlightenment technique, drawing the spiritual energy from the stone into his chi-si. Upon breaking through to the Martial King realm, one's blood and chi would form a chi-si within the body, serving as a reservoir for spiritual energy. Each breakthrough would either expand or evolve the chi-si. A minor breakthrough would expand it, while a major breakthrough would compress it, condensing the spiritual energy within the body. Legend has it that upon reaching the Martial Emperor realm, the chi-si would condense into a fist-sized core, forming the Dantian. Meanwhile, Chu Youyu had also returned to the room with Subai to cultivate. Fu Gue, being a beast tamer, focused most of his energy on his exotic beasts. Upgrading exotic beasts was far simpler and more straightforward than human cultivation. It all boiled down to the word eat. As long as they were continuously fed various rare treasures and high-level beast corpses, their growth would resemble a rocket's rapid ascent. In the beast taming space, these exotic beasts could even go out and hunt on their own, leveling up automatically, essentially a hands-free process. Thus, Fu Gue wasn't in any rush to cultivate. His own strength was sufficient for now, and in critical moments, he could simply hide behind others and let his beasts do the fighting. What if they couldn't win? Surrender, of course. If even his beasts couldn't defeat the opponent, why expect him to? With time to spare before nightfall, Fu Gue planned to visit the treasure pavilion and black market in Kyoto to see if he could find anything interesting. Gu Chun had a similar idea. With his S-class talent, a night's cultivation wouldn't yield significant progress, so he figured it would be better to explore the city instead of staying cooped up indoors. Before leaving the hotel, Gu Chun dragged along Xiaoxing Yuan, who was also preparing to cultivate. This guy thought about nothing but training all day. Taking some time to relax was equally important. Hey, don't drag me. I still need to cultivate. Xiaoxing Yuan's voice trailed off, echoing down the hallway. Gu Chan and Xiaoxing Yuan had already stepped out onto the bustling street. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the annual martial exam finals. I'm your commentator, Chi-Chi. Did you miss me? At the commentary table, a cheerful and familiar face greeted the audience with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the global live broadcast commenced, with all news channels switching to the martial exam coverage. Welcome to the Martial Exam Arena Showdown. I'm your commentator, Round Ball. This competition features the top 100 experts from the Tower Climb rankings, and the ultimate winner will claim the title of Martial Exam Champion. Who do you think will take the crown? The two commentators were familiar faces,
They had also hosted the global live broadcast of the Tower Climb rankings last time and were now responsible for narrating the finals.
Alright, here comes Ji Tianyu from Dongyang province. He is currently ranked. The next day arrived, and contestants began entering the venue one after another.
The competition venue was a massive stadium. All previous facilities had been removed, and 100 platforms were installed in their place. Spanning tens of thousands of square meters, the stadium offered ample space and was surrounded by spectator seats, which could accommodate tens of thousands of people. Before the competition began, the seats were already packed to capacity, as everyone eagerly awaited the start of the tournament. This year's martial exam included participants from other races, making it far more significant than any previous events. In the past, tickets for the martial exam were rarely sold out, as most people preferred to watch the broadcast from the comfort of their homes.
Who would bother traveling to the venue in person?
Not to mention the dangers of interprovincial travel. Encountering high-level exotic beasts or hostile races along the way could lead to dire consequences.
Why risk it when you could enjoy the broadcast from home with snacks and soda?
But this year was different. With Subai's sudden rise to prominence, all the young masters of noble families who would normally skip the martial exam had shown up, along with talented contestants from other races stirring up the competition.
This martial exam had become the most exciting one in history. Who would want to miss it?
As soon as ticket pre-sales opened, tens of thousands of tickets were snapped up in under a minute, leaving not even the farthest seats available.
The stadium was packed to the brim with a sea of people, all anticipating the intense battles to come.
Now entering the arena is the dark horse of this year's rankings, the first to successfully conquer the 9-treasure glazed tower, Subai, the White God. Beside him are a few other geniuses from Jiang province. Each of them has made it into the top 10 of the rankings.
My goodness, what kind of place is Jiang province?
Chi-Chi looked at the information in her hand and was astonished to find that nearly half of the top 10 were from Jiang province.
What secret does Jiang province hold to cultivate so many geniuses? As Chi-Chi introduced them, the crowd instantly erupted, with many captivated by Subai's commanding debut. White God! White God, I love you. I wanna have your babies. White God, don't mind the gender, I'm fine with it too. White God. Goddess. Little fish goddess is so adorable, I'm in love. Have you guys noticed? White God and that girl seem to have an unusual relationship. Whoa, no way, looks like it's true. A perfect match of beauty and talent. I ship this couple to the end, and nothing can stop me.
The crowd's voices rose and fell, and the atmosphere reached its peak. The vast majority of people were there for Subai. If it weren't for Subai's dominant appearance this time, the first place would likely have been taken by those troublemaking alien geniuses. On their home turf, being trampled by their ancient enemies, it was a national-level competition, and the whole world was watching. The atmosphere on site was electrifying, and the livestream was equally explosive. Over 100 million viewers were online at the same time, prompting the officials to urgently allocate servers to ensure stability.
This competition had become a national sensation.
From 80-year-old elders to 3-year-old children, as long as they had free time, 9 out of 10 people were watching the livestream.
As soon as Subai entered the arena, he was stunned by the overwhelming crowd and their enthusiasm.
This scene far surpassed even the most packed concerts he had witnessed in his previous life.
The dense crowd stretched as far as the eye could see. Anyone with trypophobia would probably faint.
The stadium was enormous. The audience seating took up only a small portion of the space. Most of it was divided into individual arenas, each labeled with a rank number. Subai's arena was the largest, located in the very center. It was 10 times bigger than the surrounding arenas, making it particularly eye-catching. At this moment, Little Fish, standing beside Subai, was feeling uneasy under the crowd's gaze. Although she was used to being the center of attention at school, facing the scrutiny of tens of thousands of people made her understandably nervous. She clutched the corner of Subai's shirt tightly, keeping her head down, not daring to look up.
The ever-present onlookers were never absent. As soon as they noticed something unusual, they immediately began speculating.
The rumors spread, and many people instantly started shipping the two as a couple. The news quickly climbed to the top of the trending charts.
Soon after, someone unearthed the relationship between Subai and Xu Youyu.
According to insider information, the two were actually childhood betrothed, meaning they were destined to be a pair from the start. Later, when Long Yuanhang, Sima Nan, and others appeared, the crowd erupted into exclamations of surprise.
But when 3 alien contestants entered the scene simultaneously, the previously lively audience suddenly fell silent.
Not a single welcome cheer was heard.
Even the commentators in the booth exchanged awkward glances, unsure of what to say. They simply pretended not to see and swiftly changed the topic.
Such a situation was something Subai had only seen in his previous life during national soccer matches or when powerhouse nations entered the field. He never expected the same here. Once everyone had arrived, the commentators finally began introducing the event. All the contestants are now in position. Roundball and I will explain the rules of this arena tournament to everyone. There are 100 arenas in the stadium, each numbered according to the rankings on the previous leaderboard. The numbers represent rankings. Each contestant can challenge someone ranked higher than themselves, and they have only 3 opportunities to do so. If the challenger wins, the 2 participants will exchange ranks. The challenged must also be prepared to face challenges from others. Each match is single elimination, and the arena rankings will determine the final standings. After every match, there will be a 10-minute immunity period to prevent anyone from exploiting continuous battles to cheat. Now, I officially announce the start of the martial arts finals. Everyone listened carefully to the rules. When the official start was announced, some of the lower-ranked contestants began sizing up those around them. Over the past few days, they had meticulously studied the profiles of everyone on the leaderboard. They already had a good sense of whom they could defeat and whom they should avoid. As for the most conspicuous figure in the central arena, most people didn't even bother focusing on him. Those who had climbed beyond the 60th level of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower knew better than anyone how challenging it became after that. Even the most elite alien Martial King geniuses had only reached the 80th level. And Subai? Although specific details about him were scarce, the fact that he had cleared the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower made it clear he wasn't someone to mess with. You. Fight me. Long Yuanhang gripped his sword, its tip pointing directly at Kwang Jiaoyue. Another expressionless guy? Can't you people be a little more interesting? Kwang Jiaoyue glanced coldly at Long Yuanhang. Her aloof demeanor reminded her momentarily of that stoic man, Luo Tianming. Fight me, Long Yuanhang repeated. I didn't even hold a grudge against you, yet you're so persistent? Fine, come on. Kwang Jiaoyu despised such rigid individuals the most. Since this guy was courting death, she might as well treat him like Luo Tianming and teach him a lesson first. The moment Kwang Jiaoyu agreed, Long Yuanhang didn't hesitate. With a light tap of his toes, he leapt onto the arena. Please guide me, Long Yuanhang said politely as he initiated the fight without delay. Once on the arena, the battle officially began, no referee was needed. This martial arts examination was of utmost importance, and even members of other races were participating. On the human side, familiar faces had arrived, Flame Emperor and another Martial Emperor, Blade Emperor. Of the 3 Martial Emperors in the Huaxia region, 2 had shown up, a clear sign of the event's significance. However, they remained quietly suspended in the air, only prepared to intervene if a participant's life was in danger. In the sky, there weren't just human Martial Emperors, 2 Martial Emperors from other races were also present. Although the humans dared not forcefully detain the geniuses from other races, these 3 prodigies of alien descent were different. They were exceptional talents, rare even in 100 or 1,000 years. For some reason, this year had seen an unprecedented surge in the number of geniuses. In previous years, producing even one prodigy in a century was rare, yet this year, they seemed to appear one after another, like dumplings dropping into boiling water. Recalling a legend passed down through history, a sense of unease grew within several of them. Though this appeared to be a good thing on the surface, things were never that simple. On the arena, Long Yuanhang and Kwang Jiaoyu had already begun an intense clash. Both displayed extraordinary skills, high-level martial techniques, and abundant combat experience. Long Yuanhang wielded an ancient sword, its blade gleaming coldly. His posture was upright, like a swimming dragon, his eyes sharp with a deadly aura. Taking a step forward, his sword tip flickered, unleashing a powerful sword aura that surged toward Kwang Jiaoyu like a violent storm. Kwang Jiaoyu didn't immediately draw a weapon. Agile and adaptable, she could turn anything into a weapon. Facing the ferocious sword aura, she merely smiled faintly. Seems like this stone-faced guy isn't half bad, she remarked. After skillfully dodging, she quickly pulled a long spear from her spatial ring. The spear's head was intricate and versatile, as if it could unleash countless techniques. Wielding the spear, she evaded Long Yuanhan's attacks while waiting for an opportunity to counter. The 2 figures darted around the arena, sword glints and spear shadows intertwining. Sometimes they were locked in close combat, other times, they pulled apart. Long Yuanhan's swordsmanship was swift, his blade slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. Kwang Jiaoyu relied on her nimble movements and extensive experience, evading every attack and countering with precision. As time passed, their battle grew increasingly fierce. Both gave it their all, leaving no room for the other to catch their breath. The audience held their breath, their eyes fixed on this evenly matched contest. The tension enveloped the entire stadium. On the arena, Long Yuanhang panted heavily, his sword gripped tightly as he stared ahead. He hadn't expected this alien genius to be so formidable. The rankings were indeed a reliable reference.
What's wrong? Is that all you've got? Are you even capable, you scrawny dog? Quang Jiaoyu taunted the gasping Long Yuanhang. She thought it was laughable that he even dared challenge her. It was practically suicidal. Damn it! Anger flared in Long Yuanhang's heart.
He had wanted to defeat the #1 alien prodigy to prove himself, but now he couldn't even best an alien girl and had been mocked as a scrawny dog.
Who could tolerate that?
His eyes burned with resolve as he told himself that even if he lost, he wouldn't allow himself to be humiliated. Seizing the right moment, Long Yuanhang leapt into the air, delivering a slashing strike with his sword aimed straight at Quang Jiaoyu. But Quang Jiaoyu merely smiled mysteriously, as if she had anticipated this. She deftly sidestepped the lethal attack and flicked her spear upward.
Bang!
Long Yuanhang lost his balance as the spear grazed his face, leaving a thin cut.
He staggered back and tumbled off the arena.
In this exchange, he conceded defeat completely. Whether in strength or strategy, he had been thoroughly outmatched.
The arena fell into an eerie silence.
The tens of thousands of spectators in the stadium were utterly stunned. No one could believe he had lost. In everyone's mind, prodigies from noble families were nearly invincible, reigning supreme among their peers. But now, the former #1 had been defeated by an alien genius.
Could it be that the alien races were always this strong?
Fortunately, the professional commentators quickly regained their composure, and their voices echoed through the sound system.
Congratulations to Arena 2 for defending successfully.
Arena 3's Long Yuanhang has failed his challenge and lost one attempt. Let's congratulate the Demon Race's genius, Quang Jiaoyu, on her victory. Since this was a lower-ranked challenge, the arena rankings remain unchanged.
Up next, let's enjoy the thrilling battles of the other contestants.
Long Yuanhang returned to the edge of the arena, intending to catch his breath and tend to his injuries.
But before he could, someone approached him. Human, I challenge you. Do you dare accept? Mo Wuxian stepped down from the arena and walked straight toward Long Yuanhang. What's happening? Is someone trying to take advantage of the situation? Long Yuanhang hasn't fully recovered yet. Are the aliens planning to exploit this chance to challenge him? Will he agree? Long Yuanhang frowned as he turned to look, spotting yet another alien challenger. His brows furrowed even deeper. Soon, he recognized the challenger by appearance, Mo Wuxian of the lion race. Having just lost a match, now even this guy dares to join in the chaos?
There's a 10-minute protection period for the arena battles, but if both parties agree, this rule can be bypassed.
Come on up.
Long Yuanhang's voice was deep, issuing a cold command.
Hearing this, Mo Wuxian's heart leapt with joy.
Seeing that this guy's stamina was nearly depleted, he figured he could take advantage of the situation.
Even getting into the top 3 would be worth it. Long Yuanhang agreed without hesitation, and Mo Wuxian jumped onto the stage. He originally intended to feign politeness, but Long Yuanhang didn't hold back, striking directly with a sword.
After all, Mo Wuxian was of the lionfolk race, possessing an innate speed seemingly etched into his very bones. With a swift sidestep, he easily dodged the attack. However, Long Yuanhang's assault was far from over. Fueled by rage, he unleashed all his fury on this foreign challenger. With a horizontal slash, blood immediately spilled from Mo Wuxian's waist. Following that, a fierce kick landed on his abdomen, sending him flying and crashing heavily to the ground.
Long Yuanhang, however, knew his limits.
While his strikes were harsh, they weren't lethal.
Despite Mo Wuxian looking gravely injured, it was merely superficial. He would be fine. Wow, as expected of our Huaxia's pride.
Not only did he accept the challenge, but he ended the match with just one strike.
So cool. Kiki's eyes sparkled as she narrated excitedly, igniting the audience's enthusiasm. Indeed, the initially concerned crowd was stunned after witnessing this. It wasn't that Long Yuanhang was weak, it was his opponents who were simply too strong. Long Yuanhang is incredible.
That's how you properly teach these outsiders a lesson.
They shouldn't think they can exploit us. That sword strike was amazing. It struck right at my heart. I'm in love. Hey, weren't you just saying you'd have white god's babies? How did you switch so quickly? Such a fickle heart. Fantastic. This is exactly how these outsiders should be shown their place. Otherwise, they'll never realize how strong we are. Long Yuanhang, keep it up. You're the best.
Not only was the live stream buzzing, but the atmosphere at the venue was also ablaze thanks to that strike. After defeating his opponent, Long Yuanhang returned to the stage and closed his eyes to rest. Surely, no one else would dare trouble him now.
Subai heard the commotion and glanced over briefly before looking away. When would this arena competition finally end?
If not for the trouble stirred up by these so-called foreign geniuses, Subai would have liked to use this opportunity to assess the strength of these outsiders. But now, it seemed he had been overly optimistic. How formidable could these individuals really be? If he hadn't participated, the Huaxia talents would have been beaten down long ago. Beyond this battle, the subsequent arena matches were equally fierce. Subai even spotted a few familiar faces, Ji Tianyu and Sichen. These two ranked lower on the leaderboard. Ji Tianyu, with his S-rank talent, had surpassed Sichen after 2 months of training. Sichen, on the other hand, was losing steam, frequently challenged, and steadily dropping in rank. Fugue had also caught the attention of a few among the top 10. Once on the stage, he donned heavy protective gear and hid in a corner to summon his beasts. The challengers didn't rush to attack, instead, they cautiously observed the summoned beasts around Fugue. Aru! A massive wind wolf appeared in the arena, marking the first time many had witnessed a beast tamer's combat style in person. The enormous creature shielded Fugue completely, leaving no openings for his opponents to exploit. The moment the wind wolf appeared, the aura it exuded stunned everyone. To their disbelief, this wind wolf was already a tier 4 beast. No wonder it seemed as formidable as an advanced martial artist. It was no surprise Fugue had secured his place in the top 10. With this beast by his side, his position among the top 10 seemed well deserved. When the wind wolf first appeared, the opponent on the other side of the arena was utterly dumbfounded. A beast this large, was he really expected to fight it? Roar! Through its mental link with Fugue, the wind wolf already knew that this person was its current opponent. Eyeing the other's slender frame, the beast's expression was full of disdain. Before the opponent could even react, the wind wolf lived up to its name and charged forward with incredible speed. A strong gust of wind swept across the arena, causing those nearby to instinctively shut their eyes. When they opened them again, the wind wolf stood in the same spot, but the challenger had vanished completely. Can someone tell me what just happened? That guy was standing there a moment ago, now he's gone? Holy crap, what did I just see? Instant kill. This wind wolf is way too strong. How did this guy even manage to form a contract with such a beast? Beast tamers are truly amazing. I'm so jealous. Why didn't I awaken a talent like that? If I had the beast tamer talent, I'd definitely be this strong too. Keep dreaming. Even if you had the talent, so what? Do you have the resources to raise a beast? Could you find a good one to contract with? At the end of the day, you're nothing. Even with the talent, it'd be wasted on you. Fugue's move stunned everyone in the live stream room, as well as the few people secretly observing the battle from the sidelines. This kind of strategy was something they were witnessing for the first time, hiding directly behind one's own exotic beast, fully armored in defense, and letting the beast do all the fighting. Brother, are we even living in the same world? However, Fugue's aggressive maneuver this time caused many to give up any thoughts of provoking him. This guy might be hard to take down, but is he also that hard to avoid? For a moment, the opponents who had originally been eyeing Fugue with hostility all turned to focus on other targets. Fugue was happy to enjoy his leisure. As long as no one bothered him, his ranking would already be quite decent. Subai, fight me. Subai, fight me. Two crisp voices rang out almost simultaneously. Subai looked at the two people in surprise. One was Quang Jiaoyue, who had just recovered, and the other was Luo Tianming, who had been silent all this time. Luo Tianming carried a long sword on his back, his facial features sharp and well-defined, exuding a unique charm. Judging by the sword on his back, it was clear he was also a master of swordsmanship. Just from his appearance, Subai felt that Luo Tianming was far more complicated than he seemed on the surface, likely harder to deal with than Quang Jiaoyue. The two locked eyes, clearly unwilling to miss the chance to fight Subai first. Their gazes then shifted to Subai, waiting for him to choose his opponent. Subai looked at the two of them. Neither would be easy to handle, but he himself was at the Grandmaster stage. At a moment like this, keeping a low profile was almost suffocating. Buzz! Subai unsheathed the Bailan sword, the tip pointing at the two of them, then drawing a circle around the entire stadium with it. He had thought of a way to quickly resolve the finals and then announced loudly, his voice echoing throughout the stadium. All of you, come at me. Subai glanced around, his eyes filled with disdain, his movements perfectly executed. Even the audience in front of their screens couldn't help but want to punch him through the screen. This was way too arrogant. What? Subai actually wants to challenge everyone by himself? Is this for real? How confident is he to dare challenge everyone here? Kiki, upon hearing this, exclaimed in disbelief during her commentary.
Such a thing had never happened before. Who could take on hundreds of people alone? Not even the sword saint in his youth could have done that, right? Damn, Godby is insane. Is he serious? Does he really want to challenge everyone? That's impossible. Guys, Godby is way too cocky. I want to punch him through the screen. I really can't take it anymore. Even if Godby says it, will these people agree? Don't forget, 5 of the top 10 are from Jiang province. Godby, I support you. No matter what aliens or geniuses in your hands, they're all just appetizers. No one can beat you. Damn, what Godby said is so cool. I screenshotted it. This is going to be my phone wallpaper from now on. Absolutely epic. The livestream audience was all stunned by Subai's jaw-dropping declaration. Though it sounded incredibly arrogant, the one who said it was Subai. Godby, his strength was undeniable. Are you sure? Kwang Jiaoyue stared at Subai as if looking at an idiot. Did this guy really think he was invincible just because he made it this far? Was this his goal this time? He seemed to have some screws loose. Even fighting you alone would be a challenge for me. I'm only 60% confident. If I team up with that poker-faced guy and get support from others, my chances would rise to 90%. You're asking for death. Luo Tianming also looked curiously at Subai. Why was he so confident in challenging everyone? Did he have some kind of secret weapon? Even Kwang Jiaoyue's strength was something he had to be cautious of, yet Subai still dared to act this way. What exactly gave him this level of confidence? But then again, it worked out. The rewards for completing the task would be enough for him to break through to the Grandmaster stage. Are you certain? Luo Tianming asked coldly. Who wouldn't want to seize such an advantageous opportunity? While he prided himself on his integrity, he wasn't foolish enough to not take advantage of this unique situation. Come on, is there anyone else who wants to fight me? Let's settle it all at once. Subai spoke indifferently, his gaze sweeping across the entire stadium. Most people avoided his eyes as soon as their gazes met. Subai's strength was far beyond what this group of contestants, stuck between the 50th and 60th levels, could handle. But some hot-blooded youths felt this was their chance. No matter how strong Subai was, he couldn't possibly withstand an onslaught from so many people, could he? You claim you've got first place in the bag, but why are you so arrogant? Chu Youyu and Fugue quickly moved further away when they saw the situation unfolding, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. Let's not forget Brother Bai was already at the Grandmaster stage. With just one casual sword strike, he could knock them flat. Who dared not take him seriously? Those who didn't want to fight Subai also began to leave one after another, leaving only 3 alien geniuses and a scattered group of 6 contestants from the top 50 still standing in place. Subai did not rush to make a move, he was waiting for instructions from above. The rules didn't say this was prohibited, but rules are dead, people are alive, why not just change the rules? While he waited, the commentator Chi-Chi urgently contacted her superiors and quickly received a response. Ahem, the latest announcement is here, this challenge is permitted. Let's look forward to Subai bringing us an exciting battle. Everyone, stay tuned. As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected to witness the sight of one person challenging all the geniuses of other races this year. The atmosphere in the stadium instantly reached a fever pitch. Who would have thought that a single ticket could let them see such an incredible showdown? It was definitely worth it. The 3 geniuses from the other races exchanged smiles, while the other contestants clenched their fists in readiness, eager to teach this arrogant Subai a lesson. Why not just honestly stick to one-on-one battles and take first place? Why court death like this? No matter how high your level is, there's no way you can withstand so many of us attacking at once. And besides, if they could defeat Subai together, it would be a huge personal achievement. They could already imagine the scenes of being surrounded by admiring women in the future. A few random onlookers couldn't help but lick their lips, already fantasizing about their bright futures. Come on, let's get this over with quickly. Subai wasn't surprised by this outcome. In an exam like this, there were definitely martial emperor-level powerhouses secretly protecting the participants. Those martial emperors who had witnessed the trials of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower likely had a very accurate measure of Subai's strength. For him to take on so many opponents alone was practically child's play. Once the decision was approved, Luo Tianming, who had maintained a neutral expression, now showed a hint of curiosity. This guy, why is he so confident? Something feels off. Even Kwang Jiaoyue, who wasn't the sharpest, understood the gravity of the situation. No matter how slow she was, she could tell Subai's strength wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. But even if you have hidden aces up your sleeve, with us 3 working together, do you really think we'll let you keep them hidden?
Subai's arena was large enough to comfortably hold 9 more people. Please give it your all and show me your swordsmanship. Luo Tianming unsheathed the longsword on his back, cautiously eyeing Subai across from him. From the weapon Subai held earlier, Luo Tianming deduced that he was also a swordsmanship master. To duel a true master of swordsmanship had always been his dream. Unfortunately, along the way, none of the so-called swordsmanship experts he faced could withstand more than 3 moves from him. Now that he had finally encountered an evenly matched opponent, how could he not relish the opportunity for a proper fight? After Luo Tianming assumed his battle stance, Huang Jiayue and the others also readied themselves. The man in front of them was the ultimate target of this mission. As long as they succeeded in striking him down, the martial emperors from their clans would intervene and safely extract them. Upon returning, they'd receive countless higher-level cultivation resources. You're not even worthy of me using my full strength. If you can withstand just one sword strike, I might consider you somewhat capable. Subai stood tall and proud, and without hesitation, he made his move. As Subai attacked, the others immediately reacted. Without any communication, Huang Jiayue, Luo Tianming, and Mo Wuxian launched attacks from 3 different directions simultaneously. The other 6 exchanged glances and charged toward the final direction together. In an instant, Subai was surrounded on all sides, but he remained calm and unperturbed. A few minor martial kings, and even a handful of martial masters, did these scraps really think they could injure him in the slightest? Come back in 2.5 years. I have one sword, unrivaled under heaven. Blazing. Flame. Slash. Fire elemental talent fused into sword energy. What was originally an ordinary slash of sword energy transformed, under the enhancement of the fire elemental talent, into a deadly strike capable of threatening their very lives. This strike contained power restrained to the level of a martial grandmaster. At the same time, Subai activated the heaven-covering art, disguising his realm as a low-level grandmaster. No one noticed anything unusual. High above, the martial emperors of humanity watched the stadium intently. Subai's sudden challenge had caught them off guard. Buddy, can't you just stick to straightforward one-on-one matches to prove your skill? Do you really need the thrill of fighting so many at once? Although doubt filled their hearts, especially since the other race's geniuses this time were incredibly strong, even suppressing that young dragon from the Long family, Subai's confidence gave them pause. Subai was planning to challenge not only 3 geniuses from the other races but also 6 of the top 50 fighters, totaling 9 opponents. No matter how they looked at it, the odds seemed slim. But seeing the confidence in Subai's expression, the Flame Emperor couldn't help but recall how he had passed the trials of the Glazed Tower, and the mysterious master behind him. If Subai dared to take this risk, he must have a trump card. Gritting his teeth, the Flame Emperor agreed. The Blade Emperor and the other 2 martial emperors from the other races were momentarily stunned. To them, this seemed like an impossible request to grant. Who knew why the Flame Emperor had agreed? However, it wasn't long before the 2 martial emperors from the other races began to smile. If you humans are so eager for death, don't blame us for what happens. This mission is as good as accomplished. The Blade Emperor watched on, making no attempt to intervene. He glanced at the Flame Emperor, then at Subai below, a hint of deeper meaning flashing in his gaze. The Flame Emperor had been well informed for years and would never act rashly without confidence. Since he made his decision so quickly, it indicated he had a high chance of success. However, seeing Subai's smug and showy demeanor, the Blade Emperor found him increasingly irritating. He itched to slap him right then and there. I've already reached the rank of Martial Emperor, but I've never flaunted myself like this. Is this really how you should act? But soon, a single sword strike from Subai completely changed the Blade Emperor's opinion. Holy crap! As Subai swung his sword, a pressure of spiritual energy instantly engulfed the entire arena. The oppressive aura of a grandmaster caused several people to falter in their steps, and the martial artists froze in their tracks. With one swing of his blade, the heavens and earth seemed to change color. The sharp sword energy surged directly toward the group. The sword energy, shaped like a crescent blade, struck the 3 alien prodigies with precision. The once arrogant Huang Jiayue and the emotionless Luo Tianming instantly turned red-faced, straining with all their might to resist the sword energy. As for Mo Wuxian, who had already been severely injured by Long Yuanhan's earlier strike, Subai's attack was the final blow. Unable to hold on for even a second, he was flung into the air and crashed heavily to the ground, vomiting a large mouthful of blood before falling unconscious. Witnessing this, the bystanders were too terrified to move, their faces filled with fear. Seeing Mo Wuxian's miserable state and the previously triumphant alien prodigies now struggling, they felt a chill in their hearts. Was this really just a casual swing of Subai's sword?
Even when the three alien prodigies joined forces, they couldn't withstand it? What?
The alien martial emperor hovering in mid-air exclaimed in shock, immediately turning his gaze toward the Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor, however, had anticipated this outcome after seeing Subai strike.
His face remained calm, a faint composure visible.
The Blade Emperor, his eyes fixed on the center of the arena, noticed that everyone around Subai had their heads lowered, too afraid to make eye contact. Some were even trembling and collapsing to the ground in fear. At this moment, the entire arena was left with only Subai standing alone, just as he had been at the start, right in the center. His expression was tranquil, as though he had long expected this outcome. To him, this was nothing more than a trivial matter. Subai glanced at the two struggling to withstand the sword energy and muttered,
"They can actually block a single strike? If they can't handle it, I'll just give them another one."
He activated his Yuan Yang slash, channeling spiritual energy into the Bai Ling sword. The sword energy surged higher and higher, reaching its peak.
Yuan Yang slash.
Subai softly uttered 3 words, and an even more ferocious wave of sword energy surged toward the two. By now, the bystanders were so terrified they wet their pants, completely devoid of any courage to make a move. This single strike even caused the powerful figures in the sky to stir uneasily. As martial emperors, they could see at a glance that the power of this strike had reached the level of an advanced grandmaster, with faint traces of a great grandmaster's aura. If this sword struck Quang Jiayue and Luo Tianming, they would likely either be dead or gravely injured.
Wait, where do you think you're going? The fight isn't over yet, and no one has surrendered. Are you thinking of breaking the rules? The Flame Emperor's haunting voice stopped the two alien martial emperors in their tracks.
The rules they had set were finally coming back to haunt them. The rules proposed by the aliens clearly stated, during a duel, unless one party loses the ability to fight or voluntarily surrenders, no one is allowed to interfere under any circumstances, regardless of the consequences. This clause had originally been designed by the aliens to restrict the human side, but now Subai's overwhelming strength had turned it into a trap for the aliens themselves.
"Get out of the way!" An alien martial emperor, barely suppressing his rage, growled. If they delayed any longer, the two alien prodigies would collapse, and he had no time for human antics. The Flame Emperor's friendly demeanor faded as his face grew cold. He responded icily, "I refuse." The atmosphere instantly grew unbearably tense. The Blade Emperor and another alien martial emperor began subtly shifting their stances, ready to fight at any moment. The standoff lasted only a few seconds for the onlookers, but by then, Subai had already called out the third slash. The alien martial emperors were visibly anxious. If a conflict broke out now, all the alien prodigies below would be dead, and there would be no escape for them upon their return. "Stand aside. We aliens are willing to agree to a condition that isn't overly excessive.
As long as those two are safe, neither of us has to face the worst." The alien martial emperor, recognizing his disadvantage, resorted to negotiation.
Hearing this satisfactory offer, the Flame Emperor's smile returned, and he replied warmly, "Then please, step onto the arena." The alien martial emperor shot a fierce glare at the Flame Emperor before rushing onto the arena. With a light flick, he dissipated the sword energy from Subai's strike. By then, Quang Jiayue and Luo Tianming, who had been struggling for so long, were nearly out of energy. The fierce sword energy had left numerous small wounds on their bodies. A minute later, the sword energy from Subai's first strike finally dissipated. Both of them collapsed to the ground, with Quang Jiayue fainting the moment she hit the floor. Luo Tianming, clutching his long sword, barely managed to stay upright. But moments later, his eyes rolled back, and he too fainted. The two alien martial emperors caught them just in time, quickly injecting spiritual energy to assess their injuries. Fortunately, the damage from the first strike was not fatal. There were only surface wounds, and their spiritual energy had been depleted. A brief rest would be enough for them to recover. As for Mo Wuxian, who had already collapsed and remained unconscious, an emperor-level martial artist examined him and discovered severe internal injuries. He quickly retrieved a 4th-tier elixir and administered it, finally allowing his furrowed brow to relax. "This brat is so ruthless in the competition, let him taste the consequences." The first martial emperor to agree to the terms stood up and questioned Subai without hesitation. With a wave of his hand, an object flew out of nowhere, heading straight toward Subai. "Damn it!" The Flame Emperor and Blade Emperor reacted immediately in mid-air. They hadn't expected that while they sent people to save lives, someone would make a move against Subai. Could it be that they truly disregarded the prior agreement? Did they really think of the human race as an easy target? In truth, the martial emperor's actions were deliberate. The higher-ups' goal this time was to eradicate Subai, this genius of celestial talent,
even if it meant signing a 6-month truce agreement. This agreement wasn't just verbal, it was bound by an oath made with a rare treasure, witnessed by the heavenly Tao. Anyone who violated it would be hunted down by the heavenly Tao itself. However, a martial emperor could temporarily block the detection of the heavenly Tao. Such an act wouldn't be discovered, nor would it count as a breach of the agreement. Yet, the cost of shielding oneself from the heavenly Tao was steep. It would consume a year's worth of cultivation energy, and the Dantian would shrink as a result. The Flame Emperor understood the importance of a celestial-level genius, but would the alien race really go to such lengths, even at the cost of damaging their foundations, just to attack Subai? Could there be some secret he was unaware of? Before the two could think further, the alien martial emperor's attack had already landed on Subai. Pain. Intense, excruciating pain. Subai was struck by an invisible force. His throat tightened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body sent flying off the arena. At the same time, in a place where no one was looking, a dust-sized insect crawled into Subai's body through his ear and hid inside. Damn it! You dare violate the heavenly Tao's oath and bully the genius of Huaxia? Prepare to pay with your lives. The Flame Emperor's face erupted in fury. He hadn't expected the alien race to go back on their word and resort to underhanded tactics to kill Subai. This was a celestial-level genius, a rare hope in 1,000 years. Just a few more years, and humanity would have another martial emperor. With such talent, the glory of the Sword Saint might even be revived. Damn it! The Flame Emperor's aura exploded, and the overwhelming pressure left everyone present struggling to breathe. He caught the airborne Subai, carefully placing him on the ground, his gaze burning with rage as he glared at the alien martial emperor. All of this was simultaneously broadcasted to the war conference room on the alien battlefield. All the martial emperors watching had grim expressions as they stared at the screen. Although the first attack had failed, a backup plan was already in place. The two alien martial emperors understood there was no need to delay further. The conflict between humanity and the alien races had reached its peak. Were it not for the constraints of the Heavenly Tao's covenant, humanity and the alien races would have already been at full-scale war. The alien martial emperor slid his right hand through the air, and a teleportation sigil suddenly appeared in the void. They were preparing to escape. You're not going anywhere. The Flame Emperor roared, unleashing his most powerful martial technique, a self-created heaven-tier skill *** Flaming Lotus of Buddha's Wrath ***. A massive fireball instantly formed and was hurled viciously at the two alien martial emperors. The Blade Emperor was not idle either. Without hesitation, he swung his blade with full force, targeting one of the enemies directly. The Blade Emperor's attack was swift. Sensing the danger, the alien martial emperor turned and took the hit head-on. Hiss! Despite enduring the pain, the alien martial emperor's mind was focused solely on escaping. But the Blade Emperor's relentless assault came again. As the teleportation portal neared completion and the life force of Mo Wuxiang in his grasp grew weaker, the alien martial emperor gritted his teeth and, enduring the agony, tossed Mo Wuxiang backward. The moment Mo Wuxiang's body collided with the blade energy, it was as if he peacefully left the world in his sleep, this time, forever. On the other side, the flaming lotus of Buddha's wrath was blocked by an immensely strong defensive shield conjured by the other alien martial emperor. He then grabbed Kuang Jiaoyue and instantly vanished into the teleportation portal. As for the martial emperor who had sacrificed Mo Wuxiang, the portal finally opened, and with one hand gripping Luo Tianming, he quickly escaped. Trading a declining genius for the eradication of a future sword saint was a deal well worth it. As long as the celestial-level talent was eliminated, nothing else mattered. The Lionmen race would forever remember his contribution, and everyone would be grateful to him. The alien forces had already escaped into the void and were likely thousands of miles away by now. With no exact location, there was no point in pursuing them, it would be futile. For now, it was better to focus on Subai's injuries. The Flame Emperor cast a furious glance in the direction the aliens had fled. Those damned bastards! One day, I'll storm your lair and kill every last one of you. None of you will leave alive. After the aliens departed, apart from Chu Yoyu and a few others rushing to check on Subai's injuries, the rest of the crowd remained in stunned silence, unable to recover from the shock. What just happened? The center of the stadium, ravaged by the attacks, had turned into a wasteland. The crowd stared at the ruins before them, unable to believe what had just transpired. Had they just witnessed martial emperors in action with their own eyes? He was fine just a moment ago, why had he suddenly ended up like this? Brother Bai, are you okay? Brother Bai, are your injuries serious? Fu Gui and a group of burly men surrounded Subai, poking and prodding at him, trying to assess the extent of his injuries. With Xiao Xing Yuan's help, Subai managed to sit up. A metallic taste lingered in his mouth, making him uncomfortable. He circulated his spiritual energy and spat out the residual blood in one motion.
Alright, stop touching me. I'm fine. Just got ambushed by that old bastard.
Subai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He hadn't expected that a casual strike from the martial emperor nearly cost him his life. If not for his current cultivation level as a grandmaster and his instinctual reaction to block the attack at the critical moment, he would have been a corpse by now. It was sheer luck. That old guy had only struck casually. If it had been a serious attack, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Aside from some internal injuries, Subai's body was mostly fine. All he needed was a medicinal pill to recuperate, and he'd recover swiftly. Among the treasures he had obtained earlier, the Millennium Spirit Dew had proven to have a unique property when he used it to heal Shaoxing Yuan. It could expedite the recovery of injuries in a way ordinary medicinal pills could not. As he spoke, Subai took out a bottle of Millennium Spirit Dew and unhesitatingly took a large gulp. The moment the spiritual liquid entered his body, a warm sensation spread through him, and the previously painful areas began to feel significantly better. Seeing that Subai was alright, Fu Gui and Gu Chen exchanged a glance, each reading the embarrassment in the other's eyes. They had been the ones who touched him the most just now. However, the moment Subai stood up, the two quickly withdrew their hands, pretending as if nothing had happened. The Flame Emperor hurried over to Subai's side, decisively pushing away the crowd surrounding him, his gaze fixed intently on Subai. Although it had only been a casual strike by the alien martial emperor, a martial emperor was still a martial emperor. Even a casual attack was not something a grandmaster could endure. However, when the Flame Emperor arrived, he found Subai already lively and unharmed, with no signs of injury at all. Something was off. This was absolutely abnormal. The Flame Emperor grabbed one of Subai's arms to examine him closely. Closing his eyes for a few seconds before reopening them, his face was filled with curiosity. How could Subai, merely a grandmaster, emerge unscathed from a martial emperor's strike? And what about the blood he had spat out earlier? His body appeared healthier than even his own, with no indication of injury. But the way Subai had coughed up blood didn't seem fake. What on earth was going on? No one noticed that, deep within Subai's body, in an incredibly hidden corner, there was a minuscule bug, only a nanometer in size, concealed so deeply that it remained completely undetected. After confirming that Subai was indeed fine, the Flame Emperor finally exhaled in relief, though his face quickly darkened with anger. Those bastards had violated the oath of Heaven's will to assassinate a human genius? This attack signified the complete breakdown of relations between the two races. Once the agreed-upon time in 6 months arrived, the alien race would launch a full-scale invasion of Huaxia. Rivers of blood would flow. Every passing minute would see countless lives lost. Damn it, only 6 months left. We need to start preparing for everything that comes next. The Flame Emperor, assured of Subai's safety, began strategizing for the future. Though their assassination attempt on a human genius had failed, the Blade Emperor had successfully killed one of their alien geniuses. This misunderstanding would be nearly impossible to resolve. Still, the Flame Emperor thought to himself, they struck first and still want to claim the moral high ground? Do they really think humanity is so easy to bully? With this thought, the Flame Emperor's mood lightened considerably. For years, tensions between the alien and human races had been escalating. War was only a matter of time. This incident merely hastened its arrival. Though humanity's overall strength was inferior to that of the alien race, taking something from his hands would not be so easy. After offering a brief farewell, the Flame Emperor left the stadium. The Blade Emperor said nothing. Watching the Flame Emperor walk away, he cast a deep, lingering glance at Subai before departing as well. This young man was truly strong. He was destined to become a formidable rival in the future. His understanding of the way of the sword surpassed that of any swordmaster the Blade Emperor had ever encountered. With a casual sword strike, Subai could unleash power far beyond his current level, a truly terrifying prospect. In the conference room, everyone stared at the ruined center of the stadium in silence. The atmosphere was suffocating, so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The alien martial emperors, though mentally prepared for such a possibility, had not expected things to end this way. Well, let's call it a day, one of the alien martial emperors finally said, attempting to ease the tension as he rose to leave the conference room. Once someone broke the silence, the other alien martial emperors also quietly filed out. This was, after all, human territory. It would likely also be their final friendly meeting. After the alien martial emperors had all left, one of the human martial emperors spoke up. What should we do now? No one answered. Completely breaking ties with the alien race is the worst decision, but sometimes it's the only option.
Inside the stadium,
the two martial emperors left directly. Without the threat of the alien race, there would be no major incidents for the time being. For now, everyone needed to return and discuss the next step. Soon, the announcer declared the national champion. The rest of the rankings still needed to be contested. The events that had just transpired left everyone in the stadium feeling powerless, their minds replaying the earlier confrontation over and over. This year's martial arts examination finals were rushed to a conclusion. When the final rankings were announced, almost no one paid attention. All eyes were on one person, the one who had single-handedly challenged everyone in the arena, Subai, the White God. He had, by himself, defeated the three most talented prodigies of the alien race and even forced a martial emperor of the alien race to intervene personally. In the end, Subai remained unscathed, while the alien race lost one of their prodigies. This was the heroic image that so many had dreamed of. No one expected to witness such a dominant display from Huaxia in their lifetime. What a time to be alive. After the martial emperors left, it took a while for everyone to recover from their shock. Then, wave after wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. This year's martial arts examination concluded amidst the thunderous applause. The rankings were quickly finalized. First place, without any suspense, belonged to Subai. Second place, which automatically excluded the alien contestants after their withdrawal, went to Long Yuanhang. The third place was the biggest surprise, an unassuming dark horse Xiaoxing Yuan, who managed to defeat Sima Nan for the position. Fourth place went to Sima Nan, who, coming from a prestigious family, had been supported by rare resources since childhood. Following them were Chu Youyu, Wang Fugue, Gu Chen. As things wrapped up, a familiar figure looked at Su Bai and his companions with a complicated expression. It was none other than Si Chen, who had previously looked down on Su Bai. In the end, he became a laughingstock, ranking even lower than Gu Chen, who possessed an S-class talent. After the conclusion of the martial arts examination, news of the events spread across the internet within just a few hours. All the trending topics revolved around this year's examination. Whether it was a celebrity cutting their hand or a scandal coming to light, no one cared anymore. The attention was solely on the national and even global champion, Su Bai. The entire examination had been live-streamed and recorded. Even though the broadcast was cut immediately afterward, it couldn't stop the news from spreading. Besides, with tens of thousands of spectators in attendance, it was impossible to contain the information. After some consideration, the officials decided to let the discussions happen. Let everyone talk. After all, a war was likely to break out within 6 months. Allowing the public to develop a sense of urgency wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Huaxia's current situation was extremely dire. Wow, did you all watch the live stream of the martial arts examination just now? It's the first time I've seen a real confrontation between us and the alien race. One of their prodigies was even killed. I was there in person. When the alien martial emperor appeared, the sheer aura he exuded was overwhelming. I couldn't even move, as if I had been nailed to my seat. And I was over 100 meters away from him. I was there too. That sword strike from the White God was incredible. When he unleashed the second strike, the alien race panicked. Did you see how flustered they looked? I laughed so hard. Thank goodness the White God is unharmed. He's the most powerful martial artist I've ever seen, practically on par with the legendary Sword Saint. And he's only 18 years old, already a Grandmaster-level warrior. The discussions online grew increasingly heated. Subai became a household name, even among the older generations who followed martial arts closely. Ordinary martial artists could easily live past 100 years, with those in their 50s or 60s still considered in their prime. Martial kings typically had a lifespan of around 150 years. Grandmasters generally lived to 200 years, while great grandmasters could reach 300 years. Martial emperors had the potential to live up to 500 years, though most didn't live that long, as their deaths were often not from natural causes. The lifespan of martial sovereigns approached 1,000 years. The most recent martial sovereign was born decades ago. Seeing comments about unclear lifespans, here's a clarification of the setting. Feedback is welcome in the comments section. It takes decades or even centuries, and countless individuals, to produce a single martial sovereign. This should give you an idea of how difficult it is to reach this level. Martial kings are divided into 9 ranks. Even for geniuses, each rank typically takes months or even years to advance. Moreover, the higher the rank, the harder it becomes to break through. Advancing from the 9th rank of martial kings to martial sovereign is an enormous hurdle. For countless geniuses, their lifelong goal is to cross the gap from martial king to martial sovereign. Unfortunately, ascending from the 9th rank to martial sovereign requires one crucial condition. That is to comprehend an intent. For example, Subai had previously comprehended sword intent. Whether it's sword intent, blade intent, or spear intent, one must master an intent to ascend from martial king to martial sovereign. And intent is just one of the conditions. But it is precisely this condition that blocks countless geniuses. Many spend their entire lives training, unable to comprehend any form of intent, and ultimately pass away in obscurity. Comprehending intent is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This is also why, despite humanity having billions of individuals, there are only a dozen or so martial emperors. In contrast, the number of martial emperors among the alien races is at least double that. Within humanity, those capable of comprehending intent are extremely rare, and even those who do may not necessarily break through to become martial emperors. Even the strongest martial emperor among humans can, at most, fight two opponents simultaneously. Those martial emperors with weaker offensive capabilities might struggle even in one-on-one combat. Therefore, going to war with the alien races is the worst possible choice. However, there is no other option now. The alien races are pressing step by step, while humanity's martial arts history is only 1,000 years old. There are still many unknown areas in martial arts. If humanity could just have another 1,000 years, allowing the older generation to create a better cultivation environment for the younger generation. By that time, no matter what alien race or beast it is, they would no longer pose a threat to humanity. Unfortunately, ideals are beautiful, but reality is harsh. The spiritual energy on Blue Star has only started to recover gradually in recent years, and it is still far from the golden age of the past. However, recently, the spiritual energy has been growing slightly denser each day, a change that used to take at least a month to occur. Though Blue Star's martial arts heritage was interrupted for over 10,000 years, with the revival of spiritual energy, many ancient martial emperor relics have been successively discovered. Some have even found records of Blue Star's history from 10,000 years ago, but no one believes them. There's a legend of an upper realm called Mercury, which, along with Blue Star, was referred to as the twin stars. However, thousands of years have passed, and history has no mention of this upper realm. There are folk tales, though, about a sword saint from a millennium ago who single-handedly slaughtered the alien armies and later, by chance, entered this upper realm. Sadly, the people of Blue Star never expected that the alien armies they regarded as mortal enemies were only a small fraction of the entire alien race. Even the martial emperors they so desperately aspire to become are as numerous as the stars beyond Blue Star. After the martial arts examination had ended, most of the participants returned to their hotels to rest. Having come all the way to the capital, they naturally wanted to stay a few extra days and explore. Subai was no exception. After all, he had another important goal for this trip to the capital, the Nine Treasures Glazed Tower. As for Mo Wuxiang's corpse in the stadium earlier, no one bothered with it. Subai had simply stored it in his spatial ring. Whether this broken body could still serve any use, who knew? He didn't care much about it. If he truly wanted an intact corpse, he'd have to resort to grave robbing. But that wasn't something he could bring himself to do. If it's usable, so be it. There's no need to be overly picky. At this moment, Subai sat cross-legged on his bed, deeply aware of the sense of crisis brought about by today's events. This was the first time a martial emperor from the alien races and one from humanity had clashed directly in front of the whole world, and they had even attempted to kill him in full view. As expected, if you aren't strong enough, there will always be people who try to bully you. He had to speed up his cultivation. The injuries he sustained today made Subai acutely realize that, in the end, strength is what matters. Talent alone, without real power, would only make him a lamb in the eyes of others. Only by becoming stronger could he have a voice, have the confidence to stand against the alien races. From the moment his talent awakened, the alien races would never allow another sword saint to emerge among humanity. If Subai were to reach his full potential, the alien invasion plan would be indefinitely postponed. Martial Emperor? It's just a martial emperor, Subai muttered. Give me time, even just a year. As long as the resources are sufficient, at my current cultivation speed, breaking through to martial emperor within a year won't be a problem. The question is, do we even have a year left? Subai knew that once the martial emperors of the alien races acted, the conflict between humanity and the alien races would become completely irreconcilable. Not to mention, the alien races had just lost a prodigious talent. Subai hadn't intended to go all out, but the moment he drew his first sword, he felt the murderous intent. His instincts told him that these alien prodigies had targeted him from the very beginning. 10,000 miles away, two alien martial emperors held tightly to a small figure as they quickly fled beyond the borders of Huaxia. Before the martial arts examination began, everyone had thought, if the three prodigies combined couldn't pose a threat to Subai, then the martial emperors would have to make a move themselves. Initially, when Subai stepped into the arena alone, the two alien martial emperors had breathed a sigh of relief. Since he was seeking his own death, it would save them the trouble. Who could have expected that with just one sword strike, the three alien prodigies would be defeated? If the martial emperors hadn't intervened in time, it wouldn't have been just one death, it would have been all three of them. When Subai swung his second sword, the alien martial emperors knew in their hearts, this man cannot be allowed to live. Thus, one of them didn't hesitate to deplete his foundation, shielding himself from the laws of the heavens as he personally attacked Subai. Otherwise, if this man were to grow, he would bring catastrophic disaster upon the alien races. To outsiders, it seemed like merely a casual strike, but hidden within it was a darker secret. Along with the attack aimed at Subai, there was also a soul devourer worm. This worm was one of the martial emperor's most treasured possessions, nurtured for many years. Over his entire life, he had only 3 of them. Once parasitized by the soul devourer worm, even a martial emperor could be effortlessly killed. The soul devouring worm requires arcane methods to activate. It can perceive hidden truths, track targets with precision, and ensure that its victim dies mysteriously, leaving no trace of bloodshed. Although using such a precious item on a grandmaster might seem wasteful, if it could kill a genius of the alien races, it would all be worth it. Racing at full speed, the 2 alien martial emperors quickly returned to their territory with Quang Jiayue and Luo Tianming in tow. The alien martial emperors, who had been waiting for their return, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing them. However, one of them wore a grim expression. This was Mo Wuxian, a powerhouse martial emperor of the Lion Clan, known as the most talented martial emperor of the Lion Clan in recent decades. Had it not been for the task of killing the so-called celestial prodigy, a task deemed relatively risk-free, Mo would not have allowed their clan member to meet that human genius. Yet now, not only had they failed to return, but even the body had not been brought back. Before anyone else could speak, the Lion Clan's martial emperor angrily grabbed one of the others by the collar and asked coldly, "Tell me, why did you abandon our Lion Clan member?" The man being grabbed showed no fear. After setting down Luo Tianming, he snorted coldly, "If I hadn't let go, I would have died too. I already took a direct hit, what more do you want?" "Should I have died with them?" he replied flatly. At that time, if he hadn't let go, he would have perished as well. That Blade Emperor clearly had no intention of sparing anyone. The atmosphere grew tense as the other martial emperors exchanged glances. They had all watched the live broadcast and knew how dangerous the situation had been. Seeing the deadlock between the two, the other martial emperors began to play peacemakers, attempting to mediate. Old Wang, while what he did wasn't ideal, you know the circumstances. Old Su had no choice but to act as he did. Exactly, Old Wang. Old Su was forced into it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be standing here now. Old Wang, let it go. The dead can't be brought back. A war with the humans is coming soon anyway. When the time comes, that Blade Emperor will pay for this. Don't worry, Old Wang. Don't be too upset. When we carve up the humans later, you'll get first pick of the spoils. Take it easy. As the group consoled Old Wang, his grip gradually loosened. Then why didn't you kill that brat? Isn't he alive and well? Old Wang bellowed angrily. This mission had been the Lion Clan's hope. Now, not only had it failed, but they hadn't even retrieved the body. That could have been forgiven, but to tell him that the brat was still alive and kicking? Had their clansmen died in vain? At this point, Old Su appeared even calmer, replying nonchalantly, "If you keep grabbing my clothes, I won't bother dealing with this anymore." As he spoke, Old Su straightened himself, pried Old Wang's hand off, and tidied up his disheveled clothing. "What do you mean by that?" Old Wang sensed there was more to this, suspecting that Old Su might have a trump card. "Humph, I'm not as foolish as the rest of you. The moment I made my move, I sent the soul-devouring worm into that brat's body. Once I activate the arcane method, he'll immediately endure unbearable agony and die mysteriously." With a touch of smugness, Old Su revealed that he had wasted no time in using his trump card. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to explain himself. "What the hell, Old Su, you had something like that? A soul-devouring worm, those things are insanely rare. You actually own one? Damn, Old Su, why didn't you say so earlier? That would have saved us a lot of trouble. With the soul-devouring worm, that Subai kid is as good as dead. I've heard that being targeted by a soul-devouring worm brings endless mental torment, worse than being flayed alive. Most victims die of fright in the end. Old Su, you actually have one of those? Old Su, isn't the soul-devouring worm the kind of thing that even martial emperors can't resist? Tiny enough to be invisible to the naked eye and capable of evading spiritual detection, it's a true treasure. As Old Su laid out his plan, the others were left stunned. Sacrificing such a rare soul-devouring worm on a mere Grandmaster-level brat? None of them would have made such a choice. What? You really have one of those? Old Wang asked, half doubtful but unable to ignore Old Su's serious demeanor. Then show us already. Don't just talk the talk, get rid of that brat so we can all relax, Old Wang urged when Old Su didn't respond. What's the rush? Be patient, Old Su replied. After speaking, he began forming seals on the spot, his hands moving rapidly through a series of intricate gestures. Chanting a string of incomprehensible incantations, Old Su finally sat down to sense the location of the soul-devouring worm. The group watched him curiously. Though much had been said about the soul-devouring worm, none of them had ever seen it in action. As time passed, Luo Tianming and Kuang Jiaoyue, who had already regained consciousness, noticed the elders around them remaining silent and followed their gaze to Su Yongchang. At this moment, Su Yongchang had his eyes tightly shut, focusing intently on connecting with the soul-devouring worm inside Su Bai's body from tens of thousands of miles away. He first needed to pinpoint the worm's location before establishing a connection. That's strange, why can't I connect with the soul-devourer worm? I've never encountered this situation before. Su Yongchang realized that he seemed to have lost the connection to the soul-devourer worm. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't locate it, let alone use it to kill Su Bai. No, I must try again. Su Yongchang gritted his teeth, refusing to accept this outcome. He had used the soul-devourer worm before, and it had successfully killed a martial emperor. The one on Su Bai was the second he had deployed. To keep these little ancestors well fed, he had been providing them with the best food and care every day, practically treating them like revered deities. The first time he used them, the results were exceptional. He grew increasingly reliant on these worms, convinced they could never be detected. But what was happening now? Su Yongchang formed seals again, injecting more spiritual energy to carefully search for the soul-devourer worm's trace. With the enhancement of his spiritual energy, Su Yongchang finally sensed that familiar presence, immediately establishing the connection without hesitation. Once connected to the soul-devourer worm, Su Yongchang could share its perceptions, clearly sensing the environment around the worm. It appeared to be in a room. After confirming no one else was nearby, he controlled the soul-devourer worm to slowly crawl upwards. The soul-devourer worm, being only 1 nanometer in size, moved silently and unnoticed. Su Yongchang directed the worm near the brain. As long as it adhered to the brain, Su Bai would immediately fall into hallucinations, ultimately dying in endless mental torment. You're truly resilient, wasting one of my soul-devourer worms, but rest assured, you'll die sooner or later. Su Yongchang commanded the worm to attach directly to the brain. With its nanometer size, it caused no noticeable reaction. Then, he ordered the soul-devourer worm to launch its attack. The terrifying aspect of the soul-devourer worm lay not in physical damage but in its rare method of mental assault. This kind of attack was rarely taken seriously. In reality, mental attacks were incredibly uncommon, and even martial emperors were almost defenseless against them. Whenever the soul-devourer worm was deployed, it almost never failed. Last time, it had successfully killed a martial emperor. But this time, he had picked the wrong target. As soon as the worm adhered to the brain, it began its mental assault. Su Bai, in theory, should have quickly fallen into a hallucination. Yet, Su Bai only felt a slight sting in his head and promptly stopped his cultivation. When cultivating, even a minor distraction would interrupt the process, let alone a stinging sensation in the brain. Feeling the sting, Su Bai immediately examined his body. His injuries had long since healed, so why was there pain? Meanwhile, Su Yongchang, controlling the worm, was puzzled. Why hadn't this guy been subdued by the hallucination? What he would never know was that Su Bai had long since replicated Xiao Xingyuan's talent, the heart of the strong, rendering him completely immune to mental attacks. He was essentially the nemesis of such assaults. Su Yongchang increased the intensity of the mental attack, which quickly drew Su Bai's attention. Su Bai carefully focused his senses and discovered a minuscule creature clinging to his brain. The stinging sensation was coming from it. What is this thing? I've never heard of it before. Curious, Su Bai observed it and noticed that the soul-devourer worm, seeing its hypnosis fail, launched another mental assault. But aside from the stinging sensation, Su Bai remained entirely unharmed. This creature must have been secretly planted within him by the alien race when he wasn't paying attention. Being so small, it could easily evade detection during a search. Though he didn't know exactly what it was, Su Bai was sure it wasn't anything good. He mobilized the spiritual energy within his body to envelop the soul-devourer worm. However, he was cautious not to use too much force. It was his brain, after all, and any misstep could have catastrophic consequences. After wrapping the worm in spiritual energy, Subai carefully removed it from his brain, holding it in his hand. Without the spiritual energy encasing it, such a tiny thing would have been impossible to see, let alone capture. Upon closer inspection, Subai found that the creature was so small that even his eyes struggled to make out its details, let alone scrutinize it thoroughly. On the side of the alien race, everyone stared at the sweat-drenched Su Yongchang with confusion. What was going on? Wasn't his opponent just at the Grandmaster level? With the help of the Soul Devourer worm, why was it taking so long? Huang Jiaoyue and Luo Tianming were also nervously watching Su Yongchang. After waking up, the two had pieced together the situation from the adults' conversations around them. They had heard of the Soul Devourer worm before, but never thought they would witness someone using it firsthand. As top-tier prodigies, it was inevitable for the two to harbor some pride. Yet, the so-called genius before them couldn't even withstand a casual strike from someone else. In the end, it took the intervention of elders to prematurely end their target's life. How utterly laughable. Both felt a sense of dissatisfaction in their hearts. They had finally set their sights on a target far beyond their own capabilities, only for the opportunity to slip away so quickly. Su Yongchang was currently overwhelmed with anxiety. He had attempted numerous mental assaults, only to discover they had absolutely no effect on Subai, as if Subai were completely immune. Initially, he had planned to intensify his spiritual attacks. However, before he could act, his attention was drawn to Subai's gaze. Su Yongchang's heart sank. He realized he had been exposed. He intended to sever the connection immediately, but to his horror, he found it was impossible. He struggled desperately, exerting every ounce of strength to break the connection, even at the cost of damaging his own foundation to escape. But soon, he understood it was all futile. He could only watch helplessly as Subai curiously observed him, until Subai lost patience. Crack! Su Yongchang stared in terror as Subai casually pinched his fingers together, crushing the small, insignificant thing. Splurt! At the same time, tens of thousands of miles away, Su Yongchang's physical body suddenly suffered immense damage. He spat out a mouthful of blood violently, blood trickling ceaselessly from the corners of his mouth. The others present, noticing something amiss, quickly approached to check on him, only to be utterly stunned. Dead. Old Su was dead. A martial emperor, whose strength was on par with theirs, had just instantly perished before their very eyes. No one had any idea what had transpired. Of course, it wasn't just them who were baffled. Even Su Yongchang himself, moments before his death, had no clue what had truly happened. For that matter, even Subai, the instigator, was unaware of the full truth. Dead? He died so quickly? Someone murmured, staring blankly at old Su's corpse, unable to believe what they were seeing. Old Su's strength is about the same as mine, and yet, he just died? Truly dead? Low whispers spread through the crowd, none daring to believe that a martial emperor could perish so suddenly and without warning. Huang Jiaoyue and Luo Tianming also stared wide-eyed at the scene, completely unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Wasn't the soul-devouring worm supposed to ensure Subai died an agonizing death? Yet now it was old Su who had died. What on earth was going on? Could it be that Subai was so powerful that he managed to kill a martial emperor from afar, just like that? Everyone stared at old Su's lifeless body in silence. Even old Wang, who had been the loudest moments ago, had fallen completely quiet, staring dumbfounded at Su Yongchang. What in the world just happened? No one understood how the soul-devouring worm was supposed to work. Now that old Su had died on the spot, there was no one left to explain what had transpired. Why had things turned out this way? The answer lay in the technique Subai had previously cultivated, the Heaven Concealing Art. Heaven Concealing Art? Item description: a low-tier celestial-grade technique capable of concealing one's cultivation and aura. Without reaching the martial monarch realm, it is impossible to detect. Upon mastery, it also shields one from the workings of fate, rendering all divination and tracking techniques ineffective, and may even cause backlash to the user. Although the Heaven Concealing Art was relatively inexpensive, whether one could afford it depended on their wealth. For Subai, the technique was initially intended to hide his strength. He never anticipated that the effects of shielding fate and causing backlash would prove so beneficial later on. After acquiring the Heaven Concealing Art, Subai poured resources into fully mastering it, achieving a level where he could shield himself from fate entirely. No tracking or divination could affect him, unless someone used a technique of even higher grade to break through. From the beginning, Su Yongchang had been unable to sense the exact location of the soul-devouring worm because it was hidden within Subai's body.
Su Yongchan's attempts to track the worm and establish an interception were, in essence, attempts to peer into the workings of fate. The heaven-concealing art had shielded the soul-devouring worm. Later, as Su Yongchang increased his spiritual energy input and sensed the worm's presence, he directly established a connection, his consciousness traversing to Su Bai's side. Upon realizing that mental attacks were ineffective against Su Bai, he attempted stronger control and assaults, which ultimately led to his exposure. When Su Yongchang realized his attacks were futile and tried to flee, he discovered that the connection with the soul-devouring worm could not be severed. Bound by the laws of the heavens, he was left with no choice but to watch as Su Bai effortlessly crushed the worm. Su Yongchang had employed a special secret technique, binding his consciousness to the soul-devouring worm, linking their lives together. When he tried to sever this connection, he was restrained by the heaven-concealing art, leaving him no escape. In the end, with the soul-devouring worm destroyed, Su Yongchang's soul suffered catastrophic damage. The backlash effect described in the heaven-concealing art activated a counterstrike that was nothing short of defiance against the laws of the heavens. To make matters worse, Su Yongchang was an intruder, an existence that the heavens would never tolerate. The combined effects of the soul-devouring worm's destruction and the heavens' backlash obliterated Su Yongchang's consciousness and soul entirely, leaving behind only a lifeless shell of a body in the mortal realm. At this moment, Su Bai had no idea that the bug he had casually crushed earlier had indirectly caused the death of a martial emperor-level powerhouse. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly shock the entire world. When everyone saw old Su's corpse, they unanimously decided to keep it a secret for now. After all, a martial emperor had inexplicably died, and no one could control the narrative if the news got out. With only half a year left until the large-scale attack on the human race, it was best to minimize the spread of bad news among the alien races. Su Bai paced around the room twice and carefully inspected every corner of his body. Only after confirming there were no other threats did he finally feel at ease. He still couldn't understand what that thing was or how it managed to enter his body without him noticing. Fortunately, it didn't cause him any real harm. But just thinking about that thing crawling around inside his head sent chills down his spine. Su Bai never expected that his casual blow would indirectly result in the death of a martial emperor. After this incident, Su Bai lost interest in cultivating. Instead, he pulled out his phone and began searching for information related to the otherworldly battlefield and secret realms. Given his current level, already at the Grandmaster stage, attending university seemed unnecessary. Those professors might not even match his cultivation level. His consideration of the otherworldly battlefield and secret realms was a well-thought-out decision. With the current tense situation, a large-scale war could erupt at any moment, and he might very well become the top target of the alien races. In this life, there were still so many people he needed to protect, and he would never sit idly by while the alien races slaughtered at will. Power, everything depended on power. Simply exhausting resources and training endlessly wouldn't lead to significant progress in the short term. From the martial sovereign stage onward, every breakthrough required 10 times more effort than before. Fortunately, Su Bai wasn't bound by cultivation bottlenecks. As long as he trained to a certain level, breakthroughs would come naturally. But, even if he were to break through to the martial emperor stage now, would it make a difference? The enemy's numbers were nearly double. Adding one more to his side wouldn't change the overall situation. At most, he'd end up hiding like a rat, never seeing the light of day. It seemed his only option was to venture into those secret realms and try his luck. Su Bai had long considered that if there were higher-level cultivation experience cards, perhaps the system might have them as well. Unfortunately, after scouring the system shop, the highest-level experience card he could find was for the martial emperor stage. At 500 spirit stones per minute, the price was terrifyingly steep. Even if he spent all his savings, he could barely afford 10 minutes of time. And how could battles between martial emperors possibly conclude in just a few minutes? Unless the disparity in strength was overwhelming, one specializing in support while the other excelled in offense. Otherwise, evenly matched duels could drag on for an extended period. It was said that battles between martial emperors could last 3 days and 3 nights without a victor, leaving both sides utterly exhausted and ending inconclusively. The unpredictable nature of martial emperor combat meant that even a small mistake could be fatal. Secret realms and the otherworldly battlefield, however, had been the primary sources of martial arts development over the past millennia. With the continuous emergence of secret realms, ancient relics within them were also discovered. Many speculated that in ancient times, martial arts on Blue Star had once flourished. But for some unknown reason, martial arts heritage was severed, leaving behind only fragmented techniques. For example, before the revival of spiritual energy, people practiced Taijiquan, Wing Chun, Baguazhang, Xingyiquan, and various traditional Chinese martial arts in their leisure time. These martial arts did enhance physical fitness when practiced by earlier generations, but back then, the spiritual energy in the air was almost non-existent. When spiritual energy began to recover, everyone practicing traditional Chinese martial arts found their strength increasing significantly, and even felt more energized after completing a set of movements. During the first wave of beast invasions, many long-term martial arts practitioners played a crucial role. The explosion of martial arts truly began with the appearance of the first secret realm on Earth. In that secret realm, China discovered cultivation methods suitable for humans, written in ancient Chinese characters. After translation, the military was the first to follow the methods outlined in these texts for training. Through continuous improvement and refinement, the first cultivation method capable of truly enhancing human strength was soon developed nationwide. Having endured the savagery of mutant beasts and the transformation of Blue Star's flora and fauna, the launch of this cultivation method immediately garnered widespread support. People trained tirelessly, day and night, hoping to alleviate the burden on China and earn a chance to enlist in the military. Since then, many of humanity's historic advancements stemmed from the discovery of secret realms and the relics within them. A widely accepted theory among the general population was that during Blue Star's long history, there had been dynasties that promoted martial arts when spiritual energy levels barely supported cultivation. However, as spiritual energy dried up, martial arts heritage was severed. Over the course of countless years, martial arts faded from collective memory and eventually disappeared from public view. Traditional Chinese martial arts like Taijiquan endured due to their uniqueness, but they remained incomplete. To this day, no one has found a fully intact record of traditional Chinese martial arts in any relics, leaving them fragmented and incomplete. For millennia, martial arts have been reborn, with countless advanced cultivation methods emerging one after another. Chinese martial arts, however, have gradually been forgotten, and now, very few people practice them. Su Bai's only chance now is to enter the battlefield of the other world or venture into a secret realm, seeking an opportunity, one that could help him break through quickly and benefit all of humanity. Otherwise, he could only watch helplessly as another world's China suffers invasion, plundering, and humiliation once again. If alien races dare to invade us, and even exotic beasts join the fray, then fight. Strike first with a single punch, to avoid needing 100 punches later. Such a thing must never happen. What are alien races? What are exotic beasts? Strength is the ultimate truth. The same applies to Blue Star. Power is the eternal hard truth. Through the night, Su Bai gathered a wealth of intelligence about the otherworldly battlefield and secret realms. The reason the otherworldly battlefield is designated as the battleground of the two races is closely tied to one particular place. That place is called the Nine Netherland, a region that emerged after the revival of spiritual energy. Shrouded in dense fog year-round, anyone who enters is likely to lose their way. Some say that even a martial emperor would struggle to return after entering. Even if someone is lucky enough to escape, they often emerge mentally broken. Yet the precious treasures they bring out are the envy of all. The Nine Netherland is filled with peril, but it also conceals countless opportunities. Although the risks are deadly, risk and reward always go hand in hand. This world is never short of those daring enough to fight and venture. Whether it's alien races, humans, or certain exotic beasts, there is no shortage of brave souls seeking to turn their fate around. However, the Nine Netherland is not Su Bai's first choice. First of all, his current strength is only at the level of a grandmaster. If even martial emperors find it hard to enter and leave that place easily, then it would be reckless for a grandmaster like him to take such a risk. Secondly, the place is filled with unknowns. Even if it holds countless opportunities, one must survive to claim them. He cannot guarantee his safety, nor that he could enter and exit within a short period. For all he knows, by the time he manages to leave, the opportunity might already have been missed. The Nine Netherland is a place to explore only after he reaches the martial emperor level. Blue Star, being one of the twin stars alongside the upper realm, must hold its unique secrets. From past experiences, the Nine Netherland is undeniably a place brimming with opportunities, but it's not a place ordinary people can easily step into. Only those with exceptional fortune and strength dare to set foot there. At the very least, it requires experts at the martial emperor level to barely begin exploring it. As for me, still just a grandmaster, I'd better not go looking for trouble there. Apart from the Nine Netherland, there's another place that is currently the best option. This is a secret realm located in the capital, known as the Glazed Secret Realm. The Glazed Secret Realm is the largest secret realm discovered by humanity so far. Since its discovery, not even half of it has been fully explored.
It is fraught with dangers, with 5th and 6th tier exotic beasts so numerous they are uncountable.
Almost every few hundred meters, traces of 5th tier exotic beasts can be found.
However, low tier 2nd and 3rd tier exotic beasts are rarely seen here. It's not that they don't exist, but they are often hunted by higher tier exotic beasts or captured by humans to be served on dining tables. The Glazed Secret Realm is the place where Chinese people have discovered the most remnants and inheritances.
China's very first cultivation technique was a precious treasure obtained at the cost of countless lives.
Interestingly, the exotic beasts in the Glazed Secret Realm are unlike those in other secret realms. They do not actively attack Chinese people. Even stranger, the more dangerous and vast the secret realms, the less likely the exotic beasts inside are to come out and cause chaos on Blue Star. It's as if they're waiting for humans to venture in on their own. Of course, that's just one theory. Others believe that the entrances to the secret realms are too well hidden. Coupled with the sparsely populated areas, the exotic beasts simply haven't noticed them.
Moreover, high-tier exotic beasts generally have their own consciousness.
Even if they discover the entrance to a secret realm, they wouldn't enter easily. Because the unknown is the most terrifying thing. But in a way, this works out well. If the exotic beasts from these secret realms were to casually emerge, they would become formidable enemies that China could hardly resist.
Even a few high-tier exotic beasts accidentally wandering out would cause immense losses for humanity.
For example, at the level of martial kings, when 4th and 5th tier exotic beasts begin to appear, ordinary weapons can hardly harm them, merely scratching their skin at best. Once an exotic beast reaches the level of a martial emperor, it could practically destroy a nuclear bomb with its bare hands. The nuclear weapons humanity prides itself on would be nothing more than toys in the eyes of these powerful beings. The limited effectiveness of technology against martial power has only further solidified humanity's determination to pursue the martial path. I remember that in the Glazed Secret Realm, humans have already established a forward base to prevent exotic beasts from running out and causing trouble.
Su Bai recalled the legends surrounding the Glazed Secret Realm.
For thousands of years, nearly all major events were tied to this place. The most recent one was when several martial emperors discovered the 9-treasure glazed tower within the secret realm. The effects of the 9-treasure glazed tower were something Su Bai had experienced firsthand. It not only enhanced combat skills but also pushed one's limits. Upon completing the trials within the tower, there were unexpected rewards. But the most significant aspect was that the 9-treasure glazed tower could accommodate challenges from tens of thousands of people simultaneously. Moreover, it could provide abundant resources for countless individuals, making it incredibly powerful. After considering all the information, Su Bai decided to head to the glazed tower first and then immediately enter the glazed secret realm.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Suddenly, a series of knocks came from the door. Su Bai snapped back to reality and noticed the sky was just beginning to brighten. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the room, bringing a rare sense of warmth and relaxation. However, the thought of the restless movements of the alien races caused Su Bai to tense up again. As dawn broke, Su Bai got up, walked to the door, and opened it. "Who is it?" he asked. As the door opened, he saw Fugue standing outside, his face beaming with a wide smile.
"Brother Bai, do you know who I just ran into?"
Fugue said mysteriously, his excitement barely contained.
"What? Did you meet your future wife?"
Su Bai teased, unable to resist poking fun at the young man's suspenseful tone.
"Brother Bai,
just now, when I went downstairs to ask the hotel front desk something, I ran into the Flame Emperor. He actually called me by name and told me to tell you to find him when you have time. He has something to discuss with you."
"That's the Flame Emperor we're talking about, famous across the nation. Why would he seek you out?"
Fugue was still puzzled. How could a martial emperor personally look for Brother Bai? Even if he were the nation's number one, wasn't this a bit too extraordinary? Su Bai simply smiled and said nothing.
"All right, I got it.
I'll be heading out later, and it might take some time. If you all have anything to do, go ahead without me. Let the others know too, no need to wait around." Upon hearing the news, Su Bai immediately decided to disperse the group.
The upcoming matter didn't require anyone to tag along, it'd only complicate things.
Right now, Fugue and the others were only at the levels of martial masters and martial kings, so they wouldn't be much help.
The most urgent priority for them was
to train hard and strive to break through to the level of martial sovereign before the war with the alien races began.
Only then could they make a difference.
What the human race lacked most now were strong fighters above the level of martial sovereign. The mid-tier strength of both sides was comparable, but the number of martial sovereigns and martial emperors was vastly different. If not for this disparity, the human race would have no fear of the alien races and wouldn't have to make concessions everywhere. Fugue stared at the closed door, his face full of confusion. What does this mean? Brother Bai had an important matter and didn't take him along. From the looks of it, it was something significant. Could it be that Brother Bai was planning to abandon him? QWQ. At this moment, Subai had already packed up and arrived outside the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower. Even the projections of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower looked impressive, but seeing its true form left Subai awestruck. The glazed tower had 99 floors and stood 300 to 400 meters tall. From a distance, the entire tower seemed to pierce the clouds. Standing at its base and looking up, the top was already shrouded in layers of clouds, with no end in sight. After marveling at the grandeur of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower, Subai walked toward the entrance. Following the conclusion of the martial examination, the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower was open to all martial artists, but there was an admission fee. The stronger one's abilities, the higher the ticket price. When Subai arrived at the entrance, a long line of people was already waiting. As soon as he approached, he was recognized by those nearby. Hey, isn't that Subai? The White God? Someone initially muttered in disbelief, but upon closer inspection, they immediately exclaimed in astonishment. This shout instantly drew everyone's attention. After the recent series of events, who in the martial arts community, or even all of Huaxia, didn't know Subai? During the martial examination, he had boldly declared his intent to take on 100 opponents alone. In the end, only 9 participants stepped forward, 3 of whom were geniuses from the alien races. The lineup alone was terrifying, and everyone thought he would slay gods and demons alike. Unexpectedly, Subai used just one sword strike to defeat 3 of the alien race's most powerful geniuses. As for the other 6 martial masters, witnessing the power of that single strike, they were so frightened they almost wet their pants, standing frozen in place. When Subai unleashed his second sword strike, its might was so overwhelming that even spectators sitting far away in the stands were trembling in fear. In one word, terrifying to the extreme. What followed was also well known. An alien martial emperor tried to intervene and ambush Subai. The ambush failed, and the alien race lost one of their 3 geniuses. This brought immense joy to the people of the nation, who celebrated enthusiastically. But after the elation came concerns. As satisfying as it was to watch, would this event bring even greater troubles in the future? White God. Whoa! I actually got to see the White God alive. White God is so cool, so amazing. White God, please sign for me, sign this, sign this. Subai watched as a crowd of people instantly surrounded him, and his heart tightened. He quickly sought a chance to slip away. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Subai vanished in an instant. Looking around, they realized he had completely disappeared without a trace. Inside the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, Subai patted his chest and let out a long sigh of relief. In the past, he couldn't quite understand the craziness of fans. Seeing it with his own eyes this time, he realized this was still relatively mild. After all, in his former world, some people would spend their entire life savings just to buy a concert ticket to see their idol. Such obsession was truly shocking. However, after entering the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, Subai discovered that he hadn't been transported directly to the 99th floor, and the star tempering pool was nowhere to be seen. Looking at the low-level exotic beasts that had appeared, his heart sank. Was he back on the first floor again? Seeing the familiar illusionary beasts, he confirmed that he had indeed returned to the first floor. So, what was going on? Could it be that he had to climb the tower all over again? Although puzzled, Subai didn't complain. Climbing the tower once more could be a good opportunity to reinforce his combat skills. Without further delay, Subai delivered a swift hand chop, and the exotic beast fell to the ground, dissipating on the spot. All the way to the 90th floor, Subai insisted on using only his physical body to engage the exotic beasts in close combat, accumulating practical experience in the process. This approach continued until the final few levels. Facing exotic beasts several levels higher than himself, relying solely on his physical body was no longer sufficient. If not for his Yuanyang slash and some basic martial techniques, he wouldn't have been able to break through their defenses, let alone defeat them. As the number of exotic beasts increased, by the time he reached the last 3 floors, Subai could no longer withstand the overwhelming numbers. He drew the Bailan sword and began cutting his way through. Once the sword was unsheathed, the outcome became clear, and there was no need to drag things out any longer. Cutting his way through the challenges, Subai finally reached the top floor. However, the expected star tempering pool did not appear. Instead, he found himself in an entirely new, unknown area. He looked around in confusion. At the same time, the star tempering pool, sensing Subai's presence, was anxiously moving through each floor of the tower, searching for him.
Where is he? He was just here, where did he go? The star tempering pool had waited so long for Subai, only for his presence to suddenly vanish just as it had detected him. Meanwhile, Subai curiously examined his surroundings. This was yet another different kind of top floor. So, what, or who, could be here? The area was pitch black, with not a single trace of light. Subai couldn't see anything.
Frowning, he suddenly conjured a spark of flame in his palm, illuminating the surroundings.
What lay before him was an endless void.
The space around him was utterly empty, eerily silent, as if life itself had ceased to exist. As Subai carefully observed this emptiness, a figure suddenly flitted past the corner of his vision.
"Who's there?" he shouted sternly.
The unknown always made people uneasy, especially in such a strange and dark space. After assessing his surroundings, the ever-cautious Subai immediately attempted to leave the glazed tower, only to find that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape.
When he opened his eyes again, he was still within this space.
His shout seemed to have startled whatever was hiding in the darkness, but after waiting for a long time, there was still no movement.
Subai's brows furrowed deeply. What exactly was this thing? What was this unknown space? And why had he ended up here?
All his questions began to find answers as a figure slowly emerged. No, it wasn't a figure, it was a glowing entity, like a small sun, slowly approaching him.
Its face bore a strangely human-like expression, and it seemed slightly afraid of him.
The closer Subai looked, the more puzzled he became.
What on earth was this thing? Just as he was full of questions, a voice suddenly rang in his mind, soft and gentle, much like the tone of the little azure dragon from before. Who are you?
The voice echoed directly in his thoughts, but it didn't make Subai any less vigilant.
And who are you? Why did you bring me here? Where is the star tempering pool? He didn't answer its question but instead threw his own back. No, it wasn't Linger who brought you here. My master said, if someone appears here again, that person will be my new master. So, you're Linger's new master now? Master? Subai was a bit baffled. He hadn't even figured out what was happening, and now this little creature was already calling him its master? But he quickly caught onto something important. Your master said, new master?
Subai stared at the strange little entity before him, his confusion deepening. Its appearance was peculiar, and like the little azure dragon, it could communicate with him directly through his mind.
Could it be another rare divine beast?
He didn't answer immediately but instead summoned the still sleeping little azure dragon from his beast space. The moment the slumbering little azure dragon emerged, it was startled awake and immediately positioned itself protectively in front of Subai, cautiously scanning the surroundings. Soon, the little azure dragon noticed the small glowing orb floating mid-air and fixated its wary gaze on little Linger.
As he summoned the little azure dragon, Subai communicated with it telepathically. Little azure dragon, do you recognize that being over there? Do you think it poses any threat to you? Subai asked in his mind.
The little azure dragon scrutinized the glowing orb carefully.
After confirming that it emanated no spiritual energy or threat, it cautiously responded. Master, I don't sense any spiritual energy or danger from her. But it's also possible that her level is so high that even I can't perceive it. Hearing this, Subai said nothing and simply gave a slight nod. Little Linger, upon seeing the little azure dragon, appeared flustered. Such a massive creature, how did it suddenly show up? Could this also be a new master? Who are you? Why are you here?
And why am I here? She asked nervously. Subai gripped the Bailing sword. He wouldn't attack rashly if the opponent couldn't answer, but if danger arose, he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. The glowing orb, noticing Subai preparing to strike, became even more anxious.
Without using telepathic communication, it stammered as it spoke.
I'm the guardian spirit of this tower.
After waking up, all I remember is that the next human I meet is my master. As for why you're here, I don't know either.
Little Linger desperately explained, and if she had a physical body, she'd probably be gesturing wildly by now. Seeing her in such a state, Subai could tell she wasn't lying.
But, this thing could talk? A guardian spirit, a master? What was going on? Could this small glowing orb really be the guardian spirit of the 9-treasure glazed tower? Subai pondered for a moment before asking further. Do you remember anything else? Like, how to control the glazed tower? Or about the treasure vault of the glazed tower? Subai grew a little excited.
If this little being could guide him to the treasure vault of the glazed tower, it would truly be a stroke of luck. Little Linger recognized every word Subai said, but when strung together, she couldn't grasp their meaning. She frantically searched her memories for clues about these terms, but, regrettably, found nothing relevant.
Realizing she couldn't recall anything, little Linger shook her head.
However, upon noticing the sword in Subai's hand, she quickly nodded her head vigorously. She did remember one critical piece of information: within the 9 treasure glazed tower, there was a deadly mechanism. This mechanism could effortlessly kill some martial emperors, and even saints more powerful than martial emperors could be easily obliterated by it. However, this mechanism required a week to recharge after each use and could be used an unlimited number of times. I know there's a defensive mechanism in the tower.
It should be useful to you, right? Little Linger spoke uncertainly.
She wasn't sure whether the mechanism would be of any use to this so-called new master.
And what if it wasn't? Would he just cut her down with that sword?
Seeing little Linger still behaving this way even now, Subai finally relaxed.
For a moment, he had almost thought that the alien martial emperor had returned. But why was there only this glowing orb here? Could it be the starry abyss pool? Hadn't he just re-entered the tower? Didn't they know? Where were the people?
It seemed the tower spirit had forgotten everything, as though she had lost her memory.
Could it be that he had somehow become the new master of the 9 treasure glazed tower? Little Linger, tell me everything you know right now.
Little Linger didn't waste any time and immediately recounted everything she knew. Absolutely not, because the new master was holding that sword.
After listening to Little Linger's account, Subai fell into deep thought.
According to the tower spirit, she had only recently awakened and had lost all her previous memories. The only thing she remembered was one crucial fact. That was, the next human she encountered would become her new master. Aside from that, she knew nothing. After waking up, she had also attempted to understand the state of the 9 treasure glazed tower. After all, as the tower spirit, she was intrinsically connected to it. This allowed Subai to gain a deeper understanding of the tower as well.
However, when Subai asked her about her previous master, Little Linger became unresponsive.
A few seconds later, she looked at Subai with a puzzled expression, as if she had no idea what he was talking about.
Afterward, Subai and Little Linger formed a contract.
Once the contract was established, Subai sent his consciousness into the glazed tower and saw the attack mechanism Little Linger had mentioned.
This thing, why did it look like a missile launcher? From the 1st floor to the 98th floor, they were all regular challenge levels. But upon reaching the 99th floor, the space was astonishingly vast. It resembled an independent world, boundless and endless, with no end in sight.
However, Subai discovered that he could only explore a portion of the area. For instance, when he saw the attack device, information about it and its usage immediately entered his mind.
Ground rail cannon, spirit level primary weapon. Automatically absorbs spiritual energy to recharge and attack. Once locked onto a target, it automatically tracks and strikes.
A single shot can easily annihilate a martial emperor and severely wound a saint.
Current recharge speed with spiritual energy, once every 7 days.
Can also be recharged with spirit stones, 1,000 ordinary spirit stones for 1 charge. 1 supreme grade spirit stone can sustain 10 charges.
A spirit level primary weapon? Automatic recharging? A single shot to kill a martial emperor? What exactly is this spirit level weapon? Aren't weapon levels classified as heaven, earth, profound, and yellow? What is a spirit level weapon? Wait a minute. Spirit level talents. Spirit level weapons? Could it be that the ground rail cannon is also one of those legendary weapons from the upper realm?
This classification system matches exactly with the spirit level talents mentioned by Li Xingqi earlier.
Moreover, the introduction even mentioned a new realm. Saint? Above martial emperor is the saint realm?
Although there had been rumors for years that there was a realm beyond martial emperor, no one had ever truly reached it in millennia. Even the most powerful intruders from other races only reached the martial emperor level, otherwise, humanity would have been unable to resist their invasions. Among the people, there was also a persistent legend. It was said that the Sword Saint was considered the strongest in the world because he had touched upon the realm beyond that of a martial emperor, which also explained his subsequent disappearance. Martial arts emphasized the pursuit of the ultimate. Once people realize there is a higher level beyond martial emperor, it is bound to drive many to pursue it madly. A martial emperor has a lifespan of about 1,000 years, but humans seek immortality. No martial artist would willingly give up their life after gaining the benefits of a higher realm. Eternal life has always been humanity's greatest desire and goal of exploration. If a path to immortality were laid out in front of someone, who could resist such temptation? After discovering the ground rail cannon, this incredible superweapon, Subai once again scanned his surroundings. Aside from the ground rail cannon, which was a massive surprise, there seemed to be nothing else of note. If there was anything else worth mentioning, it would be the hazy grayness stretching out in front of him. After pondering for a moment, Subai speculated that there must be more hidden here, but either his current level wasn't high enough, or specific conditions were required to gradually unlock it. However, these things were not important for the time being. With the ground rail cannon, what was there to fear from a martial emperor? Disagree? One cannon shot, problem solved. Though it required 1,000 spirit stones per use, this thing had to be used strategically and catch the enemy off guard. A martial emperor without some hidden cards would be unheard of. So this trump card could only be used covertly, wielding it openly wouldn't be as fun. Now equipped with the ground rail cannon, Subai was ready to take action, officially setting his plans for the glazed secret realm into motion. Master, can I call you that? Little Linger cautiously looked at her new master, feeling that he was quite intimidating. Little Linger had only recently regained her sentience and had forgotten most of her past memories. Her current intelligence was at best comparable to that of an elementary schooler. Facing this sudden new master, who immediately drew a sword upon appearing, how could anyone not be scared? After learning about the ground rail cannon, Subai looked at the tower spirit and found her increasingly pleasing to the eye. Although she was just a ball of light, she now seemed like a mobile treasure trove. The ground rail cannon alone had already exceeded his expectations. With this trump card, at least his safety on Blue Star was guaranteed. Unless every martial emperor united against him, no one could touch him. Even if only one or two martial emperors acted, he might still have the chance to counterattack. Little Linger, is it? So, you're the spirit of the 9 treasures glazed tower, and now I'm the new master of this tower? Subai sheathed his sword and asked curiously. It would be absurd if they showed him how powerful the ground rail cannon was but didn't let him use it. Yes, master. From now on, Linger will be your servant. If you want to take Linger with you, she can shrink and even integrate into your body. Little Linger finally sighed in relief when she saw Subai put away his sword and spoke cheerfully. Soon, Subai fully grasped how to operate the 9 treasures glazed tower. Little Linger even split off some light particles and integrated them into his body. Instantly, Subai felt a subtle connection to the tower. With just a single thought, the 9 treasures glazed tower could shrink instantly and merge into his body. Even more astonishing, Subai could now monitor who was currently challenging the tower. If he wished, he could immediately expel everyone from the tower. This is incredible. In Subai's consciousness, he could sense that there were tens of thousands of people from various places currently challenging the tower. Most of them had entered through the tower's replicas. These replicas were also under his control, and he could make them appear or disappear at will. However, Subai didn't use this ability to clear out others. After all, leaving these replicas in the mortal world was also a way of helping everyone. The reward was just too mysterious. The sudden appearance of such an item made Subai very curious. Was there a treasure vault inside the tower? He carefully searched every corner of the glass tower, but apart from that hazy gray area, there was nothing else to be found. However, during this search, he did notice Li Xingqi anxiously looking for him. Originally, this trip was only meant to help Li Xingqi restore his physical body and then explore the glass secret realm. Unexpectedly, there had been such a significant and unexpected harvest. Now that the 9 treasure glass tower was already in his hands, it was time to help Li Xingqi recover his body and head straight for the glass secret realm. With a single thought, Subai's figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was standing directly in front of Li Xingqi. Ah! You scared the life out of me. Li Xingqi screamed in fright when Subai suddenly materialized in front of him. He had been busy looking for someone who could have anticipated someone suddenly appearing out of thin air. Anyone would be startled. Li Xingqi shouted as he stumbled backward, but it didn't take long for him to realize, wasn't he just a ghost himself? A ghost being scared of another ghost? Ridiculous. After backing away to a safe distance, Li Xingqi finally took a closer look. It was none other than the long-missing Subai. Subai, you brat, you nearly scared me to death. Seeing it was Subai, Li Xingqi couldn't help but complain. At first, he thought someone was coming to terrify this old ghost for fun. Old man, I found the body you needed. Is there anything else to prepare? Subai said as he brought out Mo Wuxiang's corpse. As soon as Li Xingqi heard the body had been found, he rushed to Subai without hesitation. Looking at the battered and broken corpse of Mo Wuxiang lying on the ground, Li Xingqi frowned. His dissatisfaction grew even more as he focused on the face, muttering to himself. Why is it the body of some beast clan member? What bad luck! For a renowned alchemy saint to inhabit the body of a lion man, it was nothing short of humiliating. But given the current circumstances, even if it were the body of a pig demon, Li Xingqi would have no choice but to take it. Stop being so picky. This guy originally had an SSS grade talent. Be grateful you've got something.
Su Bai, hearing Li Xingqi's complaints, urged him to hurry up.
Hearing that, Li Xingqi immediately grew serious. He closed his eyes and began chanting an intricate and incomprehensible incantation. As time passed, Li Xingqi's ghostly form gradually disappeared, merging into the corpse. The broken body began to heal rapidly. Especially the face, it was altered by some mysterious force during the healing process. Mo Wuxian's original visage was replaced with that of a normal human. To be honest, the new face even had a touch of Li Xingqi's own handsomeness. Before long, the entire corpse was restored to its full integrity. As the final trace of starlight faded, Li Xingqi's ghostly form vanished completely, leaving the reconstituted body standing before Su Bai. At that moment, a powerful aura erupted from the now living body, and it grew increasingly intense.
Master! Grand Master! Martial Sovereign!
1 incense stick's worth of time passed.
Boom!
A fierce shockwave exploded from the area surrounding the body, and the figure's eyes snapped open. Su Bai watched the newly resurrected body with caution, ready to act at any moment. When out in the field, the most important thing was vigilance. Even if the other party appeared friendly, there was no telling what sinister thoughts might lurk inside. One slip-up could cost a life. This guy had been resurrected as a martial emperor. What on earth had his power been before death? A sage? Or something even higher? Luckily, Su Bai's worries proved unnecessary. The reborn Li Xingqi did not act like some crazed monster from the old legends, mindlessly slaughtering everything in his path. The first thing he did after opening his eyes was savor the joy of rebirth. This body, modified by his efforts, no longer bore any trace of its beast clan origins.
It now resembled that of an ordinary human. After fully adapting to his new form, Li Xingqi burst into laughter. Who could understand the overwhelming emotions of being granted a second chance at life? My dear boy, I truly owe you. If it weren't for all the things you've done that made me so upset, how could I have endured until now? This body was even better than he had anticipated. The moment he completed the fusion, his strength had already returned to the martial emperor realm. Moreover, Li Xingqi discovered that all his prior cultivation and alchemy knowledge remained perfectly intact, ready to be summoned at will. You had to understand, he was an 8th rank alchemy master. If it weren't for his overwhelming obsession with alchemy in his past life, how could he have ended up being betrayed by the very disciple he had personally trained? Alchemy was valuable, but one's cultivation could not be neglected either.
Now that he had been given a second chance at life, he was determined to reclaim everything that was rightfully his and perhaps pay a visit to that traitorous disciple to see how life had been treating him. As he felt the strength slowly returning to his hands, Li Xingqi was overwhelmed with a sense of comfort. After spending so long as a ghost, it truly felt far better to be alive again.
Old man, now that you've been resurrected, what's your plan? Su Bai interrupted Li Xingqi's reflection. This guy, who would have thought he'd come back to life as a martial emperor? Just how strong had he been before his death?
Right now, what Blue Star lacks most are martial emperors. If Li Xingqi steps forward to help, the crisis in Huaxia will undoubtedly be alleviated significantly.
Don't forget, he's from the upper realm.
Whether it's his understanding of martial arts or his mastery of martial skills, he completely surpasses everyone on Blue Star. Even when facing opponents of the same level, he's undoubtedly invincible, at least someone who can easily take on 3 rivals at once. Hearing Su Bai's question, Li Xingqi snapped out of his thoughts and began contemplating what to do next. It seemed he, too, had no solutions. Based on what Su Bai said, the highest realm in this world was only the false martial emperor, and currently, he was just a false martial emperor as well.
Li Xingqi frowned.
No wonder the peak of this world's martial path was the martial emperor.
There was only spiritual energy here and not a trace of celestial essence?
What the people of Blue Star didn't know was that there was a crucial step between advancing from martial sovereign to martial emperor.
Just like turning blood
and energy into spiritual energy before, one needed to absorb celestial essence from the world and gradually transform spiritual energy into celestial essence. The reason martial progress on Blue Star stagnated at the martial emperor level was because there was no celestial essence here. Spiritual energy was already exceedingly scarce. Under such conditions, there were no true martial emperors, let alone anyone capable of advancing further. But what was strange was that even the demon race lacked any trace of celestial essence.
What was going on? Xiao Su, what do you plan to do next?
Li Xingqi avoided directly answering Su Bai and instead asked,
Old man, what are you trying to say? Su Bai retorted. Xiao Su, do you want a master?
As long as you're willing to say the word master, I'll appear at your side immediately.
No need. Disip. ?
Looking at Su Bai, Li Xingqi suddenly felt an urge to take him as a disciple. This child had astonishing talent, extraordinary luck, and remarkable potential in alchemy. Although Li Xingqi had died because of a disciple in the past, the sheer brilliance of Su Bai's talent was too overwhelming. It could rival those sacred sons of holy lands and prodigies from aristocratic families he had encountered in his previous life. If Su Bai had been born on a resource-rich planet like Waterstar, he would undoubtedly become a figure beyond even Li Xingqi's reach in no time. But now, on a resource-deprived planet like Blue Star, if he could take such a disciple and bring him to the upper realm, wouldn't he effortlessly achieve the dream of raising a dragon from his own son? Unfortunately, while imagination is beautiful, reality is often cruel. Just as Li Xingqi was indulging in his fantasy of taking a disciple, Su Bai's straightforward no need shattered his dream completely. How can you say no? You should be thrilled, and then. Li Xingqi realized he had said too much and quickly changed the subject. Old man, if you've got something to say, just spit it out. After a brief silence, Li Xingqi finally spoke. I want to follow you. Where are you heading next? Oh? Su Bai was a bit surprised. A saint of alchemy wanted to follow him? Li Xingqi had just unleashed martial emperor-level power, so Su Bai now believed most of the claims about his identity. After all, who else could show up and instantly ascend realms, reaching the martial emperor level within moments? Tell me, who else? Though surprised, Su Bai still answered, I plan to head to the glazed secret realm next. Are you sure you want to follow me? By the way, I forgot to tell you, I've already become the master of the 9-treasure glazed pagoda. From now on, you might not be able to stay inside it anymore. ? Why do you keep looking so shocked? What Su Bai said was true, but what did his next sentence mean? The 9-treasure glazed pagoda could recognize a master? Ever since Li Xingqi had obtained it, he had refined it countless times over hundreds or even thousands of years, yet he had made no progress. And now, you're telling me this thing can recognize a master? Comparison truly is the thief of joy. I'm a saint of alchemy, and I'm not even worthy of refining it? Li Xingqi truly felt like slashing apart this snobbish pagoda. Years of persistence were completely disregarded, yet it readily submitted to someone with overwhelming talent like Su Bai. What a slap in the face. Fine, let's go. Li Xingqi responded grumpily. Su Bai glanced at Li Xingqi, who had suddenly become emotional, feeling puzzled. What was with this old man's sudden outburst? But it didn't matter. With this old man following him, he now had a living martial emperor by his side, which greatly enhanced his sense of security. A martial emperor, combined with the railgun. Although Su Bai was currently just a grandmaster, he could now roam Blue Star unchallenged. Even with the railgun as a deadly weapon in Li Xingqi's presence, it still felt daunting to face the demons, who were twice the strength of a martial emperor. Not to mention, aside from the demons, there was also the threat of exotic beasts scattered across Blue Star. Both the demons and the exotic beasts were invaders. If they joined forces, humanity would stand no chance. Fortunately, most high-level exotic beasts were too stubborn to cooperate with the demons. By the way, this morning Fugue told me that the Flame Emperor was looking for me. Could it be about the Yao tribe? From here on, the term Yao tribe will be used to distinguish them from exotic beasts. The Yao tribe consists of humanoid beings with comparable intelligence to humans, while exotic beasts are merely wild animals. Only high-level exotic beasts possess intelligence. Once we ascend to the upper realm, we should consider giving the Yao tribe and exotic beasts a collective term, such as Yao beasts. If anyone has better suggestions, feel free to propose them. Since you're coming with me, do you want to stay inside the glazed pagoda or come out? Li Xingqi did not hesitate. Come out. After spending countless years inside the pagoda, reincarnating meant he had no desire to be confined again. He had yet to see the world beyond Blue Star and was curious how it compared to the upper realm. All right. As soon as Su Bai finished speaking, the surrounding space began to distort. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were outside. The noonday sunlight fell on Li Xingqi, basking in daylight once more. The warm rays felt incredibly comforting. The fresh air, the captivating scenery. Seeing all of this again, Li Xingqi had never found the world so beautiful. Let's go. Su Bai's voice came from ahead. He was holding the newly released Huawei P888, contacting the Flame Emperor. Su Bai, are you there? Flame Emperor, come directly to the headquarters of the Capital Security Bureau. We've been waiting for you. Someone will meet you downstairs. Su Bai, got it. Upon receiving the reply, Su Bai put away his phone and glanced at Li Xingqi behind him. After softly reminding him, Su Bai waved his hand, summoning a portal. Li Xingqi hurriedly followed. Once they stepped through, the portal vanished. The 9 treasures glazed pagoda was also absorbed into Su Bai's body, leaving only a replica behind. The replica was so lifelike that no one noticed such a massive structure had just disappeared, taken away by the crafty one. Inside the conference room at the headquarters of the Capital Security Bureau, the room was packed with middle-aged men. Anyone who recognized them would know these individuals were influential figures, commanding immense respect and authority in the outside world. The director of the Security Bureau, the chief of the military district, the president of the Martial Artists Association. A gathering of top-level leaders. After a recent incident, both armies from the two factions on the alien battlefield had completely withdrawn. The ensuing 6-month buffer period had plunged Huaxia into a heightened sense of crisis. Centuries of stalemate had yielded no results. What could be achieved in 6 months? Unless Huaxia could produce another martial emperor in half a year, which was utterly unrealistic. Another hope was for a sword saint to emerge, but that was even more improbable than cultivating a martial emperor. Nearly impossible. The conference room was dead silent, with an oppressive atmosphere. Although the events leading to this moment were thrilling, the consequences borne by Huaxia were grave. But with the enemy already at their doorstep, how could they endure any longer? If you want war, then war it is. When it comes to matters of principle, there's no need for further explanation, just act. At worst, it would be a fight to the death. Wasn't it just a few thousand years ago that Huaxia had faced foreign invasions? As long as the people of Huaxia stood united, determined to resist and unyielding in spirit, no matter how strong the enemy was, victory would ultimately be theirs. What's with all the long faces? Those bastards are already at our doorstep. Are we supposed to keep tolerating this? If they dare to fight, then let them fight. Do you think I'm afraid of them? The heavy atmosphere was broken by the booming voice of a martial emperor general, known for his humor and boldness. After all, a battle was inevitable sooner or later. For him, it didn't matter whether it happened now or later. At most, it would be a fight to the death, but at least they'd have fought. Exactly. We've been enduring for so long, only letting the enemy grow bolder. If we bow down again this time, how are we any different from sewer rats? Do you think enduring will make the Yao tribe spare us? Sooner or later, war is inevitable. Are we supposed to fear them? Another martial emperor chimed in, unable to resist agreeing. With the first voice breaking the silence, more began to join in. Over the years, they had been oppressed by the Yao tribe, swallowing their frustrations time and again. After enduring for so long, they knew a battle was unavoidable. Why shouldn't someone step forward? Bang! 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 A series of loud knocks on the table abruptly interrupted the commotion. The room immediately fell silent, and all eyes turned to the middle-aged man seated at the head of the table. He clasped his hands together, his gaze sweeping across the room. Have you vented enough? With those words, the room grew even quieter. He tapped the table lightly with his right hand, his face revealing a contemplative expression. Nobody's speaking now? I take it you've all finished venting? He scanned the room, and whenever his gaze met someone else's, they instinctively looked away. If no one has anything more to say, consider the discussion over. Don't forget, this meeting is to solve problems, not to give you a platform to vent your emotions. I hope you all understand that going to war with the Yao tribe would be a catastrophic disaster for Huaxia. Countless innocent civilians would perish in such a conflict. We have only 6 months, and the key is figuring out how to get through it. As for what comes later, let's wait until Xiao Su arrives to decide. As soon as the words fell, no one raised an objection. Sitting at the head of the table was none other than the highest commander of Huaxia, one of the earliest individuals to ascend to the rank of martial emperor. It was because of people like him that Huaxia had not been overrun by the demon clans or ravaged by the beasts, leading to the relatively stable situation of today. In terms of experience and seniority, no one could compare to him. It could be said that every decision he made determined the future of Huaxia. For matters of such magnitude, no one dared to question his authority. At this moment, Su Bai and Li Xingqi arrived directly at the headquarters of the Safety Bureau through a teleportation portal. Tisk, TSK, Xiao Su, your abilities are truly remarkable. To master spatial power at the Grandmaster level, how enviable. Li Xingqi glanced around the area at the entrance of the Safety Bureau, marveling. This guy truly wasn't ordinary. Even in the upper realms, it was unheard of for someone at the Grandmaster level to wield spatial powers. Logically, spatial power was something that could only be slightly grasped by a martial king or even a martial emperor, at most enabling long-distance teleportation. But judging by Xiao Su's proficiency in controlling space just now, even an average martial emperor wouldn't compare. Su Bai said nothing, simply gazing at the towering edifice of the Safety Bureau, his heart filled with emotion. If only this world had no war. It was the same in the past life, and remains the same now. These high-rise buildings glistened with modernity, but once war broke out, they would be the first targets to be destroyed. Subai shook his head slightly. In his previous life, he lacked the ability to stop the war and could only watch helplessly as everything unfolded, powerless to do anything. But this time, it would be different. He had the system, a powerful cheat. All his talents had reached the pinnacle. In this life, he had the strength to stop the war, to prevent disasters. Why not give it a try? Trying was always better than giving up. Hello, are you Mr. Subai? The commander has been waiting for you upstairs for some time. Please, follow me. As soon as Subai appeared at the entrance to the safety bureau, someone stepped forward to greet him, preparing to lead him to the conference room. Li Xingqi tried to follow, but was quickly stopped. And you are? The guide looked at Li Xingqi with confusion, then turned to Subai as if seeking confirmation of something. He's my master, here to protect me, Subai answered calmly. Oh, so he's your master. Then come along upstairs together. Upon learning that Li Xingqi was Subai's master, the guide readily led both of them upstairs. It seemed that the reason this national prodigy was so exceptional might have a lot to do with this master of his. Along the way, the guide discreetly observed Li Xingqi. His appearance was unassuming, nothing extraordinary. After all, the moment Li Xingqi had stepped out, he had concealed his aura entirely. Having been away from the lower realms for a millennium, he had no idea what the current situation was like outside, so it was necessary to keep a low profile. Soon, under the guidance of their escort, Subai and Li Xingqi reached the door of the conference room. Just ahead is the conference room. I'll leave you here. Subai nodded and looked at the 3 characters fork conference room beside the door before pushing it open without hesitation. Swish! The door opened, and over a dozen pairs of eyes turned to Subai in unison, making him feel as though he had been completely seen through, with no privacy left at all. Behind him, Li Xingqi sensed the probing gazes of the group and furrowed his brows. A formless barrier instantly materialized, shielding both of them. Noticing their probing was blocked, the people in the conference room curiously turned their attention to Li Xingqi standing behind Subai. And who might this be? It was Yan Di, who had spoken with Subai before, who broke the silence. This is my master, Li Xingqi. He doesn't talk much. May I ask, esteemed gentleman, what business do you have with me? Subai quickly replied, hoping to prevent Li Xingqi from causing trouble. Regarding the identity of this master, Subai had mentioned having an imaginary mentor to Yan Di before. Now, this setup came into play perfectly, avoiding any suspicion. Upon hearing this, apart from Yan Di and a few others, the rest of the martial emperors in the room frowned slightly. This so-called master, why couldn't even they sense anything from him? Could it be that he, too, was a martial emperor? But all of Huaxia's martial emperors were present, except for a few who were absent for specific reasons. Clearly, this man wasn't among them. Yan Di also realized that Li Xingqi was no ordinary figure. His probing had been ineffective against him. Could it be as he suspected, that this man was indeed another martial emperor? Take a seat, have a seat first, and we'll talk. Yan Di gestured toward an empty spot nearby. It was Subai's first time meeting so many influential figures, so naturally, he was a bit nervous. The commander, generals, the president of the Martial Arts Association. And seated at the head of the table was the supreme commander himself? The highest commander of Huaxia. He was someone you'd only ever see in the news. And now, not only was the commander here, but dozens of powerful martial emperors were gathered as well. What could warrant such a grand assembly? Subai sat down beside the Flame Emperor, while Li Xingqi also found an empty seat and began observing the people in the conference room. So many martial emperors? What exactly do they want with Subai? According to what Subai had said before, the spiritual energy of this world had only recently begun to recover, and the number of martial emperors was already scarce. So, could it be that the martial emperors in this conference room represent the entirety of the top human warriors in the lower realm? Li Xingqi grew even more curious about Subai's identity. This guy was a grandmaster, yet he managed to garner the attention of so many martial emperors? However, considering his spiritual level cultivation talent, it made sense. If Subai were in the upper realm, the major sacred grounds would probably already be vying to name him a holy son. We'll get straight to the point about why we called you here this time. You should be aware of what happened yesterday, and since we brought you here, there's no need to hide anything from you. This time, for the demon race to participate, we must first discuss the agreement that was previously established. And now, China, as well as the entire human race, is facing a crisis. In half a year, we will go to war with the entire demon race. You're only 18 years old, and your cultivation has already reached the level of a grandmaster. This is almost unprecedented in history. If we were to compare, perhaps only the Sword Saint in his youth could stand on par with you. The Flame Emperor, as a martial emperor who had a closer relationship with Su Bai, took the responsibility of explaining the true purpose of this meeting to him.
So, what do you want me to do?
Su Bai paused for a moment before asking. The Flame Emperor hesitated briefly, exchanged glances with the others around him, and only after receiving a nod from the person seated in the main position did he continue. This time, we want you to immediately head to the Glazed Secret Realm, or the Abyss of Nine Serene.
The Flame Emperor's words shocked everyone.
Don't find it strange, this truly is the best option. In half a year, when the demon race launches a massive invasion, their first target will undoubtedly be you. You're aware as well that China's combat strength is nowhere near on par with the demon race.
By then, there will be no way to protect you. Moreover, things are not peaceful within China either.
That individual from Treasure Pavilion has had no news ever since rumors suggested he entered the Abyss of Nine Serene.
Right now, aside from Treasure Pavilion, many noble families harbor ulterior motives. Disdain colored the Flame Emperor's tone.
A bunch of schemers seeing that the human race is on the brink of life and death, and still they stir up trouble. So, we hope you can go to the Glazed Secret Realm or the Abyss of Nine Serene, train until you're absolutely confident, and then return. In addition, we'll arrange for a group of top-tier talents to hide within the Glazed Secret Realm.
This plan, we call it the Spark Plan.
When Su Bai left the conference room, his hands were already adorned with numerous spatial rings.
Li Xingqi, standing nearby, stared at Su Bai as though he were seeing a ghost, thinking to himself, what's with this guy? How did he suddenly become the hope of the human race? And why did he inexplicably receive a whole pile of resources? What's going on? Wasn't he just supposed to go to the Glazed Secret Realm? This treatment is way too generous. Alright, fine, so that's how it's going to be?
Even Su Bai himself was a little dazed. He had originally planned to go to the Glazed Secret Realm, but he hadn't expected them to not only send him there proactively but also give him a ton of cultivation resources along the way. Casually opening one of the spatial rings, he found it filled with spirit stones piled up like a mountain, making it hard to look away.
He switched to another ring, and it was just as full. Did I just get rich overnight?
Su Bai felt a bit helpless. Accepting these things meant carrying a massive responsibility on his shoulders, leaving him no room to relax.
So, is this my mission? To become the hope of the human race?
For a moment, Su Bai felt immense pressure. This really seemed like a path leading to certain death. Had he truly become the last savior of the human race? Although there was another batch of talents being sent in, no matter how many geniuses there were, producing a single martial emperor was no easy feat. Forget it, he'd take it one step at a time. When the time came, a path would surely present itself. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Su Bai placed the other spatial rings into his system's storage space, leaving only one on his hand. Afterward, he and Li Xingqi accelerated their flight toward the Glazed Secret Realm.
Inside the conference room. After Su Bai left, the room fell silent once more. After a while, someone broke the silence and asked, "That master beside him earlier, did any of you discern his cultivation level?" The question caused everyone to shake their heads. Eventually, all eyes turned to the person seated in the main position. But even under their collective gaze, that individual merely shook his head lightly. That man, even he couldn't see through him. With such immense strength, how could he have heard nothing about this person all these years? Who exactly was he? Although everyone present knew that the man was a martial emperor, they didn't dwell on it further. The current situation was not something a few martial emperors could easily resolve. What's more, if there truly was a martial emperor of the human race guarding the Glazed Secret Realm, it would be the best news imaginable. The final hope of humanity rests entirely on you all.
As the highest-ranking officials of Huaxia, they knew secrets far beyond the grasp of ordinary people.
The Glazed Secret Realm was one of those secrets.
Only those who reached the martial emperor realm could barely glimpse its mysteries. Take, for example, the Sword Saint that everyone spoke of. The key to his rapid elevation in cultivation back in the day was precisely the Glazed Secret Realm.
At a crucial moment for the survival of humanity, the Sword Saint ventured into the secret realm alone in search of opportunity.
By the time he returned, no one could discern the extent of his cultivation. With a single strike of his sword, he intimidated an army of hundreds of millions of demon clans, forcing the entire demon race to bow their heads. That single strike directly annihilated a quarter of the demon clans, yet they didn't dare to retaliate and ultimately had no choice but to retreat. After the demon clans withdrew, the Sword Saint disappeared soon after. However, before leaving, he informed the Huaxia leaders that the Glazed Secret Realm held immense opportunities. As for what those opportunities were, the Sword Saint never disclosed. There were even rumors that the Sword Saint ventured to the Nine Netherlands, but no one knew the truth. Let's hope he can lead humanity through this crisis. Everyone gazed in the direction where Subai had departed, their hearts filled with countless emotions. Sir, what should we do next? Fugue and the others looked utterly bewildered as they were brought to an empty clearing. Like them, over 100 people cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Many had been abruptly taken from the streets, while others were forcibly dragged out of their homes as their doors were kicked open. Because they wore special uniforms, they could only comply without resistance. Welcome, everyone. Don't be nervous. You've been gathered here for a top-secret plan. If anyone wants to withdraw, now is the time to speak up. But once you hear the details, there will be no turning back. We're calling this plan Project Fireseed. As Subai entered the secret realm, the outside world moved rapidly into action. Many of the remaining geniuses who had not yet left Kyoto were summoned, along with students from previous years who had shown outstanding performance. For the first time, Huaxia had devised a plan to send over 100 geniuses into the glazed secret realm. Participation was entirely voluntary, with a completely hands-off management approach. But for those lacking experience, venturing into the glazed secret realm was extremely dangerous. It was well known that the glazed secret realm ranked among the top 3 in terms of mortality rates. How many of the 100 students would survive in the end? No one dared to make a prediction. So, this is the glazed secret realm? As Subai stepped into the secret realm, it felt as though he had entered a world detached from mortal life. The breathtaking scenery before him was overwhelming. The first sight to greet him was towering city walls and bustling streets filled with lively vendors shouting their wares amidst cheerful laughter from passers-by. On the city walls stood soldiers armed with swords and shields, standing vigilantly to protect the safety of the realm. In the distance, steep mountain ranges loomed, their peaks shrouded in mist, exuding an aura of mystical wonder like an immortal's abode. The mountains were lush with greenery, and ancient, towering trees radiated an air of timelessness, as if whispering ancient legends. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the treetops, casting dappled shadows that painted the entire secret realm in dreamlike hues. The air was filled with the fresh fragrance of flowers, leaving one feeling utterly relaxed, as though all worries had been left behind. The glazed secret realm resembled a stunning painting, drawing people into a fantastical yet tranquil world. Everything here seemed so perfect, as if pain and conflict had no place. Snapping out of his reverie, the surrounding clamor pulled his thoughts back to the reality of the blue star. The scene before him, could this truly be the legendary glazed secret realm with its notoriously high mortality rate? The contrast was simply too stark. Though the current situation differed greatly from his imagination, appearances were always deceiving. Only by experiencing it firsthand could one understand the lurking dangers. Freshly caught 6th-tier giant python meat. Guaranteed authentic. Don't miss out. The finest dragon scale fruits are only available here. One fruit can grant you a long life. Affordable prices, just 9 spirit stones. The street vendor's cries reached his ears, and Subai turned his head to glance. The items on these stalls were described in enticing terms, but their actual value was limited, and the prices were exorbitantly high. After a brief look, he quickly averted his gaze. He hadn't come here for such trifles. Behind him, Li Xingqi paid no attention to the vendors either. Such scenes were common everywhere, and the goods on these stalls were usually of little worth. Even if there were treasures, there was no guarantee they would end up in your hands. Hey, did you hear? The martial emperor's ruins are acting up again. Last time, the upheaval brought forth a lot of rare spiritual herbs and treasures. I wonder what will emerge this time. Who doesn't know about that? But without a martial emperor taking action, those aristocratic families' martial kings have already monopolized the ruins. We lone wanderers can only stand by and watch. To be honest, those aristocratic families are detestable. They stay far away from the battlefield, yet they're great at bullying their own kind. They're nothing but dead weight. Sigh, it's just how it is. If you lack strength, you lack strength. Complaining won't change anything. We can only train hard and try to survive. Subai was worried about where to go next, when he overheard several vendors nearby chatting about the topic. The martial emperor's ruins, wasn't that one of his goals? With a flick of his mind, a few spirit stones appeared in his hand. He then walked toward the group of vendors. A while later, Subai left, satisfied, holding a map in his hands. Let's go. He and Li Xingqi headed directly toward the city gate. The entrance to the secret realm had been turned into a town by humanity, serving as a safeguard to prevent beasts from storming through the portal and wreaking havoc on Blue Star. The city walls they had just seen were the defense system of this town. As for the glazed secret realm, even the minimum threshold required at least a martial king-level cultivation. Those below the martial king level had better turn back the way they came, they didn't even qualify to be cannon fodder. Outside the city gate, Subai glanced down at the map in his hand. After confirming the direction, he immediately concealed himself and advanced toward his destination. Li Xingqi said nothing and followed closely behind. The martial emperor's ruins, it was likely a place left behind by a lower realm expert long ago before their demise. People here only knew the title martial emperor. As Subai traveled, he noticed numerous figures moving in the same direction as him. He cast a cold glance at them, and they quickly sped up and left. He couldn't recall who they were. They were probably the so-called experts from noble families. No matter, it was worth remembering that he had a martial emperor-level master backing him up. However, this grandmaster walked much too slowly. It seemed that for this trip to the ruins, Subai would need to improve his strength, reaching at least the martial emperor level to face what lay ahead. He was already at the grandmaster stage, but in the grand scheme of things, his strength barely made any difference. Meanwhile, the little azure dragon he'd been nurturing in the beast space had now surpassed its master, himself, in level. As its strength grew, the creature increasingly resembled a true dragon. When Subai released the azure dragon to test its capabilities, even as a grandmaster, he found that he was suppressed by its sheer presence, reducing his own combat power by at least 30%. It was worth noting that ordinary martial sovereigns couldn't withstand a single strike from him, yet the azure dragon could suppress his power by 30% through its mere aura. Though the little creature was now only a third-stage martial sovereign, its true strength was at least equivalent to that of a seventh-stage martial sovereign. Facing a ninth-stage martial sovereign, even if Subai himself reached the first stage of martial emperor, he would have to tread carefully. A third-stage martial sovereign. Thinking back not long ago, that level had been one he admired. It brought to mind some interesting events from the past. Wait, what are you doing here? Don't you know this is Wang clan territory? Outsiders aren't allowed to enter. A brat and a middle-aged man, what are you two doing here? Hurry up and leave, or don't blame me for not warning you. At this point, Subai and Li Xingqi had already arrived near the martial emperor's ruins, just a few kilometers away from their destination. However, as they prepared to enter, they were stopped. Upon being blocked, Subai noticed that it wasn't just one Wang clan member stationed there. Every few hundred meters, there were one or two individuals in matching attire, vigilantly guarding the area. Wang clan territory? As far as I know, the glazed secret realm belongs to no one. How did it suddenly become private property under your claim? Subai said calmly. The moment he finished speaking, the martial king who had spoken earlier chuckled, as if he'd just heard a ridiculous joke, and retorted. I said this is Wang clan territory. Do you have a problem with that? Or do you disagree? Brothers, let's show him what this place is. Once you're in the secret realm, only the strong hold sway. Otherwise, when a brat and an old man vanish in the secret realm, no one will care. Isn't that right? Ha 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 ha. The other Wang clan members joined in laughter. They had encountered plenty of arrogant fools like this over the years. Did this kid really think those rules still mattered? Once out of the academy, someone would naturally teach him who truly held the power in this world. He'd better not think the so-called rule of law from 1,000 years ago still applied here. Seeing that Subai and Li Xingqi remained silent, the man's patience wore thin, and his earlier smile turned icy. If you don't want to leave, then stay here for good. Wang clan territory isn't a place you can come and go as you please. With that, he waved his hand, signaling a few others to step forward. Brat, consider this your first lesson from society, and your last. As he finished speaking, he swung his hand, summoning a large blade and launching a martial technique, slashing fiercely toward Subai. Seeing this, Subai shook his head helplessly. He had wanted to resolve this peacefully, but they were forcing his hand. However, before Subai could retaliate, Li Xingqi, standing behind him, released his aura. The pressure brought the group to an abrupt halt, and they dropped to their knees. If it weren't for Subai's subtle hint to hold back, Li Xingqi, who was a pill saint in his previous life, would never have tolerated such an insult. This kind of trash wasn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, the man kneeling on the ground realized he had truly encountered someone formidable this time. This aura, even his supreme superior, a martial king, didn't exude such an oppressive presence. Could it be a martial emperor? Regret filled his heart as he thought, if you're a martial emperor, you should have said so earlier. Why go through all these twists and turns? If you'd said it, I would have stepped aside right away. Please, don't kill me. I'm from the Wang family. You know the Wang family of the capital, right? Our family has 4 or 5 martial kings, and our ancestor is also a martial emperor-level expert. On account of the Wang family, can we just let this go? He wanted to lift his head and take a good look at who this person was,
but the immense pressure left him unable to muster any strength to move. Are you threatening me? Even if your ancestor stood before me, it wouldn't matter. And you? Li Xingqi cared nothing for the Wang family or any other clan. He only knew that anyone who dared provoke him had better find a way out and prepare to start over. I didn't mean. Before the sentence was finished, Li Xingqi casually waved his hand. The few people who had been kneeling just moments ago instantly vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Let's go, keep moving, Li Xingqi said, brushing off his hand as though he had just dealt with a trivial matter. Su Bai said nothing. Since the other party had already shown killing intent, such individuals could not be left alive. He responded softly, all right, let's go. To them, this was just a minor episode on their journey, but to the Wang family, it was no small matter. Liuli's secret realm, Wang family headquarters. Sir, something big has happened. Why are you shouting like that? What kind of behavior is this? What's so urgent? Inside a tent, a martial king stationed at the Liuli secret realm was indulging in leisure with two young women, his mood instantly soured by the sudden outburst. If the messenger couldn't provide a compelling reason, even if spared from death, he wouldn't escape punishment. The matter was grave, and the messenger wasted no time on pleasantries, directly reporting the disappearance of several individuals at the entrance to the martial emperor's ruins. What? Wang Charan abruptly stepped toward the messenger, his face filled with shock and disbelief. How could it be? Someone dared to target the Wang family within the Liuli secret realm? Several people went missing simultaneously, leaving no trace behind, ruling out the possibility of a beast attack. The only explanation left was that someone had made a move. After all, this was the martial emperor's ruins, and there was no shortage of greedy eyes. With the recent stirrings in the ruins, it wasn't surprising that someone attempted to act on their desires. Besides other prominent families, it might also be some unaffiliated rogue cultivators or unknown forces. But, you made a grave mistake by daring to target members of my Wang family. Otherwise, I might have spared your lives. Alright, I understand. You may leave now, Wang Charan said irritably, waving his hand. Yes, sir. The messenger quickly retreated. If the situation weren't truly severe, his earlier impudence would have cost him his life. After the messenger left, Wang Charan was no longer in the mood to continue his entertainment. Those who had entered the ruins were of unknown identity, but they couldn't possibly be top-tier experts, at most, a few capable rogue cultivators. It seems I haven't made a move for a while, and now people think they can disregard the Wang family? With that thought, a cold glint flashed in Wang Charan's eyes. Who dares to act so recklessly under my watch? Find out everything, and bring those little rats to me. He spoke coldly into the air. As soon as his words fell, a voice responded from a corner, understood. The responder was a grandmaster, and capturing a few little rats was a simple task for him. The closer Su Bai got to the ruins, the more he could feel the spiritual energy here was 2 to 3 times denser than the outside world. And this was just the outskirts of the ruins. The spiritual energy inside was likely beyond imagination. Li Xingqi walked alongside him, carefully observing the ruins. Based on the information they had just gathered, these ruins weren't accessible at all times. The outskirts of the ruins were surrounded by a barrier. When it was first discovered, dozens of martial emperors and formation experts had spent 3 days and nights trying to break it, but to no avail. In the end, they had no choice but to give up. However, the barrier wasn't entirely stable and would occasionally weaken for brief moments. Only during those moments could people seize the opportunity to enter, but even then, they could only access the outskirts. Exploring deeper was entirely impossible, as there was another barrier inside that was even stronger than the one outside. Even a full-strength strike from a martial emperor couldn't cause so much as a ripple, and the barrier showed no signs of weakening. Over time, everyone chose to ignore the depths of the ruins. After all, the treasures in the outskirts alone were enough to drive most people mad. Even after all this time, the entire ruins remained far from being fully explored. More importantly, when it was discovered that the ruins held numerous rare spiritual herbs and treasures, some prominent families and factions directly joined forces to monopolize the site. As for the rogue cultivators, they either had to align themselves with a faction or wait until the families harvested everything before they could enter. The two hurried on their way and soon reached the edge of the barrier. Li Xingqi reached out to touch the barrier, which was an invisible shield blocking everyone. Although Li Xingqi was an alchemist, he had some expertise in formations as well. Ordinary formations were within his ability to decipher. By ordinary formations, he referred to those below the level of a saint king. Saint king, saint emperor, saint sovereign, demigod, half-god, martial god. In his previous life, he was known as the Pill Saint, a saint sovereign in cultivation,
whose status was comparable to that of a half-god. Even demigods sought his favor. However, above the Pill Saint was the Pill God, considered the true progenitor of alchemy, whose cultivation had reached the level of martial god, making him unrivaled in the art of alchemy. The Pill God had not appeared for a long time. Some even speculated that he had perished, but no one truly believed it. Soon, Li Xingqi opened his eyes, his expression heavy. Looking at Subai, he slowly nodded and said, "This formation is just within my capability, but the outermost barrier alone is at the Saint King level. Who knows how powerful the inner formations might be?" Li Xingqi had not expected that, even in the lower realms that had experienced the era of decline, there would still be ruins with a Saint King level defensive barrier, and such a large one at that. Even in the upper realms, the formations guarding ordinary sacred grounds would barely compare to this. If this were likened to a sect, this barrier would be the weakest outer defense, the inner barriers would be far stronger. Based on this reasoning, the deeper barriers could be at least Saint Emperor level, possibly even Saint Sovereign level. This was no trivial matter. A Saint Sovereign level formation, he himself had only reached that level in his previous life. The fact that someone could employ such a formation meant the ruin's owner had to have surpassed even that level. Beyond Saint Sovereign, demigod, perhaps even half-god. Thinking of this, Li Xingqi felt not excitement but fear. A demigod was not to be trifled with. A casual action from one could annihilate tens of thousands of martial emperors. Even though this was just a ruin, it was not something a group of martial emperors could easily meddle with. The ruin's basic self-defense mechanisms alone would be more than enough to wipe out countless martial emperors. With just himself, a quasi-martial emperor, and Subai, a grandmaster, could they even hope to make it out alive? For a moment, Li Xingqi felt a strong urge to retreat from this ruin. Subai immediately noticed his unease and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Li Xingqi stammered for a while before finally admitting, "The cultivation level of the ruin's owner is exceedingly high, far beyond what I reached in my previous life." "Are you sure you still want to go? Far beyond your previous life?" Subai repeated in confusion. "Yes." Li Xingqi nodded emphatically. He was certain the ruin's owner had reached at least the Saint Sovereign level, surpassing his past life's achievements. Seeing that Li Xingqi was serious and not joking, Subai fell into deep thought. Although this guy seemed unreliable at times, he would never joke about something like this. Someone stronger than Li Xingqi's previous life, the Pill Saint, one of the top figures in the upper realms? And yet, these ruins seemed to belong to an even mightier existence? Wow, if they could obtain all the treasures hidden within these ruins, what need would there be to fear the demon race? Or any exotic beasts for that matter? Exactly. Upon hearing this revelation, Subai's first reaction wasn't fear. Instead, he began calculating how to maximize his gains. If Li Xingqi could see what Subai was thinking right now, he would undoubtedly wonder about his mental state. These ruins likely belonged to someone who, in his past life, he could only look up to in awe. Yet now, even as a martial emperor, and with Subai's mere grandmaster-level strength, the two of them were considering taking on ruins of a possible demigod or half-god. This was not just a small gap in strength, it was a chasm spanning multiple realms. If it were his peak in his past life, he might have considered it. But now, as only a martial emperor, he didn't even dare entertain the thought. What are we waiting for? Break the barrier already. This is an opportunity we can't miss. Subai, hearing that Li Xingqi could open the barrier, immediately grew impatient to explore the ruins. Li Xingqi looked at Subai with a puzzled expression. What was wrong with this guy's mind? He had just been warned about the extreme danger of the ruins, yet he was still eager to charge in? Did he have a death wish? Don't drag me into it, I've just been reincarnated and haven't even started enjoying life yet. You really want to go in? Li Xingqi stared at Subai in disbelief, as if asking a question that pierced straight to the soul. He could tell that Subai genuinely wanted to go in. Seeing Li Xingqi's reaction, Subai quickly grasped his concerns and said, "Don't you want to know what's inside?" The owner of these ruins could stand shoulder to shoulder with the strongest figures from your past life's world. Perhaps the passage to the upper realms you've been seeking is hidden within. These words hit the nail on the head. The two had only recently met, and the life-saving act seemed more like a transaction. Without binding their interests together, Li Xingqi could abandon him at any moment. After all, Li Xingqi was someone from the upper realm. His power had recovered to the martial emperor level, but that was merely the limit of Earth, far from his true peak. Moreover, he had been killed in his previous life. Surely, revenge was on his mind. The first step toward revenge was returning to the upper realm, otherwise, there would be no way to enhance his strength, and revenge would be out of the question. After hearing this, Li Xingqi seriously weighed the pros and cons.
A few seconds later, he lightly nodded. Alright, I'll trust you this once. Step aside a bit.
Su Bai immediately sidestepped, retreating several hundred meters away from the barrier. He had never witnessed a formation being broken and didn't know what kind of reaction a formation of this level might produce.
Keeping a safe distance was the smarter choice.
After Su Bai stepped away, Li Xingqi reached out to touch the barrier again, closing his eyes and quietly sensing something, though it was unclear what he was doing. Although Su Bai was curious, he refrained from asking further.
Minutes passed.
Su Bai's expression shifted from curiosity to shock. The previously immovable barrier suddenly emitted a crisp cracking sound. Then, under Su Bai's stunned gaze, the true form of the barrier appeared. The cracks that had initially emerged quickly spread, and in an instant, the entire barrier shattered. The formation vanished without a trace, and in the blink of an eye, it restored itself as if nothing had ever happened.
Su Bai couldn't believe it.
He reached out to touch the barrier that had stood there moments ago. As his hand extended to the spot that had previously been impenetrable, it passed through effortlessly, and his entire body entered with ease. Just as Su Bai was about to celebrate, the ruins surrounded by the barrier seemed to sense something. The entire mountain erupted with a blinding pillar of light. In an instant, the concentration of spiritual energy in the surrounding area noticeably increased. As the pillar of light appeared, most of the people within the secret realm sensed the anomaly and turned their gazes toward the direction of the ruins. At the Wang family headquarters, a martial monarch who had been resting on his bed was startled awake by the sudden disturbance.
He immediately got up to investigate.
Upon seeing the pillar of light, his face was filled with disbelief, and he muttered to himself,
What's going on?
It hasn't been long since the last time the ruins stirred.
Why are they erupting again?
This must be a great opportunity, heaven's blessing upon my Wang family. In the past, when the ruins stirred, similar pillars of light would appear, but compared to now, those were nothing more than minor ripples. This meant that behind this eruption of the ruins, an even greater opportunity must be hidden.
Wait a minute. Wang Churen suddenly realized something, as if recalling an important detail. Someone just sneaked into the ruins, and not long after, this chaos broke out. Could the disturbance in the ruins be related to that intruder?
The more Wang Churen thought about it, the more he felt the situation was connected to the person who had just entered.
But let's not forget, the outer barrier of the ruins was incredibly strong.
Even a group of martial emperors working together couldn't shake it.
How could someone sneaking around cause such a massive commotion?
Just as he was pondering this, the commotion had already drawn many others to investigate, and he realized he needed to hurry out and take control of the situation. But if his guess was correct, the Grandmaster he had dispatched was likely already in grave danger. What a pity for such a crucial pawn to be lost just like that.
Indeed, the truth was as he feared. Not long after the barrier was breached, the dispatched Grandmaster encountered two strangers.
Before he could even demand answers, he realized in terror that he couldn't speak.
His vision went black. Let's go, Su Bai clapped his hands, unbothered by the minor incident.
He had anticipated this outcome long ago. That Grandmaster, at best, was equivalent to a martial monarch, while he had a martial emperor by his side. Ignoring the reactions outside, Su Bai and Li Xingqi charged directly into the ruins the moment the barrier disappeared. Outside, more than half of the secret realm's inhabitants were drawn toward the towering pillar of light.
Everyone was puzzled. The ruins had just erupted not long ago, so why had it suddenly erupted again?
And this time, the disturbance was far stronger than any previous occasion. The soaring pillar of light captured the attention of 90% of the people within the secret realm. As the light rose, many were astonished to notice that the surrounding spiritual energy had become significantly denser. They all thought to themselves, this opportunity is extraordinary, capable of altering one's destiny. Realizing this, anyone with some strength in the secret realm immediately set off, rushing toward the ruins. The rogue cultivators, in particular, charged forward with all their might. These rogue cultivators risked their lives entering the secret realm, all for the chance to find resources that could help them break through, or an opportunity that could change their fate. In the past, they had lived as invisible people, suppressed by powerful families. But now, seeing this towering pillar of light, they knew it was their last chance.
Fear? Fear once, fear every time.
Opportunities must be seized by oneself, not handed out by others.
This time, the rogue cultivators were completely unafraid of the aristocratic family's threats. One by one, like madmen, they rushed toward the ruins.
The aristocratic families, who were known to yield to force but not to persuasion, dared not obstruct these desperate rogue cultivators. This time, it was no longer the exclusive domain of a few but a grand feast for everyone.
Subai exchanged a glance with Li Xingqi. Without hesitation, they rushed into the secret realm.
If they were even a moment late, they would have to fight countless others for resources.
As soon as the two entered the secret realm, countless rogue cultivators followed closely behind, surging in like a tidal wave.
Throughout the entire Lioli secret realm, apart from a few with lower cultivation levels, the majority of people were heading straight for the Martial Emperor's ruins. This time, the commotion at the Martial Emperor's ruins was incomparably larger than ever before. Everyone wanted a share of the spoils.
Most of those who entered the Lioli secret realm were stuck at their current cultivation level.
As one of the three great secret realms of Blue Star, it harbored countless opportunities. Many martial artists dreamed of breaking through here and flocked to seize the chance.
The path of a martial artist is one that defies the heavens.
If one fears even the hardships before them, how could they be called a martial artist?
With such a massive treasure trove laid out before their eyes, who wouldn't be tempted?
The Martial Emperor's ruins had existed for many years, but they were usually monopolized by the aristocratic families.
While the masses were dissatisfied, they endured it.
After all, while the resources within were significant, they weren't worth risking their lives for. But this pillar of light had become the final straw that broke their psychological resistance. The treasures previously obtained from the Martial Emperor's ruins already had them drooling, wishing they could risk their lives to snatch some benefits. If before they were merely tempted, now they could no longer restrain themselves. Regardless of life or death, they had to rush in and seize this sudden opportunity. Countless martial artists swarmed in, and the aristocratic families, unwilling to clash head-on, hurriedly sent people to report the situation.
This matter had to be escalated, so that more martial monarchs, or even martial emperors, could intervene.
Never before in the history of such disturbances had there been such an explosive frenzy of looting, completely without any warning.
What was even crazier was that the rogue cultivators dared to charge directly into the ruins. When the martial emperors arrived, wouldn't they just be laboring for the aristocratic families?
By this time, Subai and Li Xingqi had already entered the ruins. The outskirts of the ruins were overgrown with spiritual herbs, and ferocious beasts lurked, their eyes glinting with menace. But the two paid them no attention, heading straight for the entrance to the ruins. That's right, what lay before them wasn't the true ruins but a section of land transformed by the ruins themselves. The true ruins, at such a high level, were hidden within a small, separate spatial world. Before long, Li Xingqi, relying on the concentration of spiritual energy, located the true entrance to the ruins. It was a teleportation gate. Upon entering this so-called ruin, Li Xingqi immediately discerned that the deeper ruins were mere illusions. They were just mirages.
The true entrance to the ruins was this teleportation gate. Beyond the gate lay the true ruins. However, martial artists in the lower realm, with even the strongest being martial emperors, couldn't perceive the truth. Shall we go in?
Subai asked, raising an eyebrow as he stepped before the teleportation gate.
Let's go, Li Xingqi replied without hesitation. As soon as the words left his mouth, the two stepped into the ruins. After a brief moment of darkness, the scenery before their eyes transformed.
They found themselves standing outside the gates of a massive palace. From the entrance to the palace stretched a not-so-short path, a quiet, narrow trail that led directly to the tightly shut grand doors. The surroundings were an expanse of nothingness, eerily silent, giving the atmosphere an unsettling edge.
Yet this did not deter the two from advancing.
As the saying goes, boldness comes with skill. Without hesitation, they stepped onto the path, heading straight for the palace gates. Along the way, Subai maintained an air of calm, as though entirely unbothered by his surroundings. He believed that someone capable of leaving behind such ruins at such a high level wouldn't resort to petty tricks to hinder explorers.
Being overly cautious might instead lead one into danger.
In stark contrast, Li Xingqi, this martial emperor-level powerhouse, once a legendary figure known as the Alchemist Saint, moved with extreme caution. Each step he took was as if treading on the edge of a blade, ready to turn and flee at the slightest disturbance.
One couldn't really blame him for being overly cautious.
Having survived life and death situations, it was natural for him to cherish his life. Fortunately, they triggered no traps or mechanisms along the way and smoothly arrived at the palace gates. Standing there and looking back at the path they had come, they couldn't help but marvel at the sheer grandeur of the palace. From the moment they entered, only one word could describe it: colossal. The palace was so vast that its end was nowhere in sight. Perhaps, only by opening these doors could they truly step into the heart of this mysterious ruin. Without hesitation, Subai reached out and forcefully pushed open the heavy doors. The door hinge emitted a muffled creak, and an ancient, unadorned aura rushed forth. Upon closer inspection, a dark, bottomless passage appeared before their eyes. It resembled a wide-open mouth, silently waiting for the brave to step inside.
It wasn't easy to make it this far. How could they give up so easily?
Su Bai and Li Xingqi exchanged a determined glance, and without hesitation, they stepped through the grand doorway, into the endless dark passage. The moment they entered, a deafening sound erupted behind them. Boom! The heavy door slammed shut, cutting off the last trace of light and sealing off any retreat. Deprived of a light source, the passage became pitch black, impossible to see even an inch ahead.
Fortunately, Su Bai reacted quickly,
retrieving a glowing stone from his spatial ring, instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness and illuminating the path ahead. However, what lay before them sent chills down their spines. The passage stretched endlessly, its depths obscured in the distance. With no way back, the two could only muster their courage and brace themselves as they cautiously ventured forward, all the while staying alert for any traps that might suddenly spring into action.
Entering this palace signified that the true challenge had just begun. To avoid accidents along the way, Su Bai decided to proceed carefully and methodically. After all, this was no game. Every step they took from then on was deliberate and cautious. As they observed their surroundings, they remained vigilant for any dangers that might emerge at any moment.
After cautiously advancing several hundred meters, the passage suddenly turned into a curve. To continue, they had to navigate the bend. It was only now, in the dim light, that they realized the passage wasn't a straightforward path but rather a winding labyrinth with numerous twists and turns.
Who knew whether there would be forked paths ahead that might trigger their indecisiveness? One wrong move, and their lives could be at stake.
Though Su Bai appeared calm on the surface, he was inwardly tense and on edge. This was, after all, the ruins of an expert, at least of the Saint King or Saint Sovereign level.
Even the simplest traps left behind could easily claim their lives.
A single moment of carelessness could lead to disaster. Su Bai nervously swallowed and glanced at Li Xingqi beside him.
His expression was equally grim, cautiously prepared for whatever might come next.
But having come this far, with the way back already sealed, they had no choice but to press forward. So, the two turned the corner and entered a new passage. As the light illuminated their surroundings, they were both momentarily stunned. What lay ahead was no longer a narrow passage but the vast interior of a grand palace. On a high platform not far away stood an enormous stone statue, silent and imposing. The palace was empty, save for the massive statue.
There was nothing else in sight.
Exchanging glances, Su Bai and Li Xingqi both felt certain that this place concealed the greatest secret of the ruins. The owner of these ruins was likely represented by the figure embodied in the stone statue before them. An opportunity left behind by a being stronger than a Saint King could potentially resolve the current crisis facing Blue Star with ease. He recalled how, back in the Glazed Tower, even a mere spiritual-grade weapon had allowed him to triumph over all obstacles, annihilating a martial emperor in one strike and severely injuring a saint.
And that was just a saint-level weapon. If he could acquire the legacy left by this powerful figure, how could he possibly fear the threat posed by the demon race?
After confirming their surroundings were safe, the two cautiously approached the foot of the statue. Standing at the base of the platform where the statue loomed, Su Bai curiously examined the area. Although the palace had endured thousands of years of wind and rain, its structure remained remarkably intact. What puzzled him most was why the palace was so barren. Where was the promised opportunity? Where was the treasure? The grand hall was utterly empty, apart from the statue. There was nothing else. For a moment, Su Bai even felt as if he had been tricked. After all the nerve-wracking moments, treading carefully to avoid death traps, he had finally reached the palace only to find absolutely nothing? Could it be? Su Bai's gaze returned to the statue, a thought sparking in his mind. Could this statue be the key to the opportunity? Just as he was about to delve deeper into his thoughts, the statue suddenly seemed to come alive, its eyes flaring with an intense light. The dazzling beams enveloped the two of them, and in the blink of an eye, they were drawn into a void-like space. The statue reverted to its lifeless state, and the grand hall returned to its silent stillness. When Su Bai opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Looking around, the area was vast and empty. He saw no other living beings. Frowning, he carefully surveyed his surroundings. Li Xingqi, who had been by his side moments ago, had vanished. Su Bai tried his best to sense him, but he couldn't pick up any trace of his presence. After staying alert for a while and noticing no danger, Su Bai breathed a slight sigh of relief. But he quickly became puzzled. How did he end up here? He recalled that just moments ago, the stone statue suddenly emitted a blinding light, and in the next second, he was transported to this place. Could this be another trial? However, the surroundings were completely empty, and this thought was quickly dismissed. Just as Su Bai let his guard down, a shadow suddenly lunged at him from behind, aiming directly at his vital points. Alerted by the sudden danger, Su Bai swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the strike. After steadying himself, he got a clear look at the shadow. What shocked him wasn't where the shadow had come from, but the face. It was identical to his own. What was going on? Could it be that his parents had secretly created a clone of him? Otherwise, how could this be explained? As Subai stood stunned, the shadow, like a killing machine, launched a relentless barrage of attacks. This time, Subai faced the attacks head-on. With a single strike, he was shocked to discover that the opponent's strength was also at the Grandmaster level. Something was off. This was definitely not normal. Upon closer inspection, Subai finally noticed the difference. Although the shadow looked nearly identical to him, its eyes were hollow and lifeless, and its face showed no trace of emotion. Realizing this, Subai's mind raced as he began to piece things together. It seemed the trial had already begun. Without hesitation, he chanted an incantation, and a long sword appeared in his hand from his spatial ring. It was now clear the trial's task was to defeat the fake Subai standing before him, who looked exactly like him. The mission seemed simple enough. After all, Subai, with his myriad trump cards and blessings, could easily handle a Grandmaster. He had even slain martial emperors across levels, and he was confident he could hold his own against a martial immortal. With this thought, Subai gripped his longsword tightly and charged at the shadow. Seeing Subai draw his sword, the shadow paused for a moment before suddenly conjuring an identical longsword out of thin air. Clang! A crisp collision rang out as Subai's attack was parried. Missing his mark, Subai retreated a few steps, his brows furrowing as he stared intently at the doppelganger. What was going on? He had a spatial ring to summon his sword, but the shadow's sword had appeared out of nowhere. Not only that, but the sword was identical to his own. Such a coincidence? Subai's heart tightened. This was beginning to feel troublesome. It seemed that the opportunity left behind by the Sacred Emperor and the Sacred Sovereign was not going to be so easily obtained. To confirm his suspicions, Subai prepared to strike, planning to use his primordial sun slash against the shadow. He mobilized nearly 80% of his spiritual energy, channeling a trace of sword intent into the attack, and slashed fiercely at the shadow. In response, the shadow quickly gathered its own spiritual energy, mimicking Subai's movements and infusing sword intent into its own attack as it countered. The two identical sword techniques collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Once again, the two were evenly matched. Subai's expression grew solemn. In the past, this move had scared off even low-tier martial emperors, who wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Yet, the shadow not only managed to replicate the technique, but even the rare sword intent was an exact copy. Still, when Subai considered that the sword intent was part of the legacy left by a sacred emperor or sacred sovereign, he felt a bit more at ease. On Blue Star, sword intent was extremely rare, but in the higher realms, it might be commonplace. If this trial lacked even this level of difficulty, that would be strange. What followed was an intense battle where Subai unleashed his full strength, yet he still couldn't overpower the shadow before him. Even when he exhausted his spiritual energy, Subai retrieved a drop of millennium-aged spirit liquid from his spatial ring and drank it, instantly replenishing his energy. But to his dismay, the shadow somehow also produced a drop of spirit liquid and drank it, instantly restoring its energy as well. Damn it, are you cheating or what? After hours of grueling combat, Subai couldn't help but complain. Earlier, he had even released his little azure dragon from the beast space, only to find that the shadow had also summoned an identical little azure dragon. This didn't just leave Subai dumbfounded, even the little azure dragon stared in shock at its doppelganger before casting a bewildered look at Subai. With no other choice, Subai dismissed the little azure dragon back into the beast space. It was clear that such tactics were useless here. After such a prolonged stalemate, Subai finally lost his patience. Fine, you can copy all of this. But I refuse to believe you can replicate my system. System, activate the Martial Emperor experience card. As soon as the words left his mouth, Subai felt his cultivation level skyrocketing, breaking through realms with each passing breath. 7th tier Martial Emperor. 8th tier Martial Emperor. 9th tier Martial Emperor. Martial Immortal achieved. Feeling the surging spiritual energy coursing through his body, Subai didn't waste a moment. Gripping his long sword, he charged toward the shadow at full speed. The Martial Emperor experience card consumed 500 spirit stones per minute. Time was of the essence. Any delay would cost him enough spirit stones to power a planetary rail cannon. Fortunately, as soon as the card was activated, the shadow froze in place, as if it had crashed. However, judging by its gradually rising aura, it was clear that the shadow was also attempting to forcefully ascend to the Martial Immortal level. Noticing that the shadow was still lingering at the Martial Emperor level, Subai knew he couldn't afford to be careless. If the opponent advanced to the Martial Sovereign realm, it would be truly troublesome. Primordial Sun Slash. A full-force strike at the martial sovereign level, with sword intent perfectly layered. Even Subai himself was astonished by the power unleashed by this move. With such strength, if he were facing a true martial sovereign, hardly anyone would dare to take it head-on. When Subai charged toward the shadow strength had only just reached the 9th stage of the martial emperor level, a mere step away from the martial sovereign. During this time, the shadow remained completely still. Even as Subai's sword strike was about to land, it didn't budge an inch. At the very moment the shadow was about to break through to the martial sovereign level, Subai's sword struck it. As the sword fell, Subai quickly turned to look at the shadow's original position. The feeling transmitted from the hilt told him that this troublesome shadow had finally been dealt with. As for whether there would be more challenges beyond this trial, Subai wondered silently in his heart. Fortunately, his worry proved unnecessary. After the shadow disappeared, the void-like space began to shatter like fragments. Before Subai could react, he was transported back to the palace. He stared in confusion at the stone statue atop the steps, his mind filled with questions. Could it be that the trial is over? But where's the reward for completing the trial? Just as Subai was mulling over his doubts, a beam of white light shot out from the stone statue, flying straight toward him. Subai had no idea what this beam of light was and tried to dodge it, but he quickly realized it seemed to have locked onto him. No matter how he moved, avoiding it was futile. He could only watch helplessly as the white light entered his mind. Immediately, countless memories surged into his consciousness. Sensing what was happening, Subai quickly sat down cross-legged to receive the influx of memories. That's right, this was the legacy left behind by a supreme saint-level expert. Judging by the situation, this seemed to be that expert's inheritance. That white light was the most precious treasure within this ruin. Not long after Subai sat down, a weary Li Xingqi was also transported out. Still disoriented by the sudden shift in his surroundings, he remained on high alert, scanning the area. It wasn't until he saw Subai sitting cross-legged that Li Xingqi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Good heavens, I'm finally out of that cursed place. Who could understand his ordeal? An old man who had just been reborn not too long ago was put through such torment utterly unbearable. The moment he entered, he encountered someone who looked exactly like him. The two locked eyes, and the clone immediately launched an attack without hesitation. Li Xingqi barely had time to react and was almost taken down in a single strike. Such audacity ambushing an old man like him. What followed was a grueling battle where Li Xingqi was forced to fight this clone to a standstill. Even just moments ago, he had been locked in fierce combat with the clone when the void-like space began to collapse. The scene changed abruptly, and he found himself back in the palace. Thinking of this, Li Xingqi cast a peculiar glance at Subai. Based on his own experience, the trial he underwent seemed to be a test set up by the owner of this ruin. Passing the trial would usually grant the victor the owner's inheritance or other rewards. Judging by Subai's current state, it seemed likely that he had already received the inheritance. This made Li Xingqi even more intrigued. This kid had quite a few hidden cards. In his previous life, Li Xingqi had been at the Saint Sovereign level, yet he had no solution for the situation he had just faced. While his current life had him starting over at the martial sovereign realm, his past life's experience remained intact. The clone he faced had fully replicated his strength and abilities, leaving no room for counterplay. And yet, Subai had found a way to resolve it so quickly? Before he could dwell on it further, the stone statue emitted another beam of white light, this time heading straight for Li Xingqi. However, this beam was noticeably weaker than the one Subai had received. Li Xingqi didn't dodge, instead sitting down cross-legged to calmly prepare himself for what was to come. Subai entered a state of complete focus. As memories continued to pour into him, his cultivation realm began to loosen, and breakthroughs followed one after another. First stage Martial Emperor, second stage Martial Emperor, 5th stage Martial Emperor, 7th stage Martial Emperor. Within the palace, an invisible vortex formed around Subai as its center. Spirit energy rapidly converged toward him, being absorbed at an astonishing rate. In truth, Subai had already felt ready to break through to the Martial Emperor realm after his temporary advancement earlier. Now, with this opportunity, he was able to leap not just one great realm, but several smaller ones as well. The immense energy fluctuations startled Li Xingqi, who was sitting nearby. He realized that he had also benefited from Subai, having received part of the inheritance, primarily insights into alchemy. Indeed, the owner of this ruin had been a saint-level alchemist, and the inheritance was of immense significance to Li Xingqi. However, why had he never heard of this person before his death? Shaking his head to dispel the thought, Li Xingqi refocused his attention on Subai. 7th stage Martial Emperor. Good heavens, I was just wondering why the spiritual energy around here was so scarce. Turns out, this kid had absorbed it all. Seeing Subai's cultivation level showing obvious signs of further breakthrough, Li Xingqi, an old veteran who had encountered countless geniuses, couldn't help but sigh. What a freak! Breaking through several major realms in one go from Grandmaster level, there were barely any prodigies in the upper realm known for their talent who could accomplish this.
What kind of inheritance did this kid obtain?
Such a massive commotion, yet there's no sign of him waking up. Li Xingqi stared enviously at Subai. After all, this was a saint-level inheritance. Even someone like him, who had been a saint in his past life, would feel jealous.
Moreover, the owner of this relic likely wasn't just any saint but someone far stronger.
Though their alchemy skills were only at the saint level, their true strength must have been far greater. As the surrounding spiritual energy grew increasingly thin, Li Xingqi didn't hesitate to take out dozens of spiritual stones, placing them by Subai's side to aid in his absorption. Then, he sat down cross-legged himself, beginning to guard Subai. Several hours later, Subai finally stopped absorbing spiritual energy. By now, his cultivation level had reached the 9th tier of Martial Emperor. With multiple rounds of consolidation, his foundation was incredibly solid, leaving no concerns about issues from advancing too quickly. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the oppressive aura of a 9th tier Martial Emperor instantly filled the entire palace. Li Xingqi, sitting nearby, was also startled awake by this pressure. Opening his eyes, he saw Subai had already awakened, stretching his limbs and savoring the power of a 9th tier Martial Emperor. Although Subai had previously used a Martial Emperor experience card, now that he had genuinely ascended to the Martial Emperor realm, he could clearly feel a significant difference between the experience and reality. What exactly this difference was, Subai couldn't articulate, but he knew his strength now far surpassed what it had been when using the experience card. After receiving the inheritance, Subai finally learned that the owner of this relic was actually a quasi-divine powerhouse. This mighty figure had passed away over 10,000 years ago, during an era when everyone was extraordinarily strong, leaving behind this relic. A quasi-divine inheritance had propelled Subai's already solid foundation from Grandmaster all the way to 9th tier Martial Emperor, just one step away from becoming a martial monarch, the pinnacle of Blue Star. Unfortunately, this final step was still a considerable challenge for Subai at present. After all, in the past few thousand years, the human race had only produced a few thousand martial monarchs, or perhaps just a few hundred, and the number still alive today was pitifully small. Among billions of people, there were only a handful of martial monarchs, illustrating just how formidable the leap from martial emperor to martial monarch was. Countless martial emperors had been trapped at this stage, spending their entire lives unable to advance, dying in frustration. However, with Subai's talent and the system's support, becoming a martial monarch was only a matter of time. The martial monarch experience card he had used previously, though only for a brief minute, had given Subai a preliminary understanding of the martial monarch realm.
You're the most bizarre anomaly I've ever encountered.
Going from Grandmaster to 9th tier Martial Emperor in one go, even those top-tier families in the upper realm don't have anyone this insane.
Feeling the aura emanating from Subai, Li Xingqi couldn't help but exclaim. I cheated. Do you believe me?
Subai replied with a straight face.
Cheated? If cultivation could be cheated, all the hard work would be meaningless. If I could cheat, I'd have done it long ago. Shaking his head in self-deprecation, Li Xingqi stopped questioning further. Everyone had their secrets. Not revealing them was perfectly normal. Who could claim to have no secrets of their own?
Seeing that Li Xingqi didn't believe him, Subai felt rather helpless. He was telling the truth.
Why didn't anyone believe him? Since no one believed it, he might as well keep cheating. Subai didn't elaborate further.
This trip to the secret realm had not only pushed him to the 9th tier of Martial Emperor but also granted him a cultivation technique and a martial skill.
Both were of the Cosmos grade, personally created by the relic's owner as their life's masterpiece.
Lower realm cultivation techniques and martial skills are divided into Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow levels, with Heaven being the
highest and Yellow the lowest.
Each level is further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, with the highest being Supreme grade. Higher-level cultivation techniques and martial skills are categorized as Universe and Primordial Chaos levels, with Universe being the highest and Chaos the lowest. After receiving part of the inheritance's memories, Subai understood these higher classifications. From what he could tell, the Cosmos-grade techniques and martial skills he had obtained were already remarkably advanced. Even in the upper realm, they were exceedingly rare treasures. What's more, Subai also learned from the memories about a hidden passage to the upper realm, which thrilled him.
Old man, I think I know where the passage to the upper realm is. Want to know?
Subai figured it was worth sharing with Li Xingqi. After all, this guy would return to the upper realm sooner or later.
Letting him know about the passage beforehand wouldn't hurt.
Hearing this, Li Xingqi, who had been shaking his head in self-mockery moments ago, immediately appeared in front of Su Bai, gripping his shoulders tightly as he asked excitedly, "Where is it? Tell me now." Su Bai, seeing how excited he was, decided not to keep him in suspense. Recalling the information in his memory, he said, "If I remember correctly, the passage to the upper realm is located in one of the 3 great secret realms, the 9 Netherlands. The 9 Netherlands is recognized as the most dangerous of the 3 great secret realms. Even a martial emperor entering it could easily lose their way and vanish forever. According to memories, the 9 Netherlands have existed for over 10,000 years. In the past, many powerful human warriors ventured there seeking opportunities. But 10,000 years ago, even saints and saint lords dared not enter the 9 Netherlands lightly, fearing they would never return. It is said that the place even holds opportunities for demigods or warriors of the martial god level." Hearing this information, Su Bai was also shocked. He hadn't expected that a secret realm on Blue Star might actually hide opportunities for martial gods. No wonder even martial emperors faced near certain death upon entering. Those lucky enough to escape only lingered on the outskirts of the secret realm, never reaching its core. Yet, according to the memories, the passage to the upper realm lies in the core area of the 9 Netherlands. Wait! Su Bai suddenly thought of something. Wasn't the last known location of the Sword Saint a journey into the 9 Netherlands 1,000 years ago? The glazed secret realm, the 9 Netherlands. Su Bai's gaze grew complex as he looked around the surrounding palace. Could it be? The opportunity the Sword Saint obtained in the glazed secret realm back then was this? And from it, he learned that the passage to the upper realm was in the 9 Netherlands, prompting him to dare venture into it and ultimately use the teleportation passage to ascend to the upper realm seeking aid? It all made sense now. No wonder the Sword Saint would go to the infamous 9 Netherlands, a place of near certain death. After resolving Blue Star's crisis, he had always sought to contact the upper realm and repair the lower realm. But when he finally found the teleportation passage in the 9 Netherlands and ascended to the upper realm, he discovered that the people of the upper realm had long been aware of the lower realm's existence but simply didn't care to intervene. Not only that, but when the Sword Saint wanted to return to the lower realm, he faced numerous obstacles, leading to his long disappearance. This secret passage was extremely hidden and was deliberately left 10,000 years ago by a martial god-level powerhouse as a backdoor between the 2 realms. However, after Blue Star experienced an alien invasion and the human experts self-destructed to protect their people, the world entered an era of declining spiritual energy. These secret realms disappeared without a trace. It wasn't until 1,000 years ago, when Blue Star's spiritual energy revived, that these long-lost secret realms reappeared, and the passage to the upper realm reopened. Back then, knowledge of this hidden passage was limited to those above the Saint Lord level, and it just so happened that the owner of this ruin was one of them. If the guess was correct, 1,000 years ago, the Sword Saint stumbled upon this ruin within the glazed secret realm, successfully passed its trials, and obtained its legacy. This also explained why he later, with just a sword in hand, wiped out the invading aliens and secured precious development time for humanity. Afterward, he vanished from the world, and no one knew where he had gone. According to the Starry Pool's records, the Sword Saint had already ascended to the upper realm 1,000 years ago. But clearly, all known passages between the upper and lower realms had been destroyed. The only remaining secret passage was in the 9 Netherlands. Apart from that, there was almost no other possibility. If it were that easy to find, the aliens would have invaded Blue Star en masse 10,000 years ago. How could the current situation have come to be? Nevertheless, when Su Bai thought about the Sword Saint passing such a difficult trial, he couldn't help but marvel at how powerful he must have been. He himself had barely managed to defeat that replica even with the system's help, taking advantage of the moment when the opponent hadn't reacted. Surely the Sword Saint didn't cheat like that, right? But if he didn't, and passed purely on his own strength, that would be even more terrifying. Thinking of this, Su Bai couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, this legacy didn't stipulate that only one person could inherit it, or else his trip to the secret realm would have been in vain. Speaking of gains, Su Bai began to study the cultivation technique and the set of top-tier martial skills in his possession. There wasn't much to say about the cultivation technique. He had already tested it when he first received the legacy. It was a perfect fit for him and worked very smoothly. Considering his current strength as a 9th-tier martial sovereign, it was clear this top-tier cultivation technique had contributed significantly. Next, Su Bai focused his attention on the martial skill. Legend had it that the Sword Saint, with only a single sword, could intimidate alien invaders, making them dare not act rashly. And with another swing, he could annihilate millions of enemies in an instant. Who wouldn't envy such power? From a young age, everyone worshipped the Sword Saint, and Subai was no exception. After all, who wouldn't want to experience that feeling of being invincible in the world? After years of hard training, aside from wanting to live longer, who wouldn't want to bask in a moment of glory before others? Sky-severing sword technique. Subai murmured the name of the martial skill. In his memory, even the name of this technique exuded dominance. Just drawing the sword could sever the heavens. Once mastered, it could destroy the heavens and obliterate the earth, eradicating all things in existence. When cultivated to its peak, one would be invincible within the same realm and capable of challenging opponents across realms. Just from the description alone, Subai could already sense the overwhelming power of this martial technique. Once cultivated to its peak, it could ensure invincibility at the same level and even allow one to bridge the gap between realms. If this weren't a self-created martial technique of a near god-tier expert, Subai wouldn't have believed that such a powerful skill could exist in this world. At least on Blue Star, this martial technique was unrivaled. As for the difficulty of mastering it fully, it wasn't an issue for Subai. Let's not forget, he's a cheat player, able to level up instantly just by spending money, with no need for tedious grinding. System, add points. Subai silently commanded in his mind. The moment he received the inheritance, the system panel displayed both the cultivation method and the sky-splitting sword art, with a plus sign beside them. From now on, as long as he poured resources into raising the martial skill proficiency, there was no need to waste time practicing. Unfortunately, his realm couldn't be upgraded directly by spending money. If it could, he'd probably ascend to the level of Martial Emperor or even Martial God in one go. It would be exhilarating. Ding, dear host, your balance is insufficient. Would you like to recharge? As expected, the anticipated notification appeared. Subai knew that rapidly raising the proficiency of a top-tier martial skill using spirit stones would undoubtedly be costly. If it only required a few hundred or even 1,000 spirit stones, then surely everyone would be rushing to buy it. Just as Subai was about to check his remaining spirit stones, the system's sweet voice chimed in again. Detected that the host has not recharged for a long time. A special return gift package is now available. For just 3,000 spirit stones, the sky-splitting sword art proficiency can be instantly raised to mastery. At that moment, Subai felt that the system's voice had never sounded so melodious. Exchanging 3,000 spirit stones for mastery in the sky-splitting sword art? If no one had told Subai about this deal, he might have thought it was a loss. But after understanding the power of the sky-splitting sword art, Subai felt it was absolutely worth it. Moreover, there was the Sword Saint as a precedent. A single person with a single sword, capable of making an entire alien race bow their heads. If he could push his proficiency to the peak and then break through to the Martial Emperor realm, wouldn't he be able to replicate the Sword Saint's glory? After hesitating for a moment, Subai decided to use up all his remaining spirit stones to enhance the proficiency of the sky-splitting sword art. Initially, he had a little over 3,000 spirit stones, nearly 4,000, after gathering various resources. However, during the earlier trial, he had spent 500 spirit stones to purchase a 1-minute Martial Emperor experience card. Now, after deducting 3,000 spirit stones, he was left with only a few hundred. But to grow stronger, this loss was nothing. Spirit stones could always be earned again, but martial skills were the key to directly enhancing strength. Along this journey, aside from the initial primordial yang/gifted by the system, he had hardly practiced any other martial techniques. Relying solely on the primordial yang/, he had been nearly invincible. Now, having learned the sky-splitting sword art, he couldn't wait to see how much stronger he would become. After Subai nodded in agreement, the mountain of spirit stones in his spatial ring instantly turned into a small pile, and the system panel updated accordingly. Pay-to-win system. Name, Subai. Talents, Immortal Grade Talent, Top-Tier Fire Specialization Talent, Immortal Grade Beastmaster Talent. Talent levels range from F to S, then SS, SSS, and beyond. Realm, 9th rank Martial King. Cultivation methods, Everlasting Spring Technique, Enlightenment Technique. Martial skills, Primordial Yang/, Microscopic, Sky-Splitting Sword Art, Mastery. Balance, 0. Shop, unlocked. Inventory, 1 spatial ring. A familiar sensation surged through his mind as a fragment of memory was directly infused into him. His consciousness was pulled into the memory, where he saw a figure repeatedly demonstrating the sky-splitting sword art. Then, his consciousness began to practice sword movements. Perhaps because of his previous experience with the primordial yang/, wielding the sword felt incredibly natural, and his drawing and slashing motions were exceptionally fluid. Once, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times. Upon learning that the path to the upper realm was located in the 9 Netherlands, Li Xingqi began searching his memories for relevant information. However, after thinking for a long time, he couldn't recall ever hearing of such a place. What he did remember was a simple description of Blue Star in an ancient text he had read long ago. It mentioned one of the 3 great secret realms, the Glazed Secret Realm. But the names of the other 2 secret realms were not mentioned, leaving him unfamiliar with the 9 Netherlands. Coming back to his senses, he turned to look at Su Bai. They had just been chatting, so why did this guy suddenly start cultivating again? Sensing the increasingly intense sword intent and oppressive aura around Su Bai, Li Xingqi realized that this must be the fortuitous opportunity Su Bai had just obtained. This pressure, it was enough to make even him, a martial emperor, feel threatened, and he even had the illusion that he could be slain with a single strike. Li Xingqi couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. When he first met this guy, he was merely a grandmaster. In just a short amount of time, this guy had become strong enough to threaten a martial emperor. As expected, anyone born with a spirit-grade talent in this barren lower realm must have immense fortune backing them. When he first met Su Bai, he was still wondering how long it would take to gather the materials needed for his resurrection. Unexpectedly, the next moment, this guy casually pulled out an 8th-grade pill from his pocket. That pill was something that even in his previous life, as a pill saint and an 8th-grade alchemist, he couldn't possibly refine. Not to mention whether there even existed a recipe for it, the amount of materials required for each 8th-grade pill was enough to give anyone a headache. If he had to rely on himself to gather the materials, it would take years just to collect them, and that's not even considering whether the refining process would succeed. If it failed, all previous efforts would go to waste, and he'd have to start over. But Su Bai just casually took out such a pill. How could that be explained? It's impossible to say that he had just become a grandmaster, then somehow accidentally became an 8th-grade alchemist, coincidentally obtained the recipe for the 9-turn revival pill, happened to collect all the ingredients, successfully refined it, and finally coincidentally encountered someone who needed it, right? How could there be so many coincidences in the world? If this guy wasn't ridiculously lucky, how could he possess such a precious 8th-grade pill? Seeing the pressure around Su Bai growing stronger and stronger, Li Xingqi swallowed hard and quickly backed off. It wasn't fear, it was just that this guy was too abnormal. The sensation just now was like being on the brink of death. As someone who had been a sacred lord in his previous life, his instincts told him that the sword strike just now almost killed him. This wasn't an illusion, this guy really could kill him in a single slash. Damn, what kind of treasure did this kid get? The aura of a martial emperor actually forced me, a martial monarch, to retreat? Li Xingqi muttered to himself, full of astonishment. At the same time, Su Bai's mind was immersed in the act of drawing and swinging his sword, repeating this process countless times. He finally felt that his mastery of the sky-splitting sword technique had progressed to a new level. Buzz! The sword intent condensed by the primordial yang/vibrated faintly, resonating with the sky-splitting sword technique. Su Bai found this feeling incredibly wondrous, as if he had touched upon the essence of the sky-splitting sword technique. Previously, just relying on the sword intent condensed by the primordial yang/ had already significantly enhanced his strength. If he could truly master the sword intent of the sky-splitting sword technique, wouldn't his power rise to an even higher level? However, for now, he had only scratched the surface. To truly condense the sword intent of the sky-splitting sword technique, he would at least need to reach the micro-level stage. And just reaching the great success stage had cost him a full 3,000 spirit stones, nearly depleting his entire stash. To progress further, he would need at least several thousand more spirit stones. Thinking of this, Su Bai felt a headache. Where would he get that much money? But soon, he dismissed the thought. He would take it one step at a time. What were a few thousand spirit stones, anyway? Maybe once he left the secret realm, he could borrow some from those old seniors. Su Bai felt indignant. He was now a 9th-grade martial emperor. A few thousand spirit stones couldn't stump him, could they? Sky-splitting sword technique, great success stage, complete. At that moment, the accumulated pressure burst forth, creating a small storm within the palace. Su Bai opened his eyes and looked around, only to find that Li Xingqi had unknowingly retreated several hundred meters away. The man held his arm up in front of him, shielding himself from the strong winds generated by the pressure. A faint smile appeared on Su Bai's lips. This old guy was quite amusing. A martial monarch having to use his hand to block the wind if word got out, no one would believe it. But that was the reality before him. Senior, what are your plans next? Su Bai changed the way he addressed him. This trip to the secret realm wouldn't have been possible without Li Xingqi's help. Without him, Su Bai wouldn't have had the chance to gain the inheritance, let alone ascend to the 9th-grade martial emperor in one go. The word senior came from his heart. It was respect and also gratitude. Li Xingqi was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, not expecting Su Bai to address him this way. However, at his level, titles no longer mattered much. When he encountered someone disrespectful, he wouldn't hesitate to let them experience the might of a sacred lord. He nodded and said, "I've done some investigating in the 9 Netherlands recently. Venturing there alone to find something is already questionable, not to mention whether I can come out alive. So, for now, I'm not in a rush to go back. I'm only at the martial monarch stage right now. I can't exact my revenge even if I return. For now, I'll stick with you. Once you've dealt with your affairs, it should be about time for you to ascend to the higher realm, right?" Hearing this, Su Bai hadn't expected the other party to guess his intentions. If he only advanced to the martial monarch stage to solve a crisis, it would merely address the immediate issue without tackling the root cause. You see, the current highest cultivation level on Blue Star was martial monarch, as the environment of Blue Star could only sustain beings at that level. Anything beyond that, even if achievable, was forbidden by the heavenly Tao. However, as Blue Star's environment gradually improved, the upper limit of cultivation on Blue Star would inevitably rise. This meant that the alien races would send stronger beings to invade Blue Star. When the time comes, the strongest on Blue Star will only be a martial emperor. If an enemy at the saint level appears, humanity will have no way to fight back. They would be suppressed entirely, and could even face another massacre. Therefore, for the safety of humanity, for the peace of my family and loved ones, I must go to the upper realm. If I can directly solve the root problem, that would be ideal. If not, then I'll use my fists to speak. In a high martial world like this, only those with strength have the right to negotiate. If negotiations break down, then I'll use my fists to make it clear who is stronger. Besides, I have this system as my cheat. Even if I go to the upper realm, I am confident that I can continue to make my mark. Since I now know there are realms beyond the martial emperor, why not aim to become a martial god while I'm at it? Exactly. Once I've resolved the current crisis on Blue Star, I plan to go to the upper realm to further enhance my strength. If you're willing to accompany me, that would be fantastic. Su Bai responded. Having such a saint-level expert by his side was a great advantage. Even though he was currently also at the martial emperor level, the saint's knowledge and unique methods were unmatched on Blue Star. For example, the barrier outside this ruin, without Li Xingqi, he wouldn't have been able to enter at all. As for how the Sword Saint managed to get in back then, that remained a mystery. Besides, the number of martial emperors among humans was far fewer than among the other races. Having one more ally was always a good thing, so why not? Alright, should we leave now? Li Xingqi asked. He had no idea what kind of fortune Su Bai had obtained. Such things were secrets to everyone. Everyone knew better than to pry into others' secrets. Unexpectedly, even he had gained something from this venture. Besides inheriting the alchemy knowledge of the ruins master, he had also acquired the recipes for several rare elixirs. Any one of these recipes would cause a frenzy in the upper realm, and he had managed to get several all at once. If the old folks in the upper realm found out, they'd definitely be green with envy. Thinking about it, Li Xingqi was overjoyed. Watching those old-timers suffer setbacks was far more entertaining than refining pills. Su Bai glanced around the area. After receiving the inheritance, he had in fact gained control over this palace. But if he could control it, the Sword Saint could, too. The only difference was that the Sword Saint had chosen to leave the palace here in the end. Perhaps the Sword Saint hadn't realized there was more than one inheritance, or maybe he left it behind deliberately, hoping that future generations could come here to claim it. Since that was the case, and since he had no place to keep such a massive palace, it wasn't like the 9 treasure glazed tower, which could shrink and be stored in the body. He might as well leave it here. Who knows? Perhaps someone else destined for it would appear in the future. Alright, this trip to the secret realm has raised my level to 9th rank Martial King. I think I've gained the greatest opportunities here. Since that's the case, let's head out. Indeed, even I received a share of the inheritance from this ruin. With your current level, breaking through again will take some time, but within half a year, reaching Martial Emperor should be no problem, Li Xingqi acknowledged. Although he didn't know exactly what kind of fortune Su Bai had obtained, seeing him leap through so many levels in one go, it was clear that becoming a Martial Emperor was just a matter of time. All that was missing were opportunities like this. Su Bai calculated mentally. From entering the secret realm to now, only a few days should have passed. He hadn't expected such massive gains from this journey to the secret realm. In just a few days, his cultivation had advanced significantly. Not only was it unbelievable to others, but even Su Bai himself found it hard to believe. Normally, It would take years of accumulation for someone to break through from a grandmaster to a martial king. They'd also need to seize opportunities, as this step was like a massive hurdle that countless people failed to cross. Moreover, the higher one's cultivation, the longer it would take to advance even a minor realm, often months or even years. For someone like Su Bai to suddenly leap an entire major realm along with several minor realms was utterly unheard of. Even in the Sword Saint's prime 1,000 years ago, he hadn't been this terrifying. Perhaps only in the glorious era of 10,000 years ago were there a handful of geniuses capable of such feats. Once he left, his 9th-rank martial king strength would undoubtedly shock many people. Having determined their next steps, Su Bai and Li Xingqi prepared to retrace their path and exit the ruin. As the two stepped out of the teleportation portal, they discovered that the formation barrier Li Xingqi had previously broken had somehow restored itself. Outside the barrier, a camp had been set up, and a few individuals could be seen patrolling around it. The barrier, which had originally covered the entire ruin, now appeared to have shrunk, encompassing only the small area surrounding the teleportation portal. The moment Su Bai emerged, a sharp-eyed patroller spotted him and immediately shouted, "Someone's coming out." As the words fell, people began to appear from all directions, and eventually, even a martial king revealed himself. Seeing the situation, Su Bai and Li Xingqi exchanged a glance, both puzzled about what this group of people intended to do. Outside the barrier, the martial emperor stared at the two figures emerging from the ruins, one a young boy who seemed barely past adolescence, the other an utterly unremarkable middle-aged man, and doubt clouded his mind. What's going on? Are these two the ones who killed the Wang family's people? Wang Churen scrutinized their faces, trying to recall if he had ever encountered any notable figures. He mentally reviewed all the heirs of prestigious families but found none matching the two before him. As for the middle-aged man, he couldn't sense any cultivation aura from him at all. This left only two possibilities: either the man had cultivated a technique to conceal his strength, or his power surpassed Wang Churen's own, making him unreadable. Of course, there was a third possibility: the man had no cultivation whatsoever and was just an ordinary person. However, everyone knew that while there were three possibilities, only one was truly plausible. The man must have cultivated a technique to conceal his strength, a technique effective only against those of the same level or weaker. Therefore, this middle-aged man was at least at the level of a martial emperor. The number of martial emperors and martial sovereigns on Blue Star was limited, yet Wang Churen had never seen this man before. A mysterious martial emperor expert, along with a that young boy was a grandmaster? The protagonist had concealed his cultivation level. To have achieved such strength at that age, could it be that a few more exceptionally talented youths had emerged from the secret realm? Still, which family's heir was this boy? Why didn't he seem familiar at all? Forget it, no matter whose family he belonged to, he must hand over all the treasures he had obtained from the ruins. Daring to kill people from the Wang family? That gave Wang Churen the perfect excuse. Hey, you two inside. Who are you? What are you doing on Wang family territory? Don't you know this entire area belongs to the Wang family? Wang Churen shouted loudly from outside the barrier. Hearing the voice, Su Bai glanced around. Besides himself and Li Xingqi, there didn't seem to be anyone else within the barrier. Don't play dumb, I'm talking to you too. What are you doing on Wang family land? This is an important site of the Wang family, and you've trespassed. After Su Bai and Li Xingqi had entered the ruins, Wang Churen had led his Wang family members deeper into the area, following the traces left behind. With them was a group of rogue cultivators. Not long after Su Bai and Li Xingqi entered, a barrier had suddenly appeared outside the portal, leaving those who arrived late standing helplessly outside, unable to enter. As a martial emperor, Wang Churen had tried everything he could think of, even attacking the barrier with his full strength, but it didn't budge an inch. Seeing that the barrier was impenetrable, Wang Churen ordered all the rogue cultivators in the vicinity to leave immediately. The rogue cultivators didn't press the issue and departed one by one. Though the Wang family acted domineeringly, claiming this was the greatest opportunity within the ruins, the rogue cultivators knew the truth: such opportunities weren't for everyone. Besides, the ruins were full of chances, rare spiritual herbs were everywhere, and hidden secrets abounded. Rumor had it that even items brought back from the outskirts of the ruins were enough to make people green with envy. Now that someone had entered the core area, the findings would undoubtedly be even more astonishing. The problem was that no one had dared approach the core area before, as it required a swift retreat during the barrier's brief moments of weakness. Miss that window, and you'd have to wait for the barrier to weaken again. But who knew how long that would take? Years? Decades? The wait was maddening. Opportunities often came with danger, and no one knew if there were Tier 8 or Tier 9 ferocious beasts lurking in the core. Encountering a Tier 9 beast would leave no room for survival. So when the Wang family issued their orders, the rogue cultivators scattered in all directions, searching for their own gains. Even finding a single spiritual herb would be worthwhile. Hearing Wang Churen's words, even the most experienced rogue cultivators couldn't help but chuckle. These ruins clearly didn't belong to anyone, and no one had ever claimed this was Wang family territory. The Wang family only ventured in during the barrier's rare weak moments. How could they claim it as their domain? Not to mention whether this place really belonged to the Wang family. Had the Wang family even set foot inside the barrier? Could that alone make it their territory? It was utter nonsense. Subai couldn't be bothered to respond to such foolishness. Treating Wang Churen as if he were heir, he and Li Xingqi prepared to leave the ruins. Their indifference made Wang Churen's face darken with anger. How dare these two blatantly seize the Wang family's opportunity and kill their people right in front of him, without even offering an explanation? Did they think nothing of the Wang family of the capital? They seemed to have forgotten that the Wang family's ancestor was a martial sovereign, and beneath a martial sovereign, all were mere insects. Just a martial emperor and a grandmaster. How dare they walk away so brazenly in front of Wang Churen? His subordinates wouldn't allow it, and neither would Wang Churen himself. As soon as there was any commotion within the ruins, Wang Churen had already sent word to their ancestor. Based on the timeline, the patriarch should have already received the message and be on his way here. The two opponents in front of him were, at most, martial emperors, sharing the same level as him. Even if they were a few ranks stronger, he could hold out until the patriarch arrived. As long as he could keep these two here, the opportunity would be in his grasp. Subai originally planned to ignore this group and turn to walk in the other direction. But just as he stepped out of the barrier, Wang Churen and his men surrounded him. Subai frowned, feeling a bit irritated. Even Li Xingqi's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. Having lived for so many years, how could he not see through the intentions of this group? They were simply emboldened by the sight of someone obtaining an opportunity, thinking there were only two people to deal with, and that they were easy targets. That's why they dared to block the way so arrogantly. Truly reckless. Sensing the killing intent emanating from Li Xingqi, Subai raised his hand to stop him. He actually wanted to hear what nonsense this guy had to spout. Moreover, he seemed to have found a quick way to gather spirit stones. With a fake smile on his face, Subai asked, "Brother, what's the meaning of this?" Hearing this, Wang Churen sneered without any courtesy. "Does the meaning of my words still need explaining?" "Oh? Then why don't you go ahead and explain?" Subai pretended not to understand. Wang Churen burst into laughter, saying smugly, "You two can leave, but leave behind the items." "Do you understand? What if I don't leave them?" Subai's face showed no emotion, as if his words had caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. Wang Churen hadn't expected such a response from Subai. He froze for a moment before his face darkened, threatening, "I don't want to waste words with you. Hand over all the treasures and opportunities you obtained in this relic, and I'll overlook your trespass onto Wang family territory and the killing of our people. If you refuse, I've already notified the patriarch. He should be on his way here now. You'd better be sensible, or else." Before he could finish his sentence, everyone already understood what he was implying. "And what of it?" Subai sneered at Wang Churen, as if looking at a clown. Seeing that the two of them completely disregarded him, Wang Churen gritted his teeth and shouted, "Brothers, attack." I refuse to believe that a martial emperor and a grandmaster would dare to act arrogantly on Wang family territory. If word of this gets out, the Wang family would lose all face. Well, if that's how it is, then I won't hold back. Debts must be repaid, and murder demands justice. Since you killed my family members and refused to talk things out, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, Wang Churen directly charged toward Li Xingqi behind Subai. In his view, although Subai was a grandmaster, he wasn't a factor that could influence the battle. If it weren't for the other person's unfathomable cultivation, he wouldn't have wasted so many words on them. Dealing with such unreasonable individuals left him no choice but to teach them a lesson with his fists. Truly ignorant of their impending doom. Watching Wang Churen's frustration, Subai was secretly delighted. Good, everything's going according to plan. He wasn't in a rush to make a move. After all, the oppressive aura of a martial emperor emitted by Li Xingqi was already enough to render this group immobile. Over the years, the Wang family had monopolized the resources of this relic in the glazed secret realm, surely amassing a wealth of treasures. Repay debts? Justice for murder? If they hadn't tried to kill me, I wouldn't have bothered making a move. If someone wants to kill me and I don't fight back, I'd be the real fool. What's this? Only your Wang family can kill people, but others can't fight back? Such arrogance. If it weren't me, Su Bai, and instead someone with weaker cultivation, they would have been killed long ago.
Judging by their practiced movements, this likely wasn't their first time doing such things.
Su Bai had the urge to kill the man in front of him, but for now, keeping him alive was more useful than killing him.
Crossing me without paying a price? That's not happening.
Su Bai, don't kill without reason.
If people don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. But if you want to kill me, then, sorry, your life is forfeit. The Wang family patriarch?
Perfect timing to test how powerful this so-called 9th-rank martial emperor is, and to see the might of the heaven-splitting sword technique. As Wang Churen led his disciples to charge forward, Su Bai didn't stop Li Xingqi. He merely nodded at him and stepped back.
The long-restrained Li Xingqi finally revealed his true form after receiving Su Bai's signal. Martial Emperor Realm. Boom!
The oppressive aura of a martial emperor instantly forced the Wang family members to crash heavily to the ground, unable to move. Only Wang Churen, a martial emperor himself, could barely manage a few movements.
What?
You're a martial emperor. Wang Churen stared at Li Xingqi in horror, his voice filled with disbelief.
How could this be?
On the Blue Star, martial emperors were exceedingly rare. As a martial emperor himself, he was familiar with the faces of all the other martial emperors. Before they appeared, he had already confirmed that there was no martial emperor in his memory that matched the person before him, which was why he dared to act so recklessly.
After all, his family's ancestor was also a martial emperor level powerhouse.
Below the level of martial emperor, everyone else was insignificant.
No, this is impossible. I've met every martial emperor on Blue Star. Who exactly are you?
Wang Churen's voice trembled. If it weren't for the oppressive aura of the martial emperor making it nearly impossible for him to breathe, he might have doubted whether this guy was just pretending. But judging from the reactions of the surrounding Wang family disciples, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to fake being a martial emperor to this extent.
Does someone as insignificant as you deserve to know my name?
Li Xingqi said coldly. Then, he lightly pressed his finger down in Wang Churen's direction. Wang Churen, who had been able to move just moments ago, was instantly pinned to the ground, completely immobilized.
Not even the slightest movement was possible.
The oppressive aura of the martial emperor filled him with terror. He truly hadn't expected that this seemingly unremarkable middle-aged man would actually be a martial emperor-level powerhouse.
A figure on the same level as his own family's ancestor.
And yet, not only had he threatened him earlier, but he had even harbored thoughts of killing him. As he thought of this, Wang Churen was filled with regret. If only you had revealed you were a martial emperor earlier, if you had released this oppressive aura right away, I wouldn't have dared to block your path or try to stop you. I'm just a mere martial king, and with a single finger, you could crush me to dust.
Why did you have to pretend to be so inconspicuous? Wang Churen felt utterly hopeless.
The random person he had provoked turned out to be a martial emperor, someone most people would never encounter in their entire lives.
But soon, doubt arose in his mind.
He was certain that he recognized the majority of martial emperors on Blue Star, but this man before him, he had no memory of him at all.
If that were the case, could this person be a hidden powerhouse, someone who usually stayed out of worldly affairs?
Even so, he had never heard of this person before.
At this moment, Wang Churen could only hope that his family's ancestor would hurry and arrive. If they delayed any longer, he wasn't even sure if he could keep his life.
Martial emperors were known for their unpredictable tempers. If you offended them even slightly, they might wipe you out in an instant. Let alone the fact that he had harbored intent to kill and had even acted on it. The only reason the other party hadn't killed him outright was likely out of respect for his ancestor. Otherwise, if it had been a martial king without any backing, they would have been dead in an instant. At that level, killing a martial king was as effortless as crushing an ant. However, even martial emperors couldn't casually kill high-level warriors like grandmasters, especially martial kings, who were crucial in terms of combat power. Right now, with the Yao clan posing a looming threat, every martial king was an essential defender of their respective cities. Unless they committed a grave offense, their punishments were usually lenient or, at worst, absolute. Seeing their leader being pinned to the ground with a single finger, the other Wang family disciples lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound, their hearts overcome with fear.
It's over.
Our boss actually provoked a martial emperor.
Are we all going to be silenced for good? Ancestor, hurry up and come. If you take any longer, I don't think I'll be able to hold on. Don't look at me. Don't look at me.
I'm still young, I don't want to die. Li Xingqi suppressed everyone, then turned to Su Bai, his gaze signaling how he should handle these people.
No rush. Didn't this guy say his ancestor would be here soon?
I'd like to see how his ancestor handles this situation. Su Bai spoke unhurriedly.
Seeing the scene before him, even Wang Churen, who was immobilized, managed to lift his head with great effort to look at Su Bai behind Li Xingqi. What was going on? It seemed that this unfamiliar martial emperor was actually taking orders from the young man behind him. That kid looked only about 18 years old, barely an adult. Forget about how he could possibly be exploring ruins alongside a martial emperor. The current situation was blatantly abnormal. Then, Wang Churen saw the martial emperor nod in acknowledgement after hearing the young man's words, then step aside without saying another word. What? Seeing this, if he weren't being crushed to the point of suffocation, Wang Churen would have let out a loud "what the hell?" He could hardly believe what he had just witnessed. A grandmaster was actually giving orders to a martial emperor? What's more, the martial emperor actually obeyed him, stopping when told to stop. At this moment, Wang Churen felt both relieved and deeply shocked. He was relieved because, after Su Bai's intervention, their lives were likely spared. Once the ancestor arrived, no matter how powerful this martial emperor was, he wouldn't dare kill them in the ancestor's presence. What shocked him was the fact that a martial emperor would listen to the words of a grandmaster. It was utterly unbelievable. Even within the Wang family, if the family head or young master dared to make decisions on behalf of the ancestor, they would undoubtedly be harshly reprimanded. And yet, this grandmaster dared to act this way. It left Wang Churen completely astounded. Next, the members of the Wang family remained on high alert, while Li Xingqi and Su Bai were growing a bit impatient. At this moment, a powerful aura was rapidly approaching them. Soon, the Wang family's ancestral patriarch arrived from the distance. Upon seeing the situation from afar, his heart tightened. What on earth was going on? Didn't Wang Churen send word saying there was a huge commotion in the ruins and that some treasure had appeared? Why does it look like this now? Seeing that Wang Churen was merely restrained on the ground and unharmed, the Wang family patriarch slowed his steps, carefully observing and pondering what had transpired. When he sensed the extraordinary aura of the refined-looking man, exuding the presence of a martial emperor, he was utterly shocked. A martial emperor? Where on earth did this martial emperor come from? At their level, they were familiar with nearly all the martial emperors, yet he had no recollection of this man. Could it be that someone had broken through to the rank of martial emperor while he was in seclusion? But that didn't make sense. He was aware of all those with the potential to become a martial emperor in recent years, and this man wasn't on that list. Moreover, from the aura he exuded, this martial emperor's strength was formidable, not someone who had just recently ascended. As for the person beside him, Wang Xing repeatedly confirmed that Su Bai was merely a grandmaster. A grandmaster wasn't much of a significant figure. The real problem now was the suddenly appearing martial emperor. Su Bai noticed Wang Xing's gaze but remained indifferent. He had already cultivated that heaven concealment technique to its highest level. As his realm improved, the technique's effectiveness became even stronger. Even Li Xingqi, who knew that Su Bai had the strength of a 9th-level martial king, was momentarily surprised when Su Bai concealed his cultivation. Not even he could discern the strength hidden by the heaven concealment technique. According to the system, the heaven concealment technique was a growth-type skill, considered a beginner's perk, and Su Bai had acquired it for just 1 spirit stone. What made it even more incredible was that the heaven concealment technique had, without Su Bai's awareness, indirectly defeated a demon clan martial emperor. It was truly a handy skill. Wang Xing approached slowly from a distance. Before Li Xingqi or Su Bai could speak, he took the initiative to say, "May I ask, what has my Wang family's disciple done wrong? If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory answer, I'm afraid this matter won't be easily resolved today." No wonder the Wang family in the capital has ended up like this. The top is crooked, so the bottom is unruly. Without you, the so-called patriarch, they might not have caused such a mess. Su Bai sneered, mocking him. As he had expected, the Wang family patriarch didn't bother clarifying the truth upon arrival. Instead, he directly questioned him, disregarding right or wrong. It was no wonder the Wang family was in such a state. With a patriarch like this setting such a poor example, how could the younger generation learn anything good? Usually arrogant and overbearing, it was impossible to expect them to change their ways. Unless you were more domineering and stronger than them. As soon as Su Bai finished speaking, Wang Xing finally shifted his attention to the seemingly insignificant youth. Since when is it acceptable for a junior to disrespect their elders? Kneel! The martial emperor bellowed, and an invisible pressure instantly forced Su Bai to the verge of kneeling. Feeling the martial emperor's oppressive aura, Su Bai decided to stop hiding and unleashed the full strength of his 9th-level martial king power. "You old geezer, are you tired of living?" Su Bai roared, drawing his longsword and channeling all his energy, preparing to unleash the deadly sky-cleaving sword slash. This old man had dismissed him from the start, and now he was demanding Subai kneel for speaking the truth? Kneel? Could he even handle it?
Wang Xing was stunned by Subai's sudden eruption of 9th level martial king strength.
He then noticed Subai gathering energy for an attack. Although he was surprised that someone so young possessed the strength of a 9th level martial king, he disdained the idea that Subai could pose a threat to him. The gap between a martial king and a martial emperor was not merely a difference in rank, it was a chasm as vast as heaven and earth. This junior's naive thoughts were nothing short of childish.
Wang Xing didn't take Subai's attack seriously at all, considering it an impotent act of defiance from a junior. Just as Wang Xing was about to communicate with the other martial emperor, he suddenly noticed the playful expression on Li Xingqi's face. If Li Xingqi had brought some snacks, he might have been munching on them while enjoying the show. Even he had once felt a sense of life-threatening danger from this technique. He couldn't believe the Wang family patriarch dared to underestimate it. Would Subai's technique end up killing him with a single strike? Sky-cleaving sword slash. Subai roared, pouring all his strength into a single slash. The sword's radiance shot straight toward the airborne Wang Xing. Exhausted, Subai looked on, curious to see just how powerful the technique would be. In truth, Wang Xing had already sensed something was amiss as Subai neared the completion of his energy buildup. A wave of unease swept over him, as though something catastrophic was about to occur. When Subai unleashed his full-strength strike, Wang Xing finally understood the source of his unease. Damn it! The centuries-old patriarch couldn't help but curse aloud. To his shock, the power of this strike made even him, a martial emperor, feel the threat of death. Intuition told him that if he took this sword head-on, though it wouldn't kill him on the spot, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries, and recovery would take a long time. After weighing the pros and cons, Wang Xing made a swift decision. One word, run. He hadn't expected that not only was there a martial emperor on the other side, but also a 9th-rank martial king? A 9th-rank martial king was one thing, but how could an attack from a martial king make a martial emperor like him feel his life was in danger? Was that normal? Just as Wang Xing was about to flee, he turned his head and saw Li Xingqi suddenly appear behind him, staring at him intently, as if ready to pounce on him the moment he moved. Damn it, is this Wang Churen some undercover spy sent by another clan? She interrupted my secluded cultivation, claiming there was a treasure emerging from a secret realm and urging me to come quickly. And now I'm here, but instead of treasures, I get this kind of surprise. Seeing Li Xingqi blocking his retreat, Wang Xing could only grit his teeth, activating a defensive martial technique to prepare to take the sword head-on. If it didn't work, he'd fight to the death. 9th grade Lotus Platform. Wang Xing shouted loudly. Instantly, golden light flashed in the air, rapidly coalescing into a lotus platform that enveloped him. He sat cross-legged, hands clasped together, focusing all his attention on Subai's sword. Zzz. The sword energy collided with the lotus platform, producing a deafening roar, followed by the intense sound of sword energy clashing against the lotus platform. Subai stared intently at the lotus platform in the air, wanting to see if his sword could harm a martial emperor. When Wang Xing saw that the sword hadn't immediately broken through his defense, he breathed a sigh of relief. But then, in an instant, the situation changed. The sword energy, initially blocked by the lotus platform, suddenly grew more ferocious. The sword's intent began to hum, as if unwilling to give up easily. Wang Xing thought he'd already withstood the attack, but to his surprise, the sword energy became increasingly intense, directly disturbing his mental focus. He had believed he was already at his limit, barely holding off the attack. However, as the sword energy grew stronger, his concentration wavered, and cracks began to appear on the lotus platform. Crack, crack. The cracks spread rapidly, and Wang Xing finally panicked, hastily channeling more spiritual energy to resist. But once cracks appeared, they were nearly impossible to repair. With his mind unsettled, the sword energy broke through the lotus platform's defense and struck him viciously. Put! He spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly gravely injured. Too troublesome? Then don't bother, Subai said coldly. Hearing this, Wang Xing clutched his chest, struggling to look at Subai, his eyes full of shock. He never thought a 9th-rank martial king could break his defense and even injure him, a martial emperor. Only now did Wang Xing get a clear look at Subai. This kid was only 18 or 19 years old, yet his cultivation had already reached 9th-rank martial king. This was completely against reason. Back then, it had taken Wang Xing immense effort to break through from Grandmaster to Martial King, and then decades to reach 9th-rank Martial King. After accumulating for over 100 years, he had finally crossed the threshold to become a martial emperor. But this young man, barely out of his teens, with no trace of a beard, was already a 9th-rank martial king? And his full-strength attack could even injure him, a martial emperor? This was simply absurd.
Falling back to the ground after being severely injured, Wang Xing couldn't help but feel resentment toward Wang Churen.
If it weren't for her sending people to interrupt his secluded cultivation and making him rush here for nothing, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Not only was he seriously injured by a 9th-rank martial king, but his life was also hanging by a thread.
Can we talk properly now?
Subai and Li Xingqi approached him upon seeing the serious injuries, and Subai opened his mouth to speak. Yes, of course. Wang Xing immediately replied with a forced smile, enduring his pain.
Young man, this whole thing is just a misunderstanding. Since it's a misunderstanding, it can be resolved.
If anyone in my Wang clan has done wrong, you can decide how to handle it.
Li Xingqi snorted coldly from the side. If you knew what to do, why didn't you say so earlier? Wang Xing could only continue smiling and said,
We're all from Huaxia, one family.
Let's not have internal conflicts. This time, it's my fault for acting without understanding the situation. You name your terms. As long as I can meet them, I'll do my best. What do you think?
Since breaking through to Martial Emperor, Wang Xing had never lowered himself like this.
But now, with his life in someone else's hands, who cared about pride?
Survival was all that mattered. Though there were rules against martial emperors killing each other, Wang Xing had been in secluded cultivation and had never seen these two before, let alone knew where they came from.
If they didn't care about the rules, he wouldn't even have the chance to react.
Now that there was an opportunity for a peaceful resolution, losing face was insignificant compared to staying alive.
Li Xingqi glanced at Subai. After all, it was Subai who had stopped him initially, and no one knew what he wanted to do.
Seeing that the other party had taken the initiative to offer terms, Subai saw no need for excessive words and directly said, First of all, your Wang clan's people acted unreasonably and tried to attack me. I was merely defending myself when I killed them.
You have no objections to this, do you? No objection, this is clearly self-defense.
Thank you, young man, for helping the Wang family resolve this trouble.
Wang Xing's expression remained calm, but his heart was roiling with turmoil. What else could he say? Everyone claimed it was self-defense. Even if it wasn't, it had to count as such.
Under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. Secondly, I just exited the ruins, and your Wang family members tried to block me, even threatening me to give up my fortune.
Broad daylight robbery, if I killed them, it'd be justifiable, wouldn't it?
As Subai spoke, his gaze locked directly onto Wang Churen, whose face had turned ashen. It was clear the accusation was directed at him.
Hearing this, if looks could kill, Wang Churen would have been slain 1,000 times over by Wang Xing's glare. You bastard! Who gave you the guts to act like this? You've embarrassed the Wang family. Watch me cripple you. Wang Xing understood that the other party brought this up as a way of demanding an explanation.
If crippling a martial emperor could resolve the matter, it was still a price worth paying. Wang Xing initially only intended to cripple Wang Churen, at least he'd leave him alive, allowing him to return to the family and live out his days in disgrace. With that, Wang Xing, ignoring his severe injuries, moved toward Wang Churen, clearly intending to deal with him personally. Wang Churen, who had been silently praying that the victors wouldn't pay him any attention after witnessing his ancestors' defeat, was struck with horror. Unexpectedly, not only had his ancestor lost to them, but now he intended to cripple him personally.
No! Please, ancestor! Wang Churen screamed in terror, desperately scrambling to flee.
In a world where strength ruled, being crippled was a fate worse than death.
Moreover, if he became a cripple, his enemies would immediately come knocking.
At that time, even a lowly subordinate of a grandmaster or martial king could bully him, let alone a martial emperor of equal rank.
It was simply unacceptable.
Though he understood his ancestor's intention to save his life by crippling him, he also knew that if someone accidentally killed him afterward, no one would care.
Seeing Wang Churen terrified to the core, Wang Xing's fury boiled over.
This damn brat caused trouble and expected him to clean it up. If it were anyone else, it might be manageable, but he had to provoke these two people. Not to mention the mysterious martial emperor who had suddenly appeared, just the young 9th stage martial emperor, who looked to be only
18 or 19, was clearly extraordinary. The martial emperor even seemed to follow his command. Whose heir could he possibly be? But no matter how formidable, could he really have a martial emperor as a personal bodyguard? Besides, did that 9th stage martial emperor, who had already injured him, even need protection?
As Wang Xing pondered these questions in his injured state, he couldn't figure out the origins of these two individuals.
He was certain he'd never encountered them before. Since when did Blue Star gain a martial emperor and a young 9th stage martial emperor?
His worldview was on the brink of collapse. Even a prodigy as terrifying as the Sword Saint didn't become a martial emperor within a few years of adulthood. The Sword Saint had at least spent 3 or 4 years honing his skills and seizing countless opportunities before achieving emperorhood. But this young man was beyond belief.
If you've done wrong, you must own up to it. Stand still and take your punishment. Get over here. Wang Xing roared angrily.
With a single shout, the panicked and desperate Wang Churen instantly despaired, lowering his head.
The ancestor had spoken. If he dared to talk back, the consequences would be even worse.
Being crippled is better than dying, Wang Churen thought bitterly, resigning himself to his fate as he trudged toward his ancestor. Just as Wang Churen reached Wang Xing and the latter prepared to strike and cripple him, Subai suddenly spoke up.
Wait!
Hearing this, the previously hopeless Wang Churen's eyes lit up.
Could it be there was still hope? Wang Xing, hearing Subai's interjection, immediately halted mid-motion.
His hand, poised to strike, froze in place. After all, despite Wang Churen's foolishness, he was still a martial emperor, a valuable asset to the Wang family. Over the years, Wang Xing had taken note of his contributions to the clan. If not for this, he would have killed Wang Churen outright to resolve the matter.
If there was any alternative to earn forgiveness, even at a great cost, Wang Xing was willing to try.
Ancestor Wang Xing of the Wang family, 5 years ago, when the demon race dispatched several martial emperors to massacre and sacrifice an entire city to their dark god, you alone held off 2 of their martial emperors until reinforcements
arrived.
You sustained severe injuries in that battle, retreating into seclusion to heal, and have only recently recovered enough to emerge.
Am I correct?
Subai queried, referencing the memories he had reviewed about Wang Xing.
From just this one event, Wang Xing was a good man.
At the very least, in the face of humanity's crisis, he hadn't fled but had risked his life to defend and save an entire city. For that act alone, he deserved a pardon for many things. If Subai hadn't uncovered such a commendable history for this elder, he wouldn't have stopped him. Earlier, not only had Wang Churen tried to harm him, but even this ancestor had taken a condescending stance, demanding Subai kneel. Subai had been prepared to show no mercy and cripple him outright. But considering his significant contributions to Huaxia, as well as his protective nature, sparing his life didn't seem unreasonable. After all, Wang Xing's old injuries were far from fully healed, and now he'd been severely wounded again by Subai. Injuring a martial emperor to the point of serious harm, Subai's anger had subsided significantly. However, whether he would let this matter go depended on the sincerity of the other party. Wang Xing felt a bit confused, not understanding what the other party meant by bringing up these matters and how they related to the current situation.
Young man, you're right, but what of it?
Nothing much, just that seeing a senior like you, even at such a realm, still committed to protecting the people is quite admirable, Subai said.
Young man, what do you mean by this? Wang Xing sensed a glimmer of hope as Subai suddenly brought up themes of patriotism and responsibility.
Senior Wang, as a junior, I'll address you as Elder Wang. Here's the whole story. Subai briefly recounted the entire series of events from beginning to end. Hearing how Subai had been threatened with death multiple times by the Wang family, Wang Xing's expression darkened even more than when he had been injured.
Is what he said true?
Wang Xing's face was grim, but his tone was eerily calm.
It's true.
Wang Churen, upon hearing the ancestor's question, initially thought there might be a chance for a turnaround, but immediately felt like he'd fallen into an icy abyss. He knew very well that while the ancestor usually protected family members, he never wavered when it came to significant matters. In this situation, there was no way he would show partiality. Previously, he had acted recklessly because he thought Subai was young and had been too disrespectful in speaking to a martial emperor like that. But now, with the other party clearly having such confidence, what else could he do? He could only resign himself to his bad luck. Especially since the other party was now calmly reasoning with the ancestor. It wasn't terrifying that someone was powerful, it was terrifying when someone was both powerful and reasonable. Seeing this scene, Subai confirmed that his suspicions were correct. Judging by the senior's reputation, he wasn't the type to let his family run amok unchecked. That's why Subai dared to speak frankly. And now, it seemed his judgment had been correct. This group of Wang family members, emboldened by having a martial emperor ancestor in the family, had grown arrogant over time. The elders of the family typically didn't concern themselves with these minor matters, which only led to their increasingly brazen behavior.
You brat, today I must beat you to death.
Doing so much evil behind my back, your ancestor will carry out justice on behalf of the heavens today. Upon learning the truth, Wang Xing was furious beyond words. He drew his long sword, ready to end Wang Churen with one stroke.
Elder Wang, wait.
Subai quickly called out, stopping him.
Just as Subai hurriedly intervened to stop him, Wang Xing waved his hand and firmly said, "Young man, don't stop me. I must give you an explanation for this matter." No, if he really went through with that strike, Subai's original plan would completely fall apart. The sudden shift in Subai's respectful tone and logical reasoning wasn't just to avoid becoming enemies with the senior, more importantly, he still needed this senior's help to acquire the spirit stones necessary for upgrading his heavenly sword/technique. After advancing the heavenly sword/technique to mastery, Subai had checked the spirit stone requirement for the next stage, subtlety. This time, it required 2,000 more spirit stones than before, a total of 5,000 spirit stones to upgrade. Such a large number of spirit stones had left Subai fretting over where to find them. Who could have guessed that, right after leaving the ruins, someone would deliver themselves to his doorstep? Such a golden opportunity couldn't be wasted for nothing. Seeing Wang Xing truly prepared to strike Wang Churen down with one sword, Subai hurriedly stepped forward and held him back, saying, "Elder Wang, for your sake, as a junior, I too was a bit hasty earlier. Let's not pursue this matter for now. It's your family's business, handle it as you see fit. However, if you feel indebted, just give me some compensation instead." Hearing Subai's words reach this point, Wang Xing finally understood his meaning. Who would have thought that this young man, despite his youth, had a far better grasp of handling situations than an old man like him who had lived for centuries? Now this was magnanimity. Not only did he give Wang Xing face, but he refrained from pushing his advantage despite being in the right, leaving the resolution in Wang Xing's hands. This move alone meant that even if Subai didn't push the issue, Wang Xing would have to show an appropriate attitude and come up with a satisfactory resolution. Since the young man has asked to spare your life, I'll let it go. But while you may be spared from death, you cannot escape punishment. After some thought, Wang Xing concluded that while it was fine to spare him this time, Wang Churen had caused this disaster and couldn't go unpunished. Otherwise, what would happen to his own reputation as the family's ancestor? Considering your contributions to the Wang family over the years, I'll sentence you to sever one arm. Afterward, you will be sent to the front lines to protect the people as atonement for the sins you've committed in this lifetime. Do you accept this punishment? Wang Xing's tone was firm and brooked no argument. Wang Churen, seeing the situation clearly, knew this outcome was far better than it could have been. Though he would lose an arm, his cultivation would remain intact, a blessing amidst misfortune. Being sent to the front lines at least gave him a place to go. It was far better than meeting instant death at the hands of the ancestor. Perhaps, with meritorious deeds on the battlefield, he might even be summoned back to the family and regain a higher position. I accept. Wang Churen gritted his teeth and, without hesitation, severed his own arm. A muffled groan echoed as he personally tore off his blood-soaked arm, immediately channeling his energy to stop the bleeding. After severing his arm, Wang Churen gritted his teeth to endure the pain and bowed deeply to Subai. Thank you, brother, for sparing me. It is only at the brink of life and death that one realizes the true value of life. Moments ago, upon hearing that his cultivation would be abolished, his mind had fallen into chaos. He had already envisioned the life that awaited him after losing his cultivation, enemies coming for revenge, the family's cold disdain, estrangement from loved ones. Just imagining any one of those scenarios was enough to make someone collapse. Living like that would be worse than death. What a ruthless man. Subai couldn't help but admire him. Seeing Wang Churen sever his arm without the slightest hesitation and even thank him for it, Subai's previous annoyance quickly dissipated. From Wang Churen's eyes, he couldn't detect any hatred or resentment. This was merely a minor episode. Now then, let's return to the topic of compensation. At that moment, Wang Xing had been cautiously observing Subai's expression. Seeing Wang Churen resolutely sever his own arm, Wang Xing nodded slightly, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Since this young man had no objections to the resolution, Wang Xing, as a senior, naturally wouldn't make things difficult for him. It was just compensation, after all. The Wang family knew full well that cultivating another martial emperor would require an astronomical investment of resources and manpower. Though Wang Churen had been reassigned to the front lines, he was still a member of the Wang family. Losing an arm would affect his combat strength, but the power of a martial emperor was undeniable. Even with one arm, no ordinary grandmaster could dream of challenging him. Just like now, Wang Xing himself had been severely injured by Subai, but even so, no ninth-rank martial emperor could easily challenge him. When it came to dealing with a monster like Subai, Wang Xing could only think one thing, the gap between martial emperors is immense. He had lived for so many years and had never heard of a martial emperor defeating or killing a martial sovereign across levels. Even the legendary Sword Saint had only fought the Demon Clan's martial sovereign to a draw, never achieving an over-level kill. Could this young man before him be even stronger than the sword saint of old? This thought widened Wang Xing's eyes as he stared at Subai, making up his mind, I must recruit him. Asterisk. A genius like this cannot be left unclaimed. If I can't bring him into the fold, I must at least establish a good relationship. Asterisk. With such terrifying combat strength as a 9th-rank martial emperor, once he broke through to martial sovereign, there would be few in the world who could stand against him. As these thoughts swirled, Wang Xing didn't even wait for Subai to speak before broaching the topic of compensation. Young man, since you're not pursuing this further, let's talk about compensation. Which family do you belong to? Please introduce yourself. I don't belong to any family. My surname is Su, and my name is Subai.
And this is my master, Li Xingqi, Subai introduced.
Oh, so your surname is Su.
It seems this truly was a fortunate encounter. Without this chance, I wouldn't have known that Blue Star has such a remarkable talent. Wang Xing mentally sifted through the prominent families of Blue Star but found none with the surname Su. It seemed he truly was a wandering cultivator.
As for his master, Li Xingqi?
Wang Xing had never heard of him. People with the surname Li were already rare, let alone someone of such renown.
This only deepened Wang Xing's confusion. Was it possible that such a person existed entirely without any prior record? Moreover, a mysterious martial sovereign appearing on Blue Star, how could the higher-ups of Huaxia's official forces not intervene? Of course, this wasn't entirely Wang Xing's fault.
He had been in seclusion for a considerable time, completely disconnected from the outside world. The martial examination tournament held little significance to him. This year's examination didn't involve anyone from the Wang family, so he paid it no mind. Most of the geniuses who made it to the rankings belonged to other families. Because he didn't care, he naturally had no knowledge of Subai's existence, entirely understandable. But if he had known about Subai's accomplishments, he would have been even more astonished. Not long ago, Subai had only been a grandmaster. In such a short time, he had become a 9th-rank martial emperor. His rate of advancement was faster than a rocket. Wang Xing silently committed both names to memory, resolving to investigate their backgrounds thoroughly once he left this secret realm. How long had he been in seclusion? He felt as though he had been out of touch with the world for decades. Good. So it's Brother Su and Brother Li. I truly didn't expect Brother Su to be so young and already a 9th-rank martial emperor. Your future is limitless, you are the pride of the human race. Wang Xing now regarded Subai as an equal, addressing him affectionately as brother. After all, in this world where strength reigned supreme, age meant little if one's power was sufficient. At this moment, Subai's strength was enough to pose a threat to Wang Xing. So naturally, he was treated as a peer. Senior, you flatter me. It was merely good fortune, Subai responded modestly. You're too humble. This is all the result of your own diligent cultivation. What does luck have to do with it? Wang Xing laughed heartily, assuming Subai was merely being polite. But little did he know, it wasn't luck, nor was it hard work. Subai had been using cheats all along. Of course, even if Subai explained, others would only take it as a joke, believing his achievements were solely due to his relentless efforts. No matter how talented you are, if you don't work hard at cultivation, it'll be like the fable of the tortoise and the hare, a waste of time. Alright, since everything's been resolved, Brother Su, I wonder what kind of compensation you might want. Don't worry, as long as it's something the Wang family can provide, just say the word, and I'll do my best to fulfill it. Wang Xing had already made up his mind to win Subai over. He wasn't afraid of Subai asking for too much. He was only afraid that he wouldn't ask for anything at all. After all, how else could he build connections? This was essentially an early investment. When Subai became a martial emperor in the future, offering a helping hand would be far more valuable than any compensation now. Subai looked at Wang Xing, who was confidently patting his chest. It was obvious he wanted to draw him to his side. This old fox wasn't an ordinary person. To achieve the status of martial emperor was no easy feat. Just moments ago, Subai had severely injured him, but now he acted as if nothing had happened, even inviting Subai to name his demands with the promise that anything within his power would be granted. To an outsider, it might seem like Wang Xing owed Subai a great favor, as if Subai had saved his life. After thinking it over, Subai couldn't come up with an exact number, so he simply said, I need spirit stones, lots of them, the more, the better. Wang Xing heard this and found it difficult to determine an exact amount. Spirit stones were extremely precious. A single spirit stone was equivalent to 10 billion in wealth for an ordinary person. Although the Wang family was a major, aristocratic family in the capital, with countless businesses and several spirit stone mines, their accumulated spirit stones over the years weren't abundant.
Spirit stones had a wide range of uses: cultivation, formations, and even powering specialized transportation tools. Even for the Wang family, including Wang Xing's personal reserves, there were only tens of thousands of spirit stones. A number that seemed significant, but in practice, was far from sufficient. The Wang family, despite its industries and mines, consumed a vast amount of spirit stones, especially given the large number of family members. Every year, the amount spent on cultivation alone was astronomical. Without their enormous industries and population advantage, they wouldn't earn enough spirit stones to meet their needs. Wang Xing himself had only a few thousand spirit stones left. He had used some during his recent closed-door recovery, leaving his stock depleted. As a martial emperor, he usually didn't worry about spirit stones. When necessary, he could venture into secret realms to pick up dozens or hundreds of stones, or even borrow a few hundred or thousand stones from powerful members of the demon clan. These tasks were a breeze for him. Initially, Wang Xing thought that since Subai needed spirit stones, giving him 1,000 would suffice. 1,000 spirit stones were enough to cultivate a martial king, which was already quite generous. But upon further reflection, if he wanted to build a connection, a mere 1,000 spirit stones might lack sincerity. Moreover, Subai had only asked for spirit stones without naming any other conditions, and he emphasized that the more, the better. Clearly, he had an urgent need for them. This was an opportunity to lend a helping hand and earn a favor. Favors, after all, were something that people of higher cultivation realms valued deeply. Unless there was a real need for assistance, even Wang Xing rarely owed anyone a favor. Forget it, since they had already clashed, and while the matter was resolved, their relationship had been damaged. This time, he'd treat it as an investment to mend their relationship and earn a favor. Wang Xing gritted his teeth and decided to use the Wang family's entire annual revenue of spirit stones as a gesture of goodwill. Brother Su, here are 5,000 spirit stones. Consider this the Wang family's compensation to you, and the rest as a token of friendship on behalf of the Wang family. When Wang Xing handed over the spirit stones, he didn't count this favor as his own but as support from the Wang family as a whole. Given his current strength as a martial emperor, Subai felt he might not need this favor personally, but the Wang family might find it useful in the future. If the Wang family ever found themselves in trouble and Subai wasn't around, perhaps someone else could lend them a hand. 5,000 spirit stones were no small amount, even for a martial emperor. When Subai saw Wang Xing directly produce 5,000 spirit stones, he was momentarily stunned, despite having mentally prepared himself. He had thought Wang Xing might add a little extra on top of the original compensation, at most 1,000 or 2,000 stones. But he hadn't expected Wang Xing to outright offer 5,000 stones, precisely the amount needed for the upgrade of his Sword of Heaven cutting technique to the subtle realm. Subai had planned to take the Wang family's compensation and then earn the remaining spirit stones himself to reach the 5,000 stone requirement for upgrading the Sword of Heaven cutting technique. With his 9th-tier martial king strength and a martial emperor accompanying him, earning the remaining spirit stones wouldn't have been difficult, just time-consuming. But with Wang Xing directly providing the full 5,000, there was no need for him to put in the extra effort. Thank you, Senior. If you ever need my assistance, feel free to call on me. I won't hesitate to help. Subai accepted the spirit stones, his demeanor naturally respectful. Wang Xing handed him a spatial ring and said, Brother Su, brotherly, I need to return and tend to my injuries, so I won't disturb you two any longer. He indicated that his wounds weren't fully healed and prepared to leave. Alright, Senior, see you next time. Subai took the ring and responded briefly. Li Xingqi merely nodded without adding anything further. After bidding farewell, Wang Xing turned to look at Wang Charan and the others, let out a cold snort, and with a wave of his hand, enveloped them in spiritual energy. Together, they left the secret realm. The fate of this group was sealed. Except for Wang Charan, who was crippled in one arm and sent to the front lines, the others, despite following orders, could not escape punishment. It seemed that this journey had been worthwhile. Not only had Subai made a friend who was a peerless genius, but he had also uncovered internal issues within the Wang family. During the time he had let go of managing the Wang family, some cracks had formed. This time, upon his return, he would need to thoroughly investigate and address the problems. After Wang Xing left, Subai eagerly opened the spatial ring to examine the spirit stones inside. 5,000 spirit stones piled together was a shocking sight. Even though he had seen a stack of over 3,000 spirit stones before, he couldn't help but marvel. Li Xingqi stood silently beside him. These 5,000 spirit stones were earned by Subai through his strength. For now, Li Xingqi had no use for spirit stones. In the lower realm, the highest cultivation level was the martial emperor. Even if he wanted to advance, there was nowhere for him to go.
After storing away the spirit stones, Subai didn't immediately work on improving the proficiency of his heaven-slicing sword art. He had just advanced his cultivation to the 9th tier martial king level in one go, and the heaven-slicing sword art had only just reached mastery. It hadn't been long since those advancements. Would he now ascend another level? Forget about Li Xingqi, even the martial gods of the upper realm might become interested in him, potentially coveting the opportunities he carried. Although Li Xingqi wouldn't make a move against him, as he still needed to escort him to the upper realm, it was always wise to keep some mysterious trump cards. Strictly speaking, at the mastery stage of the heaven-slicing sword art, one could faintly begin to condense sword intent. If he advanced to the micro-level stage, there was a real chance of fully forming sword intent. Once sword intent took shape, the increase in strength would not be marginal but would grow exponentially. For instance, if that previous strike had contained the sword intent of the heaven-slicing sword art, Wang Xing, a martial emperor, would have suffered more than just severe injuries. Of course, if the attack had truly been that powerful, Wang Xing would have done everything in his power to evade and wouldn't have dared to take it head-on as he had. After storing the spirit stones, Subai began contemplating his next steps. From the moment he entered the secret realm until now, not even a day had passed. Yet in this single day, his life had undergone earth-shattering changes. His cultivation level had leaped from a grandmaster directly to a 9th tier martial king, just one step away from becoming a martial emperor. This progress was far faster than his initial estimate of needing a year to break through to martial emperor. Perhaps he truly had a chance to reach the martial emperor realm within 6 months. When that time came, the threat of the demon race would no longer seem so imminent. Currently, with his 9th tier martial king strength, Subai could already severely wound a martial emperor. If he advanced to the martial emperor level, he could easily crush most martial emperors, leaving almost no one capable of stopping him. At that point, who would fear the demon race? Subai could cut down one martial emperor demon after another, driving them off Blue Star with a single sword strike each. Of course, after becoming a martial emperor, he wouldn't grow arrogant and complacent, thinking himself invincible. He understood that someone even slightly stronger could easily defeat him. Let alone the fact that the demon race had beings far stronger than martial emperors behind them. It was only due to the limited capacity of Blue Star's heavenly Tao that only a few martial emperors could infiltrate and invade. No rush to leave for now. I'll first find some exotic beasts to get acquainted with my new strength. Plus, Fugui and Xiaoyu have also been sent into the glazed secret realm, so I should go look for them. Subai had barely spent any time here, yet he had already come across numerous fortuitous opportunities. Now he wanted to reunite with his brothers, share some cultivation resources with them, and help strengthen their abilities. With 6 months left before the war between humans and demons erupted, Subai planned to break through to the martial emperor realm within that time. Naturally, his brothers couldn't afford to lag behind. At the very least, they needed to reach the martial king realm within 6 months. Only then would they stand a fighting chance in the upcoming war and a hope of survival. The inheritance left behind by the quasi-divine powerhouse surely contained more than just this. Subai selected the cultivation methods most suitable for himself, leaving the rest for Fugui, his parents, and the others. The cultivation techniques and martial skills stored in his mind ranged from the martial emperor level to the holy sovereign level. He could pick appropriate ones for each of them to cultivate. Li Xingqi had no objections to this. His task was simply to ensure Subai's safety. Once Subai became a martial emperor and resolved the crisis on Blue Star, he would then take him to the upper realm to seek revenge against that traitor. Thinking of this, Li Xingqi gritted his teeth in anger. How had he ended up with such a treacherous apprentice? If not for that traitor, he wouldn't have ended up in his current state. That said, not everything about the situation was bad. Li Xingqi fixed his gaze on Subai. If this kid could successfully advance to the upper realm, he might become a quasi-divine powerhouse in the future or even a demigod. Of course, all of this depended on whether he could safely cultivate to that level. If he perished midway, even the greatest talent would be wasted. In the following days, Subai traveled through the secret realm with Li Xingqi, gathering a large number of rare spiritual herbs to store in his spatial ring. Free resources like these couldn't be wasted. During this time, he also encountered several people he had met during the martial arts exam finals. After a brief conversation, he encouraged them to keep striving before parting ways. The glazed secret realm was astonishingly vast. No wonder even human martial emperors who had visited before couldn't explore its entirety. Subai and Li Xingqi ventured deep into the secret realm, where there were no traces of human activity left, resembling a pure, untouched primeval forest. Walking here required constant vigilance against 6th tier or even 7th tier ferocious beasts that might suddenly spring out from the undergrowth. Although these beasts did not pose a significant threat to them, being ambushed would still be troublesome. Moreover, some of these beasts were venomous, and a moment's carelessness could lead to great peril. The Liuli's secret realm was vast, almost half the size of Blue Star. Subai had searched for Fu Gui and the others for a long time without success. He decided not to force the issue and chose to delve deeper into the core of the secret realm while seeking out 7th tier or even 8th tier beasts to practice his skills. According to the initial accounts, the Liuli's secret realm was strictly divided into 3 areas, with the outermost region being the area where the entry town was located. In this outer region, the highest level beasts were no more than 4th or 5th tier, which roughly corresponded to Grandmaster level cultivation for humans. Thus, it was generally safe for most people to move about in the outer zone. The second area was the inner zone of the Liuli's secret realm, deeper and more dangerous than the outer zone. In this area, the beasts could reach a maximum level of 6th tier, and occasionally, even 7th tier beasts might appear. Typically, only experienced battle groups or small teams ventured into the inner zone. The team leader needed to have at least Grandmaster or even Great Grandmaster strength to navigate it successfully. However, the opportunities in the inner zone were far more abundant than those in the outer zone. There was once a story of a small team accidentally straying into the inner zone and discovering a cave. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the lair of a peak 6th tier ferocious beast. Luckily, the beast had been gravely injured and was recuperating in its lair when the team stumbled upon it. As a result, the team managed to slay it at minimal cost and loot its lair. To their surprise, they discovered a hidden spiritual stone vein inside. While the output was modest, it was enough to grant the entire team significant rewards, elevating their members' strength considerably. That small team later became one of the most renowned groups in the Liuli's secret realm, and their captain even used the opportunity to break through to the martial emperor level, becoming a figure of unparalleled power. The third area was the most dangerous and lethal core zone of the Liuli's secret realm, which was where Subai was now. There had been survivors who made it back after entering the core zone, and they reported that it was teeming with countless 8th tier and even 9th tier beasts. However, as long as no one provoked them, these top-tier beasts generally stayed within the core zone. Even if they occasionally appeared outside, they would quickly return. Almost no team had ever managed to leave the core zone unscathed. Even when several martial emperors ventured there personally, they lasted less than half a day before retreating in embarrassment. From then on, the core zone of the Liuli's secret realm was regarded as a forbidden land. Without the strength of a martial emperor or even a martial sovereign, one shouldn't even think about entering, lest they seek their own demise. But for Subai, this kind of place was perfect. This time, he specifically came to find 7th tier and even 8th tier beasts to hone his skills. Recently, his power had been increasing rapidly. Against his opponents, he would either defeat them in a single move or they would surrender outright, leaving him unable to enjoy a proper fight. The only notable battle he'd had was against his doppelganger. While it was a back-and-forth exchange, it was so dull that it almost put him to sleep. Every move he made was mirrored by his copy, attack and counterattack, completely devoid of variety or excitement. If this continued, his combat experience might end up inferior to that of some grandmasters. The higher one's cultivation level, the more crucial combat experience became. Thus, after failing to receive any news of Fu Gui and the others, Subai ventured into the core zone of the secret realm and had spent the past few days seeking high-tier beasts to challenge. Over the past 2 days, he had been relentlessly searching for 7th tier beasts. Initially, he engaged them in bare-handed combat, wanting to test whether he could defeat them without using weapons. At first, he hadn't fully mastered his martial emperor level 9th tier strength, and the fights with 7th tier beasts were evenly matched. However, he soon realized that with his current power, 7th tier beasts could hardly harm him. Even peak 7th tier beasts posed little threat. As a result, Subai set his sights on the deeper areas, aiming for 8th tier beasts. His earlier experience of severely injuring a martial emperor with a single full-strength sword strike allowed him to gauge his capabilities roughly. While 9th tier beasts were currently beyond his reach, 8th tier beasts might be within his grasp. 8th tier beasts corresponded to lower tier martial emperors, with even the weakest among them capable of contending with 9th tier martial sovereigns. However, 8th tier beasts were still 8th tier, each level was akin to humans crossing an entire realm. They were far stronger than ordinary martial sovereigns and far more challenging than peak 7th tier beasts. But unfortunately for them, Subai was no ordinary martial sovereign. After realizing that 7th tier beasts could no longer help him improve, he asked Li Xingqi to keep an eye out for 8th tier beasts. Any 8th tier beast would do, regardless of its strength. I think, little Su, we should leave. This place gives me a strange feeling, it makes my whole body uncomfortable, Li Xingqi said. He had been accompanying Subai as they ventured deeper into the core zone, But the further they went, the stronger the sensation grew that a pair of eyes were secretly watching them. His intuition, honed from a past life as a sacred sovereign, told him that this place was not suitable for a prolonged stay.
If they lingered any longer, something might go wrong.
Upon Xingqi's reminder, Subai also sensed the strange unease. As they ventured deeper, this feeling grew increasingly intense.
How odd. What exactly is hidden in the core area?
Subai muttered to himself, staring into the endless depths of the secret realm. Deep within the secret realm, in a massive cavern, a pair of eyes suddenly opened wide, gazing in Subai's direction across thousands of miles.
It's my child's aura.
Sensing the familiar presence, it struggled desperately to move closer. The chains binding it rattled harshly with its movements, until it finally collapsed from exhaustion.
My child. With this final call, the cavern returned to a deathly silence, as if nothing had occurred. Meanwhile, Subai, still on alert from Xingqi's warnings, couldn't shake the feeling that a pair of eyes were secretly watching him.
For safety, Subai decided to halt his search for exotic beasts and hastily urged Xingqi to leave the core area. At the same time, within Subai's beast space, the little green dragon, who had been cultivating, also seemed to sense something.
It paused, curiously glancing outside.
Although the little green dragon was within the beast space, it could perceive the outside world through Subai's senses. Noticing Subai quicken his pace, it resumed its cultivation, which was, in fact, just sleeping. What the little green dragon didn't know was that, thousands of miles away, a figure both familiar and strange was waiting for it. For Subai, all of this was just a minor episode. Since the depths of the secret realm were no longer an option, it was time to find Fugue and the others. Perhaps it was also time for him to leave. As he continued on his way, Subai, now a 9th-rank martial emperor, suddenly sensed several familiar auras not far away. Like him, they were moving swiftly, but a 7th-rank exotic beast was closely pursuing them from behind. However, exotic beasts of the 7th rank weren't supposed to appear in this inner region.
And this particular beast, was it chasing someone? Well, no matter who it was chasing, he might as well lend a hand. With that, Subai adjusted his direction slightly, heading toward the group of auras. Seeing this, Xingqi followed without question, adjusting its course as well. Help! Someone help! The desperate cry echoed sharply in the quiet secret realm.
Subai immediately recognized the voice. It was Wang Fugue, the chubby boy, shouting.
What on earth was going on? How did they end up in the inner region of the secret realm, and why were they being targeted by a 7th-rank exotic beast? Wait, wasn't Chen with them too? And why was he running at the very front?
Having advanced to Martial Emperor, Subai could now clearly discern the situation even from 1,000 meters away. He saw a 7th-rank flying exotic beast, which seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, chasing Wang Fugue and the others.
Ji Tianyu and Gu Chen were also part of the group. But Subai frowned. Something was off. Where were Chu Youyu and Xiao Xingyuan?
Logically, if Gu Chen was there, Xiao Xingyuan would definitely be with him. After all, he lived at Gu Chen's place.
And if Fugue was here, why wasn't Chu Youyu with them? This situation didn't feel right. Before Subai could piece it together, Wang Fugue, who was trailing behind and about to be caught by the exotic beast, couldn't help but shout angrily. Damn you, Chen. Just wait. Once I find Brother Bai, I'll make sure he tears you apart. Stop running, you coward.
Since the martial exams, Chu Youyu, Wang Fugue, and the others had received official rewards, significantly boosting their strength in a short time. Before entering the secret realm, some of them had already become high-rank martial kings. The most talented among them, Xiao Xingyuan, had raced ahead to break through to the Grandmaster level. His talent was so extraordinary that even Chu Youyu couldn't help but feel envious. Of course, she wasn't envious of Xiao Xingyuan's speed for her own sake. If only she could improve as quickly, she could protect her brother Subai sooner. Under special care, Chu Youyu had also reached the high-rank Martial King level. Gu Chen and Fugue had just broken through to Martial King, making them junior Martial Kings. In truth, for the two of them to break through after the martial exams was already impressive. In previous years, such talent would have been considered top-tier. But compared to those even more gifted, they now seemed rather ordinary. Fugue's progress was understandable. He was a beastmaster, relying primarily on his contracted exotic beasts to fight. The beastmaster's role was to maintain their condition and control the beasts. Gu Chen's progress was also reasonable. Though he possessed an S-rank talent, he had no special skills, so the speed of cultivation was already fast for him. But compared to Subai, they couldn't even come close. After all, how many youngsters, barely adults, could directly advance to Martial Emperor? Even riding a rocket wouldn't be this fast. Wang Fugue's outburst caught Subai off guard, who had been preparing to intervene.
What on earth was going on here? Sei-chen, Subai remembered him clearly. This was the same fool who had refused to accept his exam results and demanded a recheck, only to drop from second to fourth place. The clown. It seems that this guy had a conflict with Fugue and the others. This 7th-tier beast must be related to the matter, and somehow, it also involves me? Although he had doubts, the moment Subai saw the 7th-tier beast preparing to attack Fugue and the others, he acted without hesitation. Low-grade heavenly tier weapon, Biling Sword. Subai drew out the long sword he had picked up earlier. Without employing any complex martial techniques, he simply slashed at the beast with a single wave of sword energy. Caught completely off guard, the 7th-tier flying beast had its head severed instantly, its body still maintaining its diving posture. Out of control, the Frost Falcon crashed heavily into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Hearing the loud crash behind him, Fugue, who had been screaming moments ago, turned his head to see the Frost Falcon that had been relentlessly chasing them lying lifeless on the ground. Ha! Slowing down from his escape, Fugue confirmed that the Frost Falcon lying motionless on the ground was indeed the same 7th-tier flying beast that had been chasing them incessantly. It had pursued him for miles, was even outrun by Sei-chen, and nearly took the hit meant for him. Sei-chen, who had been running ahead, also heard the commotion. Turning his head for a glance, he saw that the Frost Falcon pursuing him had vanished, and even Fugue and his group were nowhere to be seen. Finally, he stopped running, exhaled deeply, and excitedly looked at the large egg cradled in his arms. Indeed, the Frost Falcon had been chasing them relentlessly because its child had been stolen. It had been trying to retrieve its offspring, refusing to let them go. Frost Falcon, someone speak up for me. Seeing the beast slain, Subai, eager to find out Chuyoyu's whereabouts, immediately revealed himself and appeared before Fugue and the others. Brother Bai. Fugue, curious about which expert had saved them, looked up and saw Subai approaching. Fugue immediately noticed Subai, along with a middle-aged man standing beside him. Fugue, why are you all here? What happened? Where's Yoyu? Subai got straight to the point, his concern evident. Understanding that Brother Bai was worried about Chuyoyu, Fugue quickly summarized the events for him. After Subai had been summoned by the Flame Emperor, it was as if he had vanished from the world. Subai hadn't informed them beforehand, instead, officials had briefed them about the situation. Subsequently, they were sent into the glazed secret realm. Inside the secret realm, there was no signal, rendering their phones useless. They had no way to contact Subai. Worried about him, they formed a temporary team with a few others who had been sent into the realm as well. Ji Tianyu and Sei-chen joined them at that time. Initially, they didn't have a favorable impression of Sei-chen. However, they figured having one more person in the secret realm would increase their chances of finding Subai. As for their method of searching for Subai, even Subai found it amusing. Fugue had taken an item carrying Subai's scent and let a treasure-seeking rat sniff it, hoping it would lead them to him. Unexpectedly, the treasure-seeking rat led them in circles and eventually toward the outskirts of the secret realm. What a waste! The treasure-seeking rat had basically turned into a person-seeking rat under Fugue's care, a total misuse of its abilities. While on their journey, they stumbled upon the Frost Falcon's nest, which contained an unhatched egg. Initially, they had no intention of causing trouble, as their main goal was to find Subai and avoid unnecessary complications. However, Sei-chen seized the opportunity while everyone else wasn't paying attention and stole the soul hatchling egg, clutching it as he ran. Fugue and the others couldn't care less about him. They thought it was best for him to leave on his own, reducing the chances of further trouble. Just as they were about to continue following the treasure-seeking rat, the Frost Falcon returned. Spotting the group standing near its nest and noticing its egg missing, the Frost Falcon immediately went berserk and began a frenzied pursuit. Sei-chen, running at the head of the group, didn't attract the Falcon's attention initially. During the chase, realizing the gravity of the situation, they decided to split into two groups. The strongest among them, Xiao Xingyuan, was tasked with protecting Chuyoyu and finding a hiding spot. Meanwhile, Fugue and Gu Chen were responsible for luring the Falcon away and seeking help. Xiao Xingyuan's group was to wait for the Falcon to leave before regrouping with the others. So, all of this trouble was caused by Sei-chen? Subai signaled to Li Xingqi with a glance. In an instant, Li Xingqi vanished, reappearing beside the fleeing Sei-chen. Before Sei-chen could react, Li Xingqi disappeared again, dragging him back like a helpless chicken and tossing him before the group. Sei-chen was utterly bewildered. He had clearly run a great distance. How had he ended up back here in the blink of an eye? This is the guy, right? Although Subai recognized Sei-chen, he still sought confirmation from Fugue. That's him. Fugue, shocked by the scene before him, could hardly believe his eyes. Brother by simple glance had prompted this middle-aged man to capture Ci-Chen effortlessly?
Ci-Chen had used some sort of technique to run faster than even the master-level Xiaoxing Yuan. The time he had to stop and catch his breath was enough for him to cover a significant distance.
And yet, in just a few seconds, this middle-aged man had caught up to Ci-Chen and dragged him back? What level is this man at? That disappearing trick he just pulled, could it be Emperor-level martial arts?
Ci-Chen glanced around and immediately grasped the situation. The person next to him was none other than Su Bai, the one who had made him uncomfortable earlier.
Damn it, now that they've caught me, the consequences will definitely be dire. Ci-Chen knew how much these people meant to Su Bai, especially Chu Youyu, who seemed to be his fiancée. He had nearly gotten them killed this time. There was no way Su Bai would let him off the hook. Your reckless behavior has gone too far. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your family, breaking one of your hands. You don't have any objections, do you?
Su Bai said lightly, as if he were discussing something trivial.
No. You can't touch me. I'm from the C family. My grandfather is an emperor of the 9th rank.
Ci-Chen shouted in panic. Losing a hand would mean the end of his martial path, a significant blow to his strength.
He absolutely couldn't afford to lose a hand.
His grandfather was one of the top martial emperors.
As long as he invoked his grandfather's name, the other party surely wouldn't dare act recklessly. Moreover, he was the future heir of the C family. If he were crippled, he'd lose his status as heir.
Hearing this, Su Bai helplessly rubbed his forehead.
What's with these people?
Every single one of them starts with, my ancestor is a martial emperor, and now suddenly there's, my grandfather is a 9th rank martial emperor.
Do they even think before they speak? So what if your grandfather is an emperor? Does that make you one?
To completely shatter their delusions, Su Bai released the pressure of a martial emperor in the next moment. Everyone around felt as if the air itself was suffocating.
An emperor? Martial emperor?
You're actually a martial emperor.
Ci-Chen's eyes widened, disbelief written all over his face. What was going on?
Not long ago, Su Bai had only been at the martial master or martial king level.
He hadn't even reached the grandmaster level. How could he now be a martial emperor level powerhouse?
And they were all only 18 years old.
Why was everyone else still at martial king level, yet Su Bai was already an emperor? This was too unfair. Could celestial grade talent really be this terrifying?
Not just Ci-Chen, aside from Li Xingqi, who already knew of Su Bai's strength and remained unaffected, everyone else looked astonished and incredulous. Li Xingqi merely chuckled quietly without saying much.
A martial emperor? So what? Have you ever seen a martial emperor who could severely injure a martial deity with a single strike, and still have the martial deity greet them with a smile afterward? A 9th rank martial emperor?
In the past, they wouldn't even have been qualified to be his servant.
Your grandfather is a 9th rank martial emperor? Sorry, so am I. With that, Su Bai didn't waste any more words.
A sword slashed through the air, and one of Ci-Chen's hands fell to the ground.
Ah!
Ci-Chen screamed in agony as the loss of his hand brought unbearable pain. No longer restrained by Li Xingqi's control, he quickly activated his internal energy to stop the bleeding. The blood flow ceased quickly, but the wounds still throbbed with pain. Staring at his severed hand on the ground, Ci-Chen was consumed by fear.
How was this possible? How could Su Bai possibly be a martial emperor?
And not just any martial emperor, he claimed to be a 9th rank martial emperor. To think his grandfather, who had lived for countless years, had barely reached 9th rank martial emperor and was stuck at that level without a fortuitous opportunity.
He might never progress beyond it. The renowned martial emperors on Blue Star, weren't all of them over 40 or 50 years old?
9th rank martial emperors were typically over 100 on average, with the youngest being at least 70 or 80.
How could someone like Su Bai, who hadn't been cultivating for long, already be a 9th rank martial emperor? Was this even reasonable? Ci-Chen couldn't make sense of it, but he had no choice but to behave now.
After stopping the bleeding, he lay on the ground pretending to be dead, terrified of drawing any more attention to himself.
He now understood that the other party didn't fear the C family in the slightest.
A 9th rank martial emperor himself, Su Bai wouldn't even have to bother with his grandfather, let alone him, a mere descendant. Moreover, Ci-Chen realized something even more terrifying. The uncle accompanying Su Bai was also a hidden expert. Though he couldn't discern the man's level, earlier, when he had tried to flee far away, that very uncle had caught him in the blink
of an eye, as effortlessly as grabbing a chick.
Such a technique was something he had only ever seen his grandfather perform.
In other words, that uncle was at least martial emperor level? Ci-Chen didn't dare think higher than martial emperor, as in his understanding, martial emperor was already an incredible existence.
His greatest dream in life was to become a martial emperor. Thus, he naturally assumed Li Xingqi to be a martial emperor-level powerhouse. It was precisely because of this that he didn't dare bring up his grandfather's name again and simply admitted defeat. The only reason Subai didn't kill him was that he didn't want to make things too bloody in front of Fuguei and the others. After all, they all knew each other, and there was no deep-seated enmity. Severing a hand was punishment enough. Holy crap! Brother Bai, you've become a martial emperor? Fuguei exclaimed in shock. He hadn't paid much attention to what had just happened. Earlier, while being chased by the Frost Falcon, he had almost wanted to give up entirely. If it weren't for running into Brother Bai halfway and giving it their all, they probably would have been defeated one by the Frost Falcons by now. Thinking back to his own pitiful state just moments ago, Fuguei grew angrier the more he thought about it. He felt that crippling one of that kid's arms was far too lenient. If it weren't for him stealing someone else's child, they wouldn't have pursued so relentlessly. And besides, there was only one egg, one child in that nest. You dared to steal it? Anyone would fight you to the death over something like that. As he spoke, Fuguei circled Subai like a curious child, scrutinizing him as if trying to confirm whether this really was his brother Bai. The last time during the martial exam duel, wasn't Brother Bai only at the Grandmaster level? He had thought that with some effort, they might still catch up to Brother Bai's pace. But now it seemed the road ahead was still incredibly long. Fuguei had intended to find Brother Bai in the secret realm and show off how he had already become a martial king, and that his contracted Gale Wolf, with its atavistic bloodline, had reached the 5th tier, a Grandmaster-level beast. But who could have expected that Brother Bai was even more formidable? How long had it been since they last saw each other? It truly was a long-awaited reunion. With eyes open wide, Brother Bai's strength was so astonishing it was hard to believe. Alright, stop staring. Quickly, tell me where Youyu and Xiaoxing Yuan went. Let's go find them first instead of just standing here, Subai said, reaching out to knock Fuguei on the head. Feeling the familiar action, Fuguei confirmed that this was indeed his brother Bai and immediately grew excited. Don't worry, Brother Bai. Xiaoxing Yuan is a Grandmaster now. With him around, Sister Yu will definitely be fine. That kid values Sister Yu's life more than his own. He'd protect her no matter what. If Sister Yu were injured, you could ask him to do anything, and he'd agree without hesitation. Brother Bai, just tell me the truth. Did you brainwash him? Otherwise, why would an SSS-ranked genius act like that? Subai rolled his eyes and retorted helplessly, brainwash my foot. How should I know why he's like that? Maybe he was just charmed by my charisma. 6. Fuguei replied, making a 6-finger hand gesture, saying no more as he prepared to lead the way to find Youyu and the others. On the side, Gu Chen and Ji Tianyu, who were observing everything, felt a storm brewing in their hearts. Gu Chen remained calm but thought to himself, as expected of someone my grandfather admires, truly incredible. I chose the right person to follow. In such a short time, his cultivation level has already surpassed my grandfather's. He knew how much effort his grandfather had put into breaking through from Grandmaster to Martial Emperor. Just gathering the necessary pills and breakthrough aids had taken many years, and even then, it was a hard-earned success. But who would have thought, his grandfather's lifetime of effort was utterly insignificant compared to Subai. In less than a year and a half, Subai's cultivation level had skyrocketed as if riding a rocket. To be honest, it was even more exaggerated than a rocket. A 9th-tier martial emperor, this was already among the strongest forces on Blue Star. As long as a martial sovereign didn't intervene, whatever Brother Bai said was law. Absolutely incredible. Ji Tianyu, on the other hand, was already numb. He had little interaction with Subai and his group, so he didn't know much about Subai's background. Now that Subai had broken through to Martial Emperor, apart from Siyichen, Ji Tianyu was the most shocked one present. After all, the two of them seemed to be the only outsiders here. Ji Tianyu had originally regarded Subai as his goal to strive toward, especially during the martial exams where Subai had stood above all, daring to challenge everyone with just one sword. Those genius warriors from other clans couldn't even withstand 2 moves from him, while others lost their combat strength in a single instant. Who wouldn't envy that? Who wouldn't want to be that Subai, standing on the stage, unmatched and sovereign? Ji Tianyu thought that with a bit more effort, he might still have a chance to catch up to Subai. But as it turned out, being able to stand on the same stage with him last time was already the peak of his life. Now, he didn't even qualify to stand in the same ring as Subai. Ji Tianyu felt utterly defeated. Decades of hard cultivation couldn't compare to someone else's gains from a single trip to the secret realm. During the martial exam finals, Subai had only been at the martial king and grandmaster level. How had he become a martial emperor in such a short time? Apart from Siyichen, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, the other two didn't seem surprised at all.
Was it him who had gone crazy, or had the world turned upside down?
Looking at Si Chen, who was in a miserable state on the ground, Ji Tianyu couldn't help but feel he deserved it. They had already let go of past grudges and were willing to team up with him, but he just had to cause trouble, nearly getting himself killed in the process.
That was a 7th-tier beast, a martial emperor-level powerhouse.
If it weren't for the life-preserving measures they prepared before entering the secret realm, they might have been wiped out by the Frost Falcon long ago and wouldn't have lasted until they encountered Su Bai. This guy, just for a bit of personal gain, put everyone in danger. I really can't understand how I used to see such a person as a rival. Ji Tianyu shook his head, feeling no sympathy at all for Si Chen's plight.
Brother Bai, should we go find Sister Yu and the others? What about this guy?
Fugue pointed at Si Chen, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead.
Now that Si Chen had lost the use of one hand thanks to Su Bai, if they left him alone in the secret realm, he would probably be killed by a beast halfway through.
Of course, whether he lived or died had nothing to do with them. Seeing Su Bai hesitate on how to deal with Si Chen, Ji Tianyu stepped forward and said, "You guys go find the others.
I'll take Si Chen back. There are people at the exit who will handle him."
Ji Tianyu wasn't saying this out of concern for Si Chen's life. Rather, he could see that this group of people had a close bond, and staying behind himself would make him seem like an outsider.
Doing this might even leave a good impression on Su Bai. Hearing this, Su Bai gave Ji Tianyu a surprised look before nodding. "Thanks. We've got to go find the others now. See you later."
With the matter settled, Su Bai picked up the Frost Falcon's hatchling egg from the ground and tossed it to Fugue. Then, he turned to Si Chen, who was still pretending to be dead, and said,
"I'm giving this egg to someone else. You have no objections, right?"
Si Chen, still feigning death, dared not say a word.
Objections? He wouldn't dare to voice any even if he had them.
He feared that if he said "I object," the next second his other hand would be crippled too. But the thought of how he had offended everyone just to steal this hatchling egg, only to end up losing a hand and the egg itself, leaving him with nothing but regret, it was like trying to catch water with a bamboo basket.
Regret filled Si Chen's heart as he lay silent.
Seeing no response, Su Bai simply took it as agreement and called Fugue and Gu Chen to head back the way they came to find Chu Yoyu and Xiaoxing Yuan. Along the way, Fugue, cradling the Frost Falcon hatchling egg, sighed, "Brother Bai, if we hadn't run into you by chance, we really would have been screwed over by Si Chen.
Did you see his face just now?
He was so stunned by your strength, it was hilarious.
Bet he never imagined you'd improve so quickly."
"Yeah, not just him, none of us expected you to have already broken through to the Martial Emperor realm.
If we'd known you were this strong, we wouldn't have worried so much about you. You have no idea how worried Sister Yu was after you left that day.
Once we entered the secret realm, she insisted on finding you before she could relax." Su Bai smiled at Fugue's complaints. Only after the latter finished speaking did Su Bai reply, "I left in a hurry this time. Next time, I'll make sure to let you all know in advance."
"Don't be so reckless again.
The deeper you go into the secret realm, the more high-level beasts you'll encounter. If you run into an 8th or 9th tier creature, even I might not be able to handle it."
Got it."
With Fugue and Gu Chen leading the way, they hadn't been walking for long before they sensed the presence of Chu Yoyu and Xiaoxing Yuan. At a fork in the path, Fugue summoned his treasure-hunting mouse and let it sniff the direction Chu Yoyu had gone. Once they confirmed the direction, Su Bai led Li Xingqi and Fugue to quickly catch up to Chu Yoyu and Xiaoxing Yuan, who were making their way back to town via a detour.
"Xiaoxing Yuan, Sister Yu, we're here!"
Fugue shouted loudly as soon as he spotted their figures in the distance.
Chu Yoyu and Xiaoxing Yuan had been walking with their heads down.
Hearing the shout, they immediately turned around and saw Fugue, Su Bai, and the others coming toward them. They stopped in their tracks, their eyes lighting up with excitement as they gazed at the approaching group.
"Brother Su Bai! Brother Bai!"
The moment Chu Yoyu saw Su Bai, she disregarded anyone else's presence and threw herself into his arms, tears glistening in her eyes. For a moment, she had thought she'd never see Su Bai again in her lifetime. Su Bai froze briefly as she embraced him. A little awkwardly, he lightly returned the hug and said in a low voice by her ear,
"Sorry, I'm late."
Standing to the side, Xiaoxing Yuan scratched his head awkwardly, wondering if he was the third wheel in this situation.
"So, you ran into each other while escaping, and Brother Bai took down the 7th-tier Frost Falcon with one strike? And Si Chen lost a hand and was taken away by Ji Tianyu? Plus, Fugue got to keep the hatchling egg?"
After listening to the story, Xiaoxing Yuan and Chu Yoyu could feel the thrill of it just from imagining the scene.
"Brother Bai, you've already broken through to the Martial Emperor realm?" Xiaoxing Yuan caught onto the key point and curiously asked.
"That's right. I'm now a 9th-tier Martial Emperor. I probably won't stay in the secret realm for much longer," Su Bai replied.
Xiao Xingyuan wasn't surprised but instead began reflecting on whether his own cultivation progress was too slow. Brother Bai has already become a martial emperor, while I'm still just a grandmaster. Clearly, I haven't been working hard enough. This won't do. Tonight, I'll have to train all night. I must catch up with Brother Bai. Otherwise, what if he doesn't want me as his little brother anymore? Chu Youyu, however, was more concerned about Su Bai's cultivation level. How? How did he suddenly break through to martial emperor? I promised to protect him in the future, but now he's already a martial emperor, and I'm still just a martial king. What if he ignores me in the future? No way. She resolved to cultivate even harder. One day, it would be her turn to protect brother Su Bai. Chu Youyu silently encouraged herself, determined to surpass Su Bai as soon as possible. Fu Gue had been watching the two of them, hoping to see their astonished reactions. But after waiting for a long time, they just seemed deep in thought. Are you serious? I mean, really? A 9th-rank martial emperor. Aren't you guys shocked at all? With reactions like this, Gu-chan and I might as well be clowns. Is an 18-year-old martial emperor not surprising anymore? Gu-chan, standing beside him, coldly remarked, if you're going to be a clown, don't drag me into it. By the way, Brother Bai, I never asked, who's this man next to you? Fu Gue seized the moment to inquire about the older man standing beside Su Bai. From the techniques he displayed earlier, he was at least a martial emperor-level powerhouse. Yet, to Fu Gue's knowledge, Brother Bai didn't seem to know this man or had never met him before. Oh, he's my master. He usually stays out of sight, so it's normal you don't recognize him. Su Bai had mentioned having a master before, and now he simply borrowed this explanation. Ah, I see. If he's Brother Bai's master, then as long as the senior doesn't mind, can we call you master too? No. Li Xingqi quickly declined. I only accept disciples based on fate. You can call me Old Li instead. He had wanted to take Su Bai as a disciple, but Su Bai wasn't willing. Li Xingqi understood that Su Bai was using this excuse to avoid explaining his true identity. He wasn't actually his real master. If all these young people started calling him master, wouldn't things get chaotic? Although Li Xingqi noticed that these young ones had decent talent, they were all Su Bai's friends. If he accepted them as disciples, wouldn't the hierarchy get completely muddled? Oh, okay then, Old Li. Fu Gue wasn't surprised by the refusal. After all, not just anyone could become the disciple of Brother Bai's master. No wonder Brother Bai's cultivation speed was like a rocket. With such a powerful master, it all made sense. Alright then. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come to me. As Li Xingqi spoke, he unintentionally released a faint trace of martial emperor-level aura. In an instant, everyone except Su Bai turned their shocked gazes toward him. This aura. It was almost identical to the one the Flame Emperor had released during the martial tournament finals. Could it be that Brother Bai's master was actually a martial emperor? Even Xiao Xingyuan, who had been calm moments ago, looked over in astonishment. A martial emperor. That was a status countless people on Blue Planet dreamed of achieving. Some wouldn't even get to see one in their entire lives. And now, there was one standing right before them? Gu-chan stared at Li Xingqi in awe. So this was the master Brother Bai had spoken of. Indeed, children of destiny always had formidable protectors. This pattern was undeniable. Oh my, so everything Grandpa said was true? The Gu family had long sought to align themselves with a child of destiny. But over the years, their family had declined, and now they were barely considered a minor noble house. Thinking of this, Gu-chan silently vowed to cling tightly to this opportunity. If anyone dared to harm Su Bai, they'd have to step over his dead body first. Fu Gue, on the other hand, was ecstatic. He had originally thought that Brother Bai's master being a martial king was impressive enough, but to think he was actually a martial emperor. Brother Bai truly was extraordinary. Even his master was at the martial emperor level. With this connection, he could practically walk sideways on Blue Planet. As these thoughts ran through his mind, Fu Gue couldn't help but grin. Father, your decision to let me start my own family lineage was absolutely right. Now I can proudly declare. My Brother Bai's master is a martial emperor, no one dares mess with me. Standing nearby, Su Bai couldn't help but chuckle as he watched Li Xingqi, who, despite looking middle-aged, was actually old. Enough to be several generations of their ancestor, yet still pretending to be youthful. Truly, showing off was an innate talent. Su Bai rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, alright, I gained quite a few opportunities in this secret realm. There are some things here that you all might find useful. Come over, and I'll teach you. Hearing this, everyone stopped hesitating and gathered around Su Bai. Su Bai scanned their cultivation levels and saw that even the weakest among them had reached Martial King. He nodded inwardly, satisfied that they hadn't slacked off in their training recently. What surprised Subai the most was Xiaoxing Yuan, who had actually broken through to the Grandmaster level, truly deserving of being an SSS level genius. If it weren't for Subai being so heaven-defying himself, Xiaoxing Yuan achieving this breakthrough at his age would have been an unprecedented event. Furthermore, this guy had been sticking closely to him ever since Subai saved his life. Even when Subai wasn't around, Xiaoxing Yuan would protect those close to him. After this incident, Subai fully acknowledged both Xiaoxing Yuan and Gu Chen. Xiaoxing Yuan didn't need much explanation, he was willing to risk his life to repay Subai. As for Gu Chen, there was even less doubt about him. Regardless of whatever motive he might have had for approaching Subai, he had genuinely helped during previous crises. During the Beast Tide, he even brought his entire family to contribute. This time, he and Wang Fugue had risked their lives to lure away the Frost Falcon, giving Chu Yoyu a chance to escape. These brothers, Subai accepted them completely. Share blessings, bear hardships, true brothers indeed. Now that everyone was on the same side, Subai began teaching them cultivation techniques and martial arts in order. Wang Fugue and the others didn't question it after all, they trusted that brother Bai wouldn't harm them. Each person received a set of cultivation techniques and martial arts tailored to their abilities. Wang Fugue was the first to feel the sudden influx of knowledge about these techniques and arts in his mind. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began cultivating. Next came Gu Chen and Xiaoxing Yuan. Gu Chen, whose talent wasn't particularly high, was graded at S level. Subai selected a set of wild-grade cultivation techniques and martial arts for him. For Gu Chen, wild-grade techniques and martial arts were sufficient to cultivate to the martial emperor level. Going beyond that would only backfire due to his talent limitations. Xiaoxing Yuan's talent, on the other hand, was beyond question. SSS level talent was at the pinnacle. According to the records in the star pool, even in the upper realm, such geniuses were exceedingly rare. While higher talent levels did exist, individuals of that caliber appeared only once every several decades or even centuries. SSS level was already extraordinary. After careful consideration, Subai selected a flood-grade cultivation technique and a wild-grade martial art from his memory for Xiaoxing Yuan. In today's Blue Star, even owning a single wild-grade technique or martial art would already surpass 99% of the population. After all, even for martial emperors, without extraordinary opportunities, their techniques and martial arts would typically be no higher than heaven grade. Once one broke through heaven grade into the wild grade, the disparity in power became strikingly evident. Take Subai's all-out sword strike, for example, it could severely wound a veteran martial emperor. The power of the cosmic grade martial art heaven-splitting sword technique was downright terrifying. And that was only at the perfected stage. If it reached an even more profound level of mastery, its power would multiply several times over. So, whether it was flood grade, wild grade, or cosmic grade techniques and martial arts, they held an overwhelming advantage when compared to Blue Star's highest heaven grade standards. The goal wasn't necessarily the strongest, but the most suitable. The wild grade martial art chosen for Xiaoxing Yuan was not the strongest but the most fitting for his development. As for Chu Yoyu, Subai had already prepared the cultivation technique and martial art for her long ago. They were specialized cosmic grade techniques and martial arts crafted specifically for the Phoenix clan. These were part of the Phoenix clan's inheritance, unexpectedly obtained by the ruin's previous owner during their lifetime. In the upper realm, the water star connected to myriad worlds, where both the Dragon clan and Phoenix clan were immensely powerful entities, so formidable that even the human clan would avoid provoking them lightly. Although the origin of these techniques and martial arts was unclear, Subai didn't care. All he knew was that they were the perfect choice for Chu Yoyu. When Chu Yoyu awakened, she was accompanied by a vision, a phoenix's ethereal shadow that amazed everyone. According to the details in these techniques, upon reaching a certain stage of cultivation, the practitioner could enhance their innate talent through nirvana. It was practically a cheat code. It should be noted that Subai's ability to enhance his own talent came from the system granting him this cheat-like ability. However, now there was a technique that, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, could allow one to enhance their talent autonomously. This was no different from having a cheat system. This was truly worthy of belonging to the Phoenix clan. Even the cosmic grade technique Subai himself cultivated couldn't compare to it. His own technique lacked the Phoenix clan's extraordinary ability to elevate talent through nirvana. Without the system, Subai would have been deeply envious. But because of the system, Subai wasn't as envious. Of course, whether it was techniques or martial arts, compatibility was the most crucial factor.
If they were unsuitable, they could lead to adverse effects. In such cases, even lower grade techniques would be better.
After Subai's careful consideration, the Phoenix Clan's techniques and martial arts proved to be unparalleled in terms of compatibility for Chu Yoyu.
Once the teachings were complete, everyone sat cross-legged and began cultivating, absorbing the newly acquired techniques and martial arts. Wang Fugue, Gu Chen, and the others were visibly shocked when they received the techniques and martial arts.
Wild grade? Flood grade? They didn't even understand what these levels represented.
The cultivation techniques and martial skills on Blue Star are all categorized into the 4 levels of Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow, aren't they?
What are these Desolation and Flood levels?
They had never heard of such classifications before. Many people were confused, but Gu Chen's face lit up with a hint of joy. He immediately followed the guidance of the technique and fully operated to absorb the spiritual energy. According to what Gu Chen knew, his grandfather had told him when he was young that the world's cultivation techniques and martial skills were not only divided into the 4 levels of Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. Above these, there were actually 4 more levels: Universe, Flood, Desolation, and Wild. Legend had it that a long time ago, the Gu family actually possessed a Desolation-level cultivation technique and martial skill. However, due to the passage of time and the fact that Blue Star had once experienced an era of declining spiritual energy, that Desolation-level technique and skill had long been lost. The Earth-level technique the Gu family currently practiced was actually just a fragment of the Desolation-level technique. The complete Desolation-level technique had been lost, which was why what remained was only at the Earth level. But never in his wildest dreams did Gu Chen imagine that the Desolation-level technique, something his grandfather had always yearned for, would come into his possession so easily.
What kind of extraordinary opportunity had Brother Bai obtained?
He handed over a Desolation-level technique just like that.
And let's not forget, even an ordinary Heaven-level technique on Blue Star could fetch an astronomical price.
Some rogue cultivators were even willing to pledge allegiance to a family just to acquire a higher-level technique, which clearly demonstrated the importance of cultivation techniques. Generally speaking, as long as it was an Earth-level technique or higher, even if one offered a large fortune in spiritual stones, it would be nearly impossible to buy one. There were countless examples of small families in minor cities rising to prominence solely because they had stumbled upon an Earth-level technique. For ordinary martial artists, an Earth-level technique was already the best they could hope for. As for Heaven-level or higher, they didn't even dare to dream about it. So, when Gu Chen realized that he was actually practicing a Desolation-level technique, he was eager to immediately enter seclusion for several years to focus on his cultivation. The cultivation speed of the Desolation-level technique was astonishing. In just a short period of time, he had achieved what would have taken him hours to accomplish previously.
Feeling this rapid improvement, Gu Chen couldn't help but marvel. He finally understood what it meant to have a game-breaking advantage.
No wonder Brother Bai's cultivation speed was like a rocket, breaking through levels one after another. After practicing for only such a short time, Gu Chen already felt that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Before entering the secret realm, he had just broken through to the junior Martial King realm.
And now, not long after, he could already feel the opportunity to advance to the intermediate Martial King realm? This was simply absurd.
Sensing the instability in his cultivation base, Gu Chen immediately focused all his attention on his practice, hoping to seize the chance to break through to intermediate Martial King in one go. And it wasn't just him, almost everyone realized the extraordinary nature of the technique and began accelerating their own cultivation, drawing in spiritual energy to enhance their strength and aim for higher realms. The spiritual energy rapidly converged into vortexes, gathering around everyone. Subai noticed that the spiritual energy was insufficient, so he took out a few spiritual stones to replenish the supply for everyone. The energy consumption for the Martial King realm wasn't particularly high, and a few spiritual stones were sufficient to provide the needed replenishment. With the aid of the spiritual stones, everyone absorbed spiritual energy at an even faster rate, to the point where they briefly drained the surrounding spiritual energy, resulting in a temporary void of energy.
Breakthrough for me. The most surprising thing was that Gu Chen was the first to break through. With a loud shout, his aura surged dramatically as he began to breach the barrier of his realm. As his aura grew stronger and stronger, a faint cracking sound echoed, and the surging momentum around Gu Chen gradually subsided. Having broken through to the intermediate Martial King realm, he opened his eyes with excitement, basking in the joy of his success. He couldn't believe how effortlessly he had advanced to the intermediate Martial King realm. Such cultivation speed was something even top-tier geniuses might struggle to match. Overjoyed, Gu Chen also felt a deep sense of gratitude toward Brother Bai. Brother Bai, you're practically my savior.
After his breakthrough, he wanted to test out his martial skills. But seeing that everyone around him was still in critical stages of their cultivation, he decided not to disturb them for now. Since he had broken through, the others should be able to as well. After all, everyone present was extraordinary, true experts in their own right. The only one who was also at the junior martial king level like him was Fuguei, whose beast companion had already reached the 5th tier, at least at a grandmaster level. Being surrounded by such a group of experts, Guchen sometimes doubted whether his own talent was good enough. But reality quickly gave him an answer. His S-rank talent really seemed a bit lacking. Shortly after Guchen's breakthrough, the aura of Xiao Xingyuan, who was sitting nearby, also began to surge. Guchen knew he was about to break through too. But, wasn't Xiao Xingyuan someone who had just reached the grandmaster level not long ago? How could he be on the verge of another breakthrough so soon? Gu Chen's own breakthrough was largely due to his previously low cultivation level and the incredible nature of the desolation level technique. It was the combination of these factors that allowed him to ascend a minor realm. But what about Xiao Xingyuan? His breakthrough to the martial king realm had occurred around the same time as Gu Chen's, and he had even advanced to the grandmaster level. Everyone knew that breakthroughs became increasingly difficult at higher levels. For Gu Chen, his breakthrough was possible only because of a perfect alignment of timing, circumstances, and resources. So why was it that breakthroughs seemed so effortless on their side? Gu Chen quickly realized that it wasn't just Xiao Xingyuan, even Wang Fugui and Chu Youyu's auras had suddenly surged, all showing signs of imminent breakthroughs. Seeing this, Gu Chen was utterly shocked. It seemed that this breakthrough had nothing to do with him at all. It was entirely thanks to the cultivation technique provided by Brother Bai, which was simply too powerful. Everyone had only cultivated for a short while before signs of breakthroughs began to appear. Even sister-in-law, a high-level martial king, was on the verge of breaking through. This was a leap in major realms, far more difficult than a minor breakthrough. Yet, with the help of Brother Bai's technique, she was breaking through with ease. If those cultivators outside who had been stuck at the high-level martial king realm for years saw this scene, they would undoubtedly be left speechless in astonishment. Some people remain stuck in the martial king realm their entire lives, unable to take even a single step forward. To know that a grandmaster is the guardian of a province, while a master martial king is the pinnacle of a city's strength, is to understand the significance of such progress. And yet, here they were, only 18 years old, achieving levels that would take others an entire lifetime, a truly shocking reality. Gu Chen stood quietly, observing. Sure enough, Fuguei and Chu Yoyu awakened one after another, having successfully broken through. The three exchanged glances, clearly understanding that each of them had gained something significant. After the two awakened, all their gazes turned toward Xiao Xingyuan, who had not yet awakened. His aura was still steadily rising, showing no signs of stopping, as it grew stronger and stronger. Mid-level Grandmaster. After breaking through a minor realm, Xiao Xingyuan's aura didn't weaken, instead, it surged even more dramatically. Was he planning to break through 2 realms in a row? Gu Chen, Fuguei, and Chu Yoyu held their breaths nervously. Xiao Xingyuan was the one with the highest cultivation level among them and the only one with an SSS grade talent. They had thought breaking through one minor realm was already impressive, but for him, it seemed to be just the beginning. Was this the gap brought about by top-tier talent? While they could only manage one minor breakthrough, Xiao Xingyuan was pushing through 2. As for Su Bai, he was on another level altogether. While they were still at the Martial King and Grandmaster stages, Su Bai had already reached the 9th rank of Martial Emperor. When Xiao Xingyuan broke through 2 consecutive minor realms and ascended to the high-level Grandmaster stage, he finally opened his eyes slowly. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy coursing through his body, he was utterly astonished. Who could have imagined that the cultivation technique casually given by Brother Bai could allow him to break through 2 minor realms in one go, leaving him just 1 step away from the Grandmaster level? This was a speed he had never experienced, not even after awakening his SSS grade talent. With this realization, Xiao Xingyuan's resolve grew even stronger. He was determined to repay Brother Bai, train diligently, and do everything he could to assist him in the future. Seeing that everyone had awakened, Su Bai nodded and said seriously, "My cultivation level won't improve significantly in the short term, so I'm planning to leave the secret realm next. You all should stay in the secret realm to continue honing your combat skills and strive to break through to the Martial Emperor stage before coming out. But be careful in the future and avoid getting too close to the inner areas of the secret realm. Don't worry, Brother Bai. This time was just an accident. From now on, we'll be extra cautious and won't cause you any trouble." Fuguei quickly responded. "Brother Bai, where are you planning to go after leaving?" Gu Chen asked from the side. Su Bai thought for a moment and said, "I'll head home first, then start preparing to break through to the martial emperor stage.
If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be staying in Jiang province for the time being.
Then please be careful on the way, Chu Yoyu said with concern.
Don't worry, Yoyu.
I'll be waiting for you at home, Subai said tenderly, patting Chu Yoyu's head before bidding farewell to everyone.
On the road, Li Xingqi looked curiously at Subai and asked, "Do you have a girlfriend?"
Li Xingqi wasn't a fool. He had quickly noticed that Subai and the girl shared an unusual relationship, and that girl had a rare phoenix sacred body, an even greater blessing than top-tier talent.
However, her current cultivation level wasn't high enough to activate the potential of her sacred body. If she could activate it, her path of cultivation would be filled with boundless possibilities. Even compared to someone as monstrous as Subai, she would only fall slightly short. If she eventually activated her sacred body, she might even surpass Subai's achievements. Yes, she's my fiancé, Chu Yoyu, Subai nodded, not denying it.
You're one lucky guy, to have such an amazing wife, Li Xingqi said with admiration. Despite his own incredible talent, he had never found a companion. He had spent years living with only alchemy as his company, rarely even seeing women, let alone finding a partner.
Jealous? If you're jealous, why don't you find someone? Subai teased, having heard about Li Xingqi's solitary life and guessing that he might indeed be envious.
After all, once the phoenix sacred body was activated, not only the individual but even their partner could benefit greatly.
I'm already old, where would I find someone?
Li Xingqi replied grumpily. But as soon as he said it, he realized something was off.
He had been reborn. Ignoring his mental age, wasn't he still a dashing young man?
Of course, this was just a passing thought.
How could Li Xingqi seriously consider finding someone much younger than him as a partner?
Finding someone young enough to be his granddaughter, just the thought of it felt absurd and unsettling.
After that, the two of them remained silent as they continued on their way.
Once they parted ways, Chu Yoyu and her group obediently returned to the outer region. If it weren't for the treasure-seeking mouse leading the way, they would never have dared to venture into the inner region, let alone approach the core area. But all of this had been for the sake of finding Subai. Now that they had seen him safe and sound, everyone felt relieved. As a ninth realm martial emperor, there was no one below the rank of martial god who could threaten Subai.
For now, they decided
to focus on improving themselves, hoping to reach the martial emperor level soon and perhaps even lend a hand to him in the future. Since they had chosen to participate in the Fire Seed plan, everyone was well aware of the great crisis that would occur in 6 months. Thus, they trained relentlessly, working hard to enhance their strength. In less than a month, everyone's cultivation levels had noticeably progressed. Meanwhile, Subai and Li Xingqi traveled at full speed, quickly reaching the exit of the secret realm. After registering, the two of them stepped through the teleportation gate and returned to Blue Star. Just as Subai had said, he took out his long-unused phone the moment he exited the secret realm and sent a message to his parents, letting them know he was safe and briefly explaining what he had been up to.
Then, he and Li Xingqi headed toward Jiang province.
After breaking through to the ninth realm martial emperor, Subai's spatial abilities had significantly increased in range. He attempted to pinpoint Jiang province's location, and suddenly, a teleportation gate materialized before him.
Li Xingqi stared at the scene in surprise. Just how many secrets was this kid hiding? Spatial abilities were incredibly rare, even in the upper realms.
Being able to teleport a large group of people across thousands of miles in one go, this was practically a walking, human teleportation gate.
If utilized strategically in warfare, it could easily turn the tide of battle.
Before long, Subai and Li Xingqi stepped through the gate and arrived directly in Tianhai City, Jiang province.
Looking at the familiar streets around him, Subai turned to Li Xingqi and asked, "Are you coming home with me?"
"Of course I am. Where else would I go?" Li Xingqi rolled his eyes and replied indignantly.
That's true."
Subai pondered for a moment and realized it made sense. At first, he had thought that Li Xingqi would undoubtedly have to give some sort of explanation when they returned.
But on second thought, since he might eventually
accompany Li Xingqi to the upper realms, it was better to familiarize himself with the situation in advance so as not to make his family worry unnecessarily. Moreover, now that he was back, he should take the opportunity to help his family improve their strength. At the very least, they should have some ability to protect themselves when he wasn't around.
"Dad, Mom, I'm back." Subai stood in front of his family villa and called out loudly.
Having already received his message, Subai's parents were a bit surprised that he had returned so quickly. But they soon recovered from their shock and greeted him with smiles, opening the door to welcome him in. Subai led Li Xingqi into the villa and introduced him to his parents. "Dad, Mom, this is my master, Li Xingqi. He came specifically to visit you too."
Hearing this, Su Xingzhou broke into a wide grin. Stepping forward, he warmly shook Li Xingqi's hand and said, "Thank you, brother Li, for taking care of my son during this time. If there's anything you need, just say the word, and we'll do our best to meet it." Having spent many years navigating the business world, Su Xingzhou had developed a keen eye. Although he couldn't sense Li Xingqi's exact cultivation level, he could immediately tell that this was no ordinary person. Just standing there, Li Xingqi exuded a natural aura of authority. This kind of presence, Su Xingzhou had only ever felt it before from the guardian of Jiang province and that flame emperor himself. In other words, his brat of a son's master was at least a grandmaster, possibly even a martial emperor. Of course, anything beyond the martial emperor level was beyond Su Xingzhou's comprehension. After all, such individuals were far too distant from his world. Knowing that Li Xingqi might be a martial emperor or grandmaster was already impressive enough. "Brother Su, there's no need to be so formal. Since I've taken Su Bai as my disciple, we're practically family. There's no need for such ceremony among family." Li Xingqi glanced at Su Bai, who was wearing an exasperated expression, and couldn't help but feel amused. "Ha, finally, this brat got a taste of his own medicine. He's been using me as a scapegoat all the time, but now I'll teach him who the real master is. Let's see if he dares to disobey me again." "You're right, I was being too formal. Brotherly, please have a seat. If there's anything amiss, don't hesitate to let us know. We're all family here. Honey, it's nearly dinner time. Go prepare some food so Brother Li and I can have a proper drink together." Su Xingzhou cheerfully ushered Li Xingqi to a seat, completely ignoring Su Bai, who was still standing to the side. "So I'm the extra wheel now, huh?" Su Bai looked at the scene before him and suddenly regretted bringing Li Xingqi home. "Son, go grab some ingredients from the fridge." Shi Ying's words snapped Su Bai back to reality. Hearing his mother call for him, Su Bai thought for a moment that someone finally cared about him. But in the next second, she asked him to fetch ingredients from the fridge? Su Bai couldn't help but grumble inwardly, all right, so I'm the fool here after all. Although he felt displeased, Su Bai's actions did not slow down in the slightest. After all, it was rare for him to return home, and he simply wanted to experience the warmth of family life. Despite the small episode involving Li Xingqi, it didn't have much of an impact overall. After all, he was the one who had helped resurrect Li Xingqi, and since then, Li Xingqi had helped him countless times as well. If it weren't for him breaking through the barrier in the secret realm, Su Bai wouldn't have had any chance to obtain those inheritances. Without those, he wouldn't have become the 9th-tier martial emperor he was today. To be honest, having such a master was great, at least he had a reliable backer. And this backer, in his past life, had reached the Saint Sovereign realm, excelling in alchemy and formations. Where else could one find such a rare all-round talent? After dinner, father and son finally had time to sit down and talk. Su Bai thought for a moment and decided to tell his parents about the major event that might happen 6 months later, giving them a heads up in advance. "Wait a second, son. Are you saying that 6 months from now, there will be an all-out war between the human race and the demon race, and their primary target is to kill you?" Su Xingzhou summarized based on the information. "That's right, that's basically the situation," Su Bai confirmed with a nod. "If the demon race is so determined to kill you, you should return to the secret realm and hide there, son. It's too dangerous outside," Shirring said with a hint of fear, unable to imagine her son being targeted. Especially when she heard that her son had been gravely injured by a demon martial emperor during the martial exam, her heart tightened with worry. She had already learned about these incidents online, but hearing her son recount them in person still made her heart ache. Had she known it would be this dangerous, she might have preferred her child to give up martial cultivation and live a safe and peaceful life. "Don't worry, Mom. Let's not even consider whether the demon race will come again or not. Even if they do, I'm not afraid. Your son is a martial emperor now." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Bai instantly revealed his aura. 9th-tier martial emperor. Wow! Su Xingzhou leapt up from his chair, his eyes wide as he stared at the aura his son was emitting. There was no mistake, this aura was very similar to that of Gu Hongyi, the grandfather of Gu Chen, but it even seemed stronger. "Son, you're a martial emperor?" Su Xingzhou's voice trembled with disbelief as he asked. He could hardly believe it. This son of his, who once struggled just to cultivate, had turned his life around after awakening his talent, and in such a short time had broken through to the martial emperor realm. Was this really his son, the one who had once been labeled as a failure? For a moment, Su Xingzhou could scarcely believe his own eyes. It was worth noting that he himself had spent years cultivating to reach the martial king realm, and even a grandmaster was someone he deeply respected. But now his son was telling him he was a martial emperor?
It was as if they had won the lottery. The family's luck was so extraordinary it was hard to believe. However, Su Xingzhou quickly calmed down and began analyzing. No, son. Even though you've become a 9th-tier martial emperor, just like during the martial exam, who knows if the demon race will send another martial emperor to deal with you? You should listen to your mother. Go back to the secret realm for now, and wait until you've broken through to the martial emperor level before coming out again. After the initial shock, Su Xingzhou quickly grew concerned for his son. Such a young 9th-tier martial emperor, if he were part of the demon race and learned of this, he would undoubtedly do everything possible to eliminate Su Bai before he could ascend to the martial emperor level. That said, staying outside now meant facing danger every second. Su Xingzhou only had one son, and he absolutely couldn't let the demon race seize any opportunity. Hearing this, Su Bai shook his head lightly, saying no more. He wouldn't be foolish enough to claim that he could already hold his own against a martial emperor. Without witnessing it firsthand, saying such things would only make him sound like an idiot even to his own parents. Instead, he simply called upon his dependable master. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. My master is a martial emperor. With that, Su Bai motioned for them to look at Li Xingqi. Li Xingqi immediately cooperated, releasing his aura as a martial emperor. A martial emperor? Su Xingzhou stared at Li Xingqi in shock. This aura, there was no mistaking it. It was almost identical to the fate aura emitted by the Flame Emperor, except this one seemed even stronger. Moreover, Su Xingzhou noticed that as soon as the aura appeared, his breathing became labored. Even the slightest bit of pressure unintentionally released by a martial emperor was unbearable for him, a martial king. Thus, Li Xingqi only released his aura for a brief moment before retracting it. Brother Li, you're a martial emperor? Su Xingzhou's voice was filled with astonishment. He had never imagined that his son being a martial emperor was already shocking enough, but to find out that his master was also a martial emperor? Moreover, he had been chatting and laughing with this martial emperor just moments ago, addressing him as a peer, something he wouldn't have even dared to dream of before. Martial emperors were such rare existences in the entire world. Some people might never even meet someone of such stature in their entire lives, yet just now, he had been drinking and chatting with a martial emperor. This was something worth bragging about for a lifetime. Exactly. So, you don't need to worry about the child's safety. With me as his master, I will naturally ensure his protection, Li Xingqi said calmly, dispelling their concerns. Only then did Su Xingzhou let out a sigh of relief. No wonder his son had been progressing so quickly. It turned out he had a martial emperor as his backer. Now it made sense. Shireng, seeing this, also refrained from saying more. Having a martial emperor as her son's protector was far better than him venturing into the secret realm alone. After all, it was said that the Liuli secret realm was full of 8th and 9th rank exotic beasts, any one of which would be more dangerous to encounter than a martial emperor from the demon race. Seeing his parents finally convinced, Su Bai spoke up, Dad, Mom, I have something else I want to discuss with you now that I'm back. What is it? Su Xingzhou asked instinctively. Your current cultivation is only at the martial king level. 6 months from now, the human race will go to full-scale war with the demon race. I want to help you improve your strength so that you can protect yourselves when danger comes. We haven't cultivated in a long time. Don't waste resources on us. Just focus on yourself. Breaking through to martial emperor as soon as possible is the best way to protect us. Su Xingzhou shook his head, refusing to let his son waste resources on them. Don't say that. It's the child's intention, Shireng interjected, casting a stern glance at him. Mom's right. This is also my wish. These resources are of no use to me, so, Dad, just accept them, Su Bai said firmly. As he spoke, Su Bai retrieved another ring from his spatial ring and handed it to his father. Inside were spiritual stones and resources sufficient to cultivate them to the Grandmaster level, possibly even the Martial Sovereign level. However, how far they could ultimately progress would depend on their luck and effort. His parents' talent wasn't particularly high, both were graded at B level. With ample resources, reaching the Grandmaster level wouldn't be a problem, but ascending to Martial Sovereign would be much harder. Without additional opportunities, breaking through to Martial Sovereign might be impossible. However, Su Bai had consulted the system about this, and surprisingly, it provided a solution. The system's marketplace sold talent pills. For those with talent below A level, consuming one could raise their grade by 1 level. For A level or above, the pill had no effect. So far, this was the only pill Su Bai had found that could improve talent. When he asked the system about improving talent above A level, it replied that higher-grade talent pills were not yet unlocked and would only become available when specific conditions were met. When he inquired about how to unlock them, the system remained silent. Left with no other choice, Su Bai purchased 2 talent pills without further hesitation. After all, the system had assured him that these pills would eventually be unlocked. Waiting until then to buy more wouldn't be too late. Besides, an item that could directly enhance talent would undoubtedly cause a sensation if it were ever put on the market. Everyone believed that talent was innate and that once it awakened, it determined one's destiny. Those with poor talent would find it extremely difficult to achieve greatness. Yet this pill shattered that belief. It could actually improve talent through consumption. Who would believe such a thing? Fortunately, the pills weren't expensive. With Subai's current wealth, purchasing two was a breeze. So, with cultivation techniques, ample resources, and talent pills, if his father still couldn't reach the martial sovereign level, then he truly would be a lost cause. At the very least, they should be able to reach the Grandmaster level within 6 months. Although there would still be a gap before reaching martial sovereign, they would at least be able to protect themselves. Su Xingzhou looked at the spatial ring in his son's hand, feeling a mix of emotions. After a moment of hesitation, he finally reached out and accepted the ring. After all, his son was right. Only by becoming stronger could one protect their family in this chaotic world. If one day he and his wife were to fall into danger, it would undoubtedly affect their son as well. With this thought in mind, Su Xingzhou made up his mind. No matter what, even if not for himself, he had to work hard for his son's sake. He could not hold him back. Seeing his father accept the ring, Subai finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that his father's pride might prevent him from accepting the resources no matter what. Thankfully, his mother had stepped in to help, otherwise, he would have had to put in much more effort persuading him. After receiving the spatial ring, Subai prepared to start teaching his parents cultivation techniques and martial skills. Since their talent wasn't exceptional, Subai didn't choose techniques that were too advanced. Heaven-tier techniques would be more than sufficient. After selecting the most suitable techniques and martial skills, Subai instructed his parents to sit down and advised them not to resist what was to come. Once everything was explained, Subai began the teaching process. Heaven-tier techniques were relatively simple and didn't take long to impart. Heaven-tier techniques? Su Xingzhou couldn't help but exclaim in shock. But he quickly reasoned it out. Since his son was already at the martial sovereign level, it made sense for him to gift them heaven-tier techniques. An 18-year-old martial sovereign with access to heaven-tier techniques was entirely reasonable. Seeing his parents awaken from the transmission process, Subai handed them 2 pills. "Dad, Mom, take these pills. They will enhance your talent." Although Su Xingzhou and Shireng were puzzled, they trusted their son and took the pills without hesitation. As soon as they consumed the pills, a warm current surged through their bodies, coursing along their meridians. Years of accumulated impurities began to be expelled through their pores. Before long, the two were enveloped by impurities, transforming into figures that resembled clay statues, emitting a foul odor. Although Su Xingzhou was surprised by the changes in his body, what he couldn't tolerate was the pungent stench. "I can't stand this anymore, husband, I'm taking a shower first." Shireng reacted swiftly, rushing toward the bathroom. Appearing like this in front of their son would be far too embarrassing. Su Xingzhou also noticed the increasing impurities on his body and found the smell unbearable, so he followed Shireng, preparing to shower as well. "What are you doing coming in here?" Shireng was about to close the door when Su Xingzhou reached out and stopped her. "We've been married for so long, what haven't we seen?" Su Xingzhou looked nonchalant and pushed open the bathroom door, ready to enter. "Our son is still here." Shireng held the bathroom door firmly, refusing to let him in. "Mom, Dad, I have to go. Lord Yen Emperor has summoned me for something urgent, so I need to head to the capital," Subai said, glancing at his phone and tactfully interrupting their interaction. With such affectionate parents, the child clearly didn't have the energy to put up with much more. Not wanting to linger in his parents' sweet entanglement, Subai, after receiving the important message, prepared to leave Jiang province for the capital. Shireng poked her head out of the bathroom in an attempt to keep him. "Son, how long have you been back, and now you're leaving again?" But the living room was already empty. Subai and Li Xingqi had long disappeared. "This child, he's grown up and hardly stays home anymore," Shireng sighed, shaking her head, about to say something else, only to be pulled into the bathroom by Su Xingzhou. On the road, Li Xingqi shot Subai a peculiar look, as if trying to scrutinize him thoroughly. A pill that could enhance talent? Even in the upper realm, such a thing was unheard of. All he knew was that certain rare natural treasures could slightly improve talent, but never to this degree of potency. These treasures were incredibly rare, even a single one could trigger a fierce battle. In all his years of life, he had never encountered one. Most people believed that talent, once determined, was immutable. Now, with the emergence of a pill that could enhance talent, it was difficult for him to believe. From what he had gathered recently, Li Xingqi was certain that Subai wasn't lying. After all, he had personally witnessed the changes in Subai's parents' bodies. For two martial kings of their age to achieve a level of purification akin to washing the marrow and cleansing the tendons, this wasn't something an ordinary pill could accomplish. Moreover, the impurities expelled from their bodies had practically cleaned out every bit of filth inside them. He had never seen a pill capable of thoroughly eliminating internal impurities. Thus, Li Xingqi's strange gaze fixed on Subai at this moment was entirely understandable. After all, even if he had been a pill saint at the sacred sovereign level in his past life, he had never heard of a pill that could directly enhance someone's talent. Talent was innate, changing it later was almost impossible. But now, he had personally witnessed it in the lower realm. This was no different from seeing a ghost. Perhaps the only difference was that ghosts might actually exist, whereas such a pill should never have appeared here. Why are you staring at me like that? Subai, made uneasy by Li Xingqi's peculiar gaze, checked himself to ensure there was nothing unusual before asking. It's nothing. Li Xingqi shook his head coldly, pretending as if nothing had happened. But just as Subai turned away, Li Xingqi muttered under his breath, "What a freak." His voice was so low it was almost inaudible, as if he were afraid someone might hear him. Subai naturally heard it clearly, but he merely smiled and didn't take it to heart. The two arrived outside Jiang Province City, preparing to activate the teleportation portal using precise positioning. Suddenly, the scenery before them shifted, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a void-like space. Seeing this familiar scene, both Subai and Li Xingqi couldn't help but shudder, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. At that moment, a sinister laugh echoed through the dark space. He he he. Now that you've entered my judgment space, you'd better start thinking about whether you want to leave behind any final words. I'll be sure to deliver them for you. The Demon Clan's martial king, Ruiyu, observed Subai and Li Xingqi from above with a smug expression, having trapped them within his judgment space. A few days before, the Demon Clan had sent him to assassinate this human genius, Subai. If he succeeded, he would advance to Martial Emperor. For Ruiyu, who had long been stuck at the 9th rank of Martial King, this was too tempting an opportunity. The target was a human genius at the master level. The Demon Clan's experts would temporarily block the Heavenly Dao's detection, and he only needed to kill the target within the designated time and escape unscathed. To ensure the mission's success, they had even given him a treasure capable of pulling opponents into a space of his own creation. As long as the opponent's cultivation level wasn't higher than his, he would be invincible within that space. Unless his opponent was strong enough to destroy the space itself, there was no way to defeat him. Taking down a mere human master was as easy as pie. At this thought, Ruiyu couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Who would have thought he'd land such an easy job? The target was merely a minor grandmaster, someone he could easily eliminate with a flick of his hand. However, why was the target accompanied by someone completely devoid of cultivation? Ruiyu scrutinized Li Xingqi, who was standing beside him. If it weren't for Li Xingqi deliberately releasing his aura, Ruiyu would never have discerned his true cultivation level. Until now, he had assumed Li Xingqi was just an ordinary person with no cultivation. After all, the mission's target was merely a grandmaster. How could it be possible for a martial emperor to be guarding him at all times? He had even chosen to wait until the two stepped outside the city to launch his attack, ensuring no one could come to their aid and guaranteeing absolute success. Thus, upon seeing Li Xingqi, Ruiyu didn't think much of it. Instead, he felt the mission was so easy that he decided to toy with them, leading to the earlier scene. At this moment, Li Xingqi and Subai locked eyes within the confined space. The instant they were pulled into this space, both of them were reminded of unpleasant memories. However, after calming down, they quickly noticed the anomalies. With their levels of strength, it was effortless for them to see through this fabricated space and detect Ruiyu lurking in the shadows. Ruiyu's cultivation level was nearly that of a martial king, utterly beneath Li Xingqi's notice. Having just endured torment within the legacy space without yet avenging himself, Li Xingqi was now facing an assassination attempt by this man. It was impossible not to be reminded of the horrifying experience of being manipulated. In his mind, Li Xingqi had already sentenced Ruiyu to death and immediate execution. Before Ruiyu could utter another word, Li Xingqi unleashed his true strength without reservation. With a casual wave of his hand, a powerful attack shot out like a bolt of lightning, swiftly striking the seemingly indestructible spatial barrier. In an instant, cracking sounds echoed incessantly, as if the entire world was being torn apart in that moment. The once pitch-black judgment space was forcefully punctured by this surge of energy, creating a gaping hole. The hole, resembling shattered glass, quickly spread its cracks. Countless tiny fissures sprawled out like a spider web, extending across the entire space. As time passed, the cracks multiplied and deepened until the entire space collapsed completely. At this critical moment, Rueyu, who had been hiding, finally revealed himself, appearing in front of Su Bai and Li Xingqi. At first glance, Rueyu seemed no different from an ordinary person. However, upon closer inspection, his peculiar traits became apparent. His ears were long and pointed, slightly tilted upward like those of a fox, giving him a lively yet cunning appearance. Even more striking was the fluffy tail sprouting from his back. It was seamlessly integrated with his body, as though it had been there since birth. The tail's soft and dense fur swayed gently with his movements, appearing both playful and endearing. But at this moment, Rueyu's face was filled with bewilderment as he stared at Su Bai and Li Xingqi, as if he had just witnessed something utterly inconceivable. How is this possible? How could my judgment space be broken so easily? What shocked Rueyu even more, though, was how the person he had assumed was powerless suddenly erupted with strength far beyond the martial king realm. A martial emperor. Rueyu couldn't help but exclaim, quickly covering his mouth to stifle the sound. Realizing the dire situation, he prepared to escape while they were still distracted. There was no way he could afford to provoke these two. At this moment, Su Bai also released the aura of a ninth-stage martial king. Rueyu's eyes widened in disbelief, and he made up his mind to flee immediately. He silently cursed the people who had sent him on this mission. What kind of nonsense is this about a grandmaster? Open your eyes and look. This is no grandmaster. One martial king paired with a martial emperor. This wasn't a situation even a martial emperor could handle easily. At best, one could stall for time until reinforcements arrived, but eventually, they would still be overpowered. Who in the world told me the target of this mission was just a grandmaster? Where is the so-called grandmaster? There's a towering martial emperor standing right here, and you're telling me the target was only a minor grandmaster? Realizing the intelligence was egregiously wrong, Rueyu tried to turn and flee. However, a piercing gaze swept over him, and his body froze in place against his will. I'm finished. Rueyu's heart sank sharply as a chill coursed through his entire being. His eyes widened with terror, and his face was filled with panic as he desperately tried to flee from this place. But no matter how hard he tried, his body felt as though it had been nailed to the ground, completely immobile. His legs were fixed in place, refusing to budge. At the same time, Li Xingqi began walking toward Rueyu with slow, deliberate steps, each one heavy and measured, as if stamping on Rueyu's very soul. The sound of his footsteps echoed through the silence like a death knell, ringing incessantly in Rueyu's ears and causing his heartbeat to race as though it might leap out of his throat. Seeing Li Xingqi drawing closer step by step, Rueyu grew even more frantic. Before Li Xingqi could strike, he shouted in terror, "Wait!" Li Xingqi heard this but paid no heed. With a mere wave of his hand, an invisible force surged forth like a whirlwind, grabbing Rueyu's neck from a distance. Rueyu instantly felt his breath cut off. His throat was clamped shut as if by iron pincers, making it impossible to utter another sound. Immediately, Li Xingqi raised his arm, and Rueyu's body, like a kite with a broken string, was suddenly lifted into the air, suspended mid-air. Rueyu's legs flailed wildly in the air, and his hands desperately tried to break free from the invisible grip tightening around his neck, but it was all in vain. Li Xingqi's face remained as cold as frost, his gaze unwavering as he stared at Rueyu, who was struggling frantically in midair. His arm clenched tighter. A crisp crack echoed through the air. Rueyu's flailing hands suddenly lost all strength and limply dropped. His body, as if drained of all support, fell heavily from midair, crashing onto the ground with a loud thud. Li Xingqi waved his hand, and Rueyu, who lay motionless on the ground, vanished without a trace, as if he'd never existed. Su Bai helplessly spread his hands, thinking, why are there always people so eager to seek death? Seeing Li Xingqi swiftly resolve the fight, Su Bai immediately reached out to summon a portal. This time, nothing went wrong. Once the portal stabilized, Su Bai and Li Xingqi stepped through together, teleporting back to the capital. Meanwhile, at the location where Su Bai had been ambushed, a hidden troop behind the trees stared in shock at the direction Su Bai had disappeared. The troop, led by a grandmaster, had happened to pass by. Witnessing the two vanish and reappear, they realized the seemingly ordinary pair consisted of a martial emperor and a martial king. What shocked them even more was that the fox-like humanoid was also a martial king. Then, Li Xingqi, as casually as crushing an ant, effortlessly annihilated the beast-tribe martial king, leaving the opponent almost no chance to resist. The entire process took less than a minute, yet it left them in stunned silence, unable to recover for a long time. It wasn't until Su Bai and Li Xingqi had left that the group finally snapped out of their daze. The scene had been too shocking. To them, achieving the rank of martial king was an incredibly difficult feat. But the powerful figure before them had been defeated as easily as squashing an ant. The shock was akin to seeing pigs fall from the sky. Wait, I think I've seen that young man somewhere before, someone in the crowd suddenly said. Now that you mention it, I feel like the young man next to that strong figure looks really familiar too. I've definitely seen him somewhere, another person chimed in. Ah, I remember now. Isn't he this year's martial exam champion, Subai? Subai? The one who defeated everyone single-handedly in the martial exam finals? Wait, no, I remember he was just a grandmaster back then, but the aura from that guy just now was clearly that of a martial king. They can't be the same person, right? Someone questioned. I heard some rumors saying his talent is at a legendary level. For someone like that to break through to martial king in such a short time. This isn't just talent anymore, it's monstrous. Subai naturally noticed the presence of others nearby, but seeing that they were humans, he paid them no mind and directly activated the portal to leave. When the Flame Emperor had contacted him earlier, the message seemed urgent, as if someone important wanted to meet him. For the Flame Emperor to personally relay a message, the person in question was undoubtedly also a martial emperor. Moreover, the fact that the Flame Emperor had received word so quickly after Subai had just emerged suggested it was likely a pressing matter. Through the portal, Subai and Li Xingqi arrived outside the capital city and transformed into two streaks of light, heading straight for the city. It wasn't that Subai didn't want to set the portal to the final destination, but his spatial talent, which allowed him to teleport long distances at will, was simply too conspicuous. The distance from outside the city to inside was short, and walking there was quick enough. Upon reaching the city walls, Subai gave his name, and someone immediately stepped forward to escort the two of them to their destination. The escort happened to be an acquaintance who had guided them before. Recognizing Li Xingqi as Subai's mentor, the escort led them straight to the Flame Emperor's residence. Subai was brought to a residence, feeling a bit puzzled. Is this a private matter? The last time the Flame Emperor had summoned him, it was to the headquarters of the Capital Security Bureau. But this time, it seemed more urgent, yet they had come to a private residence. Subai's thoughts began to stir. Subai and Li Xingqi were led into the residence, and soon they saw the Flame Emperor sitting in the hall, sipping tea at a table. Beside him was a completely unfamiliar figure, and the two seemed to be deep in conversation. The Flame Emperor appeared to sense Subai's arrival. Turning around with a smile, he said, "Ah, Xiaosu, you're here. Come over, let me introduce someone to you." He waved at Subai, and the person beside him also turned their gaze towards Subai, studying him closely. Li Xingqi stood quietly beside Subai, saying nothing. After all, this matter didn't concern him, so why bother? Come, let me make introductions. This is none other than the legendary master of the treasure pavilion, Li Changqing. I heard he ventured into the netherworld and has just returned. He's heard of your feats and was eager to meet you, which is why I called you here specially, the Flame Emperor said, pulling Subai closer as he introduced them. Then, he introduced Subai to Li Changqing. This is the Subai I've been telling you about. He's exceptionally gifted, a once-in-a-millennium genius. Li Changqing scrutinized Subai carefully and slowly nodded. Indeed, he seemed extraordinary. This kid's realm was so profound that even he, an 8th-rank martial emperor, couldn't see through it. It was truly intriguing. Suddenly, the Flame Emperor seemed to recall something and turned to ask Subai, "Why did you come out of the secret realm so quickly? Did you encounter any trouble?" He had just received news today that Subai had exited the secret realm. He was planning to ask for details when he coincidentally learned that Li Changqing had returned from the Nine Netherland a few days prior and wanted to meet Subai. Thus, he had invited him to the capital. But considering the distance from Jiang province to the capital, even at full speed, it should take at least dozens of minutes. Yet, Subai had arrived in less than 10 minutes. The speed was simply unbelievable. Subai didn't respond verbally, he silently revealed his realm. 9th-rank martial king. Everyone was stunned. Li Changqing looked at the Flame Emperor suspiciously and found the latter equally confused, which made him even more puzzled. Wasn't Subai just at the Grandmaster level? How could this aura of a 9th-rank martial king be explained? Not only was Li Changqing perplexed, but the Flame Emperor was completely dumbfounded as well. He clearly remembered that Subai was still a Grandmaster before entering the secret realm. How had his realm surged to the 9th-rank martial king in just a few days? Could the glazed secret realm truly harbor miraculous opportunities that allowed for such a massive leap in such a short time? Was there really such a fortuitous event? The Flame Emperor's mind was flooded with questions. After all, it had taken him several years to break through from Grandmaster to Martial King. But this Subai before his eyes had accomplished it in mere days. His talent was simply defying all logic. For the first time, the Flame Emperor felt a twinge of self-doubt, realizing how far his own talent lagged behind Subai's.
You've broken through to the 9th rank Martial King? The Flame Emperor asked in disbelief. That's right. I happened to gain an opportunity within the secret realm, and now I am indeed a 9th rank Martial King, Subai nodded, explaining concisely. Hearing this, the Flame Emperor was even more shocked. Previously, the human race had sent many people to explore the glazed secret realm, but none had reaped any significant rewards. The only valuable item brought back was the 9-treasure glazed tower. They had even sent himself to investigate, but he hadn't encountered the opportunities that Sword Saint had spoken of. He had almost started doubting whether such opportunities even existed in the secret realm. But now, Subai's explosive increase in realm made it clear to him that the glazed secret realm did indeed conceal extraordinary opportunities, and they were incredibly rare and valuable. Otherwise, how could Subai, in just a few days, reach the Martial King level? This short period of advancement was equivalent to years, even decades, of effort for an ordinary person. It was almost inconceivable. However, now that Subai had already broken through to Martial King, it was time to inform him about that matter. Good, very good. As expected, I didn't misjudge you, the Flame Emperor exclaimed in admiration. Li Changqing, hearing this, roughly pieced together the situation. He glanced at Subai again, his eyes now tinged with appreciation. Impressive. No wonder the Flame Emperor had been strongly recommending this young man for that responsibility. It seemed he had made the right choice. The Flame Emperor hesitated for a moment before speaking. Xiaosu, now that you've reached the Martial King level, there's something I need to tell you. I had planned to wait until later, but it seems you're already qualified to know now. It's not my place to explain. I'll let him tell you. The Flame Emperor gestured for Li Changqing to explain. Li Changqing immediately adopted a serious expression and said, this time, during my trip to the 9 Netherland, besides bringing back some spoils, I also acquired something very special. With that, he raised his hand, and a seemingly ordinary stone tablet appeared before everyone. Before anyone could ask questions, he continued, when I first obtained it, I also thought it was just an ordinary stone. But as I approached it, a voice suddenly echoed in my mind, instructing me to drip blood onto the tablet. I followed the instruction. The moment my blood touched the tablet, it was instantly absorbed, and then a segment of memory about the stone tablet emerged in my mind. This stone tablet is a unique artifact capable of connecting various worlds across the universe. Each world has only one such tablet. The person who drips blood onto the tablet establishes a connection with it, enabling them to enter the battlefield of myriad worlds. Here's the key point: entering the battlefield of myriad worlds doesn't involve your physical body. Instead, your soul separates and enters that space. If your soul is injured or even perishes in the battlefield of myriad worlds, you'll need some time to recover before you can re-enter. Li Changqing paused briefly before continuing. At that time, I was merely testing it. Following the instructions, I established a connection with the stone tablet and the battlefield of myriad worlds. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a completely unfamiliar place. After some time of investigation, I finally managed to roughly figure out what the battlefield of myriad realms truly is. He recalled his experiences there, his voice filled with excitement. I uncovered an unexpected piece of information. Blue Star was once one of the interstellar overlords 10,000 years ago. However, due to an accident, Blue Star was shattered, its heavenly Tao fell silent, and it entered an era of declining laws. And Mercury, which once stood alongside Blue Star, remains an interstellar overlord to this day, far surpassing the myriad realms in power. Interestingly enough, it's quite ironic. Blue Star and Mercury originally share the same origin, and the true rulers of Mercury are also humans, but their situation is worlds apart from ours. Returning to the battlefield of myriad realms, it's a very peculiar place. From what I've gathered, there are levels beyond the Martial Emperor. However, the battlefield of myriad realms restricts power levels to a maximum of Martial Emperor. No matter how strong you are, upon entering, your strength will be suppressed to the Martial Emperor level. Thus, the strongest individuals in the battlefield of myriad realms are at the Martial Emperor level, though, of course, the strength gap between Martial Emperors can still be significant. It is said that the levels beyond Martial Emperor are divided into Saint, Saint King, Saint Emperor, Saint Sovereign, Quasi-Deity, Half-Deity, and Martial Deity, with each level further divided into 9 tiers. I also looked into it. Blue Star's current highest level is only Martial Emperor, likely because Blue Star is still slowly recovering. The heavenly Tao has not yet restored itself to a state capable of supporting higher levels of existence. Only when the heavenly Tao returns to its peak from 10,000 years ago will it be able to accommodate beings of higher levels. Though it is called the battlefield of myriad realms, over the years it has become more of a hub for interaction and trade among the myriad realms. Moreover, the battlefield of myriad realms is full of endless opportunities.
There are rumors of people discovering martial deity inheritances here, propelling them to become powerful figures in their respective realms. There are also many precious resources here, like spirit stone veins and such, making it resemble a giant secret realm. The things obtained in the battlefield of myriad realms can even be brought back to reality, though the exact conditions for this are unclear to me. I used to think I was pretty formidable, but after entering the battlefield of myriad realms, I realized just how many strong individuals there are.
Once, while I was searching for opportunities, I was killed and had my treasures stolen, resulting in me being kicked out of the battlefield of myriad realms. That experience made me decide to return.
Li Changqing had disappeared in the 9 Netherlands for a period of time, leading everyone outside to believe that the master of the treasure pavilion had perished. Unexpectedly, he had such an extraordinary adventure. Su Bai was equally shocked upon hearing this. He hadn't expected that something could connect the myriad realms and even allow items from within to be brought out. This would provide him with the chance to gain prior knowledge of the upper realm, sparing him from being completely clueless when the time came. He discreetly glanced at Li Xingqi beside him, exchanging a look that confirmed the truth. The battlefield of myriad realms did indeed exist.
Then why did you call me here? What do you want me to do?
Su Bai asked, as though he had already guessed the answer, yet feigned ignorance. We were initially planning to have you improve your cultivation level first, but you've already met the requirements.
We hope you can enter
the battlefield of myriad realms to seek opportunities and help strengthen the human race, Li Changqing said with a serious expression.
Su Bai pondered for a moment before agreeing. All right.
He didn't have much to do anyway, and getting a prior understanding of the upper realm sounded like a great idea. Besides, it was said that the battlefield of myriad realms was brimming with countless opportunities, far surpassing those of ordinary secret realms. There were inheritances of martial deities to be found there. If obtaining a quasi-deity inheritance had already made him this strong, he couldn't even begin to imagine the power of a martial deity inheritance. Truthfully, he had almost reached his limits on Blue Star, with only his cultivation level yet to break through. If he could enter the battlefield of myriad realms, it would undoubtedly be easier to advance beyond Martial Emperor than through painstaking cultivation on Blue Star. What made it even more advantageous was the strange rule of the battlefield of myriad realms. No matter how high your cultivation level, entering would suppress you to the Martial Emperor level. This meant that the gap between him and the other powerhouses wouldn't be as vast. Although he had previously been able to injure martial emperors with a single strike, experts from other worlds were different. Their martial arts techniques and skills might not be inferior to his own, so he would need to be cautious. He might be able to handle first or second tier martial emperors, but he would have to avoid those at the third tier or higher. Fortunately, he had someone from Mercury beside him, who undoubtedly knew more about the battlefield of myriad realms than most. Coupled with the assistance of Li Xingqi, Su Bai wasn't overly concerned. Seeing Su Bai agree, Li Changqing felt a greater sense of approval towards him. Good. Since you're willing to give it a try, start preparing to enter the battlefield of myriad realms as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. After returning, Li Changqing immediately sought out the Flame Emperor to understand the situation. From the Flame Emperor, he learned that the demon race would launch a full-scale war against the human race in 6 months. He didn't know what had transpired during his absence or why the demon race was so eager to go to war, but now he understood clearly that the human race was already in a dire crisis. If the Sword Saint were still around, the demon race wouldn't dare act so arrogantly. But the Sword Saint vanished years ago, and even they have no clue of his whereabouts. Over the years, through continuous probing, the demon race had long confirmed the Sword Saint's absence. Yet, the shadow of fear the Sword Saint left behind kept them from launching a full-scale invasion. Now, with Su Bai's celestial-grade talent emerging once more, the demon race cannot tolerate the rise of a second Sword Saint among the humans. Having failed to locate the Sword Saint all these years, they have decided to launch a massive invasion. They had hoped to preemptively eliminate Su Bai by signing an agreement. However, even with the Martial Emperor taking personal action, they failed, bound instead by the Heaven's Path Covenant, which restricts any action against Su Bai for 6 months. Li Changqing knew that even with his return, he could do little to help. The demon race's number of martial emperors far outstrips that of the human race. Even if he were included, they could at most hold off 2 martial emperors, no more. Moreover, Li Changqing's soul was temporarily damaged, making it impossible for him to enter the world battlefield. The Flame Emperor and the few martial emperors within their territory were occupied maintaining order and could not disengage. All the human martial emperors were overwhelmingly busy, leaving no one available to explore the world battlefield. Thus, the responsibility could only fall on the martial monarch, in this case, Subai.
My master also wants to go to the world battlefield. Is that okay?
Subai pointed to Li Xingqi, who stood beside him, and asked.
Your master?
Li Changqing looked at Li Xingqi beside Subai with confusion, then turned his gaze to the Flame Emperor, seeking an explanation.
Noticing Li Changqing's puzzlement, the Flame Emperor slapped his own forehead and said, Look at me.
I forgot to introduce him earlier.
This is Subai's master.
He's been protecting Subai during this time. His strength should be on par with mine, also at the Martial Emperor level.
Martial Emperor?
Li Changqing murmured, his voice tinged with doubt. He was certain he had no recollection of any Martial Emperor who looked like Li Xingqi. That meant this Martial Emperor must have emerged after his departure.
But that couldn't be right.
The Flame Emperor had said their strength was comparable, which implied this wasn't a newly ascended
Martial Emperor.
Otherwise, no matter how much one trained, it would be impossible to rival the Flame Emperor in such a short time. This could only mean that the man before him was a hidden master. One must understand, with humanity's vast population, it was inevitable that more martial emperors had emerged beyond those publicly known. Some individuals chose to conceal themselves after their breakthroughs, while others had ascended to the martial emperor level during the chaotic times before order was restored. These individuals then hid away, living quiet, low-profile lives. There were quite a few such masters. From what Li Changqing knew, several hidden clans had martial emperors among them, but these clans avoided interacting with official channels and simply wished for peaceful lives. Li Changqing and the others dared not pressure these people. If they could avoid causing trouble, that was already a blessing. If pushed too hard, internal strife combined with external threats would make life even harder for the human race. But judging by the person in front of him, he didn't seem to be from any of those clans. The elders of such families rarely made appearances.
Of course, he can.
In principle, the steel doesn't limit the number of participants any number of people can enter. Li Changqing nodded, not rejecting the request. If another martial emperor could enter the world battlefield to explore, that would be fantastic. If they could find an opportunity there, the fate of Blue Star might be rewritten. Then prepare yourselves quickly. Once you enter the world battlefield, your physical bodies will remain on Blue Star.
I will leave the steel here, and there will be people dedicated to guarding it, Li Changqing said, gesturing toward the steel.
If you find any opportunities at the level of a sacred king or higher, be extremely cautious. Just bringing such treasures back would be considered a success. Whether it's cultivation methods or combat techniques, anything you bring back will be of enormous benefit to our entire human race.
I'm counting on you,
Li Changqing said with a solemn tone, heavily patting Subai on the shoulder. Ever since learning that there were realms beyond the martial emperor, Li Changqing had been plagued with anxiety. Especially after encountering traces of the demon race within the world battlefield, along with several other familiar races, some of which had previously invaded Blue Star. This meant that the demon race had always sent invaders of martial emperor level. Why? Perhaps Blue Star could currently only withstand the presence of martial emperors, with higher level beings being rejected by the Heaven's Path. If, in the future, Blue Star's Heaven's Path fully recovered, the demon race might send even stronger sacred beings or sacred kings to invade. The only silver lining was that, according to his investigations, most were unaware of Blue Star's existence. The information he had painstakingly gathered contained only one or two vague references to Blue Star and Mercury. It seemed that most worlds didn't consider Blue Star worthy of attention, only a few among the demon race knew of it and cooperated in secret. From what he had learned, the lionmen, werewolves, and demonic races, their strongest members only reached the level of sacred sovereign, with one suspected to have achieved the quasi-god realm. A race possessing a quasi-god would already be considered powerful within the myriad worlds. Generally, a sacred sovereign could already establish dominance within a single realm.
A quasi-god? Even more so, they could essentially rule an entire domain.
Above them are the demigods, belonging to the top-tier forces that span across multiple realms, existences that most dare not provoke. As for those forces with the presence of martial gods, there's no need to even mention them. They are no longer comparable to ordinary forces and are universally referred to as sacred lands. In the myriad worlds, there are only 3 known sacred lands, and the human race is one of them. At first, when Li Changqing heard that the human race was one of the 3 sacred lands, he felt quite pleased. He hadn't expected that humans existed in other worlds and were this powerful.
Didn't that mean the crisis that Blue Star was currently facing might be resolved with just a word?
With this thought in mind, Li Changqing went to the battlefield of myriad worlds to seek out the human race, hoping someone might help. However, as soon as he met them, the moment they learned he was from Blue Star, they immediately displayed a look of disdain. Later, he approached several groups of people, but the results were the same. Their initially friendly attitudes turned hostile in an instant, and some even drew their weapons, ready to attack. Luckily, Li Changqing was well trained and quick to react. The moment he sensed danger, he fled immediately. He encountered such situations more than once. From that point on, Li Changqing completely gave up hope and no longer expected help from the human race of other worlds. Suddenly recalling something, his expression darkened as he hurriedly added, "Once inside, don't reveal your identity. Absolutely don't say you're from Blue Star. Remember that." Subai looked at Li Changqing, a bit puzzled, but still nodded in agreement. "Understood. But, the techniques and martial skills you were talking about, are these what you meant?" As he spoke, a few bamboo scrolls suddenly appeared in Subai's hands. The scrolls were like books, containing records of techniques and martial skills. By infusing spiritual energy into them, one could learn the contents, though the number of uses was limited. These bamboo scrolls were something Subai had prepared before leaving the secret realm. Having acquired the inheritance of a quasi-divine realm powerhouse, he decided to use the surplus techniques and martial skills he had obtained to help strengthen the human race's top fighters, ensuring better protection for Blue Star. Initially, he was still looking for an opportunity to present them. Unexpectedly, Li Changqing had brought up the topic himself, which perfectly aligned with Subai's intentions. After all, who would have thought that he had managed to obtain the inheritance of a quasi-divine realm powerhouse in the glazed secret realm? Even the powerful sword saint from before was never rumored to have left behind techniques or martial skills surpassing the heavenly rank. Or perhaps, like Li Xingqi, he had only obtained a portion of the inheritance? This was Subai's reasoning, and he felt it was the most plausible explanation. As for why there were no techniques above the heavenly rank on Blue Star, if it weren't for Li Xingqi's ability to unlock the ruins barriers, even the strongest martial emperor on Blue Star wouldn't have been able to breach them. Of course, it wasn't entirely impossible for someone to have stumbled upon techniques beyond the heavenly rank by sheer luck. However, if they did, they would likely keep it hidden, unwilling to easily share it. After all, no one wanted to invite trouble. Thus, even if someone on Blue Star possessed desolate grade or even flood grade techniques, they were exceedingly rare, and it was possible that no one would ever find out in their lifetime. People are inherently selfish. Even if a martial emperor acquired higher level techniques, they would likely keep them a secret. It was also possible that such techniques had been passed down through a family for thousands of years, though the probability of this was extremely low. Let alone thousands of years after Blue Star had gone through the era of declining spirituality, where spiritual energy nearly vanished, the value of these techniques had greatly diminished. Even preserving the continuity of inheritance was a challenge. When Li Changqing and the Flame Emperor Yan Lin saw Subai suddenly produce several bamboo scrolls, they were visibly taken aback, their eyes filled with confusion. Li Changqing noticed Yan Lin's equally puzzled expression, which only deepened his own bewilderment. He had just explained it clearly, there were many levels beyond the martial emperor, and what they needed now were techniques and martial skills above the heavenly rank. Yet here Subai was, casually pulling out a few bamboo scrolls right after he finished speaking. Could it be that he intended to claim these scrolls contained the high-level techniques he'd been talking about? And not only did he produce them, but he also brought out multiple scrolls at once? This wasn't a supermarket shelf where you could just grab whatever you wanted. Yan Lin hesitated for a moment before accepting the bamboo scrolls Subai handed over. Though his instincts told him this was highly unlikely to be real, after all, even he had only heard rumors about techniques beyond the heavenly rank, and those were just legends. On Blue Star, the highest realm currently achievable was the Martial Emperor, and heavenly rank techniques were already sufficient to allow most to break through to that level. But the accounts Li Changqing brought back from the netherworld domain had instilled a strong sense of crisis in him. Facing the demonic race was like facing a formidable enemy. And now, knowing that these demons were merely a small branch of the myriad worlds? With such limited power, they already had to tread cautiously. The thought of encountering even stronger races was daunting. Li Changqing had also mentioned that the reason Blue Star only had martial emperors was because the planet's capacity was capped at that level. But what if that limit were broken? What if Saint level, Saint King level, or even Saint Emperor level powerhouses invaded Blue Star? How would they defend themselves? Even if the human race could continue to grow stronger, such growth required time, a luxury they didn't have when it came to the demonic race. Their ranks of Saint Kings and Saint Emperors were already as numerous as cattle, let alone the sudden appearance of a saint, a being that humanity currently had no means of resisting. Therefore, they had to seize the time, taking advantage of the fact that the heavenly Tao of Blue Star had not yet fully recovered, and cultivate saints or even stronger masters ahead of time.
Only by doing so would they be qualified to engage in battle with the demon race. Otherwise, if even a single Saint acted, these old veterans would be powerless against them, no matter how hard they fought. Though it seemed almost unbelievable, Yan Lin still took the bamboo slips out of curiosity. He injected his spiritual energy to probe them and handed several bamboo slips to Li Changqing as well. The moment the spiritual energy was injected, the contents of the cultivation techniques and martial arts were immediately transmitted to their awareness. Following the guidance of the techniques, the two began circulating their spiritual energy for one complete cycle. Instantly, a feeling of unparalleled clarity and refreshment overtook them, leaving them both utterly entranced. Instinctively, they wanted to continue cultivating, but they quickly realized it wasn't the right time. Snapping out of their reverie, they opened their eyes in astonishment and carefully scrutinized Su Bai. Excellent, excellent indeed. Li Changqing was the first to speak. After circulating his energy for just one cycle, he could clearly feel the time required had shortened, and the absorbed spiritual energy was far purer. There was no doubt this was a technique far superior to his heaven-grade cultivation method. It was, without question, one of the top techniques from the vast cosmos and primordial ages. He didn't have time to analyze the exact level, but the joy and shock filled his heart completely. He never imagined that this young man before him could actually produce heaven-grade techniques that even surpassed that grade, and not just one, but several. And it wasn't just the cultivation methods. He had also just received martial arts techniques. Since the cultivation methods were already beyond heaven grade, it was obvious that the martial arts techniques contained within were no ordinary goods either. In other words, the advanced cultivation methods and martial arts techniques he had long yearned for had been handed to him so effortlessly. Li Changqing was so astonished that his voice trembled with excitement as he spoke. At the same time, Yan Lin's gaze was like a torch fixed on Su Bai, his eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions that were difficult to decipher. He could never have predicted that this young man, whom he had once pinned great hopes upon, could achieve such rapid breakthroughs in such a short amount of time, not only becoming a martial emperor but now even producing these legendary high-level techniques and martial arts. Inwardly, Yan Lin couldn't help but sigh. Su Bai's journey into the glazed secret realm must have been an extraordinary opportunity, yielding gains so immense that even the sword saint of the past might pale in comparison. Thinking this, Yan Lin felt a twinge of envy toward Su Bai's incredible fortune. But after his brief moment of awe, he quickly regained his composure and carefully stored the remaining bamboo slips. These seemingly ordinary bamboo slips contained cultivation techniques and martial arts that were priceless treasures. Their value far exceeded even his own life. Now that they had such advanced techniques and martial arts, as long as they cultivated diligently and mastered their essence, they would undoubtedly unleash greater power in the coming fierce battles and secure ultimate victory. With utmost care, Yan Lin stored the bamboo slips as if they were precious treasures. Then, his gaze slowly shifted to the bamboo slips in Li Changqing's hands, his eyes filled with anticipation and urgency. Before Li Changqing could react, Yan Lin moved like lightning, snatching the bamboo slips from his hands in one swift motion, so fast that no one had time to respond. Li Changqing froze, his now empty hands leaving him with a helplessly amused expression. He hadn't expected Yan Lin to be so decisive, almost as if guarding against him. However, Li Changqing was a clever man and quickly understood Yan Lin's reasoning. As the master of the treasure pavilion, while he had close ties to the official forces, he wasn't part of them. Yan Lin's caution toward him was entirely reasonable. Li Changqing thought to himself that he had already received a cultivation method in martial arts technique, which was more than enough of a reward. As the saying goes, greed leads to failure. He had no intention of being overly greedy. The remaining bamboo slips would surely serve a greater purpose in Yan Lin's hands, and that was none of his concern. After securely storing all the bamboo slips, Yan Lin's gaze returned to Su Bai, filled with gratitude and deep respect. Xiao Su, your contributions to the nation have not gone unnoticed. We will always remember what you've done. From now on, if you ever need anything, the nation will be your strongest support. Yan Lin's voice was firm and sincere, brimming with earnestness. After speaking, he straightened his posture and performed a standard military salute, his movements precise and disciplined, embodying the professionalism of a soldier. Seeing this, Su Bai immediately returned the salute with equal seriousness, showing no hesitation. Xiao Su, if you don't have any pressing matters for now, stay here for the time being, Yan Lin continued. The 10,000 Realms battlefield is no trivial matter. Although we now possess these advanced techniques and martial arts, we still need you to investigate the situation inside. Of course, if you need anything, just let us know, and someone will handle it for you. Su Bai understood the need for confidentiality regarding the 10,000 Realms battlefield and had no objections to Yan Lin's arrangements.
He nodded in agreement. All right. After making arrangements, Li Changqing and Yan Lin left the residence, leaving the stone tablet in its original place.
Li Changqing was eager to hurry back to preside over the Jubao Pavilion to avoid any mishaps.
Yan Lin, on the other hand, took the bamboo slip to meet the other martial emperors within the region to discuss the distribution of techniques and martial skills. After the two departed, Su Bai's gaze once again fell upon the stone tablet, full of curiosity. Li Xingqi also stepped forward, intrigued as he examined the seemingly ordinary stone tablet.
Is this stone tablet really the token that connects to the battlefield of 10,000 realms?
Back in the upper realm, Li Xingqi had heard rumors about the battlefield of 10,000 realms. However, as an alchemist, he was usually focused on refining pills and had little time to concern himself with such matters. To him, although there were plenty of opportunities in the battlefield of 10,000 realms, most of them relied on luck. Rather than placing faith in such intangible prospects, he would rather refine a few more furnaces of pills, something far more tangible and practical. As a result, in his previous life, he had never even set foot on the battlefield of 10,000 realms. Now, encountering it unexpectedly in the lower realm inevitably stirred his curiosity. He had heard that the battlefield of 10,000 realms connected countless worlds and served as a place of exchange and trade between realms. Every year, countless geniuses would come here to undergo trials. Apart from a few areas where powerful figures had established cities, most of the battlefield of 10,000 realms consisted of desolate and lifeless regions. In these barren zones, people from different worlds cared little about one's identity. Killing and robbing were commonplace. After all, the battlefield of 10,000 realms was vast, and with so many individuals from countless planets, finding one specific person was harder than searching for a needle in a haystack. However, over the years, a basic order had gradually been established within the battlefield of 10,000 realms. But this order was only effective within the cities or certain areas. In those desolate and uninhabited wastelands, even if one were ambushed, robbed, or killed, no one would intervene. After all, from a certain perspective, death within the battlefield of 10,000 realms was not true death. And even if it were, if you were just a nobody, who would care? As for those with influence or powerful backgrounds, they would always be accompanied by someone or carry special life-saving artifacts when they first entered the battlefield of 10,000 realms. Naturally, upon seeing such measures, others would think twice before acting rashly. Oldly, does this thing really have something to do with the battlefield of 10,000 realms? Su Bai retracted his curious gaze and turned to Li Xingqi, who was deep in thought. Li Changqing's earlier account of the battlefield of 10,000 realms had left Su Bai deeply shocked. He hadn't expected such a place to exist in this world. However, upon reflecting on how he had transmigrated to a high-level martial arts world, Su Bai felt a sense of acceptance. In a vast world, all sorts of strange things were possible. If he could cultivate, what else was impossible? Thinking of this, Su Bai felt a surge of excitement, eager to set out as soon as possible. After all, the Jubao Pavilion's master, Li Changqing, had said that the battlefield of 10,000 realms indeed contained the legacies left behind by martial gods. If he could obtain one of those legacies, what would the crisis facing Blue Star amount to? More importantly, after learning about the existence of the battlefield of 10,000 realms, Su Bai realized that the races currently invading Blue Star were merely minor players in the grand scheme of the 10,000 realms, far from being the strongest. Based on what was known so far, the heavenly Tao of Blue Star was slowly recovering and might one day return to its peak of 10,000 years ago. When that day came, if Blue Star lacked sufficient strength, it wouldn't just be these few races invading. Even humans from other planets might be tempted. Yes, such a thing does indeed exist. I've heard many things about the battlefield of 10,000 realms before. It is true that some have found the legacies left behind by martial gods there. However, as far as I know, the person who obtained such a legacy somehow let the news slip. Even after leaving the battlefield of 10,000 realms with the legacy, they were tracked down, killed, and their treasures stolen. This incident caused quite a stir in certain circles at the time. Li Xingqi recalled something and spoke with a sigh.